Every day, I have a pair of stunning sisters picking me up and dropping me off from school, and each of them is holding a little baby in their arms, with the two little ones constantly calling me daddy. This scene makes all 3 billion male compatriots in the school envious. It all started a year ago when I was secretly drugged, and when I woke up, I found a pair of sisters lying beside me, and they were the 2 top heiresses of a prestigious family in Kyoto. Surprisingly, they didn't make things difficult for me. It wasn't until a year later, when the sisters came to me with a baby and several paternity tests, that I learned I was already the father of 2 children. For 3 years, I lived a life of attending school during the day and taking care of the kids at night. Little did I know, all of this was actually a trap set by the Yandere sisters. One day, I returned to the manor with a gift for the children's mother, feeling anxious as I walked into Luoshia's room. Upon seeing me enter, Luoshia's originally cold and icy face instantly melted, revealing a gentle smile. Hearing this, I nodded and then raised the bag in my hand, saying, "This is a gift I bought for you and the junior." I didn't notice that when Luoshia heard I bought her a gift, a trace of morbid madness flashed in her eyes. "Shoyan, can I take a look?" she asked. I quickly opened the bag and handed over a necklace, explaining somewhat hesitantly, "This is the bonus the school just issued today. I bought 2 of the same, although it's a bit cheap for you. This is all I can offer for now. Once I earn more money in the future, I will definitely. I really like it. Your intention is what matters most." Luoshia directly interrupted my words. After saying that, she took off the necklace worth millions around her neck and put on the one I gave her. Luoshia caressed the necklace, and that almost morbid possessiveness surged again in her heart, wishing she could merge me into her very bones. Listening to Luoshia's words, my face turned red, and my inner guilt grew even more. The tolerance of the Bai sisters made me feel somewhat ashamed, and it also made me, who had lacked family companionship and love since childhood, increasingly dependent on the 2 sisters. However, what I didn't know was that at this moment, I was slowly falling into the trap created by the Bai sisters with their crazy love. At this moment, the door to Luoshia's room was pushed open, and her younger sister Lumyuki walked in. "I'm back, and my brother is here too." Luoshia took out another necklace and handed it to her sister. "Shaoyan bought us a gift. It's this, just like mine." As she spoke, she pointed to her own necklace. Seeing this, Lumyuki eagerly unwrapped it and put it on, then smiled at me charmingly. "Brother, I really like it." Hearing this, I felt a bit embarrassed and scratched my head. "I only have this much bonus. When I earn more in the future, I'll buy you better ones." The 2 sisters exchanged a smile. For them, as long as it was a gift from me, even if it was something from a street vendor, they would treat it as a treasure. At this moment, Luoshia took out a small box from the drawer and handed it to me. "Your birthday is coming soon, and you never used the things I gave you before. This time, I hope you won't refuse." Upon hearing this, I was about to decline, but Luomyuki stepped forward, took my right hand, and put the watch from the box on my wrist. Luoshia's expression suddenly turned ominous at this scene, and a chilling aura slowly emanated from her. The next second, I couldn't help but shiver. "What's going on? It's only October. Why is it suddenly so cold?" Luomyuki felt the terrifying pressure emanating from her sister, yet she smiled at me as if unresponsive. "Brother, take it. It's not expensive." I looked at the uniquely designed watch in my hand, and it certainly didn't look cheap. Seeing that I was curious, Luomyuki quickly pointed outside. "Wire and Schwer are awake. Brother, you should go check on them. I still have things to discuss with my sister." Hearing that my 2 precious daughters were awake, the smile on my face couldn't help but rise, and I hurriedly turned and left the study. After I left, Luomyuki stepped forward to close the door, then looked at her sister with a helpless expression. "Is it really necessary? Sis, you promised that you and I would share him. Why are you upset now?" Upon hearing this, the terrifying aura around Luoshia slowly dissipated, and she pouted. "If it were me who encountered him today, I fear you wouldn't fare any better. By the way, what did you mean by having something to discuss?" Luomyuki shrugged, took out her phone, and handed it to her sister. "Lu Ruyan and Fong Jian are getting engaged." Luoshia glanced at the screenshot on her phone, her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. She really got what she wanted. Ha! As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed her sister Luomyuki's eyes slowly turning a shade of crimson. As soon as Lu Ruyan returned to the country, she went to the apartment where my brother used to live and even rented it. Does she still have feelings for my brother? Should I find someone to deal with her? At this moment, Luomyuki wore a sickly smile, her eyes filled with murderous intent, a stark contrast to the gentleness she had just shown me. Hearing this, Luoshia shook her head and chuckled lightly. "There's no need. It's been 3 years already. Just a few more steps and we can completely keep Shaoyan by our side. Don't worry, not to mention that Shaoyan has completely given up on her. As long as we have our daughters, no one can take Shaoyan away from us sisters." At that moment, I also arrived at the room of the 2 little ones. As soon as I pushed the door open, I was hugged by the two adorable little dumplings. Daddy, Daddy! I squatted down and picked up the two little dumplings. It was quite a coincidence that the sisters both became pregnant with my children, and they even gave birth on the same day. Although Luoxia gave birth an hour earlier than Lu Muki, the sisters hugged my neck together and happily kissed my cheek. However, the temperature suddenly dropped at that moment, and I even felt it was colder than before. I was puzzled. What was going on? I felt something was off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Then I carried the two kids downstairs, but I didn't notice the gloomy faces of the Bai sisters at the door of the study. Lu Muki said coldly, "Sister, I regret it. Although I love Wei and Shuer very much, why do they get to openly kiss their brother?" Luo Xia smiled slightly. "Who told them they are his daughters? Just wait a bit, Xiao Yan will eventually get caught up in it." Although she said this, the hand that was resting on the doorframe slowly tightened. At dinner, the two little ones clamored for me to feed them. A hint of coldness flashed in Luo Muki's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. "You two little rascals, weren't you well behaved when I and your sister were at home? Why is it that when Dad comes back, you learn to act cute?" As she spoke, she pinched her daughter Bai Shuer's face. Although it wasn't hard, Bai Shuer instantly looked wronged and pointed at her mother, saying, "Mommy hit me." Luo Muki laughed in anger. "You've even learned to tell tales. Just wait until Dad is not home, and see how I deal with you." I watched the scene of them playing and felt warm inside. Having been ignored since childhood, ever since I met these two sisters, they have given me warmth I had never experienced before. I knew in my heart that I was not worthy of them, yet I still hoped that such days could last a little longer. Thinking that one day the two girls would eventually get married, I felt a slight sting in my heart, but I knew I had no right to possess them. I originally thought that the one who would walk with me to the end would be Lu Ruyan, but unfortunately, she might be on my brother's bed at this moment. The inferiority complex and desire made me, who was already lacking love, fall into confusion. But I didn't know that this confusion was precisely what the Bai sisters had deliberately created for me. After dinner, Luo Xia casually said, "By the way, Shoyan, there's something I must tell you. Lu Ruyan is engaged to your brother." After saying that, her peripheral vision locked onto me. I just responded with an "oh," without turning my head, and continued to play with the two little milk dumplings. Seeing my reaction, Luo Xia couldn't help but chuckle. "I thought you would be upset." I shook my head and said, "How is that possible? I have no relationship with her anymore. By the way, Sister Bai, I will probably be back a bit late tomorrow. I want to go to the nursing home to see Grandma." Luo Xia nodded, holding two little milk buns, ready to go back to her room. "Then you should rest early." 25 minutes later, after finishing my wash, I laid down on the bed, inhaling the pleasant floral scent in the room and drifted off to sleep. This was the aroma sent to me by the Bai sisters, which they said could calm the mind and awaken the spirit. Every time I only needed to smell it for a few minutes to fall asleep, but it has a side effect, which is that it easily induces dreams. They call it a dream, but I feel it is very real. In the dream, I always feel like someone is holding me, and not just one person. Not long after I fell asleep, my door slowly opened, and Luo Xia and Luo Muki walked in slowly. Luo Muki blew out the aroma and then sat by my bed, looking a bit worried and said, "Sister, do you think you used a bit too much?" Luo Xia shook her head and said, "It's okay, I've had someone test this medicine, it's very safe." As she spoke, she lay down directly on my left side, her fingers gently caressing my cheek. At that moment, she could no longer suppress the crazy love in her heart, her eyes burning as she leaned close to my ear and whispered, "Shoyan, remember that Muki and I are the ones who love you the most, and you love us the most, so you will never leave us, right?" To my surprise, I, who had already fallen asleep, actually spoke up, "No, I won't leave Sister Bai in the junior." Hearing my words, Luo Xia's body actually began to tremble, not from nervousness, but from extreme excitement. "Say that you love Xia and Muki the most." "I love Xia the most, I love Muki the most, I will always be yours." Hearing my words, Luo Muki beside me could no longer suppress the madness within, directly lying down on my other side like Luo Xia, a crazed smile appearing on her sickly face. Luo Muki murmured, wanting to go kiss Mo Xian, and seeing her seemingly restrained eyes, Luo Xia pulled her hand. "The hypnosis has just begun. After all these years of waiting, it won't take more than a few days." Luo Muki was just about to retort, but when she felt her sister's eyes that were even crazier than hers, Luo Muki could only stop helplessly. Coercion? What they want is everything that belongs to their sisters. Mo Xian. Chapter 4, Meeting my own mother in a nursing home. Mo Xian got up and stretched his back. Should I say not to say that this aromatherapy effect is really good? And yesterday there was no dreaming. Sleep was very heavy. He didn't even remember yesterday what he actually said under Luo Xia's mental suggestion. Getting up and cleaning up, changing his clothes, Mo Xian naturally put the Knight of the Round Table that their sisters gave him on his hand. In the past, Emo Xian would only put it away properly, but today he didn't have this feeling. He just casually put the watch on his hand, put on a jacket and went out of the room. Dad! The 2 milk donuts had already gotten up, and since their mom told them that their dad was sleeping, the 2 little ones were very well behaved and didn't bother Emo Xian. Mr. Emo is up? Uncle Zhang smiled when he saw Emo Xian. The first miss has gone to the company. The second miss is waiting to have breakfast with you. Xia leaving so early again? Yes, Missy. Uncle Zhang couldn't help but stare. Xia? How did Emo Xian suddenly address Missy in such an intimate way? But Emo Xian was still holding the 2 little milk balls as usual, smiling and coaxing them. Something came up on Missy's side of the company, so she left a little early. Uncle Zhang does not doubt. Emo Xian in the end is the biological father of the 2 little misses. Not to mention that at first some of the things he was involved in, the heart also thought that Emo Xian is not finally enlightened. Brother, come over and eat, right? Luo Muki had changed into a pure white long dress today and was wearing the necklace Emo Xian had given her around her neck. I have to go to the company in a while as well. There's an event I have to attend. If it ends early, I'll go to the nursing home to see grandma together. Okay? Don't, Emo Xian said with some embarrassment. The last time you guys went, the whole sanatorium knew about it. I have to go to school this afternoon, so I'll be back early in the evening. After thinking about it, he opened his mouth again and asked, Muchi, don't you want to eat the cupcakes from that family? I'll bring them for you when I come back tonight, okay? Uncle Zhang, has Mr. Emo opened both his veins? How to sleep up? Feel he seems to have changed? In the past, when he saw his own 2 young ladies, the words sometimes cannot speak well. Today not only the name has changed, the speech has also changed, and a little spoiled? Good ah. Luo Muki didn't look surprised for a second, but instead smiled happily. I want chocolate flavor, oh brother. It really works. Sis is a real genius. Violet and Cher love fruit flavors, right? Daddy will bring it for you guys too, okay? Emo Xian kissed each of his 2 daughters. Let's go. Let's eat first. Uncle Zhang watched from the sidelines, always feeling that something was wrong. Emo Xian didn't seem to be any different from his usual days, but then again, something seemed to be different. Never mind. In a way it's a good thing. Uncle Zhang didn't know what had happened, but the 2 young ladies in his family had gone through so much effort and expense in the first place just to keep Emo Xian. So as long as the young ladies got what they wanted, there was nothing for him to care about. After breakfast, Emo Xian coaxed his 2 daughters to wait for him at home, and went to the garage to find his Maybach Limited. There is no way that the Bugatti Carbine is too flashy. Seeing Missouri Xian drive out in a Maybach once again shocked Uncle Zhang, and even the security guard at the entrance froze. It's the first time a big girl goes to the sedan chair. Mr. Emo is finally willing to live the life of a gigolo? Second miss. Mr. Emo drove out. Uncle Zhang saw Luo Muqi who was preparing to go out and hurriedly reported with him. What's wrong with Mr. Emo? He's wearing the watch that you and Missy bought for him, and he actually drove the car that was bought for him today when he went to visit his grandmother at the nursing home. Isn't it great? Luo Muqi didn't care at all as if she did. By the way, remember to contact the other car you bought for your brother and send it back as soon as possible. Mr. Mo, in the end, you have still fallen. Uncle Zhang sighed. To be able to hold on for so long, Mo Xian is already good. Just he always feel awkward. Really cannot figure out how just sleep one night. Mo Xian is a little different from the past? Doubtfully glanced at the second young lady who was already ready to get into her Bentley. Uncle Zhang still did not look deeply into it. He was only a subordinate even if he had seniority. The Luo family did not care about Mo Xian's existence. As long as the 2 young ladies were as they wished, he naturally had nothing to do with it. Mo Xian in the car cannot help but sigh. The life of the rich is so boring and tedious. In the past, it is not that he did not sit in the Maybach, but in comparison, Mo's family and this one, the gap is clear. After arriving at the nursing home and parking the car, Mo Xian took the fruits and nutrients that he bought for his grandmother on the way. The people in the nursing home are quite familiar with him. Before Luo Xia and Luo Muqi came, they directly gave each person in and out of the nursing home a $2,000 red packet. Even the sweeping ants and the security guard's uncle did not let go. At noon, he even ordered lunch from a star hotel and invited the entire hospital for dinner. The entire sanatorium, whether it was the staff or the patients, saw Mo Xian with a kind eyebrow. Mr. Mo, you're here? An escort ant saw Mo Xian and hurriedly ran over. You quickly go and take a look. A woman came today and brought a youngster along to see the old lady. There was no quarrel, but the old lady doesn't look too good. Woman, young man. When he heard the words of the caregiver, Mo Xian couldn't help but sneer, guessing without even having to guess who it was. Walking to the room where the grandmother lives, he heard a voice that made him extremely disgusted, saying disgusting words. Mom, Why do you think you need to do this? It's useless for you to hold the shares. Gong gong. Chang Shan is also giving you, Xiao Xian, a chance. A family? Why make such a mess? Qin and I, Mo Xian's biological mother, president of Qin's jewelry. Indeed, having a blooming beautiful face, Mo Xian's looks just completely inherited everything that was good about her and her father Mo Changshan, dressed in a high-fashion suit, followed by a young man in his 20s with neatly combed hair, wearing a dark blue suit. Feminine looks, just a little pale. This person, called Jiang Sifeng, is Qin Ni's assistant, or her godson who grew up watching her. This way mom, 5%, Xiao Xian and Jin Peng each 5%. You know Xiao Xian doesn't work in the company. It's not appropriate to give him too many shares. Qin and I patiently persuade, while the grandmother on the hospital bed looking out the window, face haggard not say a word. Auntie Zhang, who was taking care of her grandmother, glared at Qin and I, and if her grandmother hadn't waved her hand at her, she would have wanted to slap her. Auntie Zhang's mother and grandmother is decades of close friends. Grandmother Zhang's husband is the national martial arts master Zhang. Mo Xian is his only close disciple. For so many years, Grandma and Mo Xian have been relying on the Zhang family to help. Mo Xian's grandfather and grandma have always been emotionally incompatible, although not divorced, but before raising Mo Xian the two have been separated. It's just that grandma has been holding 10% of Mo's shares in her hands, and after Mo Xian turned 15, every year the Mo family would come and ask for it, but grandma had told them long ago that the shares were for Mo Xian, and that no one was allowed to think about them. When the grandmother was sick in the sanatorium, Mo Xian home, to now Mo Xian and the family cut off the relationship. Basically their own parents about 3 or 4 months to come once. Never care about the grandmother's body. The opening is shares. Mom, why bother? The family has gotten into this mess. Ultimately it was a mistake to let you raise Xiao Xian in the first place. Qin and I sighed. Look at that child. Not to mention Jin Peng. This godson of mine whose parents are both dead is more obedient and understanding than him. I understand that you are heartbroken that you raised him, but you don't serve in the company. Eunuch gave you the shares in the beginning, and nowadays you and Eunuch don't see each other more than once a year, and it really doesn't make any sense to fall out in such a way. As long as you hand over the shares, I guarantee, you and Xiao Xian's matter, Eunuch and Changshan will not pursue. Oh, I do thank you all. Grandma sneered. I raised a child wrong? It's the first time I've heard of a mother leaving her 2-year-old son with her own mother-in-law and blaming the mother-in-law when things go wrong. Qin and I, you're raising a son for someone else, but you don't care about your own son. I'm leaving my grandson a way out, and I'm still leaving a mistake? Chapter 5, Disowning You, You're an Ass. Qin and I was disliked by her grandmother's face. Her face flushed red and white for a while, but on the contrary, she really didn't have any room to retort. Grandma, you're wrong to say that, Jiang Sifeng said with a leathery smile, his voice all as feminine as his looks, and lacking in mid-air. Godmother raised 4 older siblings on her own in the first place, and sending away her younger brother was something that couldn't be helped. Are you allowed to talk here? Grandma interrupted nonchalantly. Qin and I, is this the good child you raised? An outsider junior interrupting when elders are talking amongst themselves? Mom, you, don't give him a hard time. Ha, one word and I'm not allowed to speak? Why did you insult your grandson so casually in the first place? Who exactly is your son, or is he born a criminal? Grandma didn't give Qin and I any face at all. I still say that. The shares are my grandson Mo Xian's. As the old saying goes, do filial piety in front of the hall, and enjoy the happiness under the knees. Who has done that in your whole family except Xiao Xian, Mo Jinpeng, or your 3 daughters? What is my wife's status? I can't afford to recognize your Mo family's young masters and ladies as grandchildren, and I don't deserve to have people enjoying themselves with me. You have time to talk nonsense in my place, or go back to persuade your husband and your father-in-law. People are in the sky, born but not raised, and treat Xiao Xian harshly, are not afraid of heaven's thunder? Qin Ni's whole body shivered, fiercely glared at her grandmother, coldly smiled and said, Mom, you are going to completely tear your face apart, right? You in addition to Mo Xian, that rebellious son, and this 10% of the shares, what else do you have? Husband and son disowned, 3 granddaughters and 1 grandson ignored you. I know you like this. I'm tired of dying and won't let you raise my son to be like that. What do I look like? Mo Xian walked in expressionless. Jiang Sifeng saw Mo Xian and instinctively took 2 steps back to hide behind Qin and I, but Mo Xian didn't even look at him, walked straight to his grandmother's side, and said in a soft and soothing tone, Grandma, I'll take them out. Mo Xian, do you have any manners? The elders are talking. Qin and I purposely disgusted their grandchildren with her grandmother's words just now. Also, I'm your mom. Can't you see I'm sitting here? Mr. Qin, if you have something to say, go out and say it. Mo Xian didn't turn around, but helped his grandmother lie down and tucked in the covers. You continue to mess around here. You know what I'm capable of. I don't hit you not because you're my biological mom. It's because I don't hit women easily. But that dead pussy behind you I don't promise. You. Shin and I stood up in anger. But she didn't dare to say another word. Mo Xian, what ability she does know. National martial arts Zhang Master's close disciple. When he and his family severed their relationship, made an extremely ugly mess. Mo Chanshan sent 8 bodyguards. The result was Mo Xian all beaten into the hospital. Mo Jinpeng was also Mo Xian punch out 2 incisors. Grandma, I'll go get rid of them and come back to talk to you. Mo Xian put the fruits and nutrients on the bedside table and turned to Auntie Zhang and said, Auntie Zhang, there are fresh Cheerios here. You can help wash them and Grandma to eat some later. Go ahead, little Xian. Auntie Zhang glared hard at Qin and I. If there's something you want to say, Auntie has practiced. You don't hit women, I do. Mo Xian smiled and waved his hand, and when he turned to look at his own mother, he immediately pointed at the door with a cold face. Go out and talk. Qin and I and Jiang Sifeng didn't dare to really mess with Mo Xian, and could only grit their teeth and go out. The 3 of them went downstairs and arrived in the courtyard of the sanatorium. Mo Xian said with some impatience, Mr. Qin, the last time you came, my grandma said that it's fine to ask for shares and buy them at an equal price, not a penny out of pocket. Wanting shares of a listed company? You're afraid you're teasing me? Mo Xian, you grandparents and grandchildren Qin and I sighed. Why bother? Why should a family be so divided? To your grandmother's shares is not to give you. So, Qin's jewelry shares I will give you another 3%. This money is enough for you to spend a lifetime. Hold it, Mr. Qin, I'm severing ties with your family. Mo Xian pointed to Jiang Sifeng on one side, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Your godson has 10% of the shares in Qin, and I only have 3%? Buying and selling isn't how you do it, right? Sifeng I grew up taking care of. Filial piety since childhood. Bad health still in my company as an assistant to work hard. You? Qin and I sneered. You're not my son. I won't give you a penny. And you still want shares in my company? Oh, so blame me? Mo Xian only felt that his own mother and his own father were truly a perfect match. Just as shameless. You and Chairman Mo decided together to send me away in the first place. And now you're saying I'm ungrateful? Did you let your face get licked by a dog? Grand President Qin? Brother, how can you say that? Jiang Sifeng immediately stopped in front of Qin and I. Mom isn't to blame for this either. Blame me if you want. Roll. Mo Xian did not even bother to talk to him. Pinched his fist. Jiang Sifeng was so scared that he actually hid back behind Qin and I. Qin's eyes flashed a trace of imperceptible disgust, not to Mo Xian, but to Jiang Sifeng. Don't come here in the future. My grandmother doesn't have long to live. Mo Xian said this and looked at Qin and I with more hatred in her eyes. Mr. Qin, you, your husband, your father-in-law, and your children including this dead sissy, I bless you all to die without a body and not to die well. Qin and I couldn't help but feel a twitch in her heart when she heard Mo Xian's curse with hatred, but she still refused to admit defeat as she shouted, Mo Xian, you rebellious son, you're just like your grandmother. You've read a few books. You think highly of yourself, and you're a bully. You're just not as good as Jinpeng, not as good as Sifeng. That's, after all, your godson was raised from a young age. Look how useful it is. It's all sucked dry. Mo Xian with a playful smile, looking at the 2 of them. Mr. Qin can play really flowery You, what the did you say? Mo Xian's sentence made Qin and I, the president, directly burst into foul-mouthed curses. What the are you babbling about? Is this the quality of you, a student of Kyoto University? Alright, blame me for saying that? Mo Xian was too lazy to look at her. These days it's with people like you. Godparents have become a derogatory term. How? Mo Xian purposely paused for a moment, then said with a smirk, could it be that this is your own son? Otherwise how would you explain that you take him with you everywhere you go? Qin and I's face became pale, and Jiang Sifeng's eyes began to become evasive. Mo Xian coldly smiled. Sure enough. Luo Xia and Luo Mukia's people did not say wrong. Go back and tell Chairman Mo to bring money if you want shares. Mo Xian didn't want to look at her again, feeling disgusted. Also, don't get close to me and Grandma anymore. Recognize you. You're my mom and Grandma's daughter-in-law. Disown you. You're a fart. Mo Xian turned around and left, but the infuriated Qin and I rushed up and raised her hand to slap Mo Xian, and was directly grabbed by Mo Xian's hand. Still want to hit me? I was stupid to take you for a mother in the first place. Qin, don't make me really hit a woman. Mo Xian shook off Qin's hand, and Qin and I was about to say something else, but when she saw the wristwatch on Mo Xian's right wrist, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. There are a lot of imitations of the Knights of the Round Table, but Qin and I, who is in the jewelry business and is also a jewelry designer, and who has participated in the release of Roger Dubuis' new products, instantly recognizes that the one in Mo Xian's hand is the genuine one. You watch. Mo Xian looked at the wristwatch on his hand, didn't understand what she meant, and impatiently dropped a sentence of none of your business before turning around and entering the sanatorium. Godmother, is everything alright? Jiang Sifeng dared to come over only after seeing Mo Xian leave. Why don't we go back first? I'm afraid that my brother can't talk about it even if he's here. Qin and I didn't reply, but looked at Mo Xian's back and gawked. Just now when Mo Xian raised his hand to look at the wristwatch, she confirmed even more that it must be authentic, a limited edition of more than $4 million. It was impossible for Mo Xian to afford it. Grandma has shares, but her own father-in-law ordered that many dividends were deducted at the end of the year, and only $200,000 or $300,000 were given to grandma. Even if the dividend is not deducted, with her understanding of her mother-in-law, hundreds of thousands of luxury goods are not likely to buy for Mo Xian, much less buy him this limited top luxury. Come back to the sanitarium with me. There's something I have to ask. Chapter 6. Mo Xian was adopted? Luo Xia, who was working in the company office, suddenly got a message on her cell phone. She glanced at it and couldn't help but frown slightly. With that, Luo Xia pressed the pager, and soon the door opened, and a woman in her 30s walked in. She was tall, like a sturdy poplar, wearing a black lady's suit, with short, capable hair and a heroic face. Sister Hui, Qin and I has inquired about us at the sanatorium, but she doesn't know that it's Mu Qi and I, Luo Xia said calmly. Looks like she's gone to annoy Grandma Xiao Xian again. Find her something to do. Got it, Missy. Megumi nodded. Shall I send my sister over to warn her? There's no need. Not dealing with the three of them. Is that they still have a use for them? Luo Xia smiled. Only the smile carried a hint of solemnity. Grandma's sighed. Missy, it was the best we could do in the first place. Sister Hui sighed. If it wasn't you and second miss who splashed money on experts, I'm only afraid that old lady Mo would have left at that time. That is Xiao Xian's only loved one. Luo Xia's color became a bit despondent. I just want him to be happy. Forget it, you go and do it, Sister Hui. Find a way to pass the news to the Mo family. I don't care about those things in their family. I can give Xiao Xian more, but the shares they must pay for. Think of a way for me to force them to buy the shares in Grandma's hand at the price. In the sanatorium, Qin and I only felt that the sky was spinning, treating the whole sanatorium to a luxurious takeout from a star hotel and a 2,000 red packet per person. Thinking about Mo Xian's hand of more than 4 million Knights of the Round Table, Qin and I couldn't help but bite her teeth. Was Mo Xian being adopted by any rich woman? She didn't inquire who it was. It was Luo Xia and Luo Muki's assistants who did it that day, and the grandmother was picked up by Mo Xian that day to be reunited with their sisters and their daughter. And only the dean of the sanatorium and a few executives knew about it, and it was impossible for people to tell Qin and I. This rebellious son. No wonder he hasn't had the slightest contact with his family for so long. Qin and I gritted her teeth. But think about it, Mo Xian that looks. There is no one in the Mo family Qin family that can compare with him. Mom! Jiang Sifeng called out softly, but Qin and I glared at him and whispered, forget what I told you? Jiang Sifeng quickly changed his words. Godmother, why don't you go back and tell your husband? Mo Xian is really going to be adopted. It's our family's people who will be lost if it gets out. Qin and I did not answer, but pulled him on the way out. Stopped at the main entrance of the sanatorium. Qin and I whispered, I have to ask this rebellious son in the end and who is in a piece, regardless of whether young or old, can be out so generous? I'm afraid that it is not a small portal. She was afraid that Mo Xian knew whichever one of those families in the upper echelons of Kyoto. Being a thief, Qin and I in fact herself knows that the whole family has wronged her young son, treating him and Mo Jinpeng differently. The most serious thing is that Su Yanran, this marriage, is the grandmother and Su family old lady set. Their family up and down know that Mo Jinpeng is deliberately robbed Su Yanran, just to disgust Mo Xian. However, not only do they not care, Mo Changshan and Qin and I even helped Mo Jinpeng. In their view, Mo Jinpeng is more suitable for marriage with Su Yanran. After all, the future family business to be the eldest son to inherit, and the Su family and Mo family gateway is comparable. Su Yanran is the pearl of the Su family. At first, how much he did excessively. Now Qin Ni's heart is how much panic. To Mo Xian out so generous. Only afraid that person must like Mo Xian very much. Those upper-class families in Kyoto, they can't afford to offend a single one of them, even if they say that it may not be those people, even if they are equal in strength to their two families. But just now Mo Xian looked disgusted with her and deliberately said that Jiang Sifeng was her biological son. But the look in Mo Xian's eyes made Qin and I a little flustered. Obviously, her youngest son knew something. This rebellious son. Qin and I gritted her teeth. If we really let him hook up with a woman from any powerful family, I'm afraid we won't be able to hide Sifeng's matter. Mo Xian returned to the hospital room, and when his grandmother saw him, she asked with concern, Xiao Xian, That stupid mom of yours didn't give you a hard time, did she? It's okay, Grandma, she's not even my mom anymore. Imo-shan took out an apple from the bag and started peeling it with a fruit knife. You don't think so much, that share they like to give them well. You child, that's yours, Grandma said angrily. The Imo family has come to an end in the hands of that father of yours and Imogen Peng. While I still have the strength, hurry up and set this money out for you, no matter if you and Luo's daughter make it or not. This is enough money for you to spend. Imo-shan is not pretending to be a good person, but with his understanding of Mo's family, Imogen Peng is right to spoil it any way he can, and spending a little bit on him they feel a meat-ache. 10% of the shares, buy at the price they have to shell out about 600 million or so. What to give him 5%, plus 3% of Chin's jewelry? This kind of blank check his own biological parents who were struck by lightning have often given him, which time has been realized. Grandma, let me ask you something. Imo-shan cut up the apple and put it on a plate. If I take revenge on my parents, my grandfather and them, will you hate me? Grandma didn't answer, nor did she take the apple that Imo-shan handed over. After a long time, the old lady sighed and said with a hint of helplessness in her tone, I know you hate them. When I close my eyes, I don't care how you toss them around. Imo-shan guessed that his grandmother would say this. In the end, he was the husband with whom he had spent half of his life, and had once truly loved each other, as well as the son she had brought up. Now her own grandson has to fight her husband, her son and even her whole family. And even though she hates it, Grandma doesn't want to see that. In fact, your father was not like this in the past. It's all because of that. Grandma looked out the window, her eyes filled with remorse. Blame me. In the beginning, if I found out earlier, your father wouldn't have become like this later. Is that Mr. Chin? Hearing Imo-shan's question, the grandmother shook her head and said, No, it is his first love, a dancer, called Li Yuzhen. Forget it, don't mention it. Xiao Xian, you go back, I want to sleep. Imo-shan didn't say anything else and urged his grandmother to take a good rest, then transferred $10,000 to Auntie Zhang. Although Auntie Zhang kept pushing back, Imo-shan insisted on giving her the money. Xiao Xian, Auntie Zhang pulled Imo-shan out of the ward, then lowered her voice and said, The old lady has been sleeping more and more lately, and her spirit is getting worse and worse, so you need to make preparations in your heart earlier. I know, Auntie Zhang. Imo-shan nodded. He was clear that Grandma's 2 years had been exchanged for 2 or 3 million more before and after when Luo Xie and Luo Muki had heavily paid for experts. He had to run to the sanatorium almost every other day, even if he didn't have the time to take a look at his grandmother. In the past 2 years, except for this bonus, he spent all his income on his grandmother. When Grandma had a brain tumor, if not for the experts, she would not have been able to save her life. But the expert also said that even if the brain tumor was removed, Grandma's age and the delay in treatment had already caused damage to her brain nerves. Walking to the door of the hospital room and looking at his grandmother who was already asleep, Imo-shan's eyes were filled with resentment, sadness, and anger. If the Imo family hadn't stood by and watched at the time, Grandma wouldn't be in the situation she's in today. Chapter 7 Zap. Imo-shan came out of the sanatorium and was about to go to the parking lot when Qin and I and Jiang Sifeng stopped him. Anything else? Imo-shan didn't want to tangle with them. I've said everything that needs to be said. Imo-shan, you can. Ha? Qin and I smiled coldly. No wonder you're so hardened. A student of Kyoto University, actually being adopted by an old woman. Do you want to have a face? Imo-shan heard out that these two people hadn't left until now, and were only afraid that they had inquired about what Luo Xie and the girls had done in the sanatorium earlier. Who's all like you? Go back and look at the one next to you. What kind of emptiness has it become? Imo-shan said in a cold voice. Light woe to you. Which day in the deathbed? You, don't you. Tell me then, why do you take him with you everywhere you go? You, who am I to explain to you? Yeah, so who am I to tell you what's going on? Qin and I almost didn't choke on Imo-shan's sentence, while Imo-shan pushed her away and walked straight towards the parking lot. This rebellious son. Qin and I glared at Jiang Sifeng as she smoothed herself down. You're just going to watch him get angry at me? Godmother. I. Jiang Sifeng in fact very small guts. Imo-shan and the Imo family at the beginning of the matter he happened to be there. On their own this body bones, he is estimated to be able to give a kick to their own kick into the ICU. Forget it, you have this body. Qin and I sighed. This rebellious son. Not waiting for her to finish, Imo-shan drove a Maybach limited edition parked in front of her. The window slowly lowered. Tone Sneer said, Yo, Mr. Qin, take you all the way ah? Qin and I was completely dumbfounded. More than 4 million roundtable nights. Limited edition Maybach. How much does the woman behind Imo-shan like him? Jiang Sifeng, on the other hand, glanced resentfully at Imo-shan. and then immediately lowered his head as if he was afraid that he would see it. Mo Xian didn't bother to look at them anymore and directly raised the window and left with a kick of the gas. Qin and I was still in shock when her cell phone suddenly rang, and just as she answered it, a woman's voice anxiously said, "Mr. Qin, where are you? Something has happened to the company. Our jewelry has been reported as counterfeit." What? Qin and I had just recovered and was once again frozen. Although she wasn't a good person, she had always been very honest in doing business. Once the jewelry company's counterfeiting was confirmed, it would basically be a devastating blow. How can that be? We can't have a problem with every procedure, can we? Qin and I, while walking, panicked and inquired, completely did not notice Jiang Sifeng's weak and evasive eyes. Arrived at Kyoto University, parked the car after Mo Xian received a video invitation. The note is Luo schoolmates, but generally their sisters to call their own video should be a child to make trouble. Sure enough, just as the video connected, two little fleshy faces crowded in front of the cell phone, with Luo Muki behind them looking at herself with a smile. Daddy, Daddy! When Mo Xian saw them, the unhappiness of just running into Qin and I was instantly thrown to the sky. Good girl, Daddy has to be busy for a while in the afternoon. He must go back as soon as possible. Okay? Mo Xian looked at his two daughters favorably. Mu Qi, why are you at home? No, the babies are at the office. Luo Muki lifted her cell phone up and gave Mo Xian a picture. It was really in her office. Sister has booked a private restaurant today. Dinner will be eaten outside. Brother, then when you're done, remember to drive over to pick us up. Oh, good, and coaxed the two daughters. Mo Xian before hanging up the video to get off the car. Did not expect to not walk a few steps. I heard a teasing voice ringing. Yo, Peng, your brother can ah? Hearing this voice, Mo Xian's eyes lost a bit of temperature in an instant. Turning back, he saw Mo Jinpeng and a fat man following, with his female secretary by his side. Mo Jinpeng and Mo Xian didn't resemble each other at all, except for some similarity between his eyebrows and Mo Changshan. There was absolutely no trace of Mo Changshan or Qin and I, and the fat guy beside him with a villainous face is called Qin Kaho, also a little rich kid. In the past when high school and Mo Xian is the same classmate, at first because of suffering from obesity was bullied, or Mo Xian protect him, and then it is the same as Su Yanran, betrayed Mo Xian. Family, friendship, love in their own teenage years have turned their backs on themselves. Mo Xian now instead feel nothing unacceptable. The earlier one experiences something, the better it is for the person instead. Mo Jinpeng glanced at Mo Xian's Maybach Limited. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes, then he sneered and said, "You can do it, Mo Xian. This face hasn't been long for nothing. Which rich woman did this hook up with?" Mo Xian is not surprised at all. This biological brother of his usual routine now, opening his mouth to convict himself, not wanting to talk nonsense with them. Mo Xian didn't even bother to share a bit of his eyes with the two of them, and was just about to leave when Mo Jinpeng stopped in front of him at once, stretching his hand at the secretary. The female secretary was also very knowledgeable and brought over a hot gold wedding invitation. Mo Jinpeng smiled playfully and then said, "My engagement banquet with Yan Yan, my younger brother won't not give face to not come, right? I really don't want to give you this face." Mo Xian held up his black-rimmed glasses. "I find you quite amusing, Mo Jinpeng. You treat my unwanted friend as a treasure, and you want to marry my unwanted girlfriend. Are you an idle fish user, or a professional rag collector?" With a single word, Mo Jinpeng's face turned into a pig's liver color, while Chang Jiahao was also a bit embarrassed. "I know what you're worried about. It's just that you're afraid that I'll go back and compete with you for the Mo family. After so many years, you've been jumping up and down. Isn't it just for this?" Mo Xian hugged his arms and smiled in general without a care in the world. "I've severed all ties. These 3 years or so, have I ever gone back? How? I'll let you as you wish. Still and a dog like to come over to do what? Incisors and do not want?" When Mo Jinpeng heard this, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. He was well aware of how terrifying Mo Xian's force value was, but he just wasn't willing. The reason for this was probably because of Su Yanran. It was just that Mo Xian didn't know, and even if he did he didn't care. "Humph, count on your self-knowledge." Mo Jinpeng retrieved the invitation and said in a calm manner, "But I'm not here to find you either, so don't put gold on yourself. You think that just because you let a rich woman beg you, you're qualified to call me out? I'm the only biological son of the Mo family. You're just a piece of trash that was kicked out of your home by the nest. Correction, it's me who doesn't want you guys." Mo Xian suddenly felt like he was wasting time. He looked at his watch and revealed an impatient expression. "Let the road go if you're fine. Don't delay me." "Ha, going to graduate school, right? Should I say not say you still have a little brain?" Mo Jinpeng contemptuously swept a glance at the Knight of the Round Table in Mo Xian's hand. "You this rich woman also cannot let you wear high imitation might as well send you a piece of serious." He didn't have Qin Ni's eyesight, But he wasn't to blame for thinking it was a high-fashion imitation. After all, this Knight of the Round Table was limited and had been ordered before it went on sale. The car could be driven by someone for him. But this kind of watch, Kyoto was only afraid that apart from the Luo family, there are not many families that have that strength to be able to buy it. Mo Xian didn't know what he thought and was too lazy to argue with him. If he can, he would really like Luo Xie and Luo Muki to send themselves high imitations. At least the pressure to cheapen him can be quite a bit smaller. Seeing that he didn't care about himself, Mo Jinpeng didn't bother to continue the topic, but continued to brag. Know what I'm here for today? I'm here to talk about cooperation with your school's R&D team. You just continue to suffer as hard as you do. I'm not as capable as you to be admitted to Kyoto University, and my education is not as good as yours, but I can now talk to your school's top research and development team about cooperation. And you? When Mo Xian heard this, he suddenly laughed. Really? Mo Jinpeng, you can't negotiate this cooperation. I'm telling you. Chapter 8, as long as I can discuss you. Ha! Mo Xian, who do you think you are? Cheng Jiahao sneered and walked over. The once chubby face that was always smiling happily now carried a mercenary and treacherous look. Mo Xian did not have any regret in his heart. The road was chosen by himself. He was willing to become such a person. What right did others have to interfere? Hurry up and find a way to flatter that rich woman of yours. Cheng Jiahao disdainfully glanced at Mo Xian's car. Thought you were more noble. When you were with Su Yanran in the past, you said you wouldn't let her spend the family's money. But aren't you still compromising now? There's no need to be envious. After all, you're standing with a pig right now. The rich woman probably can't tell who's a human and who's a pig. Mo Xian shrugged. In the past I thought you were a person, but now I see that it was me who thought too much. Cheng Jiahao's whole body was trembling with anger, but he knew he couldn't beat Mo Xian. Mo Xian smiled at Mo Jinpeng and took a step. After 2 steps he turned back and said, "Oh yeah, Mo Jinpeng, remember what I just said. Your cooperation won't be negotiated." Mo Jinpeng was unimpressed. Mo Xian had now given up on the Mo family. The only enemy for him was gone. As a matter of fact, even though he had been raised by his parents since he was a child and was pampered, his heart was still full of a sense of crisis towards Mo Xian. In terms of looks, he was not as good as Mo Xian. In terms of physical quality he was not as good as Mo Xian. And in terms of learning he was even hung up. Mo Xian came home at the age of 15, when Mo Jinpeng stepped on the line to enter an ordinary one. With the financial strength of the Mo family to send him abroad for gold plating is not impossible, but he is too afraid of Mo Xian. Going abroad is even better. He cannot leave the country, because by then, Mo Xian had already demonstrated talent far beyond his, so he had been trying to find ways to target this brother of his. Mo Xian had fought more than once with the students he had paid to find in the school, and he knew that they couldn't help him, purely so that he could get Mo Xian expelled. But the one who gets disciplined is always the one he looks for, and Mo Xian, not to mention the demerits, has not even written a review once. After Mo Xian bailed out, he also found someone to break the news on the internet that the bailed out students were fighting and brawling on campus, and the result was that the newsmaker did not make a move, and was suddenly arrested and put in jail, almost implicating him, and scaring him so much that he didn't dare to move this mind again. And Mo Xian and Luo Xie and their sisters one night ridiculous. The truth is that day Mo Xian drunk, he found a bar princess want to ruin his reputation, but Mo Xian is unaccounted for. That's why he let Cheng Jiahao backstab him and found a way to snatch Su Yanran. The family was already biased in his favor, and as long as they ruined his love and friendship, Mo Xian really had no recourse at all this time. He would always be the only one to hold Mo Xian, who was the only heir to the Mo family. So, when he saw that the person he was talking to about cooperation was Mo Xian, who had the Kyoto University R&D team's credentials around his neck, his expression was like eating. "You're still so cocky." Mo Xian sighed. The heir that both Mo Changshan and Elder Mo had their eyes on was such a dumbass, but anyone who goes to the school's official website to check knows that his name is in the research and development team. However, it is normal. For many years the Mo family up and down on Mo Jinpeng give and take the indulgence, even if he has the ability, but the character of the problem of the empty-handed. It is doomed to him to not support a family business. "I can't talk to you. Call your mentor or professor." Mo Jinpeng clenched his fists and stared at Mo Xian. Mo Xian, however, didn't care. Just smiled and said, "Recently, there are a lot of people coming to our group mentor. Professor, it's just because of the bidding issue of the intelligent robotic arm that we are working on with the Rongxing group. Young Master Mo, as a former Mo family member, I need to give you a suggestion. There is a detailed list of researchers and developers on a certain Wikipedia. My mentor and one of the professors from our school are the main research and development, and the first on the list of those who are involved in research and development is me." After a pause, Mo Xian smiled. "So, you can now tell me if we want to continue talking?" Rongxing Group, a top domestic R&D group. is not only listed in the U.S. financing, the intelligent mechanical products they produce are highly marketable both at home and abroad. This time, the mechanical arm, which was a collaboration between Fusion Star and Kyoto University, had already begun to bid, and during this time, many people wanted to fight for the bid through their side. Then what the hell am I talking about? Mo Jinpeng roared angrily. It's good that you don't stab me in the back, and you'll still help me? You know all about it, so you should just go, right? Mo Xian remained calm and collected. But let me remind you, there's nothing we can do about whoever comes. It's true that we did the program, but the entire technology is Rongxing's. We're only responsible for what we're supposed to do. As for the bidding, I can tell you in advance that the Mo family has no chance. Not waiting for Mo Jinpeng to speak, Mo Xian directly opened his mouth to tell him, Luo's already prepared to bid. Do you think you can compete with them? Hearing this, Mo Jinpeng really couldn't say a word. Originally, the Mo family's chances of winning were not great, and now that Luo's down, then this was almost like an internal decision. So, please return. Mo Xian pointed at the door. I told you, you don't believe it yourself and have to make a fool of yourself. Mo Jinpeng suddenly laughed as he pointed a finger at Mo Xian. What does that have to do with you? You're just a panelist. It doesn't matter what it is. It's fine if it can disgust you. Mo Xian interrupted with a smile. Please, young Master Mo. Leaving Kyoto University, Mo Jinpeng 3 people get on the car and go. He originally did not hold much hope to come here as only Mo Changshan let him come over to try to take Cheng Jiahao as to find Mo Xian disgusted him a meal. As a result, he was disgusted by Mo Xian himself. Brother Pang, is there really no way out? Cheng Jiahao asked cautiously. He holds 10% of the shares in his hand. Which later, humph, the old woman can't look at me, and that share death won't let go. Mo Jinpeng couldn't help but gnash his teeth when he thought of this. I must get the shares. I won't give him a single penny of the money. Everything in the Mo family is mine. Their car drove to the underground garage where Mo's company was located, and they had just gotten out of the car when suddenly several black SUVs surrounded them. More than 20 black-clothed bodyguards walked down, and before Mo Jinpeng's trio could react, 2 of them drew their daggers. You, what are you doing? Mo Jinpeng subconsciously stepped backward, while Chang Jiahao directly sat down on the ground in fear, and the female secretary's face was pale and she stood in place trembling. Young Master Mo, there's no need to be afraid. Uncle Zhang carried his hands behind his back and walked over step by step with a casual smile on his face. It doesn't matter who we are. Our master entrusted me to bring you a message. If you don't want anything to happen to Li Yuzhen, persuade your father to go to the sanatorium in person, and buy the shares in old lady Mo's hands at the price. After Uncle Zhang finished speaking, he took out a photo, which the certain black-clothed bodyguard took, and then shoved it to Mo Jinpeng. Seeing the contents of the photo, Mo Jinpeng only felt as if he had been doused with cold water. You said, what would Mo Changshan do if he knew about what you and Li Yuzhen did? Uncle Zheng tightened the clean white gloves on his hands. I'm just afraid that with Mo Changshan's wolfish heart, he won't rest until he's drained you guys of your skin, right? I promise you. Mo Jinpeng put the photo away in a hurry. Cheng Jiahao didn't see it, but looking at Mo Jinpeng's face, he couldn't help but be curious. Alright, I'll leave you to it then. Uncle Zheng waved his hand, and the black-clothed bodyguards turned around and got into the car with him. And it wasn't until the car all drove away that Mo Jinpeng disheveled and knelt on the ground, his eyes lifeless. Pang, you. Cheng Jiahao was just about to open his mouth, but Mo Jinpeng grabbed him by the collar and said viciously, don't tell anyone about today's incident, or you know the consequences. Cheng Jiahao hurriedly agreed, but when Mo Jinpeng turned around and got up, leaving with his secretary, he glared at him fiercely and lowered his voice. Just you wait, Mo Jinpeng, I'll get you killed sooner or later. Mo Jinpeng's biggest mistake was that he didn't understand that a person who could even betray Mo Xian, who saved his life, why wouldn't he betray him? Chapter 9, Fooled You Again. Coming out of the school, Mo Xian first went to the cake store and bought 4 cupcakes, besides the ones for Luo Muki and the child. He also brought a vanilla-flavored one for Luo Xia. Driving to the center of Kyoto's business district, Luo's building, the 60-story building is full of Luo's properties. Every time he came, Mo Xian felt that his life for the past 3 years or so was like a dream. Parking his car in the parking space outside the building, Mo Xian carried the cake and entered Luo's building. The beauty at the front desk saw him and rushed over to say respectfully, Mr. Mo, you're here? Well, I'm going straight up then. Mo Xian politely gave her a slight nod and went to the president's exclusive elevator by himself, and no one stopped him. After all, when he got slacked off once on his first visit, the front desk and security were fired several times. In the elevator, Mo Xian and Luo Muki tweeted that he was already on the elevator. I didn't expect that just as he got out of the elevator, Luo Xia, Luo Muki and the 2 milk donuts were already there waiting for him. Dad, Luo Weier and Luo Shuer hugged their father's thighs together, and Sister Hui, who was on the side, smiled and walked over and said, Mr. M.O., let me hold it for you. Thank you, Sister Hui. Mo Xian hurriedly handed the things to Sister Hui and bent down to pick up the two waifs himself. How do you guys? The child was in a hurry to find you, and it just so happened that there was nothing at hand. Luo Xia said with a smile. Buying good food again? The cupcakes that I promised to bring for Muki and my daughter. I remembered that you like vanilla-flavored ones and brought you one as well. Mo Xian held the child and looked at Luo Xia and Luo Muki. He himself didn't even notice that his eyes looking at them were no longer evasive, but instead carried a hint of tenderness and fondness. Xia, then I'll take the child down first? No, I originally wanted to take the child to the private restaurant I ordered, but my cousin just happened to have business to discuss, so I let him go. Sister Hui, arrange for someone to order for us. Hearing Luo Xia's command, Sister Hui quickly took out her cell phone to order it. Brother, quickly go to the restroom, Luo Muki urged. I'm still waiting for the cupcakes. Mo Xian was helpless, being urged on by Luo Muki and her daughter, while Luo Xia just smiled on the side and followed them into the restroom. Behind her, Hui looked at this so-called family of five, her heart happy and helpless. The identity of the first and second misses. Really, two women serving one husband, no one can do anything. Just, Sister Hui looked at Mo Xian's back with a complex expression. Is this really good for Mo Xian? Sighing, Sister Hui couldn't say anything. After all, like Uncle Zhang, she was like Uncle Zhang. They had a hand in Missy's plans over the past few years. The lounge was large, with 2 beds, and because the sisters shared a lounge, they had 2 copies of many things prepared. The lounge not only had its own luxurious bathroom, it even had a bathtub. The delivery man came fairly quickly. We greeted a few women in black suits and came over to help. When the meal was set up, Luo Xia nodded to them and Hui led the way out. Otherwise, don't go back to stay tonight first, right? Luo Xia glanced at Mo Xian, who was distributing dishes to the child. Muqi and I are both free tomorrow and thought of bringing the child along. Little Xian, can you take a vacation? I can. Mo Xian took out his cell phone. I'll just mention it to my mentor. And tomorrow shouldn't be anything important. In that case, why don't I book a presidential suite then? Luo Muki smiled. At that time, my brother will bring his daughters to stay in one room, and my sister and I will stay in one room. Yeah. Sister Hui, who just pushed the door in to deliver the drinks, heard Mo Xian's reply with a slight movement in her eyes, but Luo Xia glanced at her. Her eyes made contact, and seeing the repressed sickness in Luo Xia's eyes, Sister Hui immediately set out all the drinks without saying anything. Sister Hui, the bottle of red wine that was sent last time, remember to bring it for me. Hearing Luo Xia say that, Sister Hui quickly raised her head, seemingly asking for something with her eyes, while Luo Xia just nodded. Sister Hui sighed softly and said in a deep voice, got it, Missy, they are going to do it again in the end. Hui glanced at Mo Xian, who was eating while coaxing her daughter, and couldn't help but sympathize more with this man. 2 women heavy in sick infatuation, really do not know Mo Xian know everything, will be what kind of expression? Why are you still taking wine? Mo Xian asked curiously as he watched Hui go out. The child is here. Don't worry, brother. It's a nice bottle of red wine. My sister and I only drink it one person at a time. Luo Muqi pinched a piece of snowflake beef into Mo Xian's bowl. You also know that the group has a lot of things going on lately. Drinking a little can give you a good rest. Mo Xian didn't ask any more questions. And when they had eaten, Sister Hui packed the red wine along with the cupcakes Mo Xian had bought for them and followed them downstairs. On the car, sisters 2 holding the child sitting in the back row. Luo Muki sent the positioning to Mo Xian. The hotel is not far from here. Not a moment to arrive. The suite is large and there are 2 rooms. The 2 milk balloon for the first time to live outside some excitement. And Mo Xian in the room to play for a while. But because the afternoon did not nap but went to the Luo building to play, it did not take long to yell sleepy. Mo Xian led them to wash up. Luo Xia and the girls were very attentive and had people buy pajamas and send them in the afternoon. When they changed into their pajamas, it didn't take long for the 2 daughters to go to bed and fall asleep. Xiao Xian, why don't you have a drink together? Luo Xia watched the child sleep, holding a red wine glass and handing it to Mo Xian. The money has been transferred to your card. Congratulations. No, I just got lucky too. Mo Xian was a bit embarrassed. After all, he was able to succeed because of Luo Xia and the girls' help. But Luo Xia smiled and said, luck also goes to those who are prepared, doesn't it? Think of it as a drink to celebrate. Mo Xian did not think too much. A mouthful of red wine down. Only the entrance feels a little bit not right. Somehow some loss of bitter feeling. Come over here. Muki and I have something to tell you. Mo Xian didn't suspect anything, but followed Luo Xia to their room. But just after entering, Mo Xian only felt that his head was a little dizzy and his body was a little shaky. Brother, are you alright? Luo Muki rushed over to support him. Why did you faint like this after just one drink? Bad, Luo Xie said in some panic. He drank my cup. This one is Xiao Xian's. What should we do? My cup was spiked with a sleep aid. It's okay. Me. Before Mo Xian could say anything, his entire body fell on Luo Muki. Mo Xian, who was nearly 190 tall, pressed down. And if it wasn't for Luo Xie's help, I'm afraid Luo Muki wouldn't have been able to hold him up. Together, the two sisters were able to assist Mo Xian to the bed. The madness in Luo Muki's eyes was undisguised, and the corners of her mouth were hung with a sickly smile. Why are you still so defenseless, brother? Take the baby next door first. The nanny Uncle Zhang sent is already waiting. Luo Xie tenderly stroked Mo Xian's cheeks, but the morbid possessiveness in her eyes was inexplicably frightening. Chapter 10. Su Yanran, who was irritated. Miss, do you need to reconfirm the process for the engagement party? Inside the Su family villa, the housekeeper inquired about Su Yanran, who was sitting in a chair and fuming, but after a long time, he didn't get a single response. No, whatever. Su Yanran's voice was a bit hoarse, picking up her cell phone and turning to go upstairs. On the Mo family list, there's still no young master Mo? Yes, ma'am. The butler nodded. Shall I send an invitation to Kyoto University? No need. Su Yanran returned to her room, and just after she closed the door, as if she had no strength left, she slowly sat down on the floor against the snow-white door. She knew that if she didn't do something, then there really wasn't a chance. Why it's come to this? Su Yanran mumbled, but no one answered her. Mo Xian and the Mo family severed their relationship. She mentioned the breakup, and turned her head to make an official announcement with Mo Jinpeng. Now, she regretted. Perhaps she had already regretted, but everything was too late. She was like an ostrich, not daring to inquire about Mo Xian's news, and even more woefully leaving the country to further her education abroad. Suddenly, she touched the bracelet she was wearing on her hand, and for a moment Su Yanyan's bleak eyes seemed to have a light in them. He will definitely wait for me. Su Yanran quickly stood up. Mo Xian is not a thin-skinned person. I know it's my fault. Mo Xian will definitely understand me. Will it? Su Yanran didn't know, but she only supported herself and made herself believe that Mo Xian was still with her. She trembled as she found her bag and took out a new phone card from it, replacing it on her cell phone. Mo Xian had pulled the plug on all her contact information, and she only had a new card. After hesitating for a long time, she dialed the number that she had been putting on the top of her list, flashing her heart with every ring, and finally, the phone was connected when it was about to hang up automatically, but immediately after, a nice, imperial voice with a hint of lethargy and fatigue made Su Yanyan fall into the ice as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Which one? Su Yanran couldn't believe that Mo Xian actually had another woman by his side. Obviously he loved himself so much in the beginning. How could this be possible? Who are you? Where is the owner of this cell phone? Su Yanran's tone was filled with annoyance, and hearing her voice, that side seemed to freeze for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Who do I think I am? Su Yanran, this will be 23:49 p.m. I'm holding his cell phone. Who do you think I am? Put Mo Xian on the phone. Su Yanyan suppressed himself not to yell out, but the voice kept trembling. But the phone over there heard, but seems to be more happy in general. I'm afraid not. Oh, this will he just fell asleep. After all, well, 4 hours, he's a little tired. Or else, you wait, I'll kiss him awake? Shameless. Su Yanran's face became red, not only because of the straightforward words of the imperial voice she was talking to, but more of an anger and unwillingness. Mo Xian, you actually degraded yourself. Actually, sister, remind you, I'm only his woman now, and have his child. Luo Xie was draped in a robe, her face tinted with redness. Mo Xian beside her was sleeping deeply, while Luo Muki came out of the bathroom, rubbing her hair with a towel with a hint of a smile on her face. No way. How could he? There's nothing impossible. You gave up on him, didn't you? Luo Xie said in a provocative manner. So Su Yanran, don't contact him anymore, or else. Luo Xie's voice suddenly became incomparably cold. Even through the phone, Su Yanyan felt a chill that invaded her bone marrow. I will make you regret that you ever stole him for a few years. He is ours, in this life, in the next, forever. Su Yanran hung up the phone in a panic, her mind blank. Luo Xie's threat was very serious, without the slightest hint of a joke, and even carried a kind of madness and hatred that made people's hearts tremble. Who the hell is it? Sisters? She couldn't remember anyone from her past and Mo Xian's mutual friends who were sisters, and that imperial voice always sounded familiar to her. But for a moment she couldn't remember exactly where she had heard it before. No, it's not. It's fake. It's got to be. Su Yanran threw the cell phone out with force. She did not believe that Mo Xian would not love her, and even more so, did not believe that he would be with another woman. It's a voice change. It must be a voice change. Su Yanran seemed to think of reasons to comfort herself. Mo Xian, you're so childish, using such a way to hide that you still care about me. You must still have me in your heart. Looking at the hung-up phone, Luo Xia's lips slightly hooked up. After casually pulling the number black, Luo Muki casually threw the towel that she was rubbing her hair with, and walked to the bedside to kiss Mo Xian, who was in a somewhat strange state. His eyes were a bit empty and slightly squinted, seemingly conscious, yet as if he was unconscious. Sis, is brother okay? Hearing Luo Muki's words, Luo Xia blankly glanced at her and pushed her to the side. Just now, I also didn't see you worrying. Don't worry about it, it's only once or twice, no problem. This medicine will retain some of his consciousness, just that the whole thing is still in a state of half dreaming, half awake. If it wasn't for you making a scene, I wouldn't want to take it out and use it. Sis, you were even more dramatic than me, okay? Most of this is just me talking out of my ass about the drugs that appear in this game, so don't substitute reality. Luo Xia wrapped her arms around Mo Xian's neck and gently kissed his lips. Mo Xian was as if he was a puppet. He only felt that he was having a dream, as if he was captured and plundered by two female demons. He couldn't see their faces, but he could clearly feel their love for him, and a suffocating possessiveness, and a voice that seemed to invade his brain. You'll always love us, so don't be afraid, we will always love only you. Mo Xian only felt exhausted. He did not have the strength to resist a sentence to induce him to fall. General whispering, let him actually some feel, so sink in their side, seems to be nothing. Sleep, Xiao Xian. Luo Xia lightly kissed Mo Xian's cheek. Tomorrow you won't remember, but that's okay, I'll make you willing and never leave us again. Chapter 11, Cracking the Cracks. When he got up the next day, Mo Xian only felt that his whole body was sore and his shoulders were vaguely painful. Why am I sleeping here? Mo Xian looked at the layout of the room with some surprise. This should be the same room that Luo Xia and Luo Muki lived in. He subconsciously looked at the bedsheets and duvet cover, neat and tidy without any traces. Awake? Luo Xia walked in with a cup of milk in her hand and sat on the edge of the bed. With a hint of apology on her face, she said, I'm sorry, Xiao Xian. I've been under a lot of pressure at work lately, so I haven't been able to sleep well. Yesterday, I added some sleeping aids to the wine, but it was my first time doing so, and I didn't get the dose right. Mo Xian looked at Luo Xia dumbfounded. How to listen to this matter is not right. Who would add drugs in the wine of a normal person? Luo Xia, as if she had expected it, pointed to the bedside table and said, take a look for yourself. I didn't lie to you. Mo Xian followed the direction of her finger, and it was indeed a box of sleeping aid. How much did you add? Mo Xian still didn't believe it. Why do I feel as if Yesterday, Mo Xian thought for half a day, but he couldn't seem to remember what happened last night. Luo Xia handed him the milk and said, blame me and Muki, we let you drink 2 more cups, then you slept here while Muki and I went to accompany our daughter. Mo Xian saw that Luo Xia seemed to have black and blue under her eyes, and her heart couldn't help but ask with some heartache, did Weier and Schwer disturb you? Fortunately, the child is very obedient. Just yesterday, 4 people crammed together is indeed not very comfortable. Luo Xia smiled. Actually, I wanted to stay and take care of you, it's just that you always alienate us. No, Mo Xian was just about to say something, but Luo Xia suddenly put her hand on his lips. The sudden ambiguity made Mo Xian's face turn red. I know, you didn't want to in the first place, and have been feeling guilty. Luo Xia slowly withdrew her finger. Moreover, you know that my sister also likes you, and she and I both gave you children. It's inevitable that you have a hard time choosing. Luo Xia handed the milk to Mo Xian, smiled and got up and said, it's okay, I can wait. So can Mu Chi. Drink the milk and get up. It's already almost noon. I ordered a nice Japanese restaurant. The child will come in to find you in a while. Oh, Mo Xian's lips moved, but he still didn't say anything. In the beginning, he always felt that something was wrong, but the only thing he never thought about was that it would be the Luo sisters' calculations. The Luo family's $2,000 counted on having a substantial relationship with him, and then having a child. This kind of thing would not be believed by anyone, right? After a long time together, Mo Xian felt their sister's favoritism towards him, but he was too much of a person who knew how to advance and retreat, never refused to respond to anything, because he knew he was not worthy. But Luo Xia and Luo Muki's gentleness, their tolerance and understanding of him, made him slowly become attached again. Hey, sighing, Mo Xian drank the milk in one go. Unlike in the past, Mo Xian, who had been psychologically implied by Luo Xia, nowadays, that kind of entanglement and bewilderment was even more so that he was a bit overwhelmed. Leave, stay, Luo Xia or Luo Muki. He was at a complete loss as to what to do. Why, can't we have both? A thought suddenly rang in his mind, but Mo Xian immediately cursed himself in his heart. What is he? He is not even worthy of one. He actually still delusion Yi Huang femaling? With his heart inexplicably irritated and a little low, Mo Xian laid down on the bed again and stared at the ceiling. What, exactly, to do? Compared to the entanglement on Mo Xian's side, the Mo family and the Qin family were not so peaceful. Qin Ni's jewelry company counterfeiting was confirmed to be true, although Qin's is not a big jewelry company, but it is also a well-known brand. The bias this time is a batch of gold necklaces adulterated. The number of grams does not match. For a jewelry company that also involves gold jewelry, this is undoubtedly self-destructive. This is not all. Mo's side of the product was also found to be a problem. Mo's is to do shoes and clothing to start. Mo Changshan and Mo Jinpeng have the intention to expand the business in the new energy market to make a difference, which is why they will find a way to bid on the intelligent robotic arm of the Rongxing, hoping to start from the accessories step by step to the core technology of the battery and so on to get closer. But Mo's warehouse suddenly broke out in a fire. The reason is the aging of the circuit. There is no human factor, but the problem is, Mo's warehouse safety hazard problem has been warned. They did not rectify. This time the insurance company's compensation has become a lot lower, not to mention that it was a batch of new products that will soon be out of the warehouse. The liquidated damages is also a large amount of expenses. This wave was equal to directly bleeding Mo and Qin collectively. How did this go both ways together? Mo Changshan was furious in his study, while Qin and I sat on the side, her head bowed. What now? After a long time, Qin and I only opened her mouth to ask. My side found out the results. It's the problem of the people underneath. It's being screened a little bit, and emergency PR has been done as well. Fortunately, the 2 warehouses burned. 1 has been shipped, the rest has been sent to negotiate for some time to make up. Mo Changshan sat in the reclining chair, his face pale. This time, we add up to the loss of at least almost 400 million. Jinpeng also advised me yesterday. Let me hurry to buy back the shares from the old lady. Or this time Mo Xian, that rebellious son, in case of trouble, we will only be more passive. Speaking of which, hearing him mention Mo Xian, Qin and I told Mo Changshan about the sanatorium. After Mo Changshan heard this, his brows couldn't help but tighten. Yesterday Jinpeng also mentioned this to me. Are you sure? You mean the wristwatch he's wearing? It's real? 8 or 9 is not far from the truth. The sanatorium's 2,000 red packets for each person. Another watch with only 8 pieces in the world, and a limited edition Maybach. Qin and I mentioned this and was also a bit puzzled. Such a big handwriting. I'm only afraid that the woman behind Mo Xian now is not simple. Qin and I glanced at the contemplative Mo Changshan and tentatively asked. Otherwise, talk to Dad and let Mo Xian come back. In the end, that matter is Jinpeng is in the wrong. You are not unaware that the old master and the old lady are like water and fire, and even he does not treat Mo Xian. Mo Changshan took out a cigarette and lit it, inhaling deeply. Besides, when the old master deliberately took Mo Xian to discuss the old lady, I didn't expect that it would instead go along with her intentions. Qin and I couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Disgusting old lady? Sending her own grandson to her alone. This is called disgusting? But she wasn't in a position to say anything. When she sent Mo Xian away, she also had a small amount of money in her heart. 3 daughters, 1 son, and she still has Zhang Xifeng to raise, so naturally sending away a child is a lot less stressful for her. What's more, in her and Mo Changshan's heart, Mo Jinpeng is the first in line. Even Zhang Xifeng can't compare to Mo Jinpeng's importance to her. Forget it, I've thought about it. I'm only afraid that the old lady will not take the shares for nothing if she says so. Mo Changshan somewhat annoyed to put out the cigarette. I will talk to our father. Your side. Why don't we let the oldest 2 help you? The Mo family's second daughter, Mo Yingying, works at Mo's as a deputy general manager. And the general manager is Mo Jinpeng. Okay, the oldest 2 is more stable. Qin and I nodded. The oldest 3 is in the entertainment industry nowadays and can't be counted on. The oldest is also serving at Mo's Changshan. Otherwise, let Mo Xian come home to help. Come on, that rebellious son. He can't wait for us all to die. Mo Changshan sneered. Have you forgotten what happened back then? Do you think that when it gets to that point, the Mo family and your Qin family, who can tolerate him and who can he tolerate? Chapter 12, The Cause of the Breakup. When Qin and I heard Mo Changshan's words, her complexion couldn't help but dim for a minute. There was no mother who didn't care about her son, even Qin am I. But, one's love is limited, and from the moment they sent Mo Xian away, both Mo Changshan and Qin and I intentionally gave up on this young son. Can't feed? Can't take care of it? How can that be? The couple don't know each other well, but they know the filth in their own hearts. Mo Xian came back, not because the grandmother was unwilling to raise, and not just because of physical problems, but because Mo Xian's grades were too good. They had the intention of letting Mo Xian into the family business, but they didn't think that he could replace Mo Jinpeng. But Mo Xian being picked up also irritated Mo Jinpeng. He jumped up and down in the house, planting evidence. encouraging his three sisters who favored him to isolate and target Mo Xian. These, Mo Changshan husband and wife know, but they are not willing to care just. A son who was raised by his grandmother and could not be seen more than a few times a year. And the four children who spent time with him, it was clear who they would favor. But, Mo Xian looked like he had a meek character, but he was by no means an aggrieved person. After enduring for 3 times, Mo Xian's counterattack was extremely frightening. After Mo Jinpeng deliberately threw Mo Xian's reference materials into the trash can, that day dinner, Mo Xian in front of everyone, gave Mo Jinpeng 5 slaps. He grew up practicing martial arts, and the physical quality is extremely good. Mo Jinpeng was hit with a bleeding mouth and nose. From that day on, Mo Xian saw through the Mo family and threatened in front of his parents and the old man, "If he messes with me one more time, I'll go as far as exchanging one life for another, so that your Mo family will be completely cut off from their children and grandchildren." With his parents' favoritism, the old man's indifference, and his sister's ridicule, Mo Xian had already been completely disappointed in the Mo family at that time. But, Mo Xian probably didn't expect that his parents could actually be shameless to such an extent. Knowing that Su Yanyan is the Su family's eldest young lady, and the grandmothers of the two families set the marriage for her and Mo Xian, they know that Mo Jinpeng does not love Su Yanyan just to get back at Mo Xian, but in their opinion, Mo Xian is unlikely to inherit the family business, and Mo Jinpeng is the best choice. Therefore, as long as Mo Jinpeng buys gifts for Su Yanran, they support them fully, and Mo Xian, who originally couldn't spend more than a few bucks at home, was even deducted from all of his pocket money by them. Only they don't dare to rob Mo Xian's hand grandmother to play his living expenses card. The family bodyguard tried. His arm broke. Grandma had sarcastically commented on the couple in the past, "You two are really made for each other. What's the point of favoring the eldest son? It's just that you did it yourself in the first place." Mo Xian doesn't keep him around for fear of him seizing power in the future. They are not stupid, but instead they are calculating too much. Mo Xian was sent away by each of them. Naturally they are also worried about this youngest son who was not close to them but is more capable than their eldest son to seize power. Mo Jinpeng's intensification was just their default means of suppressing Mo Xian. In their hearts, Mo Xian is not even a plan B, but an outcast. Mo Jinpeng cannot. There is still the eldest daughter Mo Qingqing, the second daughter Mo Wengying, and even into the entertainment industry of the third daughter Mo Tingting. Even though Mo Xian was a son, he was not close to himself, so naturally he was dispensable. What's more, this son is still not convinced by their discipline and suppression. All the skills cannot be used for them, then there is even less need to care. Anyway, this matter I will notify our father. Jinpeng's side is now doing well. The mechanical arm thing, Luo's involvement, the company has such a mess. I'm afraid there is not much energy to expand the new energy. Mo Changshan's side, fortunately, their father and son did not invest too much energy and financial resources into the early stage. The mechanical arm of this matter they did not hold too much hope at the beginning. Mo Changshan clear Mo Jinpeng is deliberately looking for an opportunity to nausea Mo Xian. Did not care. It's better to try again. Qin and I hesitated. In the beginning we did not care enough about Mo Xian. For the development of the company also condoned Jinpeng to steal his girlfriend. Come on, Su Yanyan herself but firm. It's still Jinpeng's turn to meddle? If Mo Xian was present, he would probably give his own father his first heartfelt applause. After all, for Mo Xian, this was probably the only human sentence he, his biological father, had ever said. Jinpeng is also a fool. No matter what, he shouldn't have found a lady to harm his brother. Mo Changshan thought of what happened back then and was extremely dissatisfied with his eldest son. Fine, just find it. Mo Xian was also lost by him. Came back to add oil and vinegar with a young lady to the door to make trouble. Su Yanyan actually believed. Forget it, that rebellious son reversed the Big Dipper is also sooner or later. Without that, he and we cannot be reconciled. Speaking of this, Mo Changshan fell into deep thought. What if Mo Xian really found a rich woman with power and money in Kyoto? Even if he was partial to his eldest son, he had to admit that Mo Xian had the money. As far as face value was concerned, he had come into contact with some of the fresh meat in the entertainment industry, and if his youngest son entered the entertainment industry, he would basically be crushing them. If Mo Xian really flattered a rich woman that the Mo family couldn't afford to offend, he really couldn't guarantee that Mo Xian wouldn't retaliate. If he could coax people to spend so much money with such dedication, and really blow the pillow wind, he could not guarantee that something would happen to the Mo and Qin families. Anyway, as long as our dad agrees to the shares, the money will be given to their grandchildren. And by the way, that kid should take the money and get out. Mo Changshan seemed to have a solution. When the time comes, let him sign out of the country. So much money is enough for him to live, but also let him ensure that he can't retaliate against us. Of course Mo Xian didn't know what Mo Changshan and Qin and I thought. He was in a private room of a Japanese restaurant, eating fresh eel rice. This is one of the highest spending Japanese restaurants in Kyoto, with all ingredients flown in. Brother, I remember the last time you ate Japanese food with me. Your favorite was Shizuoka's reticulated cantaloupe, right? Luo Muki smiled and gave Emo-shin the snowflake wagyu beef. I've greeted this restaurant in advance. It's definitely the freshest. Emo-shin lowered his head to dry his rice and refused to raise his head, while Emo-waer curiously glanced at her dad. Dad, why is your face so red? Ah, it's a little hot. Could it not be red? He felt 2 feet rubbing against his legs and looked up. Luo Xia and Luo Muki had smiles on their faces and were just looking at him. Hurry up and eat. Don't you have to take the kids to play later? Emo-shin lowered his head and said in a muffled voice. Stop it. If it was in the past, Emo-shin would probably have run away with an excuse, but he himself didn't know how he had started to condone their sister's behavior that crossed the line so much. Well, Luo Xia shrugged her shoulders and looked at Emo-shin with her chin in the air, but the words were directed to the waiter. Bring up the dessert. Right, Emo-shin. Go with me to the front desk. Okay, sis, I'm going too. Luo Muki was just about to object, but Luo Xia passed by with an eye-blade. The child doesn't care? Luo Muki, this hatred in her heart. The infatuation with Emo-shin is true, and her own sister's bloodline suppression of herself is also true. Emo-shin was unsure and followed Luo Xia out of the private room before asking, what's the point of going to the front desk? Oh, I want to buy sake. This one is good. Luo Xia smiled. Wanted you to get it for me. Can't you wait it out? Before Emo-shin could finish, Luo Xia suddenly grabbed his hand and went into an unoccupied private room next to him. Then her hand grabbed his collar and pulled it downward, kissing him hard on the lips. Xian, hold me. Luo Xia's words had lust, tenderness, and an overwhelming madness, and Emo-shin actually really hugged her. Even he himself didn't know why he did so. Chapter 13, Su Yanran, I'm a dope, right? Regarding the bridge of psychological hints, it's me who made up some nonsense. I'm not a psychologist myself, purely for the sake of the plot, so it may not be too rigorous. If you see this, please don't count these. Drugs. Psychological hints are all just a means to set up a double female protagonist to capture the male protagonist. Emo-shin himself feels surprised. He seems to have become a little too much to listen to her, but Luo Xia in her arms seemed to jump even more, tightly wrapping her arms around Emo-shin's neck and deepening the kiss. Emo-shin's breath seemed to be plundered, and he could only smell the nice perfume odor of Luo Xia's body. I'm sorry, Shin. I like you. When the kiss ended, Luo Xia's eyes were mesmerized and her tone was soft, and Emo-shin's brain went blank. When he heard Luo Xia say she liked it, Emo-shin took the initiative to kiss over. Slowly, the two of them slid downward against the wall. For the first time, Emo-shin knew that Luo Xia, who was cool and uninviting outside, but gentle to him like a sister, was actually so crazy, holding his head tightly, as if she wanted to integrate him into her bones and blood and swallow him. I love you, Xiao Shen. Luo Xia breathed heavily and whispered in Emo-shin's ear. Don't leave me, never leave me, Xia, I. Without waiting for Emo-shin to answer, Luo Xia kissed him once again. A faint flavor of blood slowly entered his mouth. I don't know whose lips were broken, but Luo Xia ignored it, as if everything was of no concern to her, only the man in front of her. She wanted everything he had, body, soul, she wanted it for herself. After a long time, Luo Xia separated from Emo-shin. She stroked Emo-shin's rosy, lipstick lips and smiled faintly. You're finally willing to take the initiative to hug me. Xia, I. Emo-shin's eyes were confused, staring blankly at the woman in front of him. Why me? I don't deserve you. If I say you're worthy, you're worthy. Luo Xia gently took Emo-shin's head in her arms. Don't think about this. Think about Weier. Think about Schwerer. Xiao Xian. You all are destined to be mine and Muqi's. Muki? Emo-shin was like an enlightenment, struggling to leave, but Luo Xia seemed to have expected it, holding her tightly and refusing to let go. Don't think about it. Isn't it good to just be like this? Luo Xia hugged him to death, burying his face in her chest. Xiao Xian, don't think too much. You just have to remember that you are the father of the child and our man. No, I'm going to die of boredom. It's really kind of killing Luo Xia with this kind of hug. Luo Xia hurriedly let go of Emo-shin's head. Just after a few breaths, Luo Xia kissed him again as if she was addicted. At this time, Emo-shin's cell phone rang. Luo Xia kissed him while pulling out the cell phone, and it was another unfamiliar number. Xia, I have to take this call. It was hard to catch his breath, but Luo Xia didn't even give him that chance, and kissed him once again, while sliding the screen to answer, and purposely turning on the amplified sound. Emo-shin, it's me. Su Yanran's tired voice came out. It's been a long time, can we meet once? Hearing that it was Su Yanran's voice, Emo-shin was surprised. but Luo Xia spoke directly. He and I are kissing. Miss Su, what I told you yesterday. Did you forget? You again? Su Yanran's voice raised several degrees as if she had been stepped on in pain. Who the hell are you? Mo Xian. Tell Mo Xian to pick up the phone. Mo Xian was just about to speak when Luo Xia kissed again, seemingly even more passionate and crazier than earlier. A kiss ended. Luo Xia smiled when she saw the hung-up phone, then took the phone and gently slid Mo Xian's cheek. What? Want to get back together with her? No. Mo Xian hastily shook his head. Just curious. Why would she contact me? No curiosity. In the future, if you want to be curious, you can only be curious about me and my sister. Luo Xia licked her lips, as if she couldn't get enough. Let's go. Go back. The sake will be bought later when we leave. So that's why she slipped out to do this kind of thing? Mo Xian sighed and allowed Luo Xia to domineeringly pull herself out of the private room. Unexpectedly, she ran into Luo Muki head-on, and she looked at her sisters and Mo Xian's red lips, and her face instantly grimaced. Sister, what's wrong? Luo Xia asked knowingly. Why are you so angry? Luo Muki glared fiercely at Luo Xia, then grabbed Mo Xian's hand and left, while Luo Xia just straightened her clothes and smiled as she went back to their private room. Muki, listen to me. Familiar private room, familiar wall, only this time the one sitting on the lap became another person, as if a greedy beast, madly kissing Mo Xian's face, lips. Mo Xian did not know what was wrong with him. Luo Xia he did not resist. Luo Muki, he also let her go. He always felt this was wrong, but it was as if there was always a voice in the back of his head telling him not to reject them, that they were the ones who loved you the most, and that their closeness should not be denied. Brother, you are killing me. Luo Muki's hand restlessly reached into Mo Xian's clothes and touched his skin. Mo Xian's body couldn't help but stiffen. Offhand. At this time, Mo Xian's phone rang again. Or Su Yanran. And just as Mo Xian took out his cell phone, Luo Muki snatched it away and answered it. Mo Xian, is it you this time? No, oh, I'm my sister. Luo Muki laughed softly as if she was a mischievous imp, but there was a blazing light in her eyes. Oops, said it wrong, but it doesn't matter. Are you sure you still want to hear it? Luo Muki directly hung up the phone, then looked at Mo Xian with a mocking smile on the corner of her mouth. Brother, you're a bit greedy. Oh, I didn't even say the last word. Well, Muki, my mouth will rot for a while. Luo Muki didn't listen to Mo Xian at all, but instead kissed him domineeringly. At this time, the cell phone in the hands of Su Yanran, who was in the company, slowly slipped. Surprisingly, it is not the same person, and it sounds like the age should not be too different from her. The new cell phone that Su Yanran had just bought was thrown out again. Amidst the sadness, there was more of a feeling of being humiliated. What do they take themselves for? A part of play, or a stimulant? Deliberately answering the phone to stimulate themselves for pleasure? What's even more unacceptable to her is that Mo Xian has someone else by his side. Mo Xian, do you have to punish me like this? Su Yanyan was lying on her desk, and suppressed sobs came out. After a long time, she suddenly stood up and wiped the tears on her face carelessly. Mo Xian, you're mine. I won't give up. Chapter 14, he's got kids. 2 of them. Mo Xian rubbed his kissed red and numb mouth, and always felt that something was wrong in his heart. He always felt that he was now becoming incapable of refusing Luo Xia and Luo Muki's overly intimate requests, and that feeling made him a little uncomfortable. It was as if he had been compelled, or as if he had been put under a spell. What kind of person just finished kissing his sister and then kissed his sister again? He thought he wasn't the type of person who had left and right, but he seemed to be slowly turning into the type of person who wished to have left and right now, especially since he always felt that he was becoming more and more dependent and inseparable from Luo Xia and Luo Muki, and today's incident had caused a certain emotion that he had suppressed within him to be released a little bit. He doesn't want to leave them. He longs for someone to love him. His parents loathe him, his sister dislikes him, and his own brother hates him to death. Lovers, friends betrayed. In his most painful time, it was Luo Xia and Luo Muki who appeared in front of him with their 2 children. It was as if they were light, illuminating him. He didn't know if he was in love with Luo Xia and Luo Muki, but it seemed to be more complicated and stronger. But he didn't dare to think about it, much less deserve to think about it. But the more he suppressed it, the stronger that feeling for them became. Suddenly he realized that he was like a line from the lyrics of Red Roses, snake walks entwined in his heart. Luo Xia and Luo Muki seemed like they were really 2 snakes, slowly entangling and capturing his heart. Is everything okay? Seeing Mo Xian lost in thought, Luo Xia gently pulled his hand. Only then did Mo Xian come back to his senses and somewhat embarrassedly tried to pull his hand out, but Luo Xia held it tightly and smiled as she said softly, "Don't refuse, Xiao Xian." Hearing Luo Xia's words, Mo Xian sighed and really just stopped moving. After eating the cantaloupe and coming out, Luo Xia's cell phone suddenly received a message. Su Yanran is here at the sanatorium. Luo Xia's eyes became obscure. Then she smiled faintly and put her cell phone away. After getting into the car, Luo Xia suddenly spoke. Otherwise, let's go see grandma? Ah, may I? Mo Xian actually wanted to take the children to spend more time with their grandmother, but he was not too embarrassed to open his mouth. After all, this matter of his own was actually not honorable. Plus the Luo family was also very attentive to the protection of the two little girls. Mo Xian was even more embarrassed. It's okay, and besides, the kid loves Grandma Tai. To Mo Xian, Luo Xia was like a gentle big sister, patient and tender. Of course, he didn't realize that these were all disguises. It's true that she wants to take her children to see their grandmother, but more than that, she can't wait to see Su Yanran completely dead in the water. In the convalescent home, Grandma looked at the somewhat rushed Su Yanran, and couldn't help but sigh. Yanran, you came over to see this old woman of mine. I'm only afraid that there's something else going on, right? Grandma, I regret it. Su Yanran couldn't help but shed tears. I was cheated by Mo Jinpeng in the beginning. Now I don't want to get engaged. I want to marry Mo Xian. Yuma, I don't want to accuse you of what you did in the past. For one thing, for your grandmother's sake, and for another, it's all in the past. Grandma's tone became a bit tougher. But when you think about what happened in the beginning, before Xiao Xian was wrongly accused at that time, what did you do? Do you really think I don't know? Su Yanran looked at her grandmother, her lips trembling, wanting to argue, but she couldn't say a word. You and Xiao Xian met at the age of 15, when Xiao Xian had an accident and lost part of his memory. I didn't think you could be with him at first. It's normal for the grandchildren of two families to look after each other in the same school. It was you who said you liked Xiao Xian, and you said you would marry him before we made the decision to arrange the marriage contract. Since childhood you have met more than once, not to say childhood sweethearts grew up together, but also known each other for a long time. You go out on a date with Mo Jinpeng behind Xiao Xian's back, receive his gifts, and even you. Speaking here, Grandma coughed a few times in anger. Auntie Zhang hastened to help her smooth out her breath. Grandma waved her hand and continued. You went to spend the night in a hotel with him. You and Xiao Xian hadn't broken up at that time, right? As if a thunderclap rang in her ears. Su Yanyan's body trembled violently and she hung her head, not daring to look at her grandmother's eyes. Mo Jinpeng, from the first time he met Su Yanran, he launched a pursuit of her. He is favored in the Mo family. The hands of money, hundreds of thousands of gifts. He did not blink an eye. What's more, perennial nightclubs. Mo Jinpeng mouth is very good to say. And Su Yanran in the end, or young and simple. Gradually she back Mo Xian and Mo Jinpeng liaison more and more frequently. Mo Jinpeng said behind Mo Xian's back those bad words. She also from not believe to slowly believe. And Mo Xian learned in her first big fight. Su Yanran in a rage even accused Mo Xian narrow-minded, jealous of their own brother, deserved no one love. Even she gambled and Mo Jinpeng went out for a drink. And in the end the alcohol stimulated her and Mo Jinpeng went to a hotel. Are you wondering why I know? Grandma smiled coldly. Mo Jinpeng's kind of playboy. How many bad debts have he caused? Let my son cover it. I told your grandmother earlier. Only you think I favor Mo Xian. You don't believe a word of it, right? He provoked Mo Xian the next day. Didn't you realize that Mo Xian has been alienating you since that day? You think you're only hurting him by finally breaking off your engagement to be with Mo Jinpeng? You've been hurting him for a long time. Su Yanran excitedly stood up. Her voice hoarse said, no grandma, that day there was no such thing. Does it matter if there's nothing? Someone who has a boyfriend goes to a hotel to spend the night with another man. Who do you think is going to believe that you have nothing? Grandma was a little agitated, while her breath became a little confused. Xiao Xian is not the young master of the Mo family now, and I, the old madam of the Mo family, am dispensable, a gateway like Miss Su. My grandson can't afford to climb. Su Yanran only felt a burst of blackness in front of her eyes. This matter she always thought that Mo Xian did not know. Mo Jinpeng also promised her to keep the secret for her, but she didn't expect that Mo Xian knew about it a long time ago. No wonder that day he left Mo's house and I broke up with him. He was so calm. Before Su Yanran could recall the past, the door was pushed open in a flash, and Mo Xian stood expressionlessly in the doorway looking at Su Yanran. After such a long time, to see this man who makes her soul haunted again, Su Yanyan almost can't restrain her longing to jump into his arms. But when she saw Mo Xian's cold eyes, Su Yanyan's heart felt as if it had been cut by a knife. Su Yanran, we've already broken up for a long time. In the future, please don't bother my grandmother either. Mo Xian's voice didn't have a single fluctuation, nor did it carry a trace of temperature. What you should be doing now is preparing for your engagement with Mo Jinpeng, not coming here. Mo Xian. Su Yanran stretched out her hand, wanting to walk over to pull him, but did not expect. The two milk balloon left and right revealed his head, looked at Su Yanran, tilted his head and looked at Mo Xian and asked, Dad, who is she? Su Yanran only felt that her entire body was devoid of strength and took 2 steps backward, holding onto the chair before she didn't fall. She wanted to lie to herself that it wasn't Mo Xian's child, but these 2 girls' eyebrows and Mo Xian just seemed to be carved out of the same mold. You're married? No. However, this is indeed my child. Mo Xian bent down and touched Luo Weier and Luo Shuer's heads. The great-grandmother is there. Why don't you greet her? Mrs. Grandma. 2 milkball with short legs ran to the edge of the bed. See these 2 milkball. Grandmother instantly brow open smile. My good boys came come on. 2 grandma touched the long meat has not? Su Yanran looked dumbfounded at the 2 children and then looked at Mo Xian, who expressionlessly pointed to the door and said, go out and talk. Chapter 15, Will a sick girl give a love rival a chance? After Mo Xian finished speaking, he turned around and left the ward. Su Yanran hurriedly followed him out. Just out of the ward, they saw Luo Xie and Luo Muki standing outside the door, railing against their own appearance and figure. Extremely confident Su Yanyan, when they saw their sisters, also cannot help but feel that they are eclipsed. What's more, she knew them, or rather there was no one in the upper circles of Kyoto who didn't know the 2 princesses of the Luo family. Hello, Ms. Su. Luo Muki smiled and greeted her, while Luo Xie immediately changed back to her usual uninviting indifference when she saw outsiders, and only waved her hand slightly, and then continued to hold her arms. A pair of peach blossom eyes faintly sizing up Su Yanran. Hearing Luo Muki's voice, Su Yanran only felt her scalp go numb. The voice that came out of the second call to Mo Xian was almost identical to Luo Muki's. Brother, why don't you go buy us drinks instead? Luo Muki smiled and said to Mo Xian, there are things that are still easier for a woman to say to a woman, aren't they? Mo Xian was just about to open his mouth when Luo Xie reached out and patted the back of Mo Xian's hand. The indifference on her face disappeared and was replaced by a gentle smile. Go on. It's fine. Mo Xian thought about it, nodded, and turned back to Su Yanran and said, Yanran, the past is the past. We should all face reality. Mo Xian, listen to my explanation. Su Yanyan panicked and tried to catch up with the departing Mo Xian, but Luo Xie turned back to look at her. Her eyes so deep and cold that it actually scared Su Yanyan so much that she didn't dare to move a bit more. Miss Su, what about the child inside? It is mine and my sister's. The father is naturally the brother. Luo Muki carried her hands behind her back, her face with a smile but not reaching the bottom of her eyes. Telling you is to let you die, and I'm not afraid of you saying it. Miss Su is a smart person. She should know the consequences of this matter spreading out, isn't it? You and VP Lo. Right, didn't expect it, did you? On Luo Muki's face, the smile became even thicker. Miss Su, as you can see, whether it's me or my sister, who do you think, you, the Su family's daughter, can be compared to? Su Yanran inexplicably felt a sense of powerlessness and suffocation. Not only did Mo Xian have a child, but he also had one with the Luo sisters? How is this possible? What's even more outrageous is that the Luo family actually recognized this kind of thing? Miss Su, the words have already been said. The corner of Luo Xia's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. You're already in the past. Don't contact Xiao Xian in the future, or I don't mind letting the Su family bleed. After a pause, Luo Xia suddenly said with a hint of a provocative tone. So Miss Su, you say, what are you going to fight with us for him? Also, Miss Su, stolen tenderness, is it cheap? What do you mean? Hearing her mention stealing again, Su Yanyan's expression obviously became even more tense. When did I steal? I've known Mo Xian since I was a child. It's you guys. I know that your Luo family only has a hand in the world, but I've known Mo Xian for much longer, and I understand him better. Suddenly, Luo Muki grabbed a handful of her hair, then viciously slapped her across the face. If it wasn't you, how could I be separated from my brother for so long? Luo Muki's eyes were filled with tyranny and killing intent. Su Yanran, why did brother lose his memory at 15? Do you dare to tell him? Luo Muki's hand was so strong that Su Yanran's face instantly swelled up and her ears buzzed. Hearing Luo Muki mention that Mo Xian was 15 years old, Su Yanyan's expression became even more flustered, and Luo Muki ruthlessly threw her aside. Luo Xia walked up and pulled her sister's hand, then turned her head to look at Su Yanran. A chill slowly emanated from her. Su Yanran covered her face and couldn't help but take a few steps backward. Su Yanran, I can give you a chance, Luo Xia said in a cold voice. As you can see, our sisters already share Mo Xian. I don't mind if he has one more. Sister, you. When Luo Muki heard Luo Xia's words, she anxiously wanted to open her mouth, but Luo Xia looked at her and signaled her to keep quiet for now. As for Su Yanran, after hearing this, for a moment she actually thought if she was crazy. It's already a stretch for sisters to share a husband and give birth to a child, and she's actually saying that she's given the opportunity to be a little. As long as you do me a favor, I'll give you this opportunity. Luo Xia looked like she had a plan. So Su Yanran, will you agree? When Mo Xian came back from outside with a bag of drinks, Su Yanran was no longer here. Luo Xia stood at the doorway, seeing Mo Xian come back intimately holding his arm, softly saying, "Don't worry, I've already talked to her." "I'm sorry, I should have talked to her." Mo Xian sighed. "I really don't get it. She's getting married. What's the point of running to me?" "Alright, don't think about it." As if she was a gentle wife, Luo Xia helped Mo Xian organize his clothes. "Muchi is inside. You and her and the child stay with Grandma more. I'm going to make a call to deal with the company. Xia, if you have something to do with the company, go back first." "It's okay, my brother's there at the office. We'll go home together when Grandma's rested." Luo Xia purposely bites the word home a little heavier. Mo Xian only feels warmth in his heart and nods, just pushed the door to go in. Mo Xian hurriedly took out a bottle of mineral water from the bag and handed it to her. "I know you don't really like to drink drinks. I bought it for you." "Cootie." Luo Xia touched Mo Xian's face and let Mo Xian go in first after receiving the water. When the ward door closed, Luo Xia's eyes became obscure. Give Su Yanran a chance? If she could. She didn't even want to give her sister, who was just like her, a chance. But Luo Muki was her biological sister with deep feelings, not to mention the memories that the sisters and Mo Xian had experienced together. As for Su Yanran, Luo Xia hated to kill her. It's just that right now, Luo Xia needs this pawn. "Don't worry, Xiao Xian. I will make the Mo family suffer." Luo Xia's face leaned on the hand that had just caressed Mo Xian, as if this was just ear to ear with her lover. "They are too dirty to be worthy of being your family. Su Yanran too. How does she deserve to covet you? Xiao Xian, you are mine and Muchi's. Only we and our daughter are your closest people. So much I want to lock you up and never leave my side." Su Yanran, who left the sanatorium, drove a Porsche and rushed back to the company while recalling Luo Xia's words in her mind. "It's the Mo family that caused all of this. You just have to agree to my plan. I'll give you my assistant's number and you can contact her if you need anything. As long as you do that, then I can allow you to return to Xiao Xian, and I will even go and persuade him. After all, he only listens to us sisters now, apart from Grandma." The car suddenly stopped and Su Yanran let out a long breath, then started the car and rushed back to Su at a faster speed. "Humph, it doesn't matter. Luo Xia, Luo Muki, how many of you can be sincere?" Su Yanran sneered and said to herself. "At that time, as long as Mo Xian accepts me again, I will sell everything and take him out of the country. I can't believe it was them in the first place. Ha, but so what? If I can steal once, I can steal twice." Chapter 16 Tulman Luo Tian. After spending some time with Grandma, she was in better spirits because of the two little babies. Grandma loved Lowell and Lowell Cheryl, but she also understood that it was already magical for her grandchildren to be treated like this today. Grandma is not unaware of what status of the Luo family in Kyoto is almost a unique existence. People not only did not make it difficult for Mo Xian, but also allowed him to accompany his daughter in the capacity of a father. Luo Xia and Luo Muki, although they do not have the means to come often, but they also treat themselves as relatives in general. It's just that Grandma herself now feels that she's getting worse and worse, 24 hours a day, always sleeping more than she's awake. He is the most uneasy is Mo Xian. The Mo family more lines of injustice. She cannot manage and do not want to manage, but Mo Xian's side, she really cannot rest assured. 2 women, 2 daughters, on the other hand, are sisters. Great-grandmother, eat. Luo Shuer took an orange and raised it to her grandmother. Grandma froze for a moment, smiled and pushed it back, lovingly touched Luo Shuer's head and said, "Shuer is good. Shuer, eat it." The little guy shook his head, his meaty little hand still holding up the orange. The grandmother's heart warmed up and opened her mouth. Luo Shuer then smiled happily and sent the orange into her grandmother's mouth. "Eat more than you need to, great-grandma," Luo Shuer said with a milky voice. Hearing this, Grandma couldn't help but have her eyes redden. She herself knew that she was afraid that her days were numbered, but she still smiled and touched Luo Shuer's face and said, "Shuer is right. Grandma must eat more, okay?" As she was talking, Luo Weier also came over, holding up the big cherries Luo Muki bought when she just came, and said pitifully, "Tai Grandma, don't eat Weiers. Eat all of them." Grandma cradled the 2 titbits in her arms, forcing her own tears not to flow. "If I could, I would love to spend a few more years with my grandson and 2 great-granddaughters." Mo Xian on one side saw, did not speak but turned to leave. Luo Muki hurriedly chased out. Mo Xian stood by the window in the corridor, his eyes looking out of the window listlessly. It was a beautiful day, not a cloud in sight. "Brother, don't be sad." Luo Muki pulled Mo Xian's hand. "I already tried my best in the beginning. I know, if it wasn't for you guys helping me, Grandma wouldn't have lasted this long." Mo Xian turned his head, not wanting Luo Muki to see him shedding tears. Sooner or later, there has to be this day. I can accept it. Luo Muki gently wrapped her arms around Emo Xian's shoulders, her head gently leaning on his arm, her tone soft. Brother, you still have me and my sister, and your daughter. So, brother, don't be sad. Luo Xia watched quietly from the side. It was rare that she didn't have it in her mind to go and grab it with her sister anyhow. Thinking about what made Emo Xian sad, a flash of viciousness flashed in Luo Xia's eyes. Then she took out her cell phone and walked to the corner of the stairs and dialed a number. At this moment, in the president's office of Luo's building, Luo Tian, who saw the caller ID of Luo Xia, was so scared that he almost jumped up from his chair. Luo Tian was the son of Luo Xia's eldest uncle and the president of Luo clan today. Sister what's the matter? After picking up the phone, Luo Tian was called humble. You see, you and Muchi work are thrown away. Run out to accompany my brother-in-law. I did not say anything. What is the matter? Do not make things difficult for your brother, right? It's not much. I want Xiao Xian to enter the Rongxing group. And also, what's the follow-up on the Mo family side? Luo Xia said clearly and coldly. That tone is the same as treating subordinates. Luo Tian cursed silently into the cell phone after a few sentences. Just like reporting work, Rongxing do not have to worry. I am the majority shareholder. And besides, the ability of the brother-in-law is there. As for the Mo family, the warehouse fire, they rescued a batch. And there is a warehouse of goods in. The loss is certain. There have been people started to claim. However, it's not to the point of breaking bones. After thinking about it, Luo Tian continued. Actually, you don't have to. It's not a big deal to really let his family go bankrupt. So why bother? That's too cheap for them. Luo Xia sneered. Have you done what you were told? That, Xia, I'm the president. Yes. So is it done yet? Luo Tian the stifled but he really cannot afford to mess with these two sisters. Can only helplessly replied, rest assured. Has found someone. Deliberately put out the wind to acquire the shares in the hands of Mrs. Mo old. Not our side. The Mo family should not be aware of. Got it. I've already taken care of the previous two items. I'll have Sister Hui send them over to you in a moment. Hearing Luo Xia's light-hearted words, Luo Tian was still a bit shocked in his heart. The two projects that added up to tens of billions of dollars to start with, Luo Xia had handled them lightly, but it was normal. Luo Xia's university was a double major in finance and psychology, and Luo Muki was the finance department's school bully in her term, as well as a well-known designer. If the two of them weren't the top love brains, I'm afraid that it wouldn't matter if they retired from fishing. Instead, the two of them just surrounded Mo Xian, and as a result, not to mention fishing, he had to be treated as a tool by the two of them. As long as Mo Xian had something to do, or the two of them wanted to have something to do with Mo Xian, then the designated work was pushed to him. This kind of time Luo Tian are all angry. A little bit. Can't afford to mess with it. Really can't afford to mess with it. And also Mo Xian thought that the two of them were gentle and lovely little white flowers. When the Luo family was in such a big trouble, these two sisters were fine in such a difficult situation. How could they be soft little white flowers? By the way, you still got me to figure out how to order that Roger Dubuis you bought last time. That said, you didn't give it to me? Hearing Luo Tian's words, Luo Xia replied in a natural tone. That's for Mo Xian. I'll just redundantly humiliate myself. No, that money is still out of my pocket. Xia, over there? Luo Xia had already hung up the phone. No, really treat me as a tool person. Watch I order. Money I spend. You take it to coax the child's father? Luo Weather gritted his teeth, but there is nothing he can do. Forget it. I must have saved the Zhangyang Daobao in my past life before I ran into these two white-eyed wolves. Complaining a few times, Luo Tian was also curious in his heart. Mo Xian was in fact very much liked by the elders of the Luo family, especially his own dear grandmother. The Luo family knows that Luo Xia and Luo Muki's willfulness is the cause of this incident, and to some extent, Mo Xian is still considered a victim. The family originally wanted Luo Muki to marry Mo Xian, and Luo Weier was also put under their name, counting as Luo Muki's daughter. But not knowing what Luo Xia had done, the family had basically acquiesced to the sisters' two-girl, one-husband behavior. Cousin husband, you must live a long life. Luo Tian thought of how many sets of furniture the sisters had destroyed in their home for Mo Xian back then, and that madness was really frightening. Luo Xia and Luo Muki are in fact two wild beasts. Only Mo Xian can calm them. Chapter 17 Luo Xia, whom Mo Xian had never seen before. Leaving the sanatorium, Mo Xian drove back to the manor. And Uncle Zhang actually breathed a sigh of relief when he saw their family of five return. Not only him, the other servants were just as relieved. After not coming back for so long, they were all afraid that their own Missy would take the child and elope with Mo Xian straight away. Just after returning, Mo Xian received a call from an unfamiliar number. Frowning, Mo Xian answered it. Alright, you retrograde son, can still really pulled my number black? Mo Changshan's cold voice rang out. Tell your grandmother, the shares I give you a total of 600 million converted, can't be more. Tomorrow you take the share authorization to come back a trip. Mo Changshan couldn't wait any longer. There were already several large companies interested in acquiring that 10%. Of course, he naturally didn't know that this was Luo Tian's authorization. Could be. When Mo Xian heard Mo Changshan's words, he only responded lightly. Then regardless of whether he had anything else to say, he directly hung up the phone and pulled the number black in passing. On the other side, Mo Changshan still had to say something, but he didn't expect to be directly hung up by Mo Xian. And when he called again, he couldn't get through. This rebellious son. Mo Changshan slapped the table fiercely. Good. You think I'll give you this money so easily? Retrograde son. I shouldn't have taken you home to piss me off in the first place. Mo Xian looked at the cell phone screen as if fire was burning in his eyes. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't sad at first. Not only had his biological parents not given him everything he deserved, they had even helped that brother of his, trying to find ways to sabotage him and sue Yanran. For them, interests were most important, and Mo Jinpeng was raised from a young age and was closer to them. He, on the other hand, was sent to his grandmother at the age of 2, and saw them only a handful of times a year, even sometimes coming and going. But was it his fault? Was it their choice to send him away? Was it his fault for not being close to them? He didn't even have any concept of his real parents until something happened to him at the age of 15 and he was taken back to the Mo family. He knew very well that if he hadn't gotten 2 good grades at the time, he was afraid that they wouldn't have thought of taking him back. Even if they took him back, it was only to serve as a tool for Mo Jinpeng in the future. In college he refused the finance department and insisted on choosing computer engineering instead, for which Mo Changshan scolded him severely, but Mo Xian didn't care at all. His future, he wanted to choose for himself, not go and be a stepping stone for others. Dad, it's time to eat. Luo Weier and Luo Shuier ran over to pull Mo Xian's hand, and when Mo Xian saw the child, the hostility in his eyes slowly dissipated and he held the child's hand and went to the restaurant together. In the evening, after putting the 2 children to sleep, Mo Xian returned to his room, and just took a shower and came out to change into his pajamas. His cell phone rang, and it was still an unfamiliar number. Hey, Mo Xian. After answering, Su Yanran's hoarse voice came out, seemingly with a hint of drunkenness. Hearing her voice, Mo Xian sighed and said, I'm admiring you. What are you still contacting me for when it's come to this today? He didn't know that there was still last night, or else he was only surprised that Su Yanran was persistent. Will you leave them? Su Yanran said aggressively, seemingly with a crying voice. The child you like. I can also treat it like my own. They don't agree with you taking them away. I can also give birth to you. Yan. As I said, it's time for us all to face reality. Mo Xian rubbed his eyebrows. For almost 3 years or so, you and Mo Jinpeng officially declared and then went abroad to study afterward. You never thought about me after all this time. So what's the point of you being like this now? I am just scared. I'm sorry. Su Yanran sobbed, and in the past, when he heard her cry, Mo Xian would have a hard time in his heart and would be heartbroken. But now, there was not a single fluctuation in his heart. For such a long time, the ones who accompanied him were Luo Xia, Luo Nuki, and the child. At the time when he was most helpless and desperate, it was also them who extended their hands to him. He didn't know how the 3 of them would turn out, but he was willing to stay by their sister's side like this. Yan, don't call again. I don't want to repeat my words. Let bygones be bygones. Mo Xian's tone was calm. Now Su Yanyan had no way to pull his emotions anymore. You see, I have a child. No matter what, I won't apologize to the child's mother. Mo Xian, you are really stupid. Su Yanran suddenly laughed. Why do you trust them so much? What is the status of the Luo family in Kyoto? How much wealth do you know? How could such a family allow such a ridiculous thing? When the time comes, the harm will definitely be you, and it will only be you who will be abandoned. Mo Xian, don't be obsessed. The Luo family sisters have been so high-eyed for so many years. How many powerful men have begged for them? You and them are not in the same world. Mo Xian, we've only known each other since we were kids. Don't forget that without me at the age of 15, you wouldn't have been able to save your life. Think of it as repaying me for saving your life. Stay with me. We'll leave the country together and never come back. Hearing Su Yanran's words, Mo Xian sighed. At the age of 15 he was injured and part of his memory was missing. When he woke up he described it through other people's mouths. It was Su Yanran who said that she had saved herself. During the duo's relationship, Mo Xian was kind to her with his heart and soul, not only because he really liked her at that time, but there was another layer of reason for this. Yan, I can't give up on my daughter just because of this, Mo Xian said with a bitter smile. Moreover, it was you who turned your back on me first. After saying that, Mo Xian hung up the phone. This time he didn't pull the black number. and Su Yanran heard Mo Xian's words and only hugged her head and cried. Mo Xian, who originally wanted to make a note of this number, hesitated and deleted the call record. Su Yanran has saved herself in the end. If something happens, Mo Xian may help her, but other than that, Mo Xian will not agree. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and Luo Xia was wearing a sultry black and gold nightgown, with a deep V neckline that bared her snow-white skin, and her towering mountains were hidden. Xia, how do you? Mo Xian was a little embarrassed to see her in this outfit, and before he could finish, Luo Xia suddenly rushed into his arms and hugged him tightly. Xian, I want you. Luo Xia's voice was soft, but her eyes were filled with lust. Mo Xian froze for a moment, his brain somewhat unable to react for a moment. In the next second, Luo Xia suddenly pulled Mo Xian's collar, then kissed Mo Xian's lips. Mo Xian, fallen. Mo Xian saw such a Luo Xia for the first time, and the lust in his eyes sank in as if it was a fire that couldn't be extinguished. An hour had already passed, but Luo Xia seemed as if she didn't know how to get tired. Xiao Xian. Luo Xia muffled her voice and clasped her hands tightly around Mo Xian's hands. Forget the past, forget others. Everything you have should belong to me, so sink down by my side. Chapter 18 Double Happiness? Double Torture. After almost another hour, the bedpan stopped shaking and the ambiguous sounds came to a screeching halt. The original one-week plan, but Luo Xia didn't want to wait any longer. Moreover, Su Yanran's appearance and her disinterest just made Mo Xian think that she didn't care. She was jealous, detested Su Yanran. Because of her, Mo Xian lost his memory, and so far he has not thought of her and Luo Muki. Mo Xian's eyes were mesmerized as he looked at the beautiful people in front of him, and for a moment he was in a trance. For so long, Mo Xian has been repressing his emotions. He did not know how to choose, so he simply did not choose, and quietly accompanied them just fine. But today, the suppressed emotions were finally cathartic, and he was a man in the end, with blood and amazing physical strength. Carry me to the bath. Xiao Xian. Luo Xia lightly kissed Mo Xian's lips. Carry me back later. Mo Xian really just hugged her and went to the bathroom. Warm water falling from the shower. Luo Xia wrapped her arms around his neck and greedily kissed Mo Xian. Xiao Xian. And I and Mu Qi. Let us take the child and leave Kyoto? Luo Xia tenderly stroked Mo Xian's sturdy chest. Go to a quiet place, okay? Xia, I thought about it. This is not a solution. Mo Xian still couldn't help but speak up. I've already been wrong once, and I'm enjoying your tenderness towards me too much, but this is not right after all. In response to him, it was a passionate kiss from Loxia. Is it wrong? Of course it was wrong. Loxia knew that better than anyone, but is it important? It doesn't matter. To Luo Xia, Mo Xian was unique and her own sister was irreplaceable. Once the Luo family suffered a major change, and the sisters only had each other to trust at that time. And at that time, Mo Xian was like a beam of light that broke through the darkness and came to them. Xian, I said, don't think about this. Luo Xia's words were like magic, making Mo Xian unconsciously listen to her, allowing her to push herself to sit herself in front of the bathtub, her head buried in her arms. You can't stay away from us, can you? So said Loxia, with a somewhat sickly smile on her face. Don't fight it. Don't think about leaving us. Xiao Xian, all men yearn to be like you are now, so why are you still clinging to those rules and regulations? It was like a devil's whisper, full of temptation, yet with a hint of danger. Luo Xia had been psychologically imploring Mo Xian all along in order to dismantle his psychological defenses. You're obviously obsessed with us, whether it's our looks, our bodies, and our love. Luo Xia looked at the dazed Mo Xian. Her tone became more gentle, kissing his face while exhaling in his ear. So you've just been free of the psychological bondage. We're like that. Aren't you happy? Mo Xian only felt that his brain was blank, as if the sound of water falling from the shower had disappeared, and in the whole world, there was only Luo Xia's whisper in his ears. Xian, you wouldn't turn me down, would you? Mo Xian physical instincts, psychological suppressed emotions, desire has slowly Luo Xia completely released. Xian, admit it, you want to be with the two of us. Luo Xia smiled even more morbidly. You already can't stay away from us. With the Luo family's status, financial power, Luo Xia could have 10,000 ways to make Mo Xian stay by her side, but from the beginning, she never intended to force Mo Xian, whether it was that one ridiculous time, getting pregnant, giving birth to a daughter, etc. It was all designed by her and Luo Muki step by step. She knew that Mo Xian still couldn't be exactly what she expected him to be for a while, but it already satisfied her. Mo Xian raised his head, and unlike just now, Mo Xian hugged Luo Xia. For the first time, the feelings in his eyes became no longer suppressed, and the pupils that were like the bottom of a calm lake only reflected Luo Xia's shadow. 30 minutes later, Mo Xian returned to her bedroom in his pajamas. carrying the tired Luo Xia, and gently put her down. Xian, won't you stay with me? Luo Xia's voice was hoarse, but it added a softness, as if she was being pampered. Mo Xian kissed her lightly, scratched his head and said, it's better to go back to sleep, or it won't be appropriate for Weier and Schwer to see it in the morning tomorrow. Alright, Luo Xia didn't ask for more. Then you rest early. Mo Xian helped her cover the quilt and turned off the light in his hand as he left, gently taking the door with him. Hey, Mo Xian sighed as he walked towards his bedroom. Being forcibly kissed during the day and nightly attacked at night, he had always thought that his Dao heart was solid. Now look, solid ass. He didn't think he was a saint. He had just been too inferior. It wasn't that he didn't know about Luo Xia and Luo Muki's feelings for him. It was just that he didn't dare to ask for it. Not knowing what was wrong with him, when Luo Xia said that I want you, Mo Xian felt the walls he had built up in his heart come crashing down. It is you who are hurt, and it will only be you who will be abandoned. Su Yanran's words suddenly echoed in his mind. This ridiculous relationship, once problems arose in the future, it would really only be as she said. It's just that Mo Xian doesn't want to get out of it, not only because of the child, but Luo Xia and Luo Muki are like poppies, deadly, yet addictive, like he doesn't want to leave them. Shaking off his head, Mo Xian pushed open the door of his room and returned to his bedroom, just sitting on the edge of the bed. Suddenly the soft body behind him pressed against him. Did you have fun with your sister, brother? Luo Muki's voice was cold, in contrast to her warm body. Mu Chi? Mo Xian was startled. How do you, brother, is it okay for you to be with your sister, but not with me? Luo Muki bites his shoulder hard, hurting Mo Xian's eyebrows. Luo Muki doesn't seem to be relieved of her hatred and suddenly kisses Mo Xian's lips from behind. Instead of kissing, they were nibbling in general. Muki, calm down. Mo Xian wanted to push her away, but somehow subconsciously felt that he shouldn't push her away in general. Luo Muki brutally pulled Mo Xian's pajamas and pulled him down on the bed. Brother! A choked murmur accompanied by a tear fell on Mo Xian's face. Mo Xian couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Under the dim light, tears were hanging from the corners of Luo Muki's eyes. Brother, why won't you just accept it? Luo Muki said accusingly. It's okay with sister, but not with me? Brother, I miss you too. Mo Xian did not notice that her face, which was hung with tears, flashed an imperceptible smile. The process you don't like to watch. I know that. Over an hour has passed. I can't beat the audit. Thinking of what Luo Xia had done, Luo Muki hated her guts. Her own sister actually locked herself in her room and stole her cell phone. It was only when she drew the servants to open the door for her that she realized her sister had already gotten her hands on her. Brother, I still want to. No, you don't want to. Mo Xian's objections. There is no significance, because Luo Muki simply did not intend to seek Mo Xian's opinion. Chapter 19, I knew you'd go back on your word. What is the most painful thing for Mo Xian? Is it last night's absurdity? No, it was sleeping in until I got up at 10 o'clock or so, when I saw Uncle Zheng thoughtfully serving a large cup of goji berry tea and thoughtfully bringing over a bowl of Chinese herbs. What's this, Uncle Yang? Looking at the dark medicinal soup, Mo Xian felt that something was wrong. Uncle Zheng glanced at Mo Xian and said with deep meaning, Mr. Mo is in good health, but the supplement still needs to be made up. This is what Missy ordered, asking a well-known Chinese medicine practitioner to specially make the kidney-restoring medicine. I've only heard of anabolics in all my life. You can just say kidney tonic. Mo Xian viciously tried to find those two instigators, but it turned out that Uncle Zheng informed him that before he got up, the sisters took the child back to the Luo family's old mansion, and that the Luo family's old lady wanted her granddaughter. Originally, the two children were still clamoring for their father, but they were pressed back by Luo Xia and Luo Muki. Dinner Mr. Mo is also going to eat at Luo's house, but for lunch in a while, Missy instructed your recipes to be fried waste flowers, beef whipped soup, oysters. Mo Xian quickly waved his hand and interrupted Uncle Zhang, gritting his teeth and said, my body is quite good. Forget it, I drink this medicine. I want tea come back at noon. Mo Xian picked up the medicine bowl and drank it. This flavor. He almost did not spit out the overnight meal. Too bitter really. Only, because he did not eat breakfast. Uncle Zhang still thoughtfully prepared lunch for him in advance. Sure enough, come up a few dishes. How to supplement. You're going back to Mo? Uncle Zhang looked at Mo Xian with some surprise when he heard him say that he wanted to make a trip back to the Mo family. Mo Xian frankly informed of the purpose of going back, then said, I feel that the probability is that my own father won't give me money so simply. With Mo Xian's understanding of that father of his, having Mo Changshan spend money on himself would be as hard as if he had died as his own father. Talking about acquiring the shares in his hands, I'm only afraid that he will definitely raise any demands or bargains. Shall I go back with you? Uncle Zheng thought about it. You and the Mo family had such an ugly falling out in the first place. I'm just afraid that they'll make things difficult for you when you go back. Mo Xian shook his head and said, it's okay, what kind of them is still clear. Share authorization I will not bring. I'm afraid that today this money is not in the hand. After dinner, Mo Xian is ready to drive back to Mo's house, but Uncle Zhang gives him a new car key and shows him the Ferrari Luo Muki bought him. From following the sisters, Mo Xian paid more or less attention to the models and prices. The black Ferrari that Luo Muki bought was worth about $5 million, helplessly called Luo Muki, but the other side to see that it was him pressured not to answer. Only in WeChat back a degree brother. If you ask about the car, I will not answer the phone. Oh? In fact, he wanted to say a few words about her. This crazy girl in the depths of love to bite his shoulder are almost bleeding. In the morning woke up a bruise on the left shoulder. Mo Xian didn't push back this time but took the car keys. After thinking about it he whispered a few words to Uncle Zhang, who gave him a surprised look and couldn't help but smile. Okay, don't worry Mr. Mo. Uncle Zhang brought a bag over to Mo Xian, which seemed to contain something. Mo Xian opened it to confirm, nodded and got in the car to leave the manor. It really is not a family that does not enter a family door. Uncle Zhang smiled bitterly. Look at Mr. Mo, quite normal. This Bonhao also carries a crazy energy? After muttering to himself, Uncle Zhang took out his cell phone and made a call to Luo Xia. Missy, Mr. Mo went back to Mo's house by himself. He thinks that Mo Changshan won't give him the money easily. He's not wrong. How could someone like Mo Changshan spit out his money so easily? In the Luo family's old mansion, Luo Xia was sitting on a mahogany chair, her legs folded, her complexion clear and cold. I'm only worried that they'll make things difficult for Xiao Xian. Let the people in the sanatorium pay attention. The only one in the Mo family who can threaten Xiao Xian right now is probably only Grandma. This, Missy, Uncle Zhang hesitated. In case the Mo family gets angry and finds someone to threaten Mr. Mo by force. Don't worry, it's fine. Luo Xia smiled confidently. I know very well how many pounds the Mo family has. Not to mention their family. The Luo family's bodyguards can't even find someone who can win against Xiao Xian. There's no need to care about that. After hanging up the phone, Luo Xia was just about to get up, only to feel her legs getting a little soft. Thinking of last night's events, Luo Xia couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth slightly hooked up. It would have been perfect if my own sister hadn't followed and messed up. Once again back to the Mo family villa. Mo Xian's only thought is, compared to where he lives now, it's really a little bit not up to grade. The manor where Luo Xia's sisters lived was a true upper-class circle residential area in Kyoto, covering a large, luxurious area. Luo Xia loved white roses, Luo Muki loved red roses, and the family even hired a special horticulture teacher to take care of it, and the varieties of roses were extremely expensive. I think of it that way, more or less, as a fox and a tiger. Laughing bitterly to himself, Mo Xian pressed the doorbell. Not a moment later, the door opened, and a middle-aged aunt saw that it was Mo Xian, and couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and then said with tears in her eyes, Young master, you're back. Auntie Wang, the family's nanny, is kind. The Mo family treats Mo Xian and Mo Jinpeng differently up and down. Auntie Wang has always felt that it's a bit excessive, but she's just a maid. There's nothing she can do about it. When Mo Xian was in high school, because he was the only one who went to high school and had a different schedule than the others, not only did the Mo family never arrange for a car to transport him, they didn't even manage to eat. When he came home from his evening study hall, it was Auntie Wang who made him a late-night snack. In his third year of high school, Mo Jinpeng began to pursue Su Yanran. Mo Changshan and Qin and I actually cut off Mo Xian's pocket money, although there was not much. Auntie Wang was worried about Mo Xian's lack of money on hand, and a nanny took her own money to try to subsidize Mo Xian, which was rejected by Mo Xian. He had a card in his hand from his grandmother, and although he didn't splurge as much as other rich students, he was quite generous. Young master, the master and mister, this is to think away, willing to let you go home? Auntie Wang had always felt that Mo Xian was better than Mo Jinpeng. It was true that she wasn't highly educated, but it wasn't like she hadn't seen the world in all the years she had been in the Mo family. An older son who barely made it to an ordinary first class by stepping on the line in the first place, and a younger son who was guaranteed admission to Kyoto University. Even she, the nanny, knew who was more valuable, so how come her own employer couldn't figure it out? No, Auntie Wang, when I left I didn't intend to have anything more to do with them, and this time I came back just to run an errand for Grandma. Mo Xian smiled. Are they all there? The second young lady is not here. It seems she went to Madam's company recently and had something to do. Third miss is also not at home. Hearing Mo Xian's words, Auntie Wang sighed. She also knew that when it came to that point, she was afraid that if Mo's family was willing, Mo Xian wouldn't be able to do it either. Turning around and leading Mo Xian into the front door of the villa. In the living room, Mo's family members, except for the second and third daughters, were really all there. Elder Mo sat on the sofa, and when he saw Mo Xian, his face became gloomy. Mo Changshan also had a displeased look on his face and coldly grunted without looking at him again. Xin Ni's face was expressionless, but she looked Mo Xian up and down. On one side, when Mo Jinpeng saw Mo Xian, his eyes seemed to quench poison. Sitting beside him was the Mo family's eldest daughter, Mo Qingqing. All three daughters of the Mo family had inherited Xin Ni's face value, and Mo Qingqing was not only beautiful, her temperament was also very good. Seeing Mo Xian, Mo Qingqing didn't have any emotional changes, but Mo Xian is very clear about her person. Compared to his other two sisters, Mo Qingqing is much more vicious. Yo, all there? Mo Xian waved his hand with them with a very beaten expression. Chairman Mo, I've come to get the money. You rebellious son. Mo Changshan slapped the table hard. What money? Hurry up and take out the share authorization and get out of the house. TSK, TSK, TSK. I knew you're a man who goes back on his word and speaks like a fart. Mo Xian wasn't at all surprised by the attitude of this real father of his. What if I don't take it? Get 8 more bodyguards to come over and get sent to the hospital by me? When Mo Changshan heard this, his face turned green. He really wants to find someone to teach Mo Xian a hard lesson. But on the contrary, this little son of his own, just like a hanged man, when 8 bodyguards could not stop him, he was beaten into the hospital with his bare hands. The worst one is now walking with a limp. Alright, nah asterisk 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 AMA. Old Master Mo spoke coldly. Mo Xian, I'll ask you one thing. Your grandmother is determined to fight me to the end, isn't she? Chapter 20 Mo Qingqing's ambition. Why do you need to ask? Mo Xian shrugged. In the beginning you forced grandma away. Now you're blaming grandma, isn't that a bit excessive? Elder Mo stared at Mo Xian as if he wished to see him being vain, but Mo Xian didn't care. Old master, you yourself are clear on why grandma insisted on leaving home in the first place, and they are also clear on it. Mo Xian pointed to Mo Changshan and Qin Ni, a handful of years old for the old man, outside the other girl belly. The result, child is not your. Chairman Mo, pity almost you have a brother. You're reckless. Master Mo grabbed the cup on the coffee table and threw it at Mo Xian. Mo Xian dodged and the cup fell to the ground without even touching him. I said in the first place that I was drunk. How long is your grandmother going to talk about this? Elder Mo's fingers shook as he pointed at Mo Xian and roared. Also, is this something that a junior like you can just take out and say? You're shameless yourself and blame me for saying it? Mo Xian ice cold. Old master, you yourself know clearly if it's because of this little thing. Let me say the words will be meaningless, right? Mo Xian. Qin and I stood up and interrupted in an unpleasant tone. Grandpa is right. How grandma can say, you can't. Why don't you apologize to grandpa? Sorry, don't want to apologize. Mo Xian tightly gripped the bag in his hand. If the money you do not give, then the shares I will take out and sell. I know that your family is shameless. I did not expect. You really do not let me down. You are also a member of the Mo family. Mo Changshan gritted his teeth. You think you can completely disassociate yourself from us by taking a certificate of severance? I'm not discussing with you now. As long as you hand over your shares, the family is still willing to accept you. I heard Jinpeng say, this time the new product of Fusion Star you also participated. As long as you return the shares, I can think of a way to introduce you to the company that matches your specialty. After a pause, Mo Changshan said in words, the family is also your blood relatives. Better than a moment of fresh outsiders, right? Mo Xian could hear what he meant. Only now the Mo family thought that he had been adopted by a rich woman. From a practical standpoint, though, they're right. Except it's not one rich woman, it's 2, with babies by the way. This thing called bloodline, sometimes it's very fragile. Mo Xian shook his head inside. Don't play the emotion card, right? Just now when I entered the door, wasn't it also you who told me to take out the authorization and immediately get on the roll? I still say, you pay up, or I sell it to someone else, and the rest is off the table. Mo Xian was too aware of the virtues of this family and whatnot, and had not once honored the promises given to him. What's more, nowadays, in his heart, his loved ones are his grandmother, Luo Xia and Luo Muki, the 2 precious daughters. This family of origin. He just felt sick. Why make such a scene, brother? Mo Qingqing, who hadn't opened her mouth all this time, suddenly spoke, and the person who usually always had a cold face towards Mo Xian actually wore a smile, only there wasn't a trace of laughter in her eyes. The family can't get so much money for a while now. Let's each take a step back. You give up your shares. Father pays 300 million. This matter ends here. Mo Qingqing slowly moved backward and leaned on the backrest of the sofa. I have a large flat in my name. In the center of Kyoto. It can be transferred to your name. As compensation for you. Mo Xian couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Would Mo Qingqing, this beautiful snake, be so kind? Compared to Mo Jinpeng, Mo Qingqing was not only more capable, but also had a deeper heart. Luo Xia and Luo Muki had sent people to investigate the entire Mo family back then. And it was only then that Mo Xian realized that Mo Qingqing's ambition was great, and that she wanted the entire Mo clan, and even the Qin clan jewelry. Today, the president of Mo's is her. But sooner or later this presidential position will be Mo Changshan find a way to give Mo Jinping. Mo Qingqing let her parents, Mo Jinping feel that she can give up the position at any time, while secretly plotting, transferring assets and cultivating her own cronies. By default, Mo Jinping suppressed Mo Xian because compared to Mo Xian, who had the best grades among the Mo family children, Mo Jinping was much better to pin down. In retrospect, over the years, Mo Qingqing's favor and indulgence of Mo Jinping, I'm afraid it's all just for the sake of killing. Mo Jinping has some ability, but is arrogant and domineering, and Mo Changshan's delay in making up his mind to let Mo Qingqing give up his position is also due to this reason. If it wasn't for the Luo family's in-depth investigation, Mo Xian wouldn't have known that this big sister of his actually had such a deep city. I didn't bring the power of attorney with me, and grandma didn't intend to ask for that much. Mo Xian looked deeply at Mo Qingqing. Since big sister has said so, I'm willing to take a step back. Dad, then let's settle it, shall we? Mo Qingqing turned back to Mo Changshan. This matter is really going to get to the point where the shares are leaking out. It's not good for the company. How about this Mo Xian? I'll buy you another car and I'll personally subsidize you another 10 million. Is that okay? Hearing this, Mo Xian still had nothing to say, and Mo Jinping's face had already begun to twitch. Mo Qingqing's large flat in the center of the city was extremely well located, and he had asked for it twice, but Mo Qingqing had shrugged it off. Now actually want to give Mo Xian not to mention, and take Mo Qingqing's own money, and buy a car. On what grounds? All of the Mo family should be his, and Mo Xian shouldn't get his hands on a single dime. But when he thought of being threatened in the underground garage of his own company, and the surveillance was actually destroyed afterward, Mo Jinping could only stare resentfully at Mo Xian, not daring to say a word. He wasn't that stupid. It was obvious that it was the rich woman behind Mo Xian who had made the move, and to be able to do this, I'm only afraid that he, the Mo family, really couldn't afford to be offended. What's more, the other party's hands still have things that he doesn't want to be publicized. He did not dare to speak. That is, he was afraid that Mo Xian also had it in his hand. And today Mo Xian came back he had been on tenterhooks. Let's talk about something else when you guys are willing to spit out $300 million? Mo Xian's hand holding the bag slowly loosened a bit. It seems that he won't be able to use it today. After saying that, he didn't want to entangle with Mo's family anymore and turned around to leave. Humph. Your grandmother has always prided herself on being a highly educated person, but isn't she threatening me for money now? Elder Mo said disdainfully. What's the point of pretending to be high-minded? If I had known this, I shouldn't have given her the shares in the first place. Mo Xian's footsteps stopped and he looked back at Elder Mo and said in a cold voice, Grandma said that you never understood her in your life. It seems to be really right. Old master, I am most fortunate that you sent me to be raised by Grandma. Otherwise He glanced at Mo Jinping with a look of contempt. I don't want to turn into him. Just like a stupid pig. Mo Jinping was completely enraged. Stood up and roared. Who are you calling a stupid pig? I'll curse anyone who chimes in. Mo Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly lifted his leg and left. Mo Qingqing stood up and said to her grandfather and parents, I'll go see him off, and persuade him on the way. What do you care about him? Mo Changshan glared fiercely at his eldest daughter. Also, why did you promise him? And posting yourself? It can't be helped, Dad. In the future, the company will be Jinping's. I, as a big sister, have loved him for so many years. It's only right to pay this to pave the way for him in the future. After Mo Qingqing finished speaking, she went to catch up with Mo Xian. When Mo Jinping heard this, he couldn't help but feel pleased in his heart. It was still his big sister who felt sorry for him. Therefore, he also did not see the disgust and indifference that flashed in Mo Qingqing's eyes after she turned her head. Chapter 21 Cooperation. Mo Xian left the Mo family villa and just walked to his car. Mo Qingqing's voice sounded behind him. It seems that there is really someone who has been underwritten. Yesterday Mom said it was still a limited Maybach. Today it's a $5 million Ferrari? Mo Xian looked back at Mo Qingqing, who had returned to her usual expression, as if anyone owed her money. Is something wrong? Mo Xian knew in his heart that Mo Qingqing would contact himself. President Mo, let's see. Are you also thinking about the shares in my hand? It's true. You're much smarter than that idiot Mo Jinping. Mo Qingqing also no longer hid herself. Her tone was filled with disgust when she mentioned Mo Jinping. To be honest, if you were the only son, I would really be willing to help you with all my heart. For the words of this big sister of his, Mo Xian didn't believe a single punctuation mark. What's the difference between himself and being abandoned by the family? Isn't Mo Jinping still being counted behind her back? I happen to have something to do. Why don't you give me a ride? Mo Qingqing knew that Mo Xian didn't trust himself, and didn't continue to say some unnutritious words, but walked directly to the passenger door. You and I have never had a good conversation as siblings, right? Mo Xian didn't object, and the two of them got into the car together and left the Mo family villa. Go have a cup of coffee. Mo Qingqing leaned against the backrest, her head looking out the window. Mo Xian, I can give you 600 million, the shares you give me. I'll still give you that house, and even in the future, after my purpose is accomplished, I can give you most shares again. Mo Xian didn't answer. He just navigated to the nearest coffee shop, and only after confirming the route did he speak. You want to usurp the throne? Exactly. Mo Qingqing answered dryly, and Mo Xian didn't continue to ask, just brought her to the coffee shop. When the two entered the store and ordered 2 cups of coffee, Mo Qingqing took a sip and couldn't help but frown. It doesn't taste very good, Mo Qingqing said on her lips, but still added 2 sugar packets into it and slowly stirred it with a spoon. I'll work with you. I can even share Mo's with you in the future. I don't trust you. Mo Xian directly stated what was in his heart. You can count on one of your own brothers. There's no guarantee that you won't count on the other, because you won't compete with me. Mo Qingqing slowly put down the spoon and looked at Mo Xian with obscure eyes. I don't need someone who covets my position, no matter if he's that idiot Mo Jinpeng, or this brainy brother of yours. So, you're not willing, right? Mo Xian looked at her and suddenly smiled. If I remember correctly, Mo's earnings were steadily rising in your hands. Other things aside, I do admire you. When Mo Qingqing heard this, she snorted and laughed out, and a man passing by looked at her a bit dumbfounded. Mo Qingqing was pretty, although not as good as the Luo family sisters, but in terms of looks she was definitely outstanding. Sure enough, you wish for revenge too, don't you? Picking up the coffee cup and elegantly taking a sip, Mo Qingqing continued, that's right, I am unwilling. Why is it that I am a daughter, a granddaughter, and father and grandfather want me to be a dowry for Mo Jinpeng? You don't have to be unbalanced in your heart. Mo Xian glanced out the window. This son of mine is not as good as you. Ha ha, Mo Xian. Guess why grandpa and mother and father don't treat you well? Mo Qingqing winked at him. It's impossible for a family like ours to be like this. You're not adopted on one hand, and on the other hand, you're not sick, and you're even outstanding. Why in the world is this? Haven't you ever thought about it? Mo Xian didn't answer, just looked at her, signaling her to continue. Mo Qingqing took out her cell phone, found her WeChat code, handed it to Mo Xian and said, add a friend. Brother, there are some things that still need evidence, don't they? Mo Xian didn't hesitate, and after scanning the code to add it, Mo Qingqing sent him a file. There's everything you want to know in there for mom and dad. Mo Qingqing put away her cell phone. As for grandpa, I can tell you that he did it on purpose. The reason I don't know yet, it's just a guess. You shouldn't know that grandpa had a younger brother in the past, and the month you were born, the date, is exactly the same as that uncle. Mo Xian froze for a moment, not realizing that there was actually such a coincidence. But this, what does it have to do with him? You can go back and ask grandma, but I think she probably doesn't know either. Mo Qingqing clasped her hands on her arms and just looked at Mo Xian. As for mom and dad, putting aside my daughter's identity, I also want to say that it's only right that you hate them. You hate me, and you hate your second and third sisters as you should. The two of them don't know what's going on, and as for me, I did it on purpose. Mo Qingqing was very frank when she said this, to the point of making it seem like she didn't even feel guilty. Mo Xian's left hand that was placed under the table was tightly clenched, but his expression didn't change much, but his tone carried a hint of coldness. You're quite frank. Didn't you know that too? Mo Qingqing didn't care. I condone Mo Jinpeng, but I also know that he can't take any advantage. But Su Yanran, I did not expect it, and at this point, I must apologize to you. Hypocrisy. This was the only thought in Mo Xian's mind, that she was just coldly watching for her own purposes. Even Mo Xian suspected that she was willing to see Mo Jinpeng and Su Yanran together. As a matter of fact, if she wished to snatch Mo's from Mo Jinpeng's hands, she should have obstructed it. However, she did not intervene in any way from the beginning to the end, and even gave money to Mo Jinpeng. That means that Mo Jinpeng's marriage to Su Yanran is good for her for that one reason alone. I can work with you, Mo Xian slowly spoke. Only, the shares I must receive money before I give them to you. You can do grandma's bidding? Naturally, or I wouldn't have promised you. Hearing Mo Xian's words, Mo Qingqing nodded, then stood up and said, wait for my news. Don't worry, I'm not mom, dad and grandpa. I'll do what I say. By the way, I'm inviting this time. Mo Xian looked out the window as Mo Qingqing stopped a cab and left. He slowly took out the recorder from his pocket and couldn't help but smile. He can understand Mo Qingqing. Anyone else would not want to give everything they got to others. It is just that Mo Qingqing's heart is too vicious. While holding up Mo Jinpeng, while condoning him to suppress himself. Understanding, but it didn't mean that he was reconciled with this big sister of his. On the contrary, Mo Xian knew that after Mo Qingqing got everything, he was only afraid that he would be the next one to deal with. On the other side, Luo Xia received a message on her cell phone, and after glancing at it, Luo Xia didn't have any expression, but directly locked the screen. Sis, what's wrong? Luo Muki walked over to Luo Xia's side and sat down, asking curiously. Luo Xia let out a light laugh. Her slender fingers tapped her cell phone screen and said, Mo Qingqing really can't sit still. She wants to acquire Xiao Xian's shares. Oh, she's finally going to make a move? Upon hearing Luo Xia's words, Luo Muki was unsurprised, as if the sisters had known it all along. Luo Xia sneered, picked up her cell phone and sent out a message, after which she put the phone down, and on the recipient's memo, the 3 words Su Yanran were written. Chapter 22, My daughter's not yours to talk about? Leaving the coffee shop, Mo Xian looked at the time and originally planned to go to school, but halfway through he received a video from Luo Xia. His own 2 daughters were crying for their father at the Luo family's old mansion, and he couldn't coax them any better. There was no other way. Mo Xian also had to drive to the Luo family. He himself is not in a full-time PhD program because he joins the R&D group, and his time is relatively free. Driving to the Luo family's old mansion, I didn't realize that the 2 little milk balls were already waiting at the front door. Dad! Dad! Seeing Mo Xian, Luo Wei'er and Luo Shui'er ran over with their short legs, hugging Mo Xian's legs left and right. They looked up at him pitifully. What's up, baby? Seeing the 2 of them, Mo Xian can throw anything in his heart to the back of his mind. And just after picking up the 2 milk balls, the 2 sisters wrapped their arms around their father's neck, and kissed one side of the other with a big mouthful of kisses. Mr. Mo, you're here. The nanny who took care of the 2 children saw Mo Xian as if she saw a savior. The little miss is clamoring to see you. The old madam's side has guests, so she had no choice but to let the eldest miss call you here. It's okay, daddy's here. Mo Xian placed the 2 children on the ground, holding one in one hand. Since the old madam has guests there, why don't I take the children back first? The first and second misses ordered us to wait until you and bring you in. Hearing the nanny's words, Mo Xian nodded, holding his daughter and following her into the old mansion. Saying old mansion, it was actually a set of large mansions preserved from the Republican era. A 100-year-old family like the Luo family had a deep heritage, and had already reigned supreme in Kyoto during that era. There was originally an older, more ancient set of homes, but for some reason the Luos didn't live there. Passing by the parlor, the door was open. Luo Xia and Luo Muki were sitting on the sofa with cold faces. Old lady Luo was chatting cordially with an old lady of a similar age, and beside the old lady sat a man in a dark blue high-fashion suit. He looked to be around 26 or 27 years old, and his eyes drifted over Luo Xia's sisters from time to time. Mo Xian's eyes went cold for a moment. Usually when people like this came, they were probably running for a blind date. The Luo family's status was here. Luo Xia and Luo Muki's looks and body were too heavenly. Even though they knew they had children, it didn't stop those powerful gentlemen from coming to the door to ask for a match. Shaking his head, Mo Xian still left with the child. His identity didn't allow him to do anything. In fact, he was extremely remorseful, and even his hatred for Mo Jinpeng deepened every time he knew about this matter. Luo Xia and Luo Muki because of the matter of giving birth to his child, and the 3 of them cutting their teeth. It was clear that there could have been better choices, but they still stayed by his side. From Mo Xian's perspective, it was Mo Jinpeng's framing of himself in the first place that caused all of this to happen. After arriving on the 2nd floor with the children, Mo Xian sat on the sofa, his heart a little hard for some reason. It wasn't that there hadn't been this kind of thing in the past. There were even those who ran to the manor where Luo Xia's sisters lived. The inferiority complex in Mo Xian's heart made him want to leave this place several times and never come back, especially at times like this. He was just a person who had been abandoned by his own family, and would not have been worthy of Luo Xia and Luo Muki. Like a whale in the deep sea, no matter how hard it tries to leap up, it's unlikely to cross paths with the stars. Daddy! Daddy! The call of the 2 daughters made Mo Xian wake up from his trance. Looking at the 2 lovely daughters in front of him, Mo Xian sighed and adjusted his emotions, then took out his cell phone and said, Daddy will find cartoons for you guys to watch, okay? Lowell and Rochelle's favorite thing to watch was Pokemon. Except what did they know about fighting? They simply thought there were a lot of cute dolls there. At this time, the door suddenly pushed open, and the man who was just in the parlor walked in directly without knocking. Seeing Mo Xian froze for a moment, then inquired in an arrogant tone, how is this still looking for a male nanny? Mo Xian glanced up at him and said lightly, this gentleman, it's basic courtesy to enter the house and knock. The man, however, didn't care, but instead glanced with some disgust at the 2 titbits who were intently watching a cartoon. Before opening his mouth and addressing the order, you may leave now, Mo Xian didn't answer, but looked at little cute Like looking at this man, it should be said not to say, the skin is good, and the size is similar to himself, only the eyes of the eye, and some small actions inadvertently. Let Mo Xian always remember a lord of the fish pond. Didn't hear? You're Luo Xia or Luo Muki's assistant, right? The man saw that Mo Xian didn't make any moves, and there was a hint of displeasure in his tone. No matter who I marry, I don't like you. Hurry up and go. What if I don't go? Mo Xian not only didn't want to leave, but instead leaned on the sofa and gave him a provocative look. The man didn't get angry either, but said disdainfully, as the future son-in-law of the Luo family, could I not dispose of an assistant like you? The nanny on one side rolled her eyes. He's leaving? No one in this family can leave. He, Mr. M.O., can leave. Otherwise these two little titties could bring the room down with their crying. Wait until you become the son-in-law of the Luo family. Mo Xian resisted the urge to give him a punch and stopped ignoring him. And at this time, Luo Weier extremely timely looked back at the man and spat her tongue out at him. Then milkily said to Mo Xian, Daddy, I want to eat candies. Hearing Luo Weier call out to her father, the man's face stiffened. He didn't know whether Luo Weier was Luo Xia's or Luo Muki's, but it also proved that his originally slim chances were even more slim. Just now, downstairs, Luo Xia and Luo Muki didn't give him a good face at all, and didn't even bother to say a word back. He followed his grandmother here, and if it wasn't for the fact that his grandmother and Mrs. Luo had some friendship, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to see the two sisters face to face. Luo Weier acted as if she didn't hear him and continued to hug Mo Xian's arm and pamper him. Dad's the best looker. Who wants to see this weird uncle? In the end, unmarried, first pregnancy born, no tutelage, the man muttered. I'm Yining from the Yi family in Kyoto. You should have heard of me, right? What did you just say? Mo Xian suddenly looked up at Yining's eyes, his eyes like knives. Yining hadn't realized it yet. Instead he sneered and said, Scared? I said that I'm a member of the Kyoto Yi family. I asked what you just said. Mo Xian's voice suddenly raised a few degrees. His tone did not have a trace of temperature. Yining was a bit startled, but still had a lofty look. His tone sneered, Am I wrong? Isn't having no upbringing a fact? Mo Xian slowly stood up, gently placed Luo Weier on the sofa, stroked her head, and turned toward Yining. What? You're a part-timer and you want to beat me up? Although the Yi family was not as good as the Luo family in Kyoto, it was still a powerful family, much stronger than the Mo family. Yining was truly unconvinced that Mo Xian would dare to touch him, so when Mo Xian smacked him in the face and gave him a direct hit that spun him around in place twice, he thought he was dreaming. Did you just hit me? Mo Xian looked at him coldly, his tone filled with threats and warnings. It's not your turn to talk about my daughter, a trash who can't even knock on a door. Chapter 23, Luo Xia, your face is dirtying his hands. Where had Yining ever received such an insult? Looking at Kyoto, not many people dared to directly give his Yi family's young master a slap on the face. Dad, no hitting. Luo Weier and Luo Shuer saw Mo Xian slapping Yining and ran over to hug Mo Xian's legs, and seeing their own daughter's pitiful appearance, the anger in Mo Xian's heart was extinguished in an instant. I'm sorry, Dad was wrong. Mo Xian apologized to his two daughters. Daddy shouldn't have lost his temper and hit in front of baby. Yining was even more angry this time. You hit me. You don't apologize to me. Apologize to your daughter? But before he could say anything, the door was kicked open. Luo Xia stepped in with 10 centimeters of high heels, her whole body exuding an icy breath, and Yining choked back the words that came out of his mouth. Eldest miss, just now this Mr. Yi came in without knocking and spoke out against Mr. Mo and the little ladies. The nanny saw Luo Xia and dutifully gave a brief overview of what had just happened. Mr. Mo slapped this Mr. Yi because the little misses were insulted by him. Luo Xia glanced back at Yining. Her cool and beautiful face seemed to be frozen with frost, her beautiful peach blossom eyes without a trace of temperature. Apologize. Luo Xia coldly spat out two words, and Yining completely lost control of his emotions this time and said loudly, Luo Xia, your people beat me up, and you're asking me to apologize? Your face? Dirtying his hands. The chill on Luo Xia's body increased. I'll let you apologize. Yining was almost choked to death by Luo Xia's sentence. What do you mean my face is dirtying his hands? What did Luo Xia take him for? Trash? Yo, young Master Yi, life is too good for you. You dare to strut your stuff in the Luo family's old mansion? Luo Muki came in at some point, her hands clasping her chest with a fake smile on her face as she turned back to her aunt and asked, Did little miss call out for daddy just now? Shout out. The nanny continued to speak frankly. Mr. Yi also said that the little ladies were born unmarried and uneducated. Oh yes, Mr. Yi came in without knocking. Yining's face flushed red for a while. He was used to being arrogant and domineering in his normal life. Plus he was overconfident that his willingness to accept the unmarried and pregnant Luo Xia or Luo Muki was already enough to give them face. Yi family is not as good as the Luo family, but in Kyoto is also a big family with a face. From childhood pampered, brocade clothes, Yi Ning natural arrogance. But he had forgotten that this was the Luo family. The Luo family that had to bow down even when the Yi family head came. Get out! Luo Xia pointed at the door, and Yi Ning glared at Mo Xian in humiliation. But he didn't dare to say anything, so he could only leave with quick steps. Is the baby okay? Without any outsiders, the aura of uninviting people on Luo Xia and Luo Muki disappeared as if it didn't exist. Walking over to Mo Xian's side, she softly asked. It was as if their gentleness was matched only by Mo Xian alone. Alright, it is also my bad. Mo Xian heart guilt, and then how angry should not hit in front of the child. Isn't it trouble for you guys? It's okay, just a little something. Luo Xia gently stroked Mo Xian's head, but it was just a Yi Ning. Luo Xia really didn't put it in her eyes. Luo Muki nodded to the nanny, and the nanny knowingly went out, and even smoothly brought the door with her. He was brought by the Yi family's old lady, and grandma has already refused. Luo Xia sat on the sofa and reached out to take Luo Weier, who was hugging her father, in her arms. Our child will only have you as a father. No one can replace you. Xiao Xian. Mo Xian's face was a blush at Luo Xia's words, and he was too embarrassed to speak, only nodding gently. Leaving the Luo family villa, old lady Yi and Yi Ning got into her own Rolls Royce together, and the old lady looked at Yi Ning, who was covering her face with a look of hatred. You just let your parents spoil you. Old Mrs. Yi sighed. Old Mrs. Luo just said she didn't want them sisters to be joined in marriage, but you're good, and you're the future son-in-law of the Luo family. You're a fart. Grandma, Yi Ning was fearful of this grandmother of his in his heart, and with the fact that he was really in the wrong, he lowered his head and didn't dare to retort. The Luo family was in so much turmoil back then. There was only Luo Tian in the big house, and only the Luo sisters on the second house side. How many people were staring at their sisters? I managed to bring you over on the basis that I had a few friendships with old Mrs. Luo, and you still look like a fop. Ye old lady cannot help but sigh. Kyoto wants to marry Luo Xia or Luo Muki. People are only afraid of car bucket quantity. Not to mention others, known as the Kyoto Big Young Shao family son, and that obsessed with the Buddhist scriptures of the Cheng family son, which is not better than Yi Ning's family history. The ability to their grandson threw out of the street a few blocks. Those two families were unable to do anything with these two princesses, and this grandson of his actually dared to offend them with his usual mannerisms, and even dared to say to their faces how other people's daughters were doing. Alright, this marriage you are not to think about it. Old Lady Yi was too lazy to care anymore and closed her eyes to rest her mind. I've already found another family's daughter, although the family lineage is not as good as ours, and even worse, the Luo family, but this girl has ambition, quite like me when I was young, so prepare for it, and take the time to meet with her. Grandma, who is it? Daughter of the Mo family. Mo Qingqing. The door of the room was pushed open by old lady Luo. The three adults were having fun with the two children, and the old lady gently brought the door again and turned to leave. You're not going in, old lady? Auntie who took care of her on one side inquired, while old lady Luo waved her hand and said, let's talk about it during dinner. Mo Xian, this child is also unlucky, spreading out those two girls in our family. He. Auntie froze for a moment. What nonsense is the old lady talking about? This Mo Xian is afraid of how much smoke has come out of his ancestors' graves to have the luck to get the favor of the two young ladies. Why is the old madam still saying such things? Don't think I'm talking crazy. Love is too heavy. It's easy to go off the deep end. Old lady Luo shook her head inside. These two girls pretend to be better. Sooner or later there will be a day when they can't pretend. Also, my dead old man sinned. At first it was not him who was not clean and left a scourge. There is no such thing as today's this child, this sinful relationship. Auntie's heart was also in a state of fear when she heard this. The Luo family's old man had an early affair and left behind two illegitimate sons and an illegitimate daughter. Unexpectedly, these three people actually took advantage of the passing of elder Luo 10 years ago, and tried to decimate the two families of the eldest and second sons born to Mrs. Luo, seeking to take over the entire Luo family, especially Luo Xia sisters and Luo Tian, became their focus to kill the target. Auntie also do not know the details. That period of time suddenly Luo Xia and Luo Muki whereabouts unknown for 2 years. All thought that their sisters were killed by illegitimate children, and later realized that it was sent to the Luo family credible people side. Hide identity secretly protected. It wasn't until 2 years later, when the Luo family's civil unrest ended, that the two young ladies were taken back home, and it was also from then that the two young ladies' personalities changed drastically. But this? What exactly does it have to do with Mo Xian? Auntie wanted to ask, but also knew that it wasn't her place to ask. It's also our fault, old lady Luo thought. Tears could not help but fall. If I hadn't been so bent on nearly sacrificing the sisters, they wouldn't have become what they are today. Children and grandchildren will always have their children and grandchildren, and if they think this is appropriate, then let their sisters go. Chapter 24, Calm down. Don't come over here, Xian. Let me ask you something. Taking advantage of Mo Xian coming out for a drink of water, Luo Xia followed him out and pulled him straight into a small room. What is it? Thinking that last night, when he just came out of Luo Xia's room, he was let by Luo Muki, Mo Xian had a feeling that he had been caught in the act of adultery. Don't be so nervous. Luo Xia looked at Mo Xian with a smile. I just want to ask you, is there any result after returning to the Mo family? Mo Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Thinking about it, Luo Xia was so tired last night that she should have rested very early. Nothing, it's just that my real father, he really doesn't let me down. Mo Xian smiled bitterly and told Luo Xia about today's events, even the matter of Mo Qingqing working with him. However, Luo Xia frowned tightly and asked in a cold voice, why did you have coffee alone with Mo Qingqing? Mo Xian was a little confused by Luo Xia's question. Drinking coffee with Mo Qingqing because there was something to talk about, but looking at Luo Xia who looked unhappy in front of him, Mo Xian thought for half a day and couldn't figure out why she suddenly got angry. Next time no solo contact with another woman. Luo Xia suddenly grabbed Mo Xian's right wrist, her tone incomparably serious. Xia, have you forgotten that she is my own sister? Noticing the reason for Luo Xia's mood change, Mo Xian somewhat helplessly explained. While Luo Xia was in a trance for a moment, she cleared her throat somewhat awkwardly and said, I'm afraid that she'll harm you. In short, other than me and my sister, you should not contact other women alone is all. Got it. Mo Xian smiled helplessly, and for some reason, he reached out to dotingly touch Luo Xia's head. With the sudden intimacy, Luo Xia's eyes only froze for a split second, and were suddenly colored with a touch of tenderness, as well as sickness. Before Mo Xian could react, Luo Xia pulled Mo Xian's collar and kissed his lips. This time, after Mo Xian was briefly stunned, his hands gently wrapped around her slender waist. But this, on the contrary, made Luo Xia even more crazy. For a long time, lips parted, Luo Xia's hand restlessly unzipped Mo Xian's zipper. Xia, stop it. Mo Xian was so frightened that he hastened to stop her disruptive hands, but Luo Xia smoothly ripped off his jacket, and the long sleeves of his inner lining were also somewhat savagely ripped away from his collar, revealing his sturdy right shoulder. Xian, tell me, my sister and I, who made you happier last night? Mo Xian. Hearing Luo Xia's words, Mo Xian only felt that above his head, a red danger word flashed madly. You, what are you talking about? Mo Xian sheepishly looked away, not daring to look at her. Didn't I sleep yesterday? Ha! Luo Xia let out a light laugh, the light in her eyes, sick and with madness. Only her hands were incomparably gentle, gently caressing Mo Xian's bare shoulders. My little Xian is really still learning to lie with me. Luo Xia slowly approached Mo Xian's shoulder. Then tell me, what's going on with your left shoulder? Xia, listen to me explain. You calm down. Xia, don't come over. Looking at his right shoulder that had become bruised, Mo Xian was filled with one thought: destroy it. Tired, Luo Xia licked her vermilion lips with satisfaction and tightly wrapped her arms around Mo Xian's neck and asked, so, little Xian, you still haven't told me who made you happier last night? Do I have to pick one? Right, I choose death. Luo Xia snorted and touched Mo Xian's face tenderly. I can't let you die. Well, go back. Luo Xia helped Mo Xian organize her clothes and suddenly whispered in her ear, tonight, you have to sleep with me. Mo Xian was helpless and didn't show anything. After following Luo Xia out of the small room, his cell phone sent Luo Muki's message: a brother. Tonight, I'll still sneak up on you. Mo Xian always felt that these two sisters were a bit strange since they picked a fight with themselves. Although they were still gentle with him, their possessiveness seemed to have become stronger and stronger. For example, last night. Thinking about last night, Mo Xian only felt his throat dry and his face hot. When he had that ridiculous night with Luo Xia and the girls, he had no memory of it at all. And that recent time, he thought he was dreaming. So naturally, he didn't know that he had already been eaten dry by the sisters. But this time is different. Mo Xian is completely conscious, and he also voluntarily. At his age, his blood is fresh, his physical strength is good, and his capital is full. It is inevitable that he will become a little distracted after eating the marrow. Mr. Mo, are you okay? A nanny looked at Mo Xian as he was standing in the corridor fuming, and gently patted his shoulder. Only then did Mo Xian retrieve his thoughts and said with some embarrassment, no, I was just thinking about something. Mr. Mo, old madam asks you to come over. Hearing the nanny's words, Mo Xian was a bit curious. He hadn't come to Luo's house once or twice, except for the first time because of the child's matter. Mrs. Luo had talked to him alone, and there hadn't been any more after this. Followed the nanny to the study. Mrs. Luo wearing presbyopia glasses, holding a book, saw Mo Xian come and smiled and said, Xiao Mo came over. Just in time. I need help in sorting the bookshelves on my side. Will you help me? Got it. Old lady. To old lady Luo, Mo Xian had great respect. This was a very capable person. Not only had she studied abroad in those days, the mother's family behind her, the Jin family, was not simple. She was also the one who agreed to Mo Xian and Luo Xia, Luo Muki living together to take care of the children and never criticized herself harshly. Mo, any plans for the future? Old lady Luo suddenly asked. And Mo Xian corresponded to the labels on the bookshelf while organizing the books. I want to finish my studies first, and in the future. I actually haven't really thought about it. Mo Xian's studies have been very rapid. Just in the career planning after graduation, he really does not have a complete idea in mind. When I say this, maybe you will think that my old woman is irrational. Old lady Luo closed the book in her hand. The Luo family doesn't lack money. You just don't do anything. Xia and Muki can also make you honorable for the rest of your life. So, Xiao Mo. Have you ever considered, with them and the child, going to live in a place where no one knows you? I know about your affairs, and I won't interfere. Since it has come to this, it is also their sister's choice. As long as you promise, I can give you shares of Luo's, and quite a lot of property in my own name can be gifted to you. As long as you leave Kyoto and live your lives. Mo Xian's hand paused for a moment, then he turned around. Old lady Luo looked extremely serious and her eyes were earnest. Old madam, are you worried that they are seizing power with Luo Tian? Chapter 25, this time, it's the child who wins. Hearing Mo Xian's words, old lady Luo didn't get angry. Instead she smiled and said, in terms of ability, although Xia is younger than Luo Tian, she is better than Luo Tian. Muqi is playful, but when she's serious, she's not too far behind Xia, and she's still a well-known designer. If not as a last resort, how could I possibly give them up? Or did you remember something? Mo Xian was a bit bewildered when he heard this. He somehow thought that his first reaction was that old lady Luo was worried that Luo Xia and Luo Muki were threatening Luo Tian. The feeling was familiar. Or rather, it seemed like he knew something in the past, but he couldn't for the life of him remember. Seeing his confused expression, Mrs. Luo secretly sighed in relief. If you can't think of it, then you can't think of it. Maybe it's better for him not to think of it? Think about it, Xiao Mo. I'm putting my two most precious granddaughters in your hands. Old lady Luo slowly stood up. In fact, I prefer you to stay. Even if the matter between you and Xia Muki does come to light, the Luo family doesn't care. They're sisters, needless to say. Your talent is also rare. Those whose academics at this age can reach your level are truly a rare breed. To put it selfishly, a good seedling like you, it's better to receive it in your own hands than to run away to someone else's home, isn't it? However, I think you may end up leaving Kyoto. I still understand this child of yours quite well, with a casual nature and not much ambition. As for those two ingrates of theirs, you can't underestimate your position in their hearts. In fact, Mrs. Luo did not all tell the truth. They took Mo Xian to leave the big dystopia of Kyoto. It was good for this family of 5. Mo Xian was Luo Xia and Luo Muki's scales. Now that the wind and waves were calm and all was well, once something happened to Mo Xian, his own granddaughter was only afraid that she would turn the entire Kyoto upside down. Originally, Luo Muki married Mo Xian and Luo Weier was counted under her name, which was already the perfect solution. With a status like the Luo family, portals instead don't need to match, as long as the character is good. The reason for not choosing Luo Xia is that Mrs. Luo hopes that in the future Luo Tian will succeed as chairman and Luo Xia as president. But Luo Xia just said one word, and old lady Luo simply swung rotten and didn't care. Grandma, you don't want me to completely ruin Luo's, then do what you want. Luo Xia's madness at that moment made old lady Luo, who was used to seeing big scenes, tremble with fear. She was sure that Luo Xia had the ability, and even more so, she was sure that Luo Xia really just dared to do it. Mo Xian could appease the sisters, and old lady Luo naturally recognized it. When she only knew that Mo Xian and Su Yanran were dating, that scene, she was scared to think about it. These two sisters have been holding back for so long, just for them as parents to stop minding them, and all their efforts are to tell them that they, the sisters, only need Mo Xian by their side. In Kyoto, there was no guarantee that Mo Xian wouldn't get into trouble. His family of origin, those magnates who coveted Luo Xia, Luo Muki, and even those who were jealous of Mo Xian's talent could all turn out to be threats to Mo Xian. Instead of letting them be unsettled, it would be better to give them a peaceful second half of their lives. Luo Tian, even if he wasn't as good as Luo Xia, his ability definitely wasn't bad, and there were 2 sons and a daughter in the family, either of which could be the future head of the Luo family. If they didn't leave, then everything would go on as usual, and the Luo family would do their best to protect Mo Xian. After all, this is what the Luo family owes the sisters. Mo Xian was silent for a long time, In fact, he also wished to leave Kyoto. Luo Xia and Luo Muki had this idea. Although he had always invested a lot of energy into his profession and was indeed gifted, after experiencing the betrayal of his family, love, and friendship, Mo Xian was open-minded about many things. I listened to them. Mo Xian slowly spoke. As long as they are willing, I will stand by them and their children no matter if they go or stay. Old Lady Luo looked at Mo Xian and sighed lightly, saying nothing more. After having dinner at the old mansion, Luo Xia and Luo Muki got into their own car, and the two milk donuts followed Mo Xian to his car. Originally, they could have gone back to the old mansion to meet the parents of Luo Xia's sisters, but they had gone abroad and couldn't come back for a while. After returning to the manor, Mo Xian was pulled by the two milk balls to play with them. Mo Xian was naturally willing. Daddy, Violet wants some sweet chai tea. Daddy, Cher wants to drink too, because Mo Xian can cook. Follow the grandmother also learned to make pear tea. Occasionally drank once. The two babies will sometimes pester Mo Xian to do it for them. Good, then I'll do it. Mo Xian had always been responsive to his daughter. Xia, Mu Chi, are you guys drinking? Yeah, brother, I want more honey in mine. Mo Xian nodded his head in agreement, turned around and went into the kitchen. Luo Xia glanced at her sister, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up. Mu Chi, take an early rest today. Luo Muki raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but laugh softly. Sister, then let's see who actually rests early? Lowell and Rochelle looked left and right, and the two titbits looked at each other for a moment before sliding off the couch and hurrying to find their dad. Otherwise it will cool down in a while and the baby is afraid of the cold. Daddy, Daddy, seeing Mo Xian who was cutting pears, the two dolls hugged their father's legs left and right. Mo Xian hurriedly put down the knife in his hand, bent down and coaxed the two children and said, the babies are good. Don't run to the kitchen to play. Daddy will be done in a while. Want to be with Daddy, Luo Weier said in a milky voice, and Luo Shuer nodded her little head on the side as if a chicken was eating rice. It's too cold and scary at mom and aunties for them to go looking for trouble. Mo Xian didn't know what to do, so he had to let the two milk balls stay at a safe distance, and specifically instructed them not to run around. The two babies really just obediently waited there and watched their dad. After being busy for a while, finally letting the child and the two moms drink pear tea, Luo Xia and Luo Muki went back to their rooms ahead of time. Seeing their mom and their aunt leave, the two titbits' eyes rolled and they pouted at their dad who was changing them into their pajamas. Daddy, will you sleep with Violet, Cher? Because the sisters live in one room and sleep in one big bed. Occasionally Mo Xian will come over to sleep with the two children. Thinking about the fact that he hadn't slept with the two babies in his arms for a few days, Mo Xian scratched the two babies' little noses and said, okay, then Daddy will go take a shower first, change into pajamas, and come over soon, okay? About an hour later, Luo Xia and Luo Muki coincidentally left their bedrooms and managed to come to a rendezvous at the door of Mo Xian's room. Okay, Mu Chi. Luo Xia looked her sister up and down. A pure white halter tulle nightgown, her bumpy figure hidden. Is this really planning to rob with me? Luo Muki disdainfully looked at her own sister. Black lace nightgown, and herself than ever. She thought about it and suddenly blushed, then whispered, Sister, why don't you? Together. When Luo Xia heard this, her face didn't change much, but she turned her head away and said in a voice that couldn't be any lighter, okay. But when the two sisters opened the door, they found that Mo Xian was not in the bedroom at all. At this moment, Mo Xian was holding his two baby girls in his arms, sleeping soundly. The two titbits hugged their dad's arm with a wry smile on their sleeping faces. Chapter 26, A Nest of Snakes and Rats. When Mo Xian woke up the next day, he was almost not scared to death by the sight in front of him. The bed was indeed quite large. Luo Weier and Luo Shuer didn't sleep honestly, so Luo Xia and the girls had specially ordered a large bed. But if the bed slept two more adult women, it would be a little crowded. The current situation was that the two children slept horizontally at the head of the bed, pressed against Mo Xian's head, while Luo Xia and Luo Muki, one on the left and one on the right, were hugging both of Mo Xian's arms. Obviously this was moving the children to the head of the bed, and they burrowed into his arms. Mo Xian wanted to pull out his arm to get up, but he didn't expect Luo Xia to open her eyes in a daze and see that Mo Xian had woken up, smiling charmingly, the originally stunningly beautiful face, because just woke up with a hint of lethargy, coupled with this overly charming smile, let Mo Xian could not help but have his heart beat wildly. In the next second, that cool and absolutely beautiful face was constantly enlarging in Mo Xian's eyes, and the warm vermilion lips gently covered Mo Xian's lips. A kiss ended. Mo Xian hadn't reacted yet. Luo Muki closed her eyes and groped Mo Xian's face. Her face suddenly had a hint of a smile on it. Then she slowly kissed up. Mo Xian's brain is blank. How can he top this feeling? Why don't I order a bigger bed? Luo Xia sat up and stretched somewhat cozily. These two sisters went back to change into normal pajamas and came over because the child was there. Craning her neck, Luo Xia took a look at the milk donuts sleeping as if they were two little milk cats at the head of the bed, and was furious. I didn't expect it. I let these two milk donuts cut me off. Luo Muki was like a big cat. Instead of getting up, she deliberately stuck closer to Mo Xian. Luo Xia said in a cold voice, "Stop pretending. Hurry up and get up and go to the company. Sis, you just know how to oppress me." Luo Muki opened her eyes in dissatisfaction and wrapped her arms around Mo Xian's arm as if she was pampered. "I'm not going to the company today. I have to go back to the school. Brother, in a while we'll go together. Okay? What are you doing at school?" Without waiting for Mo Xian to ask, Luo Xia spoke first. Luo Muki slowly got up, and seeing Luo Shuer sleeping sideways on top of her head, she couldn't help but pinch her fleshy little face. "Dead girl, give birth to you and I snatch man, right?" Poor Luo Shuer was still sleeping. Her little face was pinched up by her own mother, although it didn't hurt, but it also made the little milkball grunt while waving her little hand to slap Luo Muki's hand off. Luo Muki finished venting her grievances and rubbed her daughter's face with satisfaction before turning back to Luo Xia and saying, "You forget, sis. Aren't I still in grad school there in the art department?" This was not a lie. Although Luo Muki had studied finance in college, she had never given up her favorite painting and design, so she chose to continue her education at Kyoto University's Academy of Fine Arts. Only like Mo Xian, it wasn't full-time. Mo Xian didn't care. Before Luo Muki hasn't graduated yet, he rubbed her car to go to school. He turned back to coax the two milk balls to get up. Just for some reason, a sudden chill came. He even casually draped the quilt over his body. How can the temperature drop in this house without moving? He naturally did not see that Luo Xia was gloomy and all icy. "Sister, don't worry, I won't steal food." Luo Muki held Luo Xia's arm, whispered and pampered her. "In school, my brother and I are still not a major. Just want to but no chance off." While Luo Muki said that, her left foot secretly drew a fork in the ground. This little action, how could Luo Xia not notice it? She sighed and said, "Cheap you once, at night you know." Okay. Luo Muki hemmed and hawed. "Then I'll go change first, oh?" Luo Muki happily left the baby's bedroom, not noticing the slightly hooked corner of Luo Xia's mouth. Mo Xian went back to his room to wash up and change his clothes before he remembered the document that Mo Qingqing had sent to him. In fact, he didn't have much interest in it. Luo Xia and Luo Muki had already found out a lot of things by using the Luo family's means. As a result, Mo Xian's last bit of affection for his parents completely disappeared. After thinking about it, Mo Xian still clicked on the folder, just in case there was anything that the Luo family hadn't found out. He was still quite interested. After opening the file, Mo Xian was still shocked. For the first time, he admired Mo Qingqing. He didn't know if he should say that she was deep enough in the city, or should he say that she had inherited Mo Changshan and Qin's ruthlessness and heartlessness? Although the Luo family had their hands full, there were some things that were far less convenient than Mo Qingqing, who was in the Mo family. He really couldn't imagine that Mo Changshan could be cruel to this extent. Mo Jinpeng is not Qin's own child, but his illegitimate child with his first love, Li Yuzhen, which Mo Xian already knows. Uncle Zheng threatened Mo Jinpeng. Using this secret, the entire Mo family is afraid that except for him and Mo Qingqing, and the person in question, Mo Changshan and Mo Jinpeng, do not know that Mo Jinpeng is not Qin's child, and the counterpart, his and Qin's son, his own half-brother, is dead. Li Yuzhen handled it, and Mo Changshan agreed to it. As for the evidence, it's a recording. Mo Xian's hand holding the cell phone began to tremble. A tiger's poison does not eat its son. Not only did he treat himself harshly for the sake of Mo Jinpeng, he even killed one of his own sons, but he did not sympathize with Qin and I. She was not clean either. Zhang Xifeng is not her godson. It is clearly her illegitimate son. This husband and wife both have a first love that they keep in their hearts, but neither of these couples chose their first love. You two are really a perfect match. Ha! Mo Xian couldn't help but sneer. Unfortunately, Mr. Qin, this life of yours is also bitter enough. Mo Qingqing had found out Zhang Xifeng's identity, but she hadn't found out the deeper hidden secrets that the Luo family knew. Mo Xian suddenly thought maliciously in his heart, if Qin and I knew about all this, whether it was Mo Jinpeng's identity or Zhang Xifeng's identity, what would she do? He wanted to get back at them so badly that if his grandmother wasn't still around, Mo Xian might have actually packed up the information and sent it to Mo Changshan and Qin and I, letting them forget about it dog eat dog. But he couldn't. He promised his grandmother that Mo Xian didn't care about Mo's family, but he couldn't disregard his grandmother's feelings. Taking a long breath, Mo Xian opened his laptop and transferred the files to his computer for backup. If it was only because he was treated harshly, Mo Xian in fact did not hate them to such an extent. What he couldn't accept the most was that he never imagined that his own parents would actually join forces to scheme against him for Mo Jinpeng and make Su Yanran break up with him. What made him even angrier was that when his grandmother fell ill, no one from the Mo family actually stepped in and even sneered at him. They felt that it was Mo Xian's intention. And even the doctor's phone call they felt was Mo Xian's way of getting someone to come and intentionally cheat them out of their money. He would always remember Mo Qiangshan's cold sarcasm. I can give my money to whoever I want. You don't have to lie about your grandmother. Your grandfather didn't even care about her. And it's none of my business if she really dies. If it weren't for the indifference and arrogance of Mo's family, Grandma wouldn't have only had these 2 years to live. Mo Qiangshan, Qin and I'll wait for you couple to be torn apart and tear each other apart like dogs. Mo Xian clenched his fists, his eyes scarlet. Chapter 27 He's my man. After Luo Xia had breakfast and rushed to the company, Sister Hui came over at the first opportunity and reported to her in a low voice. The Yi family contacted Mo Qingqing. Oh, no wonder. Luo Xia couldn't help but sneer. Before Mo Xian told her, Luo Xia was clear about Mo Qingqing's ambition, but for her to be so emboldened to negotiate with Mo Xian, it was clearly impossible with just herself. It's not surprising that that old lady of the Yi family has her eye on her. After all, she likes that kind of ambitious woman. Luo Xia tenderly stroked her chest. The necklace that Mo Xian bought for her. It's okay, don't worry about it, it's just a Yi family. Mo Xian didn't know the real Luo Xia. For him, the power of this plutocratic princess was always just a concept. Not to mention that in Mo Xian's eyes, Luo Xia was very gentle, and although she usually looked cool, Mo Xian felt that she was not a ruthless person. But in fact, Luo Xia had destroyed as many as 80 groups and enterprises without 100. Among them, there was no lack of deep-rooted giants, or foreign enterprises with strong capital. As long as she wasn't facing Mo Xian, Luo Xia's cruelty was outrageous even to Luo Tian. The Luo family was not only a top-tier plutocracy, the underworld, military and political circles all had great influence and connections. How many hostile forces? Luo Xia lifted her hand and could make them perish. As long as this Luo family's great princess wanted to, she could really do whatever she wanted. This was also the reason why so many powerful men, even if Luo Xia was unmarried and pregnant with a daughter, were all squeezing their heads to marry her. That's why Luo Tian, Sister Hui and the others didn't understand why Luo Xia and Luo Muqi would spend so much effort, investigating little by little, to infiltrate the Mo family and the Qin family. As long as she nodded her head, there would be no Mo family, no Qin family in Kyoto tomorrow. Luo Xia seemed to have seen Hui's doubts and said with a light smile, Xiao Xian has been holding back because Grandma couldn't bear the thought of him fighting to the death with his own parents and relatives. So how could I intervene before he made up his mind to do it? Whatever my man wants to do, I will help him do it. He wants to deal with the Mo family on his own, so of course I'm going to let him. I'm going to do nothing more than make it possible for him to do so without any hindrance. Sister Hui looked at Luo Xia's sickly smile. This felt even more terrifying than her usual. The usual Luo Xia was nothing more than cold and unfeeling, and as a vice president whose actual power was no less than Luo Tian's, Sister Hui didn't feel that this was anything too much. The controller of the plutocracy should be like Luo Xia. She could not be a good person, but definitely not a weak person. But when it comes to Mo Xian, Luo Xia is completely out of her mind, acting only on the basis of her insane love for Mo Xian, prioritizing everything with Mo Xian. Yes, I know, Missy, we won't say much. She just needs to fulfill Luo Xia's orders. After arriving at school and separating from Luo Muqi, Mo Xian went to the library and spent the morning in the library busy writing class papers. Until noon, Mo Xian was ready to go to the cafeteria to eat. Over there Luo Muqi called, Brother, do you want to have lunch together? I was just about to go. Mo Xian had just come out of the library. Are you finished over there? Yeah, I'll see you in the cafeteria then. After hanging up the phone, Mo Xian quickly rushed to the cafeteria. And many young schoolgirls couldn't help but look at Mo Xian a few times when they saw him. That senior is so handsome, tall and well-built looking. Stop it, that's Senior Mo Xian, the man known as the Bronze Wall. So far no girl has ever succeeded in confessing her love. In fact, with Mo Xian's skin, it's not impossible to be a sea king, but it's not because he dated Su Yanran in his freshman year. And after that, he was so focused on his children and studies that he politely refused to face the confessions of girls from the same school. Not to mention that he, as a person, is not the kind of person who is promiscuous. He didn't know who had given him such a nickname, and he didn't bother, even thinking that it was actually quite good. Before, it was more important for him to make up for his mistakes and spend more time with his children. Now that he was being pestered by 2 female goblins, he didn't have the heart for it. Senior Mo, a small, cute-looking schoolgirl walked up to Mo Xian, her face blushing. Hello, can I help you? Mo Xian's voice belonged to the kind that was low and very magnetic. Hearing Mo Xian's gentle tone, the elementary school girl's face turned even redder, trembling as she took out her cell phone and timidly said, Senior, Can I add you on WeChat? Mo Xian froze for a moment and said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry it may not be convenient. Without waiting for him to finish, a warm embrace hugged Mo Xian from behind. Luo Muki smiled as she wrapped her arms around Mo Xian's waist and said gently, Brother, it's only been a while since I left you. How come an elementary school girl is looking for you to ask for WeChat? I'm sorry, schoolgirl, look. Mo Xian smiled somewhat helplessly. The elementary school sister was a little frustrated, but when he saw Luo Muki, he was really ashamed of himself. He was just about to say something, but he met Luo Muki's crazy eyes, with a smile on his face that made people's scalp numb, and a hint of red light flashing in his eyes. He's my man, off. Luo Muki used a mouthful of words and said to the elementary school girl. Frightened, the elementary school girl couldn't even say anything and turned around to run. Is she alright? Mo Xian was confused by the sudden change. Why did she suddenly run away? Maybe there's an emergency? Brother, don't mind her. Luo Muki lightly grunted in mock anger. Brother is really misbehaving. Actually going behind my sister and I's back and hooking up with elementary school girls outside. No, it's not like I said yes. Looking at Mo Xian's flustered explanation, Luo Muki covered her mouth and snickered, then took his arm and whispered, Brother, be obedient. Oh, don't talk to girls other than me and sister. The surrounding people saw Luo Muki and then looked at Mo Xian. I knew it. So he's hooked up with the schoolgirl. Don't tell me. Only Mo Xian's face is worthy of Colonel Flower, right? It's over. I don't know how many boys and girls are going to fall out of love this time. Mo Xian was really a bit headstrong. He wasn't a person who loved to publicize, but Luo Muki didn't care. Even she couldn't wait for everyone to know. Brother, if you really know you're wrong, then you can kiss me. Luo Muki raised her head, as if there was a little devil tail wagging behind her. Otherwise, I'll tell my sister that you're looking for schoolgirls outside behind our backs. So, stop it. Muki. Looking at so many people around, Mo Xian was really embarrassed, but Luo Muki was not willing to let him go as much as he was, and with no choice, Mo Xian only lowered his head and kissed her lightly. In the corner, one of the boys slapped the table hard, with anger in his eyes and a hint of humiliation staring hard at the two of them. Chapter 28, The Three Greatest Illusions of Life. Muki, there's no way I can help you get food if you're like this. Luo Muki was as if she had grown onto Mo Xian, tightly wrapping her arms around his left arm, which made Mo Xian, who had originally planned to help him with the food, a little speechless. You kiss me again or I won't let go of you. Luo Muki grabbed Mo Xian's clothes with a sick obsession in her eyes, just for a moment but still captured by Mo Xian. Muchi, are you alright? Mo Xian felt a chill down his spine for a moment, and when he looked again, Luo Muki's eyes returned to their usual gentleness. Stop it, let's eat first. Okay. Luo Muki slowly let go of Mo Xian with a smile on her face. Brother, if you're not doing anything in the afternoon, why don't we go out and play? My paper is still. Before Mo Xian had a chance to speak, Luo Muki looked at him accusingly, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. Brother, don't we count as being together? The night before yesterday. Go, wherever you say. Mo Xian was afraid that this girl would say something about tigers and wolves, so he only hastily agreed. But he didn't notice the flash of light in Luo Muki's eyes. Brother is really obedient. Well, let's go out to play after dinner. Luo Muki pulled Mo Xian's hand. I'll go find a seat. Brother, help me get food, okay? Mo Xian nodded, and only then did Luo Muki let go of him, happily looking for an empty seat by the window to sit down, and then used her cell phone to send a message out, the closest hotel to Kyoto University in my name. Help me get a suite. By the way, about 2/3 of the star hotels and famous theme hotels in Kyoto are either under the name of Luo Xie and Luo Muki, or they have the largest shares, leaving 1/3, in Luo Tian's place. Mo Xian ordered a large portion of fried rice for himself, a bowl of beef noodles, seafood and a cup of Chuxiang jasmine for Luo Muchi, and after going to his seat and setting up his lunch, he wiped his chopsticks with the wet wipes that he had brought with him and handed them to her. As she was eating, 3 boys walked over. The one in the lead gave Mo Xian a cold look, then questioned Luo Muki, you rejected me just for him? This person Mo Xian is recognized. The second son of the famous Shao family in Kyoto, Shao Gu, is a student of the art department of Kyoto University, a year younger than Luo Muki, backed by the entertainment industry giant Shao family resources constantly. Moreover, it was still Luo Muki's suitor. Luo Muki just didn't seem to see him as she brought a peeled shrimp to Mo Xian's mouth and said sweetly, brother, eat quickly. I can't even finish these. Mo Xian opened his mouth somewhat awkwardly. Luo Muki wiped her hand with a tissue, then glanced at Xiao Gu, who had a constipated general expression on his face, and hesitantly opened her mouth to ask, excuse me, are you talking to me? The veins on Xiao Ji's head were about to burst as he pointed at Mo Xian, his tone filled with disdain. You refuse to marry my family just to be with him? Luo Muchi, I've been chasing you for 2.5 years, and this is how you treat me? This is not a connotation who. Xiaogu did chase Luo Muki for 2.5 years. Mo Xian had also heard about it, only that Luo Muki never took a look at him. Mo Xian asked her why, and Luo Muki replied that sometimes she doesn't even remember that there is such a person in this world. I'm sorry, you chased me so I have to be with you? When Luo Muqi faced him, her face was completely devoid of the gentleness she had just faced Mo Xian. Her face was expressionless and her tone was cold and detached. If it's fine, please get out of the way and don't disturb my brother and I from eating. Xiao Ji's face became even more ugly, and the two followers behind him pulled on his clothes, muttering in a low voice, why don't we forget about it? In the end, that's the Luo family's second miss. Those who could play with Xiaogu were not from poor families. These people knew very well that if they offended Luo Muki, they would only go home tonight and have their legs broken by their own old man. However, Xiaogu didn't listen to them, and even impatiently shook his hand and said painfully to Luo Muqi, you don't like me? Then why did you show me favor in the first place? I get it. Do you think that I'm now a top streamer and have too many female fans? Do you feel pressured? This speech, not to mention Mo Xian and Luo Muki, the nearby students who were eating melon couldn't help but roll their eyes. If you say this to someone else, maybe it's okay, but to Luo Muki, the second princess of the top plutocrat, then this is more or less a little bit of a letter. I'm sorry, I'm not stressed. Luo Muki was already a bit impatient. Second youngest Xiao, if you continue to pester me, don't blame me for not giving the Xiao family face. Xiaogu was stimulated by these words and reached out to grab Luo Muki's arm, but before he could touch it, Mo Xian pushed him out, stood up and blocked Luo Muki's body, held up his glasses and said, this student, please respect yourself. Mo Xian height 189, close to 190, Xiaogu only 180, height suppression. The momentum is lower than Mo Xian a lot. He stood up straight, walked to Mo Xian, raised his eyes in front of him, and said in a contemptuous tone, I know you, Senior Mo, the outcast of the Mo family, the waste whose fiancé has been snatched away by his own brother, Luo Muki. You found such a... Luo Muki kicked Xiao Ji's stomach. Luo Muki, who had originally practiced self-defense, taekwondo and combat, her foot power was already big, and she was also wearing high heels. Xiaogu was kicked back several steps, and sat down on the ground covering his stomach. You say one more word about my brother and I'll kill you. Luo Muki's face was like frost, and there was a hint of killing intent in her tone. Mo Xian scratched his head awkwardly and whispered softly into Luo Muki's ear, this kind of thing should come from me. A man. I don't care. No one is allowed to talk about brother. Luo Muki didn't have her usual gentleness in front of Mo Xian. The bottom of her eyes were colored with scarlet, and her eyes flashed with a cold aura. Also, when did I ever show kindness to you? You make it clear to me. He actually dared to slander himself, or in front of Mo Xian. For so many years she, Luo Muki, had only liked Mo Xian alone, and Luo Muki could not allow anyone to make her brother feel that her feelings were watered down. You smiled at me a couple times at the reception back then, didn't you like me? With this sentence, the followers behind him who were holding him up couldn't help but roll their eyes. The students who were watching on the side were just like looking at a little cutie. Looking at him like, smiling at you means you like you? Big brother, this is a live performance of life's 3 major illusions, right? That's true. Lo has smiled at me too. Does that mean he likes me? Oh yeah, I'm female. I thought it was some kind of earth-shattering emotional affair, and this is what it turned out to be? Rather, what makes you think that Senior Mo, who is more handsome than you, taller than you, and has a PhD in progress at the age of 23, isn't better than you, a showbiz vase? The murmur of the surrounding students grew louder and louder. Xiao Ji's face also became more and more unsightly. Luo Muki couldn't help but sneer when she heard his words. Attending a cocktail party, I see you greeted. Without a smile do I give you a slap on the face? You. Xiaogu still wanted to retort, but Luo Muqi's kick was really too hard. Not only did it hurt, but he felt like he was going to vomit if he said any more. Also, I don't even remember which wine meeting met you, and you pestered me for 2.5 years. Luo Muqi wrapped her arms around Mo Xian's arm, and when she looked back at Mo Xian, her tone immediately became softer. Brother, he wronged me. I've always only liked brother alone. This Mo Xian still believe. After all, they have a child. Xiaogu forcibly pressed himself not to vomit. His voice trembled and said, You, Luo Muki, you will regret it. However, Luo Muki just acted as if she didn't hear it. Her eyes were full of Mo Xian, and her tone was gentle as she inquired, Brother, let's go out to eat. Right, I'll take you to eat barbecue, okay? Mo Xian only felt that he was about to be lynched to death by a surrounding eye that contained a killing gas, and the second princess of the plutocrat was dating. Luo Muki kicked Xiao Gu for him, and there was also a look of love and brain. This is not where it is a show of love, and this is pulling hatred. Mo Xian didn't even answer and pulled Luo Muki to run out of the cafeteria in a hurry, and Shogo couldn't hold it back any longer. Wow, he threw up. On that day, the second youngest master of the Xiao family vomited in Kyoto University on the hot search. However, he was beaten by Luo Muki, including an Mo Xian, Luo Muki argument. In the online, a little bit of wind and waves did not set off. Chapter 29, Su Yanran's Heart. At the parking lot, Su Yanran stepped down from her Porsche. The purpose of her visit to the school was to find Mo Xian, really letting Su Yanran expose Mo Xian and Luo Xia, Luo Muki's matter. She wasn't that stupid. This kind of thing could be suppressed if the Luo family wanted to, even if they knew about it. So what? The Luo family had plenty of ways to clear the air. But if once it was known that she did it, then the Su family would be destroyed by the Luo family that day. She was different from Mo Xian. The Su family had a son and a daughter, but Su father also had the intention of letting her take over part of the family business. Mo Xian didn't care about these things in the business circle and didn't have the heart to inquire. But Su Yanran is very clear. Luo Xia, Luo Muki, and even Luo Tian, who seems to be Mr. Nice Guy. The Luo family is full of monsters who eat people without spitting bones. On the other hand, Su Yanyan has begun to have a certain degree of real power in her own company. Luo Xia has a saying that is right. Want to let Mo Xian back? Su Yanyan must make a choice. While pondering what to say when she saw Mo Xian, Su Yanyan looked up and saw that not far away, Mo Xian and Luo Muki were walking towards the parking lot together. Su Yanyan froze for a moment and hurriedly hid. If Luo Muki was there, then she couldn't do much. Brother, after eating the roasted meat, let's go take a rest. Luo Muki held Mo Xian's arm, her tone soft and sticky. I booked a hotel suite. Oh, sweet, sweet? Mo Xian almost choked himself to death with one breath. Stop it, Mu Chi, wasn't it you who asked me to accompany you out this afternoon? Yeah, book a suite and we'll play games? Luo Muki shook her cell phone and winked at Mo Xian. Brother, what do you think? I thought you were going to watch a movie. Mo Xian's face immediately red. In the past, when he and Luo Muki went to school together, this girl did not move to take advantage of the afternoon no class to pull him to go to the hotel, to play a game in double rows, or to watch a movie to catch up. Just now this kind of situation, Mo Xian inevitably do not think wildly, but forget that in the past indeed the two of them really is pure to go to the hotel to play games. Catching Mo Xian's blush, Luo Muki's lips slightly hooked up and deliberately asked consecutively, why are you blushing? Brother? Why are your ears red too? Brother, it's not cold? Why are you gagging? Brother? And why are you so hot? Are you trying to do something? Mo Xian was even more shy by her question, but Luo Muki was unwilling to let him go and pressed him step by step. Brother, give me a kiss or I'll keep talking. Well, people have temper. Being teased by this girl for half a day, Mo Xian didn't hold back the kiss in the end. However, Luo Muki had a sickly look in her eyes. Her hands wrapped around Mo Xian's neck, and she deepened the kiss with force. How do you feel that you are still being set up by this girl? Mo Xian had a feeling of being fooled in his heart, but the sweet scent made him unable to resist tightly wrapping his arms around Luo Muki's waist, unable to let go. Brother, I don't want to eat barbecue. Luo Muki's eyes seemed to carry water mist, and her face was flushed. She slowly stood on her tiptoes and came close to Mo Xian's ear, her voice soft and uncharacteristic. I want to eat you. Listen, first, go eat first. Mo Xian was a normal man, guarding this pair of beautiful sisters every day, being teased by them intentionally or unintentionally for so long, and having a substantial relationship. His sanity was now fragile, but he still held himself strong that he must be sober. Luo Muki just hooked her lips in a smile and pulled Mo Xian's hand and said, alright, let's go then. Today is the Maybach that Mo Xian drove to the school. Just get on the car. Mo Xian has not had time to buckle the seatbelt. Luo Muki sat on his lap, hands holding his head. Spreading kisses fell on Mo Xian's lips, face. Muki, stop it. Mo Xian clasped her hand that reached into his clothes. Today he only wore a dark blue hooded sweatshirt, which had been pulled up halfway by Luo Muki, revealing his 8-pack abs. Brother, why are you so inviting? Although Luo Muki was still smiling gently like that, a hint of danger kept flickering in her eyes. If I didn't come, would you have added that elementary school girl's WeChat? How is that possible? Mo Xian hastily shook his head. You know me, I don't even have many friends in school. This is true. Mo Xian previously lived alone in an apartment by himself. He didn't socialize much after he turned 15 because he lost some of his memories. Chang Jiahao used to be one of his few friends, but after experiencing a betrayal, Mo Xian had doubts about his ability to look at people. Plus he later had a child, and there weren't many people he was close to at school, and the members of the group could only be considered co-workers. Brother, you're mine and my sister's. You can't go to anyone else. Oh. Luo Muki gently but seemingly stoically stroked Mo Xian's face, and suddenly kissed him on the lips, seemingly gambling, but also seemingly afraid of hurting him in general, gently biting. How come? Mo Xian didn't get angry with her for such a small gesture. Instead he reached out and touched her head. I won't betray you guys. As long as you still need me, I'll always be by your side. Mo Xian did not know his words. How much killing power to Luo Muki? She kissed Mo Xian more greedily. Her breathing became rapid and haphazard. Brother, go to the hotel. Otherwise, I'll eat you here. Frightened Mo Xian hastily started the engine. In this broad daylight, he did not have that confidence to test his bottom line. It wasn't until the Maybach was far away that Su Yanran walked out with a pale face. The closer Mo Xian and Luo Muki became, the more pain she felt in her heart. On what grounds? That man's tender, accommodating should be all hers. In her heart, she was remorseful, and more than that, she was jealous. Whether it was Luo Xia or Luo Muki, she was madly jealous. Obviously, all of this should have been hers, and the girl he had just kissed should have been her, and the one who had given him a child should have been her. People automatically block out their faults when they are in great pain. She forgot that Mo Xian was pushed away by her own hands, that she was the one who slowly favored Mo Jinpeng, and even more so that she stood against Mo Xian when he was framed by Mo Jinpeng. It's okay, it's all in time, everything is in time. Su Yanran grabbed her handbag haphazardly. I need to calm down, I have to snatch him back from them. Suddenly, Su Yanyan seemed to have thought of something, and a smile slowly surfaced on her face. And my grandmother, and the marriage contract. Mo Xian listens to his grandmother, and if she can get the old lady of the Su family to step in, then the marriage contract will still be between her and Mo Xian. It was impossible for Luo Xia and Luo Muki to marry Mo Xian in their current situation, whereas she could. She didn't believe that the Luo family would still condone the Luo sisters pestering Mo Xian like this after she and Mo Xian executed their marriage contract. A child? The Luo family would allow their daughter's child to be raised by someone else? Once Mo Xian compromised and got engaged to her because of her grandmother, she could trick Mo Xian into going abroad, and no matter how handy the Luo family was, they couldn't possibly extend their hands abroad, could they? Thinking of this, Su Yanyan immediately took out her cell phone and made a call to her assistant, for the cooperation with the Mo family. The contract should not be drawn up for the time being. Su Yanran is now serving as general manager. Recently there is a cooperation, is responsible for Mo Jinpeng. From the return to the country to now, Su Yanyan did not pay attention to Mo Jinpeng. His heart is dissatisfied but also not good seizure. A big reason is for this cooperation. Mo Qingqing's ability is too outstanding. Mo Changshan is slow to let her give up her position as president. Mo Jinpeng is more anxious than anyone else. Mo Jinpeng, it's all you. If it wasn't you, how could Mo Xian ignore me? Su Yanran's eyes are red. Mo Xian, you'll see, compared to them, I'm the one who loves you more. Chapter 30, Red Roses, White Roses. Inside the hotel suite, Luo Muki on the bed had her hands in Mo Xian's fingers clasped tightly together, as if they couldn't be separated. It was as if she was in fear that Mo Xian would leave, the only way she seemed to be able to hold on to him. It took more than 2 full hours for the senseless storm to die down. Mu Qi, Mo Xian gently wrapped his arms around the beautiful person in his arms. You are a bit strange. Yes, brother, I'm just very strange. Luo Muki's voice was hoarse, but her eyes were full of fondness as she looked at Mo Xian. I'm poisoned, the poison that I can't live without you. From the first time she saw Mo Xian sitting on the big tree 10 years ago, she was poisoned. Did she really like this kind of thing that much? She didn't know herself, but it was as if this was the only way she felt at one with Mo Xian. 3 years, Luo Xia set the plan for 3 years. For this day they intentionally made Mo Xian and the child closer. Even though she and Luo Xia were madly jealous of their child, it wasn't that she didn't love it, but she longed, too, to be embraced by Mo Xian like her daughter. Part of his memory was missing and he had forgotten about the sisters. For this day, God knows how long they had endured. God knows how much effort they had put in and how much they had plotted. Brother, don't leave me. Luo Muki was incomparably vulnerable as she shrank in Mo Xian's arms, seemingly pleading and pouting. Mo Xian didn't answer, just tightly held her tighter. Brother, do you know why I like red roses? Mo Xian froze for a moment while Luo Muki suddenly looked up at him, because there is a person who said that he also wants to be that person who was favored to the point of being emboldened. In Mo Xian's mind, a fragment seemed to flash by, just for a brief moment. Under a tree, a boy and a girl wearing headphones, and then the memory seemed like broken glass, unable to be pieced together again. He suddenly remembered that his favorite songs were Red Rose and White Rose, but why exactly he liked them? He forgot. Luo Xia liked white roses. while Luo Muki liked red roses. Mo Xian only felt his head hurt a little, as if something was trying to break through the door of memory but couldn't come out. Brother, don't think. Luo Muki suddenly got up and hugged his head tightly. I can always let you be the favored one, always hold you in my hands without falling out. Luo Muki's words are like a tranquilizing elixir. It seems that from recently, Mo Xian, as long as he hears her and Luo Xia whispering in his ear, will become incomparable peace of mind. The tiredness after indulgence comes. Mo Xian slowly closed his eyes. He had a dream in which he seemed to go back to when he was 13 years old, and he seemed to see a big and a small girl, but he couldn't see their faces. He just somehow felt that seeing them would be very reassuring. But when he reached out his hand, Luo Xia and Luo Muki wrapped their arms around him on the left and right, and the emotions in their eyes made him feel a little flustered. A huge cage surrounded the three, and he was sandwiched between them, hugging them tighter and tighter. They didn't do anything, but an inexplicable feeling of suffocation made him a little breathless. He tried to break free, but they pulled him tightly, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape. Mo Xian sat up violently. His whole body couldn't help but sweat coldly, subconsciously turning back to look over. Luo Muki was no longer there. Muki, he called out softly, but the light was suddenly turned on. Mo Xian had just woken up from sleep and was somewhat unable to adapt to the light, instinctively covering it with his hand. I'm sorry, you're disappointed it wasn't my sister, aren't you? Luo Xia's voice was clear and cold, and it seemed to have a hint of jealousy. Xia, what's wrong with you? Mo Xian was surprised and looked at Luo Xia, who was standing by the bedside with an icy face. Luo Xia didn't answer. She just slowly took off her black jacket. Inside she was wearing a black shirt and a slim black wraparound skirt. Her long and well-proportioned legs were covered with black stockings, as if she was kicking the high heels off her feet as if she was gambling. Luo Xia sat on Mo Xian's legs in a domineering manner, her eyes like ice but with a hint of sadness. My sister went back. Someone has to manage the child at home. As for you, Luo Xia cupped Mo Xian's chin with her hand. You messed with me. You have to coax me. Luo Xia somewhat roughly, and somewhat annoyedly, ripped open the collar of her shirt, and then began to kiss Mo Xian's face. Lips. It was fierce and nasty, as if they were trying to eat him up. Does it hurt? Luo Xia braced her hands on Mo Xian's shoulders, her eyes scarlet as she looked at the bewildered Mo Xian. Unlike Luo Muki, Luo Xia was even more domineering and crazy. I'll make you hurt more. Xian, even after promising to have you with my sister, I want you to not be able to forget me. Whenever, said, she ruthlessly kissed Mo Xian's lips. Greedy, brutal, attacking all. Luo Xia seemed to be sicker than Luo Muki, which was Mo Xian's thought. Finally, the two of them went limp on the couch, and Luo Xia's black, originally carefully combed twisted braids fell apart. Xiao Xian, Luo Xia's eyes were mesmerized, but tinted with a touch of madness, heavily kissing his cheeks. There is no feeling. I am very excessive. No, Mo Xian smiled wearily. It's me who's overdoing it. Yeah, it's you. Luo Xia's tone was gentle, her hand gently stroking Mo Xian's head. But I don't care. For you, I can do anything. When you're at a disadvantage, you have to work at it, don't you? Lyrics to the White Rose. Mo Xian wanted to ask her, but Luo Xia didn't give him a chance to open his mouth, covering his mouth and whispering in his ear. Xiao Xian, this is the dream we gave you, and even if it's a nightmare, it's still the most beautiful nightmare. Be willingly in this dream. Don't wake up, don't ask me. The only thing you can do is love us with everything you have. Don't leave me. Xian, without you I might destroy myself. Mo Xian's brain fell into a blank again. As this storm subsided, Luo Xia hugged Mo Xian tightly as if she was afraid that he would disappear, her mouth gently humming White Rose. It was clearly a sad love song, but Mo Xian felt incredibly relieved. It's like this sick love affair. Crazy, incomprehensible, but Mo Xian, but willingly. It's not about money. It's not about anything. Luo Xia and Luo Muki are just like vines rising in his heart. Little by little his whole heart will be entangled and captured. Perhaps Mo Xian himself has not noticed that he seems to be somewhat abnormal. Chapter 31 Mo Qingqing's Conditions. When Luo Muki arrived at the hotel suite in the morning, she looked at Mo Xian and Luo Xia somewhat speechlessly. Mo Xian was still in a deep sleep, and Luo Xia had apparently just finished her shower and was using the hotel's hairdryer to blow out her hair. Sister, you're much more ruthless than me. Luo Muki sighed, placing the replacement clothes on the table. I'm only afraid that my brother has been tossed around by you, right? Luo Xia gave her a blank look, shook her hair and walked out to change into the clothes Luo Muki had brought. A competent black suit. Is everything okay at home? And how are Violet and Cheryl? Ha, that wasn't the attitude you had yesterday when you rushed over here in a huff and told me to go home, was it? Hearing Luo Xia's inquiry, Luo Muki only felt amused that this time her sister was concerned about the child. Luo Xia sat on the chair, not wearing any makeup but still beautiful and moving. Sis, will we have a second child if we toss it around like this? Hearing Luo Miyuki's words, Luo Xia couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. We have to find a way to avoid the risk before we can do that. Those two little things are enough to be able to rob. And you said how nice it was for you to take your brother back yesterday? Luo Miyuki said without any good humor. Wei and Schwer almost cried the room down, but brother was still asleep. Luo Xia sneered coldly. Ha, I didn't see you feeling sorry for him when you tossed him. Sis, you're being unreasonable, aren't you? You can toss him around more than I can. That. Mo Xian weakly sat up, sleepy eyes, said in a tired tone, I want to sleep some more. Don't quarrel. After saying that, he straightened up and lay down. Spare the physical strength. A good tiger cannot hold two wolves. Ah. A flash of heartache flashed under Luo Xia's eyes, and she said to Luo Miyuki, Miyuki, tell the best restaurant under Luo's name to prepare meals and send them over. And keep little Xian company today. Sis. Then the company sighed. Aren't there cousins? Luo Xia said rightfully. It's settled. When Xiao Xian finishes eating, let's go to the hot spring. Sister, are you sure that the three of us will be able to rest him when we soak in the hot springs? That's right. Let Uncle Zhang send the child there. At this time, Luo Tian, who was in the company's whole body, shivered. After thinking about it, he picked up his cell phone and called his wife. Kid's mom, bring the kid to the company at night. Yes, accompany me to work overtime. Don't you ask. I feel like the king is going to skip the morning court again today. Mo Xian slept for another hour before getting up. A nice smell of food slowly drifted over. Looking at Mo Xian up, Luo Miyuki immediately jumped into his arms and pampered him, saying, Brother, you're awake? Go and take a shower. I bought you breakfast. Luo Xia sat at the head of the bed, seeing Mo Xian waking up, reached out and touched his somewhat messy hair, and said gently, I'm sorry, Xiao Xian. I booked a hot spring hotel. Have a good rest today. Kids. Mo Xian thought of the 2 milk donuts. Luo Xia lightly smiled and said, Uncle Zhang will let them go over to meet us in the afternoon. Don't worry. Mo Xian took a long breath. Yesterday thought he could go back at night, but it turned out. I guess the 2 daughters must be very anxious, right? Usually so sticky to themselves. This day and night did not go back. He was just about to get up to wash up, but after thinking about it, he sat down again and said with some embarrassment, Mu Chi, you give me my clothes. Luo Muchi snorted and reached out to touch Mo Xian's sturdy chest and said, Brother, why are you still shy at this time instead? Hurry up and go. I've brought you new clothes. No, then I'm embarrassed too. Obviously he and both of them are already in this situation. But Mo Xian is still a little bit not too good. In the end, Luo Xia handed Mo Xian's pants to him, hid under the covers and put them on, and ran to the bathroom to take a shower. This suite has a bedroom and a living room, and after taking a bath and changing clothes and coming out, the meal was already placed on the coffee table. Only, Mo Xian saw the dishes in front of him and fell into a deep thought. Brother, what's wrong? Luo Miyuki saw Mo Xian staring at the rice and thought it wasn't sumptuous enough. Is it because you think the food is too little? That's not true. The problem is, Mo Xian pointed at the familiar kidney tonic package. Why do I feel like I've eaten it before? This is for your own good. Even if your stamina is good, you need to make up for it? Luo Xia carefully picked a piece of oyster meat and placed it in Mo Xian's rice lunchbox. Be good. Eat more. Mo Xian had no choice but to eat in a depressed manner. At this time, the cell phone suddenly rang. Luo Xia directly overbearingly snatched it over, and when she saw the memo Mo Qingqing, she frowned a little. This is to talk to me about acquiring shares, isn't it? Mo Xian sneered. I'll take it, Xia. It's good to get this over with. Luo Xia nodded and told Mo Xian to put it on speakerphone. Mo Xian obeyed and did as he was told. After the call was connected, Mo Qingqing's voice rang out with a hint of relief. When will you meet with me? I have the money ready. Go ahead. Not today. Mo Xian put down his chopsticks and picked up the mineral water on one side and unscrewed it to take a sip. I thought you had to wait. 600 million isn't a small amount for you, right? That's not for you to worry about. However, I still have a condition. Don't worry, our deal is a deal, and this condition is just to facilitate our better cooperation in the future. Mo Xian frowned slightly. What could he have that would make Mo Qingqing worth negotiating? I want to meet up with that love interest of yours. Not hearing Mo Xian's voice, Mo Qingqing said to herself, I don't know who you've climbed up to, as long as you help me with an introduction. When it comes to fruition, these shares, I'll hand them over to you again. She's good at finding opportunities. Mo Xian couldn't help but feel ridiculous. Mo Qingqing really deserves to be the good daughter that Mo Changshan raised. She won't let go of any opportunity. Only, Mo Xian is too clear about the characteristics of Mo's family, talking good words, taking advantage of the situation and then immediately turning his face away. Mo Xian was just about to refuse, but Luo Xia pulled his sleeve and nodded to him. Mo Xian was a bit puzzled. but looking at Luo Xia's firm expression, Mo Xian helplessly replied, yes, on the day I go to hand over my shares to you, I'll bring her to meet you. Okay, meet me at the 1,000 Miles residence in 3 days at 7 o'clock in the evening. After hanging up the phone, Mo Xian looked at Luo Xia with some confusion and asked curiously, Xia, you don't need to meet with her, do you? I know, so I'm not going. Ha, Luo Xia was all smiles. Of course, Muchi isn't going either. Ha, Mo Xian didn't know the calculations in Luo Xia's heart, and she didn't continue to talk, but urged Mo Xian to eat quickly. Being coaxed by the sisters in shifts, Mo Xian in the end still ate all the oysters and drank all the bullwhip soup, which is beautifully called, prevention is better than cure. At this time, Su Yanran's heart is incomparably annoyed. Yesterday she has already mentioned this matter with her grandmother. Grandma Su is not very willing. After all, this matter Su Yanran hit her face, so that she has lost her trust in front of her own years of friends. But in the end, it was her own granddaughter, so Grandma Su finally agreed. But today Mo Jinpeng called one after another. Su Yanyan was really overwhelmed, and finally had no choice but to answer. Yan, you've been back for so long and we haven't met yet. Hearing Mo Jinpeng's voice, Su Yanyan even felt disturbed and asked with a hint of indifference in her tone, is there something wrong? My second and third sisters are going to the hot springs, and they want to invite you to join them. Chapter 32, without them, I don't want you either. Luo Xia had booked one of the most famous hot spring hotels in Kyoto, and of course, she was the majority shareholder. The hotel covers an area that is not only large, but is also divided into two parts. The front of the hotel with a public hot spring bath, and the back of the hotel is a 2-story bed and breakfast with a private hot spring field. It doesn't take much thought to realize that the back is more expensive than staying in a hotel, but it's quiet, private, and the rooms are more comfortable. What's more, the greenery, flowers and plants near the B&B area are well taken care of by the hotel and the scenery is pleasant. That's why this hotel is also a Netflix in Kyoto and has excellent service and a very special buffet. The waiter was very respectful and brought Luo Xia, Luo Muki and the yawning Mo Xian to the B&B area. Luo Xia had booked the quietest set of B&B in the location in advance, and just after opening the door, the two milk donuts pounced on Mo Xian's side, hugging his thighs and looking at their dad pitifully. Mr. Mo, you're here. Uncle Zhang looked tired, and the nanny who followed him also had a lifeless look on his face. Mo Xian is not at home. The two little milk balls are crying and fussing. If it is not yesterday Luo Muki came back, comforting them that their father has something to do tomorrow will be able to come back. I am afraid that this night no one will want to sleep. While the Luo sisters who started it all looked like nothing was wrong, Luo Xia even squatted down and pinched Luo Weier's face a little unhappily. Daddy was with mommy yesterday. It can't be that daddy doesn't want mommy after having you, right? Daddy wants Violet, not mommy. Lo see, that little white wolf. You wouldn't be here without me. Over there Luo Shuer was also looking at Mo Xian with an aggrieved face. Daddy doesn't want bad mommy and bad auntie. He wants Shuer and sister. Luo Muki was so angry that she grabbed the back of her collar and pulled it in front of her and threatened. Do you believe that I'll give you a younger brother or sister, so that your father won't care about you in the future? Frightened two little milk balls shook their heads and said they didn't want any younger siblings. You two are enough. Mo Xian has some headaches. Uncle Zhang, it's hard for you guys. Why don't I take them around the neighborhood? The scenery here looks pretty good to me. Good, don't go too far. Luo Xia stood up holding Luo Weier and kissed her own daughter's fleshy little face. I'll have the hotel send some desserts later, when you and your daughters come back to soak in the hot springs. Eldest miss, second miss, and little miss have all been delivered, so we'll go back first. How smart is Uncle Zhang? He's not going to be a light bulb here on this occasion. Luo Xia nodded, then took out her own car key and handed it to Uncle Zhang and said, take my car back. Tomorrow we'll go back in Xiao Xian's car. Uncle Zhang took the key and realized that there was a note following the key. He didn't make any difference but left with the two nannies. It wasn't until the parking lot that Uncle Zhang opened the note. All it says is, let something happen to Mo Jinpeng. Uncle Zhang lit the note directly with his accompanying lighter, threw it on the ground and waited for all of it to burn out and then stamped it out with his foot. Then he took out his cell phone and made a phone call. Get ready. Make sure Mo Jinpeng makes the headlines tomorrow. Mo Xian didn't know what Luo Xia was planning, but pulled his two daughters for a walk around the neighborhood. The weather in Kyoto in October had already cooled down, and many of the flowers and trees here at the Hot Spring Hotel had already begun to yellow, but there was a different kind of scenery. The two milk balls' fleshy little hands pulled Mo Xian and looked around, following their dad around. Looking at everything seemed to look good. Mo Xian? Behind her, a voice with surprise and amazement rang out. Mo Xian frowned and turned back to look behind her. Su Yanran was standing not far away, 3 steps to 2 steps to stop in front of her. When she saw the two milk dumplings, her eyes obviously dimmed a lot. I didn't expect to run into him and Luo Muki at school yesterday, but I actually ran into Mo Xian again here today. Su Yanran originally didn't want to come. She didn't want to run into Mo Jinpeng. She didn't expect Mo Jinpeng to tell her that there were only her two sisters and he wasn't going. As a matter of fact, Mo Jinpeng was also extremely dissatisfied with Su Yanran, but after all, she was the most suitable object for the marriage, and the main person in charge of the cooperation between the two families was also the two of them. Su Yanran does not want to see him. He knows in his heart because she regrets, but he does not care. Anyway, he has other women outside, simply did not put Su Yanran in the heart. As for this time, it is purely their own two sisters take the initiative. Have to pull together Su Yanran, he is just pushing the boat. No one expected that the two actually met here. Something wrong? Mo Xian's tone was detached. My kid's mom is there, and we have to go back later. Su Yanran endured the heartache. Forced to smile, I really regret. Mo Xian, you cannot give me a chance? 3 years of high school, 1 year of college, we've been together for so long. Can't you forgive me for once? Mo Xian looked at Su Yanran in front of him. The breeze blew. Her long hair fluttered with the wind. Obviously this face is still as beautiful as in their own memories, and even added a touch of charm. But now Mo Xian saw her, the heart of the ancient well. Huma, you're wrong. I've forgiven you not once, but many times. I knew you were swayed from the first time you accepted Mo Jinpeng's gift. It was a bracelet, a limited edition. If I remember correctly, you haven't worn this one I gave you since that day, right? Mo Xian pointed to Su Yanran's left hand. That was her 17th birthday. Mo Xian saved for a long time to buy her a gift. I understand you. After all, I, the youngest master of the Mo family, am not as rich as Mo Jinpeng on hand. I mentioned it once, and you thought I was sensitive and counted me out, but I never thought that a guy would want to see his girlfriend accepting another person's advances. When the college entrance exam was over, I wanted to bring you to celebrate. You said that your family was going to arrange a promotion banquet for you and didn't go. In fact, that day you were having dinner with Mo Jinpeng, but he had set the circle of friends visible only to me. Mo Xian paused for a moment and looked at Su Yanran, whose face was a bit white, then inquired, do you still need me to say it? This kind of thing, you haven't done it too often. I think it's quite meaningless. It's not in line with my character to go through my ex-girlfriend's old scores after it's already been so long. Mo Xian, I can explain. Su Yanran wanted to walk up and pull Mo Xian, but seeing the two milk balls, her hand that wanted to pull Mo Xian just stopped in midair. It doesn't matter, let the past be the past. Mo Xian sighed. I told you last time, we should all move on. You also see, I am now in this situation. A person's heart is divided into two halves. It's unfair to their mother. Not to mention that I now have a daughter. Do you think I may be able to accommodate the next betrayal of my first love? Su Yanran's body couldn't help but sway. She gently held onto a sycamore tree beside her. Her eyes filled with bitterness. Mo Xian, I said that I can treat them like my own daughter. Moreover, even if you leave them, the Luo family can give them the best. You like children, I can also give you birth. Su Yanran seemed to think of something, and then said in a panic, that day to the hotel, it was me who was wrong. But Mo Jinpeng and I didn't do anything. He, Su Yanran, do you have to ask me to say something difficult? Mo Xian sneered. I know very well what kind of person Mo Jinpeng is. Even if you didn't know then, you should know now. You went to a hotel with such a person for a night and he didn't touch you. Do you believe it yourself? Mo Xian shook his head and continued. I said that I forgave you many times. In fact, after that you should have noticed that I kept my distance from you. I wanted to break up with you several times, but if you broke up with me, I needed to go to Grandma Su. After all, this is the marriage contract that was made by the old people of our two families. In the end, paid a sincere. I told my grandmother to take the time to mention this matter with Grandma Su. During that time you have a memory you should remember. I did not take the initiative to contact you again, and after that, I cut off relations with my family. You yourself proposed to break up, and strongly requested that the marriage contract be replaced with Mo Jinpeng, and also officially announced with him, right? Su Yanran, I'm still willing to talk to you peacefully now. For one thing, you saved me at 15, and secondly, I've known you for so long in the end. Now that you got what you wanted and married into the Mo family, I also have my own life. There's no need to keep pestering me, isn't there? Su Yanran disheveledly looked at Mo Xian, and she somewhat unwillingly tried to find something in Mo Xian's eyes, but she could see nothing but calm indifference. If I hadn't left the country in the first place, and I went to you, if, without the Luo sisters, would you still give me a chance? Su Yanran's voice was hoarse and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. Mo Xian glanced at her and sighed softly. Without them, I wouldn't have chosen you again. Yuma, you're the one who didn't want me. Why don't you remember? Chapter 33, Everything is an Excuse. I didn't not want you. The suppressed feelings made Su Yanran a little hysterical. Luo Weier and Luo Shuer were so scared that they hugged Mo Xian's thighs and looked at her a little nervously. Mo Xian reached out and gently stroked their heads, looked at Su Yanran and said, "So, Mo Xian, you know very well that you were engaged to you in the first place because you are still the youngest son of the Mo family at least." Su Yanran said with some agitation. "You know full well that my engagement with you still has the factor of marriage in it. But what about you? How come you didn't consider me when you broke off the relationship? How else am I going to consider you?" Mo Xian couldn't help but sneer. "Su Yanran, Rome wasn't built in a day, and hearts don't die in a day. You have to force me to go over old scores. Fine, then I'll say a few more. For my birthday, you gave a gift to Mo Jinpeng just because he said I stole money from the family and you believed it to teach me a lesson. Out on a date with me. Cell phone keeps ringing, look down and message Mo Jinpeng. I don't live in school because you said you wanted a place, a separate space from me. Turning my head I rented an apartment. Your family didn't agree, so you lived in the school. Mo Jinpeng therefore drove a car to find you often. You and he went to the neighborhood to eat, drink milk tea. Do you think I am not clear at all? Su Yanran, you but say that you understand that you have changed your heart. I will not take it into account. Behind you blame me for not contacting you. Blame me for being cold. I have asked you, don't you know what's going on yourself? How did you answer? Actually think it was me who changed my heart. You're the one who made the choice to force me to break up with you one at a time. And honestly, do you know why I'm not sad about breaking up? Because I was dead to you. A long time ago. Su Yanran looked at Mo Xian. When Mo Xian's 18th birthday, Su Yanran bought him limited edition sneakers, but because of chatting with Mo Jinpeng, he unintentionally said Mo Xian stealing money from the family. She was angry in front of Mo Xian the sneakers to Mo Jinpeng, the name of the game to give him a lesson. But Mo Xian's character she should know better than anyone else, and she did it anyway. Mo Jinpeng often mixes with bars and nightclubs, so he naturally knows how to coax girls. While Mo Xian doesn't have so many curves, he is more willing to put it into action. Su Yanran feels that Mo Xian is not considerate enough and prefers to chat with Mo Jinpeng. Originally she wanted to live with Mo Xian. This matter is not her intention, but her parents do not agree with her living with Mo Xian so early. But Mo Xian himself lives off campus, giving Mo Jinpeng the opportunity to move in front of her to brush her presence. Su Yanran has always emphasized that Mo Xian is her boyfriend, but still followed Mo Jinpeng out, not caring about Mo Xian's feelings. Others asked only that it was Mo Xian's brother. The most disgusting thing is that she said that Mo Xian has a bad relationship with his family and that his brother is looking for her to fix the relationship. But anytime they went out and mentioned Mo Xian, it was Mo Jinpeng who was stirring up trouble. After that hotel, Mo Xian's attitude towards her became extremely cold, and even care only about school, rarely take the initiative to contact her. Su Yanran is a thief, but also a rake, can be replaced by only Mo Xian more disappointment. Daddy, let's go back. Luo Weier gently pulled Mo Xian's hand, her eyes red. Daddy won't be angry if he doesn't talk to this aunt. Without saying a word, Rochelle reached out her little hand to take her daddy's fingers. Mo Xian calmed down a bit, smiled and picked up his daughters, softly comforting them. It's okay, Dad will take you back here, okay? He turned his head to look at Su Yanran. Su Yanran, I really don't understand what the point of you being like this is. The marriage was something you begged for. I was something you gave up. You left the country and came back and you tell me that you want to get back together with me? Mo Xian, I really regret it. Su Yanran's whole person collapsed visible to the naked eye. At first, I admit that I did falter. Mo Jinpeng is very good at saying, you know, and I'm also angry you and the family to cut off relations. My parents there began to agree that the two of us to marry is not only my grandmother's intention. More is you at least is also the Mo family youngest young master. I can't help it if I'm engaged to Mo Jinpeng. The two families have so much cooperation in the end. Although I officially announced with him, but I have not been with him. I am still innocent. For 3 years, I haven't forgotten you. Mo Xian, I really regret us. Before Su Yanran could finish her sentence, Luo Muki's sneering voice came out. Yo, why is Miss Su so willing to hook up with someone else's child's father? Luo Muki walked over and helped Mo Xian pick up Luo Shuer, pulling Mo Xian's hand and saying, brother, you're so disobedient. You're actually here having an affair with your ex-girlfriend. No, Mo Xian quickly explained. Just ran into some things to explain. I did not do anything. Do not believe you, ask the daughters. Seeing the two milk donuts nodding their heads, Luo Muki lightly grunted and said, hurry up and go back. Your brother really doesn't let people feel at ease for a moment. Otherwise, talk to your sister and lock up your brother and keep him with us forever. The thought of my brother making contact with this makes me want to kill her. Luo Muki suppressed her inner madness and pulled Mo Xian away. Su Yanran still wanted to say something, but not far away. Luo Xia looked at her with her arms wrapped around her, and just by coming into contact with her icy gaze, Su Yanran couldn't help but feel fear. It was clear to her that the sisters were crazy, or a crazy person who could crush her with her hands. When Luo Xia saw Mo Xian, her frosty face instantly melted, and she pinched Mo Xian's face somewhat angrily and said, "I'll clean you up when I get back. Go on, I'll help you drive her away." Mo Xian and Luo Muki left with the child in their arms before Luo Xia turned her head and looked at Su Yanran with an icy gaze again, dropping a sentence in a cold voice, "Until you do what I ask of you, anything you say is nothing more than an excuse." Dropping such a sentence, Luo Xia turned around and left, and as if she had no strength left, Su Yanran crouched on the ground in a daze. "Yeah, any explanation now is just an excuse. I'm sorry, I didn't think I'd run into her." After entering the house, Mo Xian immediately apologized with Luo Xia and Luo Muki. "I just want to make it clear to her and stop pestering me." "Got it." Luo Xia reached out her hand and gently slapped Mo Xian's face. "Consider it as having slapped you. No more contact with her. Got it? Otherwise, I'll just have to kill her. I ordered dessert special, with black tea and hot cocoa. Come and eat." The tyrannical killing intent in her heart completely did not show on Luo Xia's face. She would like to kill Su Yanran, if she is not still useful. Luo Xia does not mind doing it herself. Whoa! The two milk doughboys saw the dessert and pulled their dad and said, "Daddy, eat cake." "Got it, Daddy will cut it up for you." Looking at the gentle and patient Mo Xian, the killing intent in Luo Xia's heart, on the contrary, became stronger. Not only her, Luo Muki was also the same. That was their Mo Xian and would not allow others to covet it, especially Su Yanran. Chapter 34, Second Sister Wants to Create a Demon. Su Yanran returned to the B&B that the three of them had rented in a state of disorientation. Mo Tingting had gone somewhere, and only Mo Engying was sitting on the sofa. Unlike Mo Qingqing's strong woman's outfit, Mo Engying wore a ponytail and gold-rimmed glasses, clutching a book of ancient poetry appreciation. Although she looked similar to her sister and was also a beauty, Mo Engying gave off a feeling that people were as light as chrysanthemum. "Yanran, are you alright?" Mo Engying was a little surprised to see Su Yanyan's lost look and the tear tracks on her face. "Had a fight with Jinpeng?" Su Yanran glanced at Mo Engying with empty eyes, her voice hoarse. "Sister Engying, I ran into Mo Xian." Hearing Mo Xian, Mo Engying's complexion clouded over and her tone carried a hint of disdain. "He actually has the money to come here? Did you see who is following? Is he really being adopted by some middle-aged rich woman?" "Sister Engying, why are you so hostile towards him?" Su Yanran didn't answer, but instead asked a question that she had always wanted to ask. "Where exactly did Mo Xian offend you?" "He didn't offend me." Mo Engying closed the book in her hand. "It's all about my brother. But look at Jinpeng and then look at him. He's cold in nature. And last time he had such an ugly mess with the family. He even knocked out Jinpeng's front teeth." Hearing this, Su Yanran frowned slightly. "But wasn't that Mo Jinpeng wronging him before he made his move?" Mo Jinpeng and Qing Kaho set up a scheme to make Qing Kaho take advantage of his birthday to invite Mo Xian to his birthday party. Midway, he drugged Mo Xian's wine and tried to make him have an affair with a young lady. But Mo Xian, after drinking wine, went to the restroom. People disappeared. At that time they were in a club. How can not find Mo Xian? The next day, Mo Jinpeng pulled the lady, and Cheng Jiahao to Mo's family made a scene, biting Mo Xian drunk and disorderly, molested the lady. Cheng Jiahao as evidence, coupled with the incitement of Mo Jinpeng, without any substantial evidence. Mo Changshan bit Mo Xian misbehaved. How ridiculous. The eldest son's rotten pile of accounts he doesn't hear about and even offers to help him squash them, while the younger son catches rumors and he breaks down. But who did not expect Mo Xian hard just a wave, but also called the police, and finally found out that Mo Xian was picked up by an online car. Mo Xian demanded to sue Mo Jinpeng, and Cheng Jiahao deliberately framed him, and that's what led to Mo Xian and Mo's family completely breaking up. A family? He had to tear his face off and made a move. Mo Engying couldn't help but gnash her teeth when she thought of this. Jinpeng is the one I watched grow up. Blame it on Mo Xian, being some kind of friend with that Cheng Jiahao, causing Jinpeng to be implicated. Su Yanran looked at Mo Engying dumbfounded. She didn't expect Mo Engying to still think that this matter Mo Jinpeng was not at fault after so long. "Yanran, don't contact him anymore. Mo Xian's that temperament. Spoiled by grandma." Mo Engying couldn't help but sigh. Ever since he came home, there's always something going on in the house. He relies on the fact that he practiced martial arts since he was a child and has a strong body. He hasn't bullied Jinpeng a lot. Look at this. Where does he have the look of a person who was a younger brother should have? Sister Engying, how exactly did he bully Mo Jinpeng in the first place? Su Yanran's voice carried a hint of indifference. I've known him for so long at least. Mo Xian is not a bully. Jinpeng said, take advantage of our absence. on the basis of higher than Jinpeng. Then Jinpeng can fight did not threaten him, but also rob Jinpeng's money. Mo Engying said with a straight face. Su Yanran couldn't help but sneer when she heard it. Did you see that? Still need to look? Words to the mouth. Mo Engying cannot say out. Yes, she has never seen Mo Xian bullying Mo Jinpeng. Or, it seems that no one has seen Mo Xian bullying Mo Jinpeng with their own eyes. They all listened to Mo Jinpeng said. I have nothing more to say. Su Yanran stood up and picked up her handbag. Sister Ying, I have something in the company, so I'll go back first. Without waiting for Mo Engying to stop, Su Yanran had already slammed the door and went out. Mo Engying stared blankly at the door. She didn't understand how just by mentioning a few words about Mo Xian, Su Yanran gambled and left? Didn't she also believe at first that it was Mo Xian who was drunk and disorderly, and also changed the marriage contract and declared it officially with Mo Jinpeng? Sitting in her own car, Su Yanran did not start immediately, but sat there in a daze. Mo Engying was certain that Mo Xian had a bad temperament, not as good as Mo Jinpeng, and that face, what was the difference between that and her own past? When she thought of Mo Xian's appearance when he scrambled to skim off explanations after Luo Xia and Luo Muki showed up today, Su Yanyan felt as if her heart had been stabbed by a needle. In the past, everyone in the Mo family, except Grandma, had almost the same attitude towards Mo Xian, obviously guaranteed admission to Kyoto University, but the Mo family did not have a decent promotion banquet. She suddenly remembered when she gave her sneakers to Mo Jinpeng. What was the difference between her and the Mo Engying just now? It was understandable that Mo's family and Mo Xian were emotionally rusty, but she had known Mo Xian since she was a child. So how could he have done such a thing? Su Yanran slumped over the steering wheel and couldn't help but cry out in pain. The more Mo Engying thought about it, the more wrong it was. The past events of Mo Xian and Su Yanran were known to their sisters. Although Mo Qingqing wasn't directly involved, she had somehow pushed the envelope a bit. As for Mo Engying and Mo Tingting, that was completely finding ways to help Mo Jinpeng. Mo Jinpeng is the brother in their hearts, while Mo Xian, who has been away from home since childhood and is rusty with them, is naturally dispensable. She took out her cell phone and called Mo Tingting, but she couldn't get through. Mo Tingting came here to talk about cooperation with a few showbiz artists. This old three can't be relied on at all. Mo Engying hung up the phone with some annoyance. Mo Xian actually came here. It seems like he really let the rich woman harbor him. Mo Tingting hated Mo Xian for another reason. Before Mo Xian, she had the best grades in the Mo family. Although she didn't go to Kyoto University, she went to a prestigious school and was a double major in college. A student of the finance department who also majored in the literature department. Directly in the upper circle, she set up a wave of talented women's persona. Even though her ability was not as good as her big sister, she had always been very conceited, believing that in terms of talent she was even much more outstanding than her big sister. Until Mo Xian, the younger brother who had opened up, appeared and was guaranteed a place at Kyoto University. She was the person in the Mo family who paid the most attention to Mo Xian's studies. And even when the whole Mo family didn't know that Mo Xian was studying for a doctorate at the age of 23, she had already inquired about it. Mo Engying wasn't jealous because Mo Xian was better than her. In fact, she appreciated Mo Xian's talent. What makes her loathe Mo Xian is that once Mo Jinpeng made a demon, she brainlessly sided with Mo Jinpeng to accuse Mo Xian. Mo Xian extremely vicious ridicule her. Mo Engying, you have bad eyes and bad brain. Is it? Don't hold on to this ancient poem and feel sorry for yourself thinking you're Lindayu. You're just a snobbish granny in the Grand View Garden. These words were even worse than slapping her for Mo Engying, who had always prided herself on her outstanding talent. But she had forgotten how several times she had insulted Mo Xian. You're nothing but a good student. Don't think I'm going overboard. You need to recognize your place. Blood doesn't mean we have to agree with you. From the time Mo Xian came back, she had never once released her goodwill. Instead, she had sneered and mocked over and over again. And Mo Xian had only disliked her, and she had held a grudge to this day. Su Yanran only faltered Mo Engying didn't admit it on her lips, but she knew in her heart how good her youngest brother, who was born, really was. Not only was Mo Jinpeng not as tall as him, his looks were also inferior to Mo Xian. No, I have to find him and teach him a lesson. Mo Engying picked up her cell phone. We can't let him ruin Jinpeng and Yanran's marriage. This Mo Xian, coming here at this time to steal a woman from his own brother. Does he have? Thinking of this, Mo Engying couldn't help but be staggered for a moment, then still pushed the door out. In that instant, she remembered that Su Yanran was their whole family up and down, snatched from Mo Xian's hands. Chapter 35, It's the Heartbeat. The world is a big place, so big that some people may not see it in their lifetime. It's also a small world, so small that sometimes when you go out, you can run into the last person you want to run into. Mo Xian is in this mood right now. He heard that this hotel has special hot spring steamed buns, but he has to go to the convenience store in front to buy them. Xian thought about letting Luo Xia and Luo Muki, as well as his daughters, eat them, and by the way, bring them back to take them over tomorrow when he visits his grandmother. Unexpectedly, he met Mo Yingying, who ran out face to face. Mo Xian, it's really you? Mo Yingying's eyes were filled with contempt when she saw Mo Xian. Did you just run into Yanran? Mo Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and didn't even want to share a single extra glance with her, and directly walked forward. Stop right there. Mo Yingying grabbed Mo Xian's arm. Did I let you go? Something's wrong? Mo Xian shook off Mo Yingying. I remember that I don't have a relationship with your family, right? Mo Xian, don't go too far as a human being. Mo Yingying thought that in the end it was her own family who had wronged Mo Xian. Her tone was not as condescending. Yan Yan and Jinpeng will soon be engaged. You yourself are degrading yourself by letting the old woman take care of you. What are you doing by deliberately irritating Yan Yan? I irritate her? Mo Xian was dumbfounded. Is it me who irritates her? Or is she pestering me like a dog's skin? He, you made such an ugly mess in the first place. Yan Yan died to you a long time ago. Mo Yingying had a confident face. Yan Yu ran into you. The state has become not too normal. Now has gone. Good, want to bring her out to soak in the hot springs. Just because you give stirred up. Nervous. Mo Xian cursed, lifted his leg and left. He sometimes really wanted to do a paternity test. How come he was a blood relative with this group of people? Mo Yingying didn't care about him scolding himself. Instead, she followed him with a bitter look. Mo Xian, I know you are unbalanced in your heart, but feelings can't be forced. You are incapable of catching a woman on your own, so don't blame Yan Yan for choosing a better one. Hearing this, Mo Xian stopped his steps and turned back to coldly look at Mo Yingying. Seeing Mo Xian's eyes like ice, Mo Yingying couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart. She instantly remembered that this person in front of her, when she herself had put down 8 bodyguards from her family. But Mo Yingying still looked stubborn, even provokingly said in general, what, you still want to hit me? Isn't what I said the truth? The better one in your mouth. Is that Mo Jinpeng who soaks in nightclubs every day? Lets his parents wipe his ass when things go wrong, and looks for a young lady to frame his own brother? Mo Xian with a hint of a mocking smile. A family helping their older brother in stealing a girlfriend from their own brother. What? The world is ending and there's only one Su Yanran left in the whole world? Aside from your cerebral palsy-like favoritism, Mo Jinpeng is a complete waste of space. Mo Yingying, I'm ignoring you guys right now because Grandma is still alive. I haven't forgotten what you guys did in the beginning. Grandma doesn't have many days left. You guys better pray that she lives a few more days. If Grandma is gone, your entire Mo family, will be waiting for retribution. Mo Yingying's heart tightened as she looked at Mo Xian's resentful eyes and subconsciously averted her eyes. When Mo Xian contacted the entire Mo family, not a single person, including her, gave any credence to the idea that he was doing it for his grandmother. They all thought he was cheating. You don't have to threaten me with this, Mo Yingying said somewhat sheepishly. It's still not you always bullying Jinpeng. You believe Mo Jinpeng when he says I bullied him? Then you can go die if he tells you to. Mo Xian sneered. Further, I just really bullied him. Does it have anything to do with you guys not paying Grandma's medical bills? Mo Yingying, not only has your brain been eaten by a dog, but your conscience has been fed to the dog as well? Other than me, the one that Grandma tutors the most is you, right? When you were in high school, Grandma, who was in her late teens, had to run to your apartment near the school on the weekends to tutor you. And when she got sick, you didn't pay a dime. What did you even say? Oh yeah, saying I'm in trouble with the family because of her. That kind of grandmother is unbelievable. Did you visit Grandma once when she was in the nursing home? Thinking of this, Mo Xian could not wait to directly a slap in her face. Their own elementary school 6th grade, Mo Yingying Sr., she smacked the grandmother lives far away. A granddaughter let legs and feet would not be too sharp grandmother to go to her, to give her tutoring homework. When her grandmother is hospitalized and in dire need of medical expenses, Mo Xian is the first to contact her, and is rewarded with her unrelenting sarcasm. Mo Yingying's face turned red for a while and white for a while by Mo Xian's words. Her lips moved and she couldn't say a word. Mo Xian ignored her again and left on his own. Mo Yingying didn't try to stop her again either. No matter how dissatisfied she was in her heart, she could only bite her lip in the end and turn around to find Mo Tingting. Mo Xian bought spa buns and thought about buying some snacks, drinks and such. Carrying a large plastic bag, Mo Xian drank the sour plum soup he made himself at the convenience store and was about to go back. On his face, a man and a woman walked in his direction, the woman walking in front and the man chasing after her. Listen to me. The man's face was panicked and his clothes were a bit untidy. I just got carried away for a moment. Don't be angry. The woman named Yunhua had long hair, and her visual height was about 175. wearing a pair of 7 cm high heels to look even taller, model-like body, a bright and beautiful face, a pair of phoenix eyes. I have nothing to say to you. She glanced lightly at the man behind her. Shui Ming, the business alliance, or your family took the trouble to beg for it. I, Chang Yunhua, am not unmarriageable, and the alliance is not something that you can't do. I will make it clear to my family that the marriage is off. Mo Xian quietly retreated to the side, carrying a bag and drinking sour plum soup, and then, watching the fun. It is also not only him, although it is not the peak season now. This store still has a lot of customers. The surrounding 3 or 2 passers-by all keep a certain distance, stopping their feet together, to watch the fun. You know, I really didn't mean it. Shui Ming noticed the people watching and hurriedly straightened the suit on his body. Let's talk somewhere else. So many people. It's really not suitable. What's so unsuitable? How come you didn't feel unsuitable when you were shameless? Chang Yuno sneered. I don't have anything to say to you anymore. Even if there is no relationship. I think I haven't treated you poorly. And I come out to play together. You are going to steal a room on that little star to have an affair. Do you have any shame? Chang Yunua's voice is very loud, and it can be heard that she is very angry. Mo Xian always felt that this name was familiar, and for a moment he couldn't remember where he heard who Chang Yunhua really was. Shui Ming's face became ugly. After all, so many people. He mentioned son was caught in adultery by his fiancée, but also so shake out. Next to someone has already begun to take video. Yunhua, it's our 2 families that you're losing. Like this. Shui Ming lowered his voice. You're disgruntled, but don't make such a scene in public. Ha, why didn't you think of today when you couldn't control yourself? Chang Yuno pushed him away. As the son of the Shui family in Kyoto, you don't care about disgracing yourself. What do I care about? This time, the surrounding melon eaters were not calm. Mo Xian remembered who Shui Ming was. The Shui family was in the chain of supermarkets, and there were their branches all over the country. Shui Ming was the second son of the Shui family, and had just announced his engagement to the Cheng family's young lady not too long ago. The Cheng family had a high status in Kyoto, and could be said to be one of the few families that had the most say under the Luo family. Heavens, this Miss Chung family is really ruthless, not giving any face to the Shui family's second son. Why? It's not unheard of for gentry marriages to be emotionless at times, and for each to play their own game, but it's ugly to have your fiancé catch it outright. The key brought his fiancé here, and over there he's still cheating with his mistress. MS. Chang is the one who's most embarrassed, isn't she? Shui Ming naturally heard the surrounding discussion. He grabbed Chang Yuno's right hand and said forcefully, I've said that this is not the place to talk. Can't you consider my face? Hurry up and leave with me. Don't be such a disgrace. Chang Yunhua ruthlessly shook off his hand, and the Chanel bag carried in his left hand was smashed on his face at once. This time Shui Ming completely annoyed. Back to the hand is a slap in Chang Yunhua face. You, the Cheng family's tutelage is all in the dog's stomach? Shui Ming raised his hand and thought about hitting again, but his wrist was firmly grabbed. Mr. Shui, are you sure you want to continue? Mo Xian grabbed his wrist and said coldly, both of you are people of honor. So undignified. Aren't you afraid that your own family will lose face together? Chang Yunhua was about to explode when she was slapped, but when she saw Mo Xian, she couldn't help but freeze. The boy in front of him, who was carrying a plastic bag, was tall, yet had an extremely good-looking face. Wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, he was showy and gentlemanly, yet gave off a very powerful feeling. A pair of eyes that mimicked the bottom of a clear lake, deep, calm. Chang Yuno only felt as if her heart had been struck. Her heartbeat inexplicably became faster, and her face, which was originally in pain, inexplicably began to burn. Oh my God, what's happening to me? To me? Is this what a heartbeat feels like? Unlucky man number 2 online at Chapter 36, Children Shouldn't Be in Hot Springs. Shui Ming looked around, drew his hand out and glared fiercely at Chang Yuno and turned around. And Chang Yunhua looked at Mo Xian, not caring at all about Shui Ming who had already left. The surrounding people saw that Shui Ming had left and felt that there was nothing interesting to watch, so naturally they slowly dispersed. As for Mo Xian, it was purely a matter of looking away and doing it in passing. He nodded to Chang Yuno and turned around with the bag and left as well. Chang Yunhua woke up as if in a dream, hurriedly chased after him and said somewhat anxiously, "Yeah, thank you. Ha, it's fine, it's fine." Mo Xian waved his hand. "Ms. Chang, I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first." "Wait, what's your name?" Chang Yuno said in a hurry. "Today's matter, I'm very grateful to you." "Me? I want to take the time to invite you to have a meal, can I?" Thanks for the kind words, but I'm not really available." If Luo Xie and Luo Muki knew about this, what would happen? Then, shall we add a WeChat? Chang Yuno was still undeterred. "If something happens in the future, I can help you." Mo Xian felt that if he didn't give her contact information, she might not let himself go. and had no choice but to take out his cell phone and exchange contact information with her. Your name is Mo Xian. Is that the Mo Xian from Kyoto University? Hearing Chang Yunua's words, Mo Xian was a bit surprised. He shouldn't be that famous, right? Chang Yunua also didn't expect that this person that the Chang family couldn't dig up would actually appear here so coincidentally and stop Shueming. Having participated in the production of the program for the Fusion Star's robotic arm, Mo Xian was naturally targeted by the headhunters of various companies, including the Chang family. Chang Yunua is responsible for the personnel piece in Chang's family. 23-year-old doctoral student in the program, joined the research and development team, participated in the project of the Rongxing. Chang Yunua naturally will not let go of such a good seedling, but Kyoto University rejected all invitations, including the Chang family. The Rising Star side has also already greeted Mo Xian, basically by the Rising Star internalization. The Chang family relies on Rising Star for many of their projects, so naturally they didn't think of Mo Xian anymore. Others didn't know, but the Chang family was clear that behind Rongxing was Luo Tian, and there was no need for them to fight when Rongxing had taken a fancy to it. If Ms. Chang is fine, then I'll leave first. Mo Xian nodded slightly and then left. Chang Yunua's heart was unsettled, and she stared blankly at Mo Xian's back. It's better to reach out again sometime. Chang Yunua rubbed her face that had been hit by Shueming. She seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly took out her cell phone to make a call. Hey, immediately send over Mo Xian's details to me. Yes, that's the Mo Xian that Rongxing is looking at. Find a way to check his details. Back in her small courtyard, Luo Xia was holding her cell phone down, replying to messages one by one. Luo Muki was a bit more laid back and was sitting on the carpet playing with her two children. Dad, when the two little milk balls saw Mo Xian, they directly dropped Luo Muqi and ran over to hug Mo Xian's legs. These two heartless ones. Luo Muki laughed out in anger. What about when you were pestering me just now? Mom, Auntie. Luo Weier and Luo Shuer hurriedly came back again, pulling Luo Muki's hand and shaking it. Luo Muki pinched her cute little face one by one, got up and went over to help Mo Xian take the plastic bag in his hand, and while Mo Xian wasn't paying attention, she kissed his cheek lightly. Hush! Luo Muki made a silencing gesture with her finger, which Luo Xia over there who was busy with the company didn't see. Mo Xian's face instantly turned red. Obviously this kind of thing is considered a small thing compared to what they've done, but a small gesture is still Mo Xian's heart jumping around. Back, Luo Xia seemed to have finished her work and looked up to give Mo Xian a gentle smile. Bought so much food. Ha, well, thanks to you guys as well. Mo Xian smiled gently. If it wasn't for you and Muchi's help, I wouldn't have so much money on hand right now. Ha, Luo Xia smiled faintly. Mo Xian's talent is outstanding. His program Luo's is already promoting. At the end of the year Luo's conservative estimate is also hundreds of millions of revenue. But Luo Xia's heart. But some regret to let Luo Tianji Rongxing accept Mo Xian. She doesn't need Mo Xian to go out and make money. His talent, even Luo Xia think as long as they see it. Originally, they were going to soak in the hot springs in the afternoon, but Luo Xia and Luo Muki said it was better to wait until the evening. Mo Xian didn't care, so he took the two children to play at the hot spring pool in the backyard, and the two children were obedient, taking off their shoes and socks, their cute little feet and legs stretching in to soak in the warm spring water. Luo Xia and Luo Muki were sitting on the rattan chairs on one side, watching the father-daughter trio. The sunlight sprinkled in the courtyard, the breeze brushed against their faces, and warm water vapor poured out from time to time. It was obviously already a bit cold for October, but the family of five didn't feel anything, and the compound seemed to have gotten warmer. When it came to dinner time, Luo Xia made a call and the hotel prepared a sumptuous dinner over. Mo Xian looked at it and couldn't help but shed a tear. Finally there were no oysters, bullwhip soup, fiery cashews or anything else. Who's a good person who eats that stuff every day? After dinner, it was already 7 o'clock. Mo Xian looked at the time and turned back to inquire about Luo Xia and Luo Muki. Or else you guys take your daughter to soak first? It's fine, wait a little longer. And, Luo Xia looked deeply at Mo Xian. Kids shouldn't soak in the hot springs. Mo Xian? Then what's the point of bringing the kids? On the other side, in the Mo sisters B&B, Mo Engying looked at Mo Tingting with an iron color. Mo Tingting was the most outstanding of the three sisters in terms of looks, but now her hair was disheveled and there were a few scratches on her face. I really want to beat you to death, Mo Engying said angrily. You're crazy, aren't you? I can't believe that you and Shueming were even caught by Chang Yunua, the rightful fiancé. That's right, the one who cheated with Shueming was the Mo family's third miss, Mo Tingting, second sister. I was also tricked. Mo Tingting's tearful eyes were aggravated. Shueming said that as long as I accompany him, he will pull resources for me. You also know that I've been an actor for so long, and I've been lukewarm. When I told you to go to school properly, you had to enter the entertainment industry. It's not like the family didn't throw money at you. Who are you blaming when you can't hold up on your own? Mo Engying annoyingly took off her glasses. The Shui family won't care about you. If the Cheng family really wants to pursue the matter, it will still involve our family. You're unbelievable. Mo Engying was simply about to be pissed off by her sister. The Mo family was not a piece of in Kyoto, which was full of powerful families. Whether it was the Shui family or the Cheng family, they couldn't afford to offend them. The most infuriating thing for her is that she and this stupid bastard, actually still born out of a single fetus. Thinking about this, Mo Engying felt that is not the brain are born to themselves. Not at all to Mo Tingting. Good to come here to soak in the hot springs. Su Yanran laughed. He was disliked by Mo Shen. Mo Tingting even directly caused such a big trouble. Once exposed, her career was ruined. Not to mention the Mo family, the Qin family will also have to follow the disaster. Being annoyed, Mo Engying's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Qin and I who called. Mo Engying was a little hesitant, but she still answered the call. Mom, is something wrong? Where are you guys? Come home right now. Qin and I said anxiously. Jin Peng. Something big has happened to Jin Peng. Chapter 37, The Colors of the Night. Uncle Zhang is older in the end and doesn't know enough about the internet. He only thought about being responsible for fulfilling Missy's command. He really didn't think that today's network public opinion actually fermented so quickly. Mo Jinpeng is a person who hangs out in nightclubs and bars, so there's no guarantee that he won't do something ridiculous. The Luo family had been keeping an eye on him and had quite a bit of Mo Jinpeng material in their hands, and this time he was exposed as having a hotel room with a married third-tier female artist. This female artist is 30 years old, has children, and is not a big hit but a familiar face. Then, the news of Mo's and Su's marriage broke out together, and Luo's people were ruthless enough to even expose quite a few photos of Mo Jinpeng being intimate with different women in nightclubs. Cheating, and involving the entertainment industry. It's almost buff-pulling like. When Mo Engying and Mo Tingting hurried home, Mo Jinpeng was kneeling on the ground with a gray head. Mo Qingqing sat on the sofa with a cold face, not saying a word. Mo Changshan's eyes were red, his shirt was unbuttoned 2 or 3 times, and he was holding a cane in his hand. Qin and I only sat on one side and cried, and Elder Mo didn't show up at all. I should have sent you away in the first place. Mo Changshan roared. You stupid bastard. You can't control that little thing in your pants. How many times have I cleaned up your bad debts for you? Seeing you live in peace for a while, I didn't expect you would pick the time for me. Mo Jinpeng lowered his head, did not dare to speak. His face obviously just received a beating. Wearing clothes on the body cannot be seen, but a name brand is a little tattered. Obviously that cane has been pumped through him. Dad, it's imperative that we must find a way to do urgent public relations. Mo Qingqing coldly glanced at Mo Jinpeng. Jinpeng is also young and unintelligent. Let's just forget about it this time. Doesn't know any better? He's 26. Mo Changshan threw the cane on the ground. He's not from the entertainment industry. This matter just needs to be suppressed. There's no loss to us, but Su family's side is already dissatisfied. Everyone was silent when they heard this. What? Not letting me back out of the marriage? Su Yanran, who was on the phone in her room, stood up excitedly, and Sister Hui on the other side of the phone said with a smile, it just doesn't let you back out of the marriage. The engagement can be postponed, and as long as you don't get a license, this so-called marriage contract is a verbal agreement that doesn't have any legal effect, and can't do the math. What do you vice presidents mean? Su Yanran forced down her anger. I'm withdrawing from the marriage now. It's kind of showing my attitude, right? As for targeting the Mo family, I've also started preparing to implement it, and now that she won't let me withdraw from the marriage, isn't she going back on her word? Su, you can choose not to work with us. Sister Hui responded indifferently. As long as you indicate that you won't withdraw, Vice President Luo will tell you what to do later. Well then, I won't cooperate with you. Su Yanran gritted her teeth and said, I'm not Luo Xia or Luo Muki. I can recover Mo Xian even by myself. Miss Su, you must be clear. Mr. Mo is now behind the Luo family. Do you think he needs you in order to retaliate against the Mo family's past actions? Sister Hui's tone remained calm. Moreover, the 2 children were brought up by Mr. Mo. When Mr. Mo was abandoned by you and his grandmother's life was hanging by a thread, it was the eldest and second youngest Mrs. who accompanied him. The fact that Missy is willing to give you a chance is already her mercy. Su Yanran was silent. It wasn't that she didn't know that Luo Xia didn't have good intentions, nor did she believe that Luo Xia would really just give her a chance, but her obsession with Mo Xian was one aspect. On the other hand, if she didn't agree, would the Luo family deal with the Su family? Saying that the marriage contract was a verbal agreement. Wasn't she and Luo Xia a verbal agreement? She didn't have the courage to confront the Luo family as a giant beast, not to mention that she wanted to redeem Mo Xian, and it seemed that agreeing to Luo Xia's plan was a good choice. Okay, I promise you, Su Yanran agreed somewhat helplessly. I don't understand. What's the point? That I don't know. MS. Su, good night. Sister Hui hung up the phone without hesitation and immediately sent a message over to Luo Xia. Missy. She agreed. Luo Xia hooked her lips in a smile when she saw Hui's text message. Then she put down her phone. The phone pushed in news. The second son of the Shui family's supermarket chain cheated on an actress and was caught in bed by his fiancée. Mo Xian knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world. At the moment he was comfortably soaking in a hot spring with a towel covering his face. Behind him was a somewhat dim light, and the wind blew through the branches of the trees, sending out rustling sounds. The warm spring water slowly relaxed his entire body, and he couldn't help but feel a little drowsy. The light behind him suddenly went out, and he didn't notice anything, only feeling that the water around him seemed to ripple. Then, a smooth body slowly approached him. Mo Xian was startled and hurriedly pulled off the towel on his face. Under the shimmering light coming from the window, Luo Xia was only surrounded by a towel. Her hair was coiled up, and there was not a single word, only a kiss filled with predatory. Nuki was too tired and fell asleep. Luo Xia's voice, which suppressed her lust, rang in Mo Xian's ears. In fact, she gave Luo Nuki's water. Under the sleeping aid, the two daughters did not sleep for an afternoon. After eating and playing for a while, the child was already sleepy, and Luo Nuki fell asleep together in the bedroom on the first floor. Luo Xia slowed her entire body to stick to Mo Xian's body. The voice seemed like the angel's caress, and like the devil's whisper. Xiao Xian, tonight, you only belong to me alone. Xia, this is outside. Mo Xian subconsciously wanted to push her away, but he accidentally touched the softness of his chest, frightening him so much that he hastily retracted his hand. Wait, go back to the room and talk. He always felt more like a woman every now and then. I'm going to be here. In Luo Xia's eyes, the morbid possessiveness was undisguised, and it was that ferocious kiss again, as if Luo Xia was telling Mo Xian in this way that everything he had belonged to him. I'm a man, okay? You guys are taking me a little too seriously. You too. Almost there. Luo Nuki wore a white bathrobe and leaned against the doorway, looking like she was watching the show. Mo Xian was so scared that she almost fell into the hot spring. Luo Xia rolled over and flopped down on the edge of the hot spring and said with a smile, You actually didn't sleep, sister? Ha, do you really think I'm stupid? Luo Nuki hummed disdainfully, knowing that her sister didn't have good intentions. The water that she handed to her that she didn't dare to drink even a sip, pretending that she was asleep, just to see what her sister did. Sure enough, what about the promise to bring Mo Xian to rest? What's more, it was also her Mo Xian. Her own sister was too despicable. Alright, how about taking a dip together then? Luo Xia took the bath towel she had just pulled off and wrapped it around her body, reaching out to pull Mo Xian, who wanted to go up. No running, Xiao Xian. At night, the three just sat in the hot spring pool. A silence. So, which one of you two pinched my thigh? Why are you still biting? Don't bite my face. It's a human face, not a pig's head. It didn't feel like what he thought it was. Why did he feel that the two of them were maliciously taking revenge on themselves? Biting and pinching, what was this for? Chapter 38, Memory Fragments. The next day Lowell and Rochelle got up to look for their dad, and the two milk dudes were shocked. What's wrong with your dad? Why are there teeth marks all over his arms? That vestigial feeling was the same as that of Kamiho Dangma, whom Indicus had bitten. What surprised the two milk donuts the most? Obviously the one who came to look for dad. How come mom and auntie were in dad's room? Are you two dogs? Mo Xian said in a disgruntled tone as he managed to coax the child out. I doubt you two are trying to eat me. If they could, they would both really like to. Something is strange. In order to lasso Mo Xian a little bit, they can repress their feelings in disguise for 3 years. But really, their relationship with Mo Xian has skyrocketed, and their possessiveness has instead intensified. Tearing and biting, leaving a mark is as if it proves that this person is theirs. To leave you a mark. Luo Xia suddenly hugged Mo Xian's waist from behind. Her strength was so great that even Mo Xian, a fast 190 and sturdy man, felt a bit suffocated. Xiao Xian, you won't leave us, right? How come? Mo Xian just said to go on, head on, but saw Luo Nuki's smile looking at himself. Obviously is his familiar smile, but Mo Xian is a little inexplicable shudder. Xian, you're not going to leave us, are you? Luo Xia's arm is getting tighter and tighter. Her voice is not as gentle as usual, seems to carry a threatening feeling. No, what's wrong with you? Mo Xian was a bit curious and pushed Luo Xia's arm away and turned around. However, what he saw was still her usual gentle big sister-like smile. Xia, are you alright? It's okay, silly, I'm glad you said that. Luo Xia raised her hand and rubbed Mo Xian's broken hair. For a moment Mo Xian was in a bit of a trance. Could it be that what he just had was an illusion? Brother, quickly go out together. Luo Muki pulled Mo Xian's hand intimately. I'm starving. Mo Xian didn't think any further and let Luo Muki pull herself and walked out. Luo Xia said faintly, you guys go first, I'll take care of the company's business, and by the way, I'll order breakfast for you guys. Until Mo Xian and Luo Muki left the room. The smile on Luo Xia's face became a bit sickly as she turned around and took out a blue folder from her bag. And on the cover, handwritten in 6 neatly written words, Phase 3 report. Mo Jinpeng actually made such a big deal? While helping Luo Weier and Luo Shuer clip Xiaolong Bao, while looking at the news on the cell phone, this knight did not pay attention. The hot search was dominated by 2 things. One was Mo Jinpeng cheating on his wife with a married actress, and the other was what he was present to see yesterday, Shan Yunhua catching Xue Ming in the act. But he didn't follow the famous, although he nosily stopped Xue Ming, but the outside world seems to be more concerned about the dog and pony show between the 2 children of the rich and powerful. Brother, just leave them alone. Luo Muki reached out and locked the screen on Mo Xian's phone. Just feel free to stay with us and study well now. I would like to study well. You also have to let Mo Xian always felt that in the last 2 days, he had been pestered a bit hard by their sisters. He was still halfway through his coursework paper, and although he was fine over at the R&D team, he hadn't reported to work for a long time. Moreover, the past 2 days were just a bit too indulgent, and Luo Xia and Luo Muki were as if they had changed into different people at those times. Rather than venting lust, it seemed more like venting some kind of obsession. Dad, what's wrong with you? Luo Weier's soft and sticky voice made Mo Xian's original trance-like spirit quickly recover. He didn't reply. He just smiled at his daughter and then blew her the 8 treasure kanji in front of her. Mo Xian's disorientation was taken in by Luo Muki. She thought for a moment and suddenly looked at Luo Weier and said, Wei, drink slowly, don't burn it. Vivian. Mo Xian's expression became a bit dumbfounded when he heard this name. He always felt that this name was familiar to him, and inexplicably had a sense of suffocation. Brother, are you alright? Luo Muki saw that Mo Xian's face became a bit pale and hurriedly got up and walked to his side. What's wrong? Remembering something? Mo Xian looked at her somewhat blankly and couldn't help but shake his head without noticing that there was something wrong with Luo Muki's words. It was as if bits and pieces appeared in his mind, and they all seemed to have something to do with someone named Vivi, but he just couldn't remember exactly what the scene was. And Luo Xia, who didn't know when she walked out, stood behind Mo Xian and watched quietly, with complicated eyes and still holding that folder in her hand. Afterwards, Luxia opened the folder and used the pen clipped inside to write down some words in. The memory nerves still haven't fully recovered, but the effect has been significantly improved. Mental suggestion still needs to continue. Memory can be restored without it, but make sure he doesn't leave. After writing, Luo Xia closed the document and put it in her bag before walking over to Mo Xian's side, patting his head and saying, why don't you stay another day today? The environment here is good. You're usually either at home with the kids or busy with your studies, and sometimes you even run errands for us. Well, hearing Luo Xia's words, those extremely vague memories in Mo Xian's mind seemed to disappear again in an instant. Daddy, it's not hard anymore. Luo Weier and Luo Shuer saw that Mo Xian didn't look right and thought that Daddy was sick. They stood on the chair and went to touch Daddy's face. Mo Xian hurriedly hugged the 2 milk balls and said with a smile, it's okay, Daddy just didn't sleep well. Later Daddy will just go back to sleep for a while. It's been a couple of days since I've had a dream. Tossing it around too much? Mo Xian only thought that it was too able to toss these 2 days, and did not suspect anything else. Unlike Mo Xian, Mo Jinpeng's days were not so good. There was no news from the Su family, and Su Yanyan only sent him a message about the engagement banquet being delayed, after which she pulled the plug on all his contacts. In a fit of rage, Mo Chanshan told him to stay home and not to go out. Smoke billowed in his bedroom and he held a cigarette, smoking it as he wondered who was counting on him. At this time, a hidden number called. Mo Jinpeng's eyebrows screwed together, annoyingly pressed connect and said in a bad tone, who is it? Young Master Mo, have you forgotten about me so quickly? Uncle Zhang's voice with a sneer came out. Last time in the parking lot, young Master Mo thought he didn't remember? Mo Jinpeng was a bit flustered as he extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and lowered his voice. I've already talked to my father. What else do you guys want? I remember I said that I wanted Chairman Mo to personally go to the sanatorium and personally talk to his elder Mrs. Mo about the shares, didn't I? Uncle Zhang's tone suddenly became cold. Young Master Mo, if you don't want to be on the hot search again, then do as we say. Don't you go too far. Mo Jinpeng yelled lowly. Don't think I can't guess. You guys are the henchmen who are harboring that rich Mo Xian, right? Why else would you guys be so into this? Oh, you're not that stupid? Uncle Zhang said with feigned surprise. Don't worry, as long as you can persuade your father, we have the ability to disgrace you and suppress this matter. Young Master Mo, you don't want, either. those illegal deeds you did with your own mother to be known, do you? Chapter 39, Changwonjin. After staying at the hot spring hotel for another day, Emotian drove Luo Xia and Luo Muki to the company first, then sent the children back home, and then turned around and went to the school. The coursework paper was finally wrapped up, and Emotian went back to his tutor. Prof. Yang, Emotian's tutor, was a 60-year-old man, and one of the first pioneers in China to come into contact with computer engineering. Seeing Emotian come over, Prof. Yang cordially pulled him to sit down, poured him a cup of tea and said, "Little Mo, good news. Rongqing has arranged for you to have an interview." Emotian let out a long breath. After waiting for so long, the dust was finally settling on his job. "Thank you, teacher. It's been your careful guidance for so long," Emotian said respectfully. "Are you still planning to retire? At my age, it's time for me to retire and enjoy my life." Professor Yang waved his hand. "Your grandmother's body. Same old, same old." Emotian smiled bitterly. "Calling me for the past 2 days. Still saying that he doesn't get enough sleep." Professor Yang patted Emotian's shoulder, regretfully said, "Do not think your grandmother worried about a lifetime. Family, their own duties on her are blameless." Said, "Chang's also invited you. Chang family, that big lady, Chang Yunhua personally and I contacted. Would like to ask you to meet to discuss in detail." Mentioning Chang Yunhua, Professor Yang can't help but sigh. Quite a good girl. The Shui family one is really unenlightened. By the way, Xiao Mo, that brother of yours, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Emotian shook his head and said, "You forgot that I severed my relationship with the Mo family." Prof. Yang's throat moved, and the words he wanted to persuade still didn't come out. "Without others suffering, do not persuade others." Good reasoning. He is very clear. Emotian is now an adult, naturally know their own choice, right or wrong. After chatting with his mentor for a while longer, Emotian left the office and looked at the time, which was already more than 12 noon, and was planning to fix lunch to go to the nursing home to see his grandma, when a very nice perfume smell drifted in his face. "Excuse me, are you Emotian?" A gorgeous woman wearing a white shawl and a black, embroidered red peony cheongsam walked in style. A pair of Danfang eyes looked Emotian up and down and couldn't help but smile lightly. "I'm Mr. Chang's secretary, Li Manqing. Our young master wants to meet you." Emotian looked at her suspiciously, then asked, "Which Mr. Chang?" "The Chang family in Kyoto." "Oh yes, our young lady and you have met." Chang Yunhua. Thinking about this, he knew which Chang family this was. It was just that he didn't really want to meet this Chang family's young master. Chang Yunhua's older brother Chang Wenshan. When he had come to the door to try to join forces with the Luo family, he had eaten the same closed door as Yining had last time. It was better to not see this kind of person when they suddenly came to find themselves. "Our young master said that we must ask you to meet once." Li Manqing seemed to see that Emotian was a little reluctant. "The young master wants to thank you personally for Miss Yunhua's matter." "Just a show of hands. Nothing worth saying," Emotian said indifferently. "No need for thanks. I still have things to do. I have to hurry out." "You'd better make a trip?" Li Manqing still insisted. "Besides, I know our young lady's character well, and you don't want her to harass you personally, do you?" Sighing, Emotian only nodded helplessly in agreement. There was no need to make things difficult for her as a part-time worker. Following Li Manqing out of the school, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of them. There was no one in the car except a driver. The car drove to the Kyoto University, is not far from a tea house. Here Emotian followed Professor Yang came a few times. Not only the Kyoto University, those old guys like to come. Many rich people are willing to come here to drink tea to talk about business. Li Manqing took Emotian to a pavilion in the backyard. In the pavilion there was a stone table, 4 stone benches, and a man wearing a gray suit with neatly groomed hair was holding Buddha beads in his left hand, and his right hand was holding a copy of the Diamond Sutra, and his mouth was reciting words. Behind them followed 2 bodyguards in black suits, looking big and strong, both seemingly exactly the same height. "Young master, he's here." Li Manqing walked over and respectfully addressed him. Obviously, this was Chang Wenshin. In fact, Emotian wanted to spit on him. In the past, he had only heard of the name Buddha-sun in short female frequency articles, but he didn't expect to actually run into it. Chang Wenshin is such a famous person in Kyoto with the title of ascetic Buddhist son. The problem is, you are a Buddhist son. What's the point of marriage? Shouldn't you be empty and pure? Sweep a glance at the stone table. Do not say, really not insult him, this Buddha son persona. Stone table with the Dharma Flower Sutra, Avatamsaka Sutra, and Tao Te Ching. There is even a book of the Analects of Confucius, good guy, or the 3 disciplines of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. Emotian heart cannot help but sigh. Wang Ruofo damsel, sincere not deceive me. Really on someone 3 gods have to worship. Chang Wenshin placed the Buddha beads on the stone table and turned around to order one of the bodyguards. Light the sandalwood incense. Emotian really couldn't help but roll his eyes. There were so many things. You are Mo Xian? Chang Wenshan seemed to have only just seen Mo Xian as she glanced sideways and turned her head back to the Buddhist scripture in her hand. You left Kyoto, right? Mo Xian. I stopped your sister in her tracks and then I had to leave Kyoto. Am I stupid or are you? Manqing, show him the picture. Hearing Chang Qingshan's words, Li Manqing took out her cell phone and found a photo of Mo Xian kissing Luo Muki with his head down in the cafeteria earlier. I'm grateful that you helped my sister, but the woman I have my eye on doesn't like being coveted, so leave yourself. Chang Wenshan still didn't raise her head. I'm clear about your background. I don't care even if the Mo family is in charge of you, not to mention they won't be in charge of you either. Give you $5 million, leave Luo Muqi, leave Kyoto, if necessary I can send you out of the country and never come back. That, young Master Chang, do you have a language problem? Mo Xian sighed helplessly. Coveting and owning are two different things. Chang Wenshan finally turned her eyes to Mo Xian, only she didn't seem to care. Her tone was still flat, but playing around with you. You don't really think she'll be sincere with you, do you? Thinking of Luo Xia, who was dealing with official business yesterday, hiding and pulling herself to run to the courtyard to kiss Luo Muki for half a day. Mo Xian subconsciously nodded his head. It should be certain, all fast to give to eat, and the sister's eyes are getting more and more wrong. It is not a question of sincerity or not. He always felt that the sisters were a little bit, extremely abnormal to their own feelings. Ha! Chang asked the heart to put the Buddhist scripture on the stone table. Cannot help but laugh. Giving you $5 million is already my generosity. I don't like violence. The Buddhist cloud. Don't cloud your mind for now. Young Master Chang, Mo Xian really didn't want to listen to him recite a curse. I don't know you well. At most I helped your sister stop a slap. I'm not talking about any great kindness, nor do I expect you to thank me, but you came up here and just condescended to me and told me to leave the capital. Does that count as, favor? Chang Wenshan didn't answer, but picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip, then picked up the Buddha beads again. Before she spoke, so I'll give you $5 million, as a thank you. Otherwise, I will directly let you get out of the capital. Mo Xian was a bit dumbfounded. Is this the rumored ascetic Buddha's son? This is clearly a domineering president. Okay, what if I say no? Chang Wenshan looked as if she had heard some kind of joke. Her face was full of laughter. I don't mind breaking my fast. Chapter 40, are you sure you only brought 2 people? Mr. M.O., you should be clear that we really can't afford to offend the Luo family, but it doesn't mean we can't move you. Li Manqing said at the right time. Between you and the Chang family, would second Miss Luo choose a boyfriend with no family history or the Chung family? The young master really used any means. It's nothing more than us letting a few projects go. It may not even be necessary to take some gifts to the door to apologize. You don't really think Miss Luo Air will definitely marry you, do you? Mo Xian just sighed. If he wanted to die, it would be Luo Xia and Luo Muki themselves telling him that he was no longer needed. Instead, he was forced to leave by someone he didn't even know in an almost threatening manner. Even if the relationship was twisted and deformed, as long as Luo Xia and Luo Muki still needed him, he didn't care even if it was really a nightmare. Young Master Chang, if you're going to say this, then I'll leave first. Mo Xian spread his hands. If I want to settle my matter with Muqi, it's me and her who will settle it, or the Luo family will come to me. As for you, an outsider, there's no need to chat with me. Chang asked. The heart is still calm, but the Buddha beads in his hand are disked faster and faster. A long time he toned with a hint of threat. Do you believe that I can let walk out of here today? Young Master Chang, if Muqi had you in her heart, there would be nothing for me. Mo Xian only felt a headache. Sure enough, the rumors can't be trusted. A good gentry son had to set up some kind of Buddha son persona, and as a result a few words blew up. I'll leave if there's nothing, and also, the rule of law society. I'm really not afraid of you. Ha! Mo Xian, you still don't understand. There are times when people like us are different from you. Chang Qingshan sneered. The reasoning is clear to you. So let's do this. I'll give you another $3 million. Mo Xian, I've heard that Rongxing has let you interview for the job, right? Do you think, with the size of the Chang family, who will Rongxing favor? Don't force me to drive you to extinction in the whole of Kyoto. As long as I want to, you'll be beaten up by my people this time and no hospital will dare to treat you. Also, I have a dinner party tonight. It's with Luo Tian. Do you think Luo Tian is favoring me or you? Mo Xian's impression of Luo Tian was the unlucky guy who shivered when Luo Xia coughed. I don't know what kind of handle Luo Xia has on Luo Tian. The only son of the Luo family's big house is being held by the second house's cousin every day. Whatever. Mo Xian lazily ignored him and turned around to leave, but Cheng Qingshan snapped her fingers and 2 bodyguards practically ran to stop in front of Mo Xian. You have to force me? Chang asked the heart with a sad and compassionate look of mercy. Don't dirty this pavilion. The scenery is so elegant. His blood is too dirty. That, young Master Chang, let me ask while you're pretending. Emo Xian interrupted him while taking off his black-rimmed glasses. How many people did you bring with you? Or else call them all out? Against you, the two of them are enough. Chang Qingshan closed her eyes, pinching her Buddha beads with a face full of indifference. As long as no one gets killed, fight however you want. You're sure it's just the two of them, aren't you? Emo Xian put his glasses into his jacket pocket, then moved his neck and said, okay, you two go together. I'm in a hurry. A few minutes later, Emo Xian walked out from the main door of the tea house, unharmed, and not long after the ambulance arrived, two bodyguards were carried on a stretcher to the car. Chang Wenxin sat on the stone bench, her Buddhist beads scattered all over the place, her face pale, and Li Manqing was even more florid, hiding behind a pillar for half a day. An unheard of Emo Xian had injured two bodyguards with little effort. When he left, he walked to Chang Wenxin in front of him. Rip his Buddha beads. I heard for the first time, a heart ritual Buddha people still think about how to steal a woman with people. You do not want to recite the sutra. First purify a body from the root to solve the problem. This will help you to promote the learning of the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. Looking at the Buddha beads scattered on the ground, Chang Wenxin's originally pale face slowly turned red as he swept all the scriptures on the stone table to the ground. He had never been the one to stand tall, but today he had actually been so humiliated by someone he looked down on. What happened just now didn't affect Emo Xian's mood. Just that lunch is not eaten. Fortunately there are still hot spring steamed buns bought for Grandma. Drove to the sanatorium. Into the ward. Auntie Zhang is not there. Grandma Rare did not sleep. Is wearing presbyopia reading the newspaper. Grandma, didn't I tell you to read less newspapers and cell phones? Emo Xian put the fruits he bought on the way, and the hot spring buns he brought on the table. Seeing Emo Xian, Grandma smiled embarrassedly. Your Aunt Zhang had to go back beforehand, knowing that you were coming. Grandma was afraid of falling asleep. She really didn't know what to do. Reading the newspaper instead also made her more refreshed. Do you listen to what you are saying as a good person? Emo Xian smiled bitterly. Brought you hot spring buns and fruits. Have you eaten lunch? Eat up. Xian, talk to me. Did Jin Pang get into trouble again? Hearing his grandmother ask this, Emo Xian sighed, then picked up a fruit knife to peel an apple for her. Don't worry about it. He caused it himself, and the accident was also his own doing. Hey, I'm sorry for you, Grandma said with a long and short sigh. Jin Pang is a little smart, but by your incompetent parents, sisters spoiled all the problems. This family business is not given to you. I'm afraid that sooner or later we'll have to lose in his hands. Grandma, you know I'm not interested. Emo Xian handed the cut apple to his grandmother. Besides, isn't there still Emo Qingqing? He, that big sister of yours. Your father's ruthlessness, your mother's coolness, she is not bad at all. All inherited. Grandma said disdainfully. It is not true that Qingqing is capable, but she is too ambitious, and her desire is too big to be filled sooner or later. Something will happen. When Emo Xian heard this, he admired his grandmother. Obviously he couldn't see her more than a few times a year, but she saw Emo Qingqing through. In comparison, his own ability to recognize people is simply the same as being blind. After thinking about it, Emo Xian mentioned the matter of the shares to his grandmother, and also included the matter of Emo Qingqing's acquisition. Sell it, that old man and your parents, raising such a beautiful snake, they have to bear whatever consequences. Grandma didn't care about Emo Qingqing buying these shares. Whoever gives money will sell them. Other than that, that's their business. Emo Xian secretly sighed in his heart. After so many years, his grandmother's heart was completely dead. She has been stopping herself from taking revenge for her, but she just doesn't want to see a family fight to the death. Sell the shares. You and the two Luo girls go live your lives in peace. Grandma reached out her hand and touched her grandson's head. Son, Grandma and you, no matter how those two girls are, you must believe that they love you. Emo Xian looked at his grandmother unexpectedly, not understanding what she meant, and her grandmother didn't say any more, but just continued. Don't think about revenge. This life I'm considered to be a sinful relationship with them. I just pray that people have an afterlife. Don't run into them again. But Grandma is still willing to let Xiao Xian be my grandson again. Emo Xian held back his tears from flowing out and said in a hoarse voice, isn't this life still your grandson? You wait first. Wei and Shuer are still waiting for you to be discharged from the hospital so that great-grandma can make them sugar cakes to eat. Okay, then I'll have to eat more. Come on, let me see what this hot spring bun tastes like. Everyone knows the outcome, but no one wants to talk about it. Everyone hopes for a miracle, but understands that miracles don't come. Chapter 41, Shangwan Meng. Until Auntie Zhang came back, Emo Xian waited for Grandma to fall asleep before leaving the hospital and looked at the time. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Emo Xian was pondering what to bring for the child when a nice voice suddenly came from behind with a hint of hesitation and surprise. Emo Xian? Emo Xian subconsciously turned back and saw a pretty girl wearing glasses and wearing a pill head. Not very tall, with a kind of Jiangnan woman's flavor. Shangguan Meng? Mo Xian couldn't help but sigh that he could actually run into his high school classmates here. It's really you. Just now I passed by a ward and saw it and thought it was you. Shangguan Meng's tone was a bit agitated. Do you have relatives here? My grandmother. Mo Xian nodded. Why are you here? Didn't I remember that you went to the United States to study at an Ivy League school after you graduated? Shangguan Meng is Mo Xian's high school classmate. The first of their class will always be Mo Xian, while the second is Shangguan Meng in Su Yanran competition. When the class teacher was simply happy, the top 3 grades are their own class of students. Mo Xian bailed out Su Yanran into the Kyoto University. As for Shangguan Meng, she went to a vineyard school in the United States to study psychology under her family's arrangement. I just arrived at this nursing home to do psychological counseling. Shangguan Meng smiled beautifully, 2 shallow dimples, some baby fat on her face and a childish and cute. I'm now working as a psychologist in a hospital. I even asked my classmates about it. So young to be reading a doctorate. Congratulations. Where? It's you who is a dream come true. Mo Xian smiled. At that time, I thought you would take Kyoto University, but I didn't think you would go abroad. Shangguan dreamed of being a psychiatrist, and now that she got what she wanted, Mo Xian still admired her. A lot of dreams during the student years can be given up due to various factors, and she deserves admiration for being able to persevere. When Shangguan Meng saw Mo Xian, her heart couldn't help but beat wildly. This is the boy she has been crushing on since high school, only that Mo Xian will always have a Su Yanran by his side, and Shangguan Meng has only been able to keep her share of fondness for him hidden in her heart. So what makes Shangguan Meng happiest is that Mo Xian and Su Yanran broke up. When she was abroad she worked extremely hard to complete her studies and spent another year to get her bachelor's degree, and she didn't think that it would actually be so coincidental for her to run into Mo Xian here. In the years of studying abroad, she and Mo Xian also occasionally contact. After returning to China, she several times want to ask Mo Xian out, but too shy, always late action. Mo Xian, it's been a long time, can I buy you a meal? Shangguan Meng gathered her courage. She felt that since she could run into it, it was her chance. Mo Xian hesitated for a moment, looked at his cell phone, or nodded and said, okay, did you drive here or? No, it was our hospital's car that brought me here. Shangguan Meng said in a hurry, just in time, I grabbed a voucher for a Netflix store. Why don't we go together? This net red store Mo Xian knows, the price is high, but the reputation is extremely good. Every month will be limited to sell exclusive package coupons. Although it is a marketing tool, can provide packages not only have discounts, and the dishes are really doing very well, especially the seafood platter and secret braised pork only sold in the package coupon. As for why he knows, because Luo Muki dragged him to eat there. Others are grabbing coupons, she a phone call, without coupons can eat. As for Shangguan Meng, she grabbed this coupon just so she could ask Mo Xian to go eat with her, but she just never had the courage to invite him. When she got into the car with Mo Xian, Shangguan Meng sensed that something was wrong. There was a faint smell of ladies' perfume in the car, and there were also 2 fat ding-dong dolls in the back row, which Luo Weier and Luo Shuier had forgotten in the car when they had gone to the hot spring hotel earlier. She was not surprised that Mo Xian was driving a limited Maybach, but more of an inexplicable panic. Then she tentatively asked, by the way, you and Su Yanran, we broke up. Mo Xian looked like he didn't care. She's getting engaged, right? I'm sorry I don't know. Shangguan Meng's heart slowly relaxed a bit. She just wanted to make sure that it would be Mo Xian and Su Yanran who got back together. So, are you alone now? No, I have a girlfriend. Mo Xian said frankly. What about you? Don't you have a boyfriend? When Shangguan Meng heard Mo Xian's words, her heart couldn't help but twitch, but she still forced a smile and said, no, I'm still single. She suddenly regretted going abroad. She studied in the Vineyard School of Psychology is extremely famous, and the character of the introverted. She thought that she and Mo Xian have no chance. Some self-loathing in general left the country to go abroad for further study. Unexpectedly, he still missed it. If she also chose Kyoto University, or any other domestic institution, and Mo Xian and Su Yanran broke up, wouldn't she have been able to be with the white moonlight she had a crush on? Are you okay? Mo Xian naturally didn't know about this, and seeing the Shangguan Meng who suddenly lowered her head and turned a little pale asked with concern. No, it's fine. By the way Mo Xian, can I ask you out another day? Shangguan Meng forced herself not to cry out. I'm a bit uncomfortable. Where are you not feeling well? Why don't I take you to the hospital, or back to the nursing home? Hearing Mo Xian's voice with concern and nervousness, Shangguan Meng suddenly raised her head and laughed softly. Nothing. I'm just busy with reports this time so I didn't have a good rest. You put me down in front. In her repeated insistence, Mo Xian had to pull over and stop. Waiting for her to get off, Mo Xian repeatedly asked. Shangwan Meng just smiled and said it was fine. Is it okay if I ask you out in a few days? Shangwan Meng's tone was calm, but her right hand behind her back kept trembling. If it's not convenient, you can bring your girlfriend along. That's fine. We'll talk when you're free then. Confirming that she was fine, Mo Xian said goodbye to her and left, gazing at the fading rear end of the car. Shangwan Meng's tears could no longer stop falling. Mo Xian was still as gentle and polite to her as he had been in the past, as if he was treating a friend. Shangwan Meng didn't cry out in pain. She just stood on the side of the road while silently shedding tears, while sending a message to her best friend, and then stood there in a daze. About 20 minutes later, a BMW stopped in front of her. Her best friend, but also Mo Xian's high school classmate Huang Ye, some haste to get out of the car, did not have time to open his mouth. Shangwan Meng immediately jumped into her arms and cried loudly. This buried in the heart, across a whole youthful crush, as if destined to have no results in general. In the past, Mo Xian had Su Yanran, and now, there is someone else. You say you, hey, Huang Ye said with some hatred while gently caressing her back. This kind of thing you do not say, not even a little hint. How will he know? Shangwan Meng knew that if she had been braver, perhaps the outcome would have been different. It's okay, Xiao Ya. Shangwan Meng wiped her tears and looked in the direction Mo Xian disappeared. I'll still like him, as long as he doesn't get married. I still have a chance. This time, I just hope I can be brave. This is a key character involved in subsequent episodes. Chapter 42, I'll apologize for him. Huang Ye had always known that Shangwan Meng liked Mo Xian. In fact, when they were in high school, there were a few girls who liked Mo Xian, and even she had a crush on Mo Xian for a while. Mo Xian is a little light in nature, not too keen on interpersonal communication, except that if his classmates have any problems, he has never been patient to tell them. There's nothing to be afraid of, and he's easygoing, but he's a little rusty. Chang Jiahao said he was his friend, rather than pestering him himself, and Mo Xian didn't care, so he let him go. Of course, apart from Su Yanran, only she, the real girlfriend, was different. Huang Ye also did not expect Shangwan Meng will be so persistent. High school so far, she actually like Mo Xian, but you do something substantial ah? Shangwan Meng's family is not to say that it is a wealthy family, but also a wealthy family, and is a bookish family, looks petite and beautiful. She just couldn't figure out how Shangwan Meng could be so shy. Comforting her good girlfriend into the car, Huang Ye thought for a moment, but still opened her mouth to ask, Meng, you and I say, in the end, because of what you have not told Mo Xian that you like him? Shangwan Meng shook her head, leaning her head against the car window glass without saying a word. Huang Ye sighed. Every time she asked this question she was silent. She didn't want to ask again and started the car to leave. When Mo Xian returned home, he was still carrying the cupcakes he bought for Luo Weier and Luo Shuer. When he walked to the living room, he saw Luo Xia sitting on the sofa with her suit open, her two slender legs lazily resting on the sofa as she was looking at the tablet. Back, Luo Xia heard the voice and looked back over, smiling tenderly at Mo Xian. You can eat in a while. Well, how come you're by yourself? Where's Mu Qi? Mo Xian was a bit curious. The sisters usually came back together, even if they came back one early. It was Luo Muki. How come Weier and Shuer aren't here either? Mu Qi had something to do and came back later. Luo Xia put the tablet down. The children are playing in the room. Uncle Zhang and the others are coaxing. Little Xian carries me upstairs to change clothes. Mo Xian sighed. Clearly in his heart he wanted to refuse, but in the end, he put down the cupcake in his hand and really went over and directly picked up Luo Xia horizontally, and with a hint of a satisfied smile, Luo Xia wrapped her hands around Mo Xian's neck, carrying her back to her room. Mo Xian gently placed Luo Xia on the floor. He always felt like something was wrong with him. Luo Xia and Luo Muki's words just seemed to have magic power sometimes. There was no way he could reject them. What's wrong? Luo Xia wrapped her arms around Mo Xian's waist and looked up at him fondly. Xiao Xian, don't think too much all the time. Right, I'll give you a new gift, okay? After saying that, Luo Xia turned around and took out a car key and a box from the drawer of the nightstand. Newly bought you a car. Wait for dinner to take me out for a drive. And Luo Xia opened the box. Inside was a black frosted crushed diamond full star ring. This is for you. Don't worry, this is not that expensive. Looking at that ring, Mo Xian somehow looked familiar, always feeling as if he had seen a similar black ring in the past. Shall I put it on for you? Luo Xia, self-centered general. Just put the ring on Mo Xian's left-hand index finger. This ring is for you, the wedding ring. Remember to ask you to come and buy it for us. Oh, Xia, why are you and Yuki being so nice to me? Mo Xian couldn't help himself and asked the question he had been suppressing, and what answered him was Luo Xia's deep kiss. It seems that nothing needs to be said, just a kiss. Let Mo Xian's world as if only the person in front of him, and her good perfume smell. At this time, in a luxurious private room of a private kitchen in Kyoto, Luo Tian was sitting on the main seat, his index finger gently tapping on the tabletop, and Chang Wenshin, who was directly opposite him, looked at a table of neat dishes and couldn't help but frown. Brother Tian, you know I'm a vegetarian, right? Chang Man mentally straightened the cuffs of his suit. Also, when are you going to have Emotion apologize to me? Luo Tian didn't answer. He just reached out and took a cigar in his mouth and lit it. Along with the smoke that was exhaled, Luo Tian then opened his mouth and said, "Guess why the promised get-together is just the two of us?" Chang Qixin didn't lie. This meal was a few young masters from their families who had deeper friendships, set to relax together and get together for a few drinks. But the dishes were served, and there were only two people in the private room, Luo Tian and Cheng Qingshan. Ask Xin, you tried to touch my sister's people, and as a result, your people were hospitalized and Emotion is fine. Don't you think it's a bit much to ask him to apologize to you? The smoke exhaled made Luo Tian's face a little blurry, but Chang Wenxin still saw the dissatisfaction in Luo Tian's eyes, which made Chang Wenxin tighten her heart. He was clear that Luo Tian was truly angered. Having been in a high position for a long time, it was unlikely that Luo Tian would be furious, but a single look was enough to make people understand the likes and dislikes of this plutocratic president. But Chang Inquirer was also a son of a powerful family in the end, the future head of the Chang family, so naturally there was no need to give in to Luo Tian. What's more, it was Mo Xian who had beaten up his people and humiliated him, and regardless of the reason, he had to demand a statement. In his mind, no matter how much the Luo family covered the sky with one hand, he didn't believe that he, Luo Tian, would dare to ignore the Chang family. Luo Tian sighed and said rather helplessly, "I'll give $2 million to each of your 2 bodyguards, and I'll cover the medical expenses. So this is the end of the line, right? No, if he doesn't apologize, don't blame me." Chang Manxin barely hesitated. "Brother Tian, you're just going to condone Luo Muki dating that person? My Chang family's status as a young granny doesn't deserve her? Or am I not sincere enough?" "You're sincere my ass." Luo Tian couldn't help but spit in his heart. According to H. Chang Qixin and Luo Xia were more suitable, but he didn't dare. Luo Xia was like a 1,000-year-old iceberg when facing people other than Mo Xian, not to mention that the upper circles all knew that Luo Xia was ruthless and heartless. Besides, I don't know what kind of crazy this person is, every day either going to the temple or chanting. Not to mention the Luo family, a few other family lineage in the Chang family close to the family, are also not willing to marry their daughters to him. Abstinence Buddha? Pit others have to, not move to give a person because Luo Muki, this Buddha into the red dust feeling. In fact, behind the back of the illegitimate child are drummed out, and the female secretary of the birth of the inquiring mind. You and I are also considered to be friends from childhood. Do you have to make such a stalemate? Luo Tian glanced at his wristwatch. You have to stop. As she was talking, the door pushed open for a moment and Luo Muki walked in wearing a high-fashion suit. She glanced faintly at Cheng Qingshan, then looked at Luo Tian. "Cousin, what do you mean? Have Mo Xian apologize to him?" Luo Tian saw Luo Muki come in. The cigar was extinguished, picked up the chopsticks and simply ate. Ask Xin. I don't care about this matter. But, I don't know. Seeing Luo Muki, Chang Wuxin didn't show much excitement. Looking at her lightly as usual, she said, "It's fine if you don't apologize. I've heard that Mo Xian is going to be joining Rongxing. As long as you and Tian promise not to let him join, I can forget about it this time." Luo Tian snapped his chopsticks and slapped them hard on the table, then coldly looked at Chang Wenshin. "Don't Ing think I don't know that your sister has been trying to dig him out of the Chang clan? You're good at thinking for your sister. Don't worry, if he can't get into Rongxing, Chang naturally can't get in either." Chang Inquiring Heart smiled. "My people were beaten. It's really inappropriate for me not to give them a statement. After this is over, I'm going to go to the mountains to meditate. Mu Chi, you'd better think about our marriage, just as a chance to give each other a chance. Tell you what, I've apologized for him." Luo Muki smiled and looked at him, and when he saw his sister's smile, Luo Tian immediately lowered his head and dried his rice. Ask the heart. Good words are hard to persuade the damn ghost. Do not say brother I do not help you. Chang Wenxin frowned slightly, then immediately stretched out. If she couldn't humiliate Mo Xian, if Luo Muki apologized to herself, it would be considered to be out of the grievance of being rejected and disgraced in the first place. Luo Muki turned around and picked up a bottle of red wine from the side, and said with a dangerous smile, "I'll personally pour you some wine, and this time you'll let your brother go. How about it? I didn't mess with him?" Luo Tian, who was lowering his head and drying his rice, raised his head and picked up a sentence. Luo Muki passed by with an eye blade. "Don't flatter yourself." Luo Tian hurriedly made the gesture of you continue and lowered his head to continue drying his rice. "If you're not holding back, you're used to it anyway." Chang Wenxin did not expect that Luo Muki could actually do this for Mo Xian. but he did not care. What sincerity? Are just interests. I don't drink. Pour a cup of tea. Without waiting for him to finish, the red wine in Luo Muki's hand poured all over his head from top to bottom. Chapter 43, Stage 4, Beginning. Chang Qingshan's entire body seemed to have not reacted yet. His mouth slightly opened a bit because of his over-surprise, and it was only when the red wine flowed into his mouth from his head that he angrily roared to get up. Then, he was swung hard on his head by Luo Muki with a wine bottle. Ah! Chang Wenxin let out a miserable scream. Then Luo Muki raised her leg and kicked her several centimeters of high-heeled shoes on Chang Wenxin's chest, actually kicking him directly to the ground. I poured the wine. So you forgive brother, right? Luo Muki had a smile on her face. It was just that this situation made people feel a little creepy how they looked at it. Young Master Chang, you forgive brother now, right? Manqing. Chang Man Xin woefully covered his head. Blood mixed with red wine flowed out from his fingers. He climbed up while calling out to the door. The door of the private room opened. A female bodyguard grabbed Li Manqing's hair and dragged her into the private room. The originally gorgeous Cheongsam beauty. At the moment her hair was messy. Her cheeks were red and swollen. Obviously she had just been slapped. Don't scream. Just the ones you brought with you. They'll all be lying in the dumpster in the back by now. Luo Muki threw the shards of the red wine bottle in her hand on the ground, and somewhat disgustedly shook off the red wine on her hand. Cousin, do you want to recuse yourself? Feel free to do as you please. Just don't spoil the food. Luo Tian continued to eat his food with a stuffy head. He knew that this dead girl was going to come over today without any good things. That's why he only called out to Chang Qingshan herself. Luo Tian even thought with some bad taste. You're so powerful. Do your sister's precious Emotian know about it? Luo Muki, you're damn well going to completely turn your back on our Chung family, aren't you? Chang Wenxin staggered up, her eyes staring resentfully at Luo Muki. Just for that outcast who was kicked out of his own family. Uing. His voice suddenly came to an abrupt end. His body couldn't stop shaking, and his pupils kept dilating. A lewd sound came out from Luo Muki's cell phone, and unpleasant images played on the screen. You say, how much would your family's stock have to drop if I send this out? Luo Muki exited the video playback screen and looked at the pale Chang Wenxin with a good look. Chang family's son. On the surface, he reveres Buddhism. Behind his back TSK. Do you want me to say something else? Or show you something else again? Asked the heart. Why the pain? Luo Tian wiped his mouth with a paper towel, poured himself a glass of wine, and then seemingly bitterly persuaded, we've known each other for so many years. You give my sister an apology, and this will be over. Oh yes. No, you buy something for Emotian. Car limited edition wristwatch you see to it, we do not pick. My sister cares the most about Emotian. You just need to coax him, and these things will definitely not appear in the public eye. Chang asked the heart only feel dizzy. Originally received a bottle of wine. See their most secretive and most unpleasant things. Was Luo family know there is evidence? Once exposed, Chang family is not so bankrupt, but his future position as a power holder is afraid that will not be guaranteed. There were 3 children in their family. Him, Chang Yunhua and a younger brother who had just started middle school, and he wasn't the only option. When the big one is wasted, there is still the little one. Not to mention the fact that there is his father's illegitimate son abroad, who is also eyeing his position. As for your comment about keeping my brother from going to Fusion Star, I can promise you that. Hearing Luo Muqi's words, the wineglass in Luo Tian's hand almost didn't fall on the ground. Emotian's entry into Rongqing had already been finalized when he had just studied for his doctorate, and Luo Xia had planned to use some of her own assets in hand at first, funds in Luo Tian to exchange Rongqing shares before giving them to Emotian. However, Luo Tian does not care. As long as the Luo Xia name of a hotel ownership means a little, gave Luo Xia 10% of the shares of the Rongqing. All is 10%, but the value of the Rongqing compared to the Emo family can be worth a lot of money. Luo Muki was now directly telling him that Emotian could stop going to Rongqing? Chang Qixin didn't reply, only glaring at the Luo siblings in annoyance as she turned around and left the private room in a lumbering manner. The female bodyguard, after seeing Luo Muki nod her head, also let go of Li Manqing, allowing her to follow and leave together. Cousin, where's the recorder? Luo Muki looked back at Luo Tian. Did you record all the words Chang Wenxin threatened you with just now? Luo Tian had absolutely no idea what kind of drugs these two sisters were selling, but still took out a recorder from his suit pocket and handed it to Luo Muki. Muqi, what kind of demons are you and Xia up to again? Luo Tian couldn't help but still open his mouth to inquire. Not to mention your relationship with Emotian. With his talent, the senior side of Rongqing are all extremely optimistic. But, I only said that I won't let my brother go to Rongqing, and I didn't say that I won't let him join. It's just that, my sister and I changed our minds. Luo Muki smiled wryly. Cousin, you change your brother to a home office job. is that okay? It's not impossible. Anyway, programmers, wherever they write programs, but I was planning to train him to be a technical director. When Luo Muqi heard Luo Tian's words, she smiled faintly, with a hint of chilling madness in her eyes. There's no need for that. He just needs to stay at home with us. He doesn't have to go anywhere. He just has to be with us even if he does. Luo Tian consciously tilted his body backward, and if it wasn't for the wall behind him, he would even want to turn around and run. Cousin, you'd better stay out of it. Luo Muqi glanced at Luo Tian. You just need to arrange a good job for your brother. And also, tell the family to stay out of it as well, including my parents and them. After saying that, Luo Muqi turned around and left, while Luo Tian sighed and looked at the wineglass in his hand in a daze. Manage? Can they manage it? With the character of their sisters, for the sake of Mo Xian can be crazy who cannot say. Their own grandmother like a ruthless roll cannot suppress the sisters, let alone their own? Luo Tian knew that this might be sorry for Mo Xian, but for the sake of the Luo family, they could only acquiesce to this. Chang Wenxin, you don't know that as long as the two of them want to, there will be a big earthquake in the Kyoto gentry circle, right? Luo Tian whispered to himself, obviously only 30 years old, but gave an indescribable sense of exhaustion. After dinner, Luo Xia asked Mo Xian to wait for her in the garage first, while she returned to the study and gently pressed a book of relativity on the bookshelf, and a secret door slowly opened. In the somewhat small room, the walls were covered with Mo Xian's photos, from all times, and in the very center of the wall facing the dark door was an enlarged photo of the three of them together. The teenage Luo Xia, the tender Luo Muqi, one wrapped her arms around her from behind, and the other pounced into her arms, wrapping the helpless Mo Xian, who looked to be about the same age as Luo Muqi, tightly around her. Looking at the photo, Luo Xia's lips rose slightly, then she walked to the desk under the photo, picked up the pen on the desk, and slowly wrote a few lines on a white A4 paper. I wanted to wait until my daughters were a little older, but Muqi and I don't want to wait any longer. Just the thought that he might leave, that he might reach out to another woman. I might not be able to control myself enough to kill someone. Mental cues need to be more frequent, and I don't mind the use of medication for control when appropriate. Phase 3 can be finished, ready to move slowly into Phase 4. After writing this, Luo Xia raised her head and gently stroked Mo Xian's face on the photo, her eyes filled with morbid possessiveness. As if she had gone crazy, she frantically wrote Mo Xian's name on the A4 paper, her whole body trembling as if she couldn't suppress it. By the way, Xiao Xian is still waiting for me. Luo Xia smiled. Have to hold back a bit more, can't let him see the cracks. As if the mood suddenly became better, Luo Xia actually hummed a song. The pace briskly out of the secret room. The dark door fell. The lights are slowly extinguished. The photo of Mo Xian, but also slowly hidden into the darkness. Chapter 44, Forcing the Palace. Mo Xian's cell phone, which was about to go to the garage, suddenly rang, and when he saw that it was Mo Qingqing, Mo Xian was a little surprised. After all, according to the time of the discussion, tomorrow is the day of the deal. After answering the phone, Mo Qingqing's first words were, "Bring the equity book and come to this place to find me." That fast? Mo Xian froze for a moment. Are you in that much of a hurry? Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Mo Qingqing said in a bad tone. What happened to Jin Peng? It couldn't have been you, right? If it were me, do you think I would only expose this one thing? Mo Xian sneered back. Aren't those things you gave me much more exciting than this? Not you? Mo Qingqing tone hesitated for a moment. Mo Xian could not help but sneer. What? I'm not at home anymore. Can't find a backer? You say the location. This sale is done with anyone. You or Chairman Mo, I don't care. Meet me here in an hour. Mo Qingqing didn't say anything else, but hung up the phone, and about a minute later she sent a location over. A hotel. This is can't wait? Luo Xia poked her head out from behind Mo Xian and naturally wrapped her hands around Mo Xian's waist. I'll go with you. Don't worry. I won't show up. Luo Xia had been staring at Mo Qingqing. She suddenly advanced. I'm afraid that the reason was not because of the ridiculous things that Mo Jinpeng had caused, but in old lady Yi. The Mo family's matter itself can be big or small. Really want to press is not press down. Ye old lady, this kind of smart person. This matter she can carry clear. The point is that the granddaughter-in-law that old lady Yi wants is Mo Qingqing, who was the president of Mo's, and this president's seat cannot be given away. What she saw was Mo Qingqing's ability and determination. If Mo Qingqing gave up her position because she couldn't stand up to Mo Changshan's pressure, then there would be no need for Yi Ning to marry her. What's more, Mo Qingqing is a woman, and in old lady Ye's eyes, this family business will be the Yi family's sooner or later as long as Mo Qingqing seizes it. To Luo the Mo family is dispensable, but to the Yi family it's different. Right, let's drive over in the new car. Luo Xia smiled mischievously. Just think of it as taking me for a ride, okay? Mo Xian glanced at Luo Xia somewhat breathlessly when he saw the new black Lamborghini Phantom Nightstar that Luo Xia had bought for him, then tentatively asked, "That, Xia, I'll just drive the car you gave me before." Naturally, his opinion doesn't matter. Driving to the hotel that Mo Qingqing sent her to, entering the underground parking lot, Luo Xia dialed a phone number. "We're here. Where are you?" I don't know what was said on the other side of the phone. Luo Xia asked Mo Xian to park the car next to a Porsche, and from that car came down a tall woman wearing a white suit, looking around 30, pretty, but with a serious expression and shoulder-length hair. She gave off a feeling that she was not a good match. "This is the lawyer I contacted for you, Chu Nan," Luo Xia introduced to Mo Xian. "Sister Chu, you know all about the situation, right?" Chu Nan nodded and said, "Don't worry, Vice President. I've already drawn up the contract. Do I need you and Mr. Mo to go through it? No need for that. Just do what we just agreed." Luo Xia turned back and straightened her jacket for Mo Xian. "Go on. Mo Qingqing can't be trusted. There's Sister Chu. When she opens her mouth you just have to listen to her arrangements." Mo Xian nodded. He was completely trustworthy with what Luo Xia had arranged. Calling Mo Qingqing, she had booked a business suite at the hotel. Mo Xian and Chu Nan took the elevator up from the parking lot and found the room where Mo Qingqing was. To Mo Xian's surprise, Mo Qingqing actually came by herself. For some reason, Mo Xian looked at her as if she was a bit tired, and her eyes were also dark blue. "There's no need to look at me. In the end, Mo Jinpeng still needs me to take care of all that crap for him." Mo Qingqing sensed Mo Xian's gaze and said indifferently, "Hello, Mr. Mo, I'm Chu Nan." Chu Nan politely took out a business card. "I was commissioned to accompany Mr. Mo as his proxy." A hint of surprise flashed in Mo Qingqing's eyes. She had never seen, but had heard of Chu Nan's name, a gold medal lawyer who had never lost since her debut, and came from a famous family. Being able to invite her, Mo Qingqing became even more curious about the rich woman behind Mo Xian. "General Manager Mo, the change of shares, you actually don't bring a lawyer?" Chu Nan surveyed the room and looked at Mo Qingqing's purse placed by the bedside and thought, "Or do you trust Mr. Mo that much? Oh, there's no need for that. I want shares and he wants money. We'll take what we need." Mo Qingqing sat on the sofa. "Didn't you prepare the documents a long time ago? As long as I let this barrister Chu notarize it, I can send money at any time." Mo Xian waved the folder he had been holding on his hand, but didn't open it right away. Instead he glanced at Mo Qingqing and asked, "I'm quite curious, what are you planning to do?" Forcing the issue, Mo Qingqing replied full of concern, as if what she said was a matter of course. "To be honest with you, the Su family only delayed, but did not cancel Su Yanyan and Mo Jinpeng's engagement banquet. And it was Su Yanyan who agreed." Mo Qingqing pulled out a slender lady's cigarette from the cigarette box on the table, placed it in her mouth and lit it to take a puff before her bright red fingernails held the cigarette and her eyes scrutinized Mo Xian. However, upon hearing this news, Mo Xian didn't have any reaction, not even a single fluctuation in those good-looking eyes. Mo Qingqing was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Mo Xian to really have completely let go of Su Yanran. Young love, many times may become the heart of the obsession. Mo Qingqing past met a lot of friends around. Classmates occasionally still miss the initial section of the relationship, which is also the reason why she has not been moved to any of the opposite sex. It was never the love she thought was illusory that she wanted. Only the power and wealth she grasped in her hands was real. She didn't even have an ounce of affection for Yining, and only used him as a stepping stone for her own upward mobility. Mo Xian didn't sit down immediately himself, but first let Chu Nan, who hurriedly waved his hand, letting Mo Xian sit on the sofa, while he himself sat on the edge of the bed. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but Chu Nan happened to be right in front of Mo Qingqing's bag. When Mo Qingqing saw it, she only frowned slightly and didn't say anything. "So you can't wait. Once Mo Jinpeng and Su Yanran get engaged, Chairman Mo might have to take you to task." Mo Xian smiled. He made such a big deal. Chairman Mo actually protected him. It seems like he's determined to have this illegitimate son on top. I'm actually quite curious. Does he love that woman that much? Killed one of his own sons for her and his own child. Forced me out, and now he's kicking you, his capable eldest daughter, out of the presidency as well? Mo Qingqing inhaled a mouthful of smoke, then laughed softly and said, "You don't really think that father really loves Li Yuzhen for doing so much, do you? He's just guarding against mother, just the same as mother defending herself against him, as it were." Chapter 45 Luo Xia's explanation. "Excuse me, Mr. Mo, do you need me to recuse myself?" Chu Nan opened his mouth to inquire at the right time, while Mo Qingqing shook her head and said, "No need. I believe in the professional ethics of a gold medal lawyer. Besides, I don't care if you talk about this." Mo Xian glanced at Mo Qingqing rather deeply. "I don't quite understand what you mean. What do you think?" Mo Qingqing blinked. More than that I won't say. You don't really think, sister, I'm that stupid, right? What I can say to you is that, think about the ancient and modern Chinese and foreign official history and wild history. How outrageous you think it's impossible. It's not likely that it's already happened. No wonder he is not afraid of spreading out. This is simply not intended to make it clear. Mo Xian heart cannot help but spit. He is clear that Mo Qingqing will not tell him everything, but he does not care. Mo family side of the nasty he is too lazy to understand. He wouldn't go against his grandmother's wishes, and even if she died, all he'd have to do is let the Mo family dogfight amongst themselves. Because of Chu Nan's presence, the whole process was not very laborious, and Mo Xian was a little curious that Chu Nan was hardly involved, and the agreement that had just been mentioned in the garage had not been taken out. The share transfer book was prepared by the grandmother very early, and only needed to be signed, and the terms clearly stated that these shares Mo Xian had the power to dispose of them for her. Mo Qingqing didn't delay, and the $600 million hit Mo Xian's account as soon as he said he would. Looking at the string of zeros, Mo Xian actually had some sense of relief. Right, if you can, please talk to Elder Mo. Mo Xian slowly got up and prepared to leave. Grandma said, take the time to ask Elder Mo to prepare. Grandma wants to divorce him before she passes away. Mo Qingqing frowned, then smiled bitterly. You've given me a problem. Maybe it's better if you say something. After all, if I want to talk to him, he might be pissed off. Mo Xian shrugged. Don't ask me why Grandma wants a divorce at this time. I don't know. Mo Xian didn't ask in detail. Grandma would tell him if she wanted to, and he wouldn't ask why if she didn't want to. Okay, I'll try, but don't get your hopes up. Mo Qingqing put the documents in order. Grandpa hasn't mentioned divorce for so many years even if he doesn't see Grandma. Mo Xian didn't answer. He didn't know, nor did he want to know what Elder Mo thought. The money had arrived and he needed to tell his grandmother. And by the way, he wanted to try again and take her on a trip abroad to see if there was another way. Although it has been so long, the Luo family has used their contacts and funds to try almost all the methods. Even if the foreign experts have been invited heavily more than once, the results are invariably the same. Mo Xian had just taken 2 steps out, but Chu Nan got up and stopped him. And then she smiled and said to Mo Qingqing, since the two of you have already finished, the matter I was entrusted to do can also begin. President Mo, my client would like you to take a look at this document. Mo Xian was a bit surprised, but Chu Nan handed him a look, and thinking of Luo Xia's words, he didn't open his mouth. Mo Qingqing took Chu Nan's document and read it carefully. Only her brows stayed furrowed and her eyes became elusive. After a long time she put down the paper, took out a cigarette and lit it, stood by the window with her back to the two of them and smoked it. It can be, Mo Xian. Mo Qingqing turned back to look at Mo Xian and couldn't help but sneer. Looks like this good face really helped you a lot. Well, you tell that rich woman behind you that I'll consider it. Just for now I won't sign it. Mo Xian was completely outside the situation, not knowing what Mo Qingqing meant at all. Chu Nan, however, didn't seem to be surprised and just reached out to take the agreement back and put it in his bag. Since that's the case, then we'll take our leave. Chu Nan pulled Mo Xian's clothes. Mr. Mo, consider it, you won't lose out. Mo Qingqing didn't answer and turned to the window to continue smoking. Chu Nan hooked his lips in a smile and left the room with Mo Xian. The duo had just left and Mo Qingqing went over to open the bag she had placed on the bed. However, the pinhole camera inside that was used to surreptitiously film the duo's transaction was gone. Ha, gold medal lawyer, this hand is really fast. Mo Qingqing didn't care too much, and hadn't intended to use this to threaten Mo Xian, just thought it might be useful in the future. Agreement? Oh, how ridiculous. Thinking that with a little evidence I will share the mows that I've been plotting for so long with Mo Xian? Dream on. In the elevator, Mo Xian couldn't help but ask Chu Nan, Lawyer Chu, what exactly did you just show her? You don't know? Chu Nan frowned. She thought Luo Xia had already told Mo Xian. The vice president wants her to hand over 20% of her shares to you after she succeeds in seizing power. However, it's not for free. It will give her some projects, and give her the evidence of her secretly and illegally transferring assets. Mo Xian was silent. Mo Qingqing did not do one or two things. The Luo family found out more than just the illegal transfer of assets. Just the company. He is not interested, much less want. If Grandma was gone, Mo Xian would definitely poke all that crap about Mo Chanshan and I in front of their eyes with each other, and it would be enough to let them make a mess of the rest. With what he knew about the couple, there was no need to target them too deliberately. As long as he ripped off their cover for each other, they themselves would bite at each other like mad dogs. After that, there will be a chain reaction. Mo Qingqing seized power. Mo Jinpeng was knocked into the cold palace. Mo Changshan and Qin and I fight. If the Mo family and the Qin family can still live in peace, it would be a hell of a thing. So, not to mention Mo Xian originally have no intention of Mo's. In this case Mo's internal in the end, who cannot say. the basic risk aversion guidelines. Mo Xian will not want to touch such a mess. So, he really didn't understand why Luo Xia was doing this? On the way back, Mo Xian drove the car without saying a word. Luo Xia seemed to see what he thought in his heart, smiled and said to Mo Xian, "Is not thinking how I would do this. The heart feels very curious." Mo Xian parked his car on the side of the road and looked back at Luo Xia, as if waiting for her to tell him, "Idiot, how could Mo Qingqing give you the company?" Luo Xia pulled Mo Xian's hand, evidence that people like her may not be so afraid, and in the end it's also a financial dispute in your own family. You've already left the house, and it's only a matter of time before Mo Jinpeng hits the cold shoulder. At that time your parents might still compromise. After all, for your parents, Mo Qingqing three sisters is the last thing to look up to. However, she will definitely have her heart set on the project I propose to her. This woman, her ambition is too great, and such people tend to be extremely greedy, with her personality of both wanting, and not wanting to share your power, but also wanting my project. In this way, between you and Mo Jinpeng, sooner or later she kicked out of the brother, and a brother can bring her benefits. She will be more in favor of who? After all, what I promised her, can be a lot of Of course, give or not is all up to me. This is just a bait. Silly Xiao Xian. Sooner or later, the Mo family will be destroyed by themselves. Sooner or later, Mo Qingqing will also go on a path of no return. I'm just using her for a bit, so that she can help you to take revenge. You won't blame me, right? Mo Xian looked at Luo Xia for a long time before he sighed and said, "What do I blame you for? You think more than I do." Mo Xian couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Luo Xia was too gentle in front of himself, to the point that Mo Xian often forgot that she was the vice president of a top-tier plutocracy. This kind of thing is just a casual little scheme for her. Mo Xian's heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that what happened between them was also Luo Xia's calculation? Then he dismissed the thought in his heart. What do people figure you for when you have nothing of your own, counting on being with you and giving you children? Or are they sisters? Thinking of this, Mo Xian looked at Luo Xia instead more guilty. Obviously people hollow out their hearts and lungs on their own, but they actually still make a fool of themselves to feel that they are counting on their own. Chapter 46, Mother Luo's Sudden Visit. After meeting with Mo Qingqing, Mo Xian's life slowly calmed down. He completed the interview with Unstar, but it was not quite the same as he thought. He was not asked to enter the R&D department of Unstar, and he was temporarily arranged to carry out some modifications and rewriting of the program code. The relative ease of the job and the fact that it's a home office equates to him being no different now than he was before. Of course, he was not clear about Luo Muki meeting process asking heart, much less what exactly happened. Mo Xian sitting in the living room, holding a laptop to strike the keyboard. The two daughters are sitting beside him to play with dolls. Luo Wire and Luo Shuer are very good. Dad is busy, they do not bother. Only occasionally will be pampered like embracing the arm of Mo Xian. Looking at the screen on the heavenly book-like code, the two little ones only feel dizzy. Be good. Daddy's going to get the tablet and find you cartoons to watch. So don't watch this. Mo Xian rubbed the faces of the two milk balls, picked up the flat panel on one side and placed it on the coffee table, and was looking for a Pokemon suitable for them to watch when a nanny came over somewhat nervously and said to Mo Xian, "Mr. Mo, why don't you take the little missus up first?" Ma'am is here." Mo Xian's laptop almost fell to the ground. Luo Xia and Luo Muki's mother, Shen Qingyun. Every time he saw her, Mo Xian was extremely nervous. Shen Qingyun didn't show how much he hated Mo Xian, but he didn't show how much he liked Mo Xian either. Every time he saw it, it was only faint. Although the entire Luo family had acquiesced to this matter, Shen Qingyun was the only one whose attitude was not quite the same. In particular, Mo Xian could always feel that there was more or less a hint of hostility in the way she looked at herself. Mo Xian can understand that it's okay for the cabbages raised by his own family to be arched by pigs, or by a pig, as that pig Mo Xian, when facing this woman who is technically considered a mother-in-law, is in fact very weak. "Xian, take the kid up." Luo Xia had come out of the study at some point, and since Mo Xian had joined the team, the sister duo had also started working from home. Only today, Luo Muki was invited to a painting exhibition, so she wasn't at home. It's just that Mo Xian feels that the two of them have been a bit too clingy lately, and will follow them when they go to see their grandmother, and occasionally when they go to school. Sometimes when Mo Xian wanted to go out, Luo Xia and Luo Muki would ask him what he was going to do. If they bought something, these two sisters would make a phone call to have someone send it to them, and as for wanting to go out for a spin or go out to play, they would always have various ways to leave him behind. In addition, the two daughters to see Mo Xian time leisure, will also make a fuss to Mo Xian with them. Moreover, Mo Xian felt that his recent mental state was also a bit peculiar. The above-mentioned things, with his nature would not be so compromised, but he compromised. Shaking his head, Now is also not the time for him to think about this. After closing the laptop, Xian picked up his two daughters and walked upstairs, and just halfway there, a somewhat indifferent voice resounded on the first floor. What? This grandmother of mine can't even see her granddaughter's face? Xinxingyun led the way and looked up at Xian and the two milk dumplings. Luo Weier and Luo Shuer seemed happy to see her and extended their little hands in greeting. Grandma! Grandma! Xinxingyun's eyes softened for a moment, then quickly returned to ice coldness. She glanced at Xian and said in a detached tone, "Forget it, you take the child up first. Xia and I have something to talk about." Xian nodded his head in agreement. He knew that Xinxingyun didn't like himself and carried the child to their bedroom. Xinxingyun looked at Xian's disappearing back, then instructed the people behind him. "You guys go out first. Missy and I have something to say." The people Xinxingyun brought with him all retreated, and Uncle Zhang also left with his nanny and maid, leaving only the mother and daughter in the living room. "Where's your sister?" Xinxingyun slowly sat down on the sofa. "You two sisters are getting ahead of yourselves now. Luo Tian told me. Muqi beat up Chang Qinshin. Xia, what do you guys want?" "Not doing anything, except being just like you." Luo Xia sat down on the sofa across from her, taking off her gold-rimmed glasses and casually placing them on the coffee table. "Mom, didn't you hold my father in a firm grip in the beginning, just like us?" "What? Not when it comes to us?" Xinxingyun gazed straight into Luo Xia's eyes, and the madness in those eyes was even greater than his own once. "That's different." Xinxingyun spoke with some hesitation, but Luo Xia interrupted her with a smile and said, "What's the difference? Aren't we doing the same thing today as you did in the past? When you were pregnant with me, you deliberately set it up, and it was the same with Muqi. Mom, should I say we are worthy of being mother and daughter? Even the tactics are so similar?" Xinxingyun didn't reply and just looked at his eldest daughter, while Luo Xia didn't have any panic in the slightest and calmly stared at her. "I didn't expect you guys to be so crazy. Two sisters who have their eyes on one person and would still be so persistent." Xinxingyun sighed. "Back then, when the old master's illegitimate son caused trouble and kept an eye on you sisters and Luo Tian, your father, your great-uncle's family couldn't take care of themselves and had no choice but to send you and Muqi there. Mom, I've never hated you because of this. If it wasn't for this I wouldn't have been able to touch Xiaoxian." Luo Xia's tone didn't have any waves. "Even when that dead game was played and Grandma gave up Muqi and I to protect Luo Tian, I never hated her. Muqi and I are girls and Luo Tian is the only male member of the Luo family. I can understand her doing that. So, I also hope that you can understand Muqi and I. We only want Xian. As for what you said about the Cheng family, if you find it troublesome, then I'll just let the Cheng family go bankrupt." Luo Xia spoke lightly, but when Xinxingyun heard it, he couldn't help but feel a tightening in his heart. The sisters have been studying like crazy since Xian lost his memory, and after college they secretly collected all the privacy of the other powerful families in Kyoto. Xinxingyun sometimes even felt that his two daughters were monsters. When they were in college, Luo Xia and Luo Muqi, they had already taken care of Luo's business and set up a drug lab with heavy funding. More than that, I don't know how much money, resources, investment to take care of contacts. Finally, Kyoto can constitute a certain threat to the Luo family enterprise, all unseen privacy, as well as Luo's steadily rising financial reports together in front of the Luo family, and they only have one request. They want Xian. When Luo old madam retreated to the second best way, but also just test Luo Xia's attitude. In terms of ability, the heart of the matter, she is deeper than Luo Muqi. I didn't expect Luo Xia to threaten to destroy the Luo clan, and old lady Luo felt guilty because of what happened in the beginning, and in the end, she could only compromise. Cheng family side did not pursue the matter. Cheng asked the heart himself did not have that face, but Xinxingyun helplessly glanced at his daughter. "Also, I love your father very much. I conceived you guys also never regretted." "I know, Muqi and I are mothers now too." Luo Xia looked at the doll on the couch, "But I love Xian more." Caught in the Dark. Reviewed. Chapter 47, Madness and Sanity Coexist. Xinxingyun was not the least bit surprised by Luo Xia's answer. Or rather, she wouldn't be Loxia if she didn't answer that way. "It's good that you're happy." Xinxingyun let out a long breath. "In that case, I hope you'll consider your grandmother's words, and in your situation, I still want you to leave Kyoto. It's not like you can't come back anyway. Your father and I can still visit you guys." "Mom, this kind of blank check, don't talk to me anymore." Luo Xia gazed at her mother flatly. "I used to trust you and father the most, but now I only trust Xiaoxian. Only he won't betray me, just for what happened in the first place." "Yeah, for what happened in the first place." Luo Xia's voice did not have a single rise or fall. Xinxingyun wanted to see from his eldest daughter's stunning face that she was lying, but he could not see anything. "When you all gave up on Muqi and I, it was Xian who desperately tried to save us, which eventually led to him being injured. So far he hasn't recovered his memory nerves. I've tried many methods, but the doctor told me that this kind of damage can only be recovered slowly, and even if he recovers to try to make him remember Muchi and I don't know how long it will take. I can't even use modern medical technology to forcibly awaken his memories. The price to be born is unknown, and I don't want him to suffer. When we were abandoned by the world and betrayed by our closest relatives, only Mo Xian appeared by our side. So, whether it's scheming and designing or trickery, I want him by our side forever. Shin Xingyun closed his eyes in pain. Luo Xie and Luo Muki's world. Only Mo Xian was their only light. And they, the relatives, are just relatives nowadays. After that incident, Luo Muki had drawn a picture where the whole world was in black and white, and only a big tree with a boy sitting there eating a melon was in color. Shin Xingyun did not hate Mo Xian, and even appreciated Mo Xian in her heart, and was indifferent to him because she was a mother. She didn't want her two daughters to be so crazy as to even do such things, but for Mo Xian, they didn't care about anything. Only Shin Xingyun knew that the time Mo Jinpeng had counted on Mo Xian, Luo Xie and Luo Muki had already known about it and had prepared for it in advance. Even that day they purposely took medication to ensure that they would definitely carry Mo Xian's flesh and blood. As for leaving Kyoto, I've already purchased a sea view villa abroad. Xiao Xian loves the sea. Thinking of Mo Xian, Luo Xie's eyes were filled with love and sickness. Any more questions? If not, I'll ask Xiao Xian to bring the children down. As a grandmother, you have the right to visit them. Shin Xingyun looked at her daughter. Sometimes she just couldn't understand her, but when she thought about her feelings for their father in the past, she seemed to be able to understand again. The Shin family was not a small family. It was just that its roots were not in Kyoto, but in Hudu. What the Luo family is in Kyoto, the Shin family is in Hudu. Shin Xingyun never married Luo Shang, the father of the sisters, because of the marriage interest, but really fell in love with him. Luo Shang is much like Mo Xian, gentle, talented, and kind. Luo Shang's luck was better than Mo Xian's. His parents loved him, and he had a deep bond with his big brother Luo Chuan. Mo Xian had run into Su Yanran, but Luo Shang was lucky that there was no one else but Shin Xingyun. At that time, Shin Xingyun has a marriage contract. The other party is another Hudu mansion, and the Shin family is a family friend. But Shin Xingyun does not love that person. That person also does not love Shin Xingyun. Just for the sake of interest marriage, Shin Xingyun did something that was very deviant in those days. Getting Luo Shang drunk, having a substantial relationship with him, and getting pregnant with Luo Xie. But now, his own daughters are even crazier, and even elaborate at every step. They love him to the point of insanity, yet they can carefully scheme, disguise and repress their own natures in order to get him to die step by step. I want to talk to him alone. Shin Xingyun sighed. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for him. Loxia was silent, staring at her mother for a long time. Yes, Loxia stood up. I'll take you to the study to talk. Xie, believe it or not, I love you very much. Looking at Luo Xie's back, Shin Xingyun said with a painful look. I won't pursue Mo Xian's matter any further, but listen to Mom's advice. Even if our family is any better, you guys should lay low for Mo Xian's sake. I never thought to proclaim it everywhere. Luo Xie did not look back and walked straight towards the stairs. I also have to thank Mother. The Xiao family, the Cheng family, aren't these all the troubles Mother found for Muchi and I? Shin Xingyun was momentarily speechless and smiled helplessly. At this time, the door opened and Luo Muki walked in. When she saw her mother, Luo Muki froze for a moment, and in the end, she just said politely, "You're here, Mom? I'm a bit tired. I'll go upstairs first." Shin Xingyun's lips moved and finally said with a bitter smile, "Then you rest well. I'll go back after checking on Wei'er and Schwer." The two daughters went upstairs together, and unlike when they saw themselves, Luo Xie and Luo Muki talked and laughed, and the words they talked about didn't leave Mo Xian in 3 sentences. Shin Xingyun watched his daughters disappear and silently took out a photo of the young one with a loving smile, holding a baby, and standing beside her was a little girl in a princess dress, smiling happily. On the other side, Mo's group, Mo Qingqing looked at her cell phone with an iron face, her hands shaking with anger. She couldn't have imagined that her own third sister actually had a part in the dissolution of Shui Ming and Chen Yunua's engagement that was so hotly debated a while ago. Chen Yunua only chased Shui Ming to bite. The Cheng family has been attacking Shui Ming in public opinion. Shui Ming had been pretending to be dead. After all, this matter he really deserved to lose. But now the Shui family's chain of supermarkets has also been affected. For the Shui family, which operates a physical supermarket, and then play dead, the impact on them is only not small. However, Cheng Yunua had the upper hand, and they didn't dare offend the Cheng family, so the Shui family simply exposed Mo Tingting. Although Mo Tingting is not considered a top-tier top stream, she is also a second-tier artist with a not small fan base. And this kind of family strife then involves the entertainment industry. It will be even more exciting. The Shui family is also ruthless enough to spend money to hire people to break the news that it was Confronting who seduced Shui Ming in order to get to the top, found a way to spend money to buy hot searches to hire a water army, and intentionally sought out some of Confronting's opposing family. Mo Jinpeng's had just eased up when Confronting had an accident. In addition, Confronting's relationship with the Mo family has never been covered up, and even the Mo family has used this daughter who is a star to market no less. That stupid bastard. Mo Qingqing slapped the table fiercely, picked up the cigarette case. Will be a lady cigarettes want a light, but the lighter seems to be out of order. In a fit of anger, Mo Qingqing will lighter thrown out fiercely. This matter Mo Yingying originally wanted to tell the family, but it is out of Mo Jinpeng. In the end is their own attire-born sister. Mo Yingying is also in the heart, coupled with the Changshui two families began who did not expose Mo Qingqing. Mo Yingying held a fluke, thought nothing, but it was because of her fluke that Mo Qingqing was caught off guard at the moment. What's the point of me getting the company if this is going on? Mo Qingqing sat on the chair, breathing heavily, her eyes red. The Yi family only knew about it now, and although they hadn't contacted themselves yet, they were only afraid that they wouldn't have any good looks. No, I have to be ready. Mo Qingqing took down the cigarette in her mouth and put it in her hand to play with it. Not a moment later, she seemed to have made up her mind about something, as if she had made up her mind, and the slender lady's cigarette in her hand was rubbed fiercely and thrown in the garbage can. That woman behind Mo Xian, she might be able to help me. Chapter 48, a photograph. Shen Xingyun entered the study and Mo Xian was already there waiting for her. Shen Xingyun never denied that she wouldn't object to Mo Xian being with either of her daughters. She didn't care about the family history. Mo Xian wasn't the kind of phoenix man who counted on the Luo family. This she still had in her heart. Sit down. Shen Xingyun could see that Mo Xian was nervous to see himself, and also that he was too cold to him on weekdays. Mo Xian sat down on the sofa with some urgency after hearing this, and Shen Xingyun didn't sit down, but instead leaned against the desk and looked at Mo Xian. Being stared at by her like this, Mo Xian felt a bit awkward and could only lower his head to look at the floor. Actually, this matter, I don't agree even today. Shen Xingyun sighed lightly. His tone was quite a bit helpless and compromised. But the child is big. I can't control it. Now this situation is only to separate you guys is not easy. I'll leave the daughters to you. I don't want to talk to you about anything else. Mo Xian, if you hurt them. Shen Xingyun did not say any more, and Mo Xian naturally understood what she meant. He raised his head and said with firm eyes, "Don't worry, it won't." What a familiar phrase. Shen Xingyun vaguely remembered that it seemed like the first time he met Mo Xian, he had said similar words. At that time, he was only 13 years old. Mo Xian, can you tell me why you lost your memory? Thinking of the past, Shen Xingyun couldn't help but inquire. You really don't remember? I don't remember. I heard someone tell me that I got into a conflict with someone and got beaten up. Mo Xian replied with a bitter smile. You know, I followed my master to practice martial arts. Maybe I was a bit of a bully before I lost my memory, and then I was taught a lesson. Shen Xingyun nodded, but when she thought about what had happened, she still had palpitations. For a 15-year-old kid, even if he was the close disciple of Master Zhang of the National Martial Arts, it was scary to be able to achieve the kind of level that Mo Xian had achieved. It wasn't clear if it was an adrenaline rush or if he really was amazingly talented. If it wasn't for Mo Xian's deadly protection, I'm afraid that they would have really had to sacrifice sisters Luo Xia and Luo Muki. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyun looked at Mo Xian with a complicated color. This child can obviously not be implicated. And even if he abandons Luo Xia and the others to leave, Shen Xingyun does not blame him. But he didn't, and even used his life to protect the sisters. I'm going to check on Weier and Schwer. I'll be back in a while. Shen Xingyun did not continue to ask. I heard that you entered the Rongxing, although home office, but don't be careless. Don't expect you to be what big president chairman. Your nature is not interested, but don't spoil your education. Aunt Shen, aren't you staying for dinner? Mo Xian looked at the time. I'm cooking today, so if you don't mind, you can stay and eat some together. No, they probably don't want me to stay either. Shen Xingyun's tone was filled with bitterness. She pondered for a while, but still took out a photo and handed it to Mo Xian. I always feel that I should still let you take a look, although I don't know if it's appropriate. Mo Xian was uncertain, but he still politely accepted the photo with both hands. The moment he saw the photo, Mo Xian only felt his temples beating wildly, and his hand unconsciously pinched the photo hard. There's no need to get angry. There are times when your parents may not be the most caring relatives, and may very well be a sharp blade that pierces into your heart. Shen Xingyun said in a self-deprecating manner. You keep it. If you need it you can tell me. Mo Xian, don't feel it's your fault. Losing you is Qin Ni's loss. You recognize her? Mo Xian forced down the anger in his heart and looked up at Shen Xingyun. Shen Xingyun nodded. College classmate. I'm pretty clear about her. You also don't care too much. She doesn't love Mo Changshan, nor does she love this person. Shin Xingyun glanced at the photo. Mo Xian was angry because of the date in the lower right corner. 21 years ago, the day she dropped herself off at her grandmother's house. The photo was well preserved, with Chinni, younger than she is now, pictured intimately with a man. That is to say, the day she sent herself away, not caring whether he would be uncomfortable or not, and bent on going to this adulterer. He remembers that day very clearly. It was his grandmother who told him about it, and Mo Xian, who was almost 3 years old, had in fact already had memories, and he remembered very clearly that his own mother had left him behind and turned away without even a word, even though he was already dead to them in his heart. Mo Xian still felt a wave of suppressed emotions in his heart that he couldn't let go of. Angry, sad, or what? He couldn't tell. Thank you, Auntie Shin. Mo Xian let out a long breath as if he was releasing his negative emotions. How did you get this photo? I also want to help my daughter. That's all. Shin Xingyun walked to the door of the study. Mo Xian, believe it or not, my daughters love you very much, even if the love is a little heavy, but I dare to say that there won't be anyone who loves you more than them. If you need my help, you know how to contact me, including the man's current whereabouts I know. When Shin Xingyun opened the door, Luo Miyuki was standing right outside the door, looking at her somewhat warily. Shin Xingyun smiled and didn't say anything, just reached out and patted her daughter's face. Went to see my granddaughter. Luo Miyuki didn't answer. She just watched her mother leave, turned around and went into the study, jumped into Mo Xian's arms, tilted her head and looked at Mo Xian with those peach blossom eyes. Brother, my mom didn't give you a hard time, did she? No, how come? Mo Xian gently embraced her. Tired. I'll go cook. What do you want to eat? You. Biting hard on Mo Xian, Luo Miyuki grabbed Mo Xian's collar and kissed. A bit short, but plus one more chapter. The other one is released. Just one chapter. You can see it on the personal page. If it's okay, I'll work on that one as well. Thanks. Oh, chapter 49, Xinni's Hidden Secrets. Compared to Mo Xian's side, which was in harmony, the Mo family was now completely covered in dark clouds. Mo Tingting is hiding at home. Her work has completely stopped. All endorsements have stopped. The variety show that invited her has been changed to someone else. And fortunately there is no drama that she is currently filming. And the script that was originally set has been changed to someone else. Showbiz, this kind of behavior of knowing 3 is 3. Basically, as long as the explosion out of the career is almost hopeless. The Xue family is eager to use her as a shield. Mo Tingting's company, the Mo family, have spent money to try to suppress the public opinion on the internet. But just suppressed, the Xue family will be fired up again. In a sense, Mo Tingting did fire, and it was indeed Xue Ming who made her fire. Mo Changshan has not scolded her. Not that he suddenly changed his nature, because Mo Tingting, the entire Mo's now scorched. He and Mo Qingqing, and even locked up in the home of Mo Jinpeng, were released back to the company to deal with this matter. Xin and I sighed because they have invited their own third daughter to stand. Naturally, is not good. Only Mo Engying was at home with her, and now in this situation, Mo Engying didn't have the heart to scold her second sister. What the hell am I supposed to do? Mo Tingting's hair was disheveled, her eyes were red and swollen. The continuous blows had made her not eat for 2 days, and even water was not much to drink, and her originally rosy lips were not only white, but also peeled because of dryness. You eat first. When Mo Engying saw Mo Tingting like this, she was inevitably heartbroken. They were born in a single birth, and Mo Engying was only born a few minutes earlier than Mo Tingting. But in the end, a sister is a sister, no matter how angry, but the heart will still be sad. Tingting, why don't you go out and hide for a while first? With our dad's character, it would be strange if he doesn't beat you to death when he comes back. Mo Engying sighed and pushed a bowl of rare rice towards her. The default payment will definitely be paid for by your family. You don't have to worry. I have an apartment in the north of the city that I bought without my family's knowledge, so you'll go live there for a while. But the liquidated damages are tens of millions of dollars. Mo Tingting's tone was filled with uncertainty at this time. Do you think that Dad will give up on me just as much as he gave up on Mo Xian? It won't be. It's not like you and Mo Xian are the same. Mo Engying couldn't help but blank her. How much Mom and Dad have loved us since we were little. We have what Jean Peng has, and give us as much as we give Jean Peng. How could you possibly be the same as Mo Xian? Mo Tingting did not answer. People under pressure will inevitably be rambling, and the past Mo Xian and the family, all kinds of injustice, at this moment actually slowly appeared in Mo Tingting's mind. Actually, I have an idea I wanted to talk to you about a long time ago. Mo Engying looked at her out of her mind, hesitated for a moment or opened her mouth. Tingting, you are almost 30. The showbiz female artist flower period is so long, tossed so many years, you are still not warm until now. I know, second sister. Mo Tingting lowered her head. Yes, She was almost 30 and the only thing she could act in now was still idol dramas. She had released albums, yet in the end, she barely made back her money, and she had only made one movie, and it was still a supporting role. If she didn't have her own family at her back, in the rapidly renewing entertainment industry, she would have long since checked out. Beauty? In the entertainment industry, looks are really important, but there are many who are more beautiful than her. Not to mention that without the works that can be taken out of hand, no matter how beautiful, it is just a vase. Confronting once again thought of Mo Xian. For some reason, she always thought of the brother who left home after her accident. She always has a premonition that she may soon be abandoned by her family like Mo Xian, and may even be inferior to Mo Xian. Qin's jewelry company. Qin and I sat on a chair, her heart troubled. Mom, are you okay? There was only her and Jiang Sifeng in the office. Hearing his call, Qin and I didn't answer right away. Looking at his thin and pale face, for a moment she was a little disgusted. She had always thought of Mo Xian lately, and even sometimes thought what was wrong with her that she had taken this sickly bastard as a treasure. Jiang Sifeng is the illegitimate son of her and her first love, the same person Mo Xian saw in the photo. That person is called Jiang Feng, and Qin and I is still a childhood friend. Shen Xingyun has a saying that is right. Qin and I does not love anyone, she only loves herself. Jiang Feng is from an artistic family, and his family's condition is really good, but compared to the Mo family, it's not good enough. So in the end she resolutely abandoned Jiang Feng, and Mo Changshan married, did not expect to give birth to Mo Jinpeng. Qin and I in a business trip to foreign countries, in a foreign country actually ran into Jiang Feng, and Jiang Feng has never married, tearfully telling her he's been waiting for her. The beauty of youth, and a touch of guilt at work. Qin and I and Jiang Feng had a relationship, and also pregnant with a child, and Qin and I indulged somewhat in the excitement of this backstabbing during that time, and the original 5-month business trip was hard enough for her to delay until the child was born. As for why Mo Changshan was not suspicious, he couldn't wait for Qin and I to be absent. After all, he wasn't clean either. Jiang Sifeng from a young age, congenital insufficiency, poor health. Qin and I to him full of guilt, even if she later became pregnant and gave birth to Mo Xian, more often than not also spend money to find a nanny in the care, and she and Jiang Feng feelings during that time is just right, using work as a reason outside the property. Let Jiang Feng live there, spend money on nannies to take care of their father and son, they will also go over to accompany them every now and then, but in the end, she still gave Jiang Feng a sum of money to send him out of the country. She never loved Jiang Feng that much. In her heart Mo Changshan is more important, because it can bring her real benefits. Jiang Feng is just a tool for her when she needs to vent her feelings. Slowly withdrawing her thoughts, Qin and I took another look at Jiang Sifeng. Over the years she could be said to be second only to Mo Jinpeng for this illegitimate son, even breaking the rules to allow him to work as an assistant at her side. But lately, one thing after another has pressed on, and one of his two favorite sons is ridiculous and the other is a pill popper. Instead, Mo Xian, who left home, is not only physically strong and good-looking, but also academically successful at a young age. It also moved her to do something about it, and the first thing she had to deal with was the bastard child in front of her. Sifeng, hand over the shares in your hand. Qin and I suddenly spoke. I've thought about it. With this body and bones of yours, there's really no way to confidently hand over the company to you. I'll letting Ying take your shares. Don't worry, Mom won't treat you badly. Jiang Sifeng's already pale face was even more like a white sheet of paper after hearing Qin Ni's words, but he also did not dare to disobey Qin and I. After all, he had done a lot of things privately on the basis of Qin Ni's favoritism and the shares in his hand. He was really afraid that if Qin and I knew, with his understanding of his own mother, she could do it even if she personally sent him in. From the time he arrived at Qin Ni's side, he felt more and more that his mother was slowly becoming disconnected from him, and he slowly realized how cool his mother was. In the past, he was complacent, thinking that Qin and I didn't care about Mo Xian but looked at him differently, but he hadn't thought about the fact that they were both sons, and if Qin and I could give up Mo Xian, why couldn't she give up you? Okay, Mom, don't worry. Jiang Sifeng did not hesitate. Besides, everything I have was given to me by you. I have no complaints if you want to take it back. Being able to talk and show weakness was Jiang Sifeng's greatest characteristic, and it was because of this reason that Qin and I had been looking at him differently for so long. But the past is the past, and right now he's a pain in the ass when it comes to Qin Ni, especially since he underestimated the ability and smarts of a company president. Qin and I smiled coldly. Sifeng, since you know that everything you have is from me, why do you still engage in small acts behind my back? The last time gold was adulterated, you did it, didn't you? Chapter 50 already loaded. Mom, what are you talking about? Jiang Sifeng had alarm bells ringing in his heart, but tried to maintain his expression for fear of any breakage. Don't worry, the matter has already passed. You are my son after all, and I won't really pursue you. Shin and I just smiled faintly. I just can't figure out where I've shortchanged you. You want money and mom will still not give it to you? Jiang Sifeng lowered his head, not daring to look at her. Shin and I never still did not have the heart to say anything more, no matter how her illegitimate son had followed her for so long. You go out first. Recently there are too many facts. Remember to go to the hospital on time. By yourself. Shin and I sighed. By the way, has your father contacted you recently? No. There was no way he was going to tell Chinni. When Shin and I heard this, she didn't ask any further. She just waved her hand, and Jiang Sifeng only left. Looking out the window, Shin and I some tired. Now this situation. They have guarded half a lifetime of the family business. In the end, how to dispose of the problem has become her biggest headache. With her years of experience in the shopping mall, I'm afraid that trouble will ensue. The Mo family, the Qin family is bound together. How can she get rid of it? Even if we divorce, Mo Jinpeng Mo Tingting is not her son and daughter? The worst thing was that Mo's family was in the shoe and clothing business, while she was in the jewelry business. And the most taboo thing about this kind of product was that the spokesperson would spread this kind of scandal. And once the consumers launched a boycott, the revenues would fall, and the stock would be in turmoil along with them. What's more, Mo's spokesperson was still her own daughter, and Qin hadn't been less than a little bit of Mo Tingting's light. If subsequent peers take advantage of the opportunity to suppress and seize the market, a series of strikes down, no one can guarantee what will happen. At this point in time, she instead thought of Mo Xian. This little son of hers was much more special in comparison. At least he didn't mess with those rotten accounts of Mo Jinpeng. Not to mention that he didn't supervise and steal like Jiang Sifeng. Shin and I recovered Jiang Sifeng's shares and didn't want to give them to Mo Yingying at all. Instead she planned to give them to Mo Xian. She suddenly realized at this moment that her youngest son might be a bit more trustworthy. But she herself understands a problem. Mo Xian no longer need them. Compared to the Mo family, which was in chaos, Mo Xian's days were leisurely. The only trouble was that she had just been kissed by Luo Muki for half a day, and this would be pressed by Luo Xia in her room. If Shin Xinyun wasn't still around, these two sisters would have been shameless again. Xia, I have to go make lunch. Just struggling to get up, he was pulled back again by Luo Xia with a hand on the collar. Recently, this sister duo really makes Mo Xian somewhat unable to eat, not because of that kind of thing, but they are too pestering. 24 hours a day can't wait to stick to him. The eyes of their sisters, in particular, are more a kind of crazy possessiveness than love. Thanks to a phone call, Luo Xia was able to keep her mouth shut, but she stuck to him as if she were an octopus, saying that she wouldn't let go of him. Okay, I know, I'll be there this afternoon. Hanging up the phone, Mo Xian looked at Luo Xia helplessly and said, my mentor asked me to go to the school. There's a new project he wants me to work on together. Not letting you go. Xia, I have to go. Not letting you go. Where's the big sister who used to be gentle and considerate? Why is this so wrong? Just kidding. Luo Xia slowly let go of Mo Xian, still helping him organize his clothes just like in the past. Then when are you coming back? I'll pick you up? I don't know. I'll call you or Muki when the time comes. It's really hard to say this kind of thing. It's not unheard of in the past when you were busy until midnight. Luo Xia's eyes flashed a trace of coldness, but it was fleeting. Then she said gently, alright then, let's go and cook first. I'll join you. Okay? As if it wasn't her who was just pestering him not to leave, Mo Xian really couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Xia, you and Mu Qi recently? There's nothing, right? Afraid you won't want us. Luo Xia tilted her head, different from her usual gentleness, and different from her outwardly aloofness. There was actually some vulnerability and brokenness in her eyes. How could I not want you guys? Mo Xian gently wrapped his arms around her waist. I said, as long as you guys still need me, I won't leave you guys no matter what. Luo Xia's head was buried tightly in Mo Xian's chest, her body trembling gently. Mo Xian mistakenly thought that she was crying and hurriedly comforted. Xia, are you alright? It's okay. Luo Xia's voice was a bit suppressed, gripping Mo Xian's arm tightly, her head lowered. She wasn't crying, she just didn't want Mo Xian to see the sickly smile on her face. Wait a little longer. My plan can't be wrong. Xiao Xian, how can you be so stupid to leave Mu Qi and I? Chains never need to be physical. Luo Xia greedily shrank in Mo Xian's arms. He had a special medicinal scent, and he always used a herbal body wash that didn't smell like flowers, but had a special fragrance. If you're not sure, you can put a GPS on my phone, Mo Xian said half-jokingly, while Luo Xia lowered her head and said in a very soft voice, it's already loaded. What has? Mo Xian didn't hear. Luo Xia raised her head and suddenly kissed him. Then as if nothing had happened, she lightly smiled and said, it's fine, go and cook. Saying this, he didn't wait for Mo Xian's reaction and pulled him out of the bedroom with him. Just arrived on the first floor, Shin Xingyun was bending down to say goodbye to Luo Weier, Luo Shuer. Luo Muki was unresponsive, sitting on the sofa and watching TV. Auntie Shin, are you going back? Mo Xian wanted to go over to see him off, but he was pulled tightly by Luo Xia's hand, so he could only give up. Shin Xingyun looked at his eldest daughter who only looked at Mo Xian, and his youngest daughter who didn't look at him at all, and couldn't help but feel sad in his heart. If it hadn't happened in the first place, maybe it wouldn't have turned out this way. Well, I've got something to do this afternoon, so I'll head back, so you guys get busy. Shin Xingyun turned to leave. What he didn't expect was the voices of Luo Xia and Luo Muki coming from behind him. Be careful on the road. Mom, I'll see you next time. Shin Xingyun's stepping foot paused for a moment and gave a soft then walked out without looking back. Luo Xia looked at her mother's back as she left and didn't linger much, instead pulling Mo Xian right over towards the kitchen. Behind her Luo Muki complained with some dissatisfaction. Sis, you can't always hog your brother, can you? Daddy, Daddy. The two milk dumplings followed along and ran over together, hugging Mo Xian's legs as if they were pendants and not letting go. Mo Xian, it always feels a little too heavy to be happy right now. Released, congratulations, but it scares me to scribble. Chapter 51, Yuki. The first light snow fell in November in Kyoto. Getting down from the car, Mo Xian turned back and carried Luo Weier and Luo Shuer down as well. The two milk donuts were wearing pink chubby dinky coats and stepping on a pair of cute cat shoes, waving excitedly at the sight of the snow on the floor of the sanatorium. Daddy, Daddy, I want to play. No fooling around. Luo Xia got down from the co-pilot, wearing a black trench coat, and walked over to Mo Xian's side, pinching the two children with her black gloved hand, having to pester Dad to come along to see Grandma Tai. What if you go back and catch a cold? Daddy, Mommy, Auntie, is mean to me. The two daughters were aggrieved, their eyes red as they complained to Mo Xian. Mo Xian couldn't help but laugh bitterly, then said to his two daughters, no, this is for your own good. Weier and Shuer are the most obedient. During this time, Mo Xian lived a completely two-point-aligned life, going home after his school projects were done, and taking time to come over and accompany his grandmother. As for the Mo family, he hadn't cared, but he had heard that Mo Qingqing had saved the day, and midway through the process, she had contacted him to ask for his help. It was only that Luo Xia had asked Mo Xian to promise her, but in reality it didn't matter much at all. In the end, it was rumored that Mo Qingqing didn't know what she did, and the Yi family stepped in, and only then did Mo's family sort of tough it out. Mo Xian hadn't inquired about the latter, and if Luo Muki hadn't mentioned it that day, he wouldn't have even been able to remember his own terrible family of origin. Walking to the front of the ward, the two little girls happily broke away from Mo Xian and waddled inside. Wow, my goodness again? Recently, I can always see the two babies, and Grandma's spirit seems to be much better. Mo Xian had mentioned several times before that he wanted to take Grandma to a foreign country for treatment, but Grandma had refused. No more tossing. Besides, if I really want to go abroad, this old bone of mine will close my eyes there again and die not in my native land. Then I will be wrong. Hearing his grandmother say this, Mo Xian didn't persuade her anymore, only that he had been bringing his children over more and more often recently, even sometimes when he couldn't really get away at school. Luo Xia or Luo Muki would bring their daughters over. Have you been in better spirits lately? Luo Xia walked to the bedside and inquired in a soft voice. Grandma waved her hand and said, much better. Xia, sit down. Grandma's voice was loving, and her eyes were full of fondness as she looked at Luo Xia. She lives one day at a time, and the only thing she is worried about is Mo Xian now that she can have them sisters by her side, so she doesn't have to worry about her in the future. Seeing this, Auntie Zhang, who was taking care of Grandma, picked up the teapot and ducked out on the pretext that she had to fetch some hot water so that the family could talk slowly. Watching the door close, Grandma then looked at Mo Xian and said, Xiao Xian, your Grandma Zhang has hired someone to help me clean the house. I want to be discharged and go home. Mo Xian raised his head and looked at his grandmother with some dismay. Grandma seems to expect Mo Xian is this reaction. Smiled and explained, this body bones live where are the same. In this life for so long, also should go back to live. Mo Xian didn't answer, hanging his head so that his expression couldn't be seen. Grandma said in mock displeasure, you child, what are you doing with your head down when I'm talking to you? It's just that I'm tired of living here and want to go back. Okay, you say when you'll be discharged. I'll do it for you. Mo Xian raised his head. The corners of his eyes were moist, but his face still had a smile on it. Tomorrow or, just for today. Grandma turned her head to look out the window. There were still sporadic snowflakes in the sky. I remember when I was first hospitalized it was the first snowfall, and I picked today to be discharged. Right, okay, then Mo Xian said as he was about to get up, but Luo Xia pressed his shoulder and said gently, I'll go. You stay and help Grandma pack her bags. No, Auntie Zhang has cleaned up. Xia, you stay and let Xiao Xian go. Grandma seemed to be in a better mood because she was getting out of the hospital. Hurry up and go, little Xian. The little goodies are following along too, right? Mo Xian looked at his grandmother in surprise, but Luo Xia pulled Mo Xian's hand and said softly, "Go, I'm a woman. It's easier for me to stay." Mo Xian nodded. "Well, then please take care of Grandma Xia." Saying this, Mo Xian took the soft little hands of his two daughters and led them out of the hospital room. "You have something to say to me, don't you?" Luo Xia looked back at her grandmother. "Otherwise there's no point in bothering to let Xiao Xian and the others all go out. Xia, if I'm not around anymore, this child is in your hands." Grandma wore a kind of relieved smile on her face. "I know my body. It's not certain if I'll make it to the end of the year. Maybe I'll go to sleep one day and never wake up again." "You don't talk nonsense." Luo Xia's heart was uncomfortable when she heard this, but Grandma sighed. "After so long, I've always been curious. Although my grandson has a good face, his family status is too different from yours. Can you tell Grandma why you guys are so obsessed with him?" "Grandma, I'm Vivi. You should have heard him mention me." Hearing Luo Xia's words, Grandma froze for a moment, then suddenly realized in general, no wonder. "I understand. Mo Xian has been introverted since he was a child and has very few friends. 13 years old, he suddenly mentioned that he had met two sisters in the neighborhood, and then Mo Xian often ran out to play with them." Grandma also went to inquire, "Is the dormitory building they live near a set of old houses moved to the new residence?" Said that the family seems to be in very good condition. The two children in the family don't even go to school, and they have a tutor who comes to their home. Grandma was worried, so she came to the house once herself and didn't see the two girls, but did talk to the housekeeper who took care of them. The housekeeper introduced himself as Zhang, with a few nannies and maids to take care of their employer's two children. In the end, the grandmother is a university professor. Contact although did not meet the main, but look at the Zhang housekeeper talk cultivated, and met their tutors. One of them she also know, is a famous teacher. This grandmother's heart just put down, not to mention that people also let Mo Xian accompany their young lady with the class. The grandmother wants to give money, but people said nothing to. She only said that the lady has no friends and likes to study and play with Mo Xian. Occasionally, he had heard Mo Xian mention their names, and one of them was Wei Wei. "I didn't realize that you sisters were actually so long term." Grandma was a little helpless. "In the past, I only felt that you two sisters were a little bit off, and only this silly boy couldn't see it. How could it be so coincidental that it just happened to let him run into this kind of thing? I have never been able to figure out, what exactly do you guys want? But the look in your eyes when you look at him, that kind of emotion is not going to lie. I was just thinking that no matter what you guys think and what you have in mind for him, but at least you're the only ones in the world who really care about him besides me." The old lady. "I didn't realize it was you guys," Luo Xia said with some guilt. "Sorry, should have told you earlier. I know what you worry about." Grandma smiled bitterly. "You guys were the ones who got the kid hurt in the first place, weren't you? Although this old woman of mine is not that generous, but you have done this for him. If I blame you again, I will be ungrateful. Besides, I understand my grandson. He wouldn't have gotten hurt if he didn't want to himself. Xia, from now on, I'm counting on you and Muki." The snow outside the window seemed to have gotten a bit heavier. Luo Xia looked at the snowflakes falling outside the window and softly said to her grandmother, "Don't worry, he is more important than my own life." Chapter 52 Snow 2. The discharge procedures were handled quickly, and the grandmother's spirit became very good. Mo Xian wanted to help her. The little old lady was even a little reluctant. It was also thanks to the nursing home caregivers, a few dedicated family members who helped out, and even the dean and whatnot who came out to see grandmas off before she got in the car. After all, this sanatorium had been bought by Luo behind the scenes. The dean saw the grandmother leave. In fact, his heart was somewhat relieved. Fortunately for so long, Grandma is not a big problem. This if something happens. Grandma and Auntie Zhang were sitting in the back row, and the two milk balls wrapped their arms around great-grandma's hand, coaxing the little old lady to smile. "I talked to Muchi. She's going to meet us at Grandma's." Luo Xia put down her cell phone. "We can't be without someone at Grandma's place, so why don't we stay over there for tonight?" Loxia had inquired and tried to get her grandmother to come and stay with them, but she had refused. She just wanted to go back to her own little home and felt that would be reassuring. "Forget it, Grandma's place isn't very big. It might not be convenient if you and Muchi go there as well," Mo Xian said with some difficulty. "I'll just stay there at night to take care of Grandma. Why don't you and Muchi take the child back first later?" Grandma's place is a somewhat old dormitory building, 2 rooms and 1 hall, not a lot of space. For adults and 2 children are crowded together to live. It is really a little inconvenient. "It's fine, you don't have to worry," Luo Xia said with a light smile, "and you know that the child can't leave you." In the end there was really no way out. Mo Xian only agreed. After returning to the dormitory building, The good thing is that Imo Xian and Grandma Zhan will sometimes come over to regularly clean and ventilate the house. The house is still quite spotless and clean. Grandpa Zhang died when Imo Xian was 17, and Auntie Zhang took Grandma Zhang away. Except that Grandma Zhang sometimes came back to clean up her old house. Since Grandma had been hospitalized, Grandma Zhang had asked for a spare key and occasionally came to help out. Auntie Zhang didn't come up and got off the bus to go back first halfway through, and urged Imo Xian to make sure to bring Grandma to the house for dinner tomorrow. If it wasn't snowing, I'm afraid Grandma Zhang would have come straight over, helping the grandmother back to her room. The little old lady was a little sleepy after tossing and turning for so long. Imo Xian took out a quilt for her and made a bed for her to rest. The two milk balls are also a little sleepy and want to sleep. Grandma also wanted to snuggle up with the children, so Imo Xian took another quilt out and let the two children sleep on the same bed with Grandma. By the time he had settled them and closed the door to come out, he saw Loxia standing in his bedroom. That's quite a simple room you furnished. Luo Xia smiled and sat on Imo Xian's bed. The entire room, besides the closet, only had a desk, a chair, and a bookcase. In addition to study reference materials, there were some famous books, and a whole set of New Century Evangelion and a dozen or so copies of King of Thieves. Why don't you and Muchi stay here at night? Imo Xian pointed at his double bed. Compromising you guys is. Luo Xia didn't continue with this topic, but took Imo Xian's hand and said, this won't be too much snow. Why don't we go out for a walk together? It was also a bit funny to say that Imo Xian and Luo Xia had obviously done all the intimate things, but they never seemed to have taken a quiet walk together alone. Snowflakes were drifting in the sky. Luo Xia took Imo Xian's hand and walked forward with him slowly. This neighborhood is full of retired old people, and at this time of the day and with the snow falling, there are hardly any people. It was obviously white, but it was quiet, and my feet made a nice sound on the snow. It seems like the first time you and I can be two people so quiet together. Luo Xia stopped and reached out to gently brush the snow off Imo Xian's head. It's like we're on a date. This is the date, right? Imo Xian said with some embarrassment. Don't couples walk together like this? Yes. Oh, I forgot that our little Xian is experienced. Luo Xia said rather profoundly. The word experience was intentionally said very heavily. Isn't it true that when the love is deep, they will still kiss passionately and then go to a hotel to spend the night? I haven't had it. Imo Xian quickly waved his hand. I'm with you guys for the first time. Of course I know. In fact, your first kiss is all with my. Luo Xia heart sneers. Fortunately she is smart. When she took advantage of Imo Xian's good to fool him to cheat away his first kiss, that was before Imo Xian lost his memory. Like, it was around here. Suddenly thinking about it, when exactly did she start to be abnormal? Luo Xia couldn't even tell herself. Was it the first time you saw him sitting in a big tree, munching on a melon with a happy, silly look on his face? Or the first time you stole a kiss from him when he wasn't looking? Or maybe it was when he was clearly all injured, but still biting the legs of the people who were chasing her and Luo Muki, like a wounded cat, obviously scarred himself, but still flashed his fangs and sharp claws to protect them? One thing she can be sure of, Imo Xian has been integrated into his blood and bones, soul. It is impossible to be stripped out. At home, the grandmother who had been sleeping woke up at some point and tucked in the two milk balls. The grandmother took out her senior citizen phone and walked to the living room, dialed out the top number. A long time over there came Imo Lousy sneering voice. Yo, how do you remember to call me? Get a divorce. Grandma uttered 3 words flatly, and there was no sound on the other side of the phone, but the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. My days are numbered, and I really don't want to go into the ground with your wife's name on my head. Grandma slowly sat down on the couch. I don't want to be buried with you when I die. It would be better for you and me. Yes. Elder Mo almost squeezed out these 2 words from his teeth. I tell you, divorced, property, old man, after all these years, why do you still think money can threaten me? Grandma laughed. I don't want yours, as long as you divorce me. How much longer are you going to make a scene over that? An angry voice came out of the cell phone, but Grandma's eyes were calm. You know what? What I really care about isn't whether or not you're late to the party and make such a big joke. What do you think it's like to watch a rose go from blooming to wilting and rotting? That's how I've watched your heart turn step by step. I've advised you. Countless times I've tried to turn you back into that blooming rose, but you've chosen to continue to rot. Also, just how long are you going to hold a grudge against your brother? He's been dead for so many years, and just because of a birth date, you're turning your back on your own grandson? Are you angry, or are you just weak-minded? Grandma sighed, then said quietly, you and your brother are just like Jinpeng Shaoxian. That's enough. Divorce? Hurry up. With those words, the phone was hung up, and Grandma shook her head helplessly, placing the senior citizen phone on the coffee table. People are too obsessive, mind-blind and ignorant. Grandma slowly got up and walked back toward her bedroom with heavy, slow steps. Fell asleep. Sorry. Rushed up to catch up. Chapter 53 Snow, 3. Imo Xian and Luo Xia also bought ingredients from the nearby supermarket when they came back from outside. When they came back, Luo Muki had already arrived and was sitting on the sofa chatting with her grandmother. There were quite a few other things on the coffee table. Supplements, fruit, etc. Back, Grandma saw them and waved with a smile. Muki just arrived too, and brought so many things with her. Dad. The two milk donuts heard the sound and ran out from the bedroom barefoot. Imo Xian hurriedly put the bag in his hand on the floor and picked up the two milk donuts in one hand. Luo Muki couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had been here for so long, she had drunk a cup of tea, and these two little white-eyed wolves hadn't seen out. Luo Weier, Luo Schwer, no running around the house barefoot. Luo Xia stretched out her hands and gently pinched both of their fleshy little faces. Grandma, why are you up? I slept a bit and got up when I felt refreshed. Grandma said, trying to stand up. You guys sit down. Xiao Xian, come with me to cook. Forget it, I'll just do it myself. Imo Xian hugged his two daughters and placed them next to Grandma. Weier, Schwer, stay with Grandma, okay? Daddy's going to cook. The little ones nodded their heads like they were pecking at rice, and Imo Xian smiled and touched their heads, turning to carry the plastic bags to the kitchen. Let me help you, brother. Luo Muki followed her in, thinking her sister wasn't paying attention, suddenly pulling Imo Xian's clothes to make him level with her, and was just about to go kiss him when she didn't expect Luo Xia's hand to reach out from behind, grabbing her collar and pulling it backward, and her head squeezing hard from the side to give Imo Xian a kiss on the lips. Sis, you don't talk about martial arts. Luo Muki angrily pushed her sister away, wrapped her hands around Imo Xian's neck and kissed her hard. Imo Xian, you guys are addicted to it, aren't you? My feelings never. Forget it, like they don't care about my feelings at times like this. Stop it, I have to cook. Imo Xian pushed the sisters. The kitchen isn't that big, besides you guys can't help. Who said that? Loxia laughed. Or you'll let us both try? Imo Xian is really do not believe that these two sisters will cook. After all, after so long in the manor has a full-time chef, home and nanny and maid. As for him, he was often the one who went into the kitchen when they were pampered with their daughters. In Imo Xian's opinion, these two plutocrat princesses, they were only afraid that they couldn't distinguish between garlic and ginger. So when he saw Luo Muki skillfully washing the vegetables, and Luo Xia holding the chopper, knife skillfully cutting the bought beef and vegetables neatly, he couldn't help but rub his eyes. Did I get a hard-on? Or am I dreaming? Are they that skilled? So what's the point of pestering me to cook every day in the past while they're there watching? What's wrong, brother? Luo Muki affectionately wrapped her arms around Imo Xian. Didn't expect it, did you? Look, you have two rich, beautiful, and cooking women at once. You're not losing out. Oh? Imo Xian wanted to spit, but he realized that it seemed like he couldn't. You really couldn't find women of the same age in the whole of Kyoto who were richer and prettier than their sisters. When did you guys know how to cook? Imo Xian couldn't help but ask curiously. Why haven't I seen it in the past? I would have long ago. Don't they say that to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach first? Looking at Luo Muki's beautiful peach blossom eyes looking at herself with affection, Imo Xian almost believed her words. So why don't you catch it once and show me? How do I know you can catch it if you don't even catch it once? I've learned for a while before. It's not as good as what you make. Luo Xia took the paper towel Luo Muki handed over and wiped her hands. Alright, Xiao Xian, cut it up for you. Go and cook. Imo Xian always felt that they were lying to themselves, but he was still pushed into the kitchen by Luo Xia and Luo Muki. Busy for a while, Imo Xian made 4 dishes and 1 soup out, neatly placed on the table, and added rice. On the way to worry about the 2 children eating trouble, but also bought a toddler tableware. I don't know if it was because she was too happy to eat with her own granddaughter for the first time, but the grandmother who had a bad appetite in the past even ate an extra bowl and even drank an extra bowl of soup. Grandma, it's not that I'm afraid of you eating, you eat so much at night. Imo Xian looked at Grandma with some worry, but Grandma didn't care and smiled. What's wrong with that? Watching Weier and Schwer eat makes my appetite better. The atmosphere seems to be contagious. The family is incredibly harmonious and laughing as they sit down to eat together. Not only the grandmother's appetite has improved, but also the 2 milk dumplings have eaten their bellies bulging. When he had eaten, Imo Xian cleaned up the table and took the dishes to the kitchen to clean them. Grandma slowly walked in and softly said to Imo Xian, Xiao Xian, tomorrow you can take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. You? Imo Xian looked back at her grandmother with some surprise. In fact, she and her grandfather had been separated for so many years that she could have applied for a judgment of automatic dissolution of marriage, but she didn't do it, and neither did Master Mo. In the past was the feeling that it was quite good to maintain it like this, out of sight, out of mind. In the end, husband and wife. Grandma's tone was relaxed, her expression relieved. Get up tomorrow and you take me. Don't bother Xia and Muki. It's inconvenient for them to go. Imo Xian didn't answer, just nodded. The grandmother raised her eyes to look at her grandson, suddenly smiled and said, "Always see you. It seems like I didn't even notice you've grown so big. When I first came here was tiny, as big as Weyer Schwerer, and chubby. Grandma, are you okay?" Emotion nerves are a little tense. From the grandmother insisted on leaving the hospital. He has been hanging heart. Grandma, however, did not care as if she had a gentle smile on her face. "What can I have? You quickly busy. If you believe it, let the little boy and I sleep together today." With that, Grandma turned around, and although she walked slowly, she seemed to be in much better shape than before. At night, Emotion slept on the sofa with a quilt. Luo Xia and Luo Muki slept in his original bedroom, and the two daughters slept with their grandmother. Vaguely through the not-so-bright light of the street lamps outside the window, it seemed that I could see that the snow was still falling. Emotion's heart is not calm. The more the grandmother is so calm and normal, but he is more and more afraid in his heart. Returning to the light, just thinking of these 4 words, Emotion felt as if his heart was being pressed by a stone. Suddenly, a sound of a door rattling came, and Emotion subconsciously raised his head to look, only to see a slender figure walking over and ripping off his covers. "Xiao Xian." Luo Xia's voice was very soft and gentle, but her movements were fast, and her entire body pressed against Emotion's body, clinging to him. The warm and soft body still carried a nice fragrance. "Xia, why did you come out?" Emotion was a bit surprised and hurriedly put the quilt over her. "Where's Muqi?" Emotion actually just wanted to ask Luo Xia if Luo Muki was asleep, but when she heard Emotion say this, the breath on Luo Xia's body turned cold and she kissed him domineeringly. "Obviously, I saw you were upset and wanted to comfort you while Muqi was sleeping." Luo Xia's voice was not loud, but Emotion heard it and his body instinctively sensed a hint of danger. But hearing Luo Xia's words, Emotion said somewhat awkwardly, "No, I have nothing." In the darkness, Luo Xia's hand stroked Emotion's face, seemingly outlining his outline in general. After pondering for a while, Luo Xia sighed softly and said, "Xiao Xian, you can rely on me. You can rely on my sister. I know you're upset and scared that something will happen to Grandma. Xiao Xian, I know you very well, far more than you think. There's me and Muki and the baby, and you're not as alone as you used to be." Emotion suddenly wrapped his arms around Luo Xia's waist, his body trembled gently, and Luo Xia felt hot teardrops fall onto her hand that was caressing Emotion. In the darkness, Emotion couldn't see Luo Xia's eyes, but felt that she actually went to kiss her tears. Unlike the domineering, possessive forcefulness of the past, gentle, as if soothing him, bitter mood, so that Emotion cannot help but more tightly embrace Luo Xia. The body cannot help but curl up, as if a baby, as if this can make him feel more secure. Chapter 54, The First Clearing. I don't know when the snow stopped, but the sky had cleared, without the unmelted snow on the ground. It seems as if the snow that fell yesterday never existed. Of course, for Emotion, the first reaction when he woke up was that it was fierce again. When he fell asleep yesterday he clearly remembered holding Luo Xia. How did he wake up with Luo Muki on top of him? Luo Muki's nose lightly hummed, just like a cat. Her head also unconsciously rubbed towards Emotion's face. Her dark hair swept by. Emotion only felt that his face was itchy. "Xiao Xian, let's." Grandma walked out as she spoke, and at the sight of the scene on the couch, the little old lady froze for a moment, then turned and muttered, retreating back into the bedroom, "I think I can sleep a little longer." Even Emotion heard the sound of the bedroom door being unlocked. Emotion felt that if he didn't get up again, he probably wouldn't be able to say anything. But what else could be said? He gently shook Luo Muki, but the little devil in his arms didn't know if he was pretending to sleep or really sleeping. Not only did he not react, he even used his hands and feet like an octopus and tightly wrapped around him. The door rang. Luo Xia walked out from the room, already freshened up and changed her clothes. No makeup, but still beautiful. She walked straight to the couch with a frown on her face, then reached out and slapped Luo Muki's arse hard. "Sis, what are you doing?" Luo Muki hurriedly got up from the pain, her eyes that bright. "Get up, have to go to the office today." Luo Xia clasped her hands on her arms, her tone cold. "There's a meeting today. I'll be back after it." Luo Muki didn't get up right away. Instead she sat on Emotion's lap and stretched. Grandma's house had heating and air conditioning, so the room was very warm. Luo Muki got up somewhat lazily, before she opened her mouth and said, "Can't we just let cousin handle it?" Luo Xia blankly glanced at her own sister. "You can't just let him handle everything on his own, right? Besides, Xiao Xian has something to do today, and he can still help with the child." Emotion only felt crying and laughing. Tang Luo's president. How to listen in the mouth of these sisters feel and special assistant plus male nanny the same. Luo Muki entered the bedroom wearing slippers, and Emotion was just about to get up when Luo Xia pushed him back and kissed him hard on the lips. Seeing Emotion sleeping last night, Luo Xia originally wanted to go to the restroom and then come back to squeeze on the sofa with him, With such an empty space, Luo Muki took the spot. Luo Muki, who was changing clothes in the bedroom, couldn't help but rub the place where she had been patted by her sister. She was not receiving any power at all. When Mo Xian got up and changed his clothes, Grandma had already walked out holding the 2 little milk balls. Although the sleepy eyes are still sparse, the clothes are also neatly dressed, and the hair has been combed into cute pigtails by the grandmother. Daddy, cuddle. Luo Weier and Luo Shuer pampered themselves and waddled over to Mo Xian. Mo Xian bent down and went to pick them both up, and the 2 daughters, one on each side, took a big kiss on their dad's face. Grandma couldn't help but smile at the sight, and as if she had thought of something, she folded back into the bedroom, not knowing what she was looking for. It took a while before Grandma came out with a wooden box containing 2 cute ceramic dolls, a pair of little girls with lanterns. Grandma, this is. Mo Xian also saw it for the first time. Haven't seen this in the house before? My mom gave it to me and kept it. Grandma looked at the ceramic doll and seemed to fall into some kind of memories. Sighing, Grandma returned to her smile. Give it to Weier and Shuer. I can't use it. It's not something valuable. Doll. The 2 little babies saw it and couldn't help but reach out to take it. But Luo Xia reached out and stopped it. Grandma, it's better to give it to me. They're still small. They'll break it again. Luo Xia took the wooden box with both hands and carefully placed it in her bag. The 2 milk dumplings, although they didn't touch it, still said adorably, "Thank you, great grandma." Mo Xian heated up the thin rice, milk, and cooked noodles, and after breakfast, Luo Xia and Luo Muki held their daughters to go to the company. After all, today's situation, it's also true that it's not suitable to bring a child alone. Although the 2 children were reluctant, they were no match for their own mother, so they could only give in and wave their little hands in resignation to say goodbye to their father and their great-grandmother. Grandma didn't know why, but when she watched Luo Xia and Luo Muki go out, she actually followed them out again and kissed the 2 children's faces before she smiled and said, go on, don't be late for work." The 2 sisters looked at their grandmother with complicated expressions. Luo Xia took out her cell phone and said, "Otherwise we won't go today." "Geez, go on, get on with it." Grandma pushed the 2 sisters. "Just let Xiao Xian take care of me at home by herself. You guys come back early. Grandma will make you delicious food." No matter what the 2 sisters and Mo Xian said, the grandmother insisted, and helplessly Luo Xia and Luo Muki still left to the company with the child in their arms. For a while, only Grandma and Mo Xian were left in the house again. Grandma seemed very happy and didn't feel sad because her great-granddaughter had left. She turned to Mo Xian and said, "Grandma is going to go and change her clothes. In a while we'll leave." Mo Xian's lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. Grandma turned around and went back to the bedroom, changed into a clean dress and jacket, and took out her old glasses, and found her account book and marriage license. Looking at the photo of his still young self and Master Mo, his other half at that time, his eyes were still clear and the smile on his face was dry and clean. Since when did he become all calculating and suspicious? Hey! Grandma took off her old glasses, silently wiped the tears from the corners of her own eyes, took out a somewhat old handbag, and put all her documents in it. "That's it, that's fine." Grandma suddenly released a smile. After all these years of entanglement, love, hate, let it all end today. Pushing the door open and coming out, seeing Mo Xian waiting at the door, Grandma only felt that she could still be comforted by her old age. The grandson that she had brought up with her own hands now also had someone who could accompany him for the rest of his life. "Come on, Shen." Grandma slowly walked over. "Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau." At this time, sitting in the car, Elder Mo looked at the marriage license in his hand with complicated eyes. "Grandpa, are you really sure about this?" Mo Qingqing sat on the co-pilot and looked back at her grandfather. "Grandma might just be thinking about it for a while. There's no need for you to. For so many years I didn't go to apply for automatic dissolution of marriage, just thinking that she can turn back." Master Mo gritted his teeth. The fart entangled for so many years, down to C less than a few times a year. C is also noisy, or leave the piece. Mo Qingqing was supposed to be hypocritical and persuasive. In contrast to all of this, she only wished to hurry up and finish. She still had a meeting to attend. It was not easy for the Yi family to be willing to make a move, and now that his relationship with Yi Ning was known by his family, his chances of capturing the company were one more point. She doesn't care if her grandparents are divorced or not. It's only the thought that she might see Mo Xian that makes her willing to follow. Although the people behind Mo Xian didn't help last time, Mo Qingqing had been in this circle for so many years, and was well aware that the benefits were the most important. No matter how much resentment she had in her heart, she wouldn't offend any potential booster. Anyone could be a stepping stone for her to move up the ladder. Chapter 55, First Clearing, 2. Getting out of the car. The sunlight stung a little and Grandma couldn't help but reach out to shield her eyes. This weather is really weird. Yesterday it snowed and today it cleared up. There aren't many clouds. Grandma said while stopping Mo Xian's hand to assist her. It's fine. It's just these few steps. Grandma is in good spirits. Mo Xian's movement stalled for a moment, then smiled and said, then you'll make me lunch. I haven't eaten Grandma's cooking for a long time here. Grandma glared at him and snorted without answering. When he entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, he saw the driver holding Elder Mo, with Mo Qingqing by his side. Perhaps it's because there are too many things going on in Mo's business lately. Although Mo Qingqing is wearing exquisite makeup, it's hard to hide her fatigue. When she saw Mo Xian, she greeted him enthusiastically, and then walked to her grandmother's side and asked with concern, Grandma, are you feeling better? Can't you see it and ask me? Grandma returned her sentence in a salty manner. Mo Qingqing wasn't angry. Instead she wanted to assist her grandmother. Only the little old lady dodged a bit. With a smile on her face, I won't bother President Mo. Mo Qingqing remained unconcerned, her tone still gentle. Okay, then I'll go queue up to get a number. The Civil Affairs Bureau is not too many people to conduct business. Married, divorced, some people are happy, some people are sad. The two old men found an empty seat and sat down, facing each other from a distance, but looking at each other without words. After a long time, Elder Mo said to the driver behind him, go wait for me in the car first. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Mo Xian. The loathing in his eyes still couldn't be concealed, and his tone also became a bit tough. Your grandmother and I have something to talk about. You should also evade first. Mo Xian didn't answer and just glanced at his grandmother. The old lady shook her head and said, he's not an outsider. What words are there that he can't hear? But Elder Mo obviously didn't think so, and said to the driver with some annoyance, you go, drag him outside and wait. The driver didn't move a muscle and didn't even dare to pick up the words. Joking, he pulled Mo Xian? Master, who gave you the illusion that I could move him? I'm pulling him out of a place where 8 bodyguards can't even move him? Elder Mo also seemed to think of the previous incident. His face was a bit ugly, and when he turned back to see Mo Xian with his hands inserted into the pockets of his down jacket, looking at him in a good manner, he couldn't help but feel even more stifled in his heart. To some extent, he himself had to admit that his youngest grandson was worthy of the words dragon and phoenix among men. But the more this happened, the more annoyed he became, the more he looked at him. Seeing that Mo Xian had no intention of leaving, he stopped talking and hung his head not knowing what he was thinking. As for Grandma, she just clutched her bag, her eyes calm, her vision falling through the husband in front of her and out the window. Mo Xian thought that Grandma would argue with Master Mo, would theorize with him, and would voice out her grievances about bringing him up all these years by herself. He wasn't the only one who thought so. Mo Qingqing and even Elder Mo thought so, but Grandma didn't mention anything about it. And from the time she waited until she got her divorce papers, Grandma was blasé about it. The 30-day cooling-off period was simply ignored by me. The plot demanded it. Several times, Elder Mo wanted to open his mouth, but when he saw his grandmother's flat expression, he finally swallowed his words. The old marriage license became a brand new divorce certificate, and Grandma took it with both hands, opened it and looked at it with a small smile. Old man, I'll go back first. Grandma's tone was relaxed as if she was saying goodbye to an old friend of many years. Qingqing, Grandma will go back first. Mo Qingqing froze for a moment, somewhat at a loss for her grandmother's sudden transformation. While Elder Mo held the divorce certificate in his hand, his eyes stared straight at his grandmother, as if he wanted to find something in her. But Grandma just put the divorce certificate into her bag and turned to leave. Mo Xian didn't say anything, just quietly followed behind Grandma. It wasn't until he walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau and reached the car door that Mo Xian couldn't help but ask, Grandma, don't you have anything to say to him? Nope. Grandma let out a long breath and looked back. Elder Mo was just standing in the doorway, looking in her and Mo Xian's direction. Without any lingering thought, Grandma turned her head and got into the car, not even bothering to look at her one-time husband again. All the way, the grandmother is very quiet, just sitting in the back row looking out the window. Mo Xian's heart, that kind of uneasiness is getting stronger and stronger. Even he wanted to take the grandmother to the hospital to check up. Little Xian, hurry back, I'm a little sleepy. Grandma suddenly spoke, don't take a detour, hurry home. On the other hand, Elder Mo is still standing in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, his pale hands holding the divorce certificate tightly, unable to see what he is thinking. Mo Qingqing was unhappy in her heart. She had a lot of work to do. She simply did not have time here to accompany him to blow off steam. Go back. Master Mo put the divorce certificate away and slowly walked down the steps, looking a little depressed back, but in Mo Qingqing's eyes only felt hypocritical and ridiculous. Don't say you regret it at this point. It's really disgusting. Take the old man back. Mo Qingqing instructed the driver. Compared to accompanying a divorced old man in his old age, the company's business is more important. Said she did not say anything to her grandfather, and walked straight to another direction. Mo Xian finally took Grandma back home, just entered the door. Grandma went into the bedroom by herself, as if she was going to take a nap at home on weekdays, and set up her pillows and quilts. After doing so, Grandma looked back at Mo Xian, who was standing in the doorway with red eyes, smiled and said, "When I wake up from my nap, the meal will be ready, right? Well, the meal will be ready when you wake up." Mo Xian didn't know how ugly his smile would be this time, and the tears couldn't stop falling. "Grandma, you, as if his throat was blocked. Mo Xian couldn't even say a word. Grandma took one last look at her grandchildren as if she didn't have to worry about anything. It was pretty ridiculous, but luckily she had a child and two such wonderful girls to love. What else is there to worry about? Doesn't seem to be any more. Right, Xiao Xian, this is for you. Grandma seemed to have just remembered something, and took out a notebook from the bedside drawer. This is what I wrote before I was discharged from the hospital. I didn't think to tell you before, but it doesn't seem to matter now. Mo Xian reached out to take it, but his fingers just touched the notebook, and his grandmother's hand suddenly slipped down powerlessly. Luo's building, Luo Xia's cell phone, which was checking the documents, suddenly vibrated, and when she saw the message, Luo Xia's eyes stagnated, maintaining the action of flipping through the documents as if it was fixed. On the cell phone screen, a message from Mo Xian: "My grandma died." Obviously she was also very sad, but at this moment Luo Xia's heart was actually a kind of inexplicable joy. "Grandma, don't worry." Luo Xia opened the box and caressed the two ceramic dolls. "I will take care of Xiao Xian. That would make Xian even more helpless and dependent on Muqi and I, right? Xian must be very sad, right? I must go to his side before I can. From now on, we're all he's got." Luo Xia didn't want to smile, but when she thought that Mo Xian no longer had any relatives to rely on, that sickly smile still surfaced on her face. "By the way, Xiao Xian must not want to see Mo's family. Don't worry, Xiao Xian. Grandma's funeral will only have us with you." Luo Xia mumbled while her fingers trembled as she sent a message to Sister Hui. Chapter 56, Two Paintings. In the funeral parlor, Mo Xian sat on a chair with his eyes lifeless. The cell phone in his hand was stuck on the WeChat chat page, and the two dialogue boxes on top were Luo Xia and Luo Muki, Mo's family members, except for Mo Qingqing. The contact information of others had been blacked out by him. He still told Mo Qingqing the news of his grandmother's death, but he didn't expect Mo's family to come. And it didn't even matter to Mo Xian if they came or not. After all, he and his grandmother, and the Mo family have nothing to do with each other anymore. Obviously the heart has been prepared, but Mo Xian did not expect that the grandmother in the end so suddenly closed her eyes forever. When people were in extreme emotions, they would develop a vengeful mentality, and this was the case with Mo Xian. He put both Mo Changshan's and Qin Ni's phone numbers out of his blacklist and then dialed them in turn. Mo Changshan didn't answer it, and it was only when the phone was about to hang up that Qin and I answered it, asking in a somewhat surprised tone, "Why did you suddenly remember to call me? I'll show you something. Remember to go through my friend request." Mo Xian was mute, his tone flat, and hung up the phone after saying that. Qin and I froze, and before she could react in any way, a friend authentication message popped up. Mo Xian packaged all the things about Mo Changshan and sent them to Qin and I in a brainwave, and then he blacked out and deleted her contact information once again. About 10 minutes later, an unfamiliar number called, and Mo Xian directly hung up and pulled black. He knew it was Qin and I who saw it and wanted to question him, but what did that have to do with him? He could have shown her all this a long time ago, except that Grandma was still around. Now, the last hold is gone, and since Grandma is gone, don't make it easy on yourselves. Mo Xian didn't even need too much to do anything. As long as he sent these things in his hand, he believed that Mo Changshan and Qin and I would satisfy him. When Luo Muki received Mo Xian's message, she was not at the company, but at a painting exhibition. Although she did study finance in college, Luo Muki was most talented in painting and design. At the age of 20, Luo Muki won an international award for a painting she had painted herself, fetching nearly $1 million. The painting was of a young girl dragging two boys and girls, shorter than her, down a somewhat old street. Not only is the painting superb, but the peace and tranquility of the painting, as well as the youthfulness and joy of the three of them, all seemed to come alive in front of everyone in her hands. Behind Luo Muki, who was wearing a big red dress, was a painting covered by a white cloth, but at the moment, her mind was on the message on her cell phone. "My grandma died. Isn't this great?" Luo Muki murmured. In her eyes were suppressed joy and inexplicable excitement. "Brother, now you won't have anyone to rely on anymore. Just us and our daughter." Thinking of this, Luo Muki turned around and left. The female assistant who followed her somewhat nervously caught up with her and asked in a careful tone, "Second miss, the painting exhibition." "Oh, you guys are fine here." Luo Muki threw down a sentence lightly, then left quickly with the hem of her skirt. A painting exhibition? Compared to Mo Xian, Such things are worthless. Now was Mo Xian's most vulnerable time. Thinking of Mo Xian's possible sadness, brokenness, the corners of Luo Muki's mouth could not be suppressed from rising. Brother, this way you are more dependent on us and less likely to leave us. The female assistant wanted to say something else, but just seeing Luo Muki's odd expression, she felt a chill run down her spine. She hadn't followed Luo Muki for a long time, and she wasn't clear about a lot of things, and this was the first time she had seen Luo Muki this sick and crazy. Seeing her own second young miss leave, there was nothing she could do. Returning to Luo Muki's painting, a staff member came over somewhat anxiously, respectfully inquiring, "Is it time to display second Miss Luo's painting?" Although the painting exhibition had just begun, all the other painters had already introduced their works with others, and Luo Muki had been looking at her cell phone since she first arrived, and now even more people had left. On the contrary, they couldn't afford to offend this second princess, and even the fact that this great Buddha was willing to display this new work of his at their place was giving them face. Not to mention the Luo family's position in Kyoto. Luo Muki herself was a rising star in this circle. Although her works were not many, each of them was recognized by famous painters at home and abroad. The female assistant was also a bit helpless and could only nod her head and say, "Second Mrs. Company has something temporary. I will be responsible for the follow-up." After saying that, the female assistant carefully removed the white cloth together with the staff. Inside were two paintings, but the moment they saw it, the female assistant and the other staff couldn't help but be stunned. Most of Luo Muki's paintings depict afternoons when the years are quiet, or under the setting sun, and the main characters are always a boy and a young girl, and a girl. But today's two paintings are unspeakably bizarre. The first is under a large tree, without the boy, only the young girl and the girl wearing black dresses. This tree appeared more than once in Luo Muki's paintings, only this time it appeared. The scenery is in ruins, the sky is bleak, the street in the background turned into a ruin, the ever-lush tree was without a single leaf, and even under Luo Muki's excellent painting work, it seemed to be on the verge of dying. And the second painting shows two masked women in black dresses, one on the left and one on the right, holding a man sitting in a chair tightly in their arms. The man's eyes are wrapped in black cloth, his mouth is gagged, his hands and feet are wrapped in chains that extend out to entwine with two women. In the background is a large field of red roses and white roses. Even people who do not know how to see will only feel that these two paintings cannot say depressing, especially the second painting, inexplicably reveals a feeling of suffocation. And Mo Xian, who was at the funeral parlor, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Mo Changshan's call. "Why, you rebellious son," finally remembered. Without waiting for Mo Changshan to finish, Mo Xian coldly interrupted him. "Grandma passed away." Mo Changshan on the other end of the phone was silent, but Mo Xian didn't bother to say a word more to him, and just said in the same tone as he did with Qin and I, "Remember to go through my friend request and show you something." Send, pull, delete. Mo's family is destined to have an uneventful night, but what's it got to do with him? Grandma was gone. Mo Xian had no obligation to whitewash for them anymore. Instead, he had to add more fire. Xiao Xian. Luo Xia's somewhat choked voice caused Mo Xian to return to reality from his chaotic thoughts in a flash. Turning back somewhat mechanically and looking at Luo Xia standing beside him, Mo Xian suddenly broke down and cried out. He tightly wrapped his arms around Luo Xia's waist and buried his head in her arms, as if he was a child without a home. Mournful and bewildered, Luo Xia quietly held Mo Xian's head and tenderly stroked his back as tears fell on his head one by one. But in the eyes, there was a touch of weird excitement, and a madness that could not be concealed. Chapter 57, Etching Bones. Sue's home. Grandma Sue sat in a chair, looking at the photo in her arms and disheveled tears. Auntie Zhang informed her of the news that Grandma Mo Xian had passed away. It wasn't that Grandma Sue hadn't visited her, it's just that she was also sick. Every time she walked it was a bit of a struggle, and her joints became painful when the weather got cold. So she didn't expect that she and her old sister would just be separated by the heavens. When Su Yanran came in, she saw her grandmother there in tears and was a bit unsure, but she still walked over and softly inquired, "Grandma, what's wrong with you?" Grandma Mo Xian passed away. Grandma Su didn't look up at her. She just looked at the old photo in her arms. The young her and Grandma Mo Xian, with twisted braids and smiles. "All right, you go out. I'm in a bad mood today. Dinner will be eaten in my room." When Su Yanran heard this, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. She was clear about Mo Xian and her grandmother's feelings. However, what she thought in her heart was another question. If Mo Xian's grandmother was gone, what about what she thought before? "I was hoping to get my own grandmother to put in a good word, but now there's no chance at all." "Ah, Grandma, so are you going to Grandma Mo Xian's funeral?" Hearing Su Yanran's somewhat urgent inquiry, Grandma Su sneered, "Hee, I don't have the face to go, and don't ask me when. I won't tell you either." "Grandma, I don't mean that." Su Yanran's face couldn't help but go white. In the end, you've been friends for so many years. Besides, Mo Xian must be at his most difficult time at this time. I just want to go and care for him. Come on, you do what you need to do. The rest has nothing to do with you. Grandma Su said nonchalantly. You still let me go to say good words. I dragged left and right not to go. You are dissatisfied in your heart, right? Grandma, I didn't mean that. Your body. Alright, Su Yanyan, I'll tell you directly today. What am I going to do? Shy this old face of mine, and say to my old sister that our Yanyan was just confused for a moment, and that you guys should be adults and let your grandson marry her. You don't want to be ashamed, I want to be ashamed. You disgrace yourself and I have to disgrace myself along with you? Su grandmother did not give her granddaughter the slightest bit of face. The tone is mean, you are nothing more than regret. Mo Jinpeng in that virtue. Think of Mo Xian's good, and people's children now have. You're not willing to. In the past surrounded by you all of a sudden no longer take care of you. You also do not bother to think what broken mirror to reunite. People this mirror is round is also in other people's children mom. You too that mirror has long been you fell to pieces. Su Yanran wanted to say something else, but Grandma Su waved her hand irritably and said, Go out. I'll just want to be by myself this time. Seeing this, Su Yanran couldn't say anything else and turned around and walked out of her grandmother's room. However, the expression on her face became a bit ugly. A lot of times the so-called nostalgia, but once the person who was full of your heart and eyes no longer look at you, the heart is not willing. Especially when Luo Xia and Luo Muqi appeared beside Mo Xian. That kind of unwillingness was amplified even more by Su Yanran, or rather, a very bad mentality. Regardless of family history and appearance, the Luo sisters crushed her. Mo Xian could have been with someone better than her, but she chose Mo Jinpeng, who was not as good as Mo Xian. Mo Xian had no interest in knowing what Su Yanran thought. Luo Xia led him back to the manor and pulled Mo Xian's hand into the bedroom. Go take a bath. Xiao Xian. Luo Xia gently stroked Mo Xian's face. It's okay, everything is over. Mo Xian looked at her and smiled somewhat reluctantly. For him, parents were nothing more than a name in childhood. In a child's most important growth trajectory, it was the grandmother who was always around. And today, that person is gone forever. Luo Xia looked at him quietly like this, then slowly took off Mo Xian's glasses and put them aside. Her hands wrapped around Mo Xian's neck, but Mo Xian didn't look away and smiled somewhat helplessly. Xia, I'm not in the mood. Kissing or something like that. He couldn't even be in the mood right now, but Luxia reached out and cupped his chin, forcing him to meet her eyes. François de Sade once said that to be happy is to dilute pain with water. Luo Xia tenderly stroked Mo Xian's face, her peach blossom eyes filled with inexhaustible affection. I know that grandma's passing has caused you a lot of pain, Xian, and I just want you to know that you still have me, and Muki, and the kids. I once heard the saying that most sadness and pain can be forgotten by that sort of thing. Mo Xian was a bit dumbfounded and reached out to rub Luo Xia's head. You watched it somewhere. Don't watch it next time. I care about you, Xiao Xian, Luo Xia said seriously. Word by word. I don't want you to be sad, so anything I can do for you. I just want you to know that no matter who leaves you, Muki and I will be there for you. Mo Xian hugged Luo Xia tightly and buried his head in her hair. There seemed to be tears falling on her shoulder. Luo Xia just gently stroked his back and said softly, What you need right now is rest. I'm going to go and light the smoky incense for you. Once you go to take a bath, then have a good night's sleep. Don't you worry, child. You're in a bad mood and Muki and I will calm them down. When people were vulnerable, they would develop a sense of escape and dependence. Mo Xian was in such a state at the moment, he was unwilling to accept the fact that his grandmother had passed away. And at this moment Luo Xia's gentleness also gave him a sense of dependence. After taking a bath and coming out, Luo Xia had already properly made the bed and lit an aroma for him, but she was nowhere to be found. And today's aroma smelled a little different. After lying on the bed for about 10 minutes, the usual aromatherapy would make Mo Xian sleepy. But this time, although Mo Xian was also a little confused, but the feeling was as if he was dreaming, and even had a warm feeling on his body. Just like this when dizzy, the door opened again. It seems to be Luo Xia, wearing a pink plush pajamas. Hands do not know what to hold. Mo Xian only vaguely see. She will be the bedside of the aromatherapy extinguished. Seems to be replaced with another kind of aromatherapy. I'll stay with you, Shen. Luo Xia's gentle voice rang in his ears, and a heated dry towel gently covered Mo Xian's eyes. The line of sight was covered up and the heat on the towel was just right, which made Mo Xian's spirit relax a lot more. Mo Xian only felt a soft touch coming from his lips, accompanied by a familiar sweet fragrance. Forget all that, Hen. We're all you need in your world. You don't need anyone else, not anymore, just us. Gentle words seemed to carry a kind of magic, word by word branded in Mo Xian's mind. Chapter 58. I'm panicking. Lust can sometimes be a truly addictive poison, especially in one's unconscious state. It's like a dream, real and yet seemingly not so real. The aroma of aromatherapy, mixed with the smell of Loxia's good-smelling body wash, the soft body pressed against his own, and he could vaguely feel the hair brushing against his face and chest. Gentle and greedy kisses start on the forehead and go down a little bit, the cheeks, the lips, the knot of the throat, then a little bit down, down. The chaotic consciousness was gradually replaced by another feeling. Xian's brain was completely empty. Obviously he was dizzy, but he couldn't sleep. Unlike the madness in the past, this time Luo Xia was very light and slow, gently lying on Xian's ear, while exhaling her breath like orchids. She softly said in a voice as if she was dreaming, "You'll forget all your sorrows. With me, with Muki, we'll always make you happy. So Xiao Xian, it's enough to have us in your eyes. Don't be afraid. It doesn't matter who leaves you. We'll always be there for you. Even if we fall into reincarnation, Muqi and I will find you. Xiao Xian, no one loves you more than us. No one, definitely not." A sentence that seemed to invade the soul's whisper, accompanied by that gentle feeling, penetrated into Xian's mind a little bit, just like a white piece of paper slowly dyed with ink. A wind suddenly blew outside the window. The weather seemed to be unpredictable these days. The wind shook the branches of the trees and swayed violently, as if giving vent to some kind of emotion in general. Eventually, the wind stops and the branches slowly come to a halt, finally returning to calm. Luo Xia came out after her bath and tenderly covered the quilt on Xian's body. Her face was flushed and her beautiful peach blossom eyes seemed to be dripping with water. The sleeping Xian seemed to have a sense, subconsciously reaching out to grab Luo Xia, unwilling to let her go as it were. "Look, you're slowly getting away from me. I know it," Luo Xia whispered softly with a wry smile. However, she still touched Xian's face and gently withdrew her hand. "Save it for later and continue. There's still Muki at." There was a time when Luo Xia didn't understand why she had compromised with Luo Muki. Because she loved Xian as much as she did to the point of madness, or because she was her sister? Neither. It seems. It wasn't until Luo Xia saw Luo Muki's paintings one day that she seemed to have an answer in her heart. That memory was something they experienced together with Xian, and if she or Luo Muki were eliminated, for them, that experience would no longer be complete. It's been 3 from the start, and since no one wants to back down, let's keep it 3. Worldliness, morality? As long as she could keep Xian by their side forever, she didn't care about any of this. In order to make the family compromise, in order to be able to be with Xian for a long time, she endured a lot and gave a lot. Not only was she like this, Luo Muki was even more so. Slowly leaning down, Luo Xia gently pressed against Xian's face, rubbing her ears against his. She doesn't deny that she's being mean by doing this, using this way to continue their sister's plan when Xian is at his most vulnerable. But she didn't care. She was confident that when the dust settled, even if Xian knew the truth, he wouldn't leave them again. The phone suddenly rang. Luo Xia's eyes instantly cooled down. She hated this and Xian alone when someone disturbed. "See is Hui sister." Luo Xia's eyes of coldness faded a few points, but the tone of voice is still no temperature. "What's wrong? Missy, the family side is in chaos." Sister Hui's tone was filled with disbelief. "But we haven't made a move yet?" Kissing the corner of Xian's lips fondly, Luo Xia only slowly stood up and pushed the door out, saying indifferently as she walked towards the study, "Little Shen did it, right? Grandma is already gone. There's no need for him to save face for Changshan for the sake of grandma anymore. So, should we still?" Entering the study, Luo Xia slowly sat down on a chair, before she smiled and said, "No need. Let them make a mess. The stair is still necessary. Grandmother's funeral. I don't want to see a family member. And Su Yanran." "Good." Sister Hui answered but didn't hang up the phone right away. Luo Xia frowned and inquired, "What's wrong, Missy? There's a question I've asked you in the past, and you've never told me the answer." Sister Hui hesitated for a moment, but still said the doubt in her heart. "You always say that in order to let Mr. Mo retaliate on his own, so you don't intervene, but I always feel that you are deliberately keeping the Mo family." "Yeah, of course I did it on purpose." Luo Xia stroked her chest. The necklace that Xian had given her. It seemed that this had become a habit for her. As long as Xian was not in front of her eyes, she would unconsciously touch the necklace, as if that, in general, would put her mind at ease. "Do you know how happy I was when I realized that Xiao Xian's family of origin was like that?" The smile on Luo Xia's face slowly became a bit strange. Underhanded family of origin. But there was a good grandmother who taught him carefully. Such a person was destined to be incompatible with a family like that. What's more, most family sucks except for grandma, and if it wasn't for their blood, they wouldn't even deserve to be Xiao Xian's family. Selfish, biased, abandoning his parents and relatives, and Yuki and I, who were hurt by him but didn't care, who gave him children and still poured our hearts out to him. Who do you think he'd favor more? given his experience? The more it is compared, the balance in Xiao Xian's heart is closer to me and Mu Qi. Plus when Grandma was in the nursing home, for the shares in Grandma's hand, they came to the door from time to time and harassed them. But this will only make Xiao Xian even more disgusted with them. Keeping them can be much more useful than letting them go to their deaths. Besides, Grandma doesn't want Xiao Xian to take revenge on his real parents. He listens to Grandma and I listen to him. Sister Hui only felt her scalp tingle. She had thought of many possibilities, but she had never thought that Luo Xia was actually harboring such a mentality. She had always wondered how it was possible that with the kind of crazy feelings that the first and second young misses had for Mo Xian, how could they possibly keep the Mo family that had hurt Mo Xian? Using Mo Jinpeng's framing to make Mo Xian feel guilty, and then using the pregnancy to give birth to a child so that Mo Xian can't find any reason to reject them. And finally, step by step, Mo Xian will be trapped. On one side is the family of origin that doesn't have an ounce of warmth and even disgusts Mo Xian, and on the other side are Luo Xia and Luo Muqi, whom Mo Xian thought he had harmed through his drunkenness. What was even more interesting was that because of their family lineage, their status, Mo Xian could never suspect that this was a plot against him. The two golden girls of the Luo family, the princess of the plutocracy, and the man of the hour in the upper circles of Kyoto would count so much for a Mo Xian who was cut off from her family and only had a grandmother by her side. That was something she just dared to say, and no one else would dare to believe it, because it was too absurd. Alright, you guys just need to continue to keep an eye on the Mo family. Grandma's last ride will be fine as long as Mu Qi and I accompany her. Luo Xia didn't seem to want to continue. Also, Mu Qi and I won't be going to the company for the next 2 days. You take care of cousin's place. Yes, I know, Missy. Sister Hui would never say anything even if she knew. Putting aside her loyalty to the Luo family and the fact that Luo Xia was very good to her, she herself knew very well that her own eldest young lady was not afraid of others knowing even if she said it so openly. Luo Xia seemed to be in a good mood and wanted to go back to accompany Mo Xian again. But then she saw a figure enter Mo Xian's room. Don't even think about it. It must be your own sister. Chapter 59, Dog Bites Dog. Luo Muqi gently brought the door with her, then slowly walked to the bedside. He had just come in from outside, still carrying a hint of cold, and since he was running straight out of the painting show, he was just draped in a black down coat. Looking at Mo Xian on the bed, Luo Muqi couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth, gently caressing Mo Xian's face, her cold hand touching his warm skin. The sudden stimulation made Mo Xian subconsciously don't turn his face away to avoid it. Luo Muqi, however, got up a mischievous idea and stuck her hands into Mo Xian's collar for warmth. She had done this in the past, in the winter when she first met Mo Xian. Brother, you're so warm. Also thanks to Luo Xia's use of incense laced with drugs and tossing him around one more time, Mo Xian slept heavily, but his body still couldn't help but shake a little. Looking at the person in front of her who loves her to the bone, Luo Muqi suddenly remembered the scene when she first met Mo Xian. Luo Muqi, who had just moved there and left her parents and school, inevitably felt sad in her heart, and Uncle Zhang, who had been in charge of taking care of them since then, took her and Luo Xia for a walk around the neighborhood. For Luo Muqi at that time, everything seemed to be new, yet it made her unable to get excited again, until she walked under that big tree and saw Mo Xian who was sitting on the tree with a melon in his hand to eat, wearing a pair of Conan-esque glasses and holding a novel in his hand. He ate and read. Luo Muqi didn't know at the time that her own sister was also attracted to Mo Xian at that time. Some people are destined to be destined for a glance just at first sight. The sunlight fell through the shadows of the trees on the still tender Mo Xian, as if it were a painting. Luo Muqi didn't know at that time that she would become a famous painter, and that every one of the paintings she would become famous for in the future would have the boy in front of her. Retracting her thoughts, Luo Muqi slowly lay down on the bed. Just looking at Mo Xian's sleeping face, she felt incredibly relieved. It was just like a discussion. Luo Muqi's cell phone also rang. She looked at her female assistant's caller ID on the phone with some disgust, answered it and asked in a cold voice, "Is there something wrong?" "Second miss. Your painting." "Oh, which one do you mean?" Luo Muqi seemed to have just remembered that she still had 2 paintings in the exhibition. "Burn it, and remember to send me a video." "Burn? Burn?" As if the female assistant didn't understand, Luo Muqi said with some impatience. "Yes, it burned. Are you kidding? You don't know how much a painting costs?" But Luo Muqi didn't care about it at all in general. It was originally taken casually to display. Even she wasn't afraid of Mo Xian seeing it. "Second miss. But someone has already asked how much your paintings cost." When Luo Muqi heard this, she couldn't help but sneer. "Have I fallen so low that I have to sell my paintings?" The female assistant almost didn't spray out a mouthful of old blood. "It's over. It's so hard to be an assistant beside Luo Muqi." This one sentence may not keep her job. The person who came to inquire about the price today might be older than Luo Muqi, but there was absolutely no way he had more money than Luo Muqi. "Okay, I know second miss. She didn't dare to persuade anymore, although she felt it was quite a pity, but compared to that, it was still her own rice bowl that was more important. Then I'll take it here and burn it. Don't worry, I'll record the video from the beginning to make you happy. After hanging up the phone, the female assistant actually still had some reluctance in her heart. Although these two paintings had a weird style of painting, it couldn't be denied that Luo Miyuki's talent was truly amazing. The paintings were delicate and evocative, especially the second painting. Both women could not see their expressions even though they were wearing masks, but just from their body movements, they could feel their heavy love for the bound man. She thought for a long time and couldn't figure out what the painting meant. Luo Miyuki was different from Luo Xia. As long as it wasn't when she was facing emotion, Luo Miyuki would become a bit cloudy, and no one could tell when this second princess was in a bad mood at some point. She's just a laborer. Why worry so much? If you want to burn it, let's burn it. Not a moment later, Luo Miyuki received a video on her cell phone. This female assistant was still very efficient in her work and really recorded it from start to finish. When Luo Miyuki saw it, she casually turned over $20,000 and threw her cell phone aside. Brother, Luo Miyuki looked at Mo Xian. The love in her eyes couldn't be stopped, and more than anything else, it was a kind of morbid possessiveness. The curtains cut off the sunlight outside. The room was a little dim, and with a very soft sound of clothes falling to the ground, Luo Miyuki burrowed into Mo Xian's quilt wearing only her underwear. As if sensing it, Mo Xian reached out and embraced Luo Miyuki in his arms even though he was still asleep, and the feeling was very different. As if he was afraid that she would leave him, he held her tightly in his arms. Luo Miyuki froze for a moment, then with an inexplicable smile, she buried her head tightly in Mo Xian's embrace, feeling his body temperature, his breath, compared to Mo Xian sleeping in a gentle land. The Mo family was completely in a state of chicken and dog. Angry Qin and I returned home and started smashing things like crazy, and Mo Angying and Mo Tingting cried to dissuade them to no avail. Elder Mo locked himself in his room, not knowing what he was doing, and paying no attention to the absurdity outside. Mo Changshan, you returned my son's life. Qin and I was in the shape of a madwoman, slamming down hard on the ground at everything she saw. You took your and someone else's wild seed for me to raise, and caused me to treat my little son coldly. Are you a human being or not? Mo Changshan rushed back just in time to hear Qin and I say this and raced over to slap her in the face. This slap, Mo Changshan did not collect any force at all. Qin and I was slapped by him and fell to the ground, froze for a moment, got up and wanted to fight back, but Mo Changshan didn't give her a chance at all, kicked her on the shoulder. Dad, are you crazy? Mo Angying and Mo Tingting went to stop them, but Mo Changshan pushed them away and rode on top of Qin and I, slapping her in the face one by one. This husband and wife, one on top and one on the bottom, one being slapped and the other gouging the other's face hard with their fingernails. It took Mo Angying and Mo Tingting a lot of effort to separate the two from the family's nanny driver. Mo Angying was completely out of ideas and hurriedly called Mo Qingqing. Big sister, you come back soon? The phone just connected. Mo Angying begged while crying. Dad and Mom are crazy. A fight? Mo Qingqing seemed unconcerned, playing with a cigarette in her hand, looking like she didn't care. I can't leave. The company has a bunch of for me to deal with, so you guys take care of it yourselves. Mo Qingqing smiled playfully. Second sister, I advise you to stay out of it as well. As far as Mom and Dad's is concerned, whoever beats anyone to death is not wrong. How could Mo Angying not have imagined that her big sister actually had this attitude? She still had to say something, but Mo Qingqing had already hung up the phone, putting down the phone and pulling open the drawer. Mo Qingqing looked at the share authorization that she bought from Mo Xian's hands, then lit the cigarette in her hand with a cozy expression. It's really not tolerated for a moment. Grandma just left and he made his move. Mo Qingqing seemed to be satisfied with Mo Xian's approach. I am curious, my half-brother Jean Peng, what should I do now? Again, I apologize. With the recent changes at home and work, updates have become extremely erratic. Again, I apologize to you all. And thanks for reviewing, I just love you. Chapter 60, The Unloved Seek Dependence. When Mo Xian opened his eyes, he only felt a softness in his arms and a very nice fragrance. He froze for a moment and was just about to get up when the person in his arms pampered him and wrapped her arms around him, murmuring softly, Brother, stay with me for a little longer. Aha, it's not quite right, is it? Although Mo Xian's consciousness was blurred at that time, the person who made a mess on himself in his memory was clearly Luo Xia. How did this suddenly become Luo Miyuki? What is it, brother? Winter nights always came earlier, and in the afternoon. In order for him to get a good rest, Luo Xia had thoughtfully drawn the curtains as well. In the darkness, he could only vaguely see the outline, and couldn't see what expression was on Luo Miyuki's face at the moment. Of course, it is good that he can't see it. After all, at this moment Luo Miyuki's tone is gentle, but the expression is really too sick. Nothing. What time is it? Mo Xian reached out to fumble for his cell phone, but Luo Miyuki's soft hand pressed him down at once. Afterwards, the ethereal body fragrance of her body suddenly hit his face, and on his lips was a warm yet soft touch. Well, it's still the French kind. Stay with me a little longer. Luo Miyuki seemed to be suppressing some kind of emotion, and Mo Xian heard her soft, uncharacteristic voice, and somewhat helplessly touched her head. Okay, then lie down for a little while longer. Mo Xian's feelings towards Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki are very special, and in the past he always felt guilty and responsible. Family status. The gap between the two sides is too disparate. Once in the school he has not encountered Luo Miyuki, always as a little princess, was starry-eyed. Of course it wasn't as if he hadn't seen those who pursued her, and there was even a time when he went to dinner by himself, and on the way, he saw a boy holding flowers, vociferously confessing his love to Luo Miyuki. But Luo Miyuki rejected him and was more or less cruel, because when she saw this, she just coldly replied back, I don't like you. This bothers me. As for the second son of the Xiao family before, it is even more exaggerated. Air transport roses paved the school's path. Behind driving a Maserati passenger not only have flowers, but also expensive rings, necklaces. Only he wasn't as good as the dude before him, and no one from Luo Miyuki showed up. This point Mo Xian still has the right to speak, when he was pulled by her to go to the hotel room, to play a pesticide in the afternoon. After all, at that time there was no such relationship now. Luo Xia was as cold as an iceberg, and Luo Miyuki was as proud as a princess, but the only one who was different was him. One was like a gentle big sister, and the other was like a petulant little sister, and it felt peculiar, too, that when the relationship with them wasn't picked up, Loxia and Lomuchi pretty much pulled out all the stops in terms of emotional value. On the one hand, she was tolerant of Mo Xian, but on the other hand, she showed that she relied on him for some things. Mo Xian was very short of love, which he never denied, and he longed to be loved and for himself to be needed. This kind of feeling, when he was with Su Yanran in the past, was completely different. Su Yanyan before she knew Mo Jinpeng. In fact, their feelings were not considered equal. In Mo Xian's opinion, Su Yanyan saved her life, so she gave more. At first, Su Yanran would still respond, and slowly she became the one who was unilaterally enjoying herself. Why don't you say something, brother? Luo Miyuki's voice pulled Mo Xian back from his contemplation, gently holding Luo Miyuki in his arms a little tighter. Mo Xian's voice was filled with hesitation and lack of confidence. I'm afraid that this is a dream, and if I wake up, there will be nothing left. In the darkness, Luo Miyuki revealed a sly smile. Naturally Mo Xian couldn't see it clearly. However, Luo Miyuki's movements were very gentle. Her face pressed against Mo Xian's heart, feeling the beating of his heart. You're overthinking it, brother. My sister and I will always be with you, Luo Miyuki said softly. Brother is just too fragile at this time because grandma passed away, so he's become very unconfident. Actually, I've always been very unsure of myself. Mo Xian smiled bitterly. This was the first time he had bared his heart in front of Luo Xia or Luo Miyuki. Miyuki, you and Xia are very good, no matter what aspect, even excellent, some exaggeration, and I don't have anything, although now I'm considered rich, but compared to the Luo family it's really small, especially now, after so much experience living together for so long, favoring this strange relationship we've become. Sometimes I always think it's a dream, and every day I get scared that you guys are gone. It's funny to say that I used to feel unworthy of you guys and never dared to fantasize about anything, but now, I am afraid that I will lose you guys. In the past, I still had my grandmother, and the two of us depended on her, but now, I only have you and Xia, and my daughters. I shudder to think what I would do if you and Xia deserted me too. What answered him was Luo Miyuki's frantic kisses. In the secret room of the study, Luo Xia slowly took off her headphones and looked at the wall full of Mo Xian's photos, her eyes obsessed and paranoid. The script is following their ideas step by step, and even the sudden death of the grandmother reaps extra effects instead. Luo Xia casually turned off the eavesdropping device, stood up and caressed the photos one by one. Her lips couldn't stop smiling, and her eyes became more and more crazy. In a bar in Kyoto, Mo Jinpeng is drinking one cup after another, full of disillusionment. Home is not able to go back. This will go back to the fear that Qin and I will have to fight with their own life. He wanted to call his three sisters, but he didn't dare. After all, they and Qin and I is the real mother and daughter. Now this bad dead east window, the past love their own sister is afraid that will not let themselves go. Mo Xian. Mo Jinpeng's eyes seemed to glaze over when he thought of Mo Xian. Mo Changshan had told him that it was Mo Xian who had sent himself Qin Ni's scandalous story, and without thinking, it must have been Mo Xian who had also told Qin and I about it. Today's Mo Jinpeng can be said to be incomparably wretched. Su Yanyan pulled him out of contact, and I'm afraid that the Mo family is now in chaos. Thinking of this, Mo Jinpeng could not help but drink a large mouthful of wine. Everything in the past has completely changed on this day. The Qin family will definitely pursue the matter, and his 3 sisters are only afraid that they will target themselves because of this matter. I had to kill him. Mo Jinpeng hate itchy teeth, but put aside Mo Xian that some perverted value of force. Now Mo Xian was a powerful rich woman adopted. Think about the previous Uncle Zheng's battle, as well as their own back to do those unseen trade people can find out. As a blackmail, the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He picked up his wine glass and was just about to drink again when his cell phone suddenly rang. He looked down and it was his own biological mother. Hey, what's going on? Mo Jinpeng asked impatiently. Right now he hated the fact that he wasn't born in Qin's belly, otherwise where would he have gotten so much? Along with that, he also became impatient with his own mother. Unexpectedly, it was the voice of someone he hadn't expected that came from there. What's wrong, brother? What's with the attitude? Mo Qingqing? Mo Jinpeng only felt that he had sobered up quite a bit. His tone was a bit nervous. Big sister. You, I want to meet with you. Come over here. Mo Qingqing's tone was relaxed, but it seemed to carry a hint of threat. The address. There's no need for me to give it to you, right? Chapter 61 Coercion. Mo Jinpeng even ignored the fact that he had been drinking and drove his car at fire speed towards his own mother's place. Warm tips. Drink not drive. Drive not drink. Driver a drop of wine. Loved ones 2 lines of tears. Drinking and driving. Harming people and themselves. Mo Changshan secretly purchased property in a neighborhood for Li Yuzhen, and sometimes Mo Jinpeng would come with him to reunite with his own mother. Since he was a child, he knew that he was not Qin's biological son, and his 2 mothers treated him differently. Qin favored him, but she was still more serious about certain things. Li Yuzhen is completely indulgent education. Mo Jinpeng can go to today, and the influence of this biological mother can be said to be inseparable. Mo Jinpeng quickly arrived at the door of the room, and just as he was about to press the password, the door opened. It was a man he didn't recognize who opened the door, and there was another man standing aside in the living room, staring at him with bad eyes. Mo Qingqing just sat blithely on the sofa, her fingers still holding a cigarette. Coming? Mo Qingqing looked at him with a smile, quite surprised. Right? Actually, I already knew that you and I weren't born from the same mother, only that I haven't been vocal about it. Where's my mom? Mo Jinpeng didn't bother to pick up Mo Qingqing's words, but instead forced himself to be calm. But Mo Qingqing was so calm that she inhaled a mouthful of smoke and exhaled slowly, then laughed softly. In the bedroom, tied up by my people. And don't think I'm threatening you with her life, for all the things you 2 have done out there as a mother and son. I just have to take it out and it would be enough to send you in to step on the sewing machine. Mo Jinpeng gritted his teeth, then said in a pleading tone, Big sister, although you and I are not born from the same mother, but at least we have the same father and mother. You've loved me the most since I was a child, haven't you? If you spare me this time, I'll find a way to leave with my mom and promise I won't go back to the Mo family. He is also just a stopgap measure. Mo Changshan and Qin are in a mess. The divorce is sooner or later. Mo Xian has long drawn a line with the Mo family. He is still the only son of Mo Changshan, even if the divorce is no Qin, but the Mo family is still their own. Mo Qingqing didn't answer him right away, but took out a document and laid it on the table, then said in a light tone, Sign it. Mo Jinpeng picked up the document and glanced at it. Then his eyes couldn't help but widen. You want my shares? You don't recognize words? Mo Qingqing hugged her arms and sneered. I don't want to threaten you. The current situation is clear to you. Don't worry, I only need the shares. I'm not interested in the ones that Dad gave you like the real estate, and the cars and whatnot, and the money that you've made behind your back. I don't want it either. Hurry up and sign. The man who just opened the door did not know when he came in and stood behind him, and pushed him a little impatiently. Mo Jinpeng was about to have a fit, but thinking of Mo Qingqing's words, he still asked a little unwillingly, Elder sister, you really don't want to show a little bit of affection? You brain. Honestly, if only Mo Xian and the family is good, I am really willing to give all the family business to him. Mo Qingqing sighed with feigned regret. For so many years, Ying and Ting Ting may take you as a real brother. I don't. Being nice to you, giving you money, and obeying you is just to cuddle. You also really don't let me down. Really just waste to death. So many years in addition to Su Yanyan's thing you did well. On other things, you and waste then, it is just a little bit better. Changing from her previous tolerance, Mo Qingqing's tone was contemptuous and her words became extremely mean. What do you mean? Mo Jinpeng obviously did not recover from this transformation. His eyes filled with dismay. Big sister, you've been good to me for so many years. Yeah, I've thought so since you were a kid. Mo Qingqing seemed to be very satisfied with Mo Jinpeng's expression. The smile on her face could barely be concealed. Actually, I didn't think so at first, but the more you grew up and your father acted like he was afraid that people wouldn't know that you were the heir, so I moved on to this idea. Mo Jinpeng stared blankly at the Mo Qingqing in front of him, obviously still the same face, but somehow it looked extremely strange. The undisguised loathing and contempt in his eyes was a strong contrast to the eyes filled with concern in the past. Once upon a time after Mo Qingqing became the president, she was more indifferent to outsiders, but to herself she was still the same as she was in the past, which made Mo Jinpeng a little smug. His own big sister had, indeed, looked at himself differently, especially when he stirred up something ridiculous outside, and Mo Changshan and Qin and I wanted to scold him. She would also defend herself, and comforted him by saying that he was still young and didn't need to take it to heart. In the company, even if Mo Qingqing works overtime by herself, she will let Mo Jinpeng let her handle all the work that is not easy to handle. And she also reminds him again and again that she is only helping him to take care of it, and in the future it is the company that is all given to him, and she will also be on his side. Alright, there's no time to reminisce with you about the past. Mo Qingqing glanced at the time and somewhat impatiently urged. Besides, Dad's side will definitely give you all the shares. You won't lose anything. Mo Jinpeng was obviously still in a dazed state. Mo Qingqing frowned and nodded to the man who had been standing to the side. The other party knew what she meant and clapped his hands vigorously. Ah! A woman's scream came out from the bedroom, and at the same time there was the sound of some blunt object hitting hard. Mo Jinpeng's heart cannot help but twitch, no matter how that is also his own mother. Not to mention look at Mo Qingqing nowadays posture, only afraid to really send him in. She will not have the slightest hesitation, shivering and picking up the pen. Mo Jinpeng was hesitant to sign, and with another scream from the bedroom, the person behind him who had been staring at him grinned. Young master, sign it. You said it's not good for everyone if something really goes wrong, right? His own mother was pinched in someone else's hands, and his own secret was known by Mo Qingqing. Mo Jinpeng only felt a wave of vertigo. Just one day, his good days came to an end. Big sister, you just mentioned Su Yanran. What do you mean? Hearing this, Mo Qingqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. In the end, this is the focus of your attention? It's not much to tell you. A marriage with the Su family, Mo Xian's position in the family will be different. It's better for me to persuade my parents and tell them that a marriage with the Su family is more favorable to you. Mo Xian isn't raised around after all. Otherwise, do you think they're really that idle to follow and worry about this kind of crap? Mo Qingqing laughed coldly, then continued, but I also did not expect. Su Yanran actually really threw the watermelon to pick up you this sesame. Other than that, in swindling girls you really did not spend less effort. As for the reason, I'm not blind. Although my parents favor you more, and Ying and Ting Ting feel more close to you. If Mo Xian really marries Su Yanran, I'll have one more potential rival in the future, and it'll be much more troublesome to deal with him than dealing with a fool like you. Mo Jinpeng couldn't believe his ears. How long ago did Mo Qingqing start scheming for the family fortune? She and she are not a mother, but Mo Xian and she are the real brother of the same father and mother, and she didn't even let him go? Mo Qingqing didn't even intend to let him have time to think, or rather, the person who beat his own mother in the bedroom didn't intend to let him think. Another muffled sound. The heartbreaking screams made Mo Jinpeng instantly enlightened. If he didn't sign it, there was no way Mo Qingqing would let him go, and the fact that she came over so boldly today to threaten herself meant that she was already planning to tear her face off. I'll sign it. I'll sign it. Face like ashes. Mo Jinpeng still signed his name. Mo Qingqing confirmed the signature, put away the documents and stood up to leave straight away, while the two men left behind looked at Mo Jinpeng contemptuously, walked to the bedroom and tapped on the door, and in a short while, a burly man carrying a stick came out, with some blood stains on it. Mo Qingqing went downstairs back to his car, took out his cell phone and dialed a number, said in a somewhat urgent tone, tomorrow, I will sell all the shares of Mo's and Qin's in my hands, and the money will be deposited in the name of my own company, as operating funds. The Mo family said that the life is renewed, but in the Mo Qingqing view of the accident is sooner or later. The reason why she is trying to save the day, but also in the end can make their hands of the shares can be sold at a good price, but also to let the Yi family old lady to see their own ability. Father, if you use me as a tool, don't blame your daughter for using you as stepping stones. Chapter 62. Mo Xian didn't know what the Mo family was like now, but with his understanding of the Mo family, he didn't even need anyone. The Mo family themselves could push themselves into the abyss. The cold Mo Changshan, the cool Qin and I, the vicious and scheming Mo Qingqing, the pretentious fake talent Mo Yingying, and a vase Mo Tingting, and an old fool. Mo Xian will suddenly want to give his real parents a phone call to ask them what the mood is, but he just hit the estimate cannot be reached. These two families staged a full martial arts. Qin and I has been hospitalized. The left ear was Mo Changshan blood, nose blue and swollen, where there is the appearance of the old days noblewoman. As for Mo Changshan, he was also in the hospital. and his face was scratched with a gash that the doctor sucked in a breath of cold air when he looked at it. After so many years of practicing medicine, this is the first time I've seen my own wife scratching herself like this. From beginning to end, Master Mo only appeared once, looking at the downstairs chickens flying a mess. He went back again. I do not know what in the heart in the end. Dad. Mo Ying's voice was hoarse. Her eyes were red and swollen. After tossing and turning so much, she was completely out of ideas. Mo Qingqing seemed to be too annoyed with her, and after she made a second call and was hung up on, she couldn't get through anymore. Big sister has blackballed her. When Mo Changshan heard his second daughter's call, he just looked up and then lowered his head again, not knowing what he was thinking. Dad, is it true what Mom said? Mo Ying looked at her father with some despair. Jin Peng is your child with someone else. When that brother was killed by you, you're questioning me? Mo Changshan's voice suddenly raised several degrees, and when the doctors and nurses on the side heard this, they couldn't help but look at the wretched Mo Changshan a few more times. No wonder he was scratched like that by his own wife. Anyone else would probably have stabbed him with a knife. Mo Changshan guessed that he was also a bit embarrassed, got up and pulled Mo Ying out, lowered his voice and said, "It's a misunderstanding. Jin Peng is your younger brother. Don't think nonsense. Can it not be? Half-brothers and half-sisters too." Mo Ying only felt that recently the Mo family is as if and was under a spell. The company accident, Mo Jinpeng, Mo Tingting accident, and now there is such a thing. Mo Tingting is in no opinion. She is no better than her. Mo Qingqing, who can make up her mind, suddenly threw her hands up and didn't care, and her grandfather didn't even show his face. She suddenly thought of her grandmother, but how did she know that she had passed away? There were only two people in the entire Mo family who knew now. One was Mo Changshan and the other was Mo Qingqing. One presses on with no intention of talking about it, and the other is now so angry that he can even put the death of his own mother behind him. How ridiculous that even Grandma Su and Su Yanran knew about this, yet their own family members could still be kept in the dark. Mo Changshan obviously did not want to mention his own scandal, only said that she should hire an escort to take care of her mom, and turned around and left after treating the wound. While walking, he called Li Yuzhen, but there was no answer there either. Watching her father leave, Mo Ying suddenly felt that this family was finished. Maybe it should have been over a long time ago, just missing a fuse. Mo Xian, and Mo Xian, suddenly remembering that younger brother who had long ago cut himself off from the family. Mo Ying actually had a rare trace of shame. Do you want to find him? To find that Mo Xian, who had long ago lost all feeling for his family and had been pushed out by their own hands. She doesn't have that big of a face. Still grieving, Mo Tingting's call came. The sisters separated to take care of their own parents. Mo Tingting's career is considered to be completely ruined. The breach of contract she earned her own money, coupled with the family's subsidies are considered to be all made up. It's just that her family's attitude towards her has taken a sharp turn for the worse, and Mo Changshan has even forbidden her to leave the house so as not to embarrass herself. Unexpectedly, she actually went out because of this kind of thing. Second sister, our mom's surgery is over. Mo Tingting's voice couldn't stop trembling. I don't know if it's sadness or fear. The eardrum of the left ear ruptured. There is no way. Mo Ying sighed, tears falling drop by drop on the ground. Only after a long time did she open her mouth to ask, then what about this? Already in the ward, sedated and asleep. Second sister, where's big sister? She's not here, not even a backbone anymore. Mo Ying didn't answer. Big sister, who knows where big sister is? Hanging up the phone, Mo Ying hurriedly rushed to the ward. Because of the VIP ward that she paid for, there were no other patients, and Mo Tingting took off her mask as well. In the past, she was afraid that people would not recognize her. Xin Ni's face on the hospital bed was pale, still with bruises, and her hair was still a little messy. The original scenery of the female president, but now it is this wretched and ugly appearance. You go back, Dad doesn't know where to go. Big sister can't be contacted, and you're not. Convenient. Mo Ying sat on the edge of the bed and looked at her mother. I'm here to watch. Tomorrow you let Auntie Wang come over to replace me. I have to go to the company. Xin and I is not there. The jewelry company there cannot be no one. And Mo Ying also has selfishness. Since her mother is not available to go to the company for a while, that Jiang Sifeng she can also find a way to completely drive away. Mo Tingting didn't know what Mo Ying was thinking in her heart. Thinking about her current reputation, it would be better to stay than go home. Nodding her head, Mo Tingting was just about to leave when she suddenly looked back at Mo Ying and asked, Second sister, won't you tell Mo Xian? Mo Ying froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, Tell him what to do. Do you think he'll care? But in the end, it's family. Speaking here, Mo Tingting couldn't even say it herself. Family? Who has ever treated him as a family? At least in those years, they didn't treat him as a family. Mo Changshan drove away from the hospital and kept calling Li Yuzhen along the way, and just when he was a bit annoyed, Mo Jinpeng's phone called. Dad, my mom is hospitalized. Mo Jinpeng's anxious voice came. It's Big Sister. Big Sister has always known about you and my mom. With a sharp break, Mo Changshan's face became incredibly ugly as he gritted his teeth and asked, what else did your big sister do after she went? She brought people to threaten me and made me sign over my shares to her. Slapping the steering wheel hard, Mo Changshan only felt a dizzying sensation in his head. Mo Qingqing knew about it a long time ago. Could it be that she had told Mo Xin that they had joined forces? He hung up the phone in a panic and called Mo Qingqing, not expecting Mo Qingqing to answer it painfully. What's wrong, Dad? Mo Qingqing spoke in a relaxed tone, looking like she was in a good mood. Mo Changshan suppressed the depression and anger in his heart and spoke as calmly as he could. Qingqing, what exactly do you want? Of course it's seizing power. Mo Qingqing sneered. But now, it's different. My shares, Mo Jinpeng's, and Mo Xian's, as well as mine and Qin's jewelry, have all been sold by me. The buyer contacted a long time ago. Mo Xian's? Your grandmother's 10%? Do you think you would have saved yourself a lot of trouble if you had been more generous in the first place? Hearing Mo Changshan's agitated tone, Mo Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. Only the laugh was harsh, as if he was being sarcastic. By the way, don't expect me to make any more moves. The Yi family side will have nothing to do with you in the future. Mo Qing, Mo Changshan growled. His body began to shake from anger. Good, very good. I really taught a good daughter. Naturally, don't I have today thanks to father? Mo Qingqing's tone went cold. You know very well how much effort I put into the company, but in the end, you still want to give everything to Mo Jinpeng. Not only the Mo family, even mom's jewelry company you are calculating to get Mo Jinpeng in the bag together later. You do feel sorry for him, but how much have I contributed? By whom does the company's earnings rise, and by whom do you sit so securely as chairman? Dad, since you're doing the first, don't blame me for doing the 15th. It's the benefits that are grasped in my own hands. Otherwise it's all a sham. After saying that, Mo Qingqing didn't care what Mo Changshan was going to say and directly hung up the phone. Rebellious daughter. Mo Qingqing, you dare to scheme against your old man. Mo Changshan couldn't think of anything else at the moment. Started the car and was going to the company. At the same time began to frantically call his subordinates and ask them to gather at the company. Can be too anxious, attention and extremely unfocused. Did not notice that he broke the red light. Mo Changshan is still in subordinates command. A truck could not brake in time. Directly hit Mo Changshan's car. A warm reminder to drive attentively. Not on your cell phone. Chapter 63 Funeral. Mo Xian did not wait much. The next day the funeral was held. And then the grandmother was cremated and buried. It wasn't that he was hard-hearted, but grandma had mentioned to him before that when he couldn't stand it anymore, he would just burn and bury it, not wanting to go through that effort. When grandma used to be a college professor, she carefully taught many students and had many colleagues, but Mo Xian didn't notify anyone to come. The old lady told him, it's best not to tell anyone. I'm gone. There's no need for a bunch of people to come and remember me. In fact, Mo Xian knows that she just doesn't want others to be sad for her passing. To be hurt, the grandson himself is enough. Who let her raise him? Besides the Mo family, the only people who knew about grandma's death were probably Grandma Su and Grandma Zhang. Grandma Su called Mo Xian and said she wouldn't go, and she wouldn't let the Su family go either. No face to go. This was Grandma Su's reason. In fact, Mo Xian no longer cared. Even if he hadn't called Grandma Su because of her death, he wouldn't have remembered Su Yanran. But for Grandma Su, this is a heavenly thing. Mo Xian did not care. After all, he knows that Grandma Su that body is not too good. There is also serious arthritis. Winter do not toss her. As for Grandma Zhang, because of the death of her grandmother, cried too much. The elderly age. A big illness. Mo Xian called Auntie Zhang, comforted for a while to let them first take care of Grandma Zhang is important. Therefore, this funeral that was so simple that it couldn't be any simpler had only 3 people. Mo Xian, Luo Xia and Luo Muki. The daughter didn't let them come either, but instead asked them to wait at home. The whole time Mo Xian didn't cry, but he didn't speak either. Just looked straight at his grandmother's remains. Xiao Xian, Luo Xia gently pulled his hand. Are you alright? Otherwise, why don't you rest? Just the 3 of us are here. Muchi and I will take care of it for you. It's okay, I'm okay. Mo Xian let out a light laugh, but tears slowly fell, saying it was a funeral. The whole thing was just Mo Xian kneeling in front of his grandmother's remains and fuming, with Luo Xia and Luo Muki just accompanying him, putting aside his own missing piece of memory. The memories of his childhood with his grandmother in Mo Xian's mind played like a movie reel. Grandma is a kind person, but also not too strict, and has her own stubbornness. When the surgery was over, Mo Xian wanted to take a break from school to take care of her alone, but he was scolded by his grandmother. You took a break from school? The child you have drummed out. Or 2 children. Or 2 moms. That's the Luo family. They didn't hold you responsible and still gave birth to the child. Can you clear this debt? Go to school and take care of your children. Sighing, Emo Shen lowered his head and laughed bitterly while shedding tears. Mo's family is in this state nowadays. It's not that grandma hasn't managed it, but when she does, no one listens. Presumably no one in that family would listen to her much except herself. Her grandson, who was used to being nagged by her, right? When he was a child, he was also annoyed, but slowly he realized that his grandmother may be nagging, may be harsh, may be bad words, but she will never harm you. Finally reaching out and tending to his grandmother's silver strands, Emo Xian's tears slowly fell on her face that seemed to be asleep. Although the heart did not expect the Emo family to come, but I did not expect that the family is really one did not come. Emo Xian heart could not help but sneer. However, he did not know what happened yesterday, that the husband and wife were hospitalized. The 3 daughters, one is trying to find a way to sell the family property, and the 2 are in a hurry to lose their heads. Even without these things, with Luo Xie and Luo Muki's methods, they could still make it impossible for a single person from the Emo family to come. Originally dead-hearted, Emo Xian naturally did not have the need to look forward to it, but just felt ridiculous. After the cremation was over, a person just went into a tiny urn, leaving with an urn, final burial, and all the dust settling. Emo Xian suddenly thought of a passage from Nostalgia, which probably translates to himself, nostalgia is a short grave, I'm on the outside, and grandma is on the inside. Xiao Xian, brother. It was only when Luo Xie and Luo Muki called out in unison that Emo Xian snapped out of his daze. It's okay, it's all in the past. Luo Xie gently comforted. There's still us, isn't there? Emo Xian didn't answer, just gently nodded, looked at the picture of his grandmother smiling on the tombstone, and couldn't help but reach out and gently wipe it. For grandma, it's over, but for Mo Xuan, it's not. While he was lost in thought, a scarf suddenly wrapped around his neck. Luo Xie and Luo Muki stood in front of Emo Xian like this, and the scarf was put around his neck by Luo Xie herself. It's cold, so I brought a scarf for you. Luo Xie looked at Mo Xian's eyes. Stay as long as you want. Mu Qi and I will always be with you. No, go back. Emo Xian took one last look at the photo on the tombstone, sighed softly, and turned to leave, but did not walk out much farther. They're sisters, one on the left and one on the right. One pulled him a hand. That's not quite right, is it? Even though it was in a cemetery, Emo Xian was still afraid that others would see it. The girls, however, didn't care at all and instead stayed close to Emo Xian. It's cold, it's warm on my brother. Emo Xian looked at them helplessly, and only let them be so. As for Emo Tingting at this time, it was a completely different mood. Emo Yingying went to the company. She realized that her big sister actually sold all her shares in Qin's, and Emo Yingying couldn't go without it. Emo Changshan was admitted to the ICU, with multiple severe fractures all over his body, and suffered a severe head injury. The doctor told her that she was rescued, but it was uncertain whether he would live or die. This husband and wife are one in the VIP ward still not waking up and one in the ICU. The old man Mo, who had not appeared, finally appeared, and looking at his only son in this state now, the old man fainted in a moment of urgency. Third sister, just yourself? Emo Tingting was still at a loss, when Emo Qingqing, who hadn't appeared all this time, finally showed up. Seeing her father's current appearance, Emo Qingqing's eyes finally flashed with a hint of sadness, but only for a moment. Big sister, where the hell have you been? Emo Tingting saw Emo Qingqing and immediately jumped into her arms. I don't know what to do. Mom, Dad, Grandpa are all hospitalized. I know, haven't we all seen this? Emo Qingqing really didn't want to deal with this sister of hers. Which ward is Mom in? There are some things that I need to talk to her about. I'll take you. Emo Tingting just walked out 2 steps, then stopped again and said somewhat awkwardly, Dad can't leave people here. Big sister, why don't you? Isn't this not awake? You're here so he can wake up? Emo Qingqing reached out and pulled her back. Take me to our mom first. My business is important. Chapter 64, time to end it. When Emo Qingqing entered the ward, Xin and I had already woken up, holding her cell phone in her hand and staring at the screen with one mistake. Mom, are you better? Why are you selling your shares? The mother and daughter saw each other and opened their mouths at the same time to ask. Emo Qingqing froze for a moment, then smiled. I don't want it anymore. I need funds for myself. It's as simple as that. You want funds? Xin Ni's eyes were puzzled, then suddenly sneered. What? You're like Dad's company is in trouble, and you're just rushing up to fill the hole for him? My most shares are also sold, Emo Qingqing said in a very normal tone while sitting down. Hearing her words, Xin Ni's pupils contracted for a moment. She actually sold even most shares? Mom, just say it straight. Our family is finished. Emo Qingqing's tone was as if she was telling something very normal. If it wasn't for me being looked at by the Yi family, Would the Mo family be able to pull through? Originally, Mo Qingqing's plan was to keep the Mo family all to herself, but good and bad things happened to Mo Tingting, and even though the Yi family stepped in to help, Mo Qingqing knew that it was nothing more than a temporary survival. A shoe and clothing company has continuous accidents. The money can be replaced, but the credibility is gone. Everything is gone. A homegrown company with a rocky future might as well throw it away and go all in on itself. She knew how to take advantage of the opportunity, taking advantage of the gap in the renewal of the Mo family to directly sell all of their shares, and the way back was the company she had secretly started in advance. Of course, she wouldn't tell Zinni about this, given up on her family when she started counting. The environment of the Mo family gave birth to two extremes, Mo Xian, who grew up with his grandmother and had a gentle, talented personality, raised by her parents in the Mo family. She learned their selfish indifference, even greening the Mo Qingqing. Mo Shan excellent learning ability, Mo Qingqing heart ruthless will plan. These two choose who Mo family are not to come to today, but in favor of this couple chose the worst one. Then why did you sell the shares I gave you? Xin and I couldn't help but ask. Your father's side is finished. My side. Mom, how much longer do you think you can hold out? Mo Qingqing sighed lightly. Your marriage with my dad was originally a marriage of interest. The Mo family and the Qin family have always complemented each other. If my dad can't hold up there, you're only going to be finished here. What are you babbling about? Xin and I was a bit annoyed. It's not like my side has suffered much. No? Your side of the financial statement I have seen. From the jewelry counterfeiting began you their benefit can have been slowly declining. Mo Qingqing said in a sorry pretense. I also stop loss in time, have money in hand, re-establish business. My ability you know. Xin and I gritted her teeth and did not say anything. Mo Qingqing was not wrong. After a jewelry forgery at her place, the company's reputation was no better. So Mom, don't blame me. I always have to leave myself a way out. You don't want me to be disliked by the Yi family, right? Mo Qingqing stood up. I still have things on my side. Mom, you'd better find a way to deal with Mo Jinpeng. He still has your shares in his hands. Mo Changshan after all did not die. Even if he died in all likelihood he also has a will be given to Mo Jinpeng. Her purpose has been achieved. The drawback. As for the Mo family's current mess, if she doesn't care, it will be lost by Mo Jinpeng in a few days. As for keeping Mo Jinpeng's shares in Qin's company, she doesn't want her mom to notice her small moves too soon, so she can slowly fight with her favorite son in the past. Right now, this was the best outcome for her. As long as she utilized the Yi family, Mo Qingqing was confident that she would be able to take a step upwards. Maybe she would take advantage of the opportunity to get the Yi family. After all, Yi Ning was just an embroidered pillow, not useful in the eyes. Before Qin and I could ask more, Mo Qingqing left again. Just as she left, Mo Tingting came in, only she didn't ask what her mother and big sister had talked about. Instead she said mysteriously, Mom, guess who I just saw? Who? Qin and I subconsciously looked up to inquire while Mo Tingting nervously said, Mo Xian. Mo Xian himself could not have imagined that the biological grandfather who never contacted him, suddenly called him from someone else's cell phone, and Mo Xian told him straight away that grandma died, right after divorcing him. You come to the hospital. Master Mo's voice was a little weak. There is something I want to ask you. For Mo Xian, it is indeed time to make a trip. After all, it is also time to end. Mo Xian didn't go to see Qin and I, nor did he go to see Mo Changshan, but he inquired about Elder Mo's hospital room, still holding the notebook that his grandmother left for him. Pushing open the door of the ward, Elder Mo had long since awakened and was sitting on the bed, with the caretaker taking care of him on the side. When he saw Mo Xian come in, he nodded to the caretaker, who knew what he meant and turned around and went out, leaving space for the two of them. Your grandmother. No words at the end? Hearing his words, Mo Xian suddenly burst out laughing. Do you think she still has something to say to you? Elder Mo fell silent, and Mo Xian placed the notebook in his hand on the nightstand, then pulled a chair and sat down at a distance from him. You asked me to come. It can't be to tell me that you regret it. Mo Xian looked at the incomparably haggard old man in front of him, without a trace of sympathy or pity in his heart. For so many years, you've been waiting for grandma to bow down and let her forgive you for your momentary mistake. You feel that it wasn't your intention. Why doesn't she sympathize with you? After a pause, Mo Xian inquired seemingly politely. I wonder if I'm right. Elder Mo glanced at him and lowered his head again, silent in response. For a long time, he opened his mouth to speak, but his voice was hoarse, and his eyes reddened. Her nature is too stubborn. So many years of husband and wife. On this matter so how big of a thing is a thing? You killed someone and set them on fire? Mo Xian's tone also became cold. What kind of temper does grandma have? You wouldn't know on the first day, right? Also, do you think it's because of this one incident? Mo Xian pointed to the notebook. In the words that grandma left me, there are some that I should tell you. You remember when you guys went to see Gone with the Wind together in the past, right? Upon hearing these 4 words, Elder Mo's pupils dilated for an instant. There was a time when he and his grandmother, for the first time, went to the movies together and Gone with the Wind was playing. After so many years, if Mo Xian didn't mention it, he would have long forgotten about it, but he didn't expect his grandmother to actually remember it. Scarlett said something like, "After all, tomorrow is another day." But at the end of the movie, when Baird is sad and far away, and Scarlett says this, I wonder if it ever occurred to her how much disappointment Baird had built up before he chose to leave. Gramps, Grandma gave half of her life. Ask yourself if she really did it just for such a thing? Chapter 65, Never Again. Elder Mo was dumbfounded by Mo Xian's words. Several times he wanted to open his mouth, but he just couldn't say a word. Grandma misses the person you once were, and she told me that you weren't like this when you first met. Mo Xian smiled bitterly. Grandma portrayed the once you very well. Sunny, kind, considerate. Forgive me, at least now I can't see any of that in you. Looking at Elder Mo's silence, Mo Xian took a deep breath and leaned forward a bit, slowly speaking, so, it's because of your brother, right? Hearing the word brother, Elder Mo's shoulders trembled as he jerked his head up to look at Mo Xian, his originally bleak eyes suddenly erupting with inexplicable hatred. Looks like I was right. Mo Xian smiled. Grandma told me all about it in her last notes. So you're so disgusted with me because I share the same month and day as that dead brother of yours? You think it's just the same month and day? Elder Mo couldn't help but sneer. He was born at high noon. You were also born at high noon. And after you were born your eyebrows were also very similar to his when he was a child. I have always consoled myself that it was a coincidence and not real. But your behavior before you were 2 years old was too similar to how he acted in the beginning. Walking earlier than the other kids. Talking too. You're brainy. You learn fast. My brother was exactly like you back then. Mo Xian sighed. His forward-leaning body slowly sat upright. Then slowly said, Is that all? Hasn't your performance since you grew up been enough? Elder Mo seemed to have fallen into some kind of obsession. His cloudy eyes carried a hint of some madness. My brother was just like you in the beginning. Outstanding in studies. Always first in grades. And also, you went against Jean Peng. Do you want a face? Mo Xian laughed out in anger. Am I against him or is he against me? What? Killing someone and not daring to admit it makes you paranoid of being victimized? As soon as the 3 words killed someone came out, Elder Mo seemed to be pressed the pause button as he stared blankly at Mo Xian. Mo Xian looked at this biological grandfather of his and only felt pathetic and ridiculous in his heart. His past was just like Mo Xian and Mo Jinpeng, where the older brother was mediocre and the younger brother had natural talent. But his parents weren't blind, but they didn't do anything good either. Parents' blatant favoritism is always a sharp edge. The shadow of his younger brother from childhood to adulthood has always shrouded him. In those days, going to college was a matter of extreme honor and glory. Mo's old man went through a lot of trouble to get into an ordinary university, but by the time his younger brother, like Mo Xian, got into Kyoto University, his grades are inconsequential in comparison, and it never stopped, from the time his brother was born until he was old enough. In his heart, although he had a grudge against his brother had a gentle nature, and he knew for himself that his brother had never wanted to compete with himself for anything. Grandma and you are also considered young acquaintances, and he has always known about you. Mo Xian sighed. After reading Grandma's notes, I suddenly felt quite bored. Maybe you really still love Grandma. From between her lines, once you were really full of her. Glancing at the notebook, Mo Xian slowly reached over and took it, turning it over casually in his hand. After Grandma's surgery, she became extra sleepy. 24 hours she could sleep 2/3 of the time, and she was having brain surgery. This kind of written record is most unsuitable for her situation at that time. Mo Xian looked at the notebook in his hand. Grandma's handwriting was sometimes neat, sometimes a little scribbled. You thought you were unknown back then, but you didn't think about Grandma, the person on your pillow. It's all assumed that your brother accidentally lost his footing and fell down the stairs and hit his head, when in fact you pushed him, right? I didn't mean it. Elder Mo suddenly raised his voice several degrees. He didn't stand still on his own. He can't blame me. Mo Xian had once read a story in the past about a man who had spent his entire life searching for one thing, only to realize that it was nothing more than that when he finally found it. Instead of him looking for that thing, it was the obsession in his mind that had blinded him and made him fixate on one thing for the rest of his life. Stories are just stories, but what living people do is often even more ridiculous than stories. Grandma told Mo Xian the truth in her notes, and although the Mo family was not as strong as the Luo family, a family with strong roots and heritage, it had quite a lot of assets at the time. In the matter of the heir, Master Mo's younger brother voluntarily gave up. He didn't want to compete with his own brother, and he had no intention of the family business. When Mo married his grandmother, it could be said that he had a spring in his step, marrying the person he loved as a young man. inheriting the family fortune, and as a result, his parents were finally square with him. But Mr. Mo's ability is mediocre. The family business is not in his hands. Not good, but not bad either. Grandma thinks this is fine. It is difficult to start a business and even more difficult to keep it. But most parents do not think so, especially in a time when Mo made a mistake. Lost some money. In fact, not much. Doing business can never only earn not lose. But they decided they had chosen wrongly and clamored for their second son to come back and inherit the family business. That time Mr. Mo completely lost control of himself and for no apparent reason an argument broke out with his brother. No one saw what happened, but his brother somehow fell down the stairs, hit his head, and died in a resuscitation attempt. Grandma thought it was an accident, but I didn't expect the two to share the same bed. And Master Mo was talking nonsense in his nightmares, and only when he put it all together did Grandma learn that it was because he was so emotional that he pushed his brother, and that's what caused him to fall down the stairs and hit his head on the wall. From the time your brother died, you've changed. You're in a hurry. What you weren't willing to do in the past, you do it, and what you're not willing to participate in social functions, you take the initiative to go. Mo Xian threw the notebook on the bed. Look for yourself. Grandma wrote a lot here. Here's a quote I think is pretty good. Watching your former lover, like a rose in full bloom, but slowly withering and rotting. No matter how hard you try or how much you irrigate, you can't change the outcome. Hearing Mo Xian's words, Elder Mo suddenly cried, as if an old ape was lamenting, suppressed, and somewhat desperate. It was something that Grandma had said to him once before she died. Grandma said in her notes that you've changed since then, becoming profit-chasing and even a bit unscrupulous. You've done what you didn't want to do in the past, and you're happy to be entertained when you don't want to be. You don't even remember how many times you went in and out of the windy places before that one time you got ridiculous, do you? But Grandma remembers how many sleepless nights she spent at home, how many times she advised you, and how many times she tried to pull you out of the mire. But does it work? You're still going further down the path you chose. Mo Xian said, no longer continue, but watched his reaction. Master Mo stopped his grief. His eyes were empty, looking at the notebook on the bed. His hand was a little shaky, picking up the notebook. It wasn't me who said this. It was Grandma who wrote it on it with one stroke. Mo Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. I also understand why you loathe me. When you sent me to Grandma, you, your son and daughter-in-law, each harboring their own thoughts. You're the only one who might have that little bit of a conscience. And with me as a grandson by her side, Grandma isn't too lonely. More than that, though, it's that you don't want to see me and think of your brother who you pushed off. Or, you may be wondering yourself if your brother had come instead. If the Mo family could be better off than it is now, and you wouldn't have to play along with those people in Vanity Fair, making false pretenses. Elder Mo suddenly looked up at Mo Xian. His eyes were chaotic for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth. That's right. Your grandmother is right. Once upon a time, after my brother's death, I began to devote myself to business, and when my parents from time to time remarked that it might have been better if he had lived, I began to develop Mo's business in every way I could. Your grandmother kept trying to talk me out of it, but I ignored it. My brother's death not only hit me hard, but it also put me in a cycle where I kept thinking I was better off without him. But every time I succeeded I'd start comparing myself to him, and then when I thought that I was the one who had killed him, I'd get scared, and guilty, and I'd start to think it was right to be without him again. After you were born, I felt even more oppressed by that pressure, so I loathed you. As for sending you away in the first place, I admit I didn't want to see you, and still don't to this day. Sending you there, I said it was to toss your grandma, but she lives in a dormitory building by herself and doesn't even have a family member by her side, so I figured you'd go. At least she'd have a grandson by her side who wouldn't be too lonely. As for your grandmother, there's no point in me saying anything. She's advised me I don't know how many times in my life. We've been arguing since your father was born, and what started out as a youthful fondness has turned into a mutual dislike. She's right. From the time my brother died, my heart rotted. Your grandmother did what she had to do for so many years. She didn't do me wrong, let alone this family. One chases wealth and status for a long time and slowly forgets what exactly it was for that one was pursuing all this in the first place. The family business is also getting bigger and I have changed. After a pause, Master Mo suddenly laughed a few times in a self-deprecating manner. Do you know the last time I saw my brother? What he told me. He had already gone to apply to do missionary work at that time, and didn't know how many years it would take to come back, and he told me that he really wasn't business material, and didn't want to do business either, but I had just lost a fortune, and my parents irritated me, so I snapped at him, and he came over to talk me down, and I pushed him in a fit of rage, not paying attention to the fact that there were stairs behind him, and he didn't defend himself, and he fell down and hit his head directly on the wall. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Xin and I was assisted by Emotingting as she walked in quickly. When she saw Mo Xian, Chin's eyes were filled with surprise and even some wariness. Don't be nervous, Ms. Chin. I haven't said anything yet. Mo Xian shrugged. I've asked what I should have asked. And I've pretty much said what I should have said. So anything else is fine with me. Mo Xian. There's an accident at home. Your father is in the ICU. Is it related to me? Mo Xian directly interrupted Chin's words. I can already sever my relationship. You guys shouldn't be looking for me if you have something to do. Mo Xian turned his head and looked at Elder Mo again. You just said so much. I just want to ask you one thing. When you saw Mo Jinpeng harming me, did you think of anything? Elder Mo froze, looking at Mo Xian somewhat woodenly, not knowing how to answer. In fact, there's no difference between what you have in mind and what Mo Jinpeng does to me, except that you have a justifiable reason. While he simply wants to force me away. Your brother gave up the family business, preferring to work as a paraprofessional rather than give up everything to you. And your anger at him is in fact the same as Mo Jinpeng provoking me over and over again. He doesn't want me to compete with him at Mo's, and the fact that you won't let go of the family business when you get to it is the essence of the problem. It's just that Mo Jinpeng didn't succeed and you did. That's the biggest difference. What Grandma really wants to redeem is not that you killed your brother, but that you don't give up your past self for profit, which is why she compares you to a rose. As for the cause of your decay, it is not the death of your brother. It is the greed and lust that comes with your share of the family business. Take it easy. That's not what I'm saying. I don't know you. That's what Grandma wrote in her notes. And that's what caused her the most pain and despair in the end. It doesn't even matter that you stood by while she was operated on in comparison. Isn't it a given that a rotting rose gives off a foul odor? After Mo Xian finished speaking, ignoring Master Mo's pale face and trembling body, he turned around and walked towards the door. After thinking about it, he turned back and said, Master, after today, I will never see you again. Not only me, but also Grandma. Said he pushed the door and left, while Master Mo spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted amidst the screams of Chin and I and Mo Tingting. Chapter 66, The Drawing Room. Leaving the hospital, Luo Xia and Luo Muki were sitting in the Maybach waiting for him. I'm sorry, I've kept you waiting, Mo Xian said shyly as he got into the car. I didn't expect him to look for me. Just as well, I gave him what was due to him. It's okay, brother won't take another look? Luo Muki asked curiously. It's your grandfather in the end. No, Chairman Mo is in the ICU. I don't know what happened. Mo Xian smiled bitterly. This retribution also came too fast. My own mother just looked at his also a nose and face. Wearing a hospital gown. A family of 3 parents actually all hospitalized. Luo Xia and Luo Muki looked at each other. The sisters who knew each other well read the same message in each other's eyes. She didn't do it. I can only say that Mo Changshan is really unlucky. Who hasn't he done anything to him? He himself first sent himself into the ICU. Little Xian, why don't you go and take a look? Luo Xia said in an extremely gentle tone. After all, it's your real parents, although they did treat you badly in the past, favoring Mo Jinpeng and Su Yanran's matter. Grandma that time they also stood by and watched. But, they are after all your relatives. Luo Muki heard straight goosebumps, the most gentle and sweet tone saying the most provocative words. Sis, how come I didn't realize in the past that you're also well versed in the art of tea? Thanks to Mo Xian being a bit of a dead straight man, he didn't react to Luo Xia's tea-scented speech for a moment, and calmly said, no need for that, his death or life has nothing to do with me. Yeah, it's just not about you. It's enough that we're the only ones in your heart. Luo Xia and Luo Muki looked at Mo Xian with infatuated eyes, and when he raised his head, they soon resumed their original sight. Why does it always feel weird? Mo Xian seemed to have just detected a sight that wasn't quite right, but when he looked up, Luo Xia and Luo Muki were looking at him as usual. Right, brother, you're in a bad mood. Why don't you accompany me to my drawing room to play, okay? Luo Muki smiled and said, it just so happens that I need a model. Why don't brother go and be one for me? Ha, me? Mo Xian was a bit embarrassed. In fact, Luo Muki had never let him go to his own drawing room, and he himself was a bit slow in this area. Luo Muki didn't talk to him about this, and in the past was more willing to play with him. Go ahead. Muchi just told me about this in the car. Luo Xia smiled. Actually, Muchi has a painting she's been wanting to give to you. Mo Xian suddenly felt embarrassed. Although he took care of the 2 sisters in general, he never helped much at work. He has no interest in finance and is devoted to his profession, much less painting, and knows little about art, but they were very attached to their profession. Their own program was what Luo Xia took to Luo's to sell, and it was also Luo Xia and Luo Muki who supported them when they first wrote this program. Mo Xian didn't notice that his current dependence and affection for Luo Xia and Luo Muki had become heavier and heavier, and even after his grandmother's death, he had slowly begun to trust only them and was unable to trust anyone else. The first time he came to Luo Muki's drawing room, Mo Xian still felt that the life of rich people was so plain and boring. What a drawing room! It was clearly a villa, not too far from the manor where they lived. Only there is not much daily furniture inside. The living room does have a TV and sofa, and some famous paintings, ancient and modern. Many famous artists Luo Muki here. Mo Xian does not know how to appreciate, but he felt that these are absolutely authentic. Luo Muki's room where she usually painted was on the second floor, which should have opened up 2 rooms, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was a spacious balcony with good light and vision. There was only one painting hanging in the center of the entire room, and when he saw it, Mo Xian was captivated. 2 women in white gowns with long, dark hair draped over their heads wrapped a man sitting in a chair in their arms, left and right, white as a wedding gown. The man's hand held them tightly with a smile on his face. The 2 women looked at him tenderly, their eyes filled with fondness and love. This painting, whether it was the movements or the characters, was extremely similar to the painting of the 3 people that was burned by Luo Muki, but unlike the depressing, heavy atmosphere in that painting, this painting gave people a warm, soft feeling. The background is also white without the red and white roses. This, Mo Xian couldn't help but freeze because the 3 people on there were very similar to them. Luo Muki's drawing was very good, depicting the faces of all 3 in great detail. This is a gift for you. Ha! Luo Muki smiled. Actually, this is a series, but it doesn't matter. Brother, it's enough for you to see this painting now. Luo Xia didn't say anything on the side and just stared at the painting. The painting exhibition was closed to the public and photographs were forbidden, which was why Luo Muki displayed those other 2 paintings. She had asked Luo Muki why she didn't take this painting and display it as well, and Luo Muki's reply was, "It's only for brother and ourselves to see." They were sick, paranoid and crazy, but they preferred Mo Xian to see, now, the good side of themselves. In the past, those trio paintings, in fact, Luo Muki had taken them to Mo Xian once upon a time, but he had no reaction and just said that they looked good. The 2 paintings Luo Muki took to the exhibition, the one under the big tree, was painted after showing Mo Xian the double painting. Without the boy in her memory, the big tree withers and the street scene falls into disrepair. As for the second painting, it is their true state of mind, wearing a mask to deceive Mo Xian and connecting him to themselves with chains. Luo Muki's character was different from Luo Xia's. She had a somewhat nasty personality, much like an evil imp. Those who had seen the beauty she portrayed in the past, she purposely let them see how gloomy the ending was. She did, and many admirers became extremely emotional when they saw the 2 paintings. In fact, hard to describe. It's as if a comic book, at the end of a sweet, age-old piece, ends with a knife plunged hard into your heart. Luo Muki's paintings were never warm, calm, and full of beauty, and this huge contrast was extremely disconcerting. She did it on purpose, and Mo Xian wouldn't know anyway. Anyone outside of Mo Xian, they sisters could hurt and trample on with abandon. They have never been good people, and they have never felt that they are good people, but they love Mo Xian, love crazy. In these 3 years or so of their lives, they did repress their madness and possessiveness, but they were really good to Mo Xian. What Luo Xia and Luo Muki have been doing is that Mo Xian can't leave them even if he knows how bad everything is for them. Do you like it, brother? Luo Muki looked at Mo Xian with shining eyes like a child waiting for a compliment. Mo Xian couldn't help but reach out and touch her face, saying gently, like, very much. Then why don't you brother hurry up and take off your clothes and I'll draw you a picture. No, aren't you wearing clothes on this painting? Before Mo Xian could react, Luo Xia had already skillfully gone to take off his black down jacket. Hen, it's for art. Yes, brother, art is all about that. Mo Xian in the drawing room a wail. In the hospital room, Elder Mo spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and lay on the bed. His eyes slowly began to lax. Mo Xian's last words seemed as if they had ripped off his cover. It was true that his parents' favoritism had hurt him, and it was also true that his brother's shadow had been cast. But it's also true that he had a change of heart after he inherited the family business. His parents' favoritism towards his own brother became a chasm in his heart that he couldn't get past, but he did end up being overwhelmed by lust and greed. Grandma lamented what had happened to him, but was pained by the changes behind him. Even because of his influence, Mo Changshan, who was originally taught well by his grandmother, ended up becoming just like him and worse. In particular, he also met Li Yuzhen, an unhealthy first love that completely changed Mo Changshan. If the upper beam is not straight, then the lower beam will naturally be crooked. He could no longer hear the voices in his ears, which seemed to be the cries of Qin Ni and Mo Ting Ting as the doctors and nurses fumbled with what they were doing. His own life flashed quickly before his eyes as if a movie was in fast forward, and he looked at his once lonely self, treated differently by his parents, and saw that once hardworking, down-to-earth self. I also saw my own self who was slowly being eroded by money and power and became greedy and selfish. Everything seemed to flash back and finally settled on the back of a girl with a twisted braid. Old lady. He recognized it as his young grandmother and called out weakly, but the back moved further and further away from him and finally disappeared. From the beginning to the end, did not turn around to look at him again, just as Mo Xian told him, never again. In the drawing room, Mo Xian ended up keeping his clothes, while being asked to pose by Luo Muki. His cell phone rings with an unfamiliar number. Mo Xian, what did you just say to your grandfather? Just answering, Xin and I questioned loudly with a sobbing voice. Mo Xian rubbed his shocked ears, then said helplessly, what can I say? But it's just some words grandma told me that I think he should know. You rebellious son. You're pissing your grandfather off. Xin and I cried out at once when she said that elder Mo could not be resuscitated and had passed away. Oh yeah, I'm sad, Mo Xian said indifferently. By the way, Xin, when you entered the hospital room that time, didn't you see the band of filial piety on my arm? What do you mean? Shinni froze for a moment. Your grandmother. Yes, just buried today. Mo Xian sneered. Hang up, Xin, don't contact me for the old man's funeral. I'm not available and I don't want to go. After saying that, Mo Xian hung up the phone and directly blacked out the number. After thinking about it, Mo Xian released Mo Jinpeng's phone number from his blacklist and dialed it. Not bad, he hasn't pulled the plug on himself. The phone just connected, not waiting for Mo Jinpeng to open his mouth. Mo Xian coldly said, meet me, Mo Jinpeng. Chapter 67, Fanning the Flames. What do you mean? Mo Jinpeng, who has just come out of the hospital and stayed in the hotel, is all tired at the moment. His own mother, Li Yuzhen, had one of her legs broken, and he hired a caretaker to take care of her. No one from Mo's family had contacted him so far, and he didn't dare to contact anyone other than Mo Chanshan, favoring the only person he could contact, his own father, who had turned off his phone. He just deleted Mo Xian's contact information, but did not pull the black. Saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He answered. How did not expect actually this time Mo Xian will find him. Don't tell me that you've come to avenge Su Yanran's death with me at this time. Mo Jinpeng's voice is very loud, and even gives people the feeling that he is a little bit broken. After all, so many things have been pressed down recently. Mo Jinpeng has in fact been a little to collapse. Mo Xian moved the phone away once again. It was worthy of being raised by Xin. The problem of yelling at the phone was exactly the same. But Mo Xian overlooked an important issue. Beside him sat Luo Xia and Luo Muki, and it just so happened that they heard Mo Jinpeng's words. Mo Xian couldn't help but feel a coldness behind him, and the temperature of the entire room seemed to have dropped quite a bit. Not far from him, Luo Xia and Luo Muki had frosty faces, their eyes flashing dangerously. For Su Yanran? Mo Xian wants to see Mo Jinpeng for Su Yanran and get back at him? Mo Xian didn't notice the difference between the two sisters at all. He just lowered his head and fumbled with his jacket. I'm sorry. For her sake I pressed on to get back at you. She's not worth wasting that energy and time on. The eyes of the two sisters slowly softened a bit, but their eyes always fell on Mo Xian. It was as if the hunter was keeping a close eye on his prey, fearing that he would escape. Suddenly, a very interesting idea flashed through Luo Xia's mind, and her lips couldn't help but slowly draw out an arc. Silently taking out her cell phone, Luo Xia sent a message out. Mo Jinpeng didn't want to meet Mo Xian. Not to mention the fact that now that he was in such a downtrodden state, what good could come from Mo Xian meeting him? No, forget it then. Mo Xian sighed. To be honest, I don't particularly want to see you. Let me guess. You shouldn't know that your good father has been hospitalized in the ICU and the old man has just passed away, right? Hearing Mo Xian's words, Mo Jinpeng only felt a wave of dizziness in his head. There was no need for Mo Xian to lie to himself with this kind of thing. As long as he wanted to know, he could just die and give Mo Yingying or Mo Tingting a call. And the fact that he dares to say so proves that they are true. So, you must be pretty proud of yourself right now. Ha! Mo Jinpeng's voice kept trembling, and although his tone was strong, there was no longer a trace of blood on his face. And of course, Mo Xian couldn't see it. There's nothing to be proud of, just wanting to see what kind of person you are now. Mo Xian's tone was calm, but it's quite boring to think about. Mo Jinpeng, if I were you, I'd better think about how I should deal with Xin, right? Although it's a bit ridiculous for me to say this, at least Xin treated you well in the past. Now that nice father of yours is in the ICU, and she's been lied to by you guys for so long, tell me, can she let you off the hook? After a pause, Mo Xian suddenly laughed. Mo Jinpeng, you know Xin better than I do. You've seen her coolness in me for so many years. What do you think she will do to you now? Mo Xian's words were like a nail stabbing hard into Mo Jinpeng's heart. His own mother and Mo Changshan stole the beam and staged a wave of civet cats for princes. And that's even if it's not enough. In order to prevent accidents, Li Yuzhen also brutally killed that baby. Xin and I only hated to eat all three of them alive. But at this time, the one she could rely on, Mo Changshan and elder Mo, had no hope. You said that this couple is still quite compatible, the husband counting on his wife to let his illegitimate son top him, and the wife counting on her husband to keep her illegitimate son by her side, Mo Xian said in a sarcastic tone. What's even funnier is that in the end, Ms. Qin is the most pitiful one, with 2 biological sons, one dead, one severed, and the illegitimate son is a sickly child, and has also raised a child for so many years for the mistress, the president of a good jewelry company, the designer, has been turned into a clown by you. What do you think she would be feeling at this time? And what will be done to you and your own mother? With every sentence Mo Xian said, Mo Jinpeng's body shook a little bit more. Mo Xian had a sentence that was right. He knew how cool Qin and I was. Doesn't Mo Xian's encounters over the years speak volumes? Mo Jinpeng suddenly thought of a very important issue, that is, about him and Li Yuzhen illegal evidence. Zheng Uncle got things Mo Xian do not know, but does not prevent Mo Jinpeng think that it is Mo Xian authorization. Mo Qingqing hands also have. If these were known to Qin and I, she would not hesitate to send herself in. Think about it more carefully. Ms. Qin can still have her own illegitimate child. You've seen how she's treated me and her illegitimate child for so many years. Mo Xian continued to fan the flames in general. I guess this is something you should know by now as well. I'm done talking, young Master Mo. If you don't make a move, don't say that the Mo family will have nothing to do with you in the future. Your life could be lost. After saying that, Mo Xian directly hung up the phone. Seeing or not seeing Mo Jinpeng is not important at all. His purpose has been achieved. Mo Xian might not understand human nature that well, but he knew Mo's family well, and was used to seeing their selfish indifference for so many years, so he was clear that Mo Jinpeng would not likely sit back and wait for death, and Qin and I would definitely not let him go. Since it's dog eat dog, there's nothing wrong with letting them bite a little harder. Brother, you've also learned to be bad now. Luo Muki smiled and wrapped her arms around Mo Xian's neck. So, you're not trying to take revenge on Mo Jinpeng for Su Yanran? It seemed like an unintentional inquiry, but the eyes of these 2 sisters were a bit intimidating. How can that be? Mo Xian quickly waved his hands, looking as if he was still a bit flustered. I didn't have anything to do with Su Yanran when I did this, and if it was just because of her, I wouldn't even have done anything. Got it, teasing you. Luo Xia walked over and rubbed Mo Xian's hair with a light smile. Drawing next time, let's talk about it. Our daughters are still waiting at home. Why don't we go back together to eat with them? After saying that, Luo Xia seemed to have thought of something and said softly, Right, Xiao Xian, there is a reception tomorrow. Why don't you accompany us? Not letting you show your face, it's at a hotel. I'll let them arrange a room for you in advance. Just wait for us there. Mo Xian glanced at Luo Xia with some surprise. As the vice president of Luo clan, socializing was unavoidable, except that Luo Xia and Luo Muki seemed to seldom go to these kinds of receptions, meals and such, not to mention having to ask him to tag along, even though he didn't have to show his face, but he still couldn't figure out why, because there was no way to avoid it this time, so I had to go. And the reception was still organized by Luo Tian. Luo Xia explained, but Mu Qi and I really find it boring, so we usually open a room in advance, and when the socializing rounds are done, we'll hide out until it's over. Well, I'll just go with you guys then. Mo Xian nodded. Just at this time Luo Xia's cell phone vibrated. She just glanced at it and put it away, reaching out to pull Mo Xian up. Let's go. It's time to go back. Hui, who was at the company, looked at the invitation she had in her hand after sending the message, and on the screen of her phone, which had not yet gone out, was a dialogue box between her and Luo Xia. Tomorrow at the reception, send invitations to the Su family. Others can skip the delivery, but Su Yanran must come. Got it. Missy. Chapter 68, Luo Sheng. When Su Yanran received the invitation, she was a bit unable to believe her eyes. Our vice president ordered that it must be delivered to Ms. Su. The one delivering the invitation was a woman in a black suit, without a trace of expression and with a flat tone. Also, this is also given to Miss Su by our vice president, and that Miss Su understands what she should do when she sees it. A black USB flash drive was placed on Su Yanran's desk, then said a farewell and turned to leave. The reception organized by Luo Tian. Those who could get in were the top of the pyramid in the circle. Although the Su family was rich, they were not qualified. Su Yanran looked at the white invitation in front of her, inexplicably feeling a little eye-catching. Even she didn't dare to pick it up and take a look at it. Sister, you can. Ha! Office door was pushed open. Su Yanran's brother Su Jiuzhu excitedly walked in. Luo's cocktail party invitations. How many Kyoto's famous families, enterprises begged not even come. Today actually personally sent to his sister's hands. When did you hook up with the Luo family? If we can have cooperation with this top plutocrat, our family will only be different in the future. Su Jiuzhu said excitedly. Right, I remember. Luo Miyuki is from Kyoto University like you. Do you guys know each other? Su Yanran couldn't help but smile bitterly. Recognize? She would rather not recognize. Mo Xian definitely won't get back together with her nowadays. And Luo Xia said on her lips that she would give her a chance. But other than letting her not be allowed to back out of the marriage with Mo Jinpeng, there was nothing more to come afterward. She picked up that USB flash drive and looked at it, somewhat unsure. On one side, Su Joja saw Su Yanran's silence and at the same time noticed the USB flash drive in her hand, and asked curiously, "Is this also from Luo?" "Well, brother, you go out first," Su Yanran said a little tiredly. This reception, Su Yanran, who just wanted to say she didn't want to go, hesitated, bit her lip and said, "I'll go to the reception tomorrow, and it would be better if I could reach a cooperation with the Luo family." She herself felt a bit ridiculous for saying this. Luo Xia had properly given her such two things. She really couldn't figure out what the hell she was going to do. Su Jiozha also wanted to say something, but seeing his sister's state, he also sighed and turned to go out. When he walked to the door, Su Jiozha suddenly turned back and said, "Yan Yan, the Mo family contacted our father. The old man Mo passed away, and Anshin said that you and Mo Jinpeng's marriage is cancelled." Su Yanran looked at his brother with some surprise. Su Jiozha is also puzzled. "Don't look at me. I don't know. Our father was not too optimistic about Mo Jinpeng, and didn't ask much to agree." Su Yanran didn't say anything, since Luo Xia threatened her not to let her break off the engagement. Now it's not her fault, right? She was not much touched by the death of Master Mo. She had only met him a few times herself, not to mention that her grandmother didn't like him and felt that he had failed Grandma Mo Xian. Thinking of this, Su Yanyan could not help but laugh to herself. The sinful relationship between herself and Mo Jinpeng's grandmother was also extremely opposed to it, but at that time, she was just as dim as she was. Even classmates, roommates think she is incomprehensible. At that time, in addition to money, Mo Xian in all aspects of the hammer on the ground, shaking off her head and looking at the USB flash drive in her hand, Su Yanyan inserted it into her computer, which contained only one folder. After opening it, Su Yanran couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the contents of the document inside. Mo Jinpeng suspected of virtual coin fraud, virtual gambling, and even illegal lending. Lin total. These evidence add up. The Mo family young master only conservative estimate are 10 years to start. There's also a picture that says in big red print, "You know what to do, don't you?" When Mo Xian's trio returned to the manor, Uncle Zhang had been guarding the door. His face was a little red from the cold. Seeing them return, Uncle Zhang hurriedly greeted them and carefully said, "First miss, second miss, Mr. Luo is here." Luo Xia and Luo Muki raised their eyebrows. It was their own father? Mo Xian was also quite a bit surprised. Luo Sheng he had seen a few times. Unlike Shin Qingyun, Luo Sheng's temperament was gentle. He didn't talk too much, and he was very close to himself. It's just that Luo Sheng gives Mo Xian a feeling of wanting to be close to his daughter every time, but is a bit overwhelmed, while Luo Xia and Luo Muki are usually very polite to their father. But it was only polite. Entering the living room, Luo Sheng was sitting on the sofa. Luo Weier and Luo Shuer were lying on the table playing. Hearing the sound, the two milk balls turned back in a hurry, happily running over, hugging Mo Xian's thighs and pampering him. "Daddy." Mo Xian bent down and picked them up. The two milk balls wrapped their arms around their dad's neck and were just about to kiss them, when they saw their mom and aunt coming back behind them following their dad. Then, they chose to ignore it and hugged and kissed their dad twice before saying sweetly, "Mommy, Auntie, when you were born, you should have given you two to Luo Tian and let him raise you for us, so as not to look at you two angry people." Luo Xia and Luo Muki secretly slandered in their hearts, and one of them reached out a hand and visibly retaliated by pinching their respective daughters' faces. The two milky lumps of pain were aggravated all of a sudden, but when they saw their mom's warning look, they could only wrap their arms around their dad and continue to pamper themselves, looking provocatively at their own mom in the process. Those two little bastards. Cough, cough. Luo Sheng on the sofa couldn't help but cough twice. He always felt that if he didn't make some noise, this family would only forget about him. Mo Xian somewhat apologetically put the child down and walked over to say respectfully, "Hello, Uncle Luo." Luo Sheng looked young. Some people would believe him if he said he was in his early 30s, and was dressed casually, warm like jade, with a good instrument, giving people a feeling of gentle elegance. "Well, sit down." Luo Sheng smiled gently, then glanced at Luo Xia and Luo Muki, and when the two sisters saw him, they just gave a flat greeting, "Dad." Afterwards, reaching out and pulling her daughter, she turned around and was about to go upstairs. Mo Xian wanted to go over and stop them, but Luo Sheng waved her hand at him, then gave a bitter smile. "I'm just here to see my granddaughter. I'll be back in a while. You stay with me and talk." Mo Xian. When Mo Xian saw this, he couldn't say anything else. He never knew why Luo Xia and Luo Muki were always so cold to their family. Occasionally, when they asked, they said something about the past and didn't want to be close to their families. I heard that your grandmother passed away. I thought I'd come and take a look. Luo Shang looked at Mo Xian, his tone filled with regret. Speaking of which, in the past, I was fortunate enough to also listen to your grandmother's class. I didn't expect. Seeing that Mo Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness when he heard this question, Luo Shang digressed. How have Xia and Muqi been doing lately? Well, that's good. Mo Xian nodded. Why don't you ask them yourself? There are some misunderstandings or… Never mind. They're doing just fine. Luo Shang waved his hand as he took a deep look at Mo Xian before opening his mouth and asking, do you know why they are not close to us? Mo Xian shook his head. He really didn't know anything about this matter. He had even asked Uncle Zheng about it in the past, but Uncle Zheng had looked away, so Mo Xian couldn't be bothered to ask any further. This matter, to say the least, is also my father's fault. Luo Shang smiled bitterly. When he died, we realized that he had an illegitimate child. Our kind of so-called powerful family. This kind of crap. Ha! Speaking of this, the emotions in Luo Shang's eyes became complicated. The experience of those 2 years really made him a little exhausted. The bastard somehow got part of the old master's industry and pulled together some families that wanted to pull the Luo family down. The support of the enterprise, the means is extremely despicable, and nothing to do. The Luo family was able to survive the turmoil and still sit as the #1 plutocrat in Kyoto. Only they themselves knew how much they had paid for it. If they didn't have to, they wouldn't have let Luo Xia and Luo Muki leave the house temporarily and hide near where Mo Xian and Grandma lived. When Luo Shang thought of this, his eyes suddenly became extremely pained, and his voice choked a little. One of the times, the situation was very special, and we could only prioritize one from amongst the sisters and Luo Tian to save them. We, the choice of Lothian, because he, of the two families' children, is the only male. Chapter 69. This scene, Deja Vu. Mo Xian's eyes turned cold for a moment when he heard Luo Shang's words. Luo Tian was the only male member of the Luo family, and it was no surprise to Mo Xian that old lady Luo had made this choice. What he was surprised about was that Luo Shang and Shen Qingyun, as parents, would actually agree. Noticing the change in Mo Xian's eyes, Luo Shang smiled to himself. That time can be said to be a dead game. My brother and I have actually almost stabilized the situation. 2 years my father's illegitimate son. The people who support them behind the scenes are gradually being controlled by us. Broken. But I didn't expect Xia and Muqi's hiding place was exposed. And at that time, Luo Tian's location was also known to them. In order to stabilize the situation, our family sent out almost all the people we could trust. And it was clear that there was a shortage of manpower. But we didn't dare to casually use a raw face at that time. So, 2 for 2. We chose Luo Tian. There's no reason. It's because he's the only eldest son and grandson of the Luo family. That's all. With a bang, Mo Xian pounded his fist hard on the table, and he didn't know why he was so dissatisfied with this matter. Not only because of his own feelings with their sisters, that feeling was familiar and it didn't originate from Luo Tian. In fact, he didn't come into contact with Luo Tian once or twice. He didn't dislike him, he even had a good relationship with him. Before, in the Luo family's old mansion, when he was conversing with the Luo family's old lady, he was just repulsed, but now when he heard Luo Shang's words, he couldn't control his emotions for a moment. I understand why you're angry, and I don't want to argue. Loxin smiled helplessly, but have you thought about it? This reason is in fact enough. Luo Tian was already in college at that time, although he is a person who looks like he doesn't have any big ambitions, and even some, to use your young people's words, a little bit of a pendulum. In terms of natural talent, he's actually inferior to Xia and Muki, especially Xia, who was already following the management of the huge Luo family when she was in college. No matter the vision or the business tactics, Luo Tian is inferior to her. But at that time, in our opinion, Luo Tian was very promising and had no problem supporting the Luo family. And, most importantly, as I mentioned, he was the only male. Mo Xian's clenched fist slowly loosened a bit. This reason was ridiculous, but it left no way to refute it. 100-year-old family like the Luo family, who had been at the tip of the pyramid in Kyoto for so long, making this choice, it seemed, did not have any worthwhile surprises. Luo Tian favors not being a second generation. Although Mo Xian always hears him complaining about wanting to go fishing and retire every time he sees him, he still manages Luo's well. That time, my brother said nothing to agree. 2 lives to exchange Luo Tian one, or his own niece. My brother said he'd rather Luo Tian die than have nightmares for the rest of his life. But my mother still insisted on prioritizing Luo Tian, and my wife and I agreed with my mother. Businessmen have been businessmen for too long. Their thought patterns have changed. I followed my mother's wishes and chose Luo Tian. My wife expressed her support. It was all nothing more than a weighing of the pros and cons from the very beginning. Xia and Miyuki were not only girls at the time, but they were still young at the time. It was impossible for us to gamble with them. Mo Xian somewhat hated his own reasoning at the moment. Luo Shang was right. From the family's interests, no matter how you think about it, this seems to be very reasonable. But when he thought of Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki's situation back then, Mo Xian felt incomparably uncomfortable. It was as if the entire person had fallen into the water. An inexplicable sense of suffocation and powerlessness. Luo Shang looked at Mo Xian, who was silent with his head bowed, and his mind suddenly thought of the scene when he first met Mo Xian. Technically, it was Mo Xian, who was lying on the ground, clutching the thighs of one of the beaters and refusing to let go, who had passed out. He was wearing a school uniform and his face was covered in blood. Only 15 years old, even if he is the close disciple of the national martial arts master Zhang, but facing 8 or 9 armed adults, or a group of professional fighters with a criminal record, mixed with the mob. A child surprisingly put down 5 by himself, but also suffered serious injuries, and finally the 6th thigh held by him was also bitten a piece of the thigh. No matter how much the man kicked and punched, Mo Xian dead grasped him not to let go. Their people arrived just in time to stop the rest of the people. There were 2 groups of people that day. Uncle Zhang brought people to stop one of them and sent people to escort Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki away. But they didn't expect that the other side still had people. If it wasn't for Mo Xian, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But when he thought of this, Luo Shang only felt guilt and remorse in his heart. Who was he to think about this? How desperate Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki had to be at that time. If it wasn't Mo Xian, then he could only collect the corpses of his 2 daughters in the past 2 years together, almost using his own life to save them in that situation. And most regrettably, he'd suffered from amnesia. Saying this to you, there's really no other meaning, not to mention that it's not something honorable. Luo Shang gave a bitter smile. I also don't want you to help ease the relationship between us. After all, there's nothing to ease. Mo Xian looked at Luo Shang and in his heart, he didn't know what to say to him. He clearly knew that this matter was unfair to Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki, but there was no way for him to blame Luo Shang. Even if they gave up Luo Tian, wouldn't they regret it? What those people did back then wasn't just to kill the 3 children of the Luo family, it was more to psychologically strike them. Whether it was Luo Shang giving up his 2 daughters or his elder brother Luo Chuan giving up Luo Tian, there was always one party who had to bear the harm that came with the choice. Speaking of which, I think we are still quite similar. Seemingly not wanting to continue this topic, Luo Shang's words changed. Actually, my wife and I, we also had Xia unmarried and pregnant. And, thinking of his wife, Luo Shang could only smile helplessly and bitterly. I also drank too much that day, and as a result, when I woke up the next day, I found my wife sleeping beside me. Mo Xian's eyes couldn't help but widen when he heard this. Could this also be hereditary? That day I clearly remember. I was with my friends to drink, originally just a simple socializing. I don't even know how I got into her room. Luo Shang sighed. I apologized to her and asked her to punish me however she wanted. She didn't care. Instead she talked to me. I don't blame you if you have this heart. How do you know? Luo Shang looked at Mo Xian in surprise while Mo Xian, with a black face, didn't answer Luo Shang's question but continued to ask, did Auntie Shen disappear for a while afterward, and then came back with the child in her arms? You know this too. Xia or Miyuki told you? Luo Shang's heart suddenly complained about her daughter. How could she just say such things? That's not true. It's just. Mo Xian scratched his head awkwardly. I was, at first, going through the same thing as you, because at the time Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki were first and foremost. Only after the birth of the child did the Luo family know so much, and it just so happened that Luo Shang and Shen Xingyun had been expanding their overseas business during that time, not in the country, and when they came back, the child was crawling all over the place. Luo Shang looked at Mo Xian, and suddenly his heart released a lot. Thinking about it, I am still quite lucky, at least only being pestered by his wife, but Mo Xian is being watched by his own 2 daughters at the same time. He still didn't say some of the words that were originally on his lips. Children, my past experience. It is time for someone to share with me. Not uncle, I am not righteous. Really cannot help. Chapter 70, like you from the beginning to the end. Putting aside Luo Shang's lack of virtue, Mo Xian's heart was a little unsettled. The explanation for what happened in the first place, Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki, was that they also drank too much, so they opened a room to rest. But Mo Xian was already in there by then. The man was drugged, the woman was drunk, and this came out of nowhere. This explanation is actually quite pale. But when you think about Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki's identities, plus Mo Jinpeng's framing, Mo Xian feels that it might be a mistake at some point in the middle. Still, who's a good person who would believe that the 2 princesses of the Luo family are counting on him? But today, listening to Luo Shang's words, Mo Xian for the first time became skeptical. This mom is a coincidence. Is the daughter also a coincidence? Wouldn't it be risky for this family of husbands to all look like that? Luo Shang didn't know how Luo Xia and Luo Muki got their hands on them. His wife did know, but didn't tell him. You can't say to him, the father, that your daughter used the same method I used to set you up in the first place to set someone else up. Can you? Luo Shang also didn't inquire. After he knew it was Mo Xian, he was able to accept it instead. When Mo Xian lost his memory, it's not like Luo Xia and Luo Muki didn't go to look for him. Yet who knows what they saw and came back to smash things like crazy. His collection of antiques, tens of millions of auction back to the porcelain, expensive furniture, these two sisters crazy energy up regardless. Scared Luo Tian, a big boy of 8 meters. See her too straight shivering. Not to mention him, Luo Shang was shocked. The madness in Luo Xia and Luo Muki's eyes and the sickness on their faces could not be faked. It's also quite a coincidence, huh? Luo Shang always felt if she shouldn't mention this. It's getting late. If I go back late, your Aunt Shin will rush me. I have to hurry. After saying that, Luo Shang stood up and left. Even Mo Xian retained him at the back. He pretended not to hear. My dad left? Luo Xia walked down from upstairs at some point and saw Mo Xian sitting on the sofa in a daze. Xiao Xian, are you alright? Did he say something to you? You don't have to care. Xia, let me ask you something. Mo Xian raised his head and looked at her blankly. Back then that time, you guys and I in the hotel, that time was really an accident? Luo Xia blinked, then smiled. Is it important? Mo Xian was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer her. Luo Xia walks over and sits next to him, reaches out to stroke his face and says, you've lost your memory. You remember when you just moved here and I took you to the hospital a few times, right? Mo Xian nodded his head a bit blankly. Of course he remembered. When he moved over, Luo Xia and Luo Muki offered to take him to the hospital, and he didn't know why, but Luo Xia explained that it was just a routine body checkup and that it was fine. That time the doctor asked about Mo Xian's past head trauma and memory nerve damage. The sisters insisted on taking him for a detailed examination many times, and there was no problem other than the memory nerve damage. Halfway through, they tried medication and took him to a psychiatrist. Mo Xian was curious at the time why they cared so much about his amnesia, but they hadn't explained it to him either. The result of the examination is that Mo Xian can only recover slowly in this case, and it is best not to use medical means or hypnotherapy to forcefully awaken the memory, which may be risky. I don't dare to tell you. The doctor said to let you recover slowly by yourself, but I can tell you one thing. Xiao Xian, Luo Xia's eyes suddenly turned red, and those peach blossom eyes carried an indescribable sadness. Muchi and I liked you earlier than you thought. Only like you. From the beginning. Mo Xian stared blankly at Luo Xia as that familiar feeling flooded into his mind once again. Vivi, sister. For some reason, Mo Xian suddenly shouted out this name, and upon hearing these 3 words, Luo Xia jerked her head up to look at Mo Xian. This is the first time that Mo Xian faced Luo Xia as sick eyes head on, which made him unable to resist a cold backbone, but Luo Xia grabbed his collar, and in his voice was an undisguised excitement. What did you just shout at me? I don't know why, but all of a sudden it just seemed like that's what you should be called. Luo Xia's sudden change made Mo Xian's originally chaotic brain clear up at once, but when he looked, Luo Xia's eyes had changed back to the tenderness of the past, and there seemed to be some gloominess. That's weird. Was that an illusion? Luo Xia sighed and pulled Mo Xian's hand and said, go upstairs with me, Xiao Xian. I'll show you something. Mo Xian didn't know what to do for a moment, but still followed Luo Xia upstairs, not going to the study, but to her bedroom. From the nightstand, she took out a photo album, carefully opened it, and handed it to Mo Xian. The moment he saw the photo, Mo Xian froze for a split second. The self in junior high school uniform, in the old townhouse, the photo of himself and the teenage Luo Xia, the childish and even a little baby-faced Luo Muki. It was obviously very different from now, but he could still recognize them instantly. Do you remember? Luo Xia looked at the somewhat stunned Mo Xian and asked softly with some anticipation, but Mo Xian looked up at her and mechanically shook his head. These are all him, but he just doesn't remember. It's okay. The doctor said in the beginning that you have a special case. When she said this, Luo Xia suddenly burst into tears, and then she suddenly cried out. Who could believe that the outwardly cool and proud princess of the plutocracy was crying so sadly at this moment? She jumped into Mo Xian's arms at once and pounded him fiercely. How could you forget those 2 years? And why did it have to be those 2 years? Mo Xian held the photo album, his eyes staring blankly. The forgotten memories were as if covered by a mist. He could only vaguely see some outlines. Sorry. For a long time, Mo Xian only seemed to find his voice. Luo Xia raised his head and looked at him with tearful eyes. His voice was full of grievances. Muchi and I went to look for you, but you saw us as if you saw a stranger, and at that time you had Yanran by your side. That day, it was really an accident. Muchi and I just happened to be there. And we also recognized you. And seeing that you were not in the right state, we sent someone to take you to the hotel. But that day, Muchi and I drank 2 more drinks before leaving. My head was a little dizzy. I saw the room card in my hand, so I mistakenly thought that I had already opened a room. I didn't realize that you were drugged and that Muki and I were alcohol-fueled and confused. When you woke up the next day, you still didn't recognize us, and we didn't think that much of it. After all, those 2 years you forgot are precious memories to us, and we really don't blame you. But I didn't expect to actually get pregnant. Muki and I were both surprised, but we still thought of giving birth to the child, and do not dare to explain to you. After all, you lost your memory, so use this method to keep you around. When Mo Xian heard this, he glanced somewhat woodenly at the photo album in his hand, the 3 of them laughing happily at that time. Even if he still couldn't remember, the picture of himself wasn't going to lie. I'm sorry, Mo Xian suddenly burst into tears. How come I still can't remember? How come I forgot about you guys? You're not to blame for your memory loss, Xiao Xian. It was you who saved us. Luo Xia tenderly wiped the tears on Mo Xian's face with her hand. It was for us that you got hurt. After all these years, Muki and I haven't forgotten you. If you don't remember, you don't remember. It's okay, as long as you're still with us, even if you go through life not remembering what we did back then. Not waiting for her to finish, Mo Xian took her into his arms. Luo Xia was briefly stunned and hugged him back tightly, but a wry smile surfaced on her pearly face. Sitting in the car, Luo Shang was resting his eyes. Suddenly his cell phone rang, and when he glanced at the note wife, Luo Shang answered it in a hurry. Honey, did you go see Violet and Cheryl? Unlike normal days, Shin Xingyun's voice was extremely gentle. Luo Shang rubbed his brow and said somewhat helplessly, Speak up, who did you bribe to stare at me this time? Look what you're saying, Shin Xingyun said in mock anger. I'm also concerned about you. When are you coming back? Just about to answer, Luo Shang's cell phone suddenly popped up a message. Looked at Luo Shang. I'm sorry to say, wife. Sorry, just now a few of my friends said to drink a cup of wine together. Oh, so, Shin Xingyun was silent for a while, and Luo Shang didn't know what she was doing, but he heard a sound that seemed to be typing as if he was typing. Okay, honey, you can go home now. I'll push it for you. Luo Shang was just about to ask, do you know who it is? But think about it, you will be redundant to ask. Shin Xingyun, as long as you want to know about yourself, it must be a check. You say he's not free. He can go out and do whatever he wants. But if you say he's free, Shin Xingyun will always have a way to make him come home on time, or even keep him away from home. Okay, I'll be back soon. Luo Shang's voice was full of helplessness, but it carried a hint of doting, and then how to control Strone. But she is truly love yourself. So many years, Shin Xingyun a little bit with the heart. Luo Shang is to know that she is a little abnormal, but also recognized. I can't help it. I can't get away from her myself. Mo Xian, uncles today, may be your tomorrow, Hanging up the phone and sighing helplessly, but Luo Shang still said to the driver, drive faster. Don't make madam wait too long. Chapter 71, Half-Truths and Half-Falsehoods. Mo Xian slowly let go of Luo Xia, and the original guilt in his heart instead became much deeper. Reaching out his hand, he carefully dried the tears on her face. Stop crying, we should go see our daughters. Before she could finish, Luo Xia cupped Mo Xian's face with both hands and kissed him. Wanted to kiss you all day. Xia, wait. Luo Xia was too enthusiastic. For a long time, she suppressed her voice and opened her mouth. I went to your high school to look for you, but you were with Su Yanran. I'm sorry, she is a liar and a thief. Luo Xia looked up. Her eyes seemed to have water mist. You are mine and Muqi's. She stole you. Xia, I'm sorry. Mo Xian reached out, ruffling Luo Xia's hanging hair. Now, in the future, I will only be with you. Mo Xian didn't know how lethal the words were to the sickly Luo Xia. Familiarly pulling clothes, breathing was plundered. Luo Xia is more domineering than usual, more full of possessiveness. Then there was a knock at the bedroom door. Open up, open up. The kid is here looking for his father. Luo Muki's voice carried a kind of pleasure, a kind of happiness of a successful prank, and the 2 milk dumplings followed in a milky voice and said slowly, open the door, open the door. Mo Xian clearly saw Luo Xia's mesmerized eyes go from awake to displeased in an instant. She let go of Mo Xian and walked over to open the door to her room, and the 2 milk balls directly crossed over to her, waddling over to look for their dad, and Luo Muki stood outside the door, playfully sticking her tongue out at Luo Xia. This dead girl. Luo Xia glared at her fiercely, while Luo Muki immediately looked at her sister with an innocent face, but in her heart she was happy. Let you always do tricks behind my back. Over there, Mo Xian hadn't noticed the 2 sisters yet. He just squatted down and hugged his 2 daughters, and in his heart, he felt more and more that he was really unfair to Luo Xia and Luo Muki. The memories of 3 people and him forgetting everything to leave and leaving them behind for so long, and not only did they never blame themselves, but they did so much more. After dinner, Imo Xian didn't go to play with his daughters, but found Luo Xia who was in her study, and it just so happened that Luo Muki was there as well. When he entered, Luo Xia was writing something on a blue folder, and when she saw him, Luo Xia naturally closed the folder, still with a gentle smile on her face. Luo Muki on one side took the initiative to come over and hold Imo Xian's arm, asking softly, "Brother, why didn't you go to accompany Weier and Schwer? In fact, there is something I want to ask you." Imo Xian always felt that something was not quite right. Su Yanran said that she was the one who saved me. What was going on at that time? She lied to you, Xiao Xian. That's why I called her a liar and a thief. Luo Xia sighed. I don't know what she told you. My father arrived with people, took Mu Qi and I away, called an ambulance and sent someone to take you to the hospital. All of this Mu Qi and I saw with our own eyes. We were going to go with you, but my dad forced us to go. Imo Xian could also understand that in that situation, it was normal for Luo Sheng to prioritize his own daughter. After that incident, Mu Qi and I were protected until later when we could go out. You had lost your memory. As for Su Yanran, I don't know. Of course she knows, she just won't say it at this time. Hearing Luo Xia's words, Imo Xian sighed. It didn't make sense that Luo Xia would lie to himself, when he was in a coma for 7 days before he woke up. After he woke up, the doctor informed him that he had suffered a blow to the head. His memory nerves were damaged and he had lost part of his memory. And according to the grandmother, Su Yanyan's description, Su Yanyan came to look for Imo Xian to play when he did not see him at home, went out to look for him when he found out that he was injured, called an ambulance, and around the people who passed by to help send Imo Xian to the hospital, because she was still small, did not go together, went home to inform the grandmother. When I arrived at the hospital, I learned that Imo Xian's medical bills had already been paid, and paid a lot, and the person who paid the money left without leaving any words. Su Yanran said the hospital address, and according to her description also seems very reasonable. That day is night, Imo Xian injured place and more remote, not many people see, so Grandma and Imo Xian believed that Su Yanran saved him. Also because of this reason high school Su Yanran and he took the initiative to confess that he did not refuse, but instead of Su Yanran's sincere treatment, sighing, Imo Xian looked at them with somewhat complicated eyes. Then he asked softly, how exactly did we meet? In the beginning, you should have also heard my father say that Grandpa's illegitimate son had united with outsiders with the intention of seeking to take over the Luo family. Uncle, my parents and they were too busy to take care of themselves, and with me, Muki, and Luo Tian, it was rather more dangerous for us to be around them. Luo Xia couldn't help but sigh as she thought of this. Mu Qi and I were secretly sent near you and Grandma, hiding over there incognito, and that's when we met. When Muki and I were rarely able to go out and had to hire a tutor even for our classes, you came running to be with us every day, and the few times we were able to go out back then, it was with you. Actually, my mother originally intended to send Mu Qi and I to Hoodoo, where my grandparents were, but at that time, my mother had a hard time with my grandparents in order to be with my father. My father mentioned it to you, didn't he? He and my mother were unmarried and had me, but mother had a marriage partner at that time. It was the son of Grandpa's worldly friend. This matter made a big fuss in Hoodoo. Mother made Grandpa lose face. Even if she married into the Luo family, Nuki and I hadn't seen Grandpa and Grandma once at that time. You accident that time, Grandpa and Grandma only realized that Kyoto side actually out of such a big thing. But let them take this opportunity to make up. Luo Xia shook her head with a bitter smile, then continued, Muchi and I were forced by my mother to follow my grandparents to Hoodoo, and we were only allowed to come back 2 months later, and I didn't expect to come back after. Luo Xia didn't tell Mo Shen that incident had completely irritated her and Luo Muki. They were incapable of rebelling against their parents, against the Luo family. The Luo family and the Shin family had always wanted to reconcile and work together, but Grandpa and Mother had been at an impasse until that one time, when both sides seemed to have found a reasonable reason. As for her and Luo Muki, no one cared what they thought. Her mother had eyes only for her father, who at the time thought it would be good to have them blessed by the Shin family in Hoodoo. But Mo Shen, who really saved them, is lying in the hospital, and it was Mo Shen who was by their side during those 2 years of almost house arrest-like life. Of course, Mo Shen does not remember that at that time, their sisters already had some abnormalities, clueless in youthful feelings, saving lives. Then Mo Shen's memory loss and Su Yanran's turtle dove. These eventually turned into their morbid love for Mo Shen, obsession and possessiveness, and step by step drove them to orchestrate everything. For so many years, we've actually always wanted to see you, and we did do so. Luo Muki hugged Mo Shen's arm tightly. But you were already with Su Yanran at that time, so my sister and I thought that as long as you were happy, it was good, so we didn't suddenly show up to disturb your life. Of course, this is false. The two of them even wanted to kill Su Yanran. Not disturbing merely that it wasn't the right time yet. And once Luo Xia and Luo Muki had completely rendered their families incapable of stopping them, the plan was soon put into effect. You guys don't have to do so much. I'm not worth it. Mo Xian's tears slowly fell to the floor. And the children. You guys. Hey. All the words finally turned into a sigh. Mo Xian had never thought that he would actually be cherished so much. Brother, we've told you many times that as long as you're by our side. Luo Muki slowly hooked her hands around Mo Xian's neck. Her eyes met. And Mo Xian suddenly felt as if Luo Muki's eyes were an abyss that seemed to be luring him to jump. Mo Xian did not speak, but his heart, has jumped into the abyss. Named Xia Luo and Muki Luo. The Abyss. Chapter 72, Reception. Su Yanran looked at the invitation in her hand and finally got out of the car with her assistant. She was no longer reluctant, but after weighing the situation, she still came. Luo family she cannot afford to offend. To come, she is afraid of the Luo sisters. Do not come, but also afraid of the Luo family retaliation. Night after night and day after day of thinking, she still chose to turn that evidence over to the authorities. For Mo Xian? Or for what? I'm afraid only she knows for sure. But she didn't know that during this time of her hesitation, Mo Xian had already been further captured by that pair of goblin sisters. Luo's receptions are usually held in a hotel under their name. One of the most luxurious hotels in Kyoto. Su Yanyan took her assistant and took off her light blue down jacket outside. Inside was a pure white long dress. Go ahead and wait for me nearby. Su Yanran said to her assistant. Maybe I'll notify you in advance and come pick me up then. Su Yanran's assistant was a woman 2 years older than her. And she was a little confused as to why she had to leave early. It was Luo's reception. Normally shouldn't she take this opportunity to stay a little longer? Even if they can't get on the Luo family, those who may have been invited by the Luos, and can get on their Su family can only take the opportunity to move up a ladder. Su Yanran saw the assistant's doubts and said with a bitter smile, You go, wait for my call. What seemed like an incredibly precious opportunity to outsiders was like a death wish to her. She knew herself what she had really done in the first place, and she was certain that no one would ever know, which is why she wanted Mo Xian to come back to her. She thinks it's love, but Grandma Su wasn't wrong in her words in the first place. She's just not happy about it. She just doesn't think so herself. When she first met Mo Xian from a young age, she liked Mo Xian, and she was the one who ended up with Mo Xian, but she was also the one who ended up abandoning Mo Xian and hurting him. She stubbornly believes that she is just a momentary ghost. She is afraid to go to see Mo Xian is guilty. More than that, Mo Xian was really good to her in the past. She was capricious. She made a mess. Mo Xian would smile and not say anything. Mo Xian was different to her as a girlfriend at that time. Anyone could see how good Mo Xian was to her. So she always held the fantasy in her heart that Mo Xian tolerated her in the past and could do so now. She guessed that Luo Xia and Luo Muki most likely knew something about what happened in the beginning, but she always held on to the idea that they just thought they were hiding the truth about Mo Xian's amnesia, as well as hiding the existence of their sisters. After all, they shouldn't know about that incident. Ms. Su, you're here? Sister Hui walked over head-on. She had never met Sister Hui, but was familiar with her voice. Seeing her, Su Yanran took a step back somewhat warily. Don't be afraid. Our first and second misses won't do anything if they invite you here. Sister Hui wore a smile. You can rest assured that if there is cooperation, even if Luos can't work with you, I'll introduce you to other companies that can. Su Yanran didn't answer. Her eyes still looked at Sister Hui warily, and Sister Hui didn't care. Still with a smile on her face, she said, Big Miss and Second Miss haven't come over yet. I'll follow you. After all, you're a new face. It's always a good thing to have someone to protect, isn't it? Su Yanran bit her lip and still followed Sister Hui inside. I have reported Mo Jinpeng. Su Yanran suddenly spoke. Isn't that what you guys wanted me to do by giving me that evidence? Megumi glanced at her and said faintly, Yes, that's indeed what it means. So, what exactly are you first and second young ladies trying to do? Su Yanran's voice trembled a little. I know that it was impossible to say that I was given a chance in the first place. I just want a chance to make it up to Mo Xian. Miss Su, at the risk of asking, how will you compensate Mr. Mo? Sister Hui interrupted her. Money? To say something that I, an employee, shouldn't say. Of the entire Kyoto's rich families, who do you think would be richer than our first lady? Second lady? What you can afford to give, they can give. And what you can't afford to give, they can give. Affection? Miss Su, Mr. Mo did right by you in the first place. It was you who abandoned him first. Su Yanran's face turned white, lowered her head and fell silent. Sister Hui looked at her and said with a fake sigh, Our Missy said that in the beginning. In fact, she just wanted to see your sincerity, even if you and Mr. Mo are no longer possible. In the end, they are still each other's first love. and Missy doesn't want you guys to make too much of a mess. This time you reported Mo Jinpeng. Missy is still satisfied in her heart. Giving you the invitation in evidence is to let you make a choice. If you did nothing, then I'm afraid I'll have to kick you out. Hearing this, Su Yanran couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, how do you know I'm not lying to you? Ms. Su, if you were lying to me, I wouldn't have brought you in. Sister Hui sneered. You at least served in the Su family. You wouldn't be unaware of the Luo family's methods, would you? You went to present your evidence 2 hours ago and went home to change your gown in the middle of it. Looking at Su Yanran's slowly bloodless face, Sister Hui smiled playfully. Miss Su still wants to know what she did today. I can tell you everything. Su Yanyan felt at the moment that she shouldn't have come, but her parents knew about the invitation she received from Luo's. They didn't know about Mo Xian and Luo Xia, Luo Nuki, and had been urging Su Yanyan to come over. Now that I think about it, she was right not to say anything. Loxia's people had been watching her. Hui no longer said anything. The reception had already begun. Luo Tian brought his wife, Lu Yi, and was exchanging pleasantries with a few middle-aged people. Yi Lu was Luo Tian's college classmate, the daughter of the Lu family in Sichuan and Chongqing. The Lu family has almost reached a monopoly in the manufacturing and catering industries in Sichuan and Chongqing. And Lu Yi is not only beautiful, her character is also very gentle, at least in the eyes of outsiders. Very gentle. Su Yanran was a bit at a loss for words, during which Sister Hui had asked her if she wanted to help her introduce some people, but her heart was in turmoil at the moment, and she was completely at a loss as to what to say. Huma, what brings you here? Mo Qingqing's voice suddenly sounded, startling Su Yanran and turning back to look. Mo Qingqing followed Yi Ning and walked over together. Sister Qingqing? Su Yanran also didn't expect to actually run into Mo Qingqing here. She had no contact with the Mo family recently and naturally didn't know that Mo Qingqing had hitched a ride with the Yi family. Yi Ning still looked as if he was a pawn lord on top of his body. His eyes lit up when he saw Su Yanran. Even though both she and Mo Qingqing were not as beautiful as Luo Xia and Luo Muki, they were still rare beauties. Compared to Mo Qingqing, Su Yanran was a bit younger, and Yi Ning inevitably looked at him a bit more. And Mo Qingqing naturally noticed that he was different, but didn't care much. You are Vice President Luo's assistant? Mo Qingqing was even more surprised in her eyes when she saw Sister Hui on the side. Yan, do you know Vice President Luo? Su Yanran was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. Sister Hui just squinted at Mo Qingqing and Yi Ning and said in a flat tone, she's second Mrs. Schoolmate. Second Miss asked me to bring her here. Mo Qingqing wanted to ask again, but Luo Muki had already come over. A rose-red high-fashion dress, wearing the necklace Mo Xian sent her around her neck, and a black ring of the same style as Mo Xian on her right index finger. Luo Muki just walked over. A lot of people have already had sideways glances. Yi Ning eyes are looking straight. The original greasy overlord's expression for a time became somewhat obscene. What was even more surprising was the striking hickey on Luo Muki's neck. Senior sister, you're here? Luo Muki had a harmless smiling face, and even affectionately took Su Yanran's hand and brought her to a side where there were fewer people. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go over there and talk? Su Yanran looked at Luo Muki dumbfounded. The red marks dotting her neck made her feel extraordinarily solid. Noticing her line of sight, Luo Muki elegantly and charmingly ruffled her hair and said softly, brother is too pestering. I'm coming over. He's not allowed to. Su Yanran couldn't help but clench her hands tightly while Luo Muki came to her ear and said in a gentle tone, this is too much to bear? We have a child. Isn't it normal to do this? You did it on purpose, didn't you? Su Yanran bit her own lip, a hint of resentment in her eyes. To take revenge on me for Mo Xian? No, Lo Muchi said with a light laugh. I'm getting back at you for me and my sister. Chapter 73, Stolen Tenderness. So cheap? Su Yanran's gaze stalled and she couldn't help but try to back away. But her wrist was grabbed fiercely by Luo Muki. What are you afraid of? Luo Muki had a smile on her face, looking somewhat appalling. Don't worry Miss Su, my sister and I only want to talk to you. Although you did hurt your brother today, count it as a good deed you did. We have nothing to talk about. Su Yanran was really a bit scared. Luo Muki was different from Luo Xia. The last time she was slapped in the sanatorium, the madness in Luo Muki's eyes was still fresh in her mind. Don't worry, I promise I won't move you a bit, but if you leave, if I say one word here today that you've offended me, your Su family can be finished tomorrow. Do you believe me? Luo Muki winked at her without a hint of provocation, but Su Yanran still felt her scalp tingle when she saw it. This is not a joke. Many of the people here are powerful and prominent people that the Su family can't even come into contact with on weekdays. If Luo Muki really wants to say a word like this, the Su family could really go bankrupt tomorrow. Let's go. Miss Su, since you're not in the mood to socialize with others, why don't you go around with me? Luo Muki slowly let go of her hand, her white tender wrist already reddened. Just in time. Brother will be with sister this time. I'll take you to meet them? When Su Yanran heard this, her heart was suddenly mixed. She didn't dare to go and see, but she knew that if Luo Muki came, it would only be up to her. What was she told to see? To see how Mo Xian had put that tenderness he used to show her into someone else now? Luo Muki, I didn't offend you, did I? Su Yanran's voice was a bit hoarse. It's true that I shouldn't have kept things from Mo Xian in the past, but I also like him, and I've known him since I was a child. And yes, I did sway from side to side. Ha! Luo Muki sneered. Swinging from side to side? Su Yanran, if you had been steadfast in choosing your brother, perhaps I wouldn't be so disgusted with you, and I could even understand you. After all, in order to be with my brother, my sister and I have done quite a lot. You cheated on him and stole him, and then what? Just for a piece of trash like Mo Jinpeng, you go and hurt him? Luo Muki's eyes, suddenly a scarlet red, suppressed his voice in Su Yanran's ear, like the devil's whisper, stolen tenderness. Very cheap is it? Su Yanran couldn't help but have her whole body shaken as Luo Muki pointed to the exit on one side. I don't have much patience, so if you don't come with me again, you know what I'll do. Helplessly, Su Yanran could only follow Luo Muki and leave together, while Mo Qingqing on the side had been observing the two of them, and Yi Ning beside her pretended to be uninterested and asked, Qingqing, do you know the girl who's with Luo Muki? Well, my brother's previous marriage partner, but now well. Mo Qingqing glanced at Yi Ning. Young Master Yi has his eye on her? Don't be ridiculous, how is that possible? Yi Ning hurriedly explained with Mo Qingqing. Grandma has her eye on you, and I like you, so how could I possibly have my eye on another girl? Who believes it? Mo Qingqing despised it in her heart, but there was no change of expression on her face. She knew very well that Yi Ning was dishonest, but as far as she was concerned, the position of the Yi family's youngest grandmother was the most important thing. As for Yi Ning, he was playing dead outside and had nothing to do with her. Precisely because Mo Qingqing's behavior of not caring was mistaken for generosity by the always dishonest Yi Ning, that's why he couldn't wait to get married to Mo Qingqing. Not to mention that Mo Qingqing herself has excellent ability and beautiful. Yi old lady also favor, although older than him, but he is still very satisfied. Even this time Luo's reception he took the initiative to bring her, seeing that Yi Ning was interested in Su Yanran, but Mo Qingqing didn't intend to use other women to please him. Now she was instead more concerned in her heart about why Luo Muki was looking for Su Yanran, even though she couldn't hear their conversation. But looking at Su Yanran's expression, she didn't feel that these two were some kind of friendly sister-sister relationship. Speaking of which, when I went to the Luo family before, my grandmother wanted to go to old lady Luo to get our two families to marry. You know that, right? Yi Ning thought about it. I've also seen a little white man. I don't know which of the two sisters' wild seeds is their father. Mo Qingqing glared at him fiercely, and only then did Yi Ning remember that this was the Luo family's reception, and he quickly shut up and didn't speak. There was silence in the elevator. Luo Muki leaning lazily to one side, her eyes always on her phone. Su Yanran nervously lowered her head. She could even hear her somewhat rapid heartbeat. It wasn't that she was nervous about meeting Mo Xian, but she had no idea what she would face next. The elevator stopped at the 10th floor. Luo Muki walked out of the elevator door first, glanced back at Su Yanran and said indifferently, let's go. We've wrapped this floor. There's no one else. Su Yanran seemed like a puppet, numbly following Luo Muki, followed to the door of a luxury suite, swiped the card, opened the door, and after entering the door was the living room, and two rooms. The room on the right-hand side was open about a third of the way, and through the doorway, Su Yanran saw Mo Xian, who had his back turned to him, as well as Luo Xia. Mo Xian braced his hands on the table. Luo Xia hooked her hands around his neck, and under the black dress, a pair of long legs wrapped tightly around his waist. Xia, you should go to. Well, Mo Xian managed to utter a sentence before his lips were sealed by Luo Xia again. Su Yanran stared blankly at the scene in front of her. Luo Xia opened her eyes in a daze, saw Su Yanran outside the door, wrapped her hands tightly around Mo Xian's head, and gave her a smile. The lipstick spent on her lips added a touch of flirtation, but at the moment Luo Xia's smile was full of danger and a hint of sickness. I'm going to take care of something. Be good and wait for me. Luo Xia came close to Mo Xian's ear and exhaled, and Luo Muki suddenly gently pulled the door shut and left the room with the stagnant Su Yanran. I'm sorry, I didn't know that my sister and the others, oops, all told her that you were coming up. Luo Muki had a smile on her face, not a trace of apology in her tone. You say, Miss Su, when brother knew about you and Mo Jinpeng, what was his mood? Su Yanran's figure couldn't help but shake a bit, but Luo Muki didn't seem to intend to let her go, but continued. Do you know how I felt when I secretly went to look for my brother for so many years and saw him pulling you? You know when I watched him hug you, I wanted to rush over and kill you several times. Luo Muki paused for a moment, then grabbed Su Yanran's collar. Her eyes reddened. How did you manage to be so shameless? If it wasn't for you, brother wouldn't have lost his memory and wouldn't have been injured. But I have you to thank for that. If it wasn't for you, how could my sister and I be with my brother right now without a care in the world? But you think I really don't know that you were the one who told those people where we were in the first place? Su Yanran lowered her head and a tear fell on the back of Luo Muki's hand. I don't know. I really don't know. Su Yanran choked and said, I didn't know they were there to kill you. Chapter 74. You are not like us. Don't know? Oh, Su Yanran, you really don't know? Luo Muki's eyes were filled with scorn. Then she continued, my sister and I didn't offend you at that time, did we? Not to mention that you knew that your brother was also with us, but you still told them. Su Yanran was dumbfounded, looking down at the floor, her hands unconsciously clenched. You said you've loved your brother since you were a child, but you knew there was no way with his character that he would leave us alone, but you still showed those people the way. Su Yanran, do you really like your brother that much? Luo Muki's voice was not big and it was very nice, but in Su Yanran's ears, it was as if a needle had pierced into her ears. Speaking of which, it seems like we hadn't even met you at the time, so why are you so hostile towards me and my sister? Luo Muki slowly bent down, slightly sideways, looking at the pale Su Yanran from the bottom up. Is it because you found out that brother prefers to be with us and you're jealous? Su Yanran bit her lip, her pupils kept vibrating. There was no way for her to deny that what Luo Muki said was not wrong. In those 2 years she accompanied her grandmother to visit Grandma Mo Xian, who was at home less and less, and although she would still play with her, she would sometimes be distracted. You don't really like your brother, it's just a possessive desire, Luo Muki said with a certainty in her tone. Let me guess, you must have secretly followed brother and then learned about us, right? For a while, the memories that Su Yanyan had forgotten slowly came to her mind. That time she followed her grandmother over, but Mo Xian was in a hurry to go out. Su Yanyan was puzzled in her heart and secretly followed him behind, until she saw him enter the old townhouse. There was a balcony on the second floor of the townhouse, and Su Yanyan clearly saw Mo Xian with a young girl, and a girl of a similar age to him. Unlike when he was with her, Mo Xian was relaxed with them, with that natural and unconcerned smile on his face that she had never seen before. But Su Yanran never thought. She once did not try to understand Mo Xian, and do not know his likes and dislikes, and Mo Xian together will always be Mo Xian to accommodate her. Now, Mo Xian had someone else, and even Su Yanran saw a hint of longing in Mo Xian's eyes, and a hint of indescribable affection. Was it to that young girl, or that girl who was similar to him in age? Su Yanran didn't know, or, at that time, Mo Xian didn't know either. The feelings of a 15-year-old are like green fruit, ignorant, simple, yet easy to see through. Su Yanran and Mo Xian have known each other for so many years. That kind of look she has not once seen in Mo Xian's eyes. For the first time, Su Yanyan suddenly developed jealousy and even resentment. A childhood playmate suddenly stopped surrounding her as if a beloved toy had been taken away from her by someone else. Aren't you guys possessive now? Seemingly unwilling to be poked and prodded herself, Su Yanran raised her head, but it looked like she knew she was holding herself together. Yeah, us too. Ha, Luo Muki said frankly, but do you think that you can be the same as us? You started out thinking of him only as a doll you cherished, didn't you? But there comes a time when a favorite doll gets bored, so then you betrayed him. I'm not. Su Yanyan seemed to want to explain that she never thought that, but she couldn't get a word out. I was just momentarily haunted. Ha, Su Yanran, in terms of family history you're not as good as me. In terms of looks, I think I'm not bad either. How many people are chasing me? You should have heard about it when you were in college, right? Luo Muki looked as if she had heard some kind of joke. My sister is even more needless to say. From the time she sat on the vice president's seat, how many people have rushed after her? But why? Are we so determined to wait for our brother? Luo Muki's words were like a slap in Su Yanran's face. The Luo sisters who were superior to her in every aspect had not only been waiting for Mo Xian, but had even given birth to a daughter for her. And even to this day, when the word Mo Xian was mentioned, Luo Muki's eyes would glow. Not to mention that the Luo Xia just now, it was completely as if she wanted to incorporate Mo Xian into her own body. She was a woman. She could see that Luo Xia's intimacy towards Mo Xian just now was more of an obsessive love affair. Admit it, you just love vanity. Brother, then the only thing that can't satisfy your vanity in terms of money. Dang, Su family big miss. Boyfriend actually can't even give you a decent bag. Let me guess. It's not that you don't know what Mo Jinpeng is thinking. You even know it very well. You know even more that if you do this, your brother will definitely be sad. But you still did it. Su Yanran, if it was me and my sister, no matter who it was, we would choose our brother. He's not the first in line. He's the only one. Even though my sister and I were possessive of him, it was all based on the fact that we loved him and only him. But you're different. You were never in love with your brother. Maybe, but not much. In the past you were possessive. Now, you're just resentful. After Luo Muki finished speaking, quietly looking at Su Yanran, who was somewhat in a mess in front of her, she laughed softly and said quietly, "So, do you still think we're the same?" Su Yanran's lips trembled. At this moment she completely did not want to continue to stay here but turned around to leave, but Luo Muki grabbed her. Her tone became extremely provocative. "Being poked and prodded by me? So annoyed? Luo Muki, I admit that I was in the wrong in the past, but I also paid the price," Su Yanran said with a somewhat broken heart. "I shouldn't have told those people where you guys were going in the first place, but what was my fault? I was only 15 years old then too. If you want to say the problem, it's also you guys who dragged Mo Xian into it. If it wasn't for your Luo family's offense, there wouldn't have been anyone to harm you, and now you're putting all the fault on me, and denying all the past feelings between Mo Xian and I?" The door suddenly opened, and Luo Xia, wearing Bluetooth headphones on her ears and pulling Mo Xian's hand, looked at Su Yanran and Luo Muki in surprise. Mo Xian looked at Su Yanran in dismay. He had heard everything just now. "Su Yanran, what do you mean?" Mo Xian walked over to him, his voice questioning and angry. "What did you tell? When I was injured, it was you who told those who wanted to harm Xia's Muqi where we were going?" Mo Xian. Su Yanran lost control of her emotions for a moment, not thinking that at this time Luo Xia would actually come out with Mo Xian. Luo Xia was behind Mo Xian, pointing to the Bluetooth headset on her ear, her lips rising slightly, and Luo Muki picked up her own cell phone, which showed the call interface with Luo Xia. "You're still really good at lying," Luo Xia said word for word, using her mouthpiece to Su Yanran. Chapter 75. You didn't think it was over, did you? It was only at this moment that Su Yanran realized that the Luo family sisters had invited her here simply for this moment. Luo Xia took off her Bluetooth headset, walked up and gently pulled Mo Xian, gently relieved. "Maybe it's a misunderstanding? Muqi, how did you bring Miss Su so quickly? I also thought there was some kind of misunderstanding, and it would be better if she and her brother talked it out." Luo Muki sighed. "It's my problem. Last time my sister mentioned that my brother was injured, I was momentarily angry and Miss Su argued a few sentences." "Oh, arguing? You're the one who's unilaterally exposing my scars, aren't you?" Su Yanran couldn't help but feel ridiculous in her heart as she watched Luo Muki immediately change her appearance in the face of Mo Xian. She laughed at herself. When Mo Xian brought Luo Xia and Luo Muki with him with the intention of hiding, coincidentally, she was seen by Su Yanran, who happened to come over to look for Mo Xian. Grandma Su didn't come that day. She was the one who wanted to come over. She saw Mo Xian running over with those two girls in a panic, and originally wanted to catch up and ask what happened, but she didn't expect to be approached by those thugs. In fact, she could have left it out. Those people targeted only Luo Xia and Luo Muki and were unwilling to cause trouble. But, for some unknown reason, Su Yanyan told them that if she hadn't shown them the way, how could those thugs have gotten around Mo Xian, who grew up there? In fact, at that time, Su Yanran regretted it. She hesitated for a while before chasing after them, and then she saw Mo Xian himself tangling with those thugs, until Luo Shang brought people over. Mo Xian was already unconscious. She saw the hospital the ambulance belonged to, and under the ghost, she lied. She didn't expect Mo Xian to experience partial memory amnesia, so she risked identifying herself as the one who saved him. During the time when Mo Xian was injured, she was really good to Mo Xian, and that's why they were together in high school. But slowly, everything has changed. Su Yanran in the end in the Su family, Mo Jinpeng to buy her those things in fact she can afford. But this kind of vanity is Mo Xian cannot give. Mo Xian in the end and Mo family relationship at that time into that kind. Gradually, Su Yanran heart of her and Mo Xian's relationship. The two grandmothers set the marriage has been shaken. At that time Su Yanran see, Mo family sooner or later is Mo Jinpeng. Mo Xian cannot share what is an unknown. What's more, Mo Xian and the family relationship is very poor. His parents at that time also some wavering, but Su grandmother clap. Parents' filial piety did not disobey her. Su Yanran admitted that the first choice in her heart was still Mo Xian, but Mo Jinpeng, this person may be a waste of time, but he has been hanging out in bars and nightclubs for years, and he knows very well how to coax a girl to be happy. Sometimes some people were funny, preferring to listen to falsehoods with their ears rather than see the truth with their eyes. Apparently, Su Yanran was that kind of person. In the end, she simply does not know enough about Mo Xian, obviously his boyfriend, but Su Yanyan until later realized that his understanding of him seems to be all just on the surface. Mo Xian, I really didn't mean it. At that time, Su Yanran's voice was a little choked. I really didn't know it would be like that. If I knew, I definitely wouldn't. Su Yanran, I just lost my memory, but I'm not stupid. Mo Xian coldly interrupted her. Don't tell me that you can't see that those people don't look like good people. I'm also afraid. Su Yanran hung her head, not daring to look at Mo Xian's eyes. If I don't say anything, they will hurt me. I am also. Even if what you say is true, then why are you hiding the truth? Luo Xia sighed, a somewhat heartbroken expression on her face. Moreover, because of this so-called life-saving favor, Xiao Xian has not only feelings for you, but also kindness. That's why he has always been tolerant of you. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? After a pause, Luo Xia suddenly said with a smirk, because this non-existent gift of saving your life has become the reason why you can enjoy Xiao Xian's goodness to you with peace of mind, without having to give anything, right? Su Yanran's knuckles grip was white. She looked up at Mo Xian, but her eyes were a bit fluttering. Mo Xian, I don't have such thoughts. I know you from childhood. I also like you, so that's why. You should understand me. Mo Xian looked at Su Yanran in front of him, his eyes filled with strangeness. In the past, he only felt that Su Yanyan was capricious and somewhat vain. He could understand. After all, the Su family is rich. Su Yanyan, these are reasonable in his opinion. But he didn't expect that Su Yanran was actually deceiving him from the beginning. Su Yanran, back when we were together, you've used this more than once to mess with me when you lost your temper, right? Mo Xian looked at her. His originally indifferent eyes became somewhat disgusted. A life-saving favor that didn't exist in the first place. And to some extent I was injured, and it had something to do with you as well. You say I know you? Oh, maybe you haven't gotten to know me, and I haven't really gotten to know you. So tell me, please, how did you manage to cheat on me and betray me at the same time, and then try to get back together with me at the end? Don't you feel a little sick yourself? Su Yanran's eyes couldn't help but widen. Before, even when the two of them met, Mo Xian's eyes were just flat and didn't fluctuate. But now, when he said that she was disgusting, the disgust in his eyes was undisguised. Mo Xian, she didn't know what else she could explain, and her gaze went to Luo Xia and Luo Muki behind Mo Xian. The sisters just wore a smile, not a hint of mockery or contempt in their eyes. There was no way to prove that Su Yanran deliberately gave those people directions. I know you reported Mo Jinpeng, and I also know that today is the invitation that Xia gave you. Mo Xian sighed. This matter, Luo Xia, they did not hide from him. Last night Luo Xia told Mo Xian, and also said that if Su Yanyan really reported Mo Jinpeng, even if Su Yanyan had hurt him in the past, in the end she was also momentarily blinded by Mo Jinpeng. Cannot be lovers in the end, but also from childhood acquaintances, can also be friends. It's just that Mo Xian didn't expect that he was going to send Luo Xia to the reception downstairs, but then he heard the words coming out of Su Yanyan's and Luo Muki's argument. Luo Muki will be angry. Mo Xian can understand. When the matter of their sisters' lives, coupled with his own amnesia, Luo Muki, a moment of anger and her argument is also reasonable. You go, in the future, just pretend that you have not known anyone. Mo Xian shook his head helplessly. Maybe I'm really blind and can't recognize people. Luo Muki on one side came over and pulled Mo Xian's hand. Sighing softly, she said, I'll go down in a while. Brother, sister, then you can send Miss Su downstairs. Mo Xian. Su Yanran was mute, but Mo Xian ignored her and instead held Luo Muki's hand and turned around with her to go back to the room. You guys are counting on me? Su Yanran's eyes were red, staring dead at Luo Xia. Luo Xia was just playing with the Bluetooth headset in her hand, a smile on her face. Can this be called a reckoning? You yourself can't stand Mu Chi stimulation. You put words out yourself. I'm just listening to it almost, and then let Xiao Xian come out. Miss Su might not remember. Xiao Xian listens to whoever he likes. Luo Xia approached step by step, her nice imperial voice carrying a hint of pleasure. You could have talked to Xiao Xian, but you didn't. Let me guess. Do you feel that you don't have any trust to speak of in front of him right now? Or are you too afraid of Mu Chi and I because we're from the Luo family? Ms. Su, it's not yours. It's never yours. You don't think it's okay to just let Xian know you lied to her, do you? Luo Xia's eyes became incomparably cold, and an inexplicable sense of suffocation made Su Yanyan somewhat breathless. Don't worry, I won't deal with the Su family. What Sister Hui said to you still stands. Only, Luo Xia came closer to Su Yanran's ear, her voice whispering as if full of malice. I will definitely not let you go. Chapter 76, Luo Tian. I'll count to 3. When the assistant received Su Yanran, she had just walked to the hotel lobby. Miss, you. Su Yanran's expression was empty, her face without a trace of blood color. Luo Xia didn't say anything else and just let her leave. She wouldn't deal with the Su family, but she would deal with herself. But how exactly? Su Yanran didn't know. People are always filled with fear of unknown dangers, especially dangers originating from the Luo sisters, who almost killed themselves at the age of 15 and tricked Mo Xian. Su Yanran was suddenly thinking, since they were so crazy about Mo Xian, Why didn't they do something early on, and even let him Xian and her date for so long? Su Yanran didn't dare to tell her family. The Luo family's power in Kyoto was too terrifying. Her every move today seemed to be watched. Once she told her family, not to mention that she wouldn't be able to help. Who knew if Luo Xie and Luo Muki would make a move on them? When she got into the car, Su Yanran was still in a bad state, and even looked around a little nervously. The assistant was really uneasy, and only let her sit in the co-pilot and drove her back herself. Suddenly, Su Yanran covered her face and cried bitterly. She probably could not imagine that just a lie, and a betrayal. She was actually forced to such a point. Mo Xian sat in front of the window in a somewhat depressed mood. Not that he was still in love with Su Yanran, but he felt that he had actually been deceived by a lie for so long. Brother, Luo Muki didn't know when she stood behind him, her arms gently encircling him. You and Xia must not feel good in your hearts. Mo Xian gently pulled Luo Muki's hand. I forgot about you guys and made the mistake of trusting others. Brother, it's all in the past. Luo Muki's face was pressed against Mo Xian's shoulder. Actually, today is also my bad. I shouldn't have argued with her for a moment of anger. I don't blame you, whether she had the intention or not. But in the end, she almost harmed you all. Mo Xian sighed. I'm sorry, Mu Chi, if only I didn't lose my memory. Luo Muki didn't care in general, kissed Mo Xian's cheek and said, let's go. I'll take you to eat something, okay? This hotel has a buffet. My sister should be entertained for a while and then go over to us. Don't you guys need to go and accompany Mr. Luo together? Mo Xian asked curiously. I'm fine, you guys don't have to care about me. You're more important to us. Luo Muki murmured and whispered in Mo Xian's ear. Brother don't care about anything else. My cousin can handle himself. Leaving the hotel with Luo Muki, they went to the buffet restaurant and went to get some food and drinks. As he was eating, he met Luo Tian and saw him come over, sitting on the seat next to Mo Xian, just about to open his mouth. Mo Xian didn't know what was wrong with him, and in one go, he dodged away again. He naturally didn't see Luo Muki's eyes that were about to kill, but Luo Tian saw it clearly. Cough. Eating? Luo Tian coughed lightly, trying to ease the embarrassment. I came out to hide for a while. I'm too tired of dealing with that bunch of humanoids. Mr. Luo. Mo Xian greeted him politely. Luo Tian waved his hand and said, don't be so polite. We're all family now, right Mu Chi? Are you okay? No. Go back to your socializing. Luo Muki threw out a sentence in a salty manner, turned her head and took the peeled shrimp meat, tenderly sending it into Mo Xian's mouth, and her tone became soft. Brother, open your mouth. Luo Tian's face visibly twitched. What the? We're the ones who are related, right? I didn't come here for nothing. In fact, there's something I'd like to discuss with my brother-in-law. Hearing Luo Tian mention his brother-in-law, Mo Xian was a little less than kind. Luo Tian didn't care and continued. Brother-in-law, you should still pay some attention when you go to school lately. That daughter of the Chang family has been trying to find a way to dig you up to jump ship. Mo Xian thought for half a day before he remembered that the daughter of the Chang family should be Chang Yunhua, Chang Qixin's younger sister, who he had blocked the slap for. Chang Yunhua and the Chang family have always been snatching people from Rongxing. On the project Rongxing had Luo's back and its own strength was hard enough. The Chang family was weaker at this point and hadn't been able to pose much of a threat to Rongxing. However, from the time Chang Yunhua entered the family business, while ensuring that his own R&D technology was catching up with Rongxing, he began to keep digging up Rongxing's corners. Most of them were talents selected by Rongxing among the outstanding graduate students across the country. Don't worry, I won't. Mo Xian shook his head. Only, I've been working at home. Mr. Luo, is it possible for me to go? There's no rush on this one. No rush. Luo Tian hurriedly interrupted Mo Xian while glancing at his sister somewhat nervously. Luo Muki didn't say anything, just swept him with her afterglow and suddenly broke the lobster in her hand. Brother, they won't want you to die, but they want me to die. You still want to go out to work? If you stay at home, you'll be doing a good deed. Mainly there are still some procedures that you need to handle. Luo Tian hurriedly explained with Mo Xian, while not being able to stop stealing glances at his cousin. Work, where is not to do? If you have the heart, you can. How many people can't wait to be able to work at home? Mo Xian, you can rest assured that you're at home. You mustn't be ungrateful, or I'll be the one to die. Of course, how could Luo Tian talk to Mo Xian from his heart? Unless he was crazy. As they were talking, Luo Xia and Lu Yi also walked over together. Mo Xian had seen Lu Yi twice in the past, and his impression of her was actually very good. Gentle, knowledgeable and soft-spoken. Lu Yi first greeted Mo Xian and Luo Muki politely, then sat down next to Luo Tian. Mo Xian consciously got up to make room for the couple, only to be pulled between the two by Luo Xia and Luo Muki. Why are you hiding here? Lu Yi asked Luo Tian curiously. You're not going over to the reception? What should we talk about? What else do we need me for? Luo Tian was indifferent. Sister Hui and the girls can just casually deal with it in the front. The rest is just a blind chat. I also came over to steal some laziness. The people invited to the reception weren't that many in the first place, and almost all of them were communities of interest that were friends with the Luo family, which was why Luo Genius dared to hide out in his busy schedule. Well, it's good for you to rest then. Yui Lu nodded. Hubby, why don't you go get me a drink? You're not going to go yourself, are you? Hearing Luo Tian's somewhat impatient tone, Lu Yi still didn't get angry, but got closer to Luo Tian and suddenly whispered through gritted teeth in the Sichuan and Chongqing dialect. Luo Tian. Lao Zi counts to 3. Luo Tian's whole body couldn't help but tremble and stood up in one go. Mo Xian followed suit and said, I'll join you. It just so happens that Xia hasn't eaten anything yet. To the bar to get a drink. Mo Xian, only somewhat unable to resist, asked, I remember. Sister-in-law quite gentle ah? Mo Xian still heard that characteristic threat just now. It wasn't just him. Luo Xia Luo Muki had also heard it, but they were already not surprised. Gentle? Ha! Luo Tian skimmed his mouth. In the beginning, I just thought she was gentle and got on this thief ship, and I can never get off in this life. Luo Tian only felt aggrieved. When he was in college he met Lu Yi from the same school. At the first glance Luo Tian was deeply attracted by her. But how do you know that gentle and virtuous but only a part of Lu Yi? In her bones she is a female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Luo Tian still wanted to spit on his wife for being too fierce sometimes, but seeing Mo Xian he mentally balanced himself at once. Yui Lu is at best hot-tempered at times, and her threat level is 100 at best. But your own two sisters, those are two crazy people. Luo Tian patted Mo Xian's shoulder and said in a serious tone, brother-in-law, you. After thinking for half a day, in the end, Luo Tian couldn't help but say, you must live a long life. Chapter 77, Self-Inflicted Sins. While Luo Xia, Luo Muki and Lu Yi were together, Luo Tian pulled Mo Xian to the side. Brother-in-law, talk to you about something. Looking at Luo Tian's serious expression, Mo Xian was a bit surprised for a moment, then opened his mouth and asked, what's wrong, Mr. Luo? It's all been said. Family, don't be so outgoing. Luo Tian waved his hand with a bitter smile and pulled out a cigar and handed it to Mo Xian. Have one? Seeing Mo Xian shaking his head, Luo Tian lit himself up and proceeded to take a drag, then slowly said, what happened back then? My second uncle told you, right? Mo Xian didn't reply, just nodded silently. Luo Tian continued, actually, as a vested interest, I'm not qualified to say anything. I really didn't know about that matter, and my father didn't agree, but the one who profited was me. Over the years, even though Xia and Muki have always been the shirker, they haven't been harsh on me about anything in this matter. Luo Tian said this and did not continue. After Luo Tian knew about that incident, for the first time, he contradicted his grandmother, whom he had respected the most since childhood. Only the words were too heavy, and he was stiffly broken a cane by his old man, Luo Chuan. Luo Tian wasn't an ambitious person, much less one who exchanged his cousin for his own life. Numerous times he thought about giving the family business to his two sisters, either because he really didn't want to inherit it too much, or because he felt it was compensation. But Luo Xia and Luo Muki refused, and he still remembers Luo Xia's words, if you really want to make amends, take care of the Luo family, and let us live the leisurely life you aspire to first. Sighing, Luo Tian said to Mo Xian, for so many years, how these two sisters of mine gambled with the elders of the family. They didn't really take it out on me. So, for so many years, I've gone along with them in everything, and it's also a way to make up for the harm that was caused to them and you because of me. I don't blame you. Mo Xian also smiled helplessly. I'm sure you wouldn't have done that at the time if you could have made the call. I'm afraid I'll have nightmares every day for the rest of my life. Luo Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of pain. No more. I'll ask you to take care of them in the future. After so many years, I've been letting them go out of guilt, so I'll trouble you in the future. That, are you sure? Just guilt? Just kidding. I'm the president of Luo clan. What haven't I seen before? Luo Tian looked indifferent. Of course it's guilt. You don't think I'm really afraid of them. That's sister-in-law. You are also guilty? I love fishing, but my last name isn't he? At this time, in a dilapidated hotel in an urban village in Kyoto, Mo Jinpeng was bloodless, sitting on a narrow bed and fuming. He knew that he might have such a day, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Su Yanran reported Mo Jinpeng and also informed the police about Mo Jinpeng's mother's hospitalization, which, of course, was all the information on the USB flash drive sent by Luo Xia. Su Yanyan did indeed do enough. In addition to deleting the picture with the red font to prevent trouble for herself, all the rest was handed over to the police. It was also Mo Jinpeng's luck that when he went to visit Li Yuzhen in the hospital, It just so happened that the police came to the door to be seen by him, and he didn't care what would happen to his own mother. He secretly left the hospital. The cell phone is almost blown up. Mo's family, Shin Knees. A cursing message keeps coming. Shin and I at this moment has been almost crazy. Mo Jinpeng do these things. Mo family does not know, but now Mo Qingqing suddenly out of the shares. Mo's side of the original chaos. Mo Jinpeng at this time and was reported. If this news was revealed, the Mo family, the Qin family's already turbulent situation would only worsen. The air is filled with some dampness. The small hotel in the village in the city, put in the past Mo Jinpeng not to mention live. When the warehouse he is too much, but now he's desperate, afraid to stay in a hotel or go to a property in his own name. Mo Xian, or did Mo Qingqing do it? Mo Jinpeng gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, damn it, have to drive everyone to extinction, don't you? Viciously pounding his fist on the bed, Mo Jinpeng cursed everyone in his heart, not only cursing the Mo family, including the dead elder Mo Changshan, who was still lying in the ICU, but also cursing his own mother. Only, he didn't feel it was his fault. In fact, he was unwilling to do these things in the first place. It was true that the Mo family was not one of those top magnates in Kyoto, but he didn't lack money to spend either. It was Mo Jinpeng who got hooked on gambling, after his first contact in a casino on a trip to Macau when he was in college. But 10 gamblers lose 9. Mo Changshan, Shin and I, although at that time spoiled him, it is impossible to let him gamble. The money in hand with time and again to participate in gambling, soon squandered. It was also then that his own mother discovered his vices, but instead of stopping them in time, she told him about the path of virtual coin scams. Li Yuzhen got involved herself, and she always felt that Mo Changshan might not be so reliable. But she's a dancer, she can't do business, and she doesn't have the heart to learn how to manage money. By chance, she was exposed to virtual coins, and in turn, to what is known as coin speculation, but is in fact a scam. At her instigation, Mo Jinpeng at that time, although not in debt, but the hands of a penny no, and do not dare and the family explicitly, he was bent on taking over Mo's, for fear of being their own father no. After all, Mo Xian although severed, but in the end, is also the Mo family's biological son. Then, he became more and more daring, and even began to do virtual gambling, as well as illegal lending. When he tried to turn back again, he realized he couldn't. The phone rang again, only this time it was a system beep. He picked it up in annoyance and saw that it was a message from his mailbox. Originally, Mo Jinpeng didn't want to pay attention to it and just thought it was a spam message. But then his cell phone received a text message. Read the mail. Only 3 words. Mo Jinpeng momentarily heart a little hairy. Call back, but was told that it is empty. Mo Jinpeng clicked on the email, which contained an audio clip, a video and a few pictures. In the video, it was Su Yanran coming out of the police station, and the time display in the lower left corner was today. There were also a few photos, but they were similar to the content of the video. As for the audio, it's a recording about Su Yanran. I have reported Mo Jinpeng. Isn't that what you wanted me to do when you gave me that evidence? There were only 2 sentences, and Mo Jinpeng could only feel his temples throbbing non-stop. Su Yanran actually reported herself? Is this recording real or fake? But looking at the video, and the photos, and combining them with the recordings, it's hard for Mo Jinpeng not to suspect that it's Su Yanran who did it. Someone gave the evidence to Su Yanran, and then he went and reported himself. But who is this person? Mo Xian, or his own big sister? Mo Jinpeng grasped his hair in annoyance. It didn't matter who this would be anymore. What mattered was that Su Yanran had reported herself without mercy. Associated with the recent, Mo Jinpeng heart more convinced that as Su Yanran do. After returning to China, Su Yanran did not see him again, and in the end it was all the contact information to pull the black. He didn't know whether the mail was done by Mo Xian's side or Mo Qingqing's side. They both seemed to have a reason to do so, but now these didn't matter at all. He is finished, completely finished. The former glamorous young master of the Mo family can now only hide in a small hotel single room in fear. Su Huma. Mo Jinpeng gritted his teeth. He couldn't guess who actually authorized it, but Su Yanyan did report herself, and in his opinion, that was the truth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you just turn around and ing sell me just to get back together with Mo Xian. Mo Jinpeng eyes red. Good, good. You want to redeem yourself for the in the beginning? You dream about it. Lousy is really going in. I won't let you. Let those people in the Mo family live in peace. Chapter 78, The Misguided Mo Qingqing. The reception was already over, and Mo Xian arrived early at the underground parking lot, ready to get into the car and wait for Luo Xia and Luo Muki. After all, they still had Luo Tian's 2 families to deal with some guests, and it was really a bit inconvenient for him to be there. Mo Xian? A familiar voice sounded behind him, and Mo Xian looked back to see Mo Qingqing looking at himself in surprise. Obviously, Mo Qingqing was very surprised by his appearance. Why are you here? Mo Qingqing took a few steps forward, then smiled with a knowing expression. What? Today at this reception, that rich woman of yours also attended? Mo Xian glanced at her and didn't answer, instead asking rhetorically, at this time of the day, you still have the heart to come out to a reception? Yi Ning was still up there and didn't come down. Mo Qingqing wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she lit a cigarette, her big red nails holding a thin lady's cigarette, and while swallowing the clouds, she smiled and said, why don't I have a heart? To be honest, in the future, I'll probably be defending Ying Ying and Ting Ting, and as for the rest, it has nothing to do with me. Mo Xian sighed. Sometimes he really didn't know whether his real parents should be happy or sad. At least they managed to educate a snake beauty like Mo Qingqing. In a way, Mo Xian admired his own biological big sister. Elder Mo had just passed away. The Mo family was in chaos, and she was still able to calmly come out to the reception. In terms of being ruthless and cool-hearted, I'm afraid that Mo Changshan and Qin and I are ashamed of themselves. However, this was all what they deserved. Speaking of which, why don't you introduce me to that rich woman who likes you? Mo Qingqing had a hint of flirtation in her tone. I also ran into Yan Yan, and even the first time I saw you, I thought you were here to find her. Seeing Mo Xian's eyes cold, Mo Qingqing quickly said, it seems like you really don't care about her. So who did you follow? Qingqing, he's. Yi Ning's voice rang out from one side, and his original words of inquiry also came to an abrupt end as he slowly approached to see Mo Xian's face, replacing it with a face of anger. It's you! Yi Ning quickly took 2 steps forward, looked Mo Xian up and down and said with a cold smile, this is following the Luo family? Ha! The white boy can't do it either. The child was born, but now you can't even get into a cocktail party, and you have to be a driver here? What child? Mo Qingqing froze for a moment, quickly thinking of what Yi Ning had said to her at the reception. What you saw when you went to Luo's house, was it him? Yeah, that's him. When Yi Ning thought of that day's slap in the face, as well as the humiliation that Luo Xia and Luo Muqi had inflicted on him, this would make him want to eat the Mo Xian in front of him alive. But Mo Qingqing's heart was not calm. Going in and out of the Luo family's old mansion, Yi Ning still seemed to identify Mo Xian as the biological father of the child of one of Luo Xia or Luo Muqi. For the first time, Mo Qingqing felt that she had missed the boat. Not that she didn't want to go over to find out who was behind Mo Xian, but for one thing, almost all of her energy was spent on her own plans. And for another, she always felt that Mo Xian was just being looked at by whomever had a good skin. And it could even be that any married woman could be a keeper. Just as Mo Xian didn't believe that Luo Xia and Luo Muqi would count themselves, how could Mo Qingqing believe that Mo Xian would be looked at by the Luo family's daughter, and even might have a child? In fact, Mo Xian and Luo Muqi weren't too low-key at school, especially the last time they clashed with that Xiao family's second son in the cafeteria. Although the Luo family had stepped in and made the two of them perfectly invisible, they could still be inquired about as long as they went to the school to find students to ask around. However, at that time, Mo Qingqing was busy maneuvering with the Yi family and didn't even think to go to Kyoto University to inquire about it. Looking towards Mo Xian, Mo Qingqing's complexion became extremely complicated. If she had known that Mo Xian had hitched a ride with the Luo family, and if Mo Xian could get along well, the benefits that could be brought to her would only be more. But now, her relationship with Mo Xian had become extremely delicate. Even though the two of them were considered to be in a cooperative relationship, she knew very well in her heart that her relationship with Mo Xian was definitely not good. Being able to go in and out of the Luo family's old mansion, Mo Xian was whichever one of that pair of plutocratic princesses had their eye on, and this point proved that the Luo family had recognized him. Once Mo Xian wanted to deal with her, even with the Yi family, there was no point in having the Yi family. There was no way the Yi family would offend the future son-in-law of the Luo family for her. However, her side of the Yi Ning, obviously there is no Mo Qingqing this kind of awareness, afraid that they cannot offend Mo Xian, but also continue to sarcastically said, or while people are still fresh to you, more benefits, right? Oh yes, at least is also the father of the child. It is not possible to learn those Hong Kong city actresses in the future, to ask for a breakup fee, the property. You shut up. Mo Qingqing pulled him hard. He's my real brother. What are you babbling about? Yi Ning's expression stagnated for a split second, but then he continued to say unconcernedly, so that's my future brother-in-law? I was kind enough to say a few words for his own good. Speaking of which, this is the younger brother you said you'd severed ties with and left home, right? I said why did you break it off so dryly? This is climbing up the Luo family, so you don't want your own parents and relatives ah? Mo Xian only felt that this posh family couldn't save the natural-born cutie. He contacted the process of asking the heart, although he felt that it was also a little abnormal in the brain, but at least the ability is recognized outside. That Xiao family's second son, although Puxin, but also afford the resources given by the family. As for this review out there, it's not much different from what one would think. Greasy, pretentious, and not very competent, even a little. Cerebral palsy. It is no wonder that the Yi family old lady looks at Mo Qingqing, which does not find a wife with a brain. This little cutie can lose the family business. Mo Xian suddenly wondered, how in the world did this Yi family teach their children to be like this? But when he thought about his own family, he was relieved. After all, not everyone teaches their children well. Don't climb up the ladder. Since my family and I have severed our relationship, I'm not worthy of such a noble relative as you, Mo Xian said indifferently. If it's alright, the two of you, please? Yining still wanted to say more. Mo Qingqing was about to leave as soon as she pulled him, and now that he couldn't actually see the situation, Mo Qingqing even regretted being with him. What's the use of the Yi family's sky-high wealth for such a fool? What's wrong? Luo Xia, wearing a pure black long coat, slowly walked over and wrapped her arms around Mo Xian as if no one else was around. Xiao Xian, cold. Yining's eyes went straight when he saw this scene. Luo Xia, who had always been cool and arrogant on weekdays, seemed to have changed in front of Mo Xian, as if she had become a different person, as if she was pampering herself like a little girl, and with a kind of soul-stirring charm. Mo Xian was a little embarrassed and wanted to remind Luo Xia that there were other people around, but Luo Xia didn't care and pulled open the zipper of Mo Xian's down jacket and reached in with her hands to encircle Mo Xian's waist, her face pressed against his chest. When she turned her head to look at Mo Qingqing and Yining, Luo Xia's eyes became extremely cold again, and her tone wasn't the same as it had been a moment ago, but rather became cold and somewhat forceful. Seen enough? Scram! Mo Qingqing this moment only feel incomparable regret. The past some business activities, cocktail party she has not seen Luo Xia. Always a stranger do not approach the appearance. Not even a few people dare to go up and talk to her. Even if there are a few self-righteous hoi polloi, they'll just end up touching their noses. But look at her facing Mo Xian. Just this intimate attitude is enough to explain everything. Yining also had a rare brain for once, and didn't dare to say a word more, pulling Mo Qingqing to turn around and leave. But Luo Xia suddenly opened her mouth and said, Miss Mo, can I have a few words to talk to you alone? Mo Qingqing awkwardly glanced back at Luo Xia, then said to looking at Yining, go wait for me in the car. It was simply impossible to count on him to do any favors. It might be better for her, Mo Qingqing, to handle it on her own. Xian, go wait for me in the car. Luo Xia looked at Mo Xian tenderly and her tone softened a lot. Mo Xian glanced at Mo Qingqing, nodded to Luo Xia, turned around and got into the car. Watching Yining leave, Luo Xia said softly, Miss Mo, is this going to be regrettable? Oh, there's nothing to regret. Mo Qingqing did regret it in her heart, but she knew clearly that it was impossible to say it at this time. Luo Xia also didn't care, but smiled and said, with your skills, Mo Changshan Qin Ni's matter can be investigated, but you didn't investigate when it came to Xiao Xian. I also understand. After all, in your opinion, he's already out, isn't he? Don't worry, even though you don't really mean it, but you are also working with Xiao Xian in the end, and to some extent you and him are still allies even though you are not siblings anymore, so I won't deal with you. She certainly didn't need to deal with Mo Qingqing, because from the moment she chose the Yi family, Mo Qingqing had doomed herself. She still doesn't understand old lady Yi enough. Yining is a waste, but old lady Yi has ways to make Mo Qingqing get her wings broken and never fly out of the Yi family's cage. Chapter 79, The Outsiders. When one's desires become too inflated, they may explode even if their abilities are matched. Mo Qingqing was obviously not Luo Xia, and there were many things that the Mo family simply couldn't possibly know given their size. Watching Mo Qingqing leave somewhat disoriented, Luo Xia's mouth curved into a nice arc. She could already foresee Mo Qingqing's future, but what did it have to do with her? Life is all about moving forward, and no matter how much you want to look back, time will only push you forward. Mo Xian knew this all too well, and a few days after the reception, he had to go to school for his group's program. Su Yanran's matter was in fact not that important to him anymore. What he needed to do now was not to dwell on the lies of the past, but what he should do in the future. Mo Xian vaguely felt as if he was being controlled a little too tightly by Luo Xia and Luo Muki, but he didn't care too much. For him now, it seems that what these two sisters do, he will not feel too much, and even some, accustomed to it. After a busy morning in the project seemingly coming to an end, his mentor told him that he could stop coming in the afternoon and urged him to prioritize his studies. Kyoto has had a few more snowfalls. The school has just been cleaned up and today there are snowflakes again. Mo Xian stuck his hands in his jacket pockets and walked towards the cafeteria. Just didn't go far, heard his sharp footsteps behind him. Mo Xian subconsciously turned back to look. A figure jumped into his arms at once. Brother. Luo Muqi raised her head, those peach blossom eyes looking at Mo Xian with affection. Seeing that it was Luo Muqi, Mo Xian was only surprised for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'll be able to go back in the afternoon. Why did you run to school? Just happened to be passing by and thought I'd come and see you. Indeed, just happened to pass by. Only just happened that she wanted to come to find Mo Xian. Just happened that the car drove to Kyoto University stopped. Well, it actually kind of just happened to pass by. Haven't eaten, have you? Shall I take you to dinner? Mo Xian unwrapped his scarf and wrapped it around Luo Muki's neck. Feeling Mo Xian's temperature on the scarf, Luo Muki only felt incomparably at ease. Mo Xian was like an antidote to her and Luo Xia. Just feeling his warmth would make her incredibly relieved. Why don't you wait for me at home? Mo Xian smiled and took Luo Muki's hand. I'm not doing anything in the afternoon, and I was thinking of bringing back some of the things you and the kids love to eat. In fact, Luo Xia and Luo Muki don't have any special favorite food. If they are hard to say, what they love to eat is what Mo Xian buys for them or personally cooks. Missed you, huh? Luo Muki's head leaned against Mo Xian's arm. My sister went to the company for a meeting today. Originally I was going to go too, but I don't want to go. You watch out for Xia coming back to talk about you. Mo Xian was somewhat speechless, but he just reached out and touched her head. Luo Muqi had actually always wanted to ask who was more important in Mo Xian's heart, her or her sister, or, who is the one he loves more? Really? Just thinking about it, it didn't seem to matter. From the time they chose this outcome, this question was already dispensable. It was clear that both sisters were morbidly obsessed and in love with Mo Xian, but they loved Mo Xian like crazy, yet they couldn't afford to hurt each other. Once when she was a child, Luo Sheng and Shen Xingyun were busy with their work, and more often than not, it was Luo Xia who accompanied her, and vice versa. Although both she and Luo Xia wanted to know who was the one who came first in Mo Xian's heart, they didn't want to know, or, now for them, Mo Xian as long as in their side, has not left is already enough. Brother, I want to go to the playground. Mo Xian froze, some uncertainty to look at her. This weather to go to the playground. There are children at home, and my sister doesn't know when she will come back. Luo Muki raised her head, her eyes looking straight at Mo Xian. This afternoon, can you forget about the child? Forget about your sister, and only have me in your heart? Although he is not willing to refute it, it seems that this kind of thing is not the first time, right? Only that Luo Muki seemed to have taken the initiative to say such words for the first time. Mo Xian looked at her somewhat dumbfounded, his voice gentle as he inquired, Muki, are you alright? Nothing just want to be able to monopolize brother for a while. Luo Muki smiled, don't ask me, brother, walk with me? When Luo Xia and Luo Muki were psychologically suggesting to Mo Xian, they very selfishly implied that Mo Xian would listen to them, so Mo Xian subconsciously had little resistance to any of their sister's demands. Of course, if there was anyone in this world who really wouldn't harm Mo Xian, it was probably only Luo Xia and Luo Muki. Ergo, their children. Maybe they love sickly and heavy, but if they must choose between themselves and Mo Xian to stab, that knife will only end up stabbing themselves. They just, too want Mo Xian can always be by their side. Got it, then we'll go this time. Mo Xian gently embraced Luo Muki into his arms and gently rubbed his forehead against hers. In the past, were you also this capricious? Well, only to you. Luo Muki reached out and wrapped her arms around Mo Xian's neck. The sky was drizzling with light snow, and the two of them got a little bit closer to each other's faces. The original beautiful and romantic kiss in the snow was spoiled by a surprised call. Mo Xian, it's you. As the ancients say, basking in pants under the flowers is a great sight. One side of the sporadic passing students' cell phones are out. You wait for them to kiss finished you then shout ah? Mo Xian frowned and looked back, while Luo Muki in her arms had a scarlet red in her eyes. Even though she could make out and kiss Mo Xian anytime she wanted now, she was still in a bad mood. A very bad mood, after being ruined. Only Mo Xian also didn't expect that the one who just called out to her was actually her second sister, Mo Engying. Mo Engying came to Kyoto University originally to try her luck. She didn't expect it to be so coincidental that she ran into Mo Xian. She was just about to open her mouth when she saw Luo Muki in Mo Xian's arms with some horrible eyes, staring at her with a dangerous smile dead on. Not to mention the fact that she recognized that it was the Luo family's second princess, but with this crazy look, Mo Engying couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It was as if what Mo Xian was holding in his arms wasn't a person, but some monster in human skin. What are you doing here? Mo Xian was quite a bit surprised, not expecting that there would actually be a Mo family member to come to him. If it is the funeral of old Master Mo, this will also be finished, right? Mo Engying did not have the arrogance of the past. At the moment, she was tired. Qin and I was still hospitalized, and Mo Qingqing did not care about anything. As for his third sister, nothing could be counted on her. Elder Mo was buried in a hurry, but now the Mo family is really a mess. Mo Qingqing started not caring about the company or going home after selling her shares. She has left her job to go into her mother's jewelry company. Her father is still in a coma, and Mo Jinpeng is now a wanted man. Thinking about it, she again how unwilling to only come over to find Mo Xian, rather than in the past as that cannot see Mo Xian before reluctance. But, she herself really feel no face. I came to ask you to come home. Mo Ying knew that Mo Xian had sold the shares in his hand to his big sister, for which she had nothing to say now. In her place, she would probably make the same decision as Mo Xian. I know, Grandma died. Mo Ying is really regretting this moment. Mom is deaf in her left ear. Grandpa died, and Dad is. Mo Xian, you hate us, I know it well, but now in this situation, you go home as if you were looking at Mom and Dad, okay? The moment Mo Ying saw Luo Muki, she guessed that the bagging Mo Xian was most likely Luo Muki. If Mo Qingqing was present, she would only be even more shocked. Mo Xian and Luo Xia were so intimate at the reception, and now she is kissing Luo Muki Snow Sky, although she was interrupted. I won't go back. Mo Xian calmly looked at Mo Ying. In the past when you guys kicked me out, I was an outsider, and vice versa. You are in my heart. You say, is it necessary for me to care about you all as outsiders? And likewise, is it necessary for me to care about you all as outsiders in my mind? Chapter 80. Mo Ying wanted to say something else, but the words got stuck in her throat and she couldn't say a word. Mo Xian looked at Mo Ying and suddenly smiled and said, I'm very grateful to Grandma. She seems to have guessed early on what I would face when I returned to the Mo family, so she's been trying to think of ways to dilute your presence in my heart. It's just that the thought of my own parents, my own sister, oh, and that half-brother really just treating me harshly. I can't deny that I still get sad inside. Now that I think about it, blood is thicker than water, and it might be a joke some days. I don't deny that perhaps I'm a little desperate towards you now, but I don't see anything wrong with that. Just as I didn't see anything wrong when you treated me once. The only difference is that maybe you will regret it, but I won't. After all, there's no reason in this world for a victim to be in pain because of his victimizer, and for him to regret it instead. Pulling Luo Muki away, Mo Xian paused as he passed by Mo Ying and said, maybe I'll go back. I'd love to see what kind of ending you guys end up with. Mo Ying turned her head and just wanted to say something, but against Luo Muki's threatening eyes, she didn't dare to say a word. Not only because of the status of the Luo family, although for the first time she formally contacted Luo Muki, she always felt that she was a little abnormal. Luo Muki's mood was now bad, very bad. Only Mo Xian was there. She couldn't show her cruel side. Seemingly sensing that Luo Muki was a bit unhappy, Mo Xian gently kissed her cheek and said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry I didn't know she would come. Cold touch, but as if melting the ice generally let Luo Muki heart haze swept away. Mo Xian's every move seemed to affect her mood, and with just a light kiss, Luo Muki seemed to forget everything just now and smiled sweetly, her hands holding Mo Xian's arms a little tighter. In fact, their sisters are very good coaxing. Only to coax them must be Mo Xian. Although it was snowing, the playground was still operating normally, but Luo Muki didn't seem to want to play anything, just pulling Mo Xian here and there. Didn't you come to play? Mo Xian smiled helplessly. There are programs that you may not be able to experience properly because of the rain and snow. There are others. What do you want to play? I'll take you there. No need. I just want to keep walking with brother like this. Luo Muki said happily. Brother doesn't remember. Once I wanted to run out and begged you to take me with you. You said nothing because my sister and you said that it's not convenient for us to go out all the time. But my brother was too soft-hearted to let me cry. So he took me out secretly. But it was near where we used to live. In a small park. Mo Xian remembered that place. Except that it had become a department store supermarket when he was in college. Originally there were some simple recreational facilities inside, but then it slowly fell into disuse as well it seems. As a result, the two of us ran out and neither of us had any money with us, so my brother pulled me along. Just like now. Hearing Luo Muki's words, Mo Xian actually felt somewhat amused. Speaking of a Luo family's young lady, a young son of the Mo family who was not as good as the Luo family, but was still considered a powerful family. I can't believe I didn't have a penny in my pocket at that point, running to the neighborhood park and then just watching people play. I was kinda funny. Mo Xian couldn't help but laugh bitterly. So, I guess when we went back, we were scolded by Xia, right? No, because we didn't get there long before Uncle Zhang and the others took us back. Luo Muki's eyes looked at the carousel not far away. Brother, I want to go see that. Shouldn't be playing? No, I just want to watch, not play, especially on the carousel. Hearing Luo Muki's words, Mo Xian looked at her curiously while Luo Muki made eye contact with him and there seemed to be mist in her eyes. I've heard a very old saying that merry-go-rounds are cruel games, chasing each other and never catching up with each other. Brother, during that time, this is how I felt when I thought of you. Obviously she remembers him, but Mo Xian doesn't remember her. She had looked for Mo Xian in the past, only Mo Xian didn't remember. When Mo Xian was in high school, Luo Muki couldn't hold back the thoughts of Mo Xian in her heart and ran to the school to find him, but the two of them brushed past each other, and Mo Xian didn't have a moment's sight on her, not even, for that matter, looking back at himself, as if he had just run into an ordinary person. Mo Xian looked at Luo Muki in front of him, thought for a moment, pulled her hand and ran towards the carousel, bought 2 tickets and took her in. Luo Muki was a little surprised for a moment, not understanding what Mo Xian was trying to do. Mo Xian let her sit on one of the wooden horses, and stood aside himself, looking up at her with a smile and said, "So, I don't need a wooden horse, just stay with you, so is it no need to chase?" Luo Muki stared blankly at Mo Xian in front of her, and for a moment, she seemed to see the boy who smiled at her in the past again. Even though he had lost his memory, he was still him, and even his eyes never changed. It's just that when the original green and beautiful memories overlap with the person in front of her, Luo Muki is no longer the Luo Muki of the past, and nowadays when she hears words like Mo Xian's, it will only make her illness heavier and deeper. Grabbing the handrail on the wooden horse with one hand, Luo Muki leaned down and wrapped her arms around Mo Xian for a deep kiss. "Well, it's just a little bit dizzy, but everything else is fine." Mo Xian spat in his heart like this. Mo Ying returned to the company, not realizing that the secretary ran over in a panic, panting and said to her, "It's not good, Jiang." Jiang Sifeng transferred all the liquidity on the account and ran away. What? Mo Ying only felt that the sky was spinning. That sickly boy. She had originally thought to take the opportunity to settle him, but so many things had happened in her family in this period of time, she hadn't noticed him for a while. How did he do it? What are finances for? This, he came with the document after the president's signature. "The finance on," the secretary said, and showed her the document. It was indeed her mother's autograph, but Mo Ying was so pretentious that she was fine with practicing calligraphy. The signature was almost identical to his own mother's, but some small details could be seen in subtle differences, and if he hadn't specialized in it, he wouldn't have been able to tell the difference at all. "Mom, what the hell have you been keeping around?" Mo Ying broke down and cried. "The company is now this is a troubled time. The liquidity on the books would not be too much, adding up to 10 million out of the beginning, but these have to take into account the wages of the staff. There is a batch of jewelry processing. The company also needs financial support." "Did you call the police?" Mo Ying this moment brain clear a lot. Grabbed the secretary questioned. The secretary hastily said it has been reported to the police. Rest assured that nothing will happen. Mo Ying suddenly understood at this moment why Mo Xian was so cold and decisive now. If she could, she would love to just walk away now. "I don't care, can't manage it." Mo Ying thought of Mo's side of the chicken and dog still need her to deal with. Instantly her eyes became lax. "You guys go contact the president, let her own deal with the mess she caused." In the amusement park, Luo Muki was holding an ice candy gourd that Mo Xian had bought for her. "I'm in the sun and I just want to hold an umbrella for you." Luo Muki happily ate while humming Garden Party. Mo Xian was not far behind her. As long as she turned around, she could see Mo Xian smiling and looking at her. The merry-go-rounds may not chase each other, but Luo Muki reaches out and grabs the light that belongs to her. As for the method, it doesn't matter. Not at all. "Brother, I don't want to play anymore." Luo Muki suddenly stopped and looked back at Mo Xian. "Let's change places?" "Yeah, anywhere you want to go. How about going to the hotel?" Mo Xian. Seems like I was a little hasty in agreeing to this. Chapter 81, Meow Meow Meow. The once lively Mo family villa was cold and quiet at the moment. Mo Tingting had been in the hospital for the past few days, but she didn't dip her fingers in the water, so she wasn't much use there. Fortunately, she wasn't too useless, and after being busy with her grandfather's funeral, she was able to go home and rest and relax on rare occasions. After a series of blows, Mo Tingting only felt exhausted. Her own star was completely ruined, and her family was in this state. Auntie Wang went to the hospital to take care of Qin and I, and the rest of the drivers. The cooking ants wouldn't come over until it was time to work. Now, she was alone in the house. After no accidentally going unanswered again, Mo Tingting gave up the idea of calling Mo Qingqing. After appearing only that one time in the hospital room, Mo Qingqing never appeared again. The police had just left, and after questioning her about some of Mo Jinpeng's things, they checked Mo Jinpeng's room and took away his laptop, and the desktop computer's case was also taken away by them. Mo Tingting didn't know what to do. The fact that until now she couldn't figure out what had happened. Mo Jinpeng was his father's illegitimate son, and her brother who was really her mother's sibling was not only swapped away but also died. Now, Mo Jinpeng is also wanted for breaking the law, and she didn't know that Mo Jinpeng was even addicted to gambling until the police came to her door just now. If Mo's 3 daughters were to be forced to say that one of them was still innocent, it would probably be Confronting, but only relatively speaking. Her biggest mistake was being so stupid. Suddenly, Confronting stood up and walked to a guest room on the 2nd floor, which was Mo Xian's room in the past when he was in the Mo clan, and was at the innermost part of the 2nd floor. Pushing open the door to enter, the inside has been cleaned. Although Mo Xian in the past did not fall to the point of living in a nanny's room and a storehouse in some novels, but looking at the simple furnishings and furniture, Confronting suddenly felt a little ridiculous. Jin Peng's room is the biggest in the house, and the furniture is still personally added by Mom. Confronting sat on the edge of the bed with only the mattress left, but Mo Xian's room, there seems to be nothing. Yes, in addition to a closet and a desk, Mo Xian's room only has a bed. The still spacious guest room looked a bit empty. She remembered that Mo Xian only brought a suitcase the day he left home. That suitcase she had the impression that Mo Xian brought with him when he came. Seemingly thinking of something, Confronting stood up and pulled open the desk drawer. The things inside were still there for some reason, not thrown away. This is what Auntie Wang secretly left behind. She always felt that Mo Xian was not at fault. She didn't know if these were still useful, so she secretly left them behind. Anyway, she knew that Mo Changshan and Xin and I wouldn't care about that. Inside are the high school textbooks that Mo Xian didn't take with him, a few papers. Most of his things are at his grandmother's place. When he first came back, his grandmother told him that he didn't need to bring too many things over. Now see, the old lady was right. Confronting didn't know about this. Her sight for a while fell on those textbooks and papers left behind by Mo Xian. Mo Xian's grades were needless to say. His handwriting was neat and his papers were clean. Opening the physics textbook at the top, there were Mo Xian's notes on every page and quite a few sticky notes to record additional knowledge. Without exception, the handwriting is neat and the records are carefully kept. Oh, that's funny. Confronting smiled miserably and closed her textbook. Although her grades weren't particularly outstanding, but just by glancing at Mo Xian's textbook, she knew how much effort he had put in. For some reason, after Mo Changshan's accident, Confronting would think of Mo Xian, thinking of that younger brother who had resolutely left home and completely severed his relationship with them. She never really seemed to get to know him, and he didn't care if she or the rest of his family did. "Third Miss, what are you doing here?" Auntie Wang's voice interrupted Confronting's thoughts. She asked with some confusion, "Auntie Wang, why aren't you at the hospital?" "Mistress said for me to come back and get some things for her." Auntie Wang didn't know what had happened, only that Qin and I had answered a phone call and then angrily smashed her cell phone and threw away the medicine prescribed by the doctor. Then she asked Auntie Wang to hurry home and help her get a paper bag from her bed. "Madam's company seems to be in trouble, and I heard that the second young miss is on the verge of breaking down." Auntie Wang glanced at the guest room and couldn't help but sigh. "Third Miss, when this time Madam is discharged from the hospital, I don't want to work anymore. My daughter-in-law is having a baby. I should go back to the countryside to bring them a child." Confronting froze for a moment, and Auntie Wang smiled and said, "I've also reached my age, and after so many years of working in the Mo family, it's time for me to go to retirement now." Auntie Wang turned around and wanted to leave. After walking not more than a few steps, she looked back at Confronting and hesitated but still said, "In the past, in fact, little master didn't ask me less about your preferences. Only later he said to me that there was no need for it." "Why?" Hearing Auntie Wang's words, Confronting looked up at her in surprise, and Auntie Wang gave a bitter smile and said, "Maybe, he looks away?" Auntie Wang said and left, leaving only a stunned Confronting standing frozen in the doorway, not knowing what to think. When she and Luo Muki returned to the manor, Luo Xia was already sitting on the sofa. Glancing at the two of them, Luo Xia couldn't help but sneer in her heart. "It looks like nothing, but it took almost 2 hours to get out of the hotel. Do you really think I don't know? Did I put the location on my cell phone for nothing?" When Mo Xian met Luo Xia's gaze, he actually felt a little embarrassed for a moment and asked in a guffawing manner, "Where are the children?" "Oh, in the room. Uncle Zhang is taking them to play," Luo Xia said faintly. "Just in time. The child is still looking for her father. Why don't I go up with you?" Luo Muqi was still a bit surprised, normally knowing that if she and Mo Xian were like that, with her sister's jealousy, she would only have to double it. Of course, she's in the same boat herself, so she's in no position to say anything. But why doesn't my sister react at all today? No, she must be holding something back. But everything was normal. Luo Xia was still the same as usual. She even accompanied Luo Weier and Luo Shuer to play together with Mo Xian, and I didn't see anything from her, right? After dinner, when Mo Xian went back to his bedroom, Luo Xia suddenly stopped him and said to Mo Xian with a smile, "Actually, there is a surprise I want to give you. I thought about it. Weier and Shuer are also more than 3 years old now, and usually like animals. So I let Sister Hui pick out a pet cat, so you can help me take a look, and if it's suitable, we'll keep it, right?" Mo Xian thought about it. It's also a good thing. He himself loves animals. In the past, his grandmother had a civet cat, very cute and smart, but unfortunately, when he was 10 years old, he got sick and passed away. Let the child more contact animals is also a good thing. Emo Xian nodded his head and said, good. They usually make a fuss about wanting kittens and puppies. Really like it if you give them to raise a good. Loxia nodded and reached for her cell phone, but couldn't find it. I must have forgotten to bring it when I changed just now. Xian, why don't you when I go back to the bedroom and get it once? Emo Xian didn't think too much and followed her to her bedroom. Luo Xia deliberately let Emo Xian go in first and took the opportunity to bring the door on herself and gently unlocked it. Xia, isn't your cell phone here? Emo Xian saw the cell phone on the bed and just turned around when Luo Xia pounced on him. Xia, no, not looking at cats? Slowly, Loxia took out a cat ear hair card and put it on her head, then smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck. Does that look like this then? Meow meow meow. Emo Xian was struck by lightning. Is this the same Luo Xia that I usually see as high and cold outside and gentle at home? You're not going anywhere. Xian, you're mine tonight. Without waiting for Emo Xian to resist, his lips were already blocked by Luo Xia. At this time, Su Yanran, who was working overtime at the company, walked out of the office somewhat tiredly, with a dark blue under her eyes. After the reception, Su Yanyan had been living in fear and suspicion. To think that Hui knew her whereabouts like the back of her hand that day, and Luo Xia just dropped a threat and left it at that. She always felt like she was being watched, or even held in the palm of her hand and squeezed to death whenever she wanted. If there wasn't a problem with one of the projects she was in charge of, she wouldn't even want to stay at the company for even a moment longer. You can send me back today, Su Yanran said to her assistant. I'm not feeling well. Assistant Heard also did not say much. These days Su Yanran's state is worse than before. Always feel that she and rest is not good. The two together to the underground parking lot. Su Yanyan handed the car keys to the assistant, their own towards the co-pilot. Suddenly a figure from the back of the car rushed out. A knife stabbed into Su Yanyan's abdomen. Chapter 82, Fulfillment of the Master's Degree. I don't know is not Su Yanran lucky. Winter where this is thicker than usual. And this person stabbed a knife and run. Look seems to be some panic, but the knife still pierced into the flesh. The intense pain, the sudden shock made Su Yanran couldn't help but scream. Miss, is everything okay? The assistant threw the bag in her hand and ran over. Su Yanran covered her abdomen, her face pale. In an instant, she collapsed. She didn't expect Luo Xia and the others to send someone to kill her. The assistant called in panic. She couldn't hear, apart from the pain in her body stimulating her. At this moment, Su Yanran only felt that her brain was blank. It wasn't until the ambulance arrived that Su Yanyan seemed to regain some consciousness, and suddenly she felt that the scene in front of her was déjà vu. Only, this time the person taken to the hospital by ambulance turned out to be her. The snow is getting heavier and heavier, and the bedroom, which is separated by a wall, is incredibly warm, and even springy. Old trees with withered vines, old crows, small bridges and flowing rivers, thin horses in the west wind of the old road, the sun setting in the west, broken hearts at the end of the world, tossing and turning for too long until the two of them were exhausted. Emo Xian laid down on one side and Luo Xia thoughtfully covered him with a quilt. Reaching out, he wiped the sweat from Emo Xian's head and hugged him tenderly, feeling his warmth. Sometimes it was still quite fortunate that Emo Xian had this physical strength. Otherwise she felt that she and Luo Miyuki were tossing around a bit too much, but she just couldn't help it. Not just because of love and lust, but more so because it was the only way Luo Xia seemed to be able to fully feel Emo Xian, to feel that this man was her own. Sometimes Luo Xia was tempted to simply think of a way, or remodel her home, and just imprison Emo Xian, not leaving herself even for a step, but she couldn't afford to. That would only repel and resist Emo Xian for him. That wasn't what the sisters wanted. What she wanted was that one day, when what she had done was known by Emo Xian, he would choose to stay by their side as well. He became a poison to them, and they were to become a poison to him. Gently letting go of Emo Xian in her arms, Luo Xia wanted to go take a shower when her cell phone suddenly popped up with a prompt. A message from Sister Hui. Emo Jinpeng stabbed Su Yanran and didn't die. Emo Jinpeng is still under our people's surveillance. Luo Xia could not help but laugh lightly. Did not expect Emo Jinpeng actually really went to deal with Su Yanran. Sometimes reality is ironic. Emo Xian lies in Luo Xia's arms and quietly sleeps, while Su Yanran lies on the hospital bed looking at the ceiling in a daze. How did this happen? Su's father looked at his daughter's current appearance. His eyes reddened, forcing himself not to cry out, while Su's mother sat on the side shedding tears, and her brother comforted his mother while he couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Yan, it's already known who did it, Su's father said here. His eyes seemed to be spitting out fire. The police checked the surveillance, and the person who hurt you is Emo Jinpeng. Su Yanran's pupils suddenly dilated. How could she not expect that it was actually Mo Jinpeng who did it? According to her thoughts, even if Mo Jinpeng hadn't been arrested, he would still be in hiding and wouldn't dare to show up. Besides, how could he know that he had reported him? Suddenly, the day Luo Xia's threat flashed in her mind, and Su Yanyan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Only their sisters could have done all of this. Luo Xia had never made any substantial moves, so it turned out that the knife had already been handed to Mo Jinpeng. From the time she handed herself that evidence, perhaps Luxia had been calculating so. But how could she be sure that Mo Jinpeng would do this? Whether she had sent someone to coerce, or instigate? A doctor walked in and looked at Su Yanyan, who was lying on the bed, bloodless, with a somewhat complicated expression, and then said softly to Su's father, "Patient's family, please come over with me." "Doctor." Su Yanran's voice was breathless, her lips white. "What do you have? Just tell me?" The doctor hesitated for a moment, looked at Su Yanran's numb eyes, smiled and said, "Nothing, just explaining some precautions. Later I will let the nurse give you a shot. You take a good rest. Don't think too much." Su Yanran wanted to ask again, but Mother Su and her brother Su Jiozha stopped her, and Father Su took the opportunity to go out with the doctor. "Please be prepared for your daughter's stab." The doctor sighed. "Luckily it's winter, and the killer was probably a little flustered. But," the doctor sighed, and then continued, "impaired her reproductive function, and she may not be able to conceive normally in the future." When Su's father heard this, tears could no longer be held back. When he had advised Su Yanyan not to gamble and not to be confused by Mo Jinpeng, but cannot help Su Yanran himself insisted on changing the object of the marriage contract. Coupled with the Su father at that time also felt that Mo Xian's severed relations is not to do some too much, not to mention that at that time and the Mo family marriage is what he hoped for, and did not say anything more. Now think about it, how can I be so confused? Mo Jinpeng not only later out of the ridiculous things on the hot search, their own crime actually come to revenge their own daughter. Su Yanran on the hospital bed didn't know what was happening, but seeing the doctor's appearance, she had already done her worst in her heart. Mo Xian. It turns out that people who betray really don't have a good ending. Thinking this in her heart, a tear slowly slid down from the corner of Su Yanran's eye. If she hadn't betrayed Mo Xian, even if she hid those and stayed with him properly, perhaps she would be very different today. Mo Xian's favoritism towards her in the past made her mistakenly think that no matter what she did, Mo Xian wouldn't care. What's more, after lying to people for a long time, Su Yanran herself felt that Mo Xian just owed her. Su Yanyan in fact left the country and went to study abroad not without contact with other members of the opposite sex. No relationship, just contact as friends, but she could no longer find the feeling that Mo Xian brought her. The unobtainable are always in commotion, and the favored are emboldened. When she left Mo Xian and was no longer the emboldened one herself, she began to miss Mo Xian's goodness again. Su Yanran felt for the first time at this moment that she was not guilty of cheapness. How could she be obsessed in the beginning and hurt Mo Xian for the sake of Mo Jinpeng? Yan, don't think about it. Su mother wiped her tears. Rest well. Just finished the blood transfusion. I'll ask your brother to buy you some food. You can at least eat a couple bites. Mom, can I trouble you with something? Su Yanran looked towards her mother with a hint of supplication in her eyes. Can you help me give Mo Xian a call? I want to see him again. Su's mother froze and sighed helplessly. Yan, is he still willing to see you? I don't know. Help me out for once. Mom. Su Yanran herself is also clear. This relationship to the end will only fall a beginning without an end. She also knows that she can't get Mo Xian back. The way Mo Xian looked at Luo Xia and Luo Muki was even more gentle than how he had looked at himself in the past. Mo Xian, the last time I saw you, it wasn't to win you back. It's just that I have to tell you that the girls around you aren't worthy of your trust either. Chapter 83, Goodbye. First love. Life is sometimes full of unknowns. For example, Su Yanran could not have imagined that Mo Xian appeared in her hospital room the next day. Putting down the fruit basket he bought in his hand, Mo Xian pulled a chair and sat to the side, quietly looking at Su Yanran, then sighed and asked, Auntie Su called me on the phone, so I came over today. Actually, there are also some things that I think it would be better if we talked about the meeting. Su Yanran lowered her head, and after a few moments of silence, she smiled and said, How did your two children's mom let you come? Mo Xian shrugged his shoulders, having received a call from Su's mother in the morning when Luo Xia was beside him in her bed. Mo Xian wanted to refuse, but Luo Xia told him, since she's already like this, it's okay for you to go and take a look. Hearing Luo Xia's agreement, Su Yanran was a bit surprised, and suddenly the words she wanted to say were instead less daring. Luo Xia and Luo Muki were like a shadow hanging over her heart, and although last night's incident was done by Mo Jinpeng, she always suspected that it had something to do with them. But so what? Not to mention that Mo Xian trusted them more, and he himself was only guessing. Mo Xian, you've heard about me, right? Su Yanran already knew that she might have lost her fertility, and Mo Xian glanced at her and nodded. You say, is this retribution for me? Su Yanyan faced with a somewhat miserable smile. I remember in the past, when you and I were just together in high school, it seems that it was still me who told you that Su Yanyan would never betray Mo Xian. Once the young girl's abject confession, but Mo Xian remembered it again, only to feel incomparably ironic. Young vows are the best, but they are also the most fragile. Mo Xian, I don't have any relationship with Mo Jinpeng. Su Yanran looked at Mo Xian's eyes and said word by word, when I went to the hotel, although I had a few too many drinks, I still had my senses. Mo Jinpeng did have hints in this regard, and after I refused, he didn't pester me and respected me. Mo Xian did not answer. His eyes remained calm. When Su Yanran saw him like this, she instead explained with some panic, you don't believe me? We can do a checkup, right now in the hospital. Huma. Mo Xian suddenly spoke up and interrupted her. I told you in the past that this matter doesn't really matter at all. Mo Jinpeng touching you is his nature. Not touching you is just him trying to better deceive you. After I left home, you probably found out his true nature as well. I've mentioned to you before that your attitude is the reason we're separated. Mo Xian's voice was calm, as if he was telling something that had nothing to do with him. But for the current Mo Xian, it was indeed no longer relevant to him. I won't talk to you about you cheating on me after I lost my memory, and I won't mention that I got hurt because of you for now. Just say this matter. Yan, ask yourself, I have not wronged you, not only because of that false saving grace. If you have a heart you should know that I was sincere to you in the beginning. I always think, the Su family is not short of money. Uncle and aunt are also rich to you. Mo Jinpeng sent something I think you want. It is not unaffordable. After a pause, Mo Xian looked at Su Yanran's eyes and said word by word, the tilting of the scales in your heart isn't because of feelings, but because you feel that I'm no longer worthy of you, the Su family's eldest lady. Mo Jinpeng giving you something is just his usual trick to pursue girls, but in your eyes, it's a demonstration of his worth as the future Mo family heir. You know my business very well. You know better than anyone how the Mo family treats me, yet you still choose to maintain an ambiguous relationship with Mo Jinpeng who is targeting me. I believe that you may not really like him that much, but the outcome is not any different for me. Yan, you remember what you said about Su Yan never betraying Mo Xian, but do you remember what you said when I first told you that I was treated differently in the Mo family? You said that I don't need to care about them in the future, that having you is enough. Su Yanran hung her head, tears falling drop by drop on the hospital gown on her body. Yan, there are many things you know better than me in your own heart. And, do you think that as long as you have not broken through the last layer of the bottom line, it is not betrayal? You held hands, hugged, and even kissed him, didn't you? Mo Xian's tone was still calm, but the more calm and unconcerned he was, the more piercing Su Yanran heard. You, how do you know? Mo Xian gave her a somewhat helpless look. At a time like this she could actually ask this kind of question. He used the index finger of his left hand to point at his temple, and seeing that black ring on his index finger, Su Yanran subconsciously averted her eyes. Luo Xia, Luo Muki were all wearing the same kind of ring, and when Su Yanran saw it she only felt even more, that she had lost, or, that she had never really won. Think with your brain. Mo Jinpeng's purpose of pursuing you is nothing more than to strike me. Mo Xian slowly lowered his hand, so he would let go of these opportunities? Also, do you really not know that he's doing these little maneuvers? Just the opposite. You know it very well in your heart, but you don't care. Huma, why do you think I was able to be so dry and decisive when I broke up? Like I said, it was you who forced me step by step to break up and cut out the person I loved as a teenager from my heart, and it was a painful process, but I did it. My grandmother once commented on Mr. M.O. watching a rose go from bloom to rot and not being able to do anything about it herself, which I can very much relate to because that's how my cherished first love declined, deteriorated, and finally rotted little by little. You knew full well that aside from Grandma, you were the only one I could trust at the time, and you ended up choosing to side with the people who hurt me, and even when I cut ties with them and left home alone, you ended up doing nothing different from falling on your sword, no matter what the mentality was. So, do you still think it matters whether you and he broke through that layer or not? What's more, from the beginning, our relationship has been laced with deception and the way you hurt me that one time. Su Yanran's hair covered her face, and all that could be seen was her body trembling non-stop, as well as suppressed sobs, and Mo Xian just quietly watched without any movement or saying another word. I remember in the past, if I cried, you would definitely coax me. Su Yanran choked. Do you really love them that much? Aha. Without saying one more word, just a firm word of Su Yanyan felt as if she had been pierced through the heart by 10,000 arrows. It was clearly her who would rather cheat than be with Mo Xian, and it was clearly her who confessed to Mo Xian, but in the end, it was also her who betrayed and abandoned Mo Xian. Su Yanran slowly raised her head and suddenly smiled gently. Mo Xian, you're still so simple, but haven't you ever thought that they wouldn't be able to cheat you? Why do you think Mo Jinpeng suddenly attacked me? You should also know that the evidence was given to me by them. So, don't you think Mo Jinpeng is also their deliberate way to find a way to instigate? Mo Xian frowned slightly and did not answer her. Seeing Mo Xian's somewhat puzzled look, Su Yanran continued to speak. I know you don't believe in me, and believe in them even more. I won't talk about anything else, just talk about this matter. How could it be such a coincidence that I reported Mo Jinpeng and he attacked me? Also, don't say that you don't know that Luo Xia, the vice president of Luo Plan, how ruthless her methods are. Mo Xian, what you have around you is never a simple white rabbit. That's two poisonous snakes. The Luo family can sit in today's position. Do you think they may have a little blood on their hands? Mo Xian still didn't say a word, and his eyes kept falling on Su Yanran. I didn't think they were mere white rabbits. Mo Xian slowly spoke. I just want to ask you one thing. Have they ever harmed me? Su Yanran swallowed all the words that were originally on her lips. Yes, have they ever harmed Mo Xian? Even if she didn't know the details, those two children, Luo Xia Luo Muki's eyes on Mo Xian, were all telling her that they loved Mo Xian more than she thought. Before Mo Xian came to the hospital, when he heard Su's mother mention on the phone that it was Mo Jinpeng who stabbed Su Yanran, he already had suspicions in his heart. It was too obvious that only they knew about Su Yanyan reporting Mo Jinpeng, and if it wasn't him or Su Yanyan, then only Luo Xia and Luo Muki were left. But Lozia was right there with him and admitted it outright. Xiao Xian, I didn't think to hide it from you, otherwise I wouldn't have let you go see Su Yanran. Luo Xia frankly told Mo Xian. I hate her. I can't wait for her to die. I could care less that she cheated on you, but I care that she made you hurt, that she made you forget about us. Mo Xian looked at Luo Xia blankly for a long time before he sighed and said, Xia, do you know that this is against the law? I know, Xiao Xian. I'm sitting in this position of Luo's. I've done a lot of things. Luo Xia looked up at Mo Xian. Even if I make one decision, a company can go bankrupt, or even someone with heavy debts commit suicide. Xiao Xian, but I never wanted to harm you, not once, even if I had to choose. I'd rather the person I hurt be me than you. Retracting his thoughts, Mo Xian sighed and slowly stood up and said, I know, thanks for the reminder. Su Yanran just looked at him, completely in disbelief that Mo Xian didn't have any reaction. So, you accepted it, right? Su Yanran suddenly broke down in general. Yes, I deserved it. I admit it when they retaliated against me. But you just accepted it? You can accept them, but you won't accept me again? Mo Xian walked to the door and stopped for a moment, then looked back at her and said, I've just asked this question. Have they ever hurt me? Luo Xia and Luo Muki are crazy. Mo Xian, are you going to stay with two people like them? Su Yanran cried while trying to get out of bed, but it involved the wound and the intense pain made her almost fall to the ground. Yan, I have nothing but them, Mo Xian said faintly. So, I'll take the good, the bad. After a pause, Mo Xian suddenly smiled easily, and I believe that Xia and Muqi will not betray me. Get some rest, Huma, and, bye. Mo Xian turned around, pushed open the door and walked out. Hearing Su Yanran's painful cry, Mo Xian only hesitated briefly, then left without looking back. Goodbye, first love. Chapter 84. Letting you see her doesn't stop me from being jealous. Walking out of the hospital, Mo Xian met Luo Xia head on. Although she was by herself, she was so beautiful, and with a thermos in her hand, she drew sideways glances from pedestrians just by standing there. Xia, why are you here? Mo Xian was a bit surprised and quickly walked a few steps to her. I thought you would go to the company. Luo Xia didn't answer. She just handed him the thermos cup, then wrapped her hands around Mo Xian's waist. Xia? Mo Xian was holding a thermos cup in his right hand, somewhat at a loss for words. Luo Xia looked up at him, her eyes full of grudges. Thinking that he had gone to meet Su Yanran, Luo Xia was still very unhappy in her heart. Very unhappy. Nothing, I'm hungry. Go eat. Luo Xia slowly released him. And remember to drink the tea I brought you. Mo Xian was a little unsure and opened the thermos. This familiar smell of Chinese medicine almost didn't send him away. This is tea? This is clearly ing medicine. The tonic he has to drink every morning. This tea, this will have to be drunk? It was so hard to have a reason to run out today, but I didn't expect Luo Xia to not only have people chased after her, but also bring the medicine along with her. Luo Xia looked at him, then smiled and said, It's not good if it's cold. Xiao Xian, drink it quickly. Mo Xian could not help but hit a cold shiver. Always felt that Luo Xia's mood this time seemed not particularly good. Forget it and drink it. There's still a long day ahead. Mo Xian forced himself to endure the discomfort and drank all the medicine in one gulp. This flavor, Even if he drank it a few times it could kill him with bitterness. Luo Xia looked at Mo Xian's somewhat twisted and pained expression inside, taking out a lollipop and unwrapping it and stuffing it into his mouth. How come you're so old and still look like this when you drink your medicine? Luo Xia shook her head helplessly, suddenly thinking of a time in the past when Mo Xian had a cold. Uncle Zhang specially brought him medicine, but it was the man who was afraid of bitterness and refused to eat it. Or Luo Xia persuaded and coaxed him with lychee-flavored lollipops. Afraid of bitterness? Mo Xian was embarrassed to hold the lollipop. How do you know I love this flavor? In the past, when I was sick and my mouth was bitter, you would bring me lollipops with this flavor. Luo Xia dotingly reached out her hand and touched Mo Xian's face. I remember everything about you, little cutie. Mo Xian froze, and Luo Xia wrapped her hands around Mo Xian's neck, with only his reflection in her pupils. I'm jealous, Hen. Ha? Mo Xian was a little confused by her sudden words. In Luo Xia's eyes, a suppressed emotion he could not understand. I'm letting you come. It doesn't stop me from being jealous. Luo Xia suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Mo Xian's face. Coax me. Mo Xian laughed bitterly and reached out to hug Luo Xia, then said softly, then I would have known not to come. Sorry. If you don't need to go to the company, or let's both go out to play? Go anywhere? Hotels don't work. Are you kidding? I just fell for Luo Muki's trick yesterday. I'll let you set me up again today? Thinking about what? Not going to a hotel. Luo Xia snorted. I didn't drive here. I had the driver send me here. I'll drive later. Give me your keys. Mo Xian was unsure, but still handed the car keys to Luo Xia. The sky was a bit cloudy, and although it wasn't snowing anymore, there was still quite a bit of snow on the ground. But Luo Xia's mood seems to be very good. Pulling Mo Xian's hand, walking quickly towards the parking lot, both of them did not notice that a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped and a person slowly walked out of the car. Looking at the back of the two of them thoughtfully, why is Luo Xia with him? Shouldn't it be Luo Muki? If Mo Xian turned around, he would definitely recognize who this person was. Chang Wenxin's younger sister, Chang Yunhua, who had been seduced by her own third sister's husband. Chang Qingshan was beaten. She had heard of it. The person who beat her was Luo Muki. But today she came to the hospital only to run into Mo Xian and Luo Xia together. Interesting. Could he be capable of hooking up with both of the sisters at once? Chang Yunhua looked at the back of the two with a rather deep feeling. When she first saw Mo Xian, she couldn't deny that Mo Xian's good-looking face did attract her. She did think about getting acquainted with Mo Xian as well. Digging him up to go to Chang's is one aspect, and fancying that face is also one aspect. But it wasn't until she knew that her brother had his head blown off by Luo Muki with a bottle because of Mo Xian, and was threatened by her, that Chang Yunhua's mind became more occupied. Chang Yunhua was very famous in the upper circles of Kyoto. Her ability was outstanding, and the Chang family also valued her very highly. Originally, she had a halo, but every time she was mentioned, someone would definitely say, it would be nice if there were no Luo sisters. Yes, if there was no Luo Xia and Luo Muki, Chang Yunhua would only be the most dazzling one amongst the Kyoto's luxurious gentry. But with these two sisters, she could only be reduced to a companion, from childhood to adulthood. Except for the 2 years that the two sisters were hidden, Chang Yunhua was always pressed by them. Regardless of looks, talent, and family history, Chang Yunhua will always have these two sisters on her head. Even later into his own company, Chang Yunhua in a few projects and Luo Xia face-to-face a few times. Each time the result is a failure to return. Gradually, Chang Yunhua's heart developed a kind of resentment towards these two sisters. No matter what she did, these two sisters were always like a mountain pressing down on her. No matter how much she struggled, it was useless. On the contrary, she was bent on winning over the sisters. But Luo Xia and Luo Muki's eyes never lingered on her. She wasn't that stupid. She wouldn't expose what she found out today. What Su Yanran could think of. There was no reason why she couldn't think of it. It's definitely not possible to rob with them. But, Chang Yunhua smiled. What if I can ruin the relationship between you guys? In the beginning, it was you guys who made him not go to Fusion Star, and those cruel things in your past. Do you dare tell him? People sometimes just can't trust others easily. This is the biggest feeling in Mo Xian's heart. Luo Xia indeed did not take him to the hotel, but went to a superior B&B located near the attraction. Xia, so what are we doing here? Oh, dinner of course? Luo Xia looked like she was taking it for granted. Fresh ingredients can be provided here. Vegetables, meat are all good. You can cook and eat here. Can't you do it at home? Yes, but I like being here. Luo Xia looked at Mo Xian. Her eyes were aggrieved, and seemed to be pouting and pouting. You said you coaxed me. Have you forgotten? Mo Xian only felt as if his heart had been struck. Luo Xia seldom revealed such an expression. Who could top this? Okay, I know. Mo Xian forced himself to hold down his somewhat restless heart. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you? Why don't we wait until we get inside? I'll think about it. Luo Xia intimately took his arm and went to their room. Just after closing the door to the room, Luo Xia suddenly pressed Mo Xian against the wall. Her eyes the kind of madness and possessiveness that made Mo Xian a little alarmed whenever she was in love. I'm thinking about it. Eat you. No, Xia. Eat you and I won't be angry. Chapter 85, Departure. Mo Xian rubbed his backside and sighed, picking up the chopper to cut the vegetables. He always wondered if he had to put a lock on his room when he went to bed. It was a bit of a bear to always be pitted by these two sisters in turn. Luo Xia was lying asleep on the bed. The tantalizing blush on her face hadn't receded yet, and she was slumbering with a hint of a smile. And Mo Xian had already showered and dressed, and unwillingly, he had to cook a meal for her. What can he do? Still have to spoil. There are really fresh ingredients here. All the vegetables and meats of the day. Kitchen utensils, spices are also available and the dishes are all disposable. The sky outside the window was still cloudy, and thinking back to the fact that he had a child from a rare moment, Mo Xian even felt that it was like a dream. The sound of water boiling in a pot interrupted his thoughts, and just as he was about to add the chopped vegetables to the pot, the softness behind him made him look back. Luo Xia seemed to have just woken up, casually pulling a robe and tying it haphazardly, not caring at all that a large portion of the snowy whites in front of her chest were exposed. Be careful of the cold. Mo Xian turned around and very carefully straightened her robe. Why are you up so soon? Without you, I can't sleep solidly. Luo Xia wrapped her arms around Mo Xian, her head buried in his chest. Aren't you tired? It's all customary. Mo Xian smiled bitterly and pointed to the pot on one side and said, wait for me, I'll make you soup. Luo Xia, however, reached out her hand, turned off the fire, and hugged him tightly. And only then did Mo Xian see that she actually ran over barefoot. Although there is underfloor heating, also turned on the air conditioning, indoor is very warm, but in the end it was also winter. Mo Xian was a little helpless, gently bent down and picked up Luo Xia horizontally. Why did you run over here without shoes? Mo Xian's tone carried a hint of reproach. Why don't I carry you to sleep again? Luo Xia's head was next to Mo Xian's shoulder, and she reached out to caress his face as if she was tracing his contours. For so long, Luo Xia and Luo Muki took one step at a time and finally tethered Mo Xian completely to their side. The fact that Mo Xian felt unreal. How could Luo Xia not feel the same? Only, Luo Xia also had some of her own thoughts in mind, such as today when she agreed to Mo Xian going to see Su Yanran. If she couldn't wait for Su Yanyan to be stabbed to death by Mo Jinpeng. And even after learning that Su Yanyan wasn't dead, Luo Xia had already prepared her next plan, but she let Mo Xian go to see Su Yanran. In fact, she wanted to confirm Mo Xian's attitude once again, and she even hoped that in the end it would be Mo Xian who would stick another knife in Su Yanran's heart. As for why she could know, Mo Xian's cell phone was given to her, or a customized machine, which not only had location, but also eavesdropping. Even taking into account that Mo Xian is a computer science major, these are built into the phone. Even if it is connected to a computer, it can't be scanned, unless the phone is completely dismantled and examined. As for the result, she is very satisfied. Only to think that Mo Xian went to see Su Yanran alone, she still feels unhappy. What's wrong, Xia? Seeing Luo Xia staring at herself out of her mind, Mo Xian softly inquired. Luo Xia shook her head, then reached out and wrapped her arms around Mo Xian's neck and said in a soft tone, Xiao Xian, let's leave after New Year's. I've already started handing over my work. So fast? Mo Xian was a bit surprised. I thought I had to wait until Weier and Schwer were a bit older. Luo Xia did not answer. In fact, the deeper the pathological love, the more she was afraid that Mo Xian would leave instead. Settling abroad is not only so that they can be free from the restrictions of this side of Kyoto, but more than that, Mo Xian's dependence on them will be deeper when the environment also changes completely. A foreign country, only their sisters and their daughters. The probability of Mo Xian leaving becomes smaller. Has not left. The first is to grasp control of Mo Xian. The second is because there are really a lot of work needs to be handed over to deal with. There are still some work she also needs to aftermath to wrap up. Being carried by Mo Xian on the sofa, he even deliberately ran to bring disposable slippers to her. Luo Xia just quietly looked at Mo Xian as if she was an obedient child. Next time, don't run around barefoot if you're in any kind of hurry. Mo Xian rubbed her hair. I'm going to continue cooking. What do you want to eat? Shall I join you? Luo Xia put on her slippers and stood up. She was too anxious just now. This time she realized that her legs were sore and weak. She almost didn't stand when she stood up. Xiao Xian, my legs are sore. Luo Xia looked at him accusingly. Rub it for me, okay? I have a sore back. Who will rub it for me? Mo Xian shook his head and sat on the sofa, placing Luo Xia's legs on his own legs. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. The robe was lifted to one side by her seemingly casually, a pair of long white legs rattling around in front of Mo Xian's eyes. If your heart is clear as ice, the sky will not fall. Mo Xian's mind kept replaying these two sentences. Luo Xia and Luo Muqi's bodies seemed to have a very fatal attraction to him. Just now in the kitchen, now on the sofa, just seeing a little bit Mo Xian felt that he couldn't hold it. It's strange to say that in the past, when Su Yanran and his feelings were okay, it's not like he hadn't seen her wearing short skirts and shorts or other cool dresses in the summer. But Mo Xian would have been embarrassed. But he didn't have this feeling. In terms of body shape, Su Yanran was not as perfect as their proportions, but it wasn't bad either. To say that Mo Xian didn't have any thoughts in the past would be bull asterisk 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 asterisk. But he was able to hold it, and when it came to their sisters, self-control was almost as good as lost. Obviously, he should be tired, but just such seemingly thoughtless teasing, Mo Xian would inexplicably have an urge. Sometimes he wondered if Luo Xia and Luo Muqi could be some kind of chimera in human skin. How come he was now as addicted to them? His heart was theirs, and even his body seemed to only belong to them. Only, further tossing, only afraid that he really have to go to see grandma. With no danger to give, Luo Xia pressed the leg. Mo Xian stood up from the bedroom to take the blanket over her body, said, "You rest well. I'll go to cook it?" Well, Luo Xia's voice still seemed a bit lost. "Right, after dinner, why don't we take a break and go out for a walk? This is a scenic spot. It's rare that it's just the two of us. There's Mu Qi at home. You don't have to worry." At this time is drawing Luo Muqi suddenly heart inexplicably irritable. Always feel which is wrong, but for a moment and do not know exactly which is wrong. "Okay, all according to you." Mo Xian smiled dotingly. "Then I'll go cook." For a while, although Luo Xia felt sorry for Luo Muqi in her heart, she still had a thought that if it was just her and Mo Xian, hiding in a place like this all the time, it didn't seem too bad. At the same time, inside the ICU ward of the hospital, Mo Engying looked at her father through the glass with a tired face. Xin and I took her own money to fill the deficit, and unable to stay in the hospital, she winded up running to the company herself. She returned to Mo's, yet Mo Qingqing's side left behind even more problems. Even as her own big sister was eating away at Mo step by step, she wasn't as capable as Mo Qingqing, and with the string of blows, she didn't want to continue. "Second sister, have you, thought about it?" Mo Qingqing stood behind her, still carrying a suitcase in her hand. Mo Engying nodded and said somewhat helplessly, "I'm incapable and don't want to care. What mom did, let her deal with it herself. But if you leave, won't the family be completely finished?" Mo Qingqing couldn't help but cry out. "Second sister, find another way to talk to big sister? Forget it, what's to say?" Mo Engying took the suitcase. "What belongs to me under my name? I've already sold all of it, plus the savings I have on hand. As for Mo's shares, I've also sold them. Here's 5 million. For you." Mo Engying put a card in her hand and pulled the suitcase to cross over to her. Pausing for a moment, she turned back and said, "Ting Ting, you also make plans early. Hurry to get out of this while you still can." "Second sister, mom and dad, you really don't care? Pipe? How can I manage?" Hearing Mo Tingting's words, Mo Engying only felt amused. One killed his own son for his illegitimate son and forced away his youngest son. One kept the illegitimate son around and raised him, giving him the opportunity to adulterate the gold and the chance to steal the company's liquidity. "I'm as benevolent as I can be, and it's time for me to think for myself." After saying that, regardless of Mo Tingting's call, Mo Engying left without looking back. Selfish parents will only raise selfish children, starting with elder Mo and ending with the rest of the Mo family. One wrong step has ultimately led to today's bitter consequences, and from the beginning to the end, Mo Xian just pushed a hand, or rather, tore down the family's cloth of shame. That's all. Chapter 86, He's Got a Kid? After eating with Luo Xia and taking a nap, the good news was that she was also not much more energetic, so she could finally get a good night's sleep herself. It seemed like every time he slept in a bed with them, he ended up exhausted, and there were very few times like this when he was able to properly snuggle Luo Xia. Seemingly sensing this, Luo Xia in her arms gently came up to Mo Xian and kissed his lips with her eyes closed. Even with her eyes closed, she could clearly feel Mo Xian awake. Luo Xia closed her eyes, a lazy smile on her face. Suddenly it feels like a newlywed couple. Mo Xian let out a bitter smile. Maybe the three of them wouldn't be able to be a legal couple in this lifetime. Luo Xia didn't hear Mo Xian's reply and slowly opened her eyes to look at him and gently pinched his nose. "Without that piece of paper, Nuki and I are also your wives, so you can't renege on that." Mo Xian couldn't help but stare at her for a moment at such blunt words, then suddenly wrapped his arms around him and said with a smile, "It's not bad for a lifetime. Little cutie, I'll be with you in my next life too. Good times are fleeting." A phrase Loxia could often relate to these days, like the knock at the door and the hypnotic ringing of her own phone. At the same time there was a message that followed along. "Open the door, sis. I've brought the baby to find its father." Lo see, it's not about being new, it's about what works. isn't it? You're here, and you brought your kid too. This really wasn't Luo Muki's pot. She was going to come over on her own, but Uncle Zhang suddenly called to tell her that Luo Wei'er and Luo Shuer weren't feeling well and couldn't get in touch with Mo Shan and Luo Xia. Luo Muki can only go home to see the children. The result is that when she arrived home, the two milkball jumped up from the bed, hugged her legs in only one sentence. Mommy, Auntie, take us to Daddy. She did not want to bring, but the two girls cried really shocking, thought about it, and only brought the child together to find the two of them hiding to steal food. As for why she knows, because the positioning in Mo Xian's hand, she can also monitor. Xia, did you tell Muki? Mo Xian hurriedly put on his jacket while turning back to ask. Of course Luo Xia knew how Luo Muki knew, but she couldn't say anything. Luo Muki was also certain that her sister would help her round up the past, so she brought her daughter to kill her directly. Well, I sent a message to Mu Qi, Luo Xia replied with a leathery smile. Only her eyes were cold. Go ahead. I'll take a shower before going out. Mo Xian nodded and hurriedly went out to open the door. The door just opened. The two milkballs were hanging on Mo Xian's two legs as if they were two wombats. Daddy! No matter when he saw the two cute babies, Mo Xian felt warm in his heart. Outside the door Luo Muki looked at Mo Xian, with a hint of a smile on her face. Her scrutinizing eyes looked at Mo Xian's heart a little hairy. Brother, I'll deal with you next time. Luo Muki came to Mo Xian's ear and spoke softly, clearly full of seductive whispers. But Mo Xian couldn't help but be shaken by the tiger's body when he heard it. Although Luo Muki was dissatisfied in her heart, she could especially understand her sister's behavior. After all, she herself hadn't done this kind of thing too often. Sometimes she even thought that if they weren't sisters, or if they didn't have a good relationship yet they both loved Mo Xian so morbidly, then only the two of them might have had to die for each other. After a while, Luo Xia got dressed and came out of the bedroom with her hair still a little wet. Seeing Luo Muki, Luo Xia glared fiercely at her. Luo Muki, on the other hand, was all smiles, as if she didn't care at all. Since we're here, let's stay together. The room is still big enough. Luo Xia helplessly compromised. Even if you came by yourself, what are you doing here with a child? I don't want to. These two dead girls have learned the hard way now, pretending to be uncomfortable to trick me back. Luo Muki thought of herself being tricked by two 3-year-olds, and also had a bitter smile on her face. You also know that brother is not at home. If the two of them cry, thinking of the shocking way Luo Wei'er and Luo Shuer cried, Luo Xia also had a hopeless look on her face. I don't know who to follow. Luo Muki looked at the two milk dumplings that were clinging to Mo Xian, crying and fussing when you can't see daddy. We weren't like this before? Luo Xia gave her a blank look. Follow who? You said follow who? The two of us were born. Daddy, go outside and play. Although the weather is a little cloudy, but this is Kyoto is not only close to the scenic area, there is a shopping mall nearby, which has an indoor children's playground. Just now when I came Luo Wei'er and Luo Shuer saw the cartoon pictures used for publicity outside the shopping mall. Although the two children do not yet recognize the words too much, but they always go to the children's playground to play with their dads, and they have guessed that that's what the place is. Only the two of them knew that Luo Muki wouldn't agree to take them there, so they waited until they saw Mo Xian. If Mo Xian knew what they were thinking, he would not be able to help but spit out. This point of mind is exactly the same as their mom. Then why don't I take them out to play? Mo Xian picked up his two daughters. Xia, you and Muki, why don't you take the girls, and Muki and I will prepare dinner for you. Without waiting for Luo Muki to object, Luo Xia directly agreed. Luo Muki just wanted to retort, yet Luo Xia kept winking at her, so she could only nod her head in agreement. Waiting until Mo Xian left with his daughters, Luo Muki couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, Sis, you're winking at me one after another. Is there something wrong? Oh, I'm tired and don't have the energy to go, but I don't want you to go either. Listening to Luo Xia's explanation as a matter of course, Luo Muki suddenly thought it would be better to die with her. Mo Xian with two children into the shopping mall, did not expect the two milk dumplings to see someone eating donuts. They pulled Mo Xian's clothes. Milky voice said, Daddy, want to eat that? Okay, then why don't Daddy take you guys to buy it? Mo Xian hugged the two children and said softly, but you can only eat one. In a while when you go back you are not allowed to tell Mom and Auntie. Taking the children to find the place to buy desserts, Mo Xian put the two milk dumplings on the floor and gave them the donuts after buying them. The two little girls' meaty little hands held the donuts and sat on the chairs in the dessert store with their dad happily eating them. Dream, look, is that Mo Xian? Mo Xian did not expect. I am afraid Shangguan Meng even more did not expect. They actually ran into each other here. It's rare that Shangguan Meng is off today, and the two of them have arranged to come here together to go shopping. Mo Xian didn't see her and Huangya, but Huangya inadvertently saw him. Shangguan Meng looked at the two little girls in dismay. Their eyebrows and Mo Xian were practically identical. Mo Xian, You have a daughter? More than one daughter? Little dream. Maybe it's his relative's child? Huang Ye softly comforted. Right, doesn't he have 3 sisters? He has a poor relationship with his family. How could he possibly help his sister with her child? Shangwan Meng's voice was a little choked. Still missed with him. There you go again. You're always like this. Not even asking. Huang Ye was furious when she saw her like this. You're just so cavalier. You didn't cherish so many opportunities in the beginning, and now you're not asking questions? Shangwan Meng shook her head with a bitter smile. She actually wanted to know the outcome, but she didn't want to know. She hoped that the baby wasn't Mo Xian's, then she would still have a chance, but she was afraid that if the baby was Mo Xian's, she would be even more upset. She wasn't the kind of sick love that Luo Xie and Luo Muki had, nor was she as unwilling and regretful as Su Yanran. Shangwan Meng on Mo Xian, in fact, is just a simple crush, originating from the dream of a young girl. Chapter 87, I like him, it's never about him. The first time I met Mo Xian in high school was at the commencement ceremony. When Shangwan Meng saw him for the first time, many girls actually noticed him as well. Not only the students of the same class at that time, but even some of the sophomore and junior schoolmates would run to see him. Only at that time, Mo Xian had a Su Yanran by his side, and everyone could see that Mo Xian was different to Su Yanran. At that time for Shangwan Meng, Mo Xian was just a good-looking boy. She didn't know him and wouldn't develop any liking for him just for a face, until they were assigned to a class after the class division. In the first grade test, Mo Xian was first and she was second. The teacher had the intention of having the two of them be at the same table, but nay, Su Yanran was unwilling. Since then, she became the closest distance to watch Mo Xian and Su Yanran's people, but also at that time she slowly found that Mo Xian's nature is a little light, and not too keen to socialize. A class of students and he is only classmates. He would patiently answer his classmates' questions and would occasionally discuss NBA games or anime and games with other students. But Shangwan Meng still felt that he had a faint sense of distance from others. What really made Shangwan Meng fall for him was actually an accident. Some punks would sneak into their school to blackmail the boys who were left behind and hit on the female students in the school. On that particular day, her parents had something to do and she took a taxi home by herself. Petite and a bit rustic at the time, Shangwan Meng was naturally targeted by the punks. It was Mo Xian who passed by and saved her, and after the 3 punks were put down by him, Mo Xian was uneasy and personally sent her to a cab. From that moment, he broke into Shangwan Meng's heart. She felt that Mo Xian was not quite the same as others. Even after that time, she and Mo Xian slowly became familiar with each other, but he never said much less any ambiguous moves or flirtatious behavior. Sometimes Shangwan Meng was jealous of Su Yanran. A boy like Mo Xian almost became a heterosexual insulator for her. Slowly, she began to secretly observe Mo Xian. Many things Su Yanran, her girlfriend, could not see, but she could. She thought that Su Yanran and Mo Xian would go to the end. After all, at that time, in her view, it was impossible for a third person to intervene between them. So after graduating from high school, Shangwan Meng chose to go abroad to study psychology. And Huang Ye once joked about her, "Are you taking the initiative to quit?" But she just laughed too. She hadn't even started. Where was the exit? Few people know why Shangwan Meng, who is obviously not poorly off and pretty, has such low self-esteem, which actually stems from her parents. Her family is a family of books. Her parents are both highly educated, and her education is relatively high pressure. Even when she was a child, her parents had used the percussive method of education in order to make her a success, not realizing that it had instead made her character become inferior. Because of the inferiority complex originating from childhood, Shangwan Meng has also become coy in the face of her own feelings. Especially Mo Xian is too outstanding, and there is also a bright and flamboyant Su Yanran at her side. It was a direct result of the fact that she had the opportunity, but still missed it time and time again. The reason why she went abroad to further her studies in psychology was also largely because she wanted to save herself. It's just that healers can't heal themselves, and after studying so much, there are even more than 1 or 2 boys who pursue her, but she still has an inferiority complex. So until today, Mo Xian still doesn't know she likes him. Looking at Mo Xian and the 2 milk balls together, Shangwan Meng smiled somewhat miserably at Huang Ye and said, "Let's not go over and bother him, right? After all, meeting up would just make both sides a little awkward. Better go ask, Dream, you secretly liked him for so many years." Huang Ye knows that Shangwan Meng has been secretly waiting for Mo Xian, but her approach is really anxious, and even a little angry. In the beginning, if she stayed in the country, Mo Xian and Su Yanran broke up, she would have had a chance. With her understanding of Shangwan Meng, she didn't believe that they wouldn't have a good result. Even Mo Xian broke up, Huang Ye specifically told her, and also specifically said that she should seize the time to go back to China for a trip. But this indisputable best friend of his own still did not take the final step. Of course, in fact, To some extent, even if she stays in the country, the result may not change. Only Shangwan Meng and Huangya do not know it. For the last time, you're coming with me to say hello, and if it's not his, you'll keep waiting if you want to, and if it's his, you'll give up on yourself and start a new life. Huangya really didn't want to watch her stay stuck in one place for the sake of her youthful crush. Shangwan Meng sighed and only nodded a little. Huangya pulled her and was just about to walk over, but a good-looking figure walked past them and went straight into the dessert store. Lo Muki? Huangya knows Luo Muki. She is also considered an art student. She also studied painting and drawing. Luo Muki is very famous in this circle. Once and her own college teacher happened to participate in a painting exhibition. She met Luo Muki once. Luo's plutocracy's little princess, genius painter, or finance department school bully. All kinds of halo plus body. Just how could she not understand why such a person would be here, or alone? Shangwan Meng didn't recognize Luo Muki, but she was also a bit surprised simply because she was so beautiful. In the past, she felt that Su Yanyan was beautiful, but when compared to Luo Muki, Su Yanyan's light also dimmed a lot. Under the pair's surprised gazes, Luo Muki walked over to Imo Xian and the two milk dumplings and suddenly hugged him. They couldn't hear what they were saying, but looking at Imo Xian's helpless but loving face as he touched Luo Muki's face, at that moment Shangwan Meng didn't feel heartache, but was much relieved. Let's go Xiaoya. I remember there's a store nearby that's not bad. Shangwan Meng wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and gave an easy smile. Stop looking. He's doing well. That's enough. Huangya couldn't say a word this time. Luo Weier and Luo Shuer not only resembled Imo Xian, they also resembled Luo Muki. After all, Luo Xia and Luo Muki were similar in appearance, so usually when others saw either of them with their children, they would only think that these two milk balls were born from the same mother. Her own best friend completely had no chance this time. No way could she compete with Luo Muki, the proud daughter of heaven. Women know women best. Shangwan Meng. Huangya can see Luo Muki looking at Mo Xian's eyes. The kind of love that only one person in front of him, how can not hide? Only Shangwan Meng didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but she always felt that there was a strange feeling in Luo Muki's eyes for a moment that seemed to have a peculiar feeling. It felt that in that moment, Luo Muki's eyes seemed to flash a trace of morbidity. Leaving the mall, Huangya looked at the side of the color as usual. Shangwan Meng hesitated for a moment or opened his mouth to ask, little dream, if you are difficult, I don't feel bad. On the contrary, there is still some relief in my heart. Shangwan Meng shook her head. The relationship itself is one-sided. He never knew. Shangwan Meng suddenly smiled at Huangya. I like him. This matter never had anything to do with him. Today he's doing well and I'm just happy to see that. He's been through a lot in the past and now he's got people who love him and he's got kids and that's enough. Huangya looked at the smiling Shangwan Meng in front of her, moved her lips, then sighed, then hugged her petite bestie and said, it's best if you can think like that. My treat today? Then hurry up and book your place. I need to eat more today and eat you poor. Seeing Shangwan Meng still have the heart to joke, Huangya also thinks she is really put down. In the first place, for the sake of a secret love that has never been declared, why torture yourself so much? It was only when she was busy looking down at her cell phone for the number of that store that Shangwan Meng took out a coupon from her bag. That was something she had gone through a lot of effort to snag in order to be able to ask Mo Xian out to dinner. And originally she wanted to use that opportunity to tell Mo Xian that she liked him. Walking over to the trash can, Shangwan dreamed of throwing the coupon in, but in the end, she didn't do it and carefully put it back into her bag, explaining the reason for setting up Shangwan Meng and Chang Yunhua, which is actually left for later in the season, lending them to help the male lead know that the double female lead is a sickly girl. Chang Yunhua's role is to let the male lead know that they did a lot of cruel things in the past in order to be with him and force the Luo family to compromise. Shangwan Meng, on the other hand, lets the male lead know about hypnosis, psychological suggestion, etc., and lets him know about the overly morbid and heavy-handed love between the two sisters. The ending, as I mentioned when I replied, is a good one in my mind. I think so myself, and there are absolutely no deaths, and the main male character is not with anyone else, so you can rest assured on that one. All you readers out there, I'm grateful to all of you for seeing this all the way to now. I'm actually a very lazy person, and it's not easy to stick to it. This book can stick to it until now because of your support and encouragement. Thank you all for the wrong love. For all. Chapter 88, Let's Talk. Mo Xian didn't realize that his high school classmate was here just now. He asked Luo Muki somewhat helplessly, how did you run out and know we're here? I told my sister to take a call. Then I ran out while she was busy in the kitchen. Luo Muki blinked somewhat mischievously. Also, you forgot brother. The daughters have locators on their bodies. It's for fear of them being kidnapped specially fitted to them. Mo Xian then remembered that the cartoon necklaces his two daughters wore around their necks were customized locator devices and had an alarm function. Is this something you're allowed to use like that? Of course, He doesn't realize he's been located himself. Luo Muki was just about to say something else when Luo Shia's phone called as if she was about to kill someone. You have 5 minutes to get your ass back here or I'm coming over there to get you. Luo Muki bristled. How could her own sister be like this? Besides, with a child, it's not like she can do anything. Where is the trust between people? Forget it, Mu Chi. Why don't you go back first? Mo Xian said with a smile. I'll take the kid to play for a while and then go back. Luo Muki could only give in, kissing Mo Xian's cheek a little, and pinching the 2 milk dumplings' fleshy little faces, completely ignoring the 2 of them with their resentful little eyes. You think I don't know what you think? You don't want me to kiss your father, do you? Luo Muki kissed Mo Xian again as if on purpose, and the angry 2 milk balls waved their tiny fists at her across the room. Mo Xian was also a bit amused. How did it feel like she was such an adult and still deliberately provoking children? Accompanying the child to play in the children's playground for a while until Luo Shia's phone call came, Mo Xian hugged his 2 daughters and went back to the BNB together. As soon as he entered the door, the aroma of food came out. Hearing the door ringing, Luo Xia stretched her head out from the kitchen, still wearing an apron on her body. Seeing Mo Xian, she smiled gently. Back? Quickly wash your hands with the child and prepare for dinner? Luo Muki walked out with a big bowl of soup and placed it on the dining table before turning back and running to Mo Xian with a happy smile on her face. Brother, I've made several dishes today. You and Wei Shuer hurry up. Oh. Mo Xian was in a bit of a trance for a moment, then suddenly laughed out, hugging his 2 daughters and said, Okay, I know, I'll go now. He seemed to have everything he wanted and, moreover, doubled it. Coming back from the BNB, Luo Xia and Luo Muki continued to be busy with their work, and Mo Xian wanted to hurry up and finish the project, and academically he hoped that he could finish as early as possible, since Luo Xia and Luo Muki had offered to leave. Of course he was going to follow them. For the Mo family, he did not pay too much attention. Mo Jinpeng is still on the run. Now he is probably in the gutter rats. Who does not know hiding in that corner either trembling life, or rotten and stinking? Mo Chanshan still did not wake up, and Qin Ni is now anxious. Mo Enging out of the country without trace, as the eldest daughter of Mo Qingqing seems to completely sell the entire Mo's cash. But none of this has anything to do with Mo Xian anymore, except in picking up a phone call from Grandma Su. After Mo Xian left, Su Yanran's mental state became very poor. Coupled with the injury, the whole state is not particularly good. Su grandmother told Mo Xian, Su mother has to take Su Yanran out of the country. She was going to see you again, but I stopped her. Grandma Su sighed. Mo Xian, this matter is ultimately our Su family's fault for you. Grandma Su, this has nothing to do with you. Mo Xian softly relieved the old man. Her own heart changed. It's not something you can control. Hey, if I had known this, I would not have let you and Yen Yen get engaged in the first place. I'm sorry for my old sister. Thinking of Grandma Mo Xian, Grandma Su cannot help but cry. The old sisters have a lifetime of friendship. I did not expect. In the end, their own granddaughter hit their own face. Grandma Su, don't say that. None of us can predict the future. Mo Xian sighed. Your health is also not good. It's better to rest and take care of yourself. After comforting the old man with a few words, Mo Xian returned to the group to continue working, listening to the seniors in the same group. It seems that the Chang family has been coming to Kyoto University a lot lately. They have not only focused on graduate students, they have even started to contact college students and related majors. The scope is very wide, and they have even begun to contact some of the sophomore students. Mo Xian did not care about this. There are schoolmates and siblings catechized, and he asked for advice about the choice of employment. He also just truthfully state his understanding of the Rongxing and Chang. He had no right to intervene in how these young, talented students chose, but he always felt that if he had to choose between the 2 companies, he would choose Rongxing any number of times. Cheng family is obviously A and Rongxing dead stance. First rob people, in the students to buy good, how to arrange the back. They in the end considered know who knows? In this era to the college students to draw a big cake this set is no longer useful. On the salary of the 2 families is not much difference. Cheng family a little higher, but on the environment, the future development, almost closed eyes know to choose the Rongxing. Speaking of which, you're also serving in Fusion Star, aren't you, Hokage? The senior seemed to have thought of something. I heard that Cheng's recently started digging for Rongxing's corners, and the treatment given is very high. Mo Xian shook his head and said indifferently, I don't know. I feel that my current job is very smooth. Days at home, either with his 2 baby girls or the mother of his 2 children. He must be smooth. The senior and he briefly said a few more words and returned to his position to get busy. And Mo Xian had just lowered his head when his mentor walked in with a somewhat less than stellar face. Mo Xian, come out with me. Unsure of the reason, Mo Xian only got up and followed his mentor out. And when he reached a place where no one was around, the mentor sighed and said, the Cheng family has been fighting with Rongxing. You know that, right? Mo Xian froze for a moment, but still nodded, and the mentor continued. Our project this time, the Cheng family bid to buy it, and now Miss Chang wants to meet you. See ni? Mo Xian looked at his mentor with some confusion. I don't know her very well either. What's the point of seeing me? I don't know. Probably want to dig you over? The mentor gave Mo Xian a rather helpless look. She said that you know her, more than knowing each other. He'd helped her stop a slap on the wrist and beat up her brother's bodyguard. In fact, Mo Xian's biggest regret is that he didn't give her brother, Chang Qixin, a mouthful that day. If it wasn't for the fear of causing trouble for Luo Xie and Luo Muqi, he would really like to whip him. He had lived for 20 years or so. How come he had come across every oddball? Since the other party wants to see you by name, it's good for you to meet them once. If not, you can just say hello to the Luo family. The mentor smiled and said, the school is spreading about you and second Miss Luo, although Su Yanran left you in the first place. But this is still a village in the dark. Mo Xian was a little embarrassed. After all, what more than Luo Muqi ah? But he also did not say straight with the tutor. Just snorted and changed the topic. Then I'll meet her. Teacher, to when? She's right there in the conference room. You'll be there this minute. Ha, this is ready ah? Mo Xian didn't think too much about it, took off his credentials and went to the conference room. After knocking on the door, he pushed it open only after hearing the crisp female voice inside telling him to go in. Chang Yunhua was sitting on a chair, looking at the information in her hands. When she saw Mo Xian, she slowly got up and walked over with a smile and extended her hand. Hello, Mr. Mo. Finally we meet again. Mo Xian frowned and reached out to hold her fingertips for a moment before immediately letting go. Chang Yunhua saw the situation, interestedly looked up and down Mo Xian, and then said meaningfully, how? Those two princesses of your family, see you look very strict ah. What do you mean? Hearing her words, Mo Xian's face instantly clouded over. Obviously, she knew about her relationship with Luo Xie and Luo Muqi. It doesn't mean anything, but it's just quite curious. I didn't expect you to actually be so capable that you were able to subdue those two eldest ladies of the Luo family in one go. Chang Yunhua deliberately paused for a moment, seeing Mo Xian's face getting more and more unsightly, before he opened his mouth to continue. Two people like that can actually die for you? Student Mo, why don't we have a chat? Just talk about how famous those two Lohan girls who treat you like a baby are in our circles. Chapter 89. If you have something to say, there's no need to be conspiratorial. Mo Xian forced down the unhappiness in his heart. I know that in the past, Xia and Muqi did some bad things for the family business. Just made some? Hearing Mo Xian's words, Chan Yuno couldn't help but laugh out loud. You really don't know anything. Ha, that's right, with you by their side. They naturally don't want you to know what they've done. Chang Yunhua slowly sat back on the chair and looked at Mo Xian with interest, then opened his mouth and asked, my brother and I said that Luo Muqi seems to care about you ah. I don't know what she did that could make my brother such a no-nonsense person not pursue the matter. Mo Xian laughed coldly. How do I know? Maybe he roleplayed and really thought that he was an enlightened monk. Chang Yunhua could hear Mo Xian's sarcasm, but she didn't get angry and continued. You should know that although the Luo family has no interest in the entertainment industry, the Luo family has quite a few shares in domestic theaters and popular video websites, especially the theater line. The Luo family has stuck the necks of many film and television groups in this one place alone, especially the popular social media platforms in China. The Luo family are all major shareholders. What the hell are you trying to say? Mo Xian only felt a little bored. He was completely wasting his time here with Chan Yuno. Take it easy. Ha, aren't I just about to start? Chan Yuno looked like she was in a good mood. Guess how much news Luo Xie and Luo Muqi have pressed? These two sisters, who can be said to be infamous in the upper circles of Kyoto, haven't been exposed even once. Back then there was an ungrateful magnate in Kyoto that competed with Luo Xie on a project. The head of the family she personally engineered jumped to his death. His son wanted to avenge his father's death, but as a result, before he could do anything, he was beaten alive by her and Luo Muqi herself with people who broke his legs, threw him to the suburbs, and let the wild dogs bite him to death alive. Luo Xie took care of business at Luo's when she was in college, and she's the best at this kind of thing. Once a world's top 500 foreign enterprises, with huge funds into Kyoto, less than 3 months the entire management of a variety of messy scandals flying all over the place. There are even a few executives' sudden accidents. And finally all the projects of this enterprise are all stranded. The Luo family to lower than the market price of the funds all cut off. And that's just a drop in the bucket. I don't even know how many people have lost their lives by design through the hands of these two sisters since they started in the family business. Looking at Mo Xian's iron face, Chang Yuno became even more pleasant. Luo Muqi isn't as calculating as her sister, but she's crazy and ruthless, isn't she? At first a wine party, I have witnessed her poking a rich second generation who pestered her with a dinner knife directly into her face. TSK wasn't stopped by Luo Tian. I'm afraid that person's eyes had to be taken by her. Finished? Mo Xian suddenly interrupted her coldly, his tone indifferent. Don't you think you're very much like a long-winded woman? I suddenly quite regret meddling in my own business that day. How come your ex-fiancé didn't smack you to death with a mouth? Cheng Yunhua was mentioned by Mo Xian about this matter, and for a moment her face did not look too good. After all, this matter did hit her face. Only she quickly adjusted her expression and continued to smile. The one who hooked up with my fiancé is your sister, right? I heard that you cut ties with your family? So you see, your sister hooked up with a man I didn't want, and you helped stop it so I didn't get beat up, so it evens out. Mo Xian didn't bother with her about this. Instead he glanced at the wristwatch on his hand and said with some impatience, if that's all you're doing to talk about this, I'm going to say goodbye first. I don't have that much time to waste with you. Actually, you can consider thinking about me. Chan Yuno gave him a pretentiously flirtatious look. Although I admit that I'm not as pretty as them. I'm not bad, right? And I'm also quite rich. Follow me. I can also let you process the. Originally, she wanted to go on, but seeing Mo Xian's somewhat contemptuous eyes, Cheng Yunhua sighed and said, am I that unattractive? Mo Xian ignored her and turned around to try to leave. He wasn't that narcissistic to think that she was looking at him, not to mention that her actions just now, fake couldn't be more fake. Although he didn't know exactly what she thought, Mo Xian only felt that this woman was just as sick in the head as her brother. Okay, no more jokes, classmate Mo. Cheng Yuno returned to her normal self. I'm looking for you. I just want to make it clear to you that I do see your talent and would love for you to join Cheng. Also, I really want to advise you, Luo Xia and Luo Muki aren't normal people, and I won't say anything about this matter of the three of you. There's no need to get myself in trouble, not to mention that the Luo family has ways to be able to suppress it. I do not know how much they like you, but do you really want to be with two people like that? Even their elders couldn't do anything about them. Luo Xia and Luo Muki were too extreme in their methods in the first place, and were too ruthless, just for the sake of consolidating the Luo family's position. Speaking of this, Cheng Yuno also sighed. At the age of 18, Luo Xia, who had disappeared for 2 years, suddenly returned to the Luo family, and not only did she enter Kyoto University, but her personality changed quite a bit as well. In the past, although Luo Xia's temperament was a bit cooler, it hadn't reached this level today. Not only her, Luo Muki's originally quite cheerful personality had also become cloudy, and had even become a bit of a bad character. They all thought that it was because of the Luo family's internal turmoil that the two sisters were hit and that's why they became like this. But he didn't expect Luo Xia University to not only choose to pursue a double major, but also began to help Luo Tian handle the family business together. Compared to Luo Tian, Luo Xia completely disregarded how the process went and only cared about the outcome. Any means, as long as she could achieve her goal, she didn't care. It wasn't unheard of to even use the Luo family's influence in the underworld to target competitors by any means necessary. And although Luo Muki wasn't as calculating as Luo Xia, she was just like her sister. As long as she could achieve her goal, she never cared about what means were used. Moreover, Cheng Yunhua had always felt that the sister duo seemed to have some sort of obsession, and it even seemed to her that Luo Xia and Luo Muki's actions so far were more like compromising the Luo family. It's not that there are no children of powerful families who make the family give up some ideas by their own merit for some purposes, such as marriage, supporting other children or even illegitimate children, or even worse, taking power. But, as extreme as the sisters, Cheng Yuno had never seen it before. Fear of marriage? With the Luo family's status, there was really no need to rely on marriage. As for supporting other children or illegitimate children, including seizing power is even more unlike. Luo Tian is sitting properly in the seat of the president. Really want to seize power, only afraid this will. Luo Tian has long been kicked out. She couldn't guess and didn't want to guess. Having been pressed over the head by Luo Xia and Luo Moji, Cheng Yunua's heart gradually became a little twisted. Cheng Yunua was in fact not bad in terms of ability, but she didn't have the same talent as Luo Xia and Luo Muki. Not to mention she didn't know that they were in fact only doing this to be with Mo Xian. People's obsessions are different and catalyze different results. Luo Xia and Luo Muki relied on their obsessions and used every means just to exchange for Mo Xian. And Cheng Yuno's obsession made her hellbent on winning them over once, no matter what it took, even if it was as it was now, like a long-winded woman who annoyed people. If one could poach Mo Xian, a man favored by the two sisters, to Cheng's, wouldn't that be one's win for once? Even if they couldn't dig it up. But Luo Xia and Luo Muki had done so much evil. What would happen if Mo Xian, whom they valued so much, knew about it? Luo Xia and Luo Muki had never been as special to a man as they were to Mo Xian over the years, especially the way Luo Xia treated Mo Xian in the hospital that day. She couldn't even believe that this was the murderous, cold, arrogant and ruthless Luo Xia. Think about it yourself. What I just mentioned to you is just one of them. Chung Yuno continued. To be honest, doing business will inevitably use some dishonorable means some of the time. I can understand that. The Chang family has not come this far in a clean way either. You're quite frank. Mo Xian suddenly sneered at her. And Chung Yuno shrugged indifferently. That's the truth. Except that like their sisters, I'm afraid it's only rare. You probably don't know that the sisters, back in the day, did things that even we were ashamed of? Chang Yuno paused for a moment and looked at Mo Xian in front of her and smiled. Are you sure you really understand them? Chapter 90. Thank you for firming up my choices. Mo Xian didn't answer, just looked at Chung Yuno expressionlessly. It was a long time before he spoke. So why are you so certain that what you have seen must be the real them? Chang Yunhua did not expect Mo Xian to ask this question. For a moment, she did not know what to say. Mo Xian looked at her wanting to say something and couldn't help but smile. You know, the most deceptive thing in this world is the eyes. Many times, we can only see what we want to see. Xia actually told me that she did do a lot of things back in the day, and I've wondered more than once what she really did. It's just that these don't really matter to me. I only care about them. That's all. Ms. Chang, I don't know what the point of you talking to me about this is. A person asked me a very similar question before, and my answer was that I accept them no matter if they are good or bad. What happens between me and the girls is our own business, so I won't bother you with it. Mo Xian finished, turned around and walked to the door. Before he left he looked at Chung Yuno again. There are some things that you and I actually know in our hearts. According to you, what is your brother looking for me for, since both Xia and Muqi are already infamous? Are there no more women under the sky? Until now, there are still quite a few people who want to marry them. And even Luo is only afraid that now she can still receive gifts from various suitors, right? And don't you think it's ridiculous? If I didn't know a couple of tricks, and if I didn't have the Luo family to protect me, I'm just afraid that your brother would beat me up for nothing, and I wouldn't even have a place to stay in the hospital, would I? How did you manage to coerce your own brother into telling me what Xia and Muki did while coercing someone else? After Mo Xian finished speaking, his hand was placed on the door handle and he was about to push the door to leave. Behind him Chung Yunhua spoke quietly. Are you sure you don't want to see how they treat others? Mo Xian turned back. Chang Yunhua shook her cell phone and smiled. Take a look for yourself. I hope that after you've read it, you'll still be able to say as much as you did just now. A video was playing on her cell phone. Luo Xia was sitting on the sofa with her arms wrapped around her hands, without a single expression on her face. Beside her, Luo Muki was wearing casual clothes, taking off her sneakers, her knees bent on the sofa, holding her cell phone as if she was messaging with someone. With a sweet smile on her face, a man kneeled on the ground and begged for something. But Luo Xia didn't open her mouth once from the beginning to the end, and not a moment later, a few female bodyguards suddenly carried telescopic batons and beat the man violently. From the beginning to the end, Luo Xia's eyes didn't stay on that man, while Luo Muki continued to send messages with a smile on her face as if she hadn't heard anything. It was only when the man was dying that Luo Xia seemed to tell the bodyguard to stop the beating, walked over herself, stepped on the foot of 10-centimeter high heels and kicked hard on the man's face. Her mouth seemed to say something, and the video came to an end. Do you know when that man was offended by them? Chang Yunhua looked at Mo Xian with a smirk. Just this year, before my brother offended you, I think. This video is also something I spent a lot of money on. Then go ahead and call the police. Mo Xian threw the cell phone back to Chung Yuno. Such good evidence. Don't waste it. Are you deliberately playing dumb? Chung Yunhua was infuriated by Mo Xian's attitude. You can tolerate someone you like doing this kind of thing? I've made it very clear that I accept both the good and the bad. Mo Xian shrugged. Besides, after all this your brother still went to stick it to Muqi, or not. What Chung Yunhua did was right even though it was lowly, but she underestimated the importance of Luo Xia and Luo Muki to Mo Xian. Or rather she underestimated the amount of thought these two sisters had spent on Mo Xian. As those two paintings depict, the man is in chains and bound to two women, and finally when it's all over, even without the chains, the masks, much less the need to obscure the man's vision, he's willingly with them. Chung Yunhua's idea is good. A normal person would have ideas in his heart when he sees these, but now Mo Xian, strictly speaking, is no longer considered a normal person. It was true that he still had doubts in his heart, but it definitely wasn't because of these words from Chung Yuno or these things he saw. Even if it was there, it was a separate issue between him and the two of them. Outside the school gate, on the white Bentley, Luo Xia's fingers gently tapped on the window. Wearing headphones, inside came Mo Xian's voice. Ms. Chang, don't you think you're being ridiculous? While desperately showing me, describing what they actually did. All this since you already knew, why didn't you tell your own brother? Luo Xia suddenly said to Sister Hui, who was sitting in the driver's seat. At the end of the year, remember to double the bonus on the technical department's side. Yes, got it, Missy, it's time to pay them more. This built-in bugging device has really good reception. By chance, I wanted to hear what Mo Xian was doing, but I didn't expect to hear all this. Luo Xia had wanted to come over to take Mo Xian to buy some clothes, so she simply waited outside the school door after hearing all this. These things, she had indeed been covering them up. On the one hand, before completely controlling Mo Xian, she didn't want to destroy the good impression Mo Xian had in his heart towards her and Luo Muqi. On the other hand, it was better for this kind of thing not to be exposed or not to be exposed at all. Except it doesn't matter now. The plan is almost complete anyway, except for the last step. In her heart, there wasn't a trace of resentment against Chang Yuno for talking too much. Instead, she was grateful that she was messing around here and ended up giving herself a hand. She was very happy with Mo Xian's performance, and more importantly, sooner or later, all of this would be known by Mo Xian, and she already had a way to deal with it. She was even confident that once she explained, Mo Xian would only be gripped tighter and tighter by her. Sister Hui, did I offend Process Yunhua? Luo Xia seemed to have thought of something. I remember that I don't seem to have much dealings with her, right? Missy, have you forgotten? There were a few investment projects before, and she chose the same product as you, just a different brand. Sister Hui patiently explained. However, every time, she lost and you won. Also, she's a painter too, only with second miss around. She's always pushed down. Is that all? Also, ever since she was a child, it seems like she's been compared to you in second miss. Don't you know? Luo Xia really didn't know. She didn't care about this kind of thing at all. The only thing in this world that was worth her trouble was Mo Xian. And even taking care of the family business, all of this was just for the sake of being together with Mo Xian unattached. As for what Chang Yunhua thought, it wasn't worth a penny to her. Who cares what a passerby thinks? Our family is just joining forces out of interest. Chang Yunhua didn't get angry when she heard Mo Xian's words. Not only us. I'm afraid that apart from that second son of the Xiao family, which one of the ones chasing after the sisters isn't doing it for the benefits brought by the Luo family? Speaking of which, aren't you too? Chang Yuno's words changed, her tone taking on a hint of sarcasm. Don't tell me that you're not because of money? It's actually not denied. Mo Xian shrugged. It's just that it's not what you think, and I can't talk to you about it. In the beginning, if it wasn't Luo Xia and Luo Muqi, I'm afraid that grandma didn't have this last bit of time. Before the breakthrough in the relationship, one could go to school without fear. Also because of their sister's monetary support. To say that it wasn't because of money was too contrary, but to say that it was entirely for self-interest, Mo Xian had never thought of it that way. Ms. Chang, I think we've wasted enough time. Mo Xian opened the door, thought about it and turned back and smiled. Actually, I'm quite grateful. I'll go back and ask Xia and Muqi what they did. Only it's not because of these clumsy provocations of yours. I have to admit I really don't know enough about them to know what they've done in the past. After what you told me today, I did get curious. Not for anything else, because you solidified my choice. After saying that, Mo Xian didn't care about Chang Yunua's somewhat ugly face and pushed the door to leave, not expecting to run into Luo Xia and Sister Hui head-on. Xia, how do you? Without waiting for her to finish, Luo Xia jumped into his arms at once, hugging him tightly and refusing to let go. Only Mo Xian didn't notice. She made a look to Sister Hui beside her, who nodded and walked into the conference room while Mo Xian wasn't paying attention. Chapter 91. As long as I can be with you. Chang Yunhua sat down on the chair somewhat disheveled. She couldn't figure out Mo Xian's thoughts. Is he sick? Showed him the video and told him that. Ms. Chang, hello. Sister Hui pushed the door in and smoothly brought the door on and unlocked it. Chang Yunhua knew Sister Hui, Luo Xia's female assistant. Her status in Luo's was very high, even to some extent. What Megumi said was tantamount to Luo Xia's orders. Our eldest miss asked me to convey to you that soon she and the second miss will be leaving with Mr. Mo, and the Luo family's business after that will be completely handed over to President Luo. Sister Hui wore a detached smile and conveyed Luo Xia's words word for word as if she were a customer service agent. Eldest miss asked me to tell you to thank you for using this tactic. The conversation you just had, eldest miss heard it all. As a matter of fact, Missy would have told Mr. Mo herself, but she still wanted someone to do it for her so that Mr. Mo would be more convinced when Missy explained it. In order to be grateful to you, our Missy has decided that the next project with Kyoto University will be told to President Luo that Rongxing will no longer be involved, and that it's a gift to you. However, Ms. Chang, there is one more thing that Missy asked me to tell you. Don't use such a childish way, or it will look like you and the Chang family have no status. When Chang Yuno heard Sister Hui's words, she only thought if she had heard wrong. As an outsider, how could she possibly understand the relationship between Mo Xian and the Luo sisters? In fact, not to mention her, I'm afraid that even an individual wouldn't be able to understand it. What was even more incomprehensible to her was how Luo Xia had heard her and Mo Xian's words. Also, Missy asked me to pass on another message to you. Sister Hui slowly approached Chung Yunhua. Suddenly a slap hard on her face. This time the force is very large. Not only Chung Yunhua almost fell from the chair, half of the face at once swollen up. Sister Hui wasn't just Luo Shia's assistant. The Luo sisters' female bodyguards were all brought out by her. This is to teach you a lesson, so that you can use your mind on your own family's business in the future. Also, the second young miss only cut someone's face with a knife in the first place. A big lady like you, exaggerating and blackmailing such a classless thing should be done less in the future. After a pause, Sister Hui looked at Chung Yuno, who was covering her face, and smiled. In the future, when the first and second young misses are no longer in this circle, you will get what you want. After Sister Hui finished speaking, she turned and opened the door and walked out, leaving Chung Yuno by herself. Sister Hui's last words were like a knife poking into her heart. She finally gets to win for once, but it turns out the sisters are out, just as they have been for the past 2 years when they disappeared. Xia, calm down. Being hustled by Luo Xia into a utility room, she backhandedly locked the door and wrapped her arms around Mo Xian and tiptoed into one passionate kiss after another. You still haven't told me what brought you here? Mo Xian managed to press her hand and inquired seriously. Did someone tell you about Chung Yuno? No, I don't know. I miss you. Luo Xia's breath was a bit messed up. Mo Xian's words just now had completely irritated her. For so long she had never felt that giving to this man was anything to be ashamed of, that she could give him anything but her life. It wasn't that she was afraid of death, she just couldn't let him go. She heard the firmness in Mo Xian's tone. This asshole normally wouldn't say it in front of them. If she hadn't eavesdropped on a whim, she would have missed such a good opportunity. Well, it's school. Mo Xian tightly embraced her, but he was afraid of hurting her and didn't dare to exert himself. Luo Xia drew out her hand, wrapped her arms around his neck, and forcefully pulled his face in front of her. No matter what Mo Xian said, it was as if Luo Xia couldn't hear it anymore. Alright, I'll go talk to the tutor. Stop it. Mo Xian was really overwhelmed by her kisses. Will you wait for me here? I'm with you. Don't, right? You forgot that Muki is at school. Mo Xian had just finished speaking when he only felt the temperature around him drop quite a bit. He wondered if he had messed with something unclean. How come there were always such bizarre events around him? The coldness in Luo Xia's eyes flickered. She had been quite angry about this matter. Her own sister had taken the opportunity to make an official announcement with Mo Xian on campus on the basis of her graduate studies, causing her to act like a thief. But thinking about today's events, Luo Xia's mood instantly improved again. As for Mo Xian, slowly feeling the temperature rise, although he was not superstitious, he always felt that he should not go to find a master of some kind to ask. Then give me the car keys. I'll wait for you in your car. Luo Xia looked at the lipstick marks on Mo Xian's face and just wanted to wipe them, but suddenly put her hand down. Sister Hui and I passed by and wanted to take you to buy some new clothes to come. That Miss Chung. Oh, it's fine. Just trying to dig me and talking a bunch about you guys. Mo Xian didn't care in general. Don't worry, no matter if what she said is true or false. I don't care. Luo Xia opened her mouth with a look of wanting to speak. Mo Xian smiled and gently kissed her forehead and said, I only care about you, about Muki, about our child. Here, the weather is cold. Go ahead. Leaving the utility room, Mo Xian hurried to the office, not noticing Luo Xia's slightly rising lips. If something is wrong, then you. Mentor heard Mo Xian said something, just to say you first go busy. I'll look up to see Mo Xian face, lipstick prints on the lips, quite meaningful smile, go. But young people have to pay attention to rest. What's going on here? And teacher, what do you mean by that smile? Mo Xian was a bit unsure, but he still thanked his mentor and went out, and on the way, he ran into a few seniors and siblings who saw his face with a strange smile. Mo Xian always felt that something was wrong, but thinking that Luo Xia was still waiting, he hurried to the parking lot. Slow down, take it easy. Luo Xia had just gotten into the car. Mo Xian had already run over, and when he closed the door and got into the car, Luo Xia smiled and complained to him. I'm afraid you'll be anxious waiting. Mo Xian touched Luo Xia's hand. No work today? No. Slowly Nuki and I will be able to completely let go of everything. Luo Xia looked at Mo Xian and suddenly opened her mouth to ask, she should have told you about Mu Qi and I. Well, it was said. Mo Xian smiled and shook his head. I don't care about Xia. No matter what you guys have done, I want to talk to you. Xiao Xian. Luo Xia eyes suddenly red. In the past, Mu Qi and I did do a lot of things, and it is not too much to say that a sentence is hurtful. Actually, I've been wanting to talk to you about it, but I'm afraid that you'll think we're dangerous. Mo Xian took her hand and softly comforted her. How could it be? I can understand, although I'm not in your position. I also understand that there are some things that you don't wish for. Actually, we're doing all this for you. Luo Xia lowered her head. Her tone became very light. Hearing her words, Mo Xian for a moment actually did not know what to say. For him? How can that be? If Muki and I don't make achievements, if we don't find a way to come up with something that can impress my grandma and my parents, how can they let Muki and I be with you so capriciously so easily? So that's the only thing Muki and I had to do. It was extreme, but okay, don't you see they agreed? Xian, I told you that I won't hurt you even if I hurt myself, so I don't care as long as I can be with you, even though I know these things are cruel. Mo Xian looked at Luo Xia, and the tears in his eyes suddenly blurred his vision. He had never known why the Luo family would actually agree to something so outrageous, and it wasn't until today that he realized why. Combined with the Luo family's abnormal behavior, in combination with Luo Xia and Luo Muki's attitude towards themselves, and these things, he felt that it was outrageous, but he didn't have the slightest doubt. Don't be sad, it's all worth it for you. Luo Xia smiled and came over to hug him. I know she won't say anything good. In fact, these I want to say to you in person, but I don't dare. I'm just afraid you'll hold it against us if you find out. Without waiting for her to finish, she herself was tightly embraced into Mo Xian's arms, and Luo Xia's smile slowly became sickly, and her eyes carried a hint of happiness. These words were all true, except that there was one thing Luo Xia still hadn't told Mo Xian. The more Mo Xian leaves her, the more greedy she and Luo Muki become. I want so badly to not have to hide myself from you, and you're just as inseparable from me. So when is it more appropriate to let him know the rest of what to let him know? Greedily leaning in Mo Xian's arms to feel his body temperature, Luo Xia slowly began to calculate in her heart what to do with this last step. Chapter 92, Becoming Another Tool? Mo Xian clearly felt that Luo Xia's mood had become very good, and even felt that she was not Luo Xia, but more like Luo Muki. Pulling his hand and shopping at the mall with him, that feeling was very different from the usual Luo Xia. In Mo Xian's heart, Luo Xia had always been more like a big sister, while today it was as if she was completely relaxed. Entering a luxury store with Luo Xia, sometimes Mo Xian sighed that the world was really as small as it could be when it was said to be small. Mo Qingqing and a middle-aged woman dressed ably, carrying 2 bags met Mo Xian and Luo Xia head-on. What a coincidence! Mo Qingqing saw Mo Xian and smiled somewhat tiredly. Before Mo Xian had seen that she was in a bad state, only it looked like this would be even worse for her. Hello, Vice President Luo. The middle-aged woman beside Mo Qingqing greeted Luo Xia respectfully, and when she saw an outsider, even though her hands were still holding Mo Xian's arm, Luo Xia's expression instantly turned into the same cool look that she usually had. Nodding slightly, Luo Xia pulled Mo Xian and wanted to leave, but Mo Qingqing reached out and stopped Mo Xian, barely smiling. Let's have a cup of coffee together. She then looked at the middle-aged woman beside her and said, this is my brother. I have something to talk to him about, so go back. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Mo Xian felt that Mo Qingqing seemed to be a bit wary of this middle-aged woman. Luo Xia leaned over to his ear and whispered to him, that's the Yi family's old lady's assistant, responsible for helping her take care of the company. Mo Xian heard here, could not help but frown. It seems that this big sister of their own, days are not very good. The middle-aged woman glanced at Mo Xian and replied indifferently, I'll join you. Mo Qingqing didn't show a difficult look either, as if she guessed that she would say this, and didn't say any more. Turning her head, she looked at Mo Xian. It's not so bad that a cup of coffee is not willing to drink with me, right? She was right. Mo Xian really didn't want to. Only Luo Xia nodded at him, signaling him to agree. Mo Xian was a little confused, but he still listened to her and agreed. A coffee shop opposite the mall. The 4 of them found a seat by the window and sat down. Mo Qingqing rummaged for cigarettes from her bag, and didn't expect to be stopped by that female assistant beside her. You're going to marry the young master soon, and the old madam has instructed you to quit smoking to prepare for pregnancy. It sounded polite, but the tone was hard, and Mo Qingqing didn't care. Putting the cigarettes and lighter back, you go to the other side. I'll talk to my brother, and Vice President Luo alone. Mo Qingqing glanced at her. Not married yet. I always have this bit of power, right? The female assistant still wanted to speak, but when she touched Luo Xia's cold and threatening eyes, she didn't dare to say a word and only left silently. She might not care about Mo Qingqing, but she couldn't not care about Luo Xia. Is this the day you went through all the trouble and wanted? Mo Xian couldn't help but sneer. Then what are you trying to do here? Mo Qingqing didn't answer. She just looked out the window, then gave a bitter laugh and said, if I can count on people, others can count on me. Slowly, Mo Qingqing told Mo Xian that the one who bought Mo's was the Yi family, and the money ended up in Mo Qingqing's hands, becoming the reserve funds for her company. Mo Xian had to sigh. His own big sister to sell up their own home, really is not hesitate at all. Just when she thought she had done everything right and started working on the new company, old Mrs. Yi stepped in after all. Mo Qingqing was indeed smart enough, but she had underestimated this old man's city and calculations. She could investigate the Mo family, and old Mrs. Yi could also investigate her, even earlier than she thought. Not to mention that Yining's parents were still around. Yining was indeed pampered by his mother, but Ye's father was no cutie pie. He is indeed mediocre, but in big matters he trusts his mother 100%. Mo Qingqing illegally transferred assets and even had quite a few backstage irregularities, and when this evidence was neatly laid out in front of her, Mo Qingqing smiled, then said with Mo Xian, "Old Mrs. Yi told me that it's not that she doesn't trust me, but position exchange. Can I rest assured that I can marry in without restrictions?" Mo Qingqing was already very cautious. When Luo Xia sent Yunnan to deal with her, she started to think of ways to destroy the evidence, spending a lot of money to hit the ground running and sealing other people's mouths. But she forgot one very important thing. You can spend money, others can spend more money to pry those people's mouths open again. Yi Ning was too incompetent. Mrs. Yi was old, and Yi Ning's father was too mediocre to keep the house. It was impossible to expect him to make the Yi family go further. Old Mrs. Yi had given her the wrong signals from the start, making her mistakenly think that Yi Ning was too useless, and that until their children grew up, the Yi family would ultimately have to be taken care of by her. After all, that was what old Mrs. Yi had done in the past. Mo Qingqing is very smart, but she is too obsessed with climbing up the ladder and is too greedy, not to mention that she is confident that she still has a back way out. Even if the Yi family backtracks, she doesn't care. Actually, as you all can see, Yi Ning was wasted by his own mother. Mo Qingqing sighed. If we count on him, this bit of family business at home will only be lost sooner or later. Nowadays, the Yi family is still honorable, but what if we wait until the family business is completely handed over to Yi Ning in the future? A man with high eyes, mediocre abilities, a young master's disease, and a style that isn't particularly good. No one with a matching family lineage would be willing to marry his family, and those with a bad family lineage, they wouldn't be able to look at. After a pause, she looked at Luo Xia and said, "At that time, when she brought Yi Ning to your house, she actually already knew that it was unlikely, not to mention you and Mo Xian's affair, how the Luo family chose, the son-in-law wouldn't be him, but, the lure of the Luo family is too great, or she wouldn't have gone to the old lady of the Luo family to sell her face." Knowing the possibilities were slim to none, not only old Mrs. Yi, but in fact many of those who wanted to marry the Luo family more or less held this kind of fluke mentality. She did appreciate Mo Qingqing, but she couldn't help but guard against him. After all, Yi Ning's father was her son, and Yi Ning was her grandson. She told me that my company was categorized under the Yi family's name, and that the shares and assets were all handed over to Yi Ning's father for temporary safekeeping. As long as I agree, I will immediately arrange for Yi Ning and I to get married, and when I give birth to a child in the future, these will naturally be returned to me. Luo Xia looked as if it was none of her business, while Mo Xian felt a bit amused. He looked at Mo Qingqing and asked, "Don't tell me that this is something you agreed to. Are you sure that you're Mo Qingqing, not your second or third sister? You've been busy for so long and gone through so much trouble just to go from being a tool of the Mo family to a tool of the Yi family?" Mo Xian is not convinced that Mo Qingqing will compromise just for these so-called evidences. If she dares to do it, I'm afraid she has a way to get out of it, even if the Yi family could find out. But Mo Qingqing's mind, so easy to compromise? Looking at the restrictions that the female assistant had placed on her just now, Mo Xian even thought for a moment that she hadn't been taken over. There is no way. Not only these, Yi old lady told me. I do not agree. Not only this evidence will appear in the place that should appear, even, she will find a way to make my own company bankrupt, so that I have nothing. Mo Qingqing didn't care about the no smoking sign in the coffee shop, and pulled out a cigarette and lit it, inhaling deeply. Don't worry, I didn't expect to run into you today, not to mention that I'm also self-aware and didn't intend to. Mo Qingqing glanced at Luo Xia on the side. I just really don't have anyone to talk to lately. Seeing you complaining about a few things, Mo Xian looked at Mo Qingqing, but Mo Xian was a bit skeptical about what she said. Old lady Yi did pinch all her lifelines, not to mention that Mo Qingqing had betrayed the Mo family. Even if the Mo family was now safe and sound, it wouldn't be difficult for the Yi family to deal with them. Only, would her own biological big sister really sit on her hands like that? She'd compromise on something like this? To be honest, Mo Xian is really not quite believe. Chapter 93, I'm the only one you should care about. It's almost time. I should go. Mo Qingqing glanced at the time. I promised the Yi family. It's just that I still need some arrangements on my company's side. It's all given to them before the new year. Yi Ning and I will be getting married by then. I'll send you an invitation then. After saying that, Mo Qingqing got up and left. The female assistant carried her things and bowed to Luo Xia hurriedly before following her out of the coffee shop. Do you believe it? Mo Xian looked at Luo Xia. Why do I always feel that something is wrong? Are there no women left in this world? The Yi family has gone to great lengths to tie up a Mo Qingqing? Or a Mo Qingqing who can even sell her own family's company? Yi old lady is not afraid that Mo Qingqing will also find a way to deal with the Yi family. Or even, take action against her? I can't say, but I can probably guess some. Luo Xia smiled. Yi Ning's reputation isn't particularly good. His family matches, and those who are capable can't look at him. Those with a bad family history and not enough ability, their family can't look at them again. And that Yi Ning has also chosen to require that the female party must have a passing face value. As for your big sister, she is simply a perfect match for the Yi family. Having the ability, Yi Ning likes it, and as for your big sister's so-called ruthless heart and ambition, none of it is a problem for the Yi family. Broke all her back. Of course, she herself did do too much some. Future married, she and the Yi family company also will not have any real power. Even shares may not have. What old Mrs. Yi wants is that she can handle the trouble for Yi Ning. If she can have a child, even better. It doesn't matter if she can't. You see that female assistant stopped her from smoking. But didn't Mo Qingqing still smoke? She was obviously nearby. I don't believe she didn't see it. And since she's preparing for pregnancy, how could Mo Qingqing still have cigarettes in her bag? Mo Xian was dumbfounded, combined with the fact that his big sister had tossed around for so long. But in the end it was not as decent as being in the Mo family? Mo Xian suddenly some feelings. Mo Qingqing calculated so much. Mo family completely collapsed. Xin and I side is only a matter of time. Mo Qingqing tossed these. Yi family suddenly backstabbing her. But who could she blame? Mo Qingqing might have been greedy. Or maybe she held a grudge against Mo Changshan for giving the family business to Mo Jinpeng rather than her. But she had chosen to come to this point by herself. Yi old lady dares to do this. Must be to put everything is considered. Even Mo Qingqing dog jumping over the wall may be counted in. Only. Luo Xia leaned on Mo Xian's shoulder. You watch. Yi family future. Only fear will not be peaceful. Mo Qingqing aimed to move up the ladder. How could she let the Yi family trap her? The Mo family was her obstacle in the first place. Even if it was her own family she could sell out without hesitation. Perhaps she had been in pain and unwilling, but she still did it. Old Mrs. Yi looks like everything is done seamlessly, except that the human heart is unpredictable, especially for someone like Mo Qingqing. Perhaps, she's already preparing how to deal with the Yi family. Luo Xia thought about it. It depends on who is more powerful between her and old Mrs. Yi Lu. Not to mention this, Xiao Xian. You won't be worried about her, right? How could it be? What does it have to do with me? Mo Xian reached out and wrapped Luo Xia in his arms. It's just that I didn't expect to actually run into her and be dragged by her to complain. Actually, Mo Qingqing didn't expect that she would actually run into Mo Xian and Luo Xia so coincidentally. Didn't you say that that brother of yours has severed ties with the family? The female assistant drove while looking at Mo Qingqing sitting in the back row through the rearview mirror. It seems that the relationship with you is still good. Mo Qingqing looked at her and didn't answer, just looked out the window sideways. After a long time, she suddenly laughed and said, don't expect me to put in a good word with my brother. He and I are just not torn apart. Asking me to help you guys hook up with Luo Xia will only backfire. The female assistant's lips moved and did not continue. Mo Qingqing couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. She could know too well what was in this person's heart. Even if the Yi family bound themselves, they still planned to make the best use of it. Using her relationship with Mo Xian to get a ride on Luo Xia? Isn't thinking a little too good? Mo Qingqing didn't say anything else, but closed her eyes to fake sleep. The female assistant didn't know what was really going on in her mind. After the showdown between Yi family and Mo Qingqing, she herself was sent by the old lady to her side, saying that it was care. It was actually surveillance. It was only that Mo Qingqing had always behaved obediently, and occasionally, although she would be mean for a few moments, nothing went too far. You also don't feel that the old lady is excessive. You yourself did so desperate. The old lady no longer like but also have to defend. The female assistant sighed. You just wait well to marry the young master. In the future, the Yi family sooner or later is not also yours? Mo Qingqing heard a burst of laughter. You by Mo family did not take advantage? At this point in time, you're putting the blame on me alone? Later? How much longer? After that old hag dies, then Yi Ning's parents? She doesn't have the patience. Although Mo Qingqing suddenly appeared, but did not affect the mood of Mo Xian and Luo Xia. Only Mo Xian found a problem. That is, Luo Xia is a little strange. Seems to be not too keen on shopping malls. After buying the clothes to pull Mo Xian directly away. Not only him, he had followed Luo Muki out a few times himself. She also needed something, bought it and left, and didn't bother to stay even for a little longer. It should be said not to say that in the past, when accompanying Su Yanran to go shopping, it was simply a double torture of body and mind. Entering the mall after lunch, by the time you went out you could already think about dinner. How come it feels? You and Mu Qi don't love shopping? Mo Xian couldn't help but ask. It's almost as bad as me buying things. Waste of time, Loxia said with disinterest. If it wasn't for coming out with you, I probably would have called and had it sent straight to the house. Well, you're right. It seems I still don't understand the gold in the words plutocratic princess. Mo Xian silently spat in his heart, but it is also true that the new models of major luxury brands, limited edition models, these two sisters really do not need to go out to be delivered to the home. Speaking of which, Weir and Schwer have always wanted a new doll. Mo Xian thought about it. Why don't we buy it for them this time and bring it back together later? No, not going home for a while. Mo Xian is now most afraid of hearing the words not going home. Luo Xia looked back at him and suddenly smiled and said, Mu Qi has booked a B&B in the mountains, and her daughter is also following along, so let's go and meet up with them later. It is said that there is also a special hot pot there that is very delicious. It is not convenient to bring too many things there. Only then did Mo Xian let out a long breath, and when Luo Xia saw it, she asked rather thoughtfully, Where do you think you're going? Xiao Xian, a hotel? Mo Xian's face instantly turned red, and he somewhat stammered. No, I just asked. After the two got on the car, Luo Xia suddenly left the co-pilot and sat on Mo Xian. With a somewhat dangerous smile on her face, she said, In fact, the time is still early. It's not impossible to go to the hotel. Or, do you want to be in the car, Xian? There's a car air conditioner for that too. Oh, Xia, stop. This is an underground parking lot. Do you care about this? Xiao Xian, the only thing you need to care about right now is me. Luo Xia kissed Mo Xian's face frantically while rubbing her ears with him. So, is it here or to the hotel? Ha, it's so bullying. It's so bullying. Hotels. Chapter 94, Living in the Mountains. It gets dark early in the winter, so it's a good thing there are streetlights on this side of the road up the mountain. Luo Muki had already asked the owner for hot pot, and also purchased ingredients and drinks. The B&B here was a one-room, independent two-story hut, and even though it was halfway up the mountain on the outskirts of Kyoto, not only was the interior heated, but the living room and the bedrooms had air conditioning as well. Luo Weir and Luo Schwer were lying in front of the window, anxiously waiting for Mo Xian. As for Luo Xia, it's not important. It's okay to not come. Alright, don't wait. It'll be here in a while. Luo Muki said conspiratorially. It's not likely to be catching up on sleep at this time. If you're tired, why don't you take a break? Auntie, call. Luo Weir looked back at Luo Muki. The little milkball said somewhat pleadingly. Luo Muki sighed and just took out her cell phone. A burst of headlights flashed by, and the two milk donuts excitedly pointed out the window. Daddy, Daddy. Luo Muki opened the door and saw Mo Xian and Luo Xia holding hands. Before Mo Xian could react, a coldness invaded from the room. Frightened, he hurriedly looked up, not expecting Luo Muki to jump into his arms at once, this time not only squeezing Luo Xia away, leaving the two milky balls without a way to hug their dad. If the sight of a large and two small people were knives, Luo Muki would have become dumpling filling, but she didn't care, and even hid in Mo Xian's arms and provoked her sister fiercely. Childish. Luo Xia didn't even get angry, but instead smiled rather deeply, and deliberately licked her delicate lips with her tongue. Mo Xian suddenly felt as if what he was holding was not Luo Muki, but some ice lump. Why was it so cold? Daddy, Daddy. Luo Weir. Luo Schwer pitifully pulled Mo Xian's clothes, and even brightly raised her little short legs, looking like she wanted to hug Mo Xian in a hurry, and stomped on Luo Muki's calf at once. Lo Machi, my sister stole my home and you two kicked me? She's the one who robbed your dad today. Luo Muki helplessly let go of Mo Xian, and the two milk balls were contentedly picked up by Mo Xian, even not forgetting to spit out their tongues at Luo Xia and Luo Muki. The two sisters had never wanted to throw these two rebellious daughters away so much, and even Luo Xia was considering if she should make up some kind of reason to throw the children to Luo Tian before she left the country and forget about it. And at this time it was rare that he didn't have to work overtime. Luo Tian, who was maintaining his fishing rod in his own villa, sneezed several times for no reason. What's wrong with you? Yui Lu asked curiously from one side. Caught a cold from the cold? No, there's some inexplicable panic in my heart. Luo Tian scratched his head. After thinking about it for half a day, he didn't have anything to offend those two living ancestors recently. Lu Yi took a look at the fishing rod in Luo Tian's hand. The fishing line on one side couldn't help but look contemptuous. You said that every day you bother with this effort, and I haven't seen you really go fishing a few times, so I don't want to go? It's not as if those two ancestors ran away when they couldn't move, but now they're going to be the bosses of the family. Only when he thought that those two sisters wouldn't have to hang around in front of him in the future. Luo Tian was still secretly happy in his heart. Mo Xian brother-in-law these two wives are not so good to enjoy. These two are afraid that they will not be able to pretend for a long time. What are you giggling about? Seeing Luo Tian's demented-like smile, Louis E couldn't help but pat him on the head while handing over a cup of wolfberry tea. Drink it and go inside with Lousy. No, kid's mom, what time is it? You're still not satisfied? Oh? Luo Tian, Lao Zi, San. Hurry. I have to say, winter and hot pot are really a perfect match, and the lamb and beef at this B&B are fresh. After all, the main focus is hot pot plus mountain B&B, while eating a warm hot pot with a pouting daughter and 2 baby mamas who were talking and laughing with him. After eating the hot pot, Mo Xian wanted to clean up, but Luo Xia pulled him and said, "You go and accompany the children. Here Mu Chi and I will be fine." "It's fine, I'll do it still." Mo Xian smiled and reached out to stop her. "You guys go play with them." After packing up, Mo Xian and the 2 sisters played with the child for a while until the 2 milk balls got sleepy. Then Mo Xian carried the child into the bedroom on the first floor. Seeing Missouri Xian close the door and coax the child to go, Luo Muki then looked at her sister and lowered her voice to say, "Sister, you have to sleep with the child today, right? So let me and my brother stay on the second floor?" Luo Xia swept her a glance and said with a sneer, "Guess why I had to go to the hotel before coming here?" Luo Muki had to admit that she was still inferior to her sister. Mo Xian was already asleep on his back beside the 2 children, holding a fairy tale book in his hand. Luo Muki gritted her teeth and glared at Luo Xia, but Luo Xia neatly straightened her clothes, smiled and said, "Sister, I'll go up first and leave the door open for you." Oh. Angry Luo Muchi picked up the vase on one side and was about to drop it, but Luo Xia showed her head again and said, "You don't want Xiao Xian to see you go crazy at this time either, right?" Luo Muki almost didn't get sent away directly by her own sister. After thinking about it, Luo Muki sighed and walked to the bedroom on the first floor, gently pushed Mo Xian and said, "Brother, don't sleep like this, it'll be uncomfortable." Mo Xian opened his eyes in a daze and rubbed his eyes. After eating the hot pot because the house was too warm, it was inevitable that one would be groggy. Somehow, telling the child a story, he fell asleep. "Brother, go take a bath. There's still the smell of hot pot on your body." Luo Muki smiled and took the bath towel. "There's also a bathroom on the first floor. It's quite big. Pajamas, change of clothes I brought, I'll bring it to you in a while." Mo Xian had just woken up and was still in a somewhat dazed state when he was just pushed into the bathroom by Luo Muki. Smelling himself, there is indeed still a smell of hot pot. Mo Xian is also a little embarrassed for a moment, and hurriedly changes his clothes. Good thing the bathroom is also very warm. The hot water fell on his body. Mo Xian felt as if he was even more sleepy, dazed and confused. He finished his shower and turned back just to get a towel when the door was pushed open. "No, I'm just afraid that like before I didn't lock the door." Outside the door Luo Muki only wearing a robe, holding a male pajamas in his hands. Right hand index finger also turned a keychain with several keys hanging on it, smiling at Mo Xian. Then she came in and directly closed the door. The drowsy Luo Shuer suddenly woke up from her dream. Just now it seems that outside the door, I heard my father shouting for help. Milkball is still too small, really cannot resist the drowsiness. Head down and sleep again. It doesn't always snow in the winter, and by the time you get up the next day it's white outside. The snow stopped falling in the morning, and the family of 5 who originally thought of leaving today simply didn't leave. And it's not a big deal to stay here for another day. Suddenly it seems like it would be nice to live here. Luo Xia was holding a cup of hot tea in her hand, while Mo Xian on the sofa said nothing and was still in a deep sleep. Although Luo Muki didn't say anything somewhat sheepishly, but with that beaming face, Luo Xia couldn't help but want to make a move to give her an earful when she saw it. This dead girl will learn from the past. When she locked her door, she locked herself in the second floor bedroom. "You don't say, sis, living in the mountains is pretty good." Unable to stand Luo Xia's bloodline suppression, Luo Muki could only hurriedly change the topic. "Yeah." Luo Xia looked at Mo Xian who was still asleep, and the 2 children didn't disturb him. They just sat on the carpet and poked their dad's face with their tiny fingers. "Isn't it less likely to run away if you live in the mountains than if you live by the sea?" Luo Xia said very seriously, while Luo Muki actually seriously pondered the feasibility of this question. Chapter 95, I Have a Bad Conscience. After staying for another day and leaving from the mountain, Luo Weier and Luo Shuer still hadn't figured out one thing. Why is it that last night it seemed like I heard Dad yelling for help again in my sleep? And how come Daddy was sleeping with Mommy and Auntie again? Milk Donut didn't understand or comprehend. It wasn't until he returned to the manor that Mo Xian woke up leisurely, and was gently soothed by Luo Xia and Luo Muki back to his room. When Uncle Zhang saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh, then said to an aunt on the side, "Cook Mr. Mo's medicine." This is also thanks to Mo Xian practiced martial arts since childhood. Physical quality is also really amazing. Otherwise the 2 young ladies on their own so tossed down. Back from the mountains, Mo Xian's project at school was also completed. Chang Yunui never looked for him after that day, and by chance, when he saw him at school, he also misdirected his eyes and pretended not to see him. Xian also did not have any intention of trying to take care of her at all, and plunged headlong into the library, busy catching up on his dissertation. And the number of times he asked for advice from his tutor also became more frequent. "You're really not going to stay in school?" The mentor actually tried more than once to get Xian to stay in school. It was a good seed and he really didn't want to give it up. But Xian said with an apologetic smile, "I'm sorry, teacher, because other things are more important to me." In fact, Xian felt that he was a bit out of sorts. It seemed that he was a bit of a love brain right now, and in the past, he definitely wasn't willing to give up any opportunities. But now, Rongxing's side asked him to work at home, and he admitted it. His mentor's invitation to stay in school, he also refused. When he came out of the library, a message from Luo Muki came on his phone, a selfie of her, and in the background was actually a picture of him just now burying his head in the library. Xian had just raised his head in bewilderment to look for it when Luo Muki suddenly hugged him from behind. Today Luo Muki had a ponytail and was wearing a very cute bunny ear bag. "How long have you been here?" Xian asked with some surprise. "Why didn't you go to me just now? Seeing that my brother is studying hard, I didn't go over." Luo Muki took Xian's hand and handed over a cup of hot coffee. "Drink it, brother, I had it sent specially, with sugar in it." Taking the coffee, Xian took Luo Muqi's hand and walked with her towards the parking lot. Recently, the two sisters were getting more and more clingy. Xian could only submit helplessly, since the work started to become less. This wasn't one or two times. There was even a time when Luo Xia and Luo Muki ran over together. Luo Muki is okay. Luo Xia every time is a phone call to call him to his car. And then Hui's sister will have the sense to put down the fender. This female goblin is in the back seat wrapped around himself and kiss and hug. Then he was urged to take a good rest and not to work too hard, and then went to the company. Xian always had the illusion that she was coming over the top, and lately, it always felt that the two of them were a bit off. Not only were they clingy, but compared to the past, Xian now always felt that something was a bit off. Before the end of the group project, the group's senior invited to dinner. Xian rarely participate in this kind of party. The senior personally invited him is not good to refute the face of others. As a result, they were all going to go. Luo Muki somehow came, and the older siblings had a look of understanding, and cheekily pushed Xian and said, "It's okay, Junior. You're busy. You're busy." He'd asked Luo Muki how she knew, but she'd said she just missed him and came to hang out with him. Gee, that's a reasonable excuse, wouldn't you say? The timing of her arrival was a bit too coincidental. Unreasonable, wouldn't you say? It's true that she's been coming over to him a lot lately, and it's not impossible that she just happened to run into him. "What's wrong, brother?" Luo Muki looked at Xian out of his mind and asked with a concerned face. "Right, I purposely asked around. Mo Jinpeng hasn't been caught yet." Xian kind of wanted to laugh. This Mo Jinpeng can really hide. So many days have passed. Actually haven't caught him yet? Only Xian didn't know that Mo Jinpeng was now under the watchful eye of the Luo family. From before he stabbed Su Yanran, Luo Xia and Luo Muki had arranged for people to keep an eye on him. As for why the Luo family didn't clean him up, or didn't call the police, it was actually because he was still useful, especially since this idiot is clearly a wanted man, and actually moves to hang around near Qin's jewelry. That's all the more reason to bail him out. Xian didn't know this and pulled Luo Muki to the parking lot, not realizing that there was a person standing in front of his Maybach. To be honest, Xian almost didn't even recognize that it was his third sister Mo Tingting at first glance. These three daughters of the Mo family were all pretty, but the prettiest was Mo Tingting. Otherwise she couldn't rely on a face to be a vase in the entertainment industry for so long. But now she was wearing a camel-colored trench coat, her hair a little disheveled, her eyes dark underneath, and just by looking at that pale, haggard face you could tell how badly she'd had it. When she saw Xian and Luo Muki, Mo Tingting's eyes clearly flashed with light, but they immediately became dull again. Xian. Mo Tingting coyly stopped the two. "Can I, talk to you alone? Why do they all want to talk to me alone?" The disgust in Mo Xian's eyes when he saw her was undisguised. While Luo Muki was smiling on the side looking at Mo Tingting, her eyes were relative and Mo Tingting unexpectedly couldn't help but take a few steps back. Not to mention the icy oppressiveness of Luo Muki's body. Just those eyes with threats and suppressed madness. Mo Tingting felt her heart tremble. "If you have something to say it here." Mo Xian glanced at the time. "I have things to do, so don't waste each other's time if it's to say something like regret." "No, it is." Mo Tingting only felt that this kind of words is really difficult to speak, but it is partial to her own mother crying for her to come. She had to come. The big sister doesn't care about us. The second sister also left on her own. Mom is trying to ask you if you can. Mo Tingting's voice suddenly became low, but Mo Xian and Luo Muki still heard her words. "Don't you have money in your hands? Can you help Mom?" Mo Xian suddenly felt that the classic line when the Prime Minister scolded Wang Situ before the formation was still too amiable. Rao knew that Qin and I was shameless, but Mo Xian didn't think that she could actually be this shameless. Mo Xian was just about to open his mouth to refuse, when Luo Muki suddenly let go of Mo Xian's hand, walked quickly to Mo Tingting, and lifted her hand and slapped her hard on the face. Not to say that nowadays the Mo family is finished. Even in the past, if Mo Tingting was slapped by Luo Muki, she could only shut up and endure it. I won't give you a single penny. Mo Xian pulled Luo Muki and looked at her as if she was a fried kitten. He couldn't help but stroke her head. Alright, don't be angry. It's not worth it. Mo Xian, I know you hate us, but big sister is now relying on having the Yi family. Counting on Mo's mom has no way at all. Mo Tingting covered her face, her voice choked with pleading. Dad is still in the ICU. Mom is now also almost unable to pay out money. She also does not want to care about Dad. Correct you on one thing. That's your parents. It has nothing to do with me. Mo Xian said lightly. You shouldn't have come over when you knew the outcome. Ms. She knew she must have touched a nose and used you as a gun. As for Chairman Mo, I'll care even less. If I save him, what about Grandma in the first place? Mo Xian looked down at Mo Tingting. His voice was neither happy nor angry. My conscience will be uneasy if I help you guys. After saying that, Mo Xian pulled Luo Muki's hand and was about to get into the car. But Mo Tingting still didn't die. She was going crazy from the torture during this recent period. Mo's family is now not a penny. Qin Ni's side is not enough to make ends meet. From luxury to frugality is difficult. Now in addition to the villa, and even their cars are taken to sell. Mo Qingqing war on the Yi family, coupled with a bunch of Mo family this crap. Qin and I anxious force. Their own company has now begun to appear decline, or would not have sold the car. Mo Xian, Grandma only has one son. Dad, Mo Tingting said unwillingly, since you're talking about Grandma, for the sake of Grandma why don't you help Dad and Mom? Yes? When Chairman Mo remembered, he only had this one mom too? Do you remember that this is the only grandmother you have? Mo Xian's two words in a light manner caused all that Mo Tingting wanted to say to be swallowed back into her stomach. So where did you get the face to mention Grandma to me? Mo Xian sneered. I have money. I can give it if I want to, and I can't if I don't want to. Isn't that what you said to me in the first place? Chapter 96. Mo Tingting looked at Mo Xian dumbfounded. When her grandmother was in a life and death situation, he did call her. Mo Tingting's original sin was stupidity, but it's also because of stupidity that she's said to be pathetic. There is no thinking of her own. Simply what her family does, she does. Mo Jinpeng is targeting Mo Xian, and his parents not only don't listen to him or even push him around in Su Yanran's affairs. Mo Qingqing did not explicitly state her position and watched the fire from the other side of the river, but she still treated Mo Jinpeng as she always did, and she did not pay attention to Mo Xian. Mo Engying had always thought it was all about her brother, and she was sure to favor the one close to her. As for her, never pondered that Mo Xian is also her brother, and what attitude others have is what she has. To put it nicely, they're just going with the flow, but to put it bluntly, they're just dumbass with no brains at all. If you're fine let Jean, whether the Mo family is dead or alive is none of my business. Mo Xian had already opened the car door. You can rest assured that when Chairman Mo and Ms. Jean reach the age, the alimony stipulated by law I will still give, but only if they still have a life by then. Mo Tingting wanted to say something else, but with a look from Luo Muki, she didn't dare to say anything else, and in the end, she could only watch Missouri Shin drive away with Luo Muki, standing in place and letting out a long sigh. Mo Tingting called Qin and I over and told her that Mo Xian wouldn't help. Qin and I on the other end of the phone was not angry. In fact, she already knew the outcome. She had wondered countless times if Mo Xian had asked the Luo family in order to get back at them, but when I look back at the problems in my own company, there was hardly any external factor. It was all the hidden problems I had planted by bringing my illegitimate son into the company and the backstabbing of my own eldest daughter. Mo Qingqing didn't leave any mercy at all, now that the Yi family was backing her up, even if she took most sacrifice in a dignified manner and made a fortune herself. But so what? Take the judicial route, or play the emotional card? To Mo Qingqing, who is now almost invulnerable to all poisons, none of them make any sense. Looking back at this mess in her own home, Qin and I gave a bitter smile. Even on the desk, the family photo that was once used to show off her Gu family in front of her subordinates, is at the moment incredibly harsh to look at. In that photo, Elder Mo was sitting in the center, she and Mo Changshan were on the left and right, and the four children besides Mo Xian surrounded them. Not only is there no Mo Xian, but there is even no grandmother. But at first one didn't feel anything wrong. She, or in everyone's mind, Mo Xian and Grandma had long been excluded from them. Now Qin's jewelry has been unable to return to the sky, Mo Qingqing told her at the beginning, but she is still hard. a jewelry company's gold jewelry adulteration. Not to mention this is not on the brand. Even those big brands cannot carry. And this backstabbing by her own illegitimate son had caused her to delay the production of a batch of products she had on hand. And not to mention her own breach of contract, she had to compensate the other party for her losses. Her parents had each died in the last few years, and the last bit of the family business had been completely lost in her hands after all. The police have found out. Zhang Sifeng has been and his father Zhang Feng still have contact. Zhang Feng itself did not love her much, only she has money. When she got her pregnant is also intentional. This one thing is this father and son duo in order to make a fortune from her hand design, but not her excessive connivance. Or in the jewelry adulteration she sacrificed. Zhang Sifeng naturally do not have these things. In fact, it's not that she hadn't thought about it this way. At that time she moved to have Mo Xin come back, but she didn't expect that her own family then ahead of lawsuit. And Mo Xin and the grandmother died the same day directly to the couple, so many years of disguise completely torn down. At first, it's not that she didn't regret it. At that time she didn't have so much energy to take care of Zhang Sifeng, so she moved to let his father take him away. Unexpectedly, Zhang Sifeng evaporated like thought. She looked at the then young, and also congenitally deficient illegitimate son, finally gritted her teeth and stayed. She spent a lot of money, bought out an orphanage, so that the Mo family mistakenly thought that he was an orphan, and usually he lived outside on his own. Qin and I paid for someone to take care of him. Mo Changshan and Mo Laozi began to be skeptical, but they didn't care too much about the orphanage's certificate. She probably didn't expect that, thinking that it was seamless. Not only could the Luo family find out, but her own eldest daughter did as well. She has always thought that Mo Changshan was fooled by him. In fact, it is this husband of his own heart is also loaded with small things, even more excessive than she did. Zhang Sifeng has not been caught so far. Mo Jinpeng is still on the run. Qin and I picked up her cell phone, just wanted to make a call, but when she saw the blurred reflection in the phone, she felt for the first time that she had lived more than a failure. It was a joke. At this time, the hospital's phone called. Qin and I no longer want to answer, but also had to answer. Hello Mrs. Mo, your husband is still in the ICU and the cost is no longer enough. Transfer to the general ward. Qin and I responded indifferently. I'll go to the hospital later to make up the cost. ICU stay for a day is not cheap. Now the Mo family simply cannot support these costs. Not to mention that Qin and I can't wait for him to die. If she wasn't afraid to take the blame for the murder, she would even want to pull out this bastard's oxygen tube. But on the contrary, she was still his legal wife. And now this family only had her and a Mo Tingting who was of little use. So she just didn't want to care anymore. But eventually it would still come to her. And she did have to make a trip out to meet someone. To meet that Mo Jinpeng's real mother. The cars have all been sold almost. Finally leaving only a BMW. Drove to the hospital. Li Yuzhen and Mo Jinpeng after the accident has been on medical parole. After all, she was a participant. Only she hadn't healed yet, so she was staying in the hospital for the time being to receive treatment. Seeing the woman in front of her, Qin and I only felt a pang of contempt. Obviously she wasn't as pretty as herself, and even less scenic than she was in the past. But Mo Chanshan was actually so dead set on getting his own son killed for her? I know what you're going to ask. Li Yuzhen's face was pale, looking at Qin and I who came to the door instead without a trace of panic. I didn't want to kill your son. It's just that there was a little accident in the first place. He kept crying, and the person I arranged for didn't take it lightly and covered his mouth. So it killed him. I was close to your due date, and I was in the hospital at that time, and when he found out, he was angry, but for Jinpeng's sake he didn't pursue me. If it wasn't for the fact that she was in a special situation and was guarded by a female police officer, Qin and I couldn't wait to rush up and give her an earful. You don't have to hate me so much. I just want to find someone like him to live a good life. And he's only looking at me as a willing mistress, Li Yuzhen said indifferently. As for Jinpeng, I didn't really care about it at all. Anyway, just go along with him. Aren't there still you? When Qin and I heard this, it was as if she had been slapped in the face, treating herself as an ingrate, letting herself take care of her son for her, and talking so breezily about it? Think I'm cheap and not human? Oh, I'm not you, nor am I a Mo Chanshan. If I didn't, my family would have had to let me marry an old man back then. Li Yuzhen gave a bitter laugh. Anyway, how to live is to live. Might as well look away. At least Mo Changshan is still a little sincere to me. Also have money. As for Jinpeng, I admit that I indulged him one way or the other. Even if he committed a crime, I do have a responsibility. The guilt I have admitted. He himself had to stab someone. What can I do? Li Yuzhen mentioned Mo Jinpeng. His complexion is still much dimmer. When he got into gambling, I couldn't stop him, and I couldn't let anything happen to him, so I had to do it. He is your son. Qin and I had raised Mo Jinpeng for so many years in the end. Although she hated him to death at the moment, she couldn't help but yell lowly when she heard this attitude from his own mother. I educated him from a young age, and just because you, his own mother, encouraged it, you turned him into this. Come on, your youngest son is not taught by you. He is much more promising than Jinpeng. He won't listen to me even if you are really that capable. Li Yuzhen sneered. I don't have much insight, and I don't know how to educate a child. You do, but the result is still the same? Qin and I this time completely enraged. Despite the police block also want to go to fight Li Yuzhen, only in the end was the policewoman to stop. I'm a person who went in right after being discharged from the hospital, and I don't have much to look forward to. Li Yuzhen's mouth was tough, but a hint of despair and helplessness was still hidden in her eyes. You don't need to argue with me either. If you want to blame you, you can't blame me alone. Without Emo Changshan's connivance, could you and I have gotten to this point? Chapter 97, Killing Each Other. Li Yuzhen naturally do not know Emo family these broken things. Emo Jinpeng also did not have time to say more to her. Otherwise I am afraid that only to sarcastically say a few words to her. Your husband and wife sent each other hats. You are better than him and how much better? Only she doesn't know what's going on out there right now. Except that her son is wanted. Qin and I was clear that she was merely shirking her responsibility. But she wasn't wrong. Her own biological eldest son's death was caused by Emo Changshan, and it was also because he insisted on bringing his illegitimate son back to make himself cold to Emo Xian. She didn't know just how much Emo Changshan loved the woman in front of her, but the facts were right in front of her. Humiliation, remorse, and more than anything else, a rage that had nowhere to be vented. Qin and I stretched out her hand and pointed fiercely at Li Yuzhen. Without saying a word, she turned around and left. I have more to say. You, shut up. Li Yuzhen still wanted to say something. A female police officer beside her glared fiercely at her. From the time she put on the police uniform, she has seen a lot of civil disputes, but this is the first time she has seen such an arrogant and shameless mistress. If she wasn't in the way of the police uniform she was wearing, she would have wanted to slap this woman a few times. Qin was in a state of complete insanity at the moment. It was their child, and to die like that, and he hadn't even cared? In fact, when Emo Changshan agreed to change the child, it was indeed because of Li Yuzhen. At that time, he had a guilty conscience in his heart towards Li Yuzhen, and along with that, he also had a guilty conscience towards Emo Jinpeng. After all, he was still a human being at that point, only that humanity wasn't used on his own wife. Li Yuzhen pressed the root did not intend to keep Qin's child. Mouth promised Emo Changshan sent to their own residence to find someone to take care of. In fact, want to send to the orphanage, but the person who looked for the child's cries were distracted by the noise, and afraid of being found out to cover his mouth. As a result, the child, who had not long been born, was just muffled up alive. Emo Changshan was indeed angry, but things had already gone wrong, and Emo Jinpeng had already replaced the past, so he had no choice but to make a mistake. As for the treatment of Emo Xian, most of this pot still has to be carried by Elder Emo, but Emo Changshan started at that time. He was extremely biased in favor of Emo Jinpeng, and he was not willing to have his own father lose his temper at himself every day because of Emo Xian, so he looked for Qin and I to discuss it. At that time, she was also unclean. Qin and I felt that Emo Xian at least had a grandmother, and she had to take care of her 4 children, as well as Jiang Sifeng outside, so she agreed to Emo Changshan's words. These Qin and I didn't know. She also didn't want to know. Now for her, she felt that the responsibility for everything was on Emo Changshan. It wasn't his own first son who wouldn't have died. It wasn't his own who wouldn't have agreed to let Emo Xian leave, causing his youngest son and himself to come to this point. Totally forgot what he did. Compared to Emo Changshan can only say, a little better. Driving to the hospital where Emo Changshan was staying, Qin and I grimly went to the front desk for advice and learned that Emo Changshan had been moved to a single room, or Auntie Wang was taking care of him. Ms. Qin, your husband's treatment is still. Before the nurse at the front desk could finish, Qin and I had already turned around and left. After finding the ward and pushing the door in, she was greeted by Auntie Wang who was about to receive water. Mistress, what brings you here? Auntie Wang was a bit surprised to see Qin and I. Mr. has been transferred to a single room? Not waiting for Auntie Wang to finish her sentence, Qin and I suddenly smiled and interrupted her. It's alright Sister Wang, you go back to rest first. Ting Ting is left by herself at home. So, Mr. It's fine, I'll take care of him. Qin and I looked at Emo Changshan on the hospital bed with oxygen tubes, her eyes cold. Although the mess is so ugly, in the end I am also his wife. He is now in this state. I can't afford to divorce him. Auntie Wang looked at her and couldn't help but sigh. Okay, then I'll go get some hot water first. No, you've been busy for so long. Why don't you go back first? Qin and I took the hot water bottle in her hand. By the way, you take this money. Qin and I took out a stack of money from her bag and handed it to Auntie Wang, then said in a somewhat helpless tone, you also know that recently the family, this money you take. I heard Ying say, you want to resign and go home right? I don't have a lot of money on hand right now. This 10,000 will be considered as a payment for your hard work in the past few days. Auntie Wang wanted to say something else, but Qin and I kept insisting, so she couldn't stay any longer, and only put the money away, and Qin and I thanked her before turning to leave. Qin and I put her bag on the bedside table and stared down at Imo Changshan in death. At this moment she even hated to strangle him, thinking about his son, whom he hadn't seen yet, and thinking about Mo Xian's cold eyes. She didn't know much about medical equipment, so she simply unplugged it all to prevent alarms and such, before pulling his oxygen tube. Mo Changshan car accident hit the lungs, must rely on oxygen. She watched her husband for many years together face a little become blue, and finally the chest did not have a little floating. Sister Hui hurriedly pushed open the door of the office. Luo Xia, who was dealing with her work, raised her head and looked at Sister Hui with some confusion. What's wrong, Megumi? So flustered? Qin and I, pull out Mo Changshan's oxygen tube, Hui said in a lowered voice. Our people are keeping an eye on her. Want our people to call the police or? Luo Xia frowned as Sister Hui continued. She went to meet Mo Changshan's mistress and seemed to be irritated. It's just the last straw that broke the camel's back. Luo Xia shook her head. Husband, eldest daughter, illegitimate son betrayed one after another. Favorite son not her own followed his father and hid it from her. Second daughter left home in disappointment. And to top it all off, her own youngest son has died of old age with her. She's just taking the blame, along with her husband. After a pause, Luo Xia suddenly smiled. Where is she now? Already left the hospital. Pretty flustered. So this kind of thing to forensics is still quite simple. She herself is clear that it is only a matter of sooner or later, only to want to go to the last to deal with something that can still be done. But, Luo Xia looked at Sister Hui, her smile growing colder. What do you think will happen if Mo Jinpeng finds out? This, Mo Jinpeng recently always appeared in the vicinity of her company. Is not it to be the same as dealing with Su Yanran? You're overthinking it. After all, after being mother and son for so many years, it's nothing more than trying to play the emotional card. He now knows more than ever how Qin and I hates him, and if he wants to run away, only Qin and I can help him. He hurt Su Yanyan purely in a moment of revenge. After all, Su Yanyan reported him and is more than likely not going to help him. Luo Xia put down the pen in her hand, then continued, but if Mo Changshan would have woken up this time, he wouldn't have begged Qin and I at all. If he knew that Mo Changshan, the one person he could truly rely on, was killed by Qin and I'm afraid that it would also be the last straw that crushed him. After all, he's been hiding all this time just thinking that someone could help him get away, and no one is more reliable than that father of his own. Is he? Hui nodded and thoughtfully asked. Then, if anything happens in the follow-up and Mr. Mo is contacted, don't worry, little Xian won't go. Luo Xia smiled. Even if he goes, he will just be watching this family of theirs laugh. Chapter 98 Leaflets. Mo Xian didn't know how explosive his own mother had done. If he did, then I'm afraid he would have had to buy fireworks by pulling Luo Muki, so he could only continue to accompany Luo Muki on her date. Mo Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He was on the verge of having a stress reaction now. Trigger keywords are hotel, B&B, not going home. It was just that Mo Xian didn't really have too wide of a range of hobbies, strictly speaking, so while he was still pondering where to take Luo Muki and still avoid the risks, Luo Muki sighed, seemingly all but guessing where he was agonizing over going with himself, and spoke quietly, brother, why don't I accompany you to the city library? Ha? Mo Xian was a bit surprised by Luo Muki's sudden sentence. Luo Muki smiled and said, it would have been fine at school, except that I'm afraid that you'll be disturbed by other people again, so it's better to go to the city library, where you'll still be able to quiet your mind. In fact, wherever you go, Luo Muki does not care. For her, even if she sits in the car with Mo Xian to laze around for an afternoon, she feels very happy. Mo Xian smiled bitterly and said, we are out to play, although recently you have time to pull me out to play. These can be disregarded first. In fact, Luo Muki didn't particularly want Mo Xian to still be obsessed with his degree anymore. She and Luo Xia were rich, so rich that they couldn't even spend all the money they wantonly squandered. The Luo family's annual share dividends, as well as the sisters' personal assets, these were even enough for them to spend several lifetimes. Only Mo Xian was unwilling to give up. Luo Xia and Luo Muki didn't say anything despite their reluctance. As for coming to school so often lately, it's that they're going crazy if they don't see Mo Xian. Mo Xian finally drove to the city library with Luo Muki, not realizing that just after getting off the bus, there happened to be a hospital nearby that was handing out flyers. It just so happened that Luo Muki answered a phone call from the company. Why don't I go get you a drink? Mo Xian whispered to Luo Muki, who smiled at him and nodded. Passing by the place where the flyers were being handed out, a staff member handed him a flyer. Originally, he didn't have much of a reaction, but he saw a very familiar name, Shangwan Meng. This is a campaign to prevent mental illnesses, initiated by the hospital where Shangguan Meng works in order to make the public pay more attention to mental health nowadays. And Shangguan Meng's name is on the list. Although there is no photo, she is among the doctors responsible for popularizing the explanation. In itself, the compound surname Shangguan is not too common, and the probability of having the same first name and also both being psychologists is even lower. Mo Xian couldn't help but sigh. The classmate who would be embarrassed to say a few words in the past had changed so much now. Something he hadn't expected. He actually admired his high school friend, who, when the two were at the back and forth table in the past, had a chance conversation about choosing a major in a future college and a career he hoped to pursue in the future. Shangguan Meng said she wanted to be a psychiatrist, and no one expected her to choose such a specialty. Looking at it now, of those students at the time, the only one who could hold out was probably Shangguan Meng. I have little contact with my high school classmates, and when I occasionally glance at my high school chat group, most of my classmates are either continuing on to graduate school or have started working early, only to complain that they think differently than they used to, or they don't engage in the job they wanted at the beginning, or the specialty they envisioned at the very beginning is not desirable, and they end up giving up and choosing another specialty. Life isn't always as good as it seems, and it deserves respect for sticking with it no matter what. That group Su Yanran and he fell out and then quit. Originally wanted to withdraw from the group. Mo Xian saw that she retired, also did not withdraw. Anyway, he did not speak. Occasionally look at the hilarity, lamenting those 3 years in high school and then looking at life now. It suddenly seems like a lifetime ago. Casually folded the flyer and put it into his pocket. Mo Xian did not intend to listen to it, but suddenly thought of something. Mo Xian took it out and glanced at it again. Recently, he was in a good state, and Luo Xia and Luo Muki weren't obsessed with getting his memories back, so he thought, why not ask his classmates for a favor? Psychology also seemed to have methods that could aid in memory recovery, and if Shangguan Meng couldn't do it, it wasn't certain that another doctor might have a solution. Mo Xian thought of this and stuffed the flyer back into his pocket. When the time came, he could also ask Luo Xia or Luo Muki to accompany him. Although he had seen other doctors, Mo Xian just had a try-it-out attitude, just in case it would work. After buying 2 cups of hot milk tea and coming back, Luo Muki happily jumped into Mo Xian's arms and said somewhat petulantly, "What took you so long? The milk tea store is a bit far from here. Waiting in a hurry?" Mo Xian smiled and handed her the milk tea. He didn't put too much thought into the matter of the flyer. "Knowing that you don't like to drink too sweet, I just need 3 points of sugar." Luo Muki hugged the milk tea Mo Xian bought for her and followed Mo Xian into the library. In fact, if it was a different person, I guess I would have been unable to stand this kind of accompanying the boys to take notes, so boring and tedious. But Luo Muki was indifferent, took a novel by herself and sat beside Mo Xian to watch quietly. From time to time, raising her eyes to look at the serious Mo Xian beside her, Luo Muki had a hint of infatuation in her eyes. "How can you not get enough of this face? I want to kiss my brother so much. It seems like there are not many people here." They chose a corner by the window. Only Mo Xian and Luo Muki were there. After all, it wasn't a day off. There weren't that many people. Luo Muki really couldn't help herself and suddenly kissed Mo Xian's face. With the sudden sneak attack, Mo Xian was actually kissed and his face instantly turned red. "Stop it, Muki. Not you want to disgrace, don't be here But Luo Muki seems to have found a new pleasure. After a while Mo Xian and put into the study. She suddenly just another light kiss on the lips of Mo Xian. "Mu Chi." Mo Xian looked at her helplessly. "I'll be done in a minute. Will you stop it? Brother, I want to kiss you." Whether it was Luo Xia or Luo Muki, this recent state was a little too exaggerated. Before Mo Xian could retort, Luo Muki kissed his lips. After a long time, she slowly separated from Mo Xian, lightly smiled and touched Mo Xian's face and said, "This is to encourage brother. When you finish writing, there are more rewards." "Oh, reward? Are you sure it's not a punishment?" Mo Xian was a bit speechless, but he still stretched out his left hand to rub his hair, and just about to draw back his hand. He didn't expect to be grabbed by Luo Muki, and after gently biting Mo Xian's forefinger, Luo Muki pressed his hand against her face, so Mo Xian could only record his notes while helplessly holding up one hand. Luo Muki also stopped reading and held up Mo Xian's left hand, clasping her fingers together for a while and fiddling with his fingers for a while. Mo Xian suddenly remembered a wise saying on the internet: "Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword." The internet is true. Who can study well with this? Luo Muqi actually didn't want to do this, but as long as she was alone with Mo Xian, she couldn't restrain herself. In the past, she and Luo Xia had always felt that they respected Mo Xian's choices. He could continue studying if he wanted to, and enter the group to participate in research and development if he wanted to, but when suppressed for too long, feelings become in need of catharsis, and in itself, their feelings for Mo Xian were tinged with pathology, and it was already not easy to restrain them for so long. Xian finally managed to record his notes under this kind of harassment from Luo Muki, stretched his back, and when he put his right hand in his pocket to get his cell phone, he unintentionally touched the flyer. By the way, Muchi, I just saw the ones over there passing out flyers, something to do with counseling. Hearing Xian's words, Luo Muki's pupils briefly froze for a moment, but it was only a split second before it flew by. I was thinking, should you or Xia accompany me to take a look, in case I can recover my memory? Xian smiled and reached out to put his arm around Luo Muki. It's been so long, and even though it's memory nerve damage, I want to check it out and then try to see if I can find a psychiatrist to see if my memory will still recover. Yes, brother. Lo Muchi looked up and smiled. Then have you thought of a time? Why don't I or sister accompany you? Just recently, right? It's the end of the year and I want to check in advance. Xian thought about it and replied, although the presence or absence of this memory doesn't have much impact, I always feel that if I can't remember it, it will be a regret in my life, especially if it's still a memory with you guys. Brother, it's okay, it's just that it's okay if you can't remember. Luo Muki gently stroked Xian's face, but if brother wants to try, then let's try? Xian nodded and told her to go return the books, asking her to wait here for a moment, and left himself holding a few books. Luo Muki couldn't help but frown as she took out her cell phone and sent a quick message to her sister, informing Xian of her thoughts. After all, compared to herself, Luo Xia was a bit more specialized in this area, and Luo Xia, who was in the office at the moment, saw Luo Muki's message, but instead smiled and replied with a good-natured sentence over, it's fine, just go along with what he wants, check it out, better yet, check it all out. Luo Xia, while wearing a smile that made people feel a little fearful, gently stroked the black ring on her index finger that was the same as Xian's. Chapter 99, Seeing Blood Before You Go. What's wrong? Xian, who had returned, looked at Luo Muki staring at her cell phone and went over to take her hand. It's okay, brother. Luo Muki was still smiling as usual. She was giving Xian the mental hint that she was just Luo Xia's helper in this matter of hypnosis, and since Luo Xia didn't care, there was no need for her to care. When Luo Xia first set up the drug lab, in addition to expanding the market in the medical field, the fact that that lab was also the result of their sister's selfishness. Those aromatherapy and medicines that target Xian are all made from this lab for their sister's private use. With the money, plus the Luo family status, those people naturally didn't dare to spread it around. Not to mention that they weren't cuties either. The amount of dosage requested by their sisters was clearly targeted at one person, and in their view it might just be the special interest of these two plutocratic princesses. After all, although these drugs may be prohibited, but the harm to the body is very low, and the aroma is even more purely for tranquilizing the mind. Only the dose is slightly larger. Besides, with the Luo family's status, this kind of thing would really be nothing. Luo Muki looked at Xian. An idea suddenly sprouted in her heart. If, in case, he gets really angry and wants to leave, even if it makes him hate me, I'll keep him close. What's wrong? Xian saw Luo Muki in a rare moment of distraction and reached out to touch her forehead. Is it somewhere uncomfortable? It's nothing, just thought of something. Luo Muki held Xian's hand. Brother, you really won't leave us, right? Why ask such a stupid question? Xian laughed. It's already today. Why do you still think I'll leave? Pathological dependence is often accompanied by a very strong sense of insecurity, always fearing that the one you hold dear will leave. Even though they had children with Xian, and even though they occupied almost all of Xian's life, but there were still times when Luo Muki would worry if Xian would leave. Those years of living without Xian, Luo Muki doesn't want to experience it a second time. Let's go. Take you to eat something delicious. Xian's gentle voice instantly pulled Luo Muki back from her trance. Didn't you say something about wanting to eat grilled steak the other day? Why don't I take you to eat it? No, brother, I'm craving an iced candy cane. Luo Muki seemed to love ice candy gourds, not only the time she went to the amusement park, but whenever they went out together. Luo Muki would ask Xian to buy her one. Of course he didn't remember that once when Luo Muki wanted to see her parents but couldn't, and was crying in the yard, he came over with ice candies to coax her. When she wasn't with Xian, she ran to buy it herself, but for some reason, it wasn't bought by Xian, and she didn't want to eat it again after just one bite. At that moment she realized that it was the person, not the candy cane, that really made her feel sweet. Qin and I had been wondering if Xian would remember her as his own mother. It was at this point in time that she remembered that little son of hers more and more. It's just that she's thinking a little too much. Xian may not even be able to think about his most precious daughter sometimes now. As for this family of theirs, thinking about it will only make Xian feel bad luck. When she learned that he was with Luo Muki, Chin and I only felt as if what she had done at the sanatorium was as ridiculous as a clown. They let Mo Jinpeng snatch Su Yanran in the beginning, but the person who was with Mo Xian now had a status that even 10 Su Yanran couldn't compare to. Shaking her head to get her mind off of something that wasn't going to lead anywhere, Shinni began to focus on the immediate future. She still had some real estate under her name, some jewelry, luxury goods, and the remaining money from the sale on the company's side still had some time to arrive, and she had already figured out a way to make that money available to Mo Tingting's hands. She hadn't thought to run. There was no point in running. She'd known how it would turn out from the moment she'd pulled her husband's oxygen tube, getting everything in order. Chin and I quickly contacted her lawyer and commissioned him to do it for her, not sure how much time she had left. After doing so, Chin and I took out her cell phone and wanted to call her daughter, but after thinking about it, she still didn't do so. Maybe the hospital had notified her, or the police had found her, but she didn't care about any of that. After thinking about it, she made a call to Mo Qingqing. It wasn't until the phone was almost hanging up that Mo Qingqing answered. "Qingqing, are you okay?" Chin Ni's voice was extremely hoarse, while the opposite side was silent for a while before Mo Qingqing slowly opened her mouth. "Is something wrong?" "It's fine. I just didn't know who to say a few words to for a while." Chin Ni's expression was dull, her eyes empty. "Do you hate me and your father that much?" "Shouldn't I hate?" Mo Qingqing laughed, a hint of mockery in her voice. "You're a woman yourself. You run a company yourself. How come it's not possible when it comes to me? Let's put it to you this way. Mom, what I said to Mo Xian back then is true. If you guys give up on that loser Mo Jinpeng and let Mo Xian inherit the family business, I'm really willing to help him. At least Mo Xian won't be like Mo Jinpeng, wasteful and greedy, really thinking that everything in the Mo family should be his." Whether what Mo Qingqing said was true or not, probably only she herself knew. Only at this time when she mentioned this sentence, it was undoubtedly sticking another knife in Chin Ni's heart. "You don't have to open your company if you can't. Don't worry, I won't leave you guys alone after my side is taken care of." Chin and I sighed, then smiled bitterly and said, "Your father, forget it, it's okay, you are happy." Mo Qingqing didn't say any more to her, but just hung up the phone. Chin and I didn't know the current Mo Qingqing situation in the Yi family, and even if she did, so what? Staring blankly out the window in her office, watching the sky darken little by little, a great emptiness and despair slowly enveloped her. On the family photo on the desk, the smiles on everyone's faces seemed to be mocking her at the moment, including herself in the photo. Chin and I suddenly picked up the photo, ruthlessly thrown on the ground. The phone on the phone emoting one after another phone calls, messages, she did not even look at a glance, and finally simply the phone directly shut down. The sky is getting darker and darker. Chin and I slowly got up, picked up her bag and left. Looking at the once lively floor is now silent. Chin and I only feel ridiculous. Mo Xian had only done 3 things from start to finish, giving the couple the evidence, and meeting elder Mo once, as well as selling the shares to Mo Qingqing. He was just like he said he was, just doing what needed to be done. That's all. Going down to the underground parking lot, Chin and I walked towards her car in a daze. She didn't know where she should go. Home? Is that villa still home? Just as she was still fuming, a figure sneaked up behind her, and underneath the cap of her appearance was a man wearing a disposable mask, with deep-set eye sockets and a spiteful look in his eyes. Chin and I still doesn't know Mo Jinpeng well enough, or maybe everyone doesn't really understand Mo Jinpeng's selfishness and inferiority. Reporting the resuscitation of Yen Yen shows that he will always only blame others for his mistakes without feeling in the slightest that he is the one at fault. Just like what Luo Xia said, Mo Changshan is his last hope. He has been hiding in the hope that Mo Changshan wakes up and can help him, and he has been sneaking around Chin Ni's company, is hoping to find an opportunity to want to use his and her more than 20 years of mother and son love. Even if she does not forgive himself, at least can give him money so that he can escape to foreign countries. But to his surprise, he received a message with a hidden number and an email. The email was of Mo Changshan being found dead by a doctor and someone secretly filming it. There was also a video of Chin and I leaving Mo Changshan's hospital room looking panicked. And the message was only one sentence: "The one who killed your father was Mr. Chin." Mo Jinpeng's bank card was stopped by Chin NIR. This period of time to hide. The nerves are already tense. Mo Jinpeng completely collapsed. When he went to stab Su Yanran, he held the thought that I am not good and you don't want to be good. And when he knew that Chin Ni had killed Mo Changshan and he no longer had any possibility of escape, Mo Jinpeng was even more desperate this time. And the resentment in his heart was even deeper. Only in a black sedan that neither he nor Chin Ni had noticed, 3 tall men were watching his and Chin Ni's every move. Does Megumi not have instructions yet? The man sitting in the driver's seat turned around and asked, "What does Missy mean? When are we going to do it?" A man in the back row lowered his head and looked at his cell phone, and after a while he looked up and said, "Missy is in a meeting, and Sister Hui said to ask Missy, hurry up, or else he'll make a move in a ing minute." Are we saving this guy or not? Not a moment later, the man in the back row seemed to have received the message, panicked and looked down to check it, then said somewhat helplessly, "The second miss means, wait until you see blood before saying." The other two looked at each other. This see blood again. Have specific criteria? Chapter 100, it's all over. Chin and I felt someone behind her and looked back violently. Mo Jinpeng had already red-eyed and stabbed over. Ah! Chin and I while screaming, while subconsciously raised the hand of the bag to block. Mo Jinpeng, this knife strength and use too much, did not expect to stab into the bag. So unprofessional. The man sitting on the driver's seat slapped the steering wheel. Don't use so much force if you're not completely sure about this first cut. Brother, is this the time to talk about this? The other two looked at him breathlessly. The man was still critiquing. Chin and I directly threw the bag. Also do not care about the other legs to run. Mo Jinpeng panicked and pulled out the knife, and hurriedly chased after. After all, Chin and I is a pampered middle-aged woman, also wearing high heels. Mo Jinpeng quickly caught up with her, grabbing her hair and pulling it backward. The dagger in his right hand ruthlessly plunged into Chin Ni's back waist. The man in the back row hesitated. That counts as seeing blood, doesn't it? It should count, shouldn't it? Mo Jinpeng pulled the knife out. Anger, fear, all sorts of emotions stimulated his brain, coupled with Chin Ni's screams that erupted from the pain. Mo Jinpeng was completely out of his mind, and stabbed in from the back with another knife. Stop! The three had run up to him and kicked him out of the way, the dagger still stuck in Chin Ni's back. These three people to Mo Jinpeng is a burst of punches and kicks. Mo Jinpeng with a knife to stab the woman is okay. Where is their opponent? Ever since the Luo family went through the bastard mess, they have spent a lot of money and effort on security. These bodyguards were all screened out by the Luo family after they retired from the army and the armed police force. Their physical qualities and professional abilities are all extremely outstanding. As for the fact that this would be punching and kicking him, it was entirely because of orders from above to beat him up before sending him in. Not because there was a complaint about keeping an eye on him the last few days. Absolutely not. The three bodyguards beat Mo Jinpeng severely. The driver seemed to think of something, found Mo Jinpeng's cell phone and put it in his pocket. He did not know why he ordered to do so, only the orders from above. They did as they were told. Brother, do we have to call 110 and 120? The one sitting in the back row pointed to Chin and I, who was lying on the ground, looking like she should not be dead, but the blood had already stained the ground red. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how did you forget about her? Then what are you waiting for? Call. 110 took away Mo Jinpeng and these three people. 120 pulled away Chin and I. These three brothers and sisters are not panicked at all. We told them that they will be fine. And Missy has already instructed. We'll send the Chu lawyer to come, only to be criticized and educated by the police in the end. I know you guys are trying to stop him, but this is a little too hard to hit. If they hadn't watched the CCTV and confirmed that Mo Jinpeng intentionally hurt people, they would have suspected that Mo Jinpeng owed money and didn't pay it back, and that these three people were door-to-door debt collectors. The ribs are broken, the left leg is fractured, the face is full of blood, and the incisors that were originally knocked out and planted by Mo Xian are not only not saved, but also taken in a few. They didn't hide the fact that they were Luo family bodyguards, especially since Chu Nan even came over in person. This famous Kyoto barrister, plus Luo's background. The police didn't bother to pursue anything further. After all, the Luo family's status was here. Not to mention that Mo Jinpeng was still a wanted criminal. Even the three of them somehow ended up with a Good Citizen Award. Leaving the police station, Chu Nan glanced at the three of them, extended his hand and said, "Did you guys take the cell phone?" The driver then remembered and handed Mo Jinpeng's cell phone to Chu Nan. After confirming it, Chu Nan put the cell phone into his bag and took out another bank card. "You guys did a good job. There are $3 million in this card. 1 million for each of you three." Chu Nan handed the card to the driver. Know what to say and what not to say, right, Lawyer Chu? Don't worry. The driver respectfully received the card. It wasn't the first time they helped the Luo family with this kind of thing, so the rules were naturally clear. Besides, the Luo family had always been generous and treated well, unless one is sick. Who has a problem with tangible benefits? Chu Nan nodded and told them to go back to rest first and take a paid vacation for a few days before getting into the car and leaving. And for everything that happened, Mo Xian had no idea. This time he was busy helping Luo Muki cut up the grilled steak. This was a net red restaurant with good flavor. After Luo Muki chanced to read a sentence, Mo Xian paid attention for a long time before choosing this place. "Brother, feed me." Luo Muki was as if she had no bones left, sitting next to Mo Xian and clinging to him, her mouth open like a kitten waiting to be fed. Mo Xian only took a fork and forked a piece, slowly handing it to her mouth. Luo Muki contentedly ate the steak down and then leaned against Mo Xian's body, spreading her mouth open whenever she wanted to eat. and Mo Xian only had no point in urging her to eat it herself before continuing to feed it to her mouth. The passing singles saw the scene, and Mo Xian couldn't help but shrink his neck as he looked at them with jealous eyes. These two face value is against the sky, but also so mushy. This is simply a merciless storm to the ordinary passers-by. Luo Nuki, however, acted as if she didn't see it at all, contentedly enjoying Mo Xian's feeding. Is eating. Mo Xian's cell phone suddenly rang. Is an unfamiliar number called. Originally did not want to pick up, but the opposite side of the phone one after another. Mo Xian feel a little bored, want to hang up to pull the black. In his experience, those who were so insistent on calling him were either Su Yanran or Mo's family, and whoever it was he didn't want to say more than a word to them. Brother, it's better to answer it, right? Luo Muki glanced at her cell phone. Maybe it's really something important? Hearing Luo Muki's words, Mo Xian nodded and chose to answer. And Mo Tingting's voice with a sobbing tone came out from the phone. Mo Xian, I begged you to come to the hospital. Mom is dying. Mo Xian froze for a moment while Mo Tingting continued to cry. Jin Peng. It was Jin Peng who did it. He somehow appeared in the parking lot of Mom's company and stabbed Mom. Mo Xian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. In the past he had really underestimated Mo Jin Peng. The first time he stabbed Su Yanran into infertility, and the second time he sent away his own mother who had loved him for 20 years. For what Mo Jin Peng did, Mo Xian wasn't surprised at all. He was the kind of person that if he wasn't good, no one else would want to be good either. The funny thing is that in addition to him and the Mo family, I'm afraid that Mo Qingqing is the only one who can see through Mo Jin Peng's bones as an incorrigible rotten person. Brother, or else let's make a trip? Luo Muqi pulled Mo Xian's hand. Although it's true that she wasn't a person in the past, but if she's really going to die, it's not a big deal for you to go and take a look. In the end, there's no you without her. Mo Xian nodded, then said to Mo Tingting on the other end of the phone, tell me where it is. I'll come over in a while. Hanging up the phone, Mo Xian couldn't help but feel amused, wondering what kind of mood his own mother would be in right now, even if any more. She had been good to Mo Jinpeng for so many years, and without knowing it even wanted to give him her company as well. In the end, that's what it came down to. Mo Xian is actually not surprised that Mo Jinpeng will resent Qin and I. People like him are like this. Others can only be nice to him and go along with him. The slightest disobedience will make him resentful. But who's to blame? Blame his own mother? It was still Qin and I and Mo Changshan who educated him the most on weekdays. Mo Xian didn't know where he had heard a saying that he felt was really too appropriate to use at this time. Some people just don't deserve to be parents. Even Mo Qingqing, the eldest daughter with outstanding abilities, was somehow forced into the current situation by the couple. Brother, don't be sad. Luo Muki pulled Mo Xian's hand. They don't deserve you to be sad for them. No, I'm not sad. I just feel that finally it's all coming to an end. Mo Xian let out a long breath. Let's go. Mu Qi, since MS. Qin wants to meet, then I'll just meet her. 100 chapters in. Thanks for all the company and support along the way. For all. Chapter 101, Second Child? Mo Xian and Luo Muki ate together before arriving at the hospital. Mo Tingting saw him, originally wanted to say something, but on the one hand, he was afraid of Luo Muki, and on the second, what is there to say? There wasn't even resentment in Mo Xian's eyes, and even if there was, it was just boredom, feeling that they were interrupting his life. Lost too much blood and his internal organs are damaged. Mo Tingting sobbed. And, Dad's gone too. Mom pulled out his oxygen tube today for some reason. Mo Xian couldn't help but smile. Do you think she shouldn't have done that? After saying that, Mo Xian also ignored Mo Tingting and entered the ward with Luo Muki. Qin and I had tubes inserted in her body and her eyes were lax. When she saw Mo Xian her eyes couldn't help but light up. Mo Xian. Qin and I called out to him as if she was breathless, but Mo Xian just stood quietly beside her, his eyes flat. There was no sadness, no happiness, not even pity, just silence. Son, MS. Qin. Mo Xian interrupted her lightly. We severed our relationship, didn't we? Qin and I smiled bitterly. Her eyes became more and more lax, and finally braced herself, with a hint of pleading in her voice. Son, I'm dying. Finally, can you forgive me? Mo Xian didn't answer her but looked back at Mo Tingting and asked. Her left ear was deafened by Chairman Mo? Mo Tingting froze for a moment and subconsciously nodded her head. Mo Xian had a look of understanding, then leaned down to her left ear and whispered a word, then turned around and walked out of the ward with Luo Muki. Mo Xian, you haven't yet. Qin and I used all her strength, but slowly she could no longer make a single sound, staring at Mo Xian and Luo Muki's back as they left, and finally with the sound of the instrument frantically ringing, the ECG finally turned into a straight line. Hearing Mo Tingting's mournful wailing in the hospital room behind her, Luo Muki curiously asked, Brother, Why are you speaking into her deafened ears? Because I wouldn't have wanted her to know my answer. On purpose. Mo Xian shrugged, then asked, Mu Qi, do you think this would be a bit excessive? Mo Xian wasn't thinking that he was wrong, but he was afraid that Luo Muki would think too much. But Luo Muki just smiled and said, how could it be? Brother, this is what they deserve. Only, what exactly did you say to her in the end? Mo Xian closes to Luo Muki's ear and whispers to her. What I said to her was, forgive you Moncler. Mo Xian wasn't that kind, and even less generous, for the harm done to himself and his grandmother. If Mo Xian forgave them, it would be the same as what he had said to Mo Tingting before. His conscience would be uneasy. After returning home with Luo Muki, Luo Xia was sitting on the sofa looking at the documents in her hands. For some reason, Luo Xia's face was a little less than pretty, with no trace of blood on her face and her lips a little white. When Luo Weier and Luo Shuer saw that Mo Xian had returned, they didn't pounce over excitedly like they did in the past, but instead carefully walked to Mo Xian's side. Daddy, Mommy's not feeling well. Luo Weier pointed her little finger at Luo Xia. She just smiled when she saw Mo Xian and Luo Muki come back and didn't want to say a word more. Xia, are you alright? Mo Xian and Luo Muki walked over together. Why does your face look so ugly? I don't know what's wrong. Luo Xia gently pulled Mo Xian's hand. I felt uncomfortable during the meeting just now, and I was nauseated and regurgitated, and I threw up twice. Speaking of this, Luo Muki on one side looked at her sister with some surprise. When she was first pregnant with Luo Weier, Luo Xia's pregnancy reflexes were more serious, and the symptoms were very similar to now, associated with the fact that for such a long time, the sisters and Mo Xian did not have any protection every time, and although the two sisters did take medication after discussing the issue of a second child before, it was said that medication was not absolute, and counting the time, that time to Mo Xian drug to now also have almost 2 months. Luo Xia before pregnancy seems to be very close to this time. Sis, you're not having one, are you? Hearing Luo Muki's words, Luo Xia raised her head in confusion, and then it also occurred to her that medicated contraception was not absolute. Ha! Mo Xian looked at Luo Xia dumbfounded. When the child was born he realized that he had become a father. This was the first time he had encountered this situation. For a moment his brain was blank, obviously not yet reacted. Luo Xia just wanted to retort, but think carefully, on them and Mo Xian that tossing strength, and also not willing to do protection. After the incident to take medicine also actually did not pay too much attention, which has a second child seems to be quite reasonable. Luo Weier and Luo Shuer obviously didn't know what was going on and were still looking at them with confused faces. Luo Muki looked at the two milk balls and suddenly smiled maliciously and said, this is great. There will be a younger brother or sister soon. Brother? Sister? When the two milk donuts heard this, they immediately felt that things were a bit bad. Can't have a younger sibling or dad won't just like us. No siblings. The two milk balls jumped into Mo Xian's arms at once and cried out with a wow. That voice, that is called a magic sound through the ears. That is called a disregard for death. Mo Xian was also pulled back to reality by the two milk balls at once. While comforting, he turned back and said to Luo Xia, Xia, let me drive you to the hospital for a checkup. If there's really a second child, I need to know how to take care of you. When he was a father, he had failed to fulfill his responsibilities, and although with the Luo family's financial power, Luo Xia and Luo Muki would definitely be able to receive the best care, he still felt very guilty in his heart. Luo Xia had a bit of a headache. She was already uncomfortable, and Luo Muki still had to talk about this with these two little milk balls at this time, glaring fiercely at Luo Muki, who was watching the fun. Luo Xia said in a cold voice, why don't you hurry up and call a private doctor? Luo Muki also wanted to take revenge on these two girls for a moment, not realizing that they actually reacted so strongly to this. Fortunately, Mo Xian was still there and softly comforted his daughters for a few moments before the two milk balls slowly quieted down, letting Uncle Zheng arrange for someone to take Luo Weier and Luo Shuer back to their rooms first. Mo Xian gently held Luo Xia's hand and said with reddened eyes, why didn't you tell me when your pregnancy reflexes were so serious? It's fine, Xiao Xian, I volunteered. Luo Xia smiled and clasped hands with Mo Xian. Don't listen to Mu Qi's nonsense. It may not necessarily mean that you're pregnant. Don't get pregnant again. Or with Mo Xian's nature, I'm afraid he won't be able to give them any space. When Mo Xian took care of Luo Weier and Luo Shuer, she and Luo Muki had also seen it. Although they intentionally wanted to make their children closer to Mo Xian and better tether him, it was just that Mo Xian did do his best, or else these two girls wouldn't be so glued to their father. Soon the family doctor arrived, a woman in her early 30s, and brought a pregnancy test. After a doctor's exam, along with the results of a pregnancy test showed that there was no pregnancy, just gastrointestinal problems triggered by the cold weather and lack of attention to food. Missy had this symptom when she had her pregnancy reversal. It's very similar, but it's not a pregnancy. The doctor smiled and said, If you're still unsure, Mr. Mo can take Missy to the hospital tomorrow for a detailed examination, but I think the results should be similar. Luo Xia and Luo Muki looked at each other for a moment and both secretly let out a long breath. Just now Luo Muki also secretly checked and she wasn't pregnant either. Already have 2 daughters, better be careful in the future. Big deal. Well, outside the body? Only Mo Xian still communicated with the doctor and asked Luo Xia about the problems she had when she was pregnant and counteracted, and also asked what should be done to regulate it to make it a little better. Taking advantage of this gap, Luo Muki carefully asked, "Sister, do you think if we should have another one, to give birth or not to give birth?" Luo Xia was covered with a blanket. Having just taken the medicine and drinking the hot soup, she felt a lot more comfortable. Hearing Luo Muki's words, Luo Xia didn't answer but looked up at Mo Xian who was questioning the doctor. "I don't know. I don't want to give birth." Luo Xia thought about it. "But that's another child with Xiao Xian. Muki, if you were pregnant again, would you want to give birth? Or?" Luo Xia didn't say it explicitly, but Luo Muki understood what she meant. To give birth or not to give birth? This question sisters to a moment do not know how to do good. Chapter 102 Luo Xia's mind. Mo Tingting herself was the only one left in Mo's house in a day. Mo Qingqing didn't say anything when she found out about her parents' death. She didn't even hear any change in her tone. She just said very calmly, "I know." As for Mo Yingying, she completely lost contact after she left the country. Her phone couldn't be reached, and Mo Tingting sent messages to her social media, whether it was WeChat or whatever, and in the end, they all sank into the sea. As for Mo Xian, Mo Tingting watched him come and watch him go, and she knew she was not qualified to stop him. After dealing with her parents' aftermath and sending away the police who came to her door, it was already midnight when Mo Tingting returned to the Mo family villa. In the past, she had always felt that living in a villa was a very decent thing, feeling that it was worthy of her Mo family's third young lady status, but today she looked at the empty and unoccupied villa, and actually felt scared like never before. Not a trace of life. Cold. Quiet. As a matter of fact, Mo Xian's mood every time she returned to Mo's house wasn't any different from hers. Even, it might be worse. At least, now Mo Tingting would not be disliked and treated harshly by others. There was only one person. Auntie Wang? Mo Tingting called out softly, and finally saw the note left by Auntie Wang on the coffee table in the living room. Her work was actually over, and she stayed to take care of Mo Changshan purely for the sake of being in the Mo family for so many years. Hearing that Mo Changshan is dead and so is Qin and I, Auntie Wang sighed and left a note for her son to pick her up. Before leaving, Auntie Wang only took her personal belongings. She didn't touch any of the rest. Mo Tingting, heart of the thread, in the sight of Auntie Wang's note, finally collapsed. She fell to her knees on the ground and let out a cry. Mo Qingqing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, her eyes staring blankly at the scenery outside the window. From the time she received Mo Tingting's call until now, Mo Qingqing had stayed in the office without leaving. Tears slowly fell, and Mo Qingqing desperately tried to wipe them away, as if she wanted to prove that she wasn't crying. She wasn't Mo Xian. Not only had she been sent away from her childhood, she hadn't been treated fairly back at home, so Mo Xian didn't feel anything about their deaths. Even if there was, it wore clean as they indulged Mo Jinpeng again and again and treated themselves harshly. In the end, and her own parents lived together since childhood, even if her heart resented and counted on them, but that was after all the person who raised her since childhood. Mo Qingqing stumbled a little to the desk and picked up the cigarette case, but her hands kept shaking and she accidentally smoked several cigarettes. "I won't regret it." Mo Qingqing put the cigarette on her lips, lit it with her shaking hand, and took a deep breath. For a long time, suppressed cries still came out of the office. She thought she had no feelings for anyone in the Mo family, but it really came to the day when her parents died, and Mo Qingqing realized that she was not as heartless as she thought. A heavy snowfall, once again, covered the entire land as if everything was hidden in a blanket of white. Mo Xian couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like Kyoto was snowing very frequently this year, but it didn't affect his current mood. For the death of his parents within a day, Mo Xian's heart did not have any great fluctuations, putting aside the things they did. In fact, Mo Xian has always been very grateful to his grandmother from a young age to dilute the sense of their existence in their own hearts. Grandma knew it was cruel and unfair to Mo Xian, but she had seen through that family long ago, and instead of deceiving Mo Xian and letting him be disappointed or even despairing in the future, it was better to let him grow up without ever having hope. "Brother, why don't you take this one with you too?" Luo Muki's words interrupted Mo Xian's thoughts. Looking back, Mo Xian only felt a burst of pain in his head. "Mu Qi, it's not now if we just want to leave, right?" Mo Xian looked at Luo Muki, who was helping Mo Xian pack his clothes with a few maids, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Why did you start preparing so early? It's better to organize your brother's clothes for the other seasons first than to have your hands full when the time comes, right?" Luo Muki seemed to be very happy and followed along to help fold Mo Xian's clothes and put them into the suitcase. In fact, Mo Xian originally didn't have so many clothes. They were all sent to him by these two sisters after they came. Then there's no need to pack so much, right? Mo Xian asked curiously. And never come back again? Come back, but we're going to be settling over there all the time, so it's better to bring all our stuff with us. Hearing Luo Muki's words, Mo Xian couldn't help but nod his head, as if that was indeed the case. Right, brother? Didn't you say you wanted to go to that counseling? Luo Muki suddenly looked up at Mo Xian. Do you want me to accompany you? Mo Xian was just about to agree, but Luo Muki's phone rang. It was from the company. There was a problem over at the design department that needed her to go over and deal with it. I'll go with you. Ken. Loxia stood outside the door of her room with a shawl, her face already much better, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a book in her hand. No need. Why don't I just go by myself? Mo Xian saw Luo Xia shaking her head in a hurry. Your body has just recovered. It's better to rest at home? It's fine. It's just a dietary issue. And you forgot that I double majored in college. Besides finance I studied psychology. Luo Xia smiled. Wait for me. I'll go change. Completely not letting him have a chance to refuse. Luo Xia turned around and had already left. Mo Xian wanted to chase after him, but Luo Muki pulled him back and said softly, Brother, if you're with your sister, there are some professional issues that she knows about. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Although Luo Muki didn't know what Luo Xia thought, it might be better if Luo Xia went, only she wasn't so sure about it. Something on a completely psychological level that she had always felt wouldn't be easily detected. But Loxia had told her that nothing was 100% absolute. Mo Xian offered to recover his past memories, which was good for them, but the problem was that Luo Xia had mentioned that this would likely awaken some other memories. For example, the things they did to Mo Xian, deep hypnotic stimulation. Then those memories that Mo Xian should have forgotten might appear. Originally, Mo Xian was in a half-dream. He just forgot, but it didn't mean that his brain wouldn't have recorded it. Otherwise their psychological suggestion wouldn't have been successful. In the past, Mo Xian was completely unaware of it. Plus Luo Xia hadn't started hypnotizing Mo Xian when she brought him for treatment. But looking at her sister's complete lack of concern, even offering to go with him, although Luo Muki knew that her sister must have a plan if she dared to do this, she was still uneasy. And while Mo Xian was cleaning up with the maid, she quietly ran to Luo Xia's room. Sis, didn't you say? Before Luo Muki could open her mouth to ask, Luo Xia interrupted her with a smile. I know what you're thinking. Muki, don't worry. I'll even take the initiative to have the doctor hypnotize Xiao Xian and awaken his memories. Luo Muki looked at Luo Xia uncertainly, while she had an easy smile on her face, just holding the clothes one by one in front of the mirror and comparing them. Seeing her like this, Luo Muki seemed to have figured her out as well. Sister, are you purposely trying to let your brother know? Luo Muki's voice was filled with surprise. But, if we do this, if brother knows, don't worry, Mu Chi. Loxia put down the clothes in her hands. I've been thinking about what way I can let him know this. There's really no way for me to suppress myself and play the gentle big sister anymore. Don't worry, now even if Xiao Xian knows everything, he just can't leave us. He has grown accustomed to your presence and mine and has become dependent on us. And as I said, instead of keeping him in chains, the heart should be imprisoned by invisible chains. Now, it's the final stage, knowing all the things you and I have done, but he still won't leave, and that's what I've always wanted. Chapter 103, The Shocked Shangguan Meng. Good work, Dr. Shangguan. Having just finished the psychological counseling, Shangguan Meng leaned back in her chair with some fatigue, and the female colleague on the side handed over a cup of hot water to her. Thanks. After Shangguan Meng softly thanked her, she took the water cup with both hands. The female colleague, who was a bit older than her, looked at Shangguan Meng and suddenly asked, Dr. Shangguan, why haven't you found a boyfriend at your age? You're in such good condition, and your professional ability is also very good. Didn't meet the right person, did you? Shangguan Meng smiled. And I want to stabilize my job first. Other than that, I don't have any ideas for now. More than once, this issue had been mentioned, and her mother had the intention of letting her go on a blind date. However, Shangguan Meng had absolutely no intention of doing so. Huangya had advised her to try to reach out to other guys. Mo Xian wasn't the only guy in the world, but every time, she politely refused. Even after seeing Mo Xian and Luo Muki together, even though he had 2 more children. Sometimes Shangguan Meng wondered what Mo Xian had gone through and why he had a child so early in life. She had deliberately inquired about Luo Muki, so a radiant girl. The eyes when she looked at Mo Xian made Shangguan Meng not help but feel a little touched. At least in the past, she had never seen a look like that in Su Yanran's eyes. When Su Yanran looked at Mo Xian, she always carried a hint of complacency. Showing off. Is there love? Perhaps, but it was mixed with many other factors in. Perhaps because Mo Xian was too brilliant and favored her, treating her differently. Retracting the memories of the past, Shangguan Meng looked at the time. It was almost lunch break, organized the supplies and documents on the table, took out a study material and read it carefully. The hospital's intention for this campaign is good. Mental illnesses are different from physical illnesses, and many people don't pay much attention to mental illnesses. Now she was still in her internship, and could only be responsible for some of the work in the counseling area. Although she had attended the Vineyard School and had a very good professional performance, she had just entered the hospital and was still a little too young. A nurse walked in and said to the female doctor who had just spoken to Shangguan Meng, "Did you hear? The vice president of Luo's is here, and brought his boyfriend along, and now our specialist here is giving him a look." "Rocky? Boyfriend?" Shangguan Meng, who was lowering her head, suddenly raised her head and asked with some surprise, "Is that second miss of the Luo family?" "No, it's the eldest lady of their family, Luo Xia," the nurse said with some jealousy. "Some people really have a good life. Not only are they pretty, they were born with a golden spoon. Our hospital is said to have a stake in the Luo family. Her boyfriend I just looked at. He's tall, wears glasses, and is good looking." Tall, glasses, good looking. Shangguan Meng thought of Mo Xian at the first moment, but when she thought about it, she felt that it wasn't right. Obviously the pretty girl who was with Mo Xian was Luo Muki. So, the guy she brought, what's his name? Hearing Shangguan Meng's words, the female doctor and nurse both looked at her in surprise. After all, usually Shangguan Meng was not too fond of participating in these gossips, so why did she suddenly show so much interest in this matter today? Dr. Shangguan, you know the Luo family? Hearing the female doctor's words, Shangguan Meng also realized that she seemed to be a bit out of sorts and lowered her head to say in embarrassment, "No, just curious because I haven't heard that the Luo family's eldest daughter has a boyfriend. Who knows? We don't understand those things in the mansion." The nurse didn't notice Shangguan Meng's abnormality, but it feels like this Luo family's eldest miss seems to care a lot about this boy. Not only did she personally accompany him, but she's been following him all along. Shangguan Meng didn't quite believe that it would be Mo Xian. After all, in her memory, Mo Xian didn't look like someone who would have his foot in both boats, especially if it was the two sisters of the Luo family. Even though he didn't pay attention to business, the Luo family was very famous in Kyoto. If Mo Xian did this, wouldn't he be afraid that the two sisters, or even the Luo family, would retaliate against him? Without thinking any further, Shangguan Meng picked up the information in her hand, greeted them and left. As she walked out of the office, Shangguan Meng suddenly felt that this world was really small. It wasn't long ago that she ran into Mo Xian and Luo Muki with a child, and today she actually ran into Luo Muki's sister with her boyfriend. Xia, there shouldn't be any problem, right? A voice that was incomparably familiar to Shangguan Meng sounded not far away from her, and she jerked her head back to look. Mo Xian stood to the side holding a list, and across from him was a woman who was extremely similar to Luo Muki. Not only is she equally beautiful, compared to Luo Muki, she is more mature and her temperament is not quite the same, leaning more towards that high and cold imperial sister feeling. "It's fine. The doctor said that the only way to do this in your case is to try deep hypnosis," Luo Xia said gently to Mo Xian. "It's okay Xiao Xian. Tomorrow I'll bring you over for hypnotherapy again. Just think of it as you sleeping and dreaming." Shangguan Meng looked at the two people in front of her dumbfounded. She had to say that no matter if Mo Xian and Luo Xia or Luo Muki were together, they all gave off a feeling as if they were a painting. But what she thought in her heart was not this. Luo Xia looked at Mo Xian with the exact same eyes as Luo Muki. That kind of love was completely hidden, and Mo Xian was just like when he was looking at Luo Muki. His eyes were full of doting. "Well, let's not talk about it, shall we?" Luo Xia pulled Mo Xian's hand. "Muchi will come over from the company in a while, so the three of us will have lunch together then go back together." Others might not understand what it meant, but when Shangguan Meng heard it, she only felt that it was too much of a shock. Sister and sister's boyfriend come to see a therapist together and then sister comes over to have dinner with them? She suddenly felt that her mind was all a bit messed up, completely unable to understand what exactly the relationship between these three was. And looking at Luo Xia's tone of calm and frankness when she mentioned Luo Muki, it's not at all like cheating on your sister behind her back, but instead how does it give the impression of being honorable? Shangguan Meng suddenly had an extremely absurd idea, but she didn't quite dare to believe it. Could it be that the three of them, together? While Shangguan Meng was still imagining things, Mo Xian and Luo Xia had already left, and since the beginning, Mo Xian's gaze had only rested on Luo Xia alone, and he didn't even notice that not far away his own classmates were standing there. Why would he come to see a psychiatrist and, well, hypnotize? Shangguan dreamed of the conversation between the two just now and couldn't help but find the professor who treated Mo Xian just now. The professor did not tell her the details, but only told her that Mo Xian had lost his memory. Amnesia? Seeing Shang Wanmeng's shocked expression, the professor couldn't help but frown. You know him? He was in my high school. We were in the same class. You were classmates. Didn't he mention that he lost part of his memory in the past with nerve damage to his memory? The professor was a bit surprised. Actually, it's not a big deal to tell you. This high school classmate of yours is trying to use deep hypnosis to see if he can awaken his memories from back then. However, that daughter of the Luo family mentioned that she had taken him for a checkup in the past, and that it would be best not to try to forcibly awaken his memories. But after all this time, it feels like there should be no problem, and the boy said that he wanted to try. So a hypnotherapy session is scheduled for tomorrow. Shang Wanmeng was a bit surprised because in high school, Mo Xian couldn't see a bit of memory loss at all. And since he had lost his memory, why did he still remember Su Yanran? This professor usually valued Shang Wanmeng, not only because she graduated from a famous school, but also because this little girl was very serious about her career and was down to earth and studious. If you care, you can come over as my assistant tomorrow. The professor smiled. Although it's logical that you know each other and it might not be appropriate to involve you, but I'm the one who's attending, so you'll just be taking notes on the side. After a moment of silence, Shang Wanmeng gently nodded. Okay, I know, Professor. Chapter 104, Dream, or Real. The next day, when Mo Xian and Luo Xia got up together, Mo Xian was surprised to see Shang Wanmeng. He had confessed to Luo Xia and Luo Muki that his high school classmate was in this hospital and was also a psychiatrist. Luo's has shares here. Luo Xia deliberately investigated Shang Wanmeng, a bookish family. Parents are both highly educated. Moreover, when Mo Xian mentioned Shang Wanmeng, his tone was frank, with admiration and respect, but without a bit of other sentiments in it. Originally, he did think of looking for Shang Wanmeng, but Luo Xia had found him an authority in psychotherapy in this hospital, and Mo Xian himself felt that it was a bit too rude to trouble a classmate that he hadn't seen for a long time and didn't usually have much contact with. And technically, Mo Xian was only there because he saw his classmate's name on the flyer and suddenly remembered to try and jog his memory after feeling emotional. It's been a long time, Shang Wan. Mo Xian naturally greeted her, his tone still the same as before. Shang Wanmeng smiled and looked to Mo Xian's side, with only him in her eyes, Luo Xia, and asked softly, it's been a long time. This is, yeah, my girlfriend. Mo Xian answered somewhat vaguely. In his case it was because there was also Luo Muki, and the relationship between the three was a bit complicated. Shang Wanmeng's heart, on the other hand, was even more confused. Could it really be that outrageous that the sisters were with a man? Only then did Luo Xia shift her sight to Shang Wanmeng, just by looking at each other. Luo Xia could tell that Shang Wanmeng liked Mo Xian, or at least had a good feeling about it. However, Luo Xia smiled instead and extended her hand to Shang Wanmeng, saying, hello, Dr. Shang Wan, I've heard Xiao Xian mention that you guys were high school classmates, right? Shang Wanmeng was a bit at a loss for words for a moment, but still stretched out her hand and shook Luo Xia's hand. The touch on her hand was cold, the beautiful woman in front of her, and the smile on her face was a bit strange, which made Shang Wanmeng's heart very uncomfortable. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the professor chatted with Mo Xian for a few more moments, inquiring about the state of his memories of his past. Familiar, but it's like being bound by something. Mo Xian thought about it and replied, every time Xia and Kof tried it with me, but I just don't have any memory of it even when I see pictures from the past. Almost blurting out Luo Muki in passing, Mo Xian himself hadn't realized that Luo Xia and Luo Muki had completely infiltrated his life, and without realizing it, everything Mo Xian did seemed to be related to them. Vice President Luo, has Mr. Mo tried hypnotic awakening in the past? Luo Xia shook her head, then let out a bitter smile and said, no. At that time, the doctor suggested a conservative method, and I didn't know what the consequences would be if I hypnotized or stimulated the brain with medical technology, but he had a recent checkup, and since he wants to try, I still kinda want to let him try it. The professor frowned. Cases like Mo Xian's weren't very common. After all, they were caused by memory nerve damage. He had also read the past treatment reports of Mo Xian provided by Luo Xia, and wasn't very sure if this was really appropriate. Let's do it this way, Vice President Luo. We'll use a conservative treatment method and try to hypnotize him step by step to awaken his memory. The professor thought about it. I'll let Dr. Shang Wan be in charge with me during this time. You guys are high school classmates. You should know some of his situation well. Shang Wanmeng nodded, then continued to lower her head to record. There was no way she could deceive herself. There were still feelings in her heart for Mo Xian, someone she had loved since she was young, only he knew nothing about it. He never crossed the line, and she herself hadn't given him any hints because she was shy. Shang Wanmeng is different from Su Yanran. Her liking is very pure, and now that she sees that Mo Xian can be cherished like this, although her heart will still be sad, she hopes more for him to live a good life. Only, the relationship between Mo Xian and Luo Xia and Luo Muki, she really can't figure it out a bit. After understanding Mo Xian's physical, mental condition for another while, the professor told Luo Xia and Shangguan Meng to go out first, and would next perform the first hypnosis on Mo Xian to try and awaken his recent memories. Let's run a few tests first, and if it goes well, I'll try a deeper level of hypnotherapy for the next session. The professor explained to Luo Xia, it's best to make sure Mr. Mo is in good health during this time, as well as allowing him to be able to be in a state of relaxation. Perhaps the results will be a bit better. Luo Xia nodded, then leaned down and tenderly kissed Mo Xian, who was already half lying on the recliner, then smiled and said, it's fine, Xiao Xian, I told you, just think of it as sleeping and dreaming. Then, Luo Xia and Shangguan Meng left the professor's office one after the other, and Shangguan Meng had just closed the door behind her when Luo Xia suddenly opened her mouth and asked, you like him, right? Shangguan Meng's hand couldn't help but shake a little. That feeling was really not good. Being directly told by someone else's girlfriend, it was as if she had been caught in the act. I can tell I care about anything that has to do with him. Loxia smiled. Crush, right? In itself, for girls who approach Mo Xian, Luo Xia pays extra attention. Not to mention that she herself is also from psychology, and even if she really wants to say it, Shangguan Meng may not be as good as Luo Xia. She guessed something just by glancing at the way Shangguan Meng looked at Mo Xian. Shangguan Meng didn't dare to look up at Luo Xia. She didn't expect this woman to be so perceptive, except that she had forgotten that women know women best. Not to mention that Luo Xia was also a woman who was extraordinarily sensitive when it came to Mo Xian's affairs. Don't worry, I didn't think to bother him. Shangguan Meng lowered her head. Originally her character was introverted, although now that she had become a psychiatrist, she had become less obsequious than in the past, but at this time she was still inevitably a bit at a loss for words. It's okay, I can't possibly throw a tantrum because a girl has a crush on him, can I? As much as I want to lose my temper. Luo Xia thought this in her heart, but the expression on her face didn't change much, and she still said with a hint of a smile, during this period of time, it may be necessary to trouble you. Shangguan Meng couldn't help but laugh bitterly in her heart. Compared to Su Yanran, the plutocratic princess in front of her was much more composed. In the past, Su Yanran had privately warned Shangguan Meng and had a really somewhat annoying attitude. Looking at Luo Xia in front of her, perhaps, this is the so-called composure of the main palace? Not to mention the kind of feelings Mo Xian had for her. As Shangguan Meng, who had witnessed his and Su Yanran's high school romance, she could clearly see that Mo Xian was clearly different from the past, whether he was treating her or Luo Muki. Once upon a time, when she saw Mo Xian helplessly dealing with Su Yanran, Shangguan Meng even thought in her heart that she wanted to snatch Mo Xian away, feeling that Su Yanran was sometimes unworthy of him. But now, there is still jealousy in her heart, but more than that, she is happy, and she feels that Mo Xian must have loved the right person. Of course, if she knew that Luo Xia had just contemplated how to transfer her from this hospital, and had even thought about what illegal means she would use if she dared to pester Mo Xian as much as Su Yanyan, she probably wouldn't have thought so. Waking up from sleep, Mo Xian and the professor looked at each other, both in deep thought. Professor in the end is the authority in this area. Mo Xian just tried to wake up in hypnosis as the recent memory. The beginning of everything is normal, but the back is a little less normal. The professor really didn't know how he should describe it, but instead handed Mo Xian a copy of the record, then patted him on the shoulder without a word. In fact, there is no need for the professor's record. Mo Xian's mind clearly remembers his previous forgotten memories of the two women beside him, time and time again, as if giving instructions to himself, without exception. It was something along the lines of telling him not to leave them and to always be there for them. It was a strange feeling, as if one was in a dream, but what was happening was extremely real. Even Mo Xian even now have some doubts. They are in the end personally experienced, or just do a dream. You should have been hypnotized. The professor took off his thick glasses and couldn't help rubbing his forehead. It's a kind of subconscious mental suggestion that somehow alters your perception. Who is it? The professor already had the answer in his heart, and even he regretted a little that he seemed to have taken a patient he shouldn't have taken. Chapter 105, Confusion. The memories were not restored, but I didn't think there would be any surprises. Mo Xian, who had originally thought that he could recover his memories and counted on being surprised, was not at all happy in his heart at the moment, except for the shock. If the professor could guess it, he could definitely guess it as well, and a lot of things cleared up in his mind at once. For example, the aromatherapy that Luo Xia and Luo Muki gave him, and that time in the hotel after drinking red wine. Compared to Mo Xian's bewilderment, the professor's side was starting to think about how to write a resignation letter. Not to mention that the Luo family has shares in this hospital. Let us just say that the Luo family's position in Kyoto's top plutocrats. The professor's heart was bitter. How did he get into such a mess? Is it okay? Luo Xia pushed open the door with a smile still on her face, unable to see any abnormality. Little Xian, how do you feel? Imo Xian looked at her blankly, his mood becoming incredibly complicated. She didn't seem to have done anything excessive, but this made him feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Why would Luo Xia and Luo Muki do such a thing? Obviously both have children. Just to be with him, why go to such great lengths? What's wrong, little Xian? As if she was still the same gentle big sister, Luo Xia came over and pulled his hand affectionately. Is it uncomfortable? Imo Xian looked at Luo Xia. The Luo Xia in his own hazy memories was almost completely different from the current Luo Xia. The voice was like a seductive phantom, morbid, insane, and aggressive. Although he occasionally noticed that she and Luo Muki sometimes acted overly possessive, Imo Xian didn't care too much about it, and only thought that they might be insecure because of his amnesia. You should either go out first, Xiao Xian. Luo Xia gently pulled his hand. Your classmates are still outside. You shouldn't have seen each other for a long time, so the professor and I will inquire about you again. Imo Xian just mechanically stood up and did not speak but left the office. After the door closed, Luo Xia's expression changed back to her usual cool look and looked back at the professor and said, Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. I didn't care about this since I let him come. The professor had wanted to say something, but his throat moved and he couldn't get a word out. He had also practiced for so many years, but this kind of thing, he had truly never heard of, much less seen. Using hypnosis and psychological suggestion to figure out how to get a man's perception affected just to keep him by his side? You know what to say and what not to say, right? There was a hint of warning in Loxia's voice. You don't need to know anything else, and I'll let him come if he still needs to regain his memory. But if someone else, Vice President Luo, don't worry, I understand. People who had reached his position were almost all human beings. What consequences of offending Luo Xia? He could more or less guess. It's not just a matter of losing your job. It's a matter of whether you're still alive or not. Imo Xian sat dumbfounded on the chair outside. The ones just now were too much of a shock. How many times had Luo Xia and Luo Muki been like this? To think that it had been a while since that aroma had been given to him meant that what he had just remembered might still be only part of it, and there might even be more. Only it had all been forgotten by him, even though it was clear in his heart that they were probably doing this from a good place, and even though he had said that he could accept whatever was good or bad. But these for Mo Xian, the sense of impact is still too strong, and even Mo Xian began to doubt. How much of their feelings for them now is from the heart, and how much is the result after being psychologically implied? Mo Xian, are you okay? Shangguan Meng was holding 2 cups of coffee in her hands, and seeing Mo Xian sitting there in a daze, she softly called out to him. Mo Xian also woke up as if in a dream and looked at Shangguan Meng and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Nothing, okay. Mo Xian shook his head. Seeing you around the professor, it looks like you're doing pretty well at work. Shangguan Meng did not reply, but silently handed him the coffee, then softly said, drink some, seeing as you don't seem to have much energy. Mo Xian said thank you and reached out to take the coffee handed to him by Shangguan Meng, and when his fingertips touched, Shangguan Meng only felt that she couldn't stop her face from burning. Actually, I saw you when I was with Huangya before. Shangguan Meng sat down 1 seat away from Mo Xian, holding a disposable paper cup in both hands and quietly looking at the floor. You have a child? Well, yes. Mo Xian nodded. He had taken his daughter out to play not once or twice before. Being seen by Shangguan Meng was no surprise. Shangguan Meng still wanted to say something, but Luo Xia pushed the door out from the office and saw Mo Xian whispering to him. Wait for me here. I'll go prescribe you some medicine. The professor said that you might need medication to assist you. The effect might be better. Mo Xian looked up at Luo Xia, originally wanting to ask her why she did it, but when he saw her peach blossom eyes looking at him, Mo Xian suddenly felt unable to say a word. There are no false feelings. Care, love are full of naked sincerity. Just the kind of sentiment that Mo Xian could not understand in the past. Today it seems to be able to understand. Hidden underneath the love, there is a hint of madness and sickness. That's why Lozia was so crazy every time they were extremely intimate. That's why lately she and Luo Muki have become more and more possessive when they come into contact with themselves, almost always being by his side whenever they have a spare moment. The love was real, but the love seemed too heavy, and he suddenly felt as if it had all been carefully planned by the sisters. Mo Xian didn't have any meaning of blame. He just had some overwhelm for a moment and didn't know exactly how he should face them. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Luo Xia was still the same as usual, as if she was always the gentle big sister. Mo Xian smiled, shook his head and said, it's fine. I'll wait for you then. Luo Xia nodded and took Mo Xian's hand and shook it, then turned to leave with a slight nod to Shangguan Meng. Mo Xian looked at her back and couldn't help but sigh. His mind would be a little messed up this time. After all, these things gave him too much of a shock. He knew that Luo Xia and Luo Muki had given a lot, but he had never thought that they would use such extreme methods. Are you okay? Shangwan Meng said softly. That Luo family's eldest lady, is she the mother of your child? Well, that's right. Mo Xian smiled bitterly. I have nothing more. Shangwan, why don't you go and get busy? Shangwan Meng, however, did not leave, but instead raised her head for the first time to look at Mo Xian's eyes. You love her very much, but why do you seem so confused at this time? Hearing Shangwan Meng's words, Mo Xian looked at her with some surprise. It seemed that the Shangwan Meng in his memory wouldn't ask this kind of question so directly. No, just don't know how to face her for a moment. Mo Xian looked down at the black ring on his hand. You've met my daughter. She's cute, isn't she? Well, yeah, it's a lot like you. Shangwan Meng smiled. Is it because of her sister? I saw that day, you and Luo Muki together. Seemingly afraid of Mo Xian misunderstanding, Shangwan Meng panicked to explain. I originally did not recognize. Is a friend said to have seen Luo Muki? So, no. In fact, both of those children are mine. And the mothers are both of their sisters respectively. Hearing Mo Xian's explanation, Shangwan Meng was surprisingly no longer surprised at the moment. Mo Xian didn't care. He knew Shangwan Meng wasn't a tongue chewer, but he still laughed bitterly with her and said, can you pretend you don't know? This is something I still don't really want to let others. Well, don't worry. Shangwan Meng nodded. Thank you for being willing to trust me. After 3 years of classmates, I still know what you are. Mo Xian smiled and said, in fact, this matter is an accident. Mo Xian suddenly fell silent when he said this. He thought, could it be that even the pregnancy was arranged by them in the first place? Luo Xia and Luo Muki had even made it this far for their own sake, and now that he had returned to the state of being unconfident and afflicted at the beginning, he himself didn't know why he was like this. Even that time when the hotel drugged himself, his memories slowly became clearer. Luo Xia and Luo Muki were pleasuring themselves while whispering sentence after sentence in his ear that were like soul-crushing words. He remained convinced that they would not harm him, and even more so, he believed in their almost insane love. But such a morbid but paranoid love, sometimes on the contrary, will make people's pressure inexplicably greater, and Mo Xian, at the moment is such a state. Chapter 106, No Beginning, No End. Was the hypnosis just now? Did it make you think of something bad? Hearing Shangwan Meng's inquiry, Mo Xian only looked at her in confusion at this moment. The two of them just stared at each other, and Shangwan Meng felt her face getting a little hot. Mo Xian's eyes were still so good looking that she couldn't help but look away, not wanting him to see the changes on her face. It's actually not a bad thing, right? Mo Xian sighed softly. How can I put it? It's just that some things that I had forgotten about in recent times suddenly came back to my mind. Yes, is it related to them? Shangwan Meng asked curiously. But haven't you guys always been together? How could you forget the recent events? Mo Xian didn't answer, just remained silent, seemingly pondering something. Shangwan Meng looked at the empty space between herself and him, separated by a chair. Just like in the past when they were at the front and back tables, separated by a table. It's close, but it's also far away. Actually, I knew them from a long time ago, only that I forgot about them when I was injured. Mo Xian slowly spoke. After so many years, they haven't forgotten me. Isn't that great? Shangwan Meng was a bit surprised, not having thought that Mo Xian and the Luo sisters actually had such a twisted experience. So, when you were with Su Yanran, you also forgot about them? Well, that's pretty much it, isn't it? Mo Xian nodded. Actually, I'd like to remember what happened back then. Except that, know something else. Do they also keep things from you that they are sorry for? No, just the opposite. Mo Xian couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he heard Shangwan Meng's words. Or to some extent it's also considered sorry for me. After all, drugging yourself, and more than once, as if there was nothing wrong with thinking. So, can you talk to me? Shangwan Meng suddenly looked at Mo Xian. Even though I'm an intern, I'm also a psychiatrist. Maybe, I can help you? Mo Xian looked at Shangwan Meng with some surprise. She always avoided Mo Xian's line of sight and didn't meet his eyes so that he wouldn't be able to see his own cracks. Never mind, you're the professor's assistant now, so I guess I can't hide it from you. Mo Xian briefly told Shangwan Meng roughly what he had just remembered, and when Shangwan Meng heard it, she even forgot about the fact that she had been deliberately avoiding Mo Xian and looked at him with a face full of shock. If she hadn't seen Luo Xia and Luo Muki, if Mo Xian hadn't come here to undergo hypnotherapy, if Mo Xian had said these things to her in another place, even if he was the person he had been crushing on for years, Shangwan Meng would definitely think that either he was crazy or she was crazy. It was only after a long time that Shangwan Meng felt that she had lost her temper a bit and lowered her head with a red face and said, I'm sorry, I was just a bit too shocked. Mo Xian let out a bitter smile. Indeed. Not to mention Shangguan Meng, he himself was still in a trance. Actually, don't you think that they are very insecure? Shangguan Meng pondered for a while and said seriously. Actually, I think that they have suffered a blow because of your amnesia, and there have been changes in their emotions, and they are afraid of losing you again, which is why they chose this extreme way. Also, you may have become their obsession and inadvertently put pressure on them. Shangguan Meng couldn't help but fall silent as she said this. It turned out that the saying that love could drive people crazy was not a joke. If all of this is true, then the real problem is not the amnesiac Mo Xian, but Luo Xia and Luo Muki. They were sick with the disease named Mo Xian. Shangguan Meng looked at the boy in front of her who she still buried in her heart to this day, and was more relieved than the last time. I understand how you feel right now, Mo Xian. You think this relationship is too heavy, so you're confused. You don't know how to face it, but even though it's heavy, they love you. Otherwise they wouldn't have done all these things. Shangguan Meng smiled and said, maybe she knew that once you received hypnotherapy, you would remember these things, but she still brought you here. Shangguan Meng paused for a moment and gathered her courage to move closer to Mo Xian. You can talk to them. No matter what, they are doing all this. They just care about you, and although they may not be using the right methods, they are just too insecure. After all, they've lost you, and that loss is even more brutal than the separation. You forget them. You forget your past experiences together. So the pain makes them paranoid and extreme. Shangguan Meng somehow suddenly understood Luo Xia and Luo Muki's feelings. Mo Xian had completely forgotten the past because of the accident, leaving only the girls in their memories. Whenever they thought of all the beauty they had experienced together, and then thought of Mo Xian, who was incredibly unfamiliar with it all, the feeling was really more painful than if he had died. He forgot everything, leaving them to guard the memories of the past in a barren place. The pain, the longing finally evolved into a morbid possessiveness, and thinking about it that way, it seemed like everything Luo Xia and Luo Muki did made perfect sense. Are you afraid of them? Shangguan Meng looked up at Mo Xian and carefully asked this question, and Mo Xian was stunned for a split second, nodded and shook his head. Mo Xian was very clear that he couldn't leave them anymore. Mental suggestion or hypnosis. Mo Xian couldn't deny that he was in love with Luo Xia and Luo Muki. He was very sure of that. What's more, they had done so much for him, and he was afraid only because he was afraid he couldn't afford such a heavy dose of their love, but not because he feared them. I really should talk to them, Mo Xian said in a low voice, again as if he was answering Shangguan Meng or talking to himself. I want to know exactly what they all did. In fact, Shangguan Meng always had a voice in her heart telling her that she should discourage Mo Xian at this time. She didn't know what it was for, the selfishness of her liking him, or did she think it was wrong, but she smiled and said to Mo Xian, I don't know what the future holds, but Mo Xian, I very much hope you can be happy, even though, it was never me who made you happy. Mo Xian looked at Shangguan Meng and suddenly smiled. Thank you, Shangguan, I know what I should do. Xian, I'm done with the medicine. Luo Xia waved the bag in her hand as she walked this way. Mo Xian thanked Shangguan Meng before standing up and walking towards Luo Xia. Shangguan Meng just sat there, watching the two of them leave hand in hand, and surprisingly didn't feel any pain in her heart. Turns out, liking doesn't have to mean being together. Shangguan Meng had leaned against the wall. The hand of the coffee has also slowly no temperature. This beginning and end of the crush. It seems until today finally put a period. Drinking the cold coffee in one go, Shangguan Meng stood up and walked out of the hospital, passing a girl who was on an 4 drip who happened to be swiping a short video. Do not disturb, is my tenderness. When she heard the song coming out of her cell phone, Shangguan Meng felt a few more points of relief in her heart, even if in the end, Mo Xian still didn't know that in this world, there was another person who had secretly liked him for so long, but none of that mattered. She couldn't fully understand Luo Xia and Luo Muki, couldn't understand why they did what they did, but the look in Mo Xian's eyes when he saw Luo Xia just now, even though he knew everything was still fresh in her mind, it was a sense of belonging, as if a stray migratory bird had found a place to roost. Shangguan Meng took a long breath and patted her face, then took out her cell phone and found Mo Xian's WeChat, pulled black and deleted it. Goodbye, my favorite people. I hope you can be happy. Chapter 107 Secret Rooms, Photographs, Records. Xia, there's something I want to. Let's go back and talk about it? Shen. Originally, Mo Xian wanted to open his mouth to ask, but Luo Xia smiled and interrupted her, then turned her head away, looking out the car window at the ever-changing street scene. Today it was the driver who drove the two of them to the hospital, and the two of them just sat in the back row in silence, not saying a word. For some reason, the atmosphere seemed to be a bit depressing. Mo Xian wanted to open his mouth a few times, but seeing that Luo Xia never turned her head, he didn't ask any further. Back to the manor. Mo Xian pacified the two pouncing milk balls. He would have too many questions in his heart, but Luo Xia just sat on the sofa with a hint of a somewhat meaningless smile on her face. Luo Muki didn't come down and didn't know what she was doing in her room. Little Xian, do me a favor, Luo Xia suddenly said in a soft voice. There's a copy of relativity theory in my study. Could you please take it down for me? Chapter 43 mentions the switch to the chamber. Mo Xian was a little unsure. He nodded and told his daughters to wait for him. As he walked to the stairs, Mo Xian turned back to Luo Xia. Xia, can you talk to me later? Good. I'll tell you whatever little Xian wants to know, Luo Xia said gently. Go ahead and help me take it down, okay? Mo Xian didn't reply, but turned around and went upstairs, not noticing the smile on Luo Xia's face. Morbid, yet with a sense of confidence, as if the prey had fallen into a trap. Mo Xian entered Luo Xia's study. Usually what books he wants are all brought to him by Luo Xia. He won't just come in when Luo Xia is not there. After all, there are still some documents of Luo's in the study. Even if they were as close as they were, it was better to avoid suspicion. Mo Xian quickly saw the book Theory of Relativity, casually wanted to draw the book out. Did not expect the book as if it was fixed on the bookshelf. Does not move. Mo Xian curiously went to move the book. Somehow pressed the book down, and then one side of the secret room of the dark door slowly rose. Mo Xian couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect that Luo Xia's room would actually have a secret room. A strange feeling suddenly and inexplicably arose in his heart, and under the ghostly influence of the gods, he slowly walked to the door of the secret room. Looking at the wall full of pictures of himself, Mo Xian realized in an instant that Luo Xia was doing it on purpose. She just wanted to let herself see these things, but even so, he was still stunned by the photos in front of him. High school, college, and even after he got together with them, the photo at the very center that he took with them before he lost his memory stood out. Underneath the photo there was a table with a couple of blue folders and A4 papers piled haphazardly to one side with their names written all over them. He recognized that those were Luo Xia's words. It started out neatly and became more and more messy in the back, and Mo Xian seemed to be able to see the calmness in the beginning to the madness in the back as she wrote them. Borrowing the light in the secret room, Mo Xian saw the folder placed at the top with a few words written on it. Phase 1 report. Mo Xian slowly opened the folder, and on the first page was a record written by Luo Xia. I already know what Xiao Xian is going through right now, but Muqi and I aren't capable or strong enough to make the family compromise. Just like what Xiao Xian said in the past, his family of origin is not happy. I would love to just take him away, but not yet. My parents will adopt him into the Luo family because he saved Muqi and I, but they won't agree to let Muqi and I be with him. I've arranged for Megumi to help me keep an eye on him secretly, and I'll help him deal with anything that threatens him. Mo Xian glanced at the time. It should be his second year of high school. In other words, did Luo Xia already start plotting that early? But at that time, Luo Muki was only a senior in high school. Scrolling backward, almost all of them were records of his high school life, and every time Su Yanran was mentioned, Luo Xia used words like asterisk 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 asterisk, liar, and thief. That liar and Mo Jinpeng are starting to get in touch. I know, and I could find a way to let Xiao Xian know too, but I won't do it. I really want to kill her all. She took away the person that Mu Qi and I cherished the most and yet she dared to betray her. But it doesn't matter. In order for Xiao Xian to be with us, I can let her live. Just as I haven't moved the Mo family so far. Such a good control group. Even if it's disgusting, I'll keep it for now. Only the more rotten they are, the more Xiao Xian can feel how good Mu Qi and I are. Mo Xian can't believe his eyes. How much has Luo Xia calculated? Even Mo's family, Su Yanran, had taken it into consideration? However, she did nothing but observe quietly. The report was still more about him, and the others were only occasionally mentioned by her. Mo Xian quickly flipped through the A4 paper in the file. Finally he found what he wanted to know. I thought about using the method of imprisonment, but I don't want to hurt Xiao Xian, and he is the close disciple of the national martial arts master Zhang, and his physical fitness is outstanding. I knew it when we were together in the past. I haven't figured out exactly how to do it yet. There is a plan I'm conceptualizing in my head, but now is not the time. There has to be something that will keep him with us first. Perhaps a child would be a perfect bond? Nuki and I said that she didn't want to, and I didn't want to. The baby would distract him, but it seems like the baby is the only reason right now. Mo Jinpeng wants to frame him. I know. This is our chance. I have a new drug in my hand that I got from the lab, as long as I get him to take it when the time comes. So that day wasn't a coincidence at all. Mo Xian slowly put the file on the table. That is to say, the one who actually drugged me that day was not Mo Jinpeng, but Mo Xian didn't look any further as he saw the Phase 2 report, which he immediately picked up and opened. Mu Qi and I have already found Xiao Xian, and now we can start the second phase. The first stage is to lay the groundwork. I need to get to know him, and then at the same time find a way to get the family to finally back down on this matter. As for the second stage, It is the preparation stage. Miyuki and I had to control our crazy love for him. We had to provide him with the best emotional value. And of course, the material things had to be just right. I'm not short of money, so that wasn't difficult. If he lacks love, we will give him enough love, and we will do things to make him feel that he is needed too. Of course, doing these things we genuinely do. Also, he needs to be allowed to be personally involved in the growth and care of the child. The blood ties are important, but his care is more important. While taking care of the child can become a chain that binds him. Miyuki and I will let him slowly get used to us being around, and then get used to relying on us. More importantly, it's only with the second phase laid out that I can execute the next phase. The psychological suggestion after hypnosis on Xiao Xian further amplifies and solidifies these previous ones in his mind, and even, somehow, affects his cognition. Mo Xian only felt his scalp go a little numb. Even though Luo Xia had emphasized in the record that these were genuine, Mo Xian still had a sense of unreality when he thought of everything in the past. Even this was taken into account by them, and it was as if he himself was the prey they had set their sights on, and they had crafted a trap just waiting for him to fall into it. His hand trembled as he tried to reach for the stage 3 report when suddenly there was a rattling behind him. Mo Xian snapped his head back to look. The door of the secret room had already fallen, and Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki stood behind him with a smile, somehow making it a bit frightening to see under the somewhat dim light. You saw it, Shen. Luo Xia slowly walked to him. Look, here are all your photos, which I sent someone to take, and the ones I took for you or stole after we were together. You know now, brother. Luo Miyuki followed suit. Though I know this may be over the top, brother, we love you more than you've ever seen in the past. The two sisters wrapped their arms around him, left and right, as if they had once been in his own dreams, and he even felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Xiao Xian, you won't leave us, right? Luo Xia's eyes were no longer hidden, filled with sickness and madness. Don't leave us behind anymore. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Whether it's me or Mu Qi, anything you want we can give it to you. Just watch over us and stay with us always. Besides, you can't get away from us, can you? Mo Xian saw them in such a state for the first time, and felt for the first time that this original love was much heavier than he had imagined. But Luo Xia is right. He can't leave them. He was used to having them by his side, and in his heart he had become even more dependent on them. In the dark secret room, a picture that was pasted on the wall was as if Mo Xian was trapped in the secret room. His heart was wrapped in chains, and on the other end of those chains, the sisters were firmly in control. Luo Xia's purpose was achieved. She didn't need to prepare a cage for him. Prepare chains? Because Mo Xian has been slowly locked in their hands. I know. Mo Xian sighed and smiled helplessly. I won't leave you guys. Chapter 108, Preparation for Departure. Strange. Senior Mo Xian hasn't come here for a few days already? A senior looked around. Mo Xian hadn't appeared in the group for several days. You can't see him in the school library either. In the past days he would go to the library or computer room even if he didn't come to the group, right? The senior was a bit curious. There's a new project. Isn't he coming to it? I guess it's not coming? The mentor looked at the information in his hand without lifting his head. He's now on board with Fusion Star, and before that he seemed to be busy with his dissertation. Fusion Star's side informed me that there's a program that might need his participation, and it seems like he's about to leave the country. Out of the country? Yes, I think it's with the second miss of the Luo family, right? The other seniors and siblings can't help but sigh. Good looking is good. Kyoto University now almost all know that Luo Miyuki loves Mo Xian to the bone. Every day when there is nothing to do, run over, even if he is in the library. Luo family's second young lady also willingly accompanied. So boring, but people still have fun with it. But why have I heard that it seems like that big miss from the Luo family is also going abroad? A schoolmate said with some skepticism. My family is also in business, and the Luo family has some business dealings. My dad heard from Luo's employees that the Luo family's big miss is also going abroad. Probably just happened to be traveling, or accompanying his own sister? I heard that Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki seem to be very close. Who knows? The mentor really couldn't listen anymore and couldn't help but speak up. Hurry up and get busy with your own business. Those who know are the R&D team. Those who don't think it's a food market. The mentor is still sorry in his heart. Mo Xian is indeed a very good seedling. In fact, he has thought about sidetracking Mo Xian so that he doesn't consume too much of his feelings on Luo Miyuki. Who can tell when it comes to luxury families? One day they treat you like a treasure. The next day they may just sweep you out. He has seen this kind of thing too much. Not to mention Mo Xian's past family of origin that is not reliable. But now he has nothing and his only grandmother has died. AI, also a bitter child, sighed the tutor. I hope that second young lady of the Luo family is true to him, right? As he was talking, the door suddenly opened, and Mo Xian slowly walked in, struck up a conversation with his mentor for a few moments. and handed the mentor a USB flash drive. Leaving so soon? The tutor looked at Mo Xian handing over his thesis to him and was still a little surprised. And Mo Xian said with helplessness and a hint of fatigue in his eyes, "Well, the final visa is left now, and it should come down soon as well, and I'm not sure when I'll have time to come back, so I'll give you my thesis first." The mentor looked at him, wanting to say something, when he saw that outside the half-open door, Luo Muki was playing with her cell phone while looking openly at Mo Xian inside the door from time to time. Sighing, the mentor smiled and Mo Xian said, "I wish you happiness, Mo Xian." Mo Xian smiled and reached out to hug his mentor, then turned around and walked out, and just as he went out, Luo Muki hugged his arm. There wasn't a hint of falsehood in the girl's eyes of abject love, and the mentor shook his head. Perhaps he was worrying unnecessarily? "Why don't you wait for me in the car?" "Soon actually." Mo Xian looked at Luo Muki who was close to himself. "Right, the luggage. It's fine brother. Uncle Zhang will take care of it for us," Luo Muki said with a smile. "I can't not see my brother for a second now." Mo Xian smiled bitterly. After the secret room that day, these two sisters did not hide their sickness and possessiveness at all. It was not easy for Mo Xian to come out for a trip. Luo Muki still had to follow closely. "It's okay if you don't follow me." Mo Xian had just said that when he met Luo Muki's eyes that suddenly became strange. Following is certainly the best. Mo Xian sighed and said instead, "Let's go. We still have to go back. Xia and the child are still waiting for us to join them." Yeah. Luo Muki's eyes became the same as usual again. "Brother, can you make me sweet and sour chops for dinner?" In fact, Mo Xian in the past few days seems to understand what her and Luo Xia's state is like. Shangwan Meng is right. They are just because after their own amnesia, slowly their feelings also become sick. It comes down to him. Mo Xian didn't go back to that professor to recover his memory. Luo Xia told him that he didn't need to go. Mo Xian didn't ask why. She didn't let him go, so he didn't go, right? Of course, he didn't know that Luo Xia just simply didn't want Mo Xian to see Shangwan Meng. Even though she knew very well that Shangwan Meng was different from Su Yanran, she still didn't want him to see her. Only when Mo Xian asked this question, Luo Xia still told him the truth. Of course, excluding Shangwan Meng, because it's not needed anymore. Luo Xia said to Mo Xian with a smile. "Even without the memories of the past, but you are still you. Maybe someday he would remember again?" Only now, he'd stopped wondering if his memories would come back, too. What's more, for the current Mo Xian, it seems he doesn't have that mind to think about this right now. For example, when he saw Luo Xia and Sister Hui guarding his car in the parking lot, he wasn't even surprised anymore. "Little Xian, all busy?" Luo Xia smiled. "Couldn't wait at home, so I ran to the school to pick you up." Mo Xian all felt like crying and laughing. In the past it was clear that they were still able to endure, but now they were completely unwilling to separate from themselves in general. These days the two daughters grumbled and complained that their mother and aunt had taken their father, but often when these two sisters gave a look, the two poor milky lumps only dared to sob in whispers and did not dare to say another word. The most detestable thing is that Luo Xia is now too lazy to pretend, directly grabbing the two milk balls and saying, "You have to be obedient. You are the crystallization of our and your father's love. Crystallization can come again, but love is all there is." Mo Xian wanted to say something on the side, but in the end, he could only helplessly shake his head and comfort his daughters afterwards. After all, their mom is so unreliable. The most hateful thing was that Mo Xian finally knew why the two of them could always find themselves. Just yesterday, he saw that Luo Xia had an app on her phone. Then he finally realized that in the beginning, Luo Xia had given himself a cell phone with a positioning system and a listening function. Mo Xian surprisingly didn't even feel angry. Even thinking about that room of pictures of himself, he even felt that if they didn't do that, he would be a little surprised instead. "So just how many other things do you guys know that I don't?" Mo Xian couldn't help himself after getting into the car and asked them curiously. "I always feel like is there something you guys haven't told me?" "How come brother?" Luo Muki had a harmless look. "You see, you've read all of sister's reports, and the incense used for the medicine given to you also let you know." Luo Xia didn't answer, but nodded sincerely. Mo Xian always felt that something was wrong. It was really that the two sets of sisters were too deep. He simply could not resist. Only after thinking about it, Mo Xian also somewhat relieved. Just like what he had told Su Yanran in the past, Luo Xia and Luo Muki would not betray him, much less harm him. Sure, throw in drugging and certain things that make his back hurt on. As for Sister Hui, who was sitting in the front row and was responsible for driving the car, when she heard their words, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch a little. All the cards had been shown to this extent. Why were these two young ladies of her own family still pretending? Dare you tell Mo Xian what surprise you've prepared for him? Forget it, she was a member of the Luo family after all, and the one who would suffer in the future would also be Mo Xian. so what was she in a hurry for? Glancing at Mo Xian from the rearview mirror, Hui secretly sighed in her heart. You think what you know is all, Mr. Mo? No, you have to believe that they always have new surprises waiting for you. Chapter 109, He Who Disappeared. And them. When Emotingting pushed open the door of the villa, a police car was parked outside. Hello, ma'am, may I ask if you are Emotingting? A police officer approached her while showing her his police officer's license. I'm under the Economic Crime Investigation section of the Kyoto City Police Department, and your mother's illegitimate son, Jiang Sifeng, has already been apprehended. Emotingting was a little surprised. Did not expect to catch him so quickly. The police officer described the process to her in detail. Jiang Sifeng, before leaving the country, has been controlled by the police, and his father is far away from the country. There is no trace. A lot of those funds were transferred out of the country by him through transnational accounts, and the remaining portion was only a few $100,000. Emotingting numbly listened to the police officer's narration. It didn't seem that important to her now. Jean and I left everything to her before she passed away, and Emotingting, who had nothing to do, stayed by herself in the Mo family villa. She didn't know where she was supposed to go or who she was waiting for. After a series of questioning and verification, the police told her she could go and get that money back anytime she wanted. Can you donate it for me? Emotingting suddenly spoke up. It doesn't matter if I want the money now or not. The police officer looked at her and sighed helplessly. He knew more or less about Mo's family when he was investigating. This family had tossed themselves to this day and couldn't blame anyone. I can apply with the above and will follow up with you. The police officer wrote down his phone number on the notebook, then tore it out and handed it to Emotingting. This is my phone number. You can contact me anytime if you have any problems. Sending away the police officer, Emotingting sat on the sofa dumbly. Her big sister never came back and she didn't inquire. Now that the Mo family collapsed, it's just good that other people don't follow and step on it, so why make a fool of herself? As for the second sister, she is completely out of touch, and it is only known that she has gone to Europe. Where exactly? She does not know. As for Mo Xian, Emotingting originally wanted to go over to Kyoto University to look for him, and after inquiring for a long time, she realized that Mo Xian doesn't go to school much anymore, and it seems that he is going to settle abroad with the second Miss Luo family. Nowadays, Mo's family, dead, gone, leaving only herself. She has money, every day, in addition to drinking is today's originally delicate and beautiful appearance, now not only emaciated but also thin. Sighing, he grabbed a can of beer from the table and had just opened it when the phone rang. Emotingting, hello, we are the embassy in France. Is Emotingting your second sister? Emotingting froze for a moment and subconsciously answered. The other side of the phone sighed and said in a regretful tone, please express your condolences. Emotingting died in a car accident during her trip to Paris. Snapped. Emotingting's hand of beer fell to the ground. She did not hear the words behind again. The whole person paralyzed on the ground suddenly broke out in despair and collapsed crying. Mo Jinpeng probably didn't expect that he would run into Jiang Sifeng in prison, and that Cheng Jiahao who had designed to frame Mo Xian with him. Cheng Jiahao knew that Mo Jinpeng accident. He was followed along with the internet gambling and borrowing. Thought of betraying Mo Jinpeng in exchange for a light punishment. Did not expect to know who anonymously provided evidence, and finally he and Mo Jinpeng managed to meet in prison. And there is a Jiang Sifeng. Only that, as if the other inmates had received some instructions, they had repeatedly and deliberately assaulted them, and the guards were not surprised that, after symbolically stopping them, those inmates had instead hit them harder. Well done. Standing outside the prison, Uncle Zhang gave a man a card. $2 million, it's all in there. Missy ordered. Don't get them dead right away. Toss them for a month or two. Okay, the man nodded. But that sickly kid called Jiang Sifeng just can't hold out. You also know that's a little white boy. There's one who looks at him. Uncle Zhang frowned. A hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. Tell him, don't play dead so quickly. If he can't, let him go to Mo Jinpeng. Anyway, it looks like a person. Make do? Yes, got it. On the other side, Mo Qingqing was sitting on the office chair with a cigarette in her fingers. In front of her was a document. On it was the entire fortune she had gotten for so long. And this document was a transfer document. As soon as she signs, all of this will become the Yi family's. Mo Qingqing picked up the pen and signed her name without a hint of hesitation. Except that Mo Qingqing's face was wearing a confident smile. Mo Qingqing's follow-up will be written in a separate extra. When returning to the manor from the prison, a maid came over with a somewhat panicked look and said, Butler Zhang, the first miss, the second miss took Mr. Mo and the two young misses out, and there's no news until now. Oh, I know, it's fine. Uncle Jean looked like he was filled with disinterest. You guys continue to be busy with yourselves. There's no need for you to worry about extra things. As time slowly passed, Gradually many of Luo's employees realized that Luo Xia and Luo Muki seem to have not come to the company for a long time. Along with the missing, there is Hui and their sister's female bodyguards. President, Missy and Missy too left without saying hello, and the people underneath have been talking about it. Luo Tian, who was dealing with his work, heard his male assistant's words and just looked up at him, then said indifferently, "Then release a notice within the company. Just say that they've gone to expand their business overseas. Are these people very idle? This kind of thing is also worth taking out to say. Aren't Xia and Mu Qi handing over their work very early on? But this is too sudden. Especially Missy, she handles a lot of the work," the assistant said with some difficulty. Sister Hui was also taken away. "There are a lot of things that are pressed on you alone." Luo Tian glared at him fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "Do you call what you're saying human? Wasn't the past ing pressed on me alone? It's okay, my dad, my second uncle is ready to help. The vice president position will be arranged in the future with a trusted person. You just send out the announcement." The assistant nodded. Superfluous things he did not need to ask again, only glanced at Luo Tian. He still hesitated and said, "President, how do you feel that your mood seems to be quite good?" Luo Tian looked up at him, and the assistant was almost startled when he saw Luo Tian's somewhat reddened eyes. "How many years has it been? Do you know how I've lived all these years?" "That's right, I'll pay for it. The whole company will treat us to milk tea, and I'll cover the snacks, the most expensive ones. I'm in a good mood today. Extra bonuses for all employees this month." The assistant looked at Luo Tian and couldn't help but sigh. How much did this self-president suffer? That said, "President, that Mr. Mo has also disappeared," and Rongxing's side called. The assistant thought about it and said, "He still has a program that hasn't been turned in, and since he can't be reached, Universe Star's side wants to ask what you mean. Tell that side to find someone to do a backup program if he doesn't deliver the program. And by the way, tell him again to give Mo Xian a raise." Luo Tian thought about it. "Double his current salary. Give him a bonus at the end of the year based on a 3% share dividend. I'll pay out if I don't have any money. Also, is that Mo Xian? No, in my heart, that is the living Buddha. Is a hero, is Dawei Tianlong." "Excited," said the wrong thing. The assistant couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the excited self-president. There were some things that he more or less knew about, but not particularly, such as why Luo Tian was so afraid of his own cousin, and why he always had an expression to Mo Xian as if he was seeing his regenerative parents. Only, the assistant was curious. Luo Xia and Luo Muki would still contact them for some things at work, but the Rongxing side had completely lost contact with Mo Xian. Not only Rongxing, on the side of Kyoto University, Grandma Zhang's family, including Grandma Su, couldn't contact Mo Xian. "President, I ask you a question that should not be asked." The assistant thought about it or asked, "There shouldn't be any surprises for Mr. Mo, right?" Hearing the assistant's words, Luo Tian glanced at him and couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry, I'll make sure he's fine. Those two sisters of mine, even if something happens to them, they won't let anything happen to him." After a pause, Luo Tian sighed and said, "Only other things, then I don't know." Time rewind to when Mo Xian and his family of 5 left the manor. It still feels a little uncomfortable to leave so suddenly. Mo Xian looked at the place he had lived in for over 3 years, and for a moment, he had some feelings. The luggage had been sent away early on, and the maids in the house still only thought it was their family of 5 going out together, and Luo Xia and Luo Muki hadn't explained it, so they weren't aware of it. Only Mo Xian felt that this battle is a bit big. How Hui's sister with a female bodyguard followed along. "Don't worry about it, brother." Luo Muki smiled and unscrewed a bottle of water. He first drank a mouthful, and then handed it to Mo Xian, who didn't care so much. After all, he kissed so many times, and still cared about this? Only after he had just taken a big sip, he saw Luo Muki spit out the water in her mouth. Luo Xia, who was sitting in the co-pilot, looked at Mo Xian with a smile and winked at him. "No, you two are addicted to playing, aren't you?" Mo Xian looked at the mineral water in his hand. "What's the point of this? Would drug me. A surprise for you." Luo Xia's voice was gentle, but her eyes weren't quite right. "Don't worry, Xiao Xian. We won't harm you." "I don't believe it." Mo Xian only felt his eyes go black, and then he completely lost consciousness. Chapter 110, Sickness is Double, Love is Double. Su Yanran was supported by her mother, walking on the streets of London. The damage done to her by Mo Jinpeng's knife was ultimately irreversible, and with the continuous blows, Su Yanyan suffered from depression and anxiety. Su's mother had no choice but to take her on a trip abroad in hopes of relaxing her spirit. Almost 2 years have passed since the last meeting with Mo Xian. Su Yanran actually secretly looked for Mo Xian, and even inquired about Mo Xian's visit to Shangguan Meng's hospital. When she went to meet Shangguan Meng, as a former classmate at the front and back tables, Shangguan Meng almost didn't recognize that this person used to be their schoolgirl. His face was pale, His hair was a little messy, and his whole body looked much thinner than it had in high school. Upon learning of her intentions, Shangguan Meng just looked at her lightly, then smiled and said, I don't understand. What are you still looking for him for? Yeah, what else was she looking for him for? Su Yanran herself didn't know. Shangguan Meng didn't tell her anything, just a friendly hint, you should see a psychiatrist. After that, Su Yanran has been undergoing psychotherapy, and this trip abroad was also suggested by her mother so that she could relax. Daddy, I want to eat this. I want to eat it too, but I don't have any money. Su Yanran was surprised to hear the familiar Chinese and looked back over. Imo Xian wore a black hooded jacket and held his two daughters in one hand. Luo Weier and Luo Shuer had grown taller, and the originally chubby milkball had now become as cute and beautiful as two delicate dolls. Imo Xian's hair was a bit longer, still wearing the familiar black-rimmed glasses. The father and daughter three looked at a cake in a sweet store. The two daughters looked aggravated, while Imo Xian was full of helplessness. Su Yanyan just stayed not far away and looked at him. Imo Xian is still Imo Xian. There is no change. Su Yanyan did not intend to see Imo Xian's left hand. The index finger is still wearing that black ring. The only difference is that there is more than one silver wedding ring on the ring finger. Is that Imo Xian? Su's mother also saw Imo Xian. Should we go over? No mom, don't go over there. Su Yanran knew very well that Imo Xian had brought his daughter with him, and she was only afraid that Luo Xie and Luo Muki were also in the vicinity, and she really didn't want to run into those two sisters. It's so hard to travel to England, and your moms won't let me take money out of the house. Dad now has all the money on his bank card and they've got it all. Imo Xian sighed, his tone full of helplessness, looked back at his two daughters and said, forget it, I'll make a phone call and ask mom and the girls to come over and buy it for you. Lowell and Lowell could only sigh helplessly. How could dad be so pathetic? Moms are just bad people, always forbidding dad to have money on him when he's so rich, and forbidding him to go out as much as he wants. The most hateful thing is that since leaving the country, he's been trying to steal their dad from them every day, still always pulling dad to move and disappear. Daddy, why do you always obey mommy and auntie? Luo Weier looked at her dad accusingly. Dad doesn't object to anything they say. Imo Xian smiled, reached out and touched his daughter's head and said, because daddy loves them. Ha, he was used to it anyway. The two sisters had finally set themselves up once after all, but this time he was willing. Maybe Luo Xie and Luo Muki's thoughts were not quite the same as the others, and in a daze themselves, they heard the contents of their last hypnosis. Mr. Imo Xian, in the future, you are Luo Xie and Luo Muki's husband, will always love them, will never betray them, will always stay by their side, and will never leave them behind again. What else can we do? Say yes, no matter how much they tossed themselves around. Even though their love was sick and heavy, Imo Xian remained willing. They were still living with Imo Xian in the end in the previously chosen Sea View Villa, and Luo Xie and Luo Muki had absolutely no thoughts or behaviors of imprisoning Imo Xian. Only, it would still not move an inch when he went out, and Imo Xian's cell phone would still be positioned and monitored. It's just insecurity. All of this is understandable. Imo Xian only has this to comfort himself every time, like this trip to England, for example, where he wanted to take his daughters around the neighborhood, not to mention that his pockets were cleaner than his face, and that the money on his own bank card had been gotten away from his sisters a long time ago. Men learn to be bad when they have money. Xiao Xian is good. Why don't I take it and help you to manage your money? Imo Xian listened helplessly to Luo Xie's nonsense, but he also still gave her his money. Until today he suddenly understood his father-in-law Luo Sheng treated his mother-in-law Xinxingyan's mood, and there is nothing wrong with obeying them. There will be no one in the world who loves them more than they do, not to mention that he is also full of them. Imo Xian picked up his cell phone. He didn't even make a call, but rather said rather breathlessly, come and pick us up, right? Not a moment later a black Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of a large and too small. I guess you guys have been following me all along? Imo Xian looked at them at this speed and only felt a headache. You say you guys might as well bring your daughter out with me. What's the point? It's just 2 steps, tracking and listening? Wasn't that you who said you wanted to bring your daughter around casually? Luo Xie pulled Imo Xian and pouted. Muchi and I are also scared. It's your first time in England. I'm afraid you'll get lost. That's right, brother. See how much sister and I trust you? Luo Muki hugged Imo Xian's other arm, barely squeezing Luo Shuer to the ground. This time we're keeping 100 meters away from you. Imo Xian sighed helplessly. He didn't even know how many times he had sighed in these almost 2 years. Luo Xie and Luo Muki were still incredibly beautiful, and even with the passage of time, they had instead added a few more points of maturity and femininity. Su Yanran, who was secretly observing, wondered if it was her own illusion. It seemed that their sisters were not only glowing, but their bodies seemed to be better. Well, you guys go buy a cake for your daughter first. Imo Xian helplessly pointed to the dessert store behind him. I have to catch a plane tomorrow. After thinking about it, Xian looked at Luo Xia and Luo Muki and carefully asked, "But you guys are pregnant. Is it okay to go back at this time?" Yes, with Luo Xia and Luo Muki not wanting to get pregnant while dragging Xian around without shame, they ended up getting pregnant at the same time once again. As for why it's at the same time, probably because it's the same as being pregnant with Lowell and Rochelle. It's fine. You heard it yesterday when I went to the hospital. The fetal image is very stable, and the doctor also said it's okay to fly. Luo Xia smiled. And this time the pregnancy reflex is okay. It's not that obvious. That's why I thought of taking this time to go back. In fact, Luo Xia and Luo Muki wanted to abort the child, but in the end, they didn't do it, because it was Xian and their child. They no longer wanted the child to fight with them, but they couldn't be cruel. Even if they sometimes deliberately anger their two eldest daughters, they still love them, but what they love more is always Xian. I'm sorry, the last time you guys were pregnant, as the father of the child, I wasn't by your side. Xian took their hands. Alright, let's go back after buying desserts, shall we? Right, Sister Hui and the girls, let them go back home first. This time it's better to go back to raise the fetus, right? Luo Xia smiled. I told my cousin to come pick us up and he cried out in happiness. Su Yanran saw Luo Xia and Luo Muki's right hands, the two rings of the same model as Xian's, which actually looked so blinding to her. Su Yanran just watched as Xian pulled Luo Xia and Luo Muki, who pulled their two daughters, and the family of five happily got into the car after buying dessert, then slowly disappeared from her sight. Come on, Yan. Mother Su pulled her own daughter's hand. You and he are long gone from the same world. Su Yanran didn't answer or cry. She just smiled and said, yes, indeed. Fate just seems to give in her joke. In another country and let her see Xian, but also let her see how good he is living now. By the way, you guys didn't do anything while I was sleeping yesterday, did you? Xian, who was coaxing his daughter in the car, suddenly looked up. Not that he had a psychological shadow, but he always felt that someone had muttered something in his ear last night. Brother, you really are. Luo Muki, who was sitting in the co-pilot, turned around and pouted. I've already said that time was the last time. How can brother be so distrustful of us? Xian scratched his head, and after half a day of thinking as if there was nothing wrong with him, and that they were pregnant, they couldn't possibly do anything to themselves, so he didn't think about it anymore. Luo Xia and Luo Muki looked at each other for a moment, that familiar smile on their faces. They did return to their old tricks and drugged Xian again, only this time the hint to Xian was, don't ignore us because of future children. As to whether it works or not, who knows? The main story has ended here, and there will be extras starting tomorrow to add to the characters, as well as some brainstorming about how the story extends out. Thank you for your continuous support. Hyping. I thought for a long time never know which ending is better, so I chose this relatively bland ending. I don't know if you guys are happy with it. Again, I appreciate all of you, and this one has been a time for me to gain experience on my own, and I'll be more attentive in the next book. Thanks to all of you. For all. Chapter 1 Luo Tian's experience. The extra is officially on. I've been reading a lot of paragraph reviews and I feel like the fishing guy is still quite likable, so I'll take Latte out first. As the only male member of the Luo family, Luo Tian had been equipped with a unique skill since he was a child, the ability to exasperate his old man, Luo Chuan, to death. For the first time, a family like the Luo family, which had stood for 100 years, had a child who had grown up with little ambition and was bent on swinging for the fences. And the most detestable thing was that his favorite thing as a child was to run to the river and watch the old man fish. In your last life, were you a fisherman or a fish seller? Who's a proper gentryman interested in this stuff every day? To his own father's words, Luo Tian had always gone in his left ear and out his right ear. Favorably, Luo Tian loves to put up a fight, but he grew up with excellent grades, and later took care of Luos in a well-organized manner. It wasn't until later, when second uncle Luo Shang had two daughters in a row, his own cousins Luo Xia and Luo Muki, that Luo Tian felt as if he had seen hope. He really doesn't have that big of a heart, wanting to inherit the family business, share some shares in the future, inherit his old man's family business, his wife and children, and go fishing when he's not doing anything is what he wants to do the most. If you work hard, give birth to a few children and then throw them to your promising cousins to teach them, won't you still be the heir of the Luo family in the future? Thinking of this, since he was a child, Luo Tian has been especially kind to Luo Xia and Luo Muki, almost writing the words "I'm going to give up my position" on his face. Until that time, when civil unrest broke out in the Luo family, changing him and his own cousins. Speaking of which, Luo Tian always felt that he must have been blind at the time. How did he fall for Lu Yi? When Luo Tian first saw Lu Yi in college, this Sichuan and Chongqing girl deeply attracted him. Not only was she pretty, with a good temperament, but she also spoke gently, and at that time Luo Tian didn't have the slightest bit of the hotness of a Sichuan and Chongqing girl that he had seen from her. Their first acquaintance is also extremely dramatic, as a high rich handsome, Luo family young master, but Luo Tian usually in the school that is really a little unkempt, summer body wearing Versace, hands wearing hundreds of thousands of millions of Vacheron Constantine or Patek Philippe, the bottom of a big flower pants, feet and then a pair of flip-flops. In winter it's even better, running to class in cotton pajamas, cotton slippers, and a down jacket worth its weight in gold. The main attraction is a man who cares only about his own comfort and not about the face of the Luo family. At that time just went to college, Luo family civil unrest has not yet broken out. Luo Tian does not even return home, rented a large flat near the school, every day hanging on for dear life. As for the grades, although it's not a ride, it's still at the top. From a young age how much he himself wants to swing, Luo Tian also knows a truth, not to work hard. He wants to swing in the future also have no chance. A number of years later Luo Tian could not wait to smack himself with a mouth. Try hard, as long as I'm wasteful enough, I won't be used as a tool person by those two crazy cousins. It was in this situation that he happened to drive his limo to school once and ended up bonding with Yui Lu, who was also driving, over a parking spot. Luo Tian froze at the first sight of Lu Yi, because Lu Yi was not only beautiful, but also perfectly fit his aesthetic. Lu Yi also froze. She knew Luo Tian, only that Luo Tian didn't know her as the daughter of the Chuanyu Lu family at that time. What she was more surprised about was still Luo Tian's overly casual dress. Forget it, you park here. Luo Tian pointed to the parking space. I'll find another place. Well, thank you. Lu Yi's shy and gentle voice almost didn't float up when he heard Luo Tian. At that time, Luo Tian thought that he must chase this girl into his hands. When Luo Tian invited Emo Xian to dinner after Luo Xie and Luo Muki returned to Kyoto pregnant with their second child, Emo Xian asked him a question. Cousin, you didn't see that your sister-in-law had a bad temper at all back then? Luo Tian let out a bitter smile. Then did you see my two cousins in the first place? Lu Yi liked Luo Tian, not just because he was the son of the Luo family. The Lu family could be said to be the leader in Sichuan and Chongqing, and a marriage with the Luo family was in fact in the best interest of the Lu family. More importantly, Lu Yi was sincere towards Luo Tian. From the first time they ran into each other at the reception, Lu Yi had a favorable impression of Luo Tian. So Lu Yi's disguise was so good that Luo Tian just hard before the wedding didn't see it at all. It was also after the relationship that Luo Genius realized that she was the second niece of the Lu family, which also had a daughter and a son, and Lu Yi was the youngest. From that day onwards, Luo Tian, who had been unkempt, suddenly began to pay attention to his image, and when he came back, he dragged his mom and found a lot of people to give him advice on dressing up for him. Even when his father, Luo Chuan, saw Luo Tian who was trying on the clothes, he couldn't help but rub his eyes and was full of surprise. You're fishing without catching a fish and getting irritated? Luo Tian fiercely glared at his own father for a moment, then said discontentedly, your son I'm in love. Yo ho, it's not easy, I thought you'd have to tie the knot with a fishing rod when you get married in the future. Luo Chuan said with feigned surprise. Alright, really think I don't know. Chuanyu Lu family, right? The old man investigating his son. That's a heavenly punishment. That day when she returned to school, when Lu Yi saw Luo Tian, she almost didn't recognize him. That face was so smacked, she didn't even have eyes to see. Fighting is fighting. Luo Chuan is really not ambiguous in this matter. Personally communicated with the Lu family about the duo, and the Lu family is naturally very happy. Only Luo Chuan had inquired about one thing, and hesitated for a while before calling Luo Tian back. You and E might as well date first otherwise. I've mentioned this with the Lu family side as well. Luo Chuan side. The Lu family made a bit of a scene earlier. You know that EE has a sister named Lu Pao Pao, right? She has made jokes about men and women's feelings anyway, and although she is her and EE is EE, I still advise you to think about it. Luo Tian didn't seem to take it to heart. Instead he asked somewhat nosily, Dad, do you know what's going on? It seems like her sister was all married and ended up getting tangled up with a hairdresser she grew up with, and her husband ended up getting divorced after a year of marriage. Luo Chuan thought about it and said, her husband is said to be sad because of this matter, so he came to this side of Kyoto, and also opened a company. The benefits are not bad, you can contact to see. Luo Tian hadn't put it on his mind, only he didn't expect that he just went back to school. Lu Yi pulled him to meet her former brother-in-law Shin Nan. As for Shin Nan, he was also a future executive of Rongxing, with outstanding abilities, and was someone Luo Tian relied on a lot. Shin Nan had come this time to see Lu Yi, his former sister-in-law, and had given her and Luo Tian gifts in the meantime. Brother-in-law, you and my sister. Lu Yi wanted to speak, while Shin Nan shook his head, sighed and said, can't go back. I genuinely loved your sister in the beginning, and now I also really don't love her anymore. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shin-nan stood up and left, not expecting to go far. A woman who looks a lot like Yi Lu and is exquisitely beautiful stopped him at once and hugged him tightly. Not willing to let go, Shin-nan shook her off, and she came up to her, and the two of them were so entangled that they left all the way. That's my sister. I didn't expect her to come after Kyoto. Yi Lu sighed. What do you think, this is a figure of speech? A good day. She had to tangle with that bamboo horse of hers that she grew up with, and as a result, she pissed off such a good person as my brother-in-law. Luo Tian did not know what was going on, so he could not say anything. Louis E helplessly said, my sister, this person. This divorce before a little. Difficult to serve. Mistemper. Not too much care about others, only care about her own. Speaking of which, in the beginning, she always complained that the name mom and dad had given her didn't sound good, so she had to change her name, and for that matter, she even had a fight with my parents, and coupled with this incident with her brother-in-law, the family now has a lot of opinions about her. A few years later, when thinking about this matter again, Luo Tian felt that her sister chasing her husband to the crematorium was actually not wrong at all. After all, what's wrong with her changing her name? She had to change it to Lu Ruyan. The relationship with Lu Yi had just started to smooth out. Luo Tian never expected that something had actually happened to the Luo family. Two of his own cousins were sent away from home and he was protected. Only Luo Tian did not expect. On this matter later completely changed his two cousins. Also changed him. Chapter 2 Luo Tian's Experience 2. Luo Tian never dreamed that his grandfather could actually pass away and leave such a big mess for the Luo family. Luo Tian was never willing to believe that his grandfather, whom he had respected since childhood, would actually make a scene of illegitimate children, hiding them from the family for so many years, even if it was not enough, and actually allowing them to threaten the two main families and his grandmother. Those 2 years were really bad for Luo Tian, and Luo Chuan told him not to trust anyone at this time. Even Lu Yi would be better off not trusting. I don't need to tell you the truth about Whalefall, do I? Luo Chuan looked at Luo Tian and handed him a cigar, and that was the first time Luo Tian had ever smoked a cigar. The Luo family's foundation in Kyoto for so many years. Once the Luo family collapses, how many people are waiting for a piece of the pie? Although the Lu family's roots are in Sichuan and Chongqing, its largest branch is in Kyoto. I don't need to tell you more, right? Luo Tian is not a little cutie. Luo Chuan's words were already very clear. Could he guarantee that the Lu family wouldn't take the opportunity to follow along and make trouble? Who would mind earning less money? Among those who support the bastard behind the scenes, there are still old friends and acquaintances of the Luo family in the past. So when it's time to stab the knife, don't they still stab the knife? However, Luo Chuan did not expect. Luo Tian also did not expect. The Lu family not only openly stood up to the Luo family, and even Lu Yi's father flew to Kyoto, this kind of time also, and discussed the marriage of the children of both sides of Luo Chuan. In fact, this reasoning is very obvious. The Luo family is such a big tree with intertwined roots. If someone wants to bring down the Luo family, naturally, someone will want to keep the Luo family. After Yui Lu knew about this, she did plead with her own father. Only for the Lu family, they looked at it a little more thoroughly. Even if the Luo family's illegitimate son finally gets the Luo family, those families that support them, businesses are like leeches waiting to suck blood at any time, just waiting for this time to take advantage of the opportunity to invade the Luo family's industry. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and these people dared to help them for the sole purpose of finally dividing up the Luo family, and the bastards were only too aware of this. If they didn't agree, they would have no chance of winning against Luo Chuan and Luo Shang. In comparison, if the two brothers, Luo Chuan and Luo Shang, were preserved, along with the marriage contract between Lu Yi and Luo Tian, it was clear that the Lu family would be able to obtain much more than going to take food from a pack of vicious dogs. This reasoning was understood by the Lu family, and the Luo family also understood that a marriage with the Lu family was the best choice for both sides. Not to mention that Luo Tian and Lu Yi were still in love with each other. However, accidents still happened. Not only did Luo Chuan and Luo Shang's 2 years not allow the Luo family to collapse, instead, they pushed the bastards and those supporters of theirs to the brink of desperation, and in the end, they even jumped over the wall in desperation, and ended up targeting Luo Xia, Luo Muki, and Luo Tian. When Luo Tian saw that Luo Shang had brought people to save him, he hurriedly asked if Luo Xia and Luo Muki were alright, only to realize that they had prioritized themselves and abandoned Luo Xia and Luo Muki. Second uncle, you're confused, Luo Tian roared in agitation. You've been in business for so many years, don't you understand that 2 is greater than 1? Trading the 2 of them for 1 of me, I might as well be dead. Luo Shang didn't reply. He just instructed some of his men to stay behind to protect Luo Tian, and left with his men in flames again. Good news, Luo Xia and Luo Muki are fine. Bad news. One of the boys was seriously injured and hospitalized trying to save them. That was the first time Luo Tian had heard Mo Xian's name, and the first time he had seen his two sisters sitting there as if they were soulless puppets with empty eyes. That day, for this matter, Luo Tian for the first time contradicted his grandmother. When Luo Chuan arrived, Mrs. Luo looked out the window and was silent. Luo Wither's whole body shivered, even though Luo Chuan was also extremely against this matter. But in the end, that was his own mother, so he had no choice but to pull Luo Tian out. I know you don't agree with this matter. At that time, I have also been against it and had a row with your grandmother. Luo Chuan sighed and patted his son's shoulder. It's not bad, Laozi really didn't misjudge you, and Laozi is really of the same nature. But what did you just say? I still know your grandmother's person. Even if this is something she's not justified, it's impossible for her to not say anything? Oh, I say, you were at least a person who had studied abroad in the first place. Why did you get the shroud back in your old age and wrap it around your head? The corners of Luo Chuan's mouth visibly twitched. Why was this brat's mouth so damaged? I also said that if you do this again in the future, I will swing my sword even if I have to save my life, so that your son will be cut off from his children and grandchildren. Then that day, Luo Tian was severely beaten by his old man with a cane. I don't care if you don't like the old lady. I've invited you to mess with you, but this sentence directly puts us both into it, okay? Luo Tian was very clear about one thing. The fact that he didn't know about this matter didn't mean that he was innocent, and those with vested interests were never qualified to say anything that didn't have anything to do with me. That would simply be too shameless. That's why he had always thought about how to compensate Luo Xie and Luo Muki, and he even planned to give the entire Luo family to the two sisters when they grew up. Putting aside the fact that he did want to swing for the fences and fish, it was more that Lade always held a deep sense of guilt towards them. So when Luo Xie and Luo Muki came back from Hudu, Luo Tian doubled down on being nice to his two sisters. Luo Xie and Luo Muki never blamed Luo Tian for their mistakes, so they treated Luo Tian the same as in the past. Until one day, Luo Tian went to visit them with the gifts he bought for them, and as soon as he entered the door, he was almost hit on the head by a vase. As if Luo Xie and Luo Muki had gone crazy, they smashed everything they could in the house, and at that time, Luo Tian looked at the madness in the eyes of his two sisters, and his entire body couldn't help but tremble. The cousin that he used to know so well in the past seemed to become incredibly unfamiliar in that moment. In the past, Luo Xie and Luo Muki never looked like this. Luo Shang on one side shook his head helplessly, while Shin Qinyun had something to do at that time and was not at home. Xie, Mu Qi, let's put it this way. I can bring Mo Xian to the Luo family for adoption and treat him as if he was my own biological son. Luo Shang looked at his two crazy daughters with complicated eyes. In the future, if any of you want to marry him, I won't object. This matter is in the end me. No need. Luo Xie coldly interrupted Luo Shang. Mu Qi, go back to your room. Luo Muki indifferently looked at her father and turned to leave with Luo Xie. Luo Tian had wanted to persuade a few words, but when he came into contact with the sight of their sisters, he was so scared that he didn't dare to say a word. Naive Luo Tian also thought that his cousin was angry at that time, but who could have thought that time Luo Xie's heart has slowly begun to plan the back of the matter. Luo Tian had taken the initiative to bring up the matter of personally going to find Mo Xian himself after Luo Xie's anger subsided. Cousin, you don't have to worry about it. We can handle his business ourselves. Hearing Luo Tian's words, Luo Xie just calmly looked at him and continued to lower her head to read the study materials in her hand. Luo Tian scratched his head and said in a sincere tone, Xie, I asked around. He lost his memory, right? This way, brother, find a way to bring him to be cured. Domestic and foreign. How much money as long as he can be cured? Brother will admit it. It's okay, cousin. Luo Xie didn't raise her head. That's it for now. If you still recognize me as your cousin, you, eldest uncle, and no one else are allowed to interfere in Mo Xian's affairs. Luo Tian knew that he couldn't be persuaded and could only sigh helplessly. He really couldn't see what his sister was planning. He had inquired. There was no one good to Mo Xian up and down the Mo family except for grandma, and since Luo Xie and Luo Muki cared so much about him in their hearts, how could they be so indifferent? Now looking back and thinking about it, and then looking at Mo Xian in front of him who hadn't seen him for a long time, Luo Tian couldn't help but whisper a sigh of emotion, still on shallow awe. What? Hearing Luo Tian sighing there, Mo Xian, who was using his chopsticks to clip the food, paused for a moment and looked at him suspiciously. Luo Tian waved his hand, then asked, how long do you guys plan to stay this time before leaving? What Xie and Mu Qi mean is to wait until after the child is born. Mo Xian thought about it and replied, Wei and Shuer have also arranged to enter the kindergarten, so it might be quite a long wait. Luo Tian couldn't help but shiver all over. This pregnancy plus menstruation and whatnot. Those two living ancestors were afraid that they would have to stay in Kyoto for at least a year or more. Thinking about the female Tyrannosaurus Rex at his home, Luo Tian felt how he was so destined to suffer. It hadn't been long since Luoxia had gone to college, and not only had she chosen to double major, but she had taken it upon herself to learn to take care of the affairs of a company. For this point, Luo Tian that is very favorable, so that he can greatly give all the family business to his sister, one to make up for his own guilt, and secondly, his early retirement plan can be realized. But as it turned out, he realized that he was thinking a little too much. Chapter 3 Luo Tian's Experience 3. Lotte took everything too well, or rather, he knew nothing of his cousin's madness. Luoxia had just started college and showed the cruelty and ruthlessness of a plutocratic princess, running for her life from anyone who got in her way, a unique eye for great investment projects, a dedication to maintaining valuable contacts, and a no-holds-barred approach to suppressing competitors. You'd be hard-pressed to believe that this is something a college student could do, and it's just that Luo Xi did it. Luo Tian had a few times wanted to advise Luo Xia not to do things too desperately, but the strange persistence in Luo Xia's eyes made Luo Tian swallow back the words that were on his lips. He felt that if he advised, it might not be good, and he didn't have time to think about that anymore because he was married to Yui Lu. Luo and Lu's marriage can be said to be boisterous in the circle. Some people speculate that it is because after the Luo family's internal turmoil, they no longer trust those powerful families in Kyoto. And some people feel that the Lu family's influence in Sichuan and Chongqing, their own financial strength matches that of the Luo family. Saying anything, but Luo Tian does not care. Himself and Lu Yi University together. In the Luo family civil unrest, Lu Yi not only tears in parents to seek help, and even worried about Luo Tian's safety. That kind of time in spite of the opposition of the family also want to be together with Luo Tian. The wedding was extremely grand and luxurious. Luo Tian looked at Lu Yi who was wearing a clean white wedding dress and immediately felt that his life was worth it. Only that night, he regretted it. Luo Tian, I'm talking to you. If you dare to betray me, I'll beat you to death. You melon, believe it or not, believe it or not. Looking at Lu Yi, who had drunk a few too many cups because she was too excited and pulled him into a drunken frenzy. Her mouth full of Sichuan and Chongqing dialects, Luo Tian rubbed his eyes fiercely. No, where's my big, gentle yo-yo? Where's my big, gentle Yi Lu? Is your Lu family unable to afford to play? And purposely changed the person for me. Hurriedly dialing his father-in-law's phone. The father-in-law on the other side, however, was very sincere, and with a hint of vicissitude, spoke to Luo Tian, good son-in-law, welcome to the world of rake ears. And over there, Lu Yi stood at the edge of the bed, drunkenly urging, Luo Tian, come over and sleep with Lousy. I'll count to 3. He thought it was just that Lu Yi drank too much and lost his temper after drinking, not realizing that there is another saying in this world, called the truth after drinking. So when he later unintentionally saw that man surnamed he on the short video and saw his determined back, Luo Tian couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. They're all ing fishing guys. What makes me any less than them? Noisy after noisy, noisy after noisy, short-tempered after short-tempered. Lu Yi has never been ambiguous on major and minor matters, although she gives Luo Tian an evil dragon roar when nothing is wrong, but she really loves Luo Tian. So he understood Mo Xian's obedience and indulgence towards his two cousins. He loved Lu Yi. This was something Luo Tian knew very well in his heart. Of course, he still hoped that Lu Yi could be a bit more gentle. This was obviously that state before the marriage was very good so when he mentioned this, Yui Lu rolled her eyes at him. It's all been one. Do you think there's a need to proceed with the bait? What she said, kinda makes sense. Only that the swinging life that Luo Tian had dreamed of was slow to make any progress. And what was even more outrageous was that Luo Xia suddenly proposed to set up a drug lab with heavy funding. That, cousin. Looking at the document Luo Xia handed him, Luo Tian frowned. Our family does have the intention of venturing into the field of medicine. But isn't this progress a bit too fast for you? These are necessary if you want to achieve something in the field of medicine, Luo Xia said in a flat tone. The Luo family's financial strength can support a drug lab. As for the relevant personnel, I've also carefully screened them. You only need to sign. Luo Tian never questioned Luo Xia's ability. Only from the time she started to take care of the company. Why did this girl have the attitude of a superior ordering her subordinates every day? I'm the president, okay? Luo Tian was just about to say something when he saw Luo Xia looking at him with a smile on her face and a sick and crazy look in her eyes. Luo Tian couldn't help but feel his whole body shivering, and he signed his name without even thinking about it. Luo Tian felt that if he dared to say a single word of no, his cousin might stab herself with a knife in the next second. It wasn't just Luo Xia. Luo Muki was also giving him this feeling right now. He always felt that Luo Xia and Luo Muki had some kind of plan, but he could never guess what it was. It wasn't until Luo Xia and Luo Muki suddenly arrived at the villa where he and Lu Yi were staying and placed a lab report on the coffee table, when the sisters had already been pregnant for more than a month. The father of the child is Mo Xian. Hearing Luo Xia's light tone, Luo Tian looked at Luo Muki again. Little sister, don't tell me that you are also. Luo Muki didn't answer, but just nodded with a smile on her face. Isn't this nonsense? Luo Tian stood up excitedly. I know you guys haven't let go of emotion for so many years. The problem is that do you know the consequences of doing this? Not to mention whether second uncle and second aunt agreed or not. Grandma would definitely not agree if she knew. This doesn't need you to worry about. We've considered all of this if we dared to do this. Luo Xia remained calm. It's just that I need someone to help me hide it from the family so that Mu Chi and I can raise our babies in peace. So I'm still asking for the help of cousin and sister-in-law. No way. No matter how much I indulge you guys, I won't agree to this. Luo Tian didn't even think about it and directly refused. You guys are crazy, aren't you? This matter is known to Mo Xian. He won't agree to it either. As I said, cousin, anything about Mo Xian has nothing to do with you. Luo Xia's face slowly chilled. You only need to help us with this. The child will be born by Mu Chi and I no matter what. Looking at his two cousins who were a bit crazy, Luo Tian only felt a pang of bitterness. Lui Yi on one side pulled Luo Tian's hand, then said to Luo Xia and Luo Muki, this matter, sister-in-law promised you. Luo Tian looked at his wife in surprise, but Lui Yi shook her head at him, then helplessly said to the sisters, I'll ask my sister to send someone to take care of you, so you can just nurse your fetus, and you don't need to worry about anything else. Luo Tian didn't understand why Lui Yi agreed, while Lui Yi smiled and said, can't you see? That person called Mo Xian is like a bone-crushing poison to them. It can't be cured. Believe me, instead of stopping them, it's better to fulfill them. Otherwise Xia and Mu Chi really won't necessarily do anything. Maybe they've already done something and you just don't know it yet. Unexpectedly, Lui Yi's prophecy came true. The Luo family knew in the end. Luo Shang and Xin Qingyu looked complicated, not saying a word as they looked at Luo Xia and Luo Muki who were holding their children. Of course the worst was still him, being scolded by Luo Chuan by the ear. Dad, you know me. Luo Tian pleaded for mercy while explaining with Luo Chuan. I objected to this. It was Yi who promised. You fart. Yi is such a good kid. Even if she agreed to it, it was your kid who agreed to it. Old lady Luo sighed and told Luo Chuan to stop first. Then she turned back to Luo Xia and Luo Muki. Xia, Muki, do you think this is okay? Let Mu Chi marry Mo Xian and Wei Er will be considered Mu Chi's daughter. But what I didn't expect was that Luo Muki didn't have any reaction when she clearly heard the result she wanted the most, but instead looked up at her grandmother. Grandma, you know my answer. My sister and I have done this. Do you think it's still possible for me to marry him on my own? Luo Xia didn't say anything, but just looked back at Sister Hui, who nodded and placed a craft paper bag in front of old lady Luo. Inside here are the financial statements of the Luo family since I joined the company, as well as the private secrets of Kyoto's big and small, whether it's a powerful family, a corporation, or even some military and political dignitaries. Luo Xia looked into old lady Luo's eyes. I'll use these. In exchange for just one thing, you guys agree to what Mu Chi and I want. We only want Mo Xian alone. What if I say no? Old lady Luo's voice didn't change at all, but Luo Tian clearly felt that she was already on the verge of breaking out. But Luo Xia just smiled and looked at her. Grandma, if you don't want me to ruin Luo's, just feel free not to agree. In the end, the Luo family compromised. And it was at that moment that Luo Genius realized exactly what the sisters had been scheming for so long. He was still sighing in his heart that there was such an infatuated person in this world when he suddenly thought of a very serious question. Not quite right. They said they only want Mo Xian and took out Luo's financial statement. Cousin, the Luo family will be in your hands from now on. Luo Xia looked at Luo Tian. Sooner or later, Mu Chi and I will take Mo Xian and the child away with us. The future of the Luo family will be your own concern. The image of himself leisurely fishing in Luo Tian's mind was like shattered glass, breaking a little bit. As for himself being used as a toolman by these two sisters in the back, Luo Tian was already not surprised. What could he do? He was desperate. Right now for Luo Tian, the most important thing was to nurture the children in his family. After he and Lui Yi gave birth to a boy, he gave birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix children. Since he couldn't count on his cousin, he might as well count on his 3 sons and daughters to be productive sooner. Now looking back at this half of his life, Luo Tian only felt heartbroken. A good swinging plan ended up in the fetal position, and even more hard work for himself. Who's to blame? Mo Xian? Or your own 2 cousins? Thinking about it, he could only let out a sigh, and finally looked at Mo Xian as he picked up his wineglass and said sincerely, brother-in-law, if you and my 2 cousins make the best of your days, I won't have made this trip in vain. As for who to blame, Latte finally came to the conclusion that, blame it on my bad luck. Chapter 4 Memories, It starts here with the male lead and the double female lead for those 2 years. I originally wanted to write about Mo Qingqing, but I always thought I need to think again. So how exactly did you run into you in the first place? Looking at the sleeping Mo Xian beside her, Luo Xia gently ran her fingers across his face. It had been almost half a year since they left the country, and their family had already adapted to living abroad. In fact, for them, it doesn't seem to be much of a change, just a change of scenery. The only difference is waking up every day and pushing open the door to see the ocean and hear the seagulls chirping. Late at night, when there is silence, you can still hear the sound of the waves. Luo Xia slowly got up and looked at the moonlight outside the window. She remembered in a trance. That day seemed to be Luo Muki's 12th birthday. The two sisters who were sent to the old townhouse were clear that something had happened to the Luo family, and also clear that it was not as a last resort. Their parents would not hide them here, and they couldn't even go to school, and they asked the Luo families trusted to be the tutor. And that day for his own sister's birthday, Luo Shang and Xin Qingyun, who had originally said that they would find a way to come over to accompany them, had missed their appointment after all. It's okay, I know mom and dad are busy, and with that it can't be helped. Luo Muki looked at Uncle Zhang with a smile, but Luo Xia knew that she still cared. Being born in the Luo family was fortunate for the sisters. Endless wealth, prominent family lineage, and the best resources, but it was also destined that the sisters could not be like normal children. I remember one time, when Luo Xia was still in her first year of junior high school, she happened to see a girl from the same school who was about the same age as herself, and was very surprised to see her mom who came to pick her up from school. "Mom, you're so busy at work, how come you still have time to pick me up? Even if I'm busy, there's always something I can do when I miss my daughter, right?" When looking at this scene, Luo Xia only felt a little lost in her heart. A rich family's daughter, a plutocrat's princess, these gorgeous modifications in fact gave people a cold and icy feeling. It was like the relationship between them and their parents. As long as she wanted it, Luo Shang and Xin Qingyun could give her and Luo Muki anything, and it was still the best. The only thing they had been the stingiest about since they were kids was the fact that they were there for their sisters. Luo Shang was very busy, and although Xin Qingyun was in a stalemate with the Xin family, he had his own industries to take care of in Kyoto. Not to mention that Xin Qingyun had to care about Luo Shang at all times. As for her and Luo Muki, many times it was difficult to even see their parents. "No way? Your family is so rich, you don't have anything you want and you still need to care about this?" When Luo Xia spoke to her classmates about this, the answers she received were strikingly similar. It's as if everyone thinks she's sick, that she's missing something when it's obvious she has everything. Isn't that just pretentious? Really? With that kind of status in the Luo family, she actually cares if her parents make time for her? The other students didn't dare to offend the Luo family, so they only dared to whisper behind their backs. But there's no impermeable wall in this world. After hearing all this, Luo Xia never spoke a word from her heart to anyone else again. That's the only good thing about Xia and Muki. They understand things early and won't be like the other kids. Sometime passing by the living room, Luo Xia heard Xin Qingyun chatting with a few noble women, but an unintentional sentence made Luo Xia's heart bitter. Wasn't their understanding forced out by Luo Shang and Xin Qingyun? Who were their parents? Luo Xia couldn't remember how many times they had missed their sisters' birthdays, and unlike Luo Xia, Luo Muki would start to cry and make a scene and break her presence. Gradually, Luo Muki became like Luo Xia, more like a compromise than an understanding. You can't have both emotions and material things, and you should have realized that much earlier when you were the daughters of the Luo family. This was what Xin Qingyun said to them most often, but to them, they felt that their mother was just focusing more of her energy on their father. From a young age, the two sisters knew one thing: their parents loved them, but they cared more about each other than they did about each other. Every time she thought of this, Luo Xia would smile bitterly. After all, she was not qualified to accuse her mother now. Compared to her, they seemed to have gone even further. On Luo Muki's birthday that day, she specially changed into a very pretty princess dress. Luo Xia teased her, "It's not like you're following mom and dad to the banquet. Why are you dressed up so beautifully?" "Gee sis, it's my birthday." In fact, Luo Muki was aware that her mom and dad were coming, and at this sensitive time, they were still thinking about her birthday. Luo Muki was extraordinarily happy in her heart. However, it turned out to be just like the past, and in the end, the ones who accompanied them on their birthdays were Uncle Zhang and the servants. When she saw that cake on the table that Luo Shang had sent someone to send over specially, her favorite cake, Luo Muki surprisingly didn't have a bit of appetite. She just looked at Luo Xia and said, "Sister, since it's my birthday, can I go out and take a look around?" Luo Xia didn't answer, but only glanced at Uncle Zhang, casting an inquiring gaze. "It can only go to the neighborhood, and it has to be back soon." Uncle Zhang sighed helplessly, having watched them grow up since they were young. Uncle Zhang also really couldn't bear to disappoint Luo Muki on her birthday. Besides, it's only going out for a little while, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? I don't usually see you talking about going out. What's wrong today? Just out of the gate, Luo Xia pulled Luo Muki's hand and asked softly, and Luo Muki shook her head, then said in a dull voice, I don't know, I just want to come out and turn around. Luo Xia let out a bitter smile. When Luo Shang chose this place, it was because it was a bit more remote, and there were more old people and it was quiet. Luo Muki knew her parents' orders that it was best not to go out casually if nothing was wrong, but she just wanted to come out today. Since moving here, every day has been nothing but facing the tutor and the environment that always feels strange outside the window. This somewhat depressing feeling, not to mention Luo Muki who was only 12 years old. Even Luo Xia had already begun to have a strong resistance in her heart. But what could they do? Something had happened to the Luo family. They were the daughters of the Luo family, and they had to obey the family's arrangements. Sometimes it is clear that there is nothing wrong, and know that it is inexorable, but this feeling is even more uncomfortable, as if there is a depression in the chest, no matter how it cannot be vented out as uncomfortable. Luo Xia pulled Luo Muki like this and walked forward aimlessly until she reached the large tree. Luo Xia was still thinking about something, but Luo Muki's eyes were drawn to the other side. That man, why is he sitting there reading? Hearing Luo Muki's words, Luo Xia looked up curiously. A boy sitting on a tree branch, a novel resting on his curled up legs, his right hand flipping the pages and his left hand holding a melon there, eating it with gusto. The boy had a very good looking face and wore a pair of large glasses, and the sunlight fell on him through the shade of the trees, and his attention was only on the book in front of him, as if nothing else mattered to him. Luo Xia and Luo Muki looked at him and couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. As if he had sensed someone looking at him, the boy looked back down at the tree, where a young girl who was too beautiful to be true, holding a cute girl in a princess dress, was looking up at him curiously. When the eyes met, the boy's face instantly reddened, and he turned his head away in a hurry and embarrassment. Mo Xian, your grandmother is calling you. In the distance, Auntie Zhang's voice came over. She asked you to go buy some vegetables and bring back a packet of salt on the way. Okay, I got it, Mo Xian answered, holding the melon in his mouth and closing the book. He grabbed the branch with one hand and came down from the tree very nimbly, stopping right in front of the two sisters. Eyes met for the second time. Mo Xian was momentarily nervous, and the melon he was holding in his mouth fell to the ground at once. Luo Xia and Luo Muki, who hadn't been showing much expression for some reason, couldn't help but laugh softly at this scene, and Mo Xian scratched his head in embarrassment, giggled, and ran away with the book. Luo Xia, who was sitting in front of the window, looked at Mo Xian, who was still asleep, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Now that I think about it, they, and he, probably none of them could have imagined that the future would be what it is now. Chapter 5 Memories, 2. At that time Mo Xian had thought that he and that pair of sisters would never cross paths again, but it was as if fate had written the outcome a long time ago. Mo Xian grew up following Grandpa Zhang's martial arts training, and every morning he also had to run in the morning with weights wrapped around his legs, and on the second day after he ran into Luo Xia and Luo Muki, he passed by the old ocean house during his morning run. Outside the wall Mo Xian saw Luo Xia standing on the balcony from afar, the morning light hitting her, the lazy young girl wearing a white nightgown, holding a comb is gently combing a head of black and thick long hair one by one. Mo Xian looked a little dazed and almost bumped into a passing grandpa at once. Sorry. Mo Xian awkwardly apologized to the grandpa, and the grandpa just smiled and waved his hand and left. And when Mo Xian looked up and looked over, there was no longer any trace of the young girl on the balcony. He remembers this old house, which is said to have been built by a rich man himself in the past, only that his children either went abroad or bought houses in the busy areas of Kyoto later on, and the house was slowly left unused after the death of the old man in the family. Occasionally I heard of people moving in, but there seemed to be such a rush to move in that the decorators practically rotated without a break, and those days were packed up quickly in and out, and then I don't know when someone lived in, but this family is very strange. Usually don't see them go out, if not see someone out in broad daylight. These grandmothers, middle-aged aunts are going to think that this place is haunted. Mo Xian shook his head and turned around to continue his morning run, but he didn't realize that the gate to the courtyard was open, and Luo Xia was holding a comb, not saying a word, and looking at him quietly. A 13-year-old boy is already clueless, and Luo Xia is just too beautiful. Mo Xian actually panicked a bit and tried to run away. Want to come in and sit down? Luo Xia's nice voice suddenly rang out, just in the courtyard. Mo Xian looked back at her in surprise. The pretty big sister in front of him had a faint smile on her face, and those nice peach blossom eyes were just looking straight at him. No, it's not good. Mo Xian also didn't expect that his big sister, whom he had only met yesterday, would actually take the initiative to invite him to her home. In fact, Luo Xia couldn't figure out why. Only the boy in front of her gave her a very special feeling. She couldn't say what kind of feeling it was. Luo Xia, who was born in Luo family since childhood, had seen all kinds of people. Only Mo Xian was different. That feeling was so special that even Luoxia wondered if she had put a filter on him because he was good looking. Only after that did she realize that Mo Xian sitting on the tree, as if everything was isolated by him from a moment of quiet that belonged to him, that image was as if it was fixed in her and Luo Muki's mind. So she had taken an interest in the boy, and at first Luoxia had even thought it could be that she was so bored that she had found something to do to pass her free time. They weave the net for Mo Xian years later, but in fact they are the first to be caught in the net. So, I won't disturb your family if I venture in, will I? Mo Xian, who ghostly followed Luo Xia in, was a bit rushed. He was only 13 at the time and shorter than Luo Xia, and Luo Xia looked back at him and said lightly, "It's fine, besides the housekeeper and the servants, only my sister and I live here." Mo Xian almost didn't step on the air. Good guy, he has unintentionally befriended some extraordinary people. The yard had well-tended flower beds, a clean white round table and chairs next to it, and a swing set not far away. Luo Xia sat on one of the chairs, glanced at Mo Xian and said, "Sit down." However, just as Mo Xian sat down, he heard a rush of footsteps behind him and subconsciously looked back to see Luo Muki with a head of hair that looked like it had been blown up, bare feet in slippers, and wearing a long pink cartoon nightgown. Luo Muki, who originally ran towards Luo Xia, stopped as if she stepped on the emergency brake the moment she saw Mo Xian. Although childish and with some cute baby fat, Luo Muki was very similar to Luo Xia, especially those peach blossom eyes. Seeing Mo Xian politely nodding to her, Luo Muki suddenly turned around and ran back again. The maid following behind her just caught up with her before she panted and ran back after her. "My sister, you've seen her yesterday." Luo Xia was calm. "Just woke up and wanted me to help her comb her hair. Maybe she saw that there were outsiders around, so she was embarrassed." Mo Xian could still understand. He had a girl named Su Yanran that he knew even from a young age. She would sometimes follow his grandmother over and chat with her. Su Yanran would dress up beautifully every time she came, and every time his grandmother would ask him to play nicely with her. Although Mo Xian actually wasn't so too willing in his heart because sometimes Su Yanran was really a bit of a pain in the ass, she seems to have said to herself just as arrogantly, "Girls are very concerned about their appearance." Maybe the girl had just woken up, and it really wasn't nice to be seen in such a sorry state by an outsider. Mo Xian was just about to say something when Luo Xia suddenly asked, "Your name is Mo Xian? Ha?" Mo Xian froze for a moment. "How did you know?" "That auntie called out to you yesterday, and we were there." Luo Xia smiled. "My name is Luo Weiwei. That's my sister, Luo Xiaoxue." Luo Xia didn't tell Mo Xian her real name, although she had an inexplicable fondness for the boy in front of her, but after all, her current situation was better not to reveal her real name. It was good for them, and for him. At that time Luo Xia never thought about what would happen in the future for herself and Luo Muki with the boy in front of her. After introducing her name, Luo Xia suddenly fell silent. The Mo Xian in front of her had his head lowered, looking nervous, and she didn't know what she should say to him for a moment. "So, excuse me, I have to go for a run." Mo Xian's voice with embarrassment broke the silence between the two of them. "Fortunately the weekend. No need to go to school, or else he is expected to be late." "Well, I'll walk you." Luo Xia slowly stood up, which made Mo Xian even more somewhat less understanding. "That big sister, you told me to come in and sit down, so it's really a sit down? By the way, if you're free, can you please take the time to come over?" Luo Xia, who walked to the gate, suddenly turned back to look at Mo Xian. "My sister doesn't have a playmate, and I have to do homework sometimes, so I want to trouble you to play with her. It might not be too convenient, right?" Mo Xian scratched his head. "I'm a boy after all, and we've only met twice." "I know, but there's no one else my age around here either." Although she didn't go out, she had specially asked Uncle Zheng to keep an eye on the residents in this area yesterday, and it seemed that Mo Xian was the only one who was close to their sister's age. The rest are small children who follow their grandparents and grandparents. Mo Xian originally wanted to refuse, but he didn't expect to look up and see Luo Muki, who was standing not far away, hiding behind the servants and looking at him. "We have something special in our family, so my sister and I don't go out much," Luo Xia continued patiently. "If you find it difficult, I won't force you. It's just that my sister really is by herself a lot of the time." Mo Xian hesitated for a moment. He really didn't want to agree too much when he wasn't a relative, but when he saw Luo Muki looking at himself pitifully, Mo Xian still had a soft heart. He couldn't deny it because Luo Muki was just too cute, especially when she was looking at him like that. It was the same as having his mind blitzed on the silly boy. Well, Mo Xian sighed, thinking about how he didn't seem to have many friends. Su Yanran he could tolerate. He didn't quite believe that this girl would be more difficult than Su Yanran. Only Mo Xian didn't know yet that he had promised to do more than just play with Luo Muki occasionally. His entire being had hitched himself to these two sisters. Even the amnesiac Emotion was not aware that he had already learned the most peculiar qualities in their sisters a long time ago, gaining an inch, and taking it for granted. Chapter 6 Memories, 3. From that day on, Emotion also really came over to accompany Luo Muki, exactly to play with the two sisters. In fact, at the very beginning when he was alone with Luo Muki, she was so shy that she would sometimes keep her head down and not look at him, and Emotion was even more embarrassed, although he had known Su Yanran for a long time, but at that time, he was completely rushed by his grandmother, plus Su Yanran was still relatively cheerful, so the two of them were in the courtyard, Emotion looking around awkwardly while Luo Muchi had her head down, both hands gently pinching her nice skirt, and Luo Xia was standing on the balcony of the second floor, quietly watching them, and the three of them were silent in this extremely strange way for a long time, so much so that Uncle Zhang and the maids were a bit confused. So what exactly did Missy want him to do when she asked him to come here? Just to accompany second Miss to laze around? Go prepare snacks, and also, prepare coke for the boy. Uncle Zhang instructed the maid behind him. It's still a bit hot this time of year, add some ice. Boys like this age should like this carbonated drink the most. But, Butler Zhang, we don't have any coke. You know, the first and second young misses aren't allowed to drink this kind of carbonated drinks. Then go out and buy it. Ha! Uncle Zhang heard the maid's words behind him and gave her a hard stare. You're asking me about something you can buy at a random convenience store nearby? It had to be said that the Luo family's servants were really fast. The snacks were quickly prepared, and Luo Muki's favorite black tea and a cup of cola with ice were placed together in front of the two of them. After Mo Xian said his thanks, he turned around and saw Luo Muki staring at the cup of bubbling cola in front of him. After thinking about it, he gently pushed the cup of cola in front of Luo Muchi. You want to drink this? Luo Muki shook her head, then said softly, my mom doesn't allow me to drink this kind of drink. When Mo Xian heard that, he took the cup of coke back in front of him. The two of them fell into silence again. Two people who were not familiar with each other in the first place. It seemed like it was indeed a bit difficult for them to come together and chat. Uncle Zhang didn't quite understand why the eldest miss was doing this. However, he didn't feel that Luo Muki rejected Mo Xian. As the second miss of the Luo family, if Luo Muki didn't like anyone she would just show it. No one would feel that she was overdoing it. Her birth was her greatest privilege. Also because of this reason, Luo Muki actually didn't have many friends around her during that period. Uncle Zhang, who had watched these two girls grow up since they were young, still knew them quite well. Luo Muki was probably embarrassed by the way she looked now. Can't you guys go out? Mo Xian really felt that this atmosphere was a bit too awkward, so he took the initiative to ask. Actually, there are quite fun places in this neighborhood. You can have someone from your family take you there. Luo Muki shook her head, and Mo Xian seemed to know that it really wasn't too convenient for them to go out, so she didn't continue. But Luo Muki suddenly pushed the pink cake in front of her to Mo Xian. This is for you to eat. Luo Muki was actually just like what Uncle Zhang said. She was just shy. For her, only 12 years old does not know what the so-called love is. Just when she saw Mo Xian, Luo Muki unconsciously attracted by him. In the matter of Mo Xian, she was grateful to her sister. She was indeed lonely, and although Luo Xia accompanied her, but Luo Xia, who was already 16 years old, obviously couldn't stay with her all the time. In addition to studying, sometimes Luo Xia often stayed up late to read, and Luo Muki wasn't good at going to her sister for everything. For some reason, she inexplicably felt at ease when she was with this boy. It was just that Luo Muki really wasn't that familiar with him, and really didn't know what she should say to him. I actually kinda envy you guys. Mo Xian smiled. Look, even though you can't go out right now, at least you don't have to go to school and can study right at home. Aren't you bored? It's okay, right? At least it's better than going to school every day and facing people. Mo Xian nature is very light, is not very keen on interpersonal communication, and he favors the results are very good, before there are classmates intentionally find fault. Mo Xian is also lazy and they bother, do not want to pay attention to it at all. Until one time, the other party went too far and was beaten up by Mo Xian. From that day on, no one harassed him, and of course no one cared about him. So you see, isn't this actually quite good? Mo Xian smiled and told her about his experience. Anyway, the days are already like this, so don't make things difficult for yourself. It's better to relax your mind a bit. Luo Xia heard Mo Xian's words on the second floor, and for a moment, she was actually a little surprised. How does a 13-year-old think so much? And Mo Xian looked at this old house, then smiled helplessly and said, I heard from my grandmother that my real parents also live in a big house like this, but I was sent here to live with my grandmother since I was a child, and there are only a handful of times a year that I get to see them. I don't know about your family, but look, you have your sister and people who take care of you with all their heart. When Luo Muki heard Mo Xian's words, She couldn't help but raise her head to look at him, and only after a long time did she carefully ask, "So your birthday, who did you spend it with?" "My grandmother." "Ah, not to mention birthdays, gifts. I don't know how long it's been since I've received one." Mo Xian shrugged. "My grandma and I said, just pretend they're dead, and just return a few times a year by chance. To be honest, I sometimes have to react for a long time when I see them." "Oh, so that's my mom and dad?" While Mo Xian pretended to be relaxed with his words, Luo Xia heard a hint of heartache. How could a child who was only 13 years old and whose parents were almost absent throughout his childhood be as relaxed as he himself said? However, because his tone was a bit quirky when he said it, Luo Muki, who had been silent with her head bowed, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sometimes the way people bring people closer seems to be very simple. Just a joke. Mo Xian and Luo Muki seemed to be much closer. Luo Muki would tell Mo Xian about some of the things she did when she was in school, and Mo Xian would tell her about some of his own experiences. Speaking of happy places, the two would burst out laughing together, and the drinks and snacks in front of them were quickly consumed by them. Luo Xia saw Luo Muki stretch open smile. The heart, although happy, but inexplicably have a very uncomfortable feeling. She glanced at the two people downstairs who were still talking and laughing, inexplicably feel that there are some piercing eyes. She couldn't help but smile bitterly and retreated to her room. She was actually jealous of Luo Muki, having someone who could accompany her like this and joke around while she had to act as a sister. Even a thought passed through her mind for a moment, or I'll let him talk to me too. However, Luo Xia shook her head fiercely. What was she imagining? She was already 16 years old, and she actually wanted a 13-year-old boy to talk with her and cheer her up like she did her own sister? Luo Xia thought she must be crazy, although she couldn't deny that she was kinda attracted to Mo Xian. Forgetting all her worries for the time being, Luo Xia sat down at her desk and started working on her problems. She didn't know when Mo Xian left, just that when she ate dinner, Luo Muki was a bit different from usual. She looked as if she was very happy. "Uncle Zhang, is he still coming tomorrow?" Hearing Luo Muqi's words, Uncle Zhang smiled helplessly and bitterly and said, "Second miss, you've asked several times. He'll come over after school to do his homework with you. Have you forgotten? Muqi, he's not like us." Luo Xia frowned at her sister. "He has a daily life. I got him to be your playmate, and you're not allowed to disturb him." Luo Muki skimmed her mouth a little unhappily when she heard Luo Xia's words. "But I love being with him." Hearing Luo Muki muttering in a small voice, Luo Xia sighed, then said to her very seriously, "How about this? Tomorrow when he comes, I'll personally tutor the two of you in your homework, and in the future, I'll use this as a name for him to be able to come more often. Is that okay?" Years later, Luo Muki once asked Luo Xia, "Sister, didn't you particularly wish to see your brother a few more times at that time as well?" Luo Xia just smiled and replied with a hint of playfulness, "You guess. Come on sis, do you really think I'm little and don't understand anything?" Luo Muki hummed in dissatisfaction. "That would be when my brother came to accompany me to do my homework, and every time I looked up, your eyes kept staring at him, because I didn't know if I liked it or not at that time." Luo Xia smiled, then her eyes looked out of the window, "Because seeing him will somehow make me feel happy. Doesn't that still mean you like it?" 16-year-old high school student likes boys younger than her. Hearing Luo Muki's words, Luo Xia looked at her with an icy face and said word for word through clenched teeth, "Luo, Mu, Che, this damned girl, she has to say what's in my heart." Chapter 7 Memories, 4. From that day on, Mo Xian would come here every day after school to do his homework with Luo Muki. At first Mo Xian didn't say anything to his grandmother, and the grandmother didn't look deeply into it when she saw that he came back and had already finished all his homework. From the grandmother's point of view, just as he may be on good terms with a certain classmate, as long as it does not affect the grades, does not affect the normal growth of Mo Xian, the grandmother is not too much to ask about a lot of things. "Brother, I can't do this question." After 2 or 3 days of contact, Luo Muki let go a lot. Mo Xian was a year older than her, so she called Mo Xian brother, and Mo Xian was very patient. As long as Luo Muki opened her mouth, he would incline his head and tell her how to write. Luo Xia sometimes couldn't help but want to directly break down Luo Muki, where she didn't know how to do it. She was clearly intentionally trying to get Mo Xian to talk to her more. Luo Xia looked at the two people's heads coming close together. Mo Xian was patiently pointing at Luo Muki's paper with the pen in his hand, telling her what she should write, and for some reason her heart was inexplicably a little annoyed. Over the past 2 days, the two of them had done their homework together, and Luo Xia would be with them in the name of tutoring. Yet it was even if Luo Muki's grades were good, Mo Xian's grades were even better than her sister's. So instead, she was of little use, and even in the past, when there really was something she wouldn't be able to do sister, she would only go and ask Mo Xian who was beside her. Well, instead, she's a little redundant here, but she was also surprised. Since childhood, Luo Muki was just like her. There were many boys surrounding them, but the Luo sisters felt that it was a waste of time to even say one more word. Only to Mo Xian, Luo Muki's attitude could be said to be a 180-degree turn. Brother, why don't you stay and have dinner with us today otherwise? Luo Muki said somewhat shyly. Sister, what do you think? Thanks, but I still have to go back. Mo Xian politely rebuffed. My grandmother is waiting at home for me to join her. I'm sorry. Mu, Xiao Xue, why don't you stay for Mo Xian's dinner when the weekend comes? Luo Xia closed the book in her hand. After you guys finish your homework, I'll send him out. Luo Muki pouted a little unhappily, but still didn't say anything else. After finishing his homework, Mo Xian packed up his homework, school supplies, and politely said goodbye to Luo Muki, and ran into Uncle Zhang and the maids, who he also politely said goodbye to. Should I say no? Mo Xian and our second young miss are quite compatible. Uncle Zhang muttered in a low voice, but he felt a chill on his back and looked back. Luo Xia's eyes were staring at him with some displeasure. No, miss, I didn't invite you, did I? Uncle Zhang has never seen anything like this. Luo Xia has never looked at herself with such eyes. What's wrong with her today? Luo Xia herself couldn't say, and when she heard Uncle Zhang muttering in a low voice, the kind of unhappiness in Luo Xia's heart became more and more obvious. To some extent, although Mo Xian and Luo Muki were still young, they did look good together, but for some reason, when she heard others say this, Luo Xia felt a little awkward. Looking at Mo Xian in front of her, who wasn't even as tall as herself, Luo Xia coldly spoke. Let's go. I'll send you out. No, Sister Vivi, I'll just do it myself. Before Mo Xian could finish, Luo Xia crossed over to Mo Xian and walked out of the house on her own. Mo Xian and Uncle Zhang looked at each other for a moment, and both saw doubt in the other's eyes. When he reached the front door, Mo Xian was just about to say goodbye to Luo Xia, but she reached out and pressed the door handle, turning her head to look at Mo Xian with a strange look in her eyes. Sister Weiwei, are you alright? Mo Xian asked cautiously. Did I upset you somewhere? Luo Xia didn't answer. She just looked at Mo Xian in silence. Half a moment later she opened the door, then whispered, see you tomorrow. Mo Xian was a bit unsure, always feeling that this big sister was a bit strange today. In the next 2 days, Luo Xia also stopped appearing in front of him and Luo Muki, and even Mo Xian couldn't even see Luo Xia once. That, Yuki, hearing Mo Xian call out Xiao Shui, for a moment Luo Muqi was still in a bit of a trance. Only after Mo Xian shouted again did she remember that she was called Luo Xiao Shui in front of Mo Xian. What's wrong, brother? Luo Muki, who was an afterthought, lowered her head somewhat sheepishly, and Mo Xian didn't notice. Thinking she was writing her homework in thought, he asked softly, did I make your sister angry? I suppose. No, Luo Muqi thought about it. You didn't do anything, either? Mo Xian pushed his big glasses, always felt that Luo Xia must have been angry that day, but he really didn't offend her. After finishing his homework with Luo Muki, when he left Mo Xian subconsciously looked up. The sky was already a little dark. He saw a figure disappearing from the balcony. Sighing, Mo Xian still left the courtyard of the old foreign house. Not long after walking out, Luo Xia's voice came from behind her. Mo Xian, wait. Mo Xian looked back somewhat dumbfounded and saw Luo Xia running to him. Then she took out a cell phone and put it in his hand. There's only one number in there. It's mine. And there's a penguin number that I applied for you. And it's also only added me. Luo Xia didn't look away from him. You're still young. Just give your cell phone and contact me. I'll send you a message. By the way, don't let your grandmother know. This I can't have. Take it if you're given it. Luo Xia's tone suddenly became tough, and Mo Xian couldn't help but shrink his neck at her fright. Anyway, I'll contact you if something happens. Without waiting for Mo Xian to refuse, Luo Xia turned around and ran back, leaving Mo Xian staring blankly at her back. Why is this big sister strange? After returning home and having dinner, and talking to his grandmother for a while, Mo Xian took a shower and went back to his room. And when he noticed, Luo Xia had already sent a dozen messages. Are you there? Where'd it go? Actually, I didn't have anything to do with it. I just wanted to ask if you got home safely. Where did it go? Mo Xian was a bit speechless. The more he looked, the more he felt that this big sister was a bit strange. Also, what kind of name is this for himself? Xian 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 Xian? What's with the 5 Xian? And look at her name. 5 Vi. Lines. You're happy. Xian 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 Xian. Sister Weiwei, I just went to dinner and just finished. Sorry I didn't see it. After a while, Luo Xia sent another message over, degree no adding others. You are still young. Don't let others disturb your study except chatting with me. Be obedient plus or minus. Mo Xian scratched his head. Who can I add? But thinking about it, Sister Weiwei was also doing it for her own good. Mo Xian said good night to her and put his cell phone away. On the other side, Luo Xia looked at the good night sent by Mo Xian. a smile gradually appeared on her face, and when she exited the chat interface, the empty penguin number had only this one friend. From that day on, Mo Xian had to accompany Luo Muki to do her homework and chat with Luo Xia. From the beginning of a very normal inquiry about Mo Xian's life and studies, the slowly changing picture style is a bit wrong. For example, what colors Mo Xian likes, what flavors of food he likes, and what anime he likes. And then after that began to follow the good Lord General, Luo Xia in a variety of to give him popularize the harm of early love. And Mo Xian only time and time again to reiterate, he is only 13 years old. 13 isn't too young. And if a girl at school likes you, make sure you tell her that you have to put your studies first. Or you could tell her that you like older, mature, stable high school students. Mo Xian looked at the words sent by Luo Xia and couldn't help but scratch his head as he asked, Sister Weiwei, I only know you as a high school student. Ha! About a minute later, Lozia sent a message over. Then you can say the same thing about me. Mo Xian, what's this increasingly bizarre thing about the big sister I happen to know? Is smiling at the screen. Luo Xia originally wanted to say something else. Their room door was suddenly pushed open. Luo Muki rubbing sparse sleepy eyes walked in, looked at Luo Xia confused said, Sister, I do not know how to fall asleep inexplicably some of the heart-stifling. Luo Xia subconsciously snapped her cell phone to the side of her bed, reached out and pulled Luo Muki to ask, did you eat something uncomfortable at night? Or are you sick? I don't know. It always feels like someone is doing something behind my back that makes me unhappy. Luo Muki said with some dissatisfaction. Sister, you say it can't be true, right? No, you're overthinking it. Luo Xia hugged her sister calmly, but she couldn't help but feel a little weak in her heart. This girl, her senses are quite strong. Chapter 8 Memories, v. There are no impervious walls in this world, let alone sisters living under the same roof. It didn't take long for Luo Muki to still see that something wasn't right with her sister. Every day after dinner, her sister would find a reason to go back to her bedroom, either to work on problems or to read. It wasn't until she happened to go to the bedroom a few times to look for Luo Xia and saw her sitting at her desk with her cell phone by her side. Luo Muki began to ask if she was talking to her mom and dad without telling her. No, I'm only taking my cell phone for the convenience of checking information. Luo Xia replied calmly. Would I not have told you if it was mom and dad? Luo Muki knew it shouldn't be her parents, but she still felt her sister was lying. It was obvious that she had a computer, and Luo Xia had always loved to use it to look up study materials. Besides, when he went in, Luo Xia's laptop was on beside her, and sometimes at lunch she could see her sister with her cell phone and a smile on her face. Sis, who exactly are you chatting with every day? The more Luo Muki thought about it, the more wrong it was. Could it be that her sister knew some online friends? Sister, I can tell you that online dating is risky. When Luo Xia heard her words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and said without any good humor, where do you know all this nonsense? Sister, I don't watch much TV. Luo Muki looked like she knew what she was doing and patiently advised her sister. You can be careful. There are so many scammers on the internet nowadays. And aren't you afraid that it's those bad people who want to harm our family who are deliberately trying to trap your words? Luo Xia rolled her eyes again, took her phone and turned around to go upstairs. After thinking about it she turned back and said to Luo Muki, it's the weekend. Mo Xian has promised to have dinner at our house. Why don't you just think about this first? Hearing Mo Xian agree to stay for dinner, Luo Muki's face couldn't help but blush, and she was thinking about which dress she should wear that day. But the excitement in her heart was quickly replaced by a crucial question. That's not right. My brother promised to eat here, so why would my sister know before me? Didn't you invite Mo Xian before? Luo Xia seemed to see her sister's confusion. He agreed that day. Don't you remember? Luo Muki thought for half a day but did not understand. He promised what? Didn't you leave him for dinner the other day and say you'd talk about it on the weekend? For some reason, Luo Muki had a very uncomfortable feeling, always feeling that her sister was kind of treating herself like a little cutie. What about it? The more she thought about it, the more wrong it was. Luo Muki always wanted to secretly take her sister's cell phone and check it out, but Luo Xia just seemed to be conjoined with her cell phone. And the most absolute thing was that it was hard to wait for her sister to take a shower, only to find out that she had brought her cell phone with her into the bathroom. Bah! You're not afraid to get water in your cell phone. She always felt that something was not right, so when Mo Xian came to accompany her to do her homework again, Luo Muki directly opened her mouth and asked, Brother, do you think my sister has been acting strange lately? Holding her cell phone and engaging in online dating with someone. The roll in Mo Xian's hand almost fell to the ground. If he didn't guess wrongly, Luo Xia's online love object in her mouth should be himself. Maybe you're overthinking it. Isn't Sister Weiwei busy studying every day? Mo Xian sheepishly lowered his head. Don't think about this for now. Hurry up and do your homework. Luo Muki also didn't notice Mo Xian's evasive eyes. Instead she asked happily, Brother, you stay and eat with us on the weekend. When the time comes, what do you want to eat? Tell me now. I'll let the ants make it for you, okay? Xian just wanted to ask how do you know I stayed for dinner, but after thinking about it he said somewhat sheepishly, just alright I'm alright. Luo Muki was completely immersed in the fact that Xian had stayed for dinner, and that day she had deliberately taken out all the dresses she had brought with her. The Luo family didn't lack money, and almost all of Luo Muki's dresses were privately customized. Do you have to be so serious? Luo Xia leaned against the door and watched her sister compare one piece to the mirror, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. When I attended banquets with mom and dad before, I didn't see you care so much. Can that be the same? Luo Muki didn't look at her sister either. This is the first time my brother and I have eaten together, so of course we should take it seriously? Mu Chi, you're only 12 years old. Luo Xia couldn't help but hold her forehead. Usually I don't let you watch idol dramas. Why are you so precocious? Luo Muki blushed at Luo Xia's words. Placing her skirt on the bed, she went over and pushed Luo Xia out. Sister will just talk nonsense. How old are my brother and I? And you're making such jokes about us. Luo Xia smiled and allowed Luo Muki to push herself out of her room. Only when she left, Luo Xia looked at her sister with a somewhat complicated expression and didn't say anything else. She felt that she had gone a bit overboard. It was clearly her who allowed Xian to be able to accompany Luo Muqi, but she was pestering him to chat with him every day. However, just by secretly chatting with Xian like this, Luo Xia's mind slowly relaxed a lot. As an older sister, Luo Xia had never exposed the soft side of her heart in front of her own sister. She was also a human being. She also felt that such a day was too hard to bear, but she could neither talk to Luo Muki nor Uncle Zhang and the others. Until Xian appeared, Luo Xia gradually relaxed herself as she chatted with him, and this secret that belonged between the two of them gave Luo Xia even more of a feeling of stealing joy in her heart, though she knows it's perhaps a bit egregious. On the day of the dinner, Luo Xia, who was wearing casual clothes, looked at her sister, who was dressed like a little princess, and forcibly controlled herself not to laugh out loud. Muqi, don't you think you're a bit too exaggerated like this? She even wore a little crown on her head, but Luo Muki didn't care, and even gave her own sister a blank look. Humming, this is called paying attention to etiquette, which is like her sister, no hospitality at all. Well, you do, you most certainly do. And I wasn't the one who had guests in the house in the first place who didn't come downstairs in the dark to say hello anyway. Luo Xia silently spat at her sister in her heart, but her line of sight glanced towards the door from time to time. It didn't take long for Xian to arrive, and seeing Luo Muki so dressed up startled Xian. This, you have guests in your house? Well, I'll go ahead. Xian mistakenly thought that there were other guests coming and was about to exit when Uncle Zheng hurriedly stopped him and said smilingly, no, just you. Come on in. Brother, does it look good? Luo Muqi blushed while walking over so that Xian could see the clothes on her body more clearly. Xian lowered his head, also with a scarlet face, and said vaguely, good looking. During the meal, Luo Muki took the initiative and would joke with Xian from time to time. Butler Zhang on the side was just about to remind him, but was stopped by Luo Xia with a look. There were many rules in the Luo family. Eating without speaking and sleeping without speaking were the basic requirements. Only now for Luo Xia, she didn't want to abide by those rules. Besides, Xian knew how to be polite, and although he and Luo Muki were joking around, it wasn't excessive. After eating, Xian and Luo Muki chatted in the courtyard for a while longer, while Luo Xia remained on the second floor balcony watching them. It had to be said that Xian's appearance had changed himself and his sister. Only, the kind of displeasure in Luo Xia's heart got stronger and stronger, and even she didn't understand why she forbade Xian's penguin number to add other people, and deliberately said those words to prevent early love. Especially when she saw Xian and Luo Muki in the courtyard. It was a clear picture of two youngsters, but she was just twisted. Only after Xian left did Luo Muki bounce up the stairs, even humming in a good mood. Luo Xia sighed, still compromising in her heart. Growing up, her parents were busy with work, and Luo Muki trusted herself more than anything else, and seeing someone who could make Luo Muki happy made her heart happy in fact. Only it was Xian, the one who made himself feel equally different. Muki, why don't I tell you something? Luo Xia hesitated for a moment, but still called her sister over. Luo Muki was unsure and walked over to look at her sister curiously. Luo Xia took out her cell phone and showed her the chat records between herself and Xian, then smiled bitterly and said, in these few days he's not only accompanying you with your homework and talking to you, but he's also chatting with me all the time with Penguin. I guessed it long ago. Luo Muki glared fiercely at her sister. You peeked at my brother while he and I were doing our homework. Sister, you're still talking about me. You're in high school. Luo Xia staggered her eyes somewhat sheepishly, and then took out a new cell phone. For you. I asked Uncle Zhang to send someone to buy it back, and also applied for a penguin number for you as well. Luo Muki was still angry, but when she saw the cell phone, she took it over and couldn't wait to study it. But when she saw the magical 5 snow characters that her sister had made up her screen name, Luo Muki looked at her sister with some disdain. Can I change my name? Mo Xian and I both have that name. See for yourself. Never mind. How about making do? Luo Muki, you're still picking at it. From that day onwards, the 2-person chat turned into a 3-person group chat. And Luo Xia and Luo Muki didn't realize that everything that actually happened in the future was slowly being traced at this point in time. They also do not know. For them Mo Xian is special, but for Mo Xian, they are also special. Chapter 9 Memories, 6. Mo Xian hadn't thought that he had actually maintained his current relationship with the 2 sisters just like that. Of course, what caused him the most headache was that now not only did he have to accompany Luo Muki to do her homework and receive guidance from Luo Xia, but he also had to accompany the 2 sisters to chat together every night. Luo Xia pulled a group, only the 3 of them in. Every day 3 people will chat together. They will ask Mo Xian in school things. Of course, the most important focus is still Mo Xian's early love problem. Shuig brother, we're still too young, so we must study hard. Vivian, +1. Mo Xian only felt like his head was going to explode. In the past Luo Xia had gone over and over the dangers of early love every day, and now Luo Muki was starting to follow suit every day as well. Jokes were jokes, but Mo Xian was enjoying his current life, and when he was with Luo Xia and Luo Muki, Mo Xian felt a feeling he had never felt before. Mo Xian, who used to be a loner, the only person she could say she was familiar with was Su Yanran, who had to accommodate her in everything. Unconsciously, Mo Xian seemed to have gotten used to running to accompany Luo Muki to do her homework every day, and lying on the bed every night to chat with the 2 of them after being busy. In the end, Mo Xian still mentioned this matter with the grandmother. After all, always so hidden from her is not appropriate. Grandma is not assured, and even personally door to door. Let Mo Xian's surprise is that after the grandmother has been there and did not prohibit him and their sisters to deal with the matter, it was actually quite understandable. The grandmother was even a little embarrassed. Her grandson had taken advantage of her anyhow, and she actually ran over to rise to the occasion. Only when she ran into a teacher she knew from the past, she kept mum about the family, and grandma didn't ask any more questions. The last thing this place, Kyoto, lacked was powerful families, and there was no need for her to delve deeper when people were unwilling to disclose their identities for some reason. What's more, in the grandmother's idea at that time, they will leave sooner or later. And that stupid grandson of his own family's brain is good, but the emotional aspect is still in the stage of ignorance, and even a little bit uncomfortable. Why else would he always be like that to Su Yanran? Grandma Su and she both have the intention to let Mo Xian and Su Yanran be able to get engaged. Only Mo Xian seems to be accommodating to Su Yanran in everything, but there doesn't seem to be a bit of extra emotion in it. After thinking about it, Grandma thought that the child might be a little young to be thinking about this, so she didn't put too much thought into it. Mo Xian was still living the same life. The only change was that every time he went to the old ocean house, he would look up and see Luo Xia standing on the balcony of the 2nd floor, smiling and waving at him. When he entered the yard, Luo Muki would soon run over to him, take his hand, and happily enter the house together. Time passed just a little bit, and soon it was the new year. Every year, Mo Xian and his grandmother spent the new year with Grandma Zhang's family, while his own pair of parents would symbolically come over to visit during the daytime, and sometimes bring whichever sister they had. But this year Mo Xian didn't wait for them at home. He promised Luo Xia and Luo Muki that he would stay with them, and Grandma agreed. Bring it to people. Grandma handed a few bags to Mo Xian. Inside are some New Year's goods I bought, and the dumplings I made. People may not look at them, but we can't be rude. Once I've dealt with your stupid parents, I'll go to your Grandma Zhang's house. After saying that, Grandma also whispered, let you go even on New Year's Day. This is how much she thinks of you. Grandma, what did you say? Mo Xian, who was changing his shoes, didn't hear it, and Grandma waved her hand and said, it's fine, go ahead. Grandma lived with Mo Xian every day, so occasionally when he spoke of going out for New Year's Eve, she didn't care too much. Moreover, Grandma could also see that after coming into contact with that pair of sisters, Mo Xian's entire person had become a bit different. In the past, although Mo Xian was understanding and filial, he always felt that he was alone. It was probably only when Su Yanran came that Mo Xian would be slightly more like his peers. Mo Xian carried a few bags, and when he walked to the old ocean house, he saw Luo Xia still standing on the balcony, holding a cup of hot tea in both hands, still smiling and waving at him when he saw himself. You're here? When she entered the courtyard, Luo Xia had already come down from upstairs, but she didn't see Luo Muki. Seeing the bag in Mo Xian's hand, Luo Xia smiled and said, did Grandma ask you to bring this? Well, it's her who asked me to bring it here. Along with her own dumplings, Mo Xian said with some embarrassment. It's all cheap stuff, I hope you don't mind. How? Luo Xia suddenly stretched out her hand and rubbed Mo Xian's head. Mo Xian only felt his face burning and his head lowered even more. Uncle Zhang, have someone bring the thing Xiao Xian brought into the kitchen, right? Luo Xia turned her head to Uncle Zhang and ordered. Where's little Shui? Not coming out yet? Coming. Luo Muki suddenly ran out from the room, wearing a very cute pink cotton jacket and a cute bunny ear bag, like a little elf running towards Mo Xian and rushed over. Just as she opened her hands, Luo Xia stopped her from behind. Sis, what are you hugging me for? Oh, nothing, Happy New Year. Luo Xia laughed coldly in her heart. Just how old is the child? Are you acting out an idol drama here? You want to have a hug in front of me? Luo Nuki glared fiercely at her own sister, but this would only be 12 years old. She was not as tall as Luo Xia, and her own sister was somehow so strong today. It was hard to break free from Luo Xia. Luo Muki pulled Mo Xian's right hand, looked provocatively at her sister, then smiled and said to Mo Xian, brother, let's go build a snowman together. Oh, yeah. Mo Xian was completely unclear about what was happening and nodded his head in agreement. However, he didn't expect his left hand to be pulled by Luo Xia. I'll join you. It's been a while since I built a snowman. Luo Xia smiled at Luo Muki and even hummed a lyric. You don't realize that you always hold me with your right hand, but your heart beats on the left. Luo Muki at first did not think to understand what his sister this means, looked down at his right hand pulling Mo Xian, and then carefully recalled the song sung by his sister. Doesn't that mean you're both holding your brother's hand and you're still closer to him than I am? This is too much of a bully. However, no one noticed that Mo Xian, who was being held by the two sisters' hands, would have a face that was already on the verge of heating up. That, or build a snowman. Mo Xian found a reason to break away from the two sisters, and hurriedly squatted on the ground and balled up a snowball and rolled up. Sis, why aren't you asleep? The bedroom door was suddenly pushed open and Luo Muki came in wearing her pajamas and saw Luo Xia sitting by the window looking at Mo Xian in a daze. Nothing, just remembering something from the past. Luo Xia smiled. Mu Qi, it's my turn today, and the fact that you came in without knocking again. Geez, you're still talking about me. Sis, you don't usually do this kind of thing, do you? Luo Muki sat beside Mo Xian, reaching out and gently caressing his face, with an incomparably gentle smile on her face. Luo Xia saw a scene. For a moment there was some trance, when Nat chased behind Mo Xian, and his own sister who secretly gambled and competed, now also has and his own general height. By the way, Mu Qi, do you remember that New Year's Eve? You, me, and Xiao Xian, what the three of us said when we built a snowman together. Luo Muki heard her sister's words and looked up at her sister with a bitter smile and said, remember, every New Year's Day in the future, it's going to be the three of us together. Only after that statement, they only spent 2 New Years together. And after that she and Luo Xia lost Mo Xian for a long time, and even when they got them back, he didn't remember them. Maybe everything is destined to be imperfect. Luo Xia turned her head to look out the window. In fact, I always wondered if you and I would have gotten this far and what would have happened with him if we hadn't lost him for so long. Maybe she would marry Mo Xian. Maybe Luo Muki would marry Mo Xian. But whichever outcome it was the sisters who hurt each other. And on the other hand, they were just as paranoid. Neither of them was willing to give up Mo Xian. I remember that time after the New Year's Eve dinner. Did you sneak into the guest room where Xiao Xian was staying? Luo Xia suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Mu Qi, you were only 12 years old at that time. Sis, don't talk nonsense. I was secretly giving my brother a gift. Luo Muki quickly retorted. You're still talking about me. That morning when I got up, I clearly saw you coming out of the room where brother lives. Oh, I'm giving gifts too. What do you care? Fortunately, Mo Xian slept deeply and didn't hear the two sisters bursting into each other's embarrassing stories behind their backs in an extremely undignified manner. And every single one of them, it's about him. Chapter 10 Memories, 7. Maybe it was just like Luo Xia said. If it wasn't for the 2 years of losing Mo Xian, what exactly would have happened? She and Luo Muki didn't know anyone. Only as a little bit of time passed, Luo Xia made one thing clear. She fell in love with this boy who was 3 years younger than herself. Luo Xia always felt a little funny when she thought about it. How come her first love was so special? What made her feel even more outrageous was that her own stupid sister, who also had an unusual affection for Mo Xian, ever since she was a child. Luo Xia, her older sister, didn't have any shortcomings. On the contrary, she was very good to Luo Muki and let her have everything. Only this time, for the first time, Luo Xia had a feeling that she didn't want to let go. In fact, she realized more than once that Mo Xian and herself had similar personalities, both forcing themselves to become mature because of something. She was doing it for her sister, while Mo Xian was doing it for his grandmother. After that New Year's Eve, the three of them became much closer, and the most feared thing in winter was a fever and cold. and Luo Xia had a high fever because she was careless. Luo Xia is not quite like other people. After having a fever, she will become very poor in appetite. Her mouth will be bitter all the time, and she will have dizziness and fever. And Luo Xia's temper will become very bad. It's just that she used to suppress such times for the sake of her so-called understanding. Except that every time the servants brought in food, Luo Xia would often only take a bite and then not eat it. "Missy, can you at least take a bite?" the maid patiently persuaded. "The fever is already high. How can you not eat again?" Luo Xia didn't answer and just looked out the window without saying a word. At this time, Loxia was in fact at her most vulnerable. She was also only 16 years old, and grew up with her parents having to go to school and learn etiquette, as well as those so-called musical instruments, dances, and so on that were so beloved by those in the upper circles because of their busy schedules. But at times like these, one's parents are many times absent. It was only at times like these that Luo Xia didn't have the energy to maintain her understanding, and even at times like these, she did it somewhat deliberately. If she had gotten sicker, wouldn't her parents at least come to see her? The more she understood the Luo family's difficulties at the moment, but the more she felt sad. Luo Xia was such a contradictory mood. She herself didn't know when she had fallen asleep, had taken her medication, and had been seen by the Luo family's trusted personal physician. It was almost always like this every time she got sick, and Luo Xia had gotten used to it. In her drowsiness, Luo Xia suddenly felt that her forehead was cool, as if someone had put a towel over her head, and that uncomfortable feeling seemed to be relieved. Half asleep, Luo Xia seemed to see a person sitting on the edge of the bed, seemingly looking at her with concern. It couldn't be Lo Muchi, because whenever she was sick, Lo Muchi was forbidden by her to appear by her side to prevent infecting her. After a while, the towel on her head slowly became warm, and the man took it off and replaced it with a new cool one. "Don't go." Luo Xia suddenly reached out, grabbing the man's hand, and without saying anything, the man let Luo Xia pull himself along, sitting on the edge of the bed, except for occasionally getting up to put a fresh towel on her. It wasn't until Luo Xia woke up leisurely that she saw Mo Xian, who was sitting on the chair next to the bed, still gripped by her own hand. She didn't remember how long she had slept while Mo Xian was so peacefully by her side. "Sister Weiwei, you're awake?" Seeing Luo Xia waking up, Mo Xian couldn't help but smile. "I came to look for Xiaoshui to play. She's going to learn how to draw today. I didn't realize that you were sick. Uncle Zhang said he wanted to change your towel, so I did it for you." In fact, Mo Xian only wanted to see if Luo Xia was better, but he didn't expect to be grabbed by her hand, and Mo Xian literally sat motionless beside her until she woke up. Looking at the smiling and warm Mo Xian in front of her, Luo Xia only felt a moment of trance, gripping Mo Xian's hand instead a little tighter. It was from that moment that Luo Xia was finally fully convinced that she had a favorite. "By the way, Uncle Zhang and I said that your mouth gets bitter when you have a fever, and I don't know what to do." Mo Xian used his free hand to fumble around in his pocket for a while and took out a lychee-flavored lollipop. He had wanted to pull his hand out, but Luo Xia's grip was too tight, and Mo Xian could only use one hand to unwrap it with difficulty. "This one is sweet, Sister Vivi. You might feel better after you eat it." Luo Xia looked at Mo Xian's eyes, then slowly opened her mouth, allowing Mo Xian to take the candy into her mouth. "It is very sweet." Luo Xia smiled weakly. "Stay with me a little longer, okay?" Mo Xian nodded, still sitting quietly on the edge of Luo Xia's bed. That time Luo Xia herself didn't know how long she had been pulling Mo Xian's hand. She just felt so relieved that way, even as she felt for the first time that being sick was actually not bad. It's also rare that Missy is actually willing to eat. The maid who came down from upstairs was surprised and said to Uncle Zhang, "Missy took the initiative to eat a big bowl by herself." Except that Missy is also so old, still pampering herself with Xiao Mo and letting him feed herself. Uncle Zhang, on the other hand, looked like he knew what was going on, and had an inscrutable smile on his face. The only thing he felt was out of place was the man a little young for his age? While Uncle Zhang was rambling, Luo Muki's hysterical cries came from the yard. "Sister is sick and you guys aren't coming. Work, 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 work. You guys go and make work be your daughter." Luo Xia chose to consume herself, while Luo Muki forcibly suppressed it, finally until it completely exploded out. In fact, since moving here, and especially after having Mo Xian, Luo Muki hadn't lost her temper with her parents like this for a long time. Luo Xia's illness was more like a catharsis for Luo Muki. Birthdays, New Year's, every important moment she and her sister couldn't wait for their parents to arrive. Mo Xian's presence only eased the negative emotions in Luo Muchi's heart, but it didn't mean that they really didn't exist anymore. Butler Zhang, what about this? In the past days when Luo Muchi was like this, it was Luo Xia who comforted her on the side and she soon got better. But now Luo Xia has fallen ill, and once Luo Muki goes crazy, the underlings can't say much, and even Uncle Zhang can't do much. But that's all in the past. Uncle Zhang's eyes rolled and he whispered to the maid beside him. Little Mo should be going back soon. Go to Missy's room and tell little Mo to come down and coax Missy too. Ha, is this going to work? Although they liked Mo Xian and thought he was a nice kid, they really didn't think that Mo Xian would be able to persuade second miss when she lost her temper. Don't worry, just go ahead and do it. The maids didn't believe it at first, but when Mo Xian came downstairs and saw Luo Muki sitting on the steps outside crying, he didn't say anything and just left straight away. After a while, he returned with a bunch of ice candy gourds and handed it to Luo Muki, then smiled and touched Luo Muki's head. No, it's just fine. The maids were surprised to look at Luo Muki, who broke into tears, while Mo Xian took out a tissue and handed it to her. She actually pouted just like Luo Xia and insisted Mo Xian help her wipe her tears clean. Uncle Zhang is even more worried. What should we do in the future? One is not enough. After leaving Mo Xian, Luo Xia had bought many lollipops of the same flavor, and Luo Muki sent people to different stores, or vendors, to buy candy canes almost every day. But Luo Xia or Luo Muki could no longer eat that sweet flavor of the past, and it was then that they realized that it was never the food that made them feel sweet, but the person. Chapter 11 Memories, 8. As Mo Xian spent more and more time with them, more and more pictures were taken of the three of them together. Luo Xia has been thinking, if you can record from Mo Xian Junior High School, college, a little bit of it is not bad. She had even thought that this old house had been bought anyway, so if Mo Xian grew up, then she could simply use this place as a future bridal chamber, and it would also be convenient for him to accompany his grandmother, her favorite, the one she had enlarged and then placed in the secret room. At one time, Luo Xia and Luo Muki were only controlling and possessive. They hadn't progressed to the same sickly level as they did later. If Mo Xian didn't have amnesia, then he would have remembered that forbidding him from falling in love early over and over again in Penguin Chat was all really nothing. For example, every day, when Mo Xian went to do his homework with Luo Muki after school, Luo Xia would stop him and check his cell phone. Vivi-san, didn't you just check it yesterday? Mo Xian actually didn't care. The cell phone was given to him by Luo Xia, and there was no use for him to have a cell phone at all, except for chatting with their sisters every night. Hearing Mo Xian words, checking finished, Luo Xia returned the phone to Mo Xian, looked serious and said, I'm doing this for your own good. Now the little kids have penguins quite a lot. Those boys will only hook you and play with them. The girls, don't worry, I don't fall in love early, much less at girls. Mo Xian felt that this sentence had almost become his own mantra, saying it every day when they met and chatting online. Luo Xia nodded in satisfaction and suddenly reached out and pinched his earlobe, startling Mo Xian. Little Xian is so obedient. Luo Xia smiled and withdrew her hand. Go, Muchi is still waiting for you. Mo Xian only felt that his earlobes that had been pinched by Luo Xia were a bit hot. He lowered his head and gave a hum. Just as he walked out 2 steps, Mo Xian tapped his head and turned back to talk to Luo Xia. Sister Weiwei, I might not be able to come tomorrow for the break. Why? Is something wrong? Luo Xia looked at him curiously. Is it to practice with Grandpa Zhang? It's fine. Muchi and I will wait for you. Grandpa Zhang took Mo Xian as a closed-door disciple, mainly because Mo Xian's talent is really some amazing, fast learning, fast integration. However, Zhang Grandpa later body is getting worse and worse. The original master and disciple 2 people together morning practice finally became Mo Xian own early morning boxing practice, morning running. Occasionally on weekends Mo Xian would practice with Grandpa Zhang, who had recovered some of his health, but there was not much delay. Well, it's to practice with master, and there's also the fact that one of my grandmother's longtime friends is coming, Mo Xian said rather helplessly. She has a granddaughter, and I've kind of known her since she was a kid, and every time she comes my grandmother lets me accompany her. Hearing Mo Xian's words, Luo Xia's eyes went cold for a split second, after which she smiled and said, in that case, it can't be helped. Are you still coming over for dinner? Probably can't come, right? That Grandma Sue stays for a long time every time she comes over and eats dinner with us, so she might have to wait until I come over after school to do my homework with Muki. Mo Xian didn't notice that Luo Xia's eyes were getting colder and colder, and although her face still maintained a smile, her right hand had slowly clenched. Xian, so do you like that girl? How come? She's 2 or 3 months younger than me, and I only think of her as a sister. Mo Xian is not hearing that sourness in Luo Xia's tone at all, but is still telling the truth, and she's a bit of a pain in the ass. Miss Temper. But in the end, she's Grandma Sue's granddaughter, and I'm still a boy, so I let her be. After thinking about it, Mo Xian sighed and said, sometimes I wonder, she's also a girl from a rich family. How come the gap between her and Vivian's sister Yu and Xiao Shui is so big? Yu and Xiao Shui are never the same as her. It is not that Mo Xian intentionally said good words, but his true feelings. Su Yanran grew up with what to go along with, what to eat together, what to play, where to go, all have to be decided by her. if you don't go along with her, you'll be unhappy, either throwing a tantrum or crying, thanks to Xian, who is more mature than she is, and has a good temperament, as well as being mindful of her grandmother, who has been letting her have her way. But with Luo Muki it wouldn't be like this. Xian didn't understand at that time that when he was with them, he gave everything in both directions, instead of him being the one to suppress his negative emotions to compromise. Whatever Xian did, the two sisters would definitely respond and vice versa. It was because of this that the relationship between the three was getting better and better. Of course, the premise is to put aside the daily delightful early love forbidden tutorials, and Xian cannot see the time. These two siblings because he secretly strangled each other, although most of the time as Luo Muki was unilateral hanging. After all, that will be she is still small. At dinner Xian had already gone home. Luo Xia glanced at Luo Muki who was humming a song and holding chopsticks ready to clip the food, and said faintly, Xiao Xian can't come tomorrow. Didn't he say anything to you? Luo Muki froze for a moment, and the fish she had just clipped up fell back into her plate in one fell swoop. Seeing this, Luo Xia's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness. It seems that I'm still more important, otherwise why would you only talk to me? In fact, she didn't know that Xian just thought that she was the older sister. That's why she told her. After all, there are only sisters in this family. Uncle Jing and the others are servants. That's why Xian told Luo Xia. The most unnecessary thing the two of them did was to prevent him from falling in love early. After all, he was a bit of a dead straight man and a bit of a nerd in that regard. It's practicing with master, right? Luo Muki looked as if she didn't care, pinching up that piece of fish again. It's fine. When the practice is over brother will come again. Can't make it. His grandmother's friend is coming over and has brought a granddaughter the same age as him. Luo Xia shrugged. He has to accompany people after practicing, and he has to eat dinner with her. Uncle Zhang was listening on the side and couldn't hold back his laughter. Missy, you're being too obvious about this yin and yang, aren't you? However, this set may not be effective for others. But after Luo Muki heard this, the piece of fish fell directly onto the table this time. Luo Muki suddenly slammed her chopsticks down hard on the table, and huffed, no more food. If you don't eat it, you don't eat it? Luo Shi was full of concern. He comes every day anyway, so it's okay if he doesn't come once in a while. Uncle Zhang could not help but roll his eyes. Ah yes. Missy, you said it so well. Anyway, every day half an hour in advance. Standing on the balcony, and the same as the lookout stone. I do not know who it is. Luo Muki still didn't say anything. Her eyes started to turn red a little bit, and tears were rolling in her eyes. Actually, I have a way. Luo Xia picked up a piece of fried beef and put it into her bowl. If you want Xiao Xian to come to our house for the weekend, sis, you might have to sacrifice you for a bit. Sometimes the tactics don't necessarily have to be new, as long as they work, and there has to be a very important factor that the other person must care about you. So the next day after practicing with Grandpa Zhang, Xian, who hadn't had time to go home yet, received a call from Luo Xia. Yuki is sick. Xian, do you want to come and see her? With almost no hesitation, Xian jumped on his own bike and quickly arrived at the old ocean house after a few hasty words with Grandpa Zhang. Only when he arrived at Luo Muki's bedroom and saw Luo Muki, who was sitting on the bed eating fruit and holding a copy of Doraemon to read, he almost didn't die of his own anger. Aren't you sick? Yeah, brother, look. Luo Muki stretched out her right hand. A band-aid wrapped around her index finger. I accidentally cut my finger yesterday. It might trigger. Luo Muki thought for half a day and finally picked up her cell phone and glanced at it and said, triggering a wound infection, which leads to fever and chills, difficulty breathing, and lack of appetite. Yes, that's what it means. Xian. Luo Muki got out of bed, picked up a box of Cheerios on one side and pitifully handed it to Xian and said, brother, don't be angry. I just heard my sister say that you can't come today. You also know that I only have a brother, a friend. You can just talk to me directly. Little Snow. Xian sighed and smiled bitterly as he reached out and touched her head. Next time you don't need to lie and cheat like that. It's not right. Of course, the current Xian doesn't know that his future self is not only fooled by these two sisters who can't find their home, but also fooled by both of them to hitch a ride for the rest of their lives. On that day, Luo Xia and Luo Muki were in an exceptionally good mood, pulling Xian and insisting on taking pictures. Luo Xia wrapped her arms around Xian from behind, while Luo Muki jumped into Xian's arms at once. Xian only helplessly bit her smile, but also did not care about these. Whenever they saw that photo and thought of the current Xian, the two sisters were in fact less concerned about whether or not his memory had returned. Even after forgetting their past, Xian is always Xian, never changed. Chapter 12 Memories, 9. Little by little, time passed, and along with time came the growth and height of the three men. In the spring festival of the year when she was 14 years old, Luo Muki no longer had the baby fat on her face. Not only did she grow taller, but her appearance also began to transform from a cute little girl into a little beauty. And there was an extra calmness, a maturity, in Luo Xia. The only thing that remained unchanged was that they still clung to Mo Xian as they had in the past. Mo Xian has grown quite a bit taller, except that it was only after high school that he suddenly started to grow violently in height. Except that right now Mo Xian is already about the same as Luo Xia, who is 170 out of his head, and even he is a bit taller. The original pair of Conan with the same style of large glasses, but also replaced with Luo Xia let Uncle Zhang find someone according to the degree of Mo Xian, and then with the Prada frame of the new glasses. Originally still a little boyish Mo Xian, at this time walking on the street has already attracted some sideways glances. After all, he did give birth to a too good-looking face. It's been almost 2 years, and the two sisters have gone from brainwashing in the beginning with the ban on early love to simply starting to be outright unreasonable. You see, you come to accompany me and Snow every day. The lone man, and 2 women share a room, and my and Snow's reputation is also important. Yeah brother, you can't fall in love even earlier now. You have to think, what about me and my sister? My sister is okay, but how old am I? Xiao Xian, you can't forget once in the summer you took a summer vacation to come to our house to stay over. That day, not waiting for the 2 sisters to finish their nonsense, Mo Xian quickly reached out to stop them. How is it that the more he grows up, the more bewildered they become? Mo Xian is the typical kind of person who has a good skin but doesn't know it. He is light in nature and usually keeps to himself. Ever since he had the sisters, Mo Xian originally didn't have the heart to maintain interpersonal relationships with others, and now he even doesn't care. But that doesn't stop others from liking him especially Su Yanran. Originally she was because of Mo Xian's good-looking face, so she was pestering him every day to play with herself. Luo Xia and Luo Muki always felt uneasy in their hearts, so they asked Sister Hui to find a way to send someone to follow Mo Xian. Although Sister Hui and the people under her were mainly there to protect them, it wasn't impossible to send out 1 or 2 of them if they really said so. The good news is that Mo Xian is still the same as in the past. The bad news is that the number of girls who like him has changed. So Luo Xia simply changed her method, rising from forbidding early love to the point that if Mo Xian liked someone else, it would be the beginning of the end. Mo Xian also want to refute the problem. He thought carefully. His hand people's siblings pulled, and almost every day, he's also been hugged by these 2 sisters, more than once. But to say that the staycation is actually nothing to press. That summer, Luo Xia said that she would let Mo Xian come over and the 3 of them would watch a movie together. Because they stayed up really late, the 3 of them fell asleep sitting on the sofa. When she woke up the next day, Luo Xia was leaning on Mo Xian's shoulder and Luo Muki was holding Mo Xian's arm. Just this matter somehow became Luo Xia and Luo Muki's handle. Don't ask. Ask is about the reputation of the girl's family. Look Xiao Xian, you have a certain understanding of my and Xiao Shui's family situation. You should know that families like ours pay a lot of attention to a girl's reputation. So, you are now equivalent to saying that you slept on a couch with me and Xiao Shui for a night, and there is intimate behavior. What you have to think about right now is how to be responsible for us after 18. Of course this will be said later, but you said that if the word gets out, our family will definitely be talked about as well. So this matter is also about our family's reputation. So you are even more not allowed to have anything to do with other girls. Uncle Zhang almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood when Luo Xia used this crooked theory to fool Mo Xian. Not to say that Missy your far-fetched nonsense skills, you and Missy active white how many times, and pulling hands and hugging, over their Missy's birthday kissed Mo Xian face a bit, you did not ambiguous 17th birthday did not also have to learn the same way? These 3 people watch a movie and sleep on the couch you hold on to. The things you sisters do you are not mentioning now you care about reputation. You and Miss 2 give so much for nothing every day. Does the old lady, Mr. and Mrs. know about it? Actually, Mo Xian knew that Luo Xia was talking nonsense, but from that time onwards, Mo Xian had already started to go along with him. Unlike Su Yanran who kind of didn't want to bother with her. For them, Mo Xian was willing, as long as they were happy. This year's New Year's Eve, Mo Xian still stayed overnight in the old foreign house, and Luo Muki, who originally wanted to watch the fireworks together across the New Year's Eve, fell asleep because she was too sleepy. Little Xian, why don't we go out for a spin together? Luo Xia came to his side and whispered to him, let's go outside and watch the fireworks, just nearby, okay? Mo Xian hesitated. Before Luo Muki that time want to go out. Mo Xian see her crying heart really bad. Take her to the playground. Only just a moment. Uncle Zhang with people to find them back. Luo Xia didn't say anything that time. She just reached out and gently nudged Mo Xian's forehead. At least Xiao Shui called you a brother. It's nothing for you to spoil her, but you can't indulge her in everything. Seems to see Mo Xian's thoughts. Luo Xia smiled and said, it's nearby. And look, this will be 2350. When the fireworks are released we'll come back. This time it's me who suggested it, and it's not far. It's fine. Good. Imo Xian nodded and picked up his own jacket and went out of the old ocean house with Luo Xia. On weekdays the place where they lived wasn't much of a bustling place, and it wasn't much better on New Year's Eve. Most of the elderly were picked up by their children for the new year. A few were like Imo Xian and Grandma. At least Grandma was able to go to Grandpa Zhang's place, while some of the elderly were literally just at home by themselves, cold and quiet. Then there are the children who come to spend New Year's Eve with their parents, and the house suddenly becomes lively, though as soon as the next day rolls around, it may become cold and quiet again. Imo Xian and Luo Xia were nearby without going too far, leaving 2 rows of shallow footprints behind the duo. Right, Sister Weiwei, so are you going to leave when you go to college? Imo Xian suddenly looked up at Luo Xia. I didn't see you in high school either, so what about the college entrance exam? Luo Xia shook her head and smiled bitterly, not answering. Luo Shang had told her that if they couldn't finish before the college entrance exam, they would have to go abroad to study. Originally they were about to be arranged to go abroad, but it was too risky to leave the country at that time, and even leaving Kyoto wasn't safe, so they simply used such a method. But after all this time, Loxing and Lo Chuan have gradually taken control of the situation, except that the bastards and the people behind them still have the power to spare, so they've still been living here. In fact, in the past, Shin Xingyun had come a few times and had seen Imo Xian once. At that time, Shin Xingyun was bent on appeasing his daughters, and seeing that Imo Xian was not only good looking, but also had excellent grades and a good personality, he didn't stop Imo Xian from coming and going with his daughters. However, as a mother, Shin Xingyun still warned Imo Xian that apart from not being able to just say anything, she couldn't hurt her daughter because of him. She was a woman, and the way Luo Xia looked at Imo Xian at that time, she could still see it. She could understand her daughter. After all, she herself knew that she wasn't considered a normal person. Not to mention that Luo Muki was extremely dependent on Imo Xian at that time, and her attitude towards him was very different from others. And Imo Xian just calmly and sincerely answered her with 6 words. Don't worry, it won't. Recently Shin Xingyun had been telling Luo Xia about leaving the country after the college entrance exams, but Luo Xia had been hesitant. Once she and Luo Muki left, then what about Imo Xian? Imo Xian had intruded into their lives, but how could they not have intruded into Imo Xian's life? So Luo Xia asked Imo Xian to come out with her because she had a very bold idea to tell him. Xiao Xian, actually, my family is planning to arrange for Xiao Xue and I to go abroad together after my college entrance exam. Luo Xia suddenly stopped and quietly looked at Imo Xian. I want to take you with me. Don't worry, Grandma, I will send someone to take care of it, and when we stabilize over there, Grandma, I can also pick up and go abroad if you want. The Luo family is the least short of money. It's just arranging for one more Imo Xian and Grandma. Not to mention that even if Grandma doesn't leave the country, Luo Xia will find a way to make sure that Grandma gets the best care. She had already mentioned to Shin Xingyun that if they went abroad, the sisters had to take Imo Xian with them, and Shin Xingyun wasn't very willing, but in the end he agreed. Parents are the child's first teacher. Shin Xingyun, such a smart woman, is very clear. Their own possessiveness of her husband subconsciously influenced their daughters. Only she may not have imagined that the future of their daughters more excessive than her. Imo Xian looked at Luo Xia with some surprise, not expecting her to suddenly ask herself such a question. Imo Xian wanted to refuse. After all, how close he was to them was only a friend. Not to mention that he still had his grandmother with him, even if she agreed. But he wasn't comfortable with leaving her on her own. Seeing Imo Xian's hesitation, Luo Xia could understand. She gently pulled Imo Xian's hand and said, I know, Xiao Xian, this matter is a big deal. I won't force you to give me an answer right away, but I can tell you, me or Yuki, you're special to us, and I'm definitely not lying about that. Imo Xian subconsciously nodded his head, even if he was as slow as he was. How Luo Xia and Luo Muki got along with themselves and their experiences over such a long period of time would not lie. Okay, Sister Weiwei, I promise you, I will discuss this with my grandmother, Imo Xian said seriously. In fact, after such a long time, really let me not see you in Xiao Xue. I'm not too used to it. Looking at Imo Xian stuttering and dodging eyes, Luo Xia smiled and said, it's almost 12 o'clock. Xiao Xian, why don't I give you a gift? You close your eyes. Imo Xian was unsure, but he closed his eyes after Luo Xia's repeated requests. After a while, Luo Xia's countdown sounded in his ears. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. As the countdown came to 1, there were firecrackers in all directions and a loud bang in the sky, as well as a sudden warmth and wetness on the lips. After a while, a burst of hot air came from his ears, accompanied by Luo Xia's gentle voice. This is a gift. Happy New Year, Xiao Xian. Chapter 13 Memories, X. For Imo Xian at the time, the gift was too much of a surprise and too overwhelming. Mo Xian is still in a state of ignorance about his feelings, and Luo Xie and Luo Muki become an impossible dilemma for him to choose. Only time didn't give him the chance to dwell on it, much less the power to do so. Mo Xian didn't know what happened that day, and in fact, Luo Xie and Luo Muki didn't expect it either. That day, Uncle Zhang noticed something unusual very early. There were suddenly more strange people outside looking furtively from time to time. Without any hesitation, Uncle Zhang had people prepared to take Luo Xie and Luo Muki away. He stayed behind to take charge of dragging those people down. Almost all of the men stayed behind. Only one wee sister took Luo Xie and Luo Muki to take advantage of the clash between the two parties to break out and leave the old ocean house. I just didn't expect that there would actually be people surrounding them. That day the bastards were clearly running for their lives. Luo Chu and Luo Shang. These two brothers are just too scary. Such a haphazard situation. For 2 years the Luo family not only didn't have any effect, but instead drove them and the people behind them to their deaths. There was no impermeable wall. Whether it was the old ocean house where Luo Xie, Luo Muki hid, or the place where Luo Tian had been arranged by the Lu family. In the end, all of them were discovered by them. This was a young plot. They had in fact guessed that with old lady Luo's character, she would definitely choose Luo Tian. But this was how they wanted to force them to give up Luo Xie and Luo Muki. If they died, Luo Shang Yun would suffer for the rest of his life. Even if they didn't die, Luo Xie and Luo Muki would definitely have a grudge against them. What they could think of, how could Luo Shang and old lady Luo not think of? But in the end, for the sake of the Luo family, he still prioritized bringing people to save Luo Tian. At that time, there were only 2 cars in the old ocean house, and Hui had no time to drive, so she could only take them to run out while the chaos was still going on, and then she was chased by the second team. Here, come here. Mo Xian suddenly appeared in front of them with his school bag on his back, when he had just finished school and saw the scene when he went to the old ocean house. Mo Xian, who grew up in this area since he was a child, was very familiar with the environment and took a shortcut around to the front of them, leading Luo Xie, Luo Muki and Hui to leave together on a small path. And as it happened, Su Yanyan saw it. She was surprised and wasn't sure what they were doing. You, a menacing man suddenly ran over. Seen a woman with a girl a little older than you and a girl about your age? Su Yanran was shocked. Her first reaction was that she didn't want to say anything, but once she followed Mo Xian and saw Luo Xie and Luo Muki together, a vicious thought suddenly and slowly appeared in her heart. If they die and are beaten and disfigured, is it true that Mo Xian will surround me again? Su Yanran nodded furtively. They went in that direction. In fact, she could have pointed in an opposite direction. Or not. These people were only targeting Luo Xie and Luo Muki, and didn't want to cause trouble per se, but she said it anyway, underestimating her own evil, and even more underestimating the weight of them in Mo Xian's heart. In fact, if it wasn't for Su Yanran revealing Mo Xian's whereabouts of them, Mo Xian would have been able to take them away. I can't run away. Mo Xian sighed and looked back at the pale Luo Xie, and Luo Muki, who had already been scared and cried, Sister Hui, you take Sister Wei Wei and Xiao Shui away. I'll stop them. What are you babbling about? Brother, leave with us. Luo Xie and Luo Muki were of course unwilling, and Sister Hui didn't agree either. But Mo Xian knew very well that if it was just him or just him and Sister Hui, who had good hands, with his familiarity with the terrain in this area he could still run out. The original plan was to take them out through a small path around the city, but I didn't think those people would actually find out where they were so quickly. He thought about whether it would be someone who saw them and gave these people directions, but at that time, Mo Xian didn't even think that the one who gave directions was actually Su Yanran. Mo Xian raised his head and smiled at Luo Xie and Luo Muki, then sighed softly in a low voice. Okay, let's get going. After saying that, Mo Xian suddenly turned around and ran backward, pushing down the debris piled up in the path as he ran. In fact, he knew, and Hui knew, that it was only a matter of time before he was caught up, so Mo Xian chose this way. He heard the painfully mournful cries of Luo Xie and Luo Muki behind him, and reaching out to touch the gift he had prepared for them in his school uniform pocket, Mo Xian turned back to smile at them, then without any hesitation rushed towards the person who had found them. When Luo Xie and Luo Muki saw Mo Xian again, the clean, spotless teenager was lying on the ground covered in blood, hugging a person's thigh and not letting go. Having lost consciousness, Mo Xian was smart. In this situation he was rather more calm, utilizing the narrow terrain nearby, the piles of debris, and his own skills that had been taught by Grandpa Zhang's hand since he was a child. He even really put down two. The road was relatively narrow, so the other side had no way to swarm up to them. Plus Mo Xian still pushed down the piles of debris from time to time, and they also realized that the boy in the school uniform was a practicing boy with pretty good hands, but the other side of the crowd, but also armed. Mo Xian in the end or Headhard received a stick. After that, his vision has begun to blur up. He felt the warm liquid slowly slipped over his face. But at this time Mo Xian simply do not have time to think about this. Mo Xian was indeed very talented. From a young age he had practiced against Grandpa Zhang, who was not yet sick, and he had also fought with others. But this time it was different. The other party was running for his life, and he was well aware that if he got out of the way, even if he kept his life, he would surely be in pain for the rest of his life. In fact, if he were to do it all over again, whether Mo Xian could do it or not, he himself didn't know, and those beaters didn't expect it either. The boy was as good as he didn't know pain. No matter how much he was beaten he refused to fall down, and even less did he ever scream. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This kid is ing crazy. In the end, Mo Xian finally couldn't support him anymore, but he still clung to a person's thigh and wouldn't let go, and even ended up biting his thigh fiercely. It was also at this time that Luo Shang arrived with his men. Luo Xia and Luo Muki rushed over to see Mo Xian as if they were crazy, but they were stopped by Luo Shang. It is not that he is ruthless, but now he simply does not dare to mess around with Mo Xian, who was all injured. That was the last time Luo Xia and Luo Muki saw Mo Xian, or rather, remembered their Mo Xian. Luo Xia and Luo Muki also started from that time, with a clear truth in their hearts that they were powerless to rebel against their parents, and even more so against the Luo family. When the Shin family offered to take them to Hoodoo, Luo Xia and Luo Muki had no results in how they messed around, and were finally forcefully sent on the Shin family's private jet by Shin Qingyun. I told you, Mo Xian is out of life-threatening danger. Shin Qingyun slapped Luo Xia's face hard. I don't want to be in this situation right now. Can you be more understanding? Luo Xia was being held up by two female bodyguards. Her face that had been beaten by Shin Qingyun slowly reddened and swollen. She didn't say anything, but Luo Muki laughed and looked at her mother while shedding tears, the result of knowing what to do. Isn't it still being abandoned by you and Dad? Luo Muki's sarcasm viciously stabbed Shin Qingyun. And at that moment Luo Xia and Luo Muki saw panic and weakness in their mother's eyes for the first time. Instead of crying again, the two sisters turned around and helped each other onto the plane together. The days in Hoodoo were like a torture. Grandma and Grandpa were not close to them, and they didn't know how to be close to them. They could only give them all kinds of expensive gifts like water. But Luo Xia and Luo Muki just stared at their cell phones or looked at an unrecoverable black ring every day. That was the gift Mo Xian had bought for them. Although it wasn't expensive, it was something the silly boy had saved up for a long time and wanted to give them. The cell phone that Luo Xia gave to Mo Xian was found and handed over to Luo Xia by someone from the Luo family, and there was still a draft of his penguin number that didn't make it to that group of three. I'll find a way to convince Grandma to go abroad with you. What was he going to say later? Luo Xia and Luo Muki didn't know. From that day onwards the two sisters seemed to have no life left in them, and they were dull every day. Regarding Mo Xian's news, the Luo family's side did send it from time to time, saying that he was recovering well, but after all, the people below didn't know the details, so it wasn't clear at which point Mo Xian had lost his memory after being injured. Until she came back from Hoodoo, Luo Xia Luo Muki didn't even go back home, but went directly to the hospital. Just in time, the well-recovered Mo Xian came out for a walk, and Luo Xia and Luo Muki excitedly wanted to talk to him, but they didn't know what to say. Just then, Mo Xian saw them and just nodded politely, saying politely as he passed by them, "Excuse me, excuse me." Luo Muki was about to speak, but Luo Xia pulled her hand. "Sister, what are you pulling me for?" Luo Muki was so anxious that she was about to cry out. "Brother must be angry. We've been gone for so long. He must be angry." However, when she saw Luo Xia's pained eyes, Luo Muki froze. Compared to her sister, Luo Xia was even more sensitive at that time. Mo Xian wasn't angry, but simply didn't remember them. That look doesn't lie. Mo Xian didn't hide anything, just simply looking at passers-by in general. After utilizing the Luo family's connections, Luo Xia brought her sister to inquire about the doctor. Luo Muki suddenly cried out loudly, as if she was an abandoned child, helpless and desperate. Since being with Mo Xian, Luo Muki had never cried like this before. Mo Xian had warmed her for 2 years, but now, the person who had warmed her had completely forgotten her. Luo Xia leaned against the wall. Her whole body seemed to have no strength left. At that moment she only felt cold, very cold. Not only was she no longer warm herself, she couldn't even sense the temperature around her. Back at the Luo family that day, when Luo Shang saw his daughter's return, he was just about to open his mouth when Luo Muki viciously kicked a decorative vase down. Everyone thought that day that Missy and Missy too were crazy. It was as if it was a catharsis, more like a revenge, while Luo Shang stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of him, not knowing what to say. "I don't hate you for giving up on me and Muqi, father." Luo Xia stood in the midst of the mess and looked at Luo Shang coldly. "What I hate is that you caused us to lose Mo Xian. You left us out in the cold. He was there for us. You gave up on us. He saved us. Father, You and mother couldn't do what you did, but someone who has only known us for 2 years did. My own parents chose to give up on us in the most critical of times, and a 15-year-old chose to put his life on the line to save us. Luo Xia's every sentence, every word, was like a knife stabbing into Luo Shang's heart. He had no way to defend himself, much less to refute it. From that day on, Luo Xia and Luo Muki had changed. No one knew what the sisters were thinking, much less what they were going to do. When everything was ready, when Luo Xia and Luo Muki, who had been set up by Mo Jinpeng but brought to the hotel by Sister Hui's people and supported everyone, looked at Mo Xian, their originally dull eyes became bright once again. There was just a sick and paranoid possessiveness to that brightness. Xian, after tonight, you're ours. Brother, I miss you so much. Chapter 14, Beautiful Snake, I. This chapter starts with Mo Qingqing's extra, explaining her transformation. The ending, have you ever heard of a beautiful snake? I think Mo Qingqing is a beautiful snake. In the past when I was in school I thought she was different. She had a deep heart and was very good at deceiving people. How many boys chased after her in those days? She couldn't look at them and fool them. Sure, she's pretty enough. At the high school reunion, 2 girls were whispering about Mo Qingqing as they were touching up their makeup in the bathroom. The 2 muttered a few more sentences and left together. Not long after Mo Qingqing walked out of the bathroom with a thin cigarette in her hand, a puzzled smile on her face. The next day, the company the 2 classmates worked for sacked them, before the Mo family started to crumble, and Mo Qingqing was still the glamorous President Mo. For this kind of thing, all she needed to do was to say hello, without any exchange of benefits, and someone would be willing to do that for her just to suck up to her. Mo Qingqing never denied it and never cared that she was being talked about like this. As for retaliating against them, it was only because just a moment ago they were still begging themselves to give them a chance. She hated this behavior, just like her own father, trying to use herself while her heart was in the right place. Once when he followed his own parents to his grandmother's house, Mo Xian wasn't at home, and he didn't know where he had gone. Mo Xian was 14 years old at the time. Grandma looked at her oldest granddaughter and suddenly smiled and said, "Your parents have succeeded. After all, you're a bit of a greenhorn." Grandma had seen through herself with a single glance, a feeling that Mo Qingqing didn't care about even though she was uncomfortable. Mo Qingqing had never thought about what she wanted to do from the beginning, and even sometimes when she dreamed in the middle of the night, she would resent herself a little for seeing things so thoroughly. Wouldn't it be better to be a little confused like your sister, or to be a little more bland yourself like Mo Xian? But Mo Qingqing knew that if she chose again, she would probably do it again. Who made her Mo Qingqing? Mo Qingqing had told countless lies in her life, but there was only one thing she had never cheated anyone about. If her parents were willing to give the family business to Mo Xian, she was really willing to assist Mo Xian. It's not that she and Mo Xian's feelings are so deep, it's just that even if she wants to favor her son over her daughter, she should choose Mo Xian instead of Mo Jinpeng. But, she knew that it was impossible. Her grandfather was scornful and repulsed by Mo Xian, and her parents were never close to Mo Xian, so naturally they wouldn't trust him. In fact, Mo Qingqing was probably the first person in the Mo family to notice that something was wrong. Mo Jinpeng was not similar to his mother at all, except for resembling his own father a bit. Bloodline is an interesting thing. For the sensitive Mo Qingqing, she looked at Mo Jinpeng in fact never looked at Mo Xian smoothly. Even as a child when she saw the spoiled Mo Jinpeng splashing around, Mo Qingqing couldn't wait to throw him out and never come back. But Mo Qingqing didn't do that. She was clear about her parents' favoritism towards Mo Jinpeng, so she naturally followed along and acted like she loved him. But at that time, Mo Qingqing still could not think of cupping. Slowly he found that Mo Jinpeng was indulged in an unlikable manner. Mo Qingqing only moved this idea for the first time. At one time Mo Qingqing only wanted to deal with Mo Jinpeng. As for Mo Xian's return home, she indulged Mo Jinpeng to continue to hold him up on the one hand, and to suppress Mo Xian on the other. I don't really have any feelings for him. If I had to say, he would probably stab Mo Jinpeng to death, but he'd probably die of old age with me, right? After drinking some wine, Mo Qingqing mentioned this issue with her assistant, and she said flatly, or maybe I'm going toe-to-toe with him, and neither he nor I are going to hold back, right? After all, for him I was also the aggressor, and for me he became my obstacle. The assistant looked at Mo Qingqing dumbfounded. From the time she graduated from college, worked at Mo's to being chosen by Mo Qingqing, she had been following her all these years. Even when Mo Qingqing counted the Mo family and came out to start her own business, she followed her. Surprised? Mo Qingqing looked at her with a hint of drunkenness. However, I can't fight him anymore. He has the Luo family backing him up. And, Mo Qingqing still didn't say her guess. And afterward she went to Kyoto University to inquire about Mo Xian. Unlike others who were shocked to know that Mo Xian was with the 2 sisters of the Luo family, Mo Qingqing was calm, although not so much that she was too confident in her brother, but since it had already happened, Any more outrageous would be the truth. President, how about you? The assistant hesitated for a long time, never knowing whether or not to say the words that came to her mouth. But Mo Qingqing seemed to see her meaning, smiled and said, "Let me beg Mo Xian, right?" The assistant nodded. In her opinion right now Mo Qingqing was almost forced into a desperate situation by old lady Yi. Other than relying on the Yi family and following their arrangements, there was absolutely no other way. And her position was also replaced by the woman sent by Mrs. Ye's old lady. In addition to Mo Qingqing's new company still needs her to deal with other things she cannot interfere at all. She had never seen Mo Qingqing in such a sorry state, but facing the Yi family, this seemed to be the inevitable outcome. If she begged Mo Xian, the Luo family, the #1 plutocrat in Kyoto, directly pressed down, she didn't believe that the Yi family wouldn't obediently submit. However, Mo Qingqing smiled and waved her hand. "I won't beg him. Besides, it's already good enough if he doesn't fall on his sword." Mo Qingqing is very clear that between herself and Mo Xian, at most there is only that one cooperation. She was also one of the participants in Su Yanran's matter, not to mention Mo Jinpeng's several times of nonsense. She was clear in her heart but still intentionally favoritism. Himself and Mo Xian had already almost made their cards clear. And after he learned that this big sister of his was not only well aware of those despicable behaviors of Mo Jinpeng, but wantonly condoned them for her own purposes, their already broken relationship would only become even more unrepairable. The current situation is of my own choosing. I want to borrow the Yi family's power. The Yi family wants me to be at ease as their tool. How can they let me off easily? Mo Qingqing picked up her wine glass and took another sip. No one can count on anyone. So how to play this dead chess game alive all depends on me. Mo Qingqing had in fact thought about this result. She just didn't expect the Yi family to flip so fast. She was indeed a bit caught off guard. But Mo Qingqing quickly calmed down. After hiding in her own home for so long, Mo Qingqing was well aware that some things could not be rushed. He infiltrated himself little by little, and finally took advantage of the most chaotic time in the Mo family before striking. The Yi family would only be harder to deal with than the Mo family. But there was a prerequisite for this. Old Mrs. Yi was still alive. "President, don't drink." The assistant stopped Mo Qingqing from raising her wine glass once again. "Doesn't the Yi family still want you to prepare for pregnancy and have your own child with Yi Ning? Perhaps after you get pregnant, the mother will have her own child." Mo Qingqing coldly laughed and pushed her away. Mother with child? Old Mrs. Yi did want her and Yi Ning to have children, but that was all. It would be nice to have a legitimate wife with a legitimate child, but it just doesn't matter if you don't have one. Yi Ning, this person, and the general dude is not much different. A fair debt, a whole lot. The Yi family had always helped him to suppress it, but Yi Ning, this person, obviously couldn't play with Mo Qingqing. When a few glasses of wine down, blowing the pillow wind, the man was confused and told the truth. He raised 3 sons outside, all of them after his one-night fling. Bad debt. The Yi family disowned the child's mother, but the child could not be disowned. After all, it is the blood of the Yi family. However, Mrs. Yi is very cautious. All the paternity tests are done before arranging for specialized care. A Yi Ning who would always need her own family to give her a good aftermath, and who was also a half bottle of vinegar wobbling around when she took care of the company, could be much better to deal with than the extremely deep city Yi old lady, drinking the wine in the cup in one go. Mo Qingqing played with the lighter with a confident smile on her face. "Don't worry, there will always be a way. After all, when people get older, who knows if they'll see the sun the next day when they fall asleep." Chapter 15, Beautiful Snake, 2. If she only talked about ability, Mo Qingqing, even if she wasn't as good as Luo Xia, a gifted contestant, could definitely have a place among the female entrepreneurs in Kyoto. Nay, in the past, the Mo family platform was limited, and Mo Changshan had been unwilling to fully delegate power to her. Now even though she was in charge of the company she had founded, Mo Qingqing could still have the leisure to deal with some of the Yi family's business, which was something that old Mrs. Yi was very satisfied with. She knew exactly how dangerous Mo Qingqing, the beauty snake, was, but the more dangerous she was, the more she proved that she was capable. "Actually, I've never understood why you are so obsessed with Mo Qingqing?" The female assistant who was assigned to report on Mo Qingqing's work couldn't help but ask curiously. And old Mrs. Yi took a sip of tea, smiled carelessly and said, "She and I are very much alike in nature. Even the same energy I had when I was young, she also has it in her. We all know that if the puffer fish is not handled well, it will be poisoned if you eat it. But do you see the delay in others eating it? The key lies in whether the master who made the blowfish will handle it. You're right, but don't forget that she stepped on her whole family to get to this point in the first place." Hearing the words of the female assistant, Mrs. Yi was unimpressed. It was not uncommon for a family to scheme against each other for the sake of profit in this circle. To put it bluntly, self-interest is the current. What family love? Sons counting the old man, husband and wife count each other. What is the final figure? Not all for the money? Not to mention anything else, she's been on the ball lately. Yi Ning doesn't say he's comparable to Luo Tian. Even if he can compare to Cheng Qingshan, I won't even look for Mo Qingqing. Old Mrs. Yi felt her temples keep jumping when she thought of her grandson, Luo Tian, not to mention. Luo family, such a large industry. The largest plutocrat in Kyoto, in his hands career stability. In the past there is Luo Xia, Luo Muki sisters to help. Now even without them, Luo Tian still took care of Luos in an orderly manner. And the things that should be done and the business that should be expanded were not ambiguous at all. Even that godly Chang Qixin, the home business people handled it very well. Looking back and then looking at Yi Ning, Yi old lady felt that her blood pressure was going to explode. At first Yi husband and I were a good match. He was capable, but he was just a little too soft in nature. My son did not learn anything else. His father's mediocrity, of those faults he all accounted for. In the past, I helped my husband with the family business, and then I helped my son. I never thought that Yi Ning would be taught by the couple to become what he is now. In the beginning, I said that the child would be given to me and I would personally teach him. But Yi Ning's mom was a loving mother and couldn't bear it. At that time I was sick again, and when I wanted to teach Yi Ning again later it was too late. Speaking of this, old Mrs. Yi could not help but have her eyes redden. Now at this age when she should be enjoying happiness, she still has to worry and calculate for her grandson. Yi Ning's marriage was probably the one she was most attached to, even shamelessly going to the Luo family to find old lady Luo to sell her old face. As smart as she is, would she not realize that this is going nowhere? In the end, the Yi family is also famous in Kyoto. The family background is strong, but there is no portal match willing to marry their daughters over. Business marriage people are not willing, even if they are willing, maybe illegitimate daughter. You can imagine how unreliable this young master of the Yi family really is. He had caused a lot of ridiculous things since the beginning of college, and most of the time after taking over the company, he had to have his own father, or even her, an old woman, give Yi Ning a good aftertaste. Kyoto, so many mansions, waste to Yi Ning this level. Only afraid in addition to Mo Jinpeng cannot find the second. Those who are heirs to a serious family either start their own business and prove themselves before inheriting the family business, or study carefully with their parents and take care of their own business with peace of mind. Play. Who doesn't play? Ridiculousness. How many of us are really clean and have never been ridiculous? Love of fun and absurdity was never the point. Incompetence was the key. The Yi family was still looking good today, without her and without Yi Ning's father. Who knew if this second-generation ancestor would lose the family business in the future? There is no future. The immediate benefits are more. Later, who knows whether Yi Ning will hold a big one out for you to disgust you? All businessmen. Risk assessment is the most basic. Old Mrs. Yi was as clear as she was. There was no way the Luo family would marry those two princesses of theirs to their own grandson who was so stupid that he could disgrace himself in the Luo family's old mansion. But she really can't help it. She herself is getting older and older. There are only two ways for Yi Ning to really make a mess in the future. Either to marry with a financially powerful top-class mansion like the Luo family, or to find a woman with outstanding ability who can still hold her own, just like her, to continue to support the Yi family. She had some friendship with old lady Luo in the past, and when she first came to the door, she was almost on the verge of taking out half of the Yi family as a dowry, but Luo Xia and Luo Muki didn't care at all. Mrs. Luo also said politely, "The children are older, and it's still up to them to decide what to do. I can't make the decision." Of course, she thought she was being polite, but it was actually that the Luo family really couldn't do this anymore. In the end, it was only then that she chose the path of Mo Qingqing. She knew very well how ambitious this beautiful snake was. That's why she came down hard, forcing Mo Qingqing to almost go out of her way. She's a smart person. It's still easy for the Yi family to pin her down. Old Mrs. Yi picked up her teacup again and took a sip. I'm also not afraid of her going after her brother. It's called Mo Xian, right? Hearing that, the female assistant nodded and said, this time the Luo family issued a statement that Luo Xia and Luo Muki left the country to expand their business overseas, and that Mo Xian seems to have followed along. I checked that kid, a high achiever from Kyoto University. He was able to get into the R&D team at a young age, and was extremely relied upon by his mentor. Old Mrs. Yi said here. A hint of disdain and contempt appeared on her face. Mo Qingqing did too much in the beginning, counting on her own parents and Mo Jinpeng. Mo Xian is also equal to being counted on by her. That child is not a hit and miss. When in the Mo family severed relations before, in front of his family's old man and his own parents' face, will dare to directly hit Mo Jinpeng. Before the foot of the grandmother did not have a foot after the foot began to retaliate against the Mo family. Their parents out of so big things have not been soft. How could this kind of person possibly help Mo Qingqing? If she's so smart, how could she not know that she can't count on this younger brother? The Mo family just doesn't fall. I'm not afraid. Not to mention that Mo's is now being acquired by the Yi family? This girl understands a little bit. Feel at ease to listen to my arrangements. When the child is born in the future, when the child is big, this Yi family is not still her say? The female assistant also roughly heard and understood that old Mrs. Yi was planning to let Mo Qingqing follow this old path of her own. She admitted that this old lady of her family had outstanding abilities and was also very resourceful, but Mo Qingqing was just too abnormal, and surprisingly didn't struggle at all, and she agreed to all of those almost brutal demands of the Yi family. You're afraid that she'll jump over the wall? Old Mrs. Yi seemed to see her thoughts. Don't worry, she wouldn't dare. She's ruthless, but there are some things she can't afford to do. After all, right now she still has a chance, but if she really makes a mess, she won't have a chance at all. After saying that, old Mrs. Yi couldn't help but yawn and rubbed her eyes. No more. Help me up to go rest and relax. I don't know what's wrong with me lately. I always feel tired. The female assistant hurriedly went over to support her, glanced at the tea in her cup and asked, this tea doesn't seem to be the kind you usually drink, right? Yining sent this. Didn't she go out of town before? Old Mrs. Yi smiled. Mo Qingqing is quite tactful, although Yining still doesn't get on with the company's business, but it's also considered to have collected a lot of heart. Meanwhile, Mo Qingqing sat in her office with a medical report in front of her, looking at old Mrs. Ye's name on it. Mo Qingqing couldn't help but hook her lips in a smile, then picked up her cell phone and sent a message over to Yining. Is your grandmother satisfied with the tea? Not a moment later, Yining replied to her, satisfied. It's still your thoughtfulness. You have filial piety. The idea is all set by you. I'm just helping you for reference. Mo Qingqing casually put her cell phone aside, picked up the report and lit it with a lighter, then threw it into the trash can. This is a piece of your grandson's filial piety. It has nothing to do with me anymore. Mo Qingqing smiled. As for the rest, that is also done by your grandson. If you become a ghost, you can remember to go to him. Chapter 16, Beautiful Snake, 3, President, it's the Yi family again. Mo Qingqing's assistant helplessly sent a few documents over, and that female assistant hadn't appeared much in the last few days, as she began to resume her daily routine and get busy again. It's fine, put it there. Mo Qingqing didn't care. Right, remember to order some tonic for me in a while, ginseng, bird's nest and such, send it to the Yi family for me. The assistant was unsure, but Mo Qingqing smiled and said, old lady Yi is not feeling well, and her spirit is not so good lately, so I'm giving her a tonic. No wonder that obnoxious woman didn't come over. The assistant was still quite happy in her heart. After all, that woman was really a bit distracting. But, President, the business on our side of the company hasn't expanded much yet, and you still, every day. Mo Qingqing had originally set up the new company with the intention of doing beauty makeup, but so far because of the Yi family's push and pull, coupled with the fact that Mo Qingqing was equal to working for the Yi family for nothing, her own company's side of the business had instead stagnated. However, Mo Qingqing was in a good mood, and even the Yi family side of the matter she handled very properly, Yining completely into the hands of the shopkeeper. As long as they encountered their own cannot deal with her thrown to Mo Qingqing. He and I are soon to be engaged, and sooner or later I'll have to take care of all this. Mo Qingqing smiled. As for our company, Yining's father has already helped me pull in a lot of resources, although the company isn't considered mine now, and it's merged into the Yi family's name, but if it can be developed in the future, it won't be a waste of my efforts. The assistant really didn't have any way to understand. Right now Mo Qingqing couldn't even describe it with a phrase of having nothing left, but she actually didn't panic at all. I'm not even in a hurry. What are you in a hurry for? Mo Qingqing waved her hand at her. You go ahead. I'll talk to Yining after I've read these copies. Seeing this, the assistant stopped saying anything and turned around to leave the office. Mo Qingqing casually took a document and read it carefully. The Yi family's business actually overlapped somewhat with the Mo family originally. They also had a clothing business, so when they were willing to acquire the Mo family, and then use their own connections and status to find a way to force Mo Qingqing to give in, it looks like the money was given to Mo Qingqing, but the fact is that now the Yi family is equal to taking Mo's for nothing, and it is still stuck in Mo Qingqing's throat. There really wasn't much there in the Mo family that could compete with the Yi family, and though that had been going down back then was a big deal, but the name of the garment processing plant, warehouse for the Yi family is more important. Yi family volume is very large. Often some large single processing does not come over the need to outsource. More than a few of their own factories and warehouses for them is very necessary. Not to mention the Mo family side of the technology is very mature, or would not have been maintained for so many years. So dealing with these businesses can be said to be a breeze for Mo Qingqing. And the last document, a transfer. Mo Qingqing couldn't help but let out a light laugh when she saw it. Old Mrs. Yi had counted so much, only she hadn't counted on her grandson. The Yi family could pin down Mo Qingqing, and conversely it was simple for Mo Qingqing to pin down Yining. Old Mrs. You went through a lot of trouble and effort to find a way to trap Mo Qingqing in everything, but with a few words, Mo Qingqing coaxed Yining to give Mo Qingqing 5% of the shares in her name. Not much, but it was a good start for her. Slowly closing the document in her hand, Mo Qingqing stood up and took this transfer and left the company, driving directly to a set of villas where Yining was currently living. As soon as she entered the door, the aunt who took care of Yining looked at her with some embarrassment and said somewhat sheepishly, "Young master, the young master hasn't come back yet. Miss Mo, do you want to go back first?" Mo Qingqing glanced at the second floor and said with a light laugh, "Tell him to give him 3 minutes to clean himself up. I'll wait for him in the study." After saying that, Mo Qingqing also ignored Auntie's ugly face and walked straight into the study. After waiting for a while, she heard a young woman's voice outside, and seemed to mutter with dissatisfaction, "Not very good even if it's not, but also wifey. What kind of excitement do you come out to find? What the are you talking about?" Yining roared. Mo Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. People didn't say anything wrong. Wasn't he Yining just a human vegetable addict? After a while of noise outside, it was finally quiet. Not long after the study door was roughly pushed open by Yining, wearing a black robe, stepping on a pair of slippers, with messy hair and a little red mark on his neck. When he saw Mo Qingqing, Yining smiled awkwardly and said, "You came, a friend of mine, drank too much and stayed overnight. Alright, stayed in your bed. I know," Mo Qingqing said without caring. "These days I didn't come over, condemning you to stay alone in your room. A moment of ghosting is inevitable." Yining scratched his head, and Mo Qingqing didn't say any more about it, but shook the transfer of shares in his hand. "Aren't you afraid that your grandmother will know? She's been guarding against me all along. This is what you deserve," Yining said uncaringly. "Besides, she's been in charge of me for so long, not letting me do this or that, and you're still the one she introduced to me. So what's wrong with me giving you some shares? I don't want it. You take it back." Mo Qingqing put the authorization on the table. "I only want to get back my original ones. As for the shares, it's better to wait until after we get married. It's okay, you keep it. I'll talk to my dad about those when we get married, and I'll give them back to you sooner or later." Yining simply can't see Mo Qingqing's company and those personal assets. What the Yi family has is not much more than this. He really did not understand what his grandmother was trying to do. It was hard to find a person he was satisfied. Grandmother herself is also satisfied. Just for that something to not to? The Yi family was inferior to the Luo family, and also inferior to the Xiao family and the Cheng family, but these, Yining really didn't feel like looking at. Mo Qingqing sighed and said, "I think I've been generous. Since we've been together, there've been a few times that this has happened, right? I've never once taken it personally. Whose daughter-in-law or grandson-in-law can do what I've done? Don't worry, when the engagement is over, yours is still yours, and you'll take the shares." Yining hurried over to coax her. "I also drank a few more cups yesterday. Just that kind of goods. How can I compare to you?" Mo Qingqing laughed coldly in her heart, but her face didn't show it. "Alright, you quickly go wash up and change clothes. Isn't Grandma sick? I've already sent someone to send the tonic. When I get there, I'll say that you asked me to buy it." When Yining heard this, her eyes flashed with a hint of impatience, and after Mo Qingqing accurately captured it, she comforted her with kind words. "In the end, your grandmother sacrificed herself for the Yi family for so many years, and no matter how dissatisfied you are in your heart, you can't afford not to go at this time. Fine, I'll listen to you." Yining let out a long breath. "Then wait for me. I'll go now." Watching Yining leave, the corners of Mo Qingqing's mouth rose slightly. From the moment he saw Yining, he knew that Yining feared his grandmother, but often the more one feared someone, the more one's heart in fact rejected the aversion. And Mo Qingqing did nothing but intentionally or unintentionally amplify the disgust and rejection in Yining's heart. Mo Qingqing, on the other hand, listened to Mrs. Ye's words and helped Yining take care of her business without fear, while at the same time condoning Yining to continue fooling around behind her back. Once these past rumors reached the Yi family, old Mrs. Yi was sure to be furious, but now with Mo Qingqing as a cover, the Yi family really thought that Yining had really tightened up quite a bit. Even that aunt who took care of Yining, Mo Qingqing stuffed a lot of money to shut her up. The reason why Yining listens to her so much is because Mo Qingqing is doing well in all aspects, especially when she can't control herself to go out and cheat occasionally, and she turns a blind eye to it. Hailing is the most effective way to deal with people like him and Mo Jinpeng. This is not a difficult task for Mo Qingqing. As for old Mrs. Yi being sick, the smile on Mo Qingqing's face became even more intense when she thought about it. Yining was now completely like a hands-off grandpa. The original report of Yi old lady's physical examination should have been taken by him, and he had handed it over to Mo Qingqing to deal with. She did not poison, only people. Inevitably, there are things cannot be eaten indiscriminately. More cannot drink indiscriminately. Old madam, you're just as powerful as you are. but you can't stop your grandson from desperately dragging your feet? Mo Qingqing slowly took out a cigarette and lit it, glancing at the group photo of Yi Ning and his parents. Ye old lady, on the desk. You have to be prepared to be bitten by snakes when you lure them in. Chapter 17, Beautiful Snake, 4, Mrs. Ye's recent state is indeed not quite right. Not only become easily tired, the original insomnia and sleeplessness become more and more serious. This led directly to her deteriorating mental health, sleeping more during the day but waking up more often at night. When Mo Qingqing and Yi Ning returned to the Yi family, they met Yi father and Yi mother, and old Mrs. Yi was lying in bed. The private doctor had just diagnosed her old age. The old lady's body has had major illnesses in the past, and she was a bit weak at that time. The doctor sighed. Recently, she may have been a bit worked up, and the problems she fell into in the first place have come back. After thinking about it, the doctor couldn't help but frown. It's just that it feels like the old lady's body is weak this time, and it seems to be a little too serious. Mo Qingqing didn't have any expression, but in her heart, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Yi family's private doctors are all Western doctors. Chinese medicine half knowledge. Yi old lady fell in the beginning of the problem led to physical weakness. Only the Yi family has money, has been carefully adjusted. Only this Yi old lady likes to drink tea, but she does not know. Some tea can drink, some tea drink is harm to her. I deliberately looked it up, and it was written that way because of that statement, but I don't want to describe it in detail, and it's exaggerated, purely for the sake of the plot. She had clearly read Mrs. Ye's physical examination report, had done detailed research, had spent money consulting doctors online, and it just so happened that Yi Ning had thought about sending tea to her own grandmother when she went out of town. Mo Qingqing did give him a reference, but she wasn't the one who ended up buying it, so how could she, a president of a beauty company, know about this? What's more, Yi old lady's body, no matter how much conditioning in fact, could not be fully recovered. After all, the age is here. It was true that Mo Qingqing hadn't poisoned her. She had just found a way to use Yi Ning to detonate the problems that had originally been buried within Mrs. Ye's body. With her age and physique nowadays, even if she just didn't die this time, she was afraid that she would have to shed her skin. Yi Ning's father was too mediocre, and his mother was just a posh noblewoman without any ability. As for Yi Ning, he had already been almost provoked by her. Compared to his own brother, Yi Ning was even more arrogant, and his fear of his grandmother had slowly made him reject her. The evil thoughts of man often need only a small crack to come raging out at times. It was true that Mrs. Ye's condition couldn't be said to be too good. She had been busy with the Yi family since she was young, and in her middle age she had to worry about her son, and in her old age she had to worry about her grandchildren. Originally, she had been very sick, and it had been hard for her to recuperate for a while, but this kind of tossing and turning was really too much for her to handle. When Yi Ning and Mo Qingqing came in, old Mrs. Yi was sleeping, her face a bit pale. Yi mother shook her head at them, then said softly, "She just fell asleep after taking the medicine. Don't wake her up." Mo Qingqing nodded and didn't say anything, and Yi Ning only took a symbolic look before the two of them came out together. Going to the living room, when Yi father saw them, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "This state of your grandmother right now is really bad. I'm going to wait for her to wake up and send her to the hospital." "Qingqing, I've been reading lately. You're doing well on the company side. Uncle Yi, these are all things I should do." Mo Qingqing smiled. "It's just that grandma is like this now. There are many things that she has to decide before she can do anything. It's fine, since your grandmother is already like this. There are some things that the three of us can decide." Yi father gave a bitter smile. "She's also worked hard all her life. This illness is just the right time for her to rest and take a break." Mo Qingqing didn't say anything else. The Yi family's situation Yi Ning had in fact already probed very clearly. Too strong Yi old lady, this age, sometimes also asked to meddle in the company's affairs. Yi father, although not to the same as Yi Ning, but the heart is also quite a complaint. Old Mrs. Yi was too smart, so she wasn't happy with her mediocre son, her unexceptional daughter-in-law and her own second-generation grandson, and sometimes she was merciless when she accused them. Even when he himself had just come to the Yi family, he had come across old Mrs. Yi pointing her finger at his own son once. Old Mrs. Yi was right. Mo Qingqing did resemble her, but the two had grown up very differently. Yi old lady at first smooth, or the only daughter of the family. In the Yi family is also the scenery. Big and small things are her to make the decision. And Mo Qingqing has learned to hold back and disguise herself since she was a child. Not only with her parents who each have their own agenda, but also in the face of their mindless favoritism in the first place. What's more, Mo Qingqing was too light on Mo Xian in the beginning and hadn't carefully investigated Mo Xian's affair with Luo Muki at Kyoto University. And since then Mo Qingqing had become more cautious. They were similar, but Mrs. Yi was sometimes too conceited. "Qingqing, I've thought about it. Since your grandmother is in this condition now, why don't we move the engagement party up? Yi mother smiled and took Mo Qingqing's hand. She was very satisfied with Mo Qingqing, and felt that since she was with her, Yi Ning was much more peaceful, and her work was a lot more attentive. Of course, she didn't realize that these were nothing more than illusions, and even Yi Ning was even more licentious than he might have been in the past because he had Mo Qingqing to help cover for him. Mo Qingqing looked embarrassed. Grandma is in this state now. Would it not be inappropriate to have an engagement party? It's nothing, it's just a punchline. Yi father seemed to agree. She also hopes that you and Yi Ning can get married earlier. She was the one who chose you in the first place, so I think your grandmother will not object if she knows about it. Mo Qingqing glanced at Yi Ning. He didn't care. After all, for him now, there was no difference between getting married or not. Okay, then let's listen to Uncle and Auntie. Mo Qingqing nodded. When will we have the engagement banquet? My company side can also spare some time. This kid, the work is not done. Yi father laughed while glaring at his own son. Learn from Qingqing. I can save myself a lot of heartache if you are half as good as others. Yi Ning, however, did not care, and the expression on his face did not change much. He is now completely do not care about these. A beautiful, no matter what something is still for him to solve the fiancé. After the marriage he did not have to do anything. Peace of mind when their own Playboy painting. Playboy, this is not better than anything? Engagement party, just find a good day recently. Yi mother said with a smile. You and Yi Ning's matter is also considered well known. By the time the engagement banquet is over, you and Yi Ning will get your license. Mo Qingqing didn't say anything, just nodded. Only if you really marry into the Yi family, things will be better solved in the future. When he left from Ye's house, Yi Ning was also with her. But unlike Mo Qingqing who wanted to go back to the company, he excused himself and said that he had something to do. Okay, go ahead. It just so happens that you have paperwork on your end that I haven't taken care of yet. Where he goes, Mo Qingqing knows in her heart, she is just too lazy to break him down. If Yi Ning really dies now, Mo Qingqing will only think how he didn't wait to die after getting a license, so she can more legitimately find a way to get a share from the Yi family. Watching Yi Ning drive away, Mo Qingqing thought for a moment and took out her cell phone and dialed a number, and it took a while before the other party answered. Mo Qingqing just said indifferently, tell your people that at this time Yi Ning should still be going to the bar he frequents. Keep an eye on him, and the photos should still be sent to my mailbox. Mo Qingqing was never sure if she could achieve her goal 100% on her own. The Yi family was not the Mo family. She could use her bloodline to deceive her own family, but it might not work on the Yi family, so she had to make sure she had more cards in her hand, and Yi Ning was her best target. Yi Ning probably didn't know that every time he went out to fool around, Mo Qingqing in fact knew all about it, and there were even a few times when some of the women were authorized by her to get close to Yi Ning and then take videos. Mo Qingqing and Yi Ning had had a few physical relationships, but then she had deliberately avoided him. Yi Ning had always come to the door on the initiative of women, so Mo Qingqing had taken the excuse not to have any contact with Yi Ning after checking that she had not contracted any diseases in her body. Anyway, he had his own way, and Mo Qingqing didn't care, so he was naturally willing to stay even in the nightclub. Just after returning to the company, Mo Qingqing saw the alert on her cell phone mailbox, and with a slight smile, she put her cell phone away. Mrs. Ye's old lady couldn't care less now, and she was sure that she was one step closer to her goal. Chapter 18, Beautiful Snake, v. Although Mo Qingqing didn't get her own company back, the kind of personal assets that old Mrs. Yi had asked her to hand over in the first place, so-called for the Yi family's safekeeping, were all returned to her again by Yi Ning, and that 5% of the shares, naturally, also came to Mo Qingqing's hands. Yi father only knew that Yi Ning returned the original belonged to Mo Qingqing, but did not know that Yi Ning actually gave back the shares. Only some things but still unavoidable. Mrs. Yi personally sent someone to invite her to the hospital. Yi family will send Yi old lady to the hospital to slowly care for, recuperate, and Mo Qingqing thought about the same, although not dead, but also really let her this old bones were tossed around. These days down, Yi old lady was tossed lightly, originally combed neat hair a little messy, lips white, looks like people also lost a circle. Seeing Mo Qingqing come over, old Mrs. Yi smiled and said, Qingqing, it's been hard on you lately. I heard your uncle say that you help take care of things well. In the future the Yi family may have to rely on you to take care of them more. Mo Qingqing looked at old Mrs. Yi while saying politely, you flatter me. Yi Ning and I will be engaged soon. These are things I should do as a daughter-in-law. Mo Qingqing couldn't see any difference in old lady Yi. She wasn't sure in her heart that this old demoness had guessed about the tea or not, or maybe she was still under her surveillance now. A lot of what Mo Qingqing did now was in fact done personally. Her assistant who had followed her for a long time, she didn't fully trust, and those who followed Yi Ning were hired at a lot of money. Sometimes Mo Qingqing suddenly felt a little tired. What was she tossing around? But having come this far, letting her turn back. She was unwilling. Old Mrs. Yi just admonished her a few times, then took out a pair of jadeite bracelets and handed them to Mo Qingqing. I'm afraid I can't go to the engagement banquet with this body, so this will be my gift to you. Mo Qingqing shrugged it off, but old Mrs. Yi still insisted on giving it to her, and Mo Qingqing had no choice but to take it. Walking out of the hospital, Mo Qingqing didn't expect that she ran into someone she hadn't seen in a long time, her own sister Mo Tingting. Even at first glance, she didn't recognize that it was her sister. Mo Tingting originally paid a lot of attention to her appearance, but now she was wearing a somewhat outdated style, and her hair was casually tied behind her back, with a dark blue under her eyes. Seeing Mo Tingting's eyes didn't have a single fluctuation, empty and numb. It's been a long time, big sister. Hearing her hoarse and tired voice, Mo Qingqing couldn't help but frown when she heard it. Mo Tingting still had a smell of alcohol and cigarettes on her. She remembered that her sister never smoked in the past. How did you get like this? Mo Qingqing sighed. Didn't I have someone send you a bank card? In the future, I will regularly deposit money for you to ensure that you are clothed and fed. If you want to marry someone, I can also find you a suitable second sister died. Don't you know? Mo Tingting looked at Mo Qingqing's eyes, her eyes crossed, and a trace of resentment seemed to flash through those empty eyes. Eldest sister, Mo Xian hates our family. I can understand that, and I'm not qualified to say anything, but why did you do the same? Mo Qingqing didn't react for a moment. She didn't hear Mo Tingting's questioning behind her at all, and the only thing in her head was that one sentence about her second sister being dead. Ying is dead? Mo Qingqing grabbed her third sister's hand. Why didn't you tell me when? Can I contact you? Mo Tingting gave a bitter laugh and slowly withdrew her hand. Abroad. Car accident. The body was cremated locally and sent back home. Also, Mo Jinpeng, Jiang Sifei and that Cheng Jiahao who followed him to frame Mo Xian, all died in prison. The people arranged by Luo family's side tortured these three people in prison every day, and the first one to die was Jiang Sifeng. The body itself was not well, and every day their meals were spilled, beaten, and violated. As for the other two, they weren't much better, only lasting a while longer than Jiang Sifeng. Where is Ying? I want to see her. Mo Qingqing didn't care about the deaths of those three people, even Mo Jinpeng, her half-brother who had lived together for many years. She did abandon her family, especially her two sisters, but Mo Qingqing didn't think about letting them die. Big sister, can you tell me why? Mo Tingting ignored her words and instead asked insistently. Mo Qingqing looked at her and then looked around, then pulled her hand out of the hospital. It wasn't until she got into her own car that Mo Qingqing looked at Mo Ying who was sitting in the co-pilot seat. Then she suddenly laughed. Don't tell me that you still don't know anything right now. I don't know that Mo Jinpeng is his father's illegitimate son because he killed our own brother. As for the other one, Mo Tingting did not reply. Such a twisted family. She herself sometimes thought of it and found it ironically ridiculous herself. I admit Tingting, what I did was excessive, but you've seen how much I did for the family in the past. Mo Qingqing put her right hand on the steering wheel and looked out the car window. My parents ignored my efforts. Even Grandpa never said a word for me, not to mention others. You should be clear that at one time, even some of your affairs were out of my hands. I didn't apologize to the Mo family, not to mention you, but what's the result? The president's position had to be let go by me. And even when I worked hard and paid for a few years, Mo's good fortune became a dowry for Mo Jinpeng. I've given Mom and Dad countless chances, but what happened? I'm not Mo Xian. He didn't have the ability to fight at the time, but I did. Tingting, you should also know about Mo Xian being with the Luo family sisters now, right? I don't have a life as good as theirs, and I don't have a platform like the Luo family. Since Mom and Dad can't count on me, I only have myself to count on. Since they are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. I just want to climb up the ladder. I just want to think that one day in the future I can stand on the tip of the pyramid in Kyoto. Mo Tingting just quietly listened to her big sister's words without saying a word, until Mo Qingqing finished. Mo Tingting opened her mouth and asked, and then? Mo Qingqing froze for a moment, not understanding what Mo Tingting meant. Big sister, you climbed that spire and then what? Mo Tingting said softly, what else do you want to do after all this? Also, you know that the Luo sisters are out of the country. They are giving up the tip of the pyramid that you hold most dear. Don't you have any thoughts? For the first time in her life, Mo Qingqing was actually dumbfounded by this third sister of hers that she usually found stupid. Big sister, good luck. Mo Tingting smiled and reached out to open the car door. Before getting out of the car she looked back at her again. I'm still living in our family villa. You know, you'll have no one to talk to from now on. Remember you have a sister. After saying that, Mo Tingting turned around and got off the car and left. Mo Qingqing looked at her somewhat depressed back and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Oh, people are just different. Mo Qingqing smiled to herself. Their sisters have always been in that position. It's not like I'm different from them. Mo Qingqing didn't know if she was answering Mo Tingting or herself. The cell phone suddenly rang. It was Yi mother who told her that the dress for the engagement party was ready and asked her to come and try it on. Mo Qingqing took one last look at the direction Mo Tingting disappeared in, then started the car and left the hospital. She suddenly remembered a movie she had watched as a child, Infernal Affairs, where both Lu Jianming and Chen Yongrun were plunged from one vortex to another. That classic 3 years after another 3 years sounded a little funny at first, but now that Mo Qingqing thought about it, she only felt bitter. But for her, there was no turning back from anything. She just had to keep going. Chapter 19, Beautiful Snake, 6. After living abroad for so long, Mo Xian returned to the capital and became busy again, put aside to take care of their 2 wives, but also responsible for the child on the kindergarten pickup and drop-off. In foreign countries, Mo Xian actually did not relax, roaching some programs he still followed to participate in the preparation, and sometimes also video and related personnel exchanges. Luo Xia and Luo Muki went back to the manor to nurse their babies, and Mo Xian had just driven Luo Weier and Luo Shuer to the kindergarten when Luo Muki's phone call came over. "Brother, can you bring me chocolate cake when you come back?" Okay, I know." Mo Xian smiled bitterly. "You can't get tired of eating it either." The car was parked in front of a store with cakes packed for Lo Muchi, and not far from the supermarket a woman was carrying a case of beer in. "Tina, slow down." Mo Xian heard this voice, and for a moment, it was a bit out of this world. He jerked his head back to look over. Mo Qingqing was coming out from inside, stretching out her right hand, helping the woman who had her back turned to her to carry the beer in with her. Mo Xian looked at his biological big sister with some surprise. The woman who in the past was always a lady's suit, or a professional suit, at the moment was wearing very ordinary jeans, with a jacket casually thrown over her body, washed and clean. It wasn't until the woman carrying the beer turned around that he recognized that it was Mo Tingting. Like Mo Qingqing, she was dressed very plainly, without makeup, and wiping the sweat from her head with the back of her hand. Seemingly noticing the gaze, Mo Qingqing raised her head just in time to meet Mo Xian's line of sight. To his surprise, Mo Qingqing didn't feel embarrassed because her current situation was seen by Mo Xian, and even more so, she didn't avoid his line of sight. It's been a long time. After Mo Qingqing was briefly stunned, she suddenly smiled and greeted Mo Xian. When Mo Tingting heard it, she hurriedly looked back, and when she saw that it was Mo Xian, Mo Tingting couldn't help but cover her mouth and tears quickly flowed out in drops. "Why here?" Mo Xian pointed to the mini-mart behind them. "Is something wrong?" After returning to China, Mo Xian didn't specifically inquire about Mo's family, and only heard from Uncle Zhang that Mo Jinpeng and the others died in prison and were said to have contracted a dirty disease. As for the 3 sisters, Uncle Zhang told Mo Xian that something had happened to the Yi family, and Mo Qingqing was said to have been taken away by the police at the engagement banquet at that time. "Come in and sit down?" Mo Qingqing took the initiative and Mo Xian said, "How are you doing abroad?" "Well, it's okay." Mo Xian nodded. "So, together with her, you opened a supermarket?" It is hard to believe that in front of their eyes is the past scenery unlimited. In the shopping mall Attack in the Heart, ruthless Mo Qingqing. Today's Mo Qingqing body that indifference and viciousness cannot be seen completely. More is a kind of calm and frank. The supermarket is not big, but the shelves are neatly arranged, the floor is clean, and the goods are placed in a well-organized manner. Mo Tingting took the initiative to pull over a plastic stool, and purposely wiped it to let Mo Xian sit down. Mo Qingqing saw the doubt in his eyes, and then smiled bitterly and said, "The organs are too smart to count, and they count back on your life." Mo Xian knew where this quote came from. Wang Shi thinks smart and tired and dream of red mansions. At that time, I was engaged to Yi Ning, and I didn't expect that at that time. Old Mrs. Yi reported me. Mo Qingqing smiled self-deprecatingly. She didn't expect that I would use Yi Ning to get at her in the first place, and I also didn't expect that she would choose to take me out on that occasion. Mo Qingqing had always been wary of old Madame Yi. She had thought of many things, but she had only never imagined that this old hag would choose to make a sudden move on herself when she was engaged to Yi Ning. Mo Qingqing is also not a little cute. Knowing that she has a handle naturally prepared a means of response very early. Finally, in the case of insufficient evidence, Mo Qingqing avoided jail, but everything she has is gone. Fines, back taxes. Mo Qingqing's personal assets had just returned to her hands, and this time she was left with absolutely nothing, and the Yi family also openly cut her off. Her beauty company ended up being the same as cheapening the Yi family. But how could Mo Qingqing be a sitting duck? Yi old lady once again underestimated Mo Qingqing. Not only did she have evidence of Yi Ning's chaotic private life, when she was in the Yi family, Yi Ning trusted her too much and pushed a lot of things onto her. This directly led to the fact that Mo Qingqing also had quite a lot of black information about the Yi family in her hands, and Mo Qingqing not only reported it by her real name, but even used the few dollars she had on her to buy hot searches and anonymously posted all of this information on the internet. The Yi family was in turmoil as a result, and the one who dealt the fatal blow to the Yi family was Luo Tian's wife, Lu Yi. Of course, Latte's argument was, "I'm a businessman, free to not drill me as a cutie." He wouldn't admit that he had been holding back his bad feelings since that reception, ready to teach Yi Ning a lesson. Luo Tian also didn't expect that he hadn't even freed up his hands yet, but his Yi family had actually made such a big mess, and Lu Yi borrowed the Lu family to directly give the Yi family a hard blow. But for Mo Qingqing, in the end, neither she nor the Yi family won. I've actually wondered since then if I would have called it quits at the time, and with the assets I had at the time, I could have lived the rest of my life in complete peace. Mo Qingqing smiled bitterly and pulled up her own sleeve, revealing a somewhat appalling scar on her left arm. Yi Ning retaliated against me for leaving it behind. My left hand is now completely unable to use its strength. Mo Qingqing put her sleeve down again. Yi old lady died of illness. Yi family is also considered a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse, but Yi Ning is usually arrogant and accustomed to it. Offended a lot of people. Other people retaliate against him, and he spread all this fire on me. The Yi family, in fact, even if they were attacked by the Lu family, there was still a family base, and it wasn't impossible to truly say that they would live the rest of their lives without food or clothing. But Yi Ning was not willing. Those who flattered him in the past ended up standing against him, and even when he went to nightclubs and bars by himself, those waitresses that he had wantonly humiliated in the past did not give him a good face. Under this contrast, how could the always arrogant Yi Ning endure? After a conflict broke out with a foxy friend he used to drink with, the man sneered and ridiculed him. "Your Yi family has come to this point, and it's not because you were stupid enough to let Mo Qingqing play with you as a dog?" These words deeply stung Yi Ning, and at that time Mo Qingqing, who had nothing to lose, did not know where she should go, and it was Mo Qingqing who took the initiative to find her after hearing the news and picked her up to return to the Mo family villa. I didn't expect Yi Ning to come to my door. When Mo Qingqing went out and was cut on her arm by Yi Ning, injuring her tendons, then, all my savings went to the cure, and somehow, after I knew I had left my hand disabled, my heart was gone. Mo Qingqing didn't remember Yi Ning's filthy words to herself at that time, much less how much she was in pain. She only felt tired, inexplicably tired, and was even tempted to simply die like this, perhaps quite well. However, Mo Qingqing cried and ran over to save her, and Yi Ning was subdued by the security guards. Yi Ning murder and wounding, and finally went to jail. Yi father Yi mother on the one hand, but also to take care of his 3 illegitimate children, while spending money to dredge up some relations, and finally his parents do not know what the reason is. With those 3 children to the field, maybe they were disappointed as well? Yi Ning ended up being the same. Mo Qingqing smiled bitterly. Then Tingting and I sold the Mo family villa and opened this supermarket with the remaining money. Mo Xian didn't say anything, just listened quietly. Mo Qingqing finished and looked up at Mo Xian. From the time he left the house with those 2 sisters, Mo Xian's eyes changed a lot. In the past in the Mo family, Mo Xian's eyes only had coldness, detachment, and resistance to them, but now when Mo Xian looked at them, there was only calmness and indifference. I should go back. Mo Xian slowly stood up after hearing Mo Qingqing's words. My wife is pregnant. Well, second child. Mo Qingqing couldn't help but let out a laugh. It was the wives who were pregnant, right? But she didn't say it out loud. After this time, I don't think we'll see each other again either, right? Mo Qingqing smiled. Mo Xian, Tingting and I don't expect you to forgive us. I hope you'll just be happy in the future. Mo Xian looked at her and responded with a relieved smile, took the cake and left the supermarket. It wasn't until she watched Missouri Xian drive away that Mo Tingting couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, Sister, you, forget it. I mentioned to that assistant of mine before that the best thing for Mo Xian and I to end up with is old age and death. Mo Qingqing shook her head. This store is good enough now. As long as it's run with care, it's okay to work a little hard. It's not that Mo Qingqing doesn't need Mo Xian to help her, but now that she is a defaulter, not to mention getting back on her feet, even if she wants to find a suitable job, it becomes extremely difficult. It wasn't that she was trying to maintain her pride, but she realized that she actually didn't have a bit of the single-minded upward climb she used to have. Sis, it's fine. Let's work hard. Maybe we can expand this small supermarket in the future? Mo Tingting comforted her. You were able to take care of such a big company in the beginning. There will still be opportunities in the future. Think about it. Not. Mo Qingqing looked at her sister with an indescribable sense of exhaustion and powerlessness in her eyes. I feel the saddest thing about myself now is that I don't have the same reckless energy I used to have. Mo Tingting's original half-said words ended up being swallowed hard, and Mo Qingqing turned around and numbly went to organize the goods. It wasn't that Mo Qingqing hadn't thought about coming back. She had tried after the villa was sold, but in the end she had given up. The saddest thing for her is that she doesn't believe she deserves it and is determined to climb up the ladder, even at the cost of her family. But at the end of the day, Mo Qingqing realized that she didn't achieve anything after all, and the greed and calculations ended up making her completely fall to the bottom. For the first time in her life, she's resigned herself to her fate, and it's after she's had nothing. Chapter 20, Pair by Pair. Separate extra for Shangwan Meng. Yeah, I know. Well. Geez, it's been said that he and I never started not dating just because there is no that idea not because of Mo Xian. Helplessly placating Huangya, Shangwan Meng bitterly smiled and put her cell phone aside. Perhaps her own feelings for Mo Xian were a little too long, causing her best friend to actually not believe that she had come out of it. Looking at the coupon that she had made into a bookmark, Shangwan Meng momentarily fell into a bit of a trance. Put it down? Drop it. Can you really forget him completely? That's cheating yourself. For Shangwan Meng, that teenager from their own teenage years has a beautiful dream, but they are too introverted and from the childhood parents of high-pressure education, resulting in low self-esteem and did not take that step. It might not be a good thing to really get you two together. Look at your personality and his. TSK. Suddenly remembering what Huangya had once said when comforting herself, Shangwan Meng laughed out helplessly. She had once seen how Mo Xian treated Su Yanran from the closest distance, and she had also seen how Mo Xian treated Luo Xia and Luo Muki nowadays. She always believed that Mo Xian would be a good companion, or even a good husband. It just seems that all of this has nothing to do with her, or never had anything to do with her. After the hospital, she never saw Mo Xian again, and she herself also pulled black all of Mo Xian's WeChat. She thought that she would see him back again one day after she really came out. They are destined to be good friends, not to be each other's significant others. Perhaps when she meets again, she can be relieved and smile just like the never-knowing Mo Xian and say a greeting and then say, "It's been a long time, Mo Xian." Unconsciously, it has been more than 2 years, right? She herself does not remember the time. Since then, Shangwan Meng put all their energy in the work and study. By chance to see that coupon, she still think of Mo Xian. It's just that instead of the sadness of not getting what he used to get, it's more like thinking about how happy he must be now that he's with those 1 in a million sisters. It's actually a kind of letting go, isn't it? A colleague heard her experience and the current mood, thought and smiled and said, "In fact, very few people can do what you do, even if it is a secret love. The other side never know, but the heart more or less have a kind of unwillingness. I don't know why." Shangwan dreamed. "In fact, it seems like the only thing I've been thinking about the most is whether he's having a good time or not. And maybe it's also because I'm so inferior that I don't have a chance to get together with him. No, instead I think you're more admirable for loving like that," a coworker said as if joking. After all, human nature is selfish and wants to be with the beloved for a long time. It's naturally best to be able to maintain that selfishness and be consistent with your loved ones. Because again, people are fickle and it's really hard enough to be consistent in this day and age. But it's rare to be able to give up that selfishness and wish him well. After all, giving it up can sometimes be more painful and unsettling than taking it up. Her coworker stood up, patted her on the shoulder and said, "Shangwan, from this point of view, you're really something." Being said so by her colleague, Shangwan Meng was a little less than kind. She didn't think she was that great. She just did what she thought was right. Huangya went around in circles and finally found Luo Muki's circle of friends from a fellow art student. There were quite a few recent photos she had taken of herself in it, and among them was Mo Xian. Seeing Mo Xian in the photo, Shangwan Meng can't help but sigh. He is always the same as she remembers. It seems that Mo Xian has never changed. Unlike in the past, Mo Xian was smiling in every photo, the kind of smile that was very happy, and sometimes there was Luo Muki quirky pulling him along to take a selfie. Even in the most recent one, the look in Luo Muki and Mo Xian's eyes when they look at each other, that love can be conveyed through the camera under the capture. If a sister is like that, how could a sister not be? Of course, Shangwan Meng couldn't guess that Mo Xian's current days could be described as a sweet burden. After all, at home, there are 2 women who accidentally have sick attacks every day. See, you still can't let go of him, can you? Huangya spat at the right time. Why else would you want to see how he's doing? Shangwan Meng just smiled. There are some things that even if said may not make sense. She is not unable to let go. Just want to see him live well. There was a time when Mo Xian was really unhappy. A time when he was careful but didn't dare to get too close to him, only wishing that he could give him some comfort, even if a little bit is good. Even though she can already be honest about it, she still wants him to be happy. That's all. Spring goes to fall. Another season of snow. Soon to be New Year's Day. Shangwan Meng wearing a white down jacket, holding a cup of warm milk tea walking on the street. The merchants were decorated with lights and the streets were bustling with pedestrians, while she sipped her milk tea while walking down the street in such a quiet manner. I don't know which shopping mall was so maverick that it invited a children's choir to sing Happy New Year. Shangwan Meng couldn't help but stop and watch for a while, not realizing that she turned back and collided with a man holding a pile of materials. It had snowed. The ground was slippery. Shangwan Meng looked like she was about to fall. The man grabbed her hand. The result was that all of her own information was knocked away, and Shangwan Meng's milk tea was spilled on him. I'm sorry, I was in a hurry. The man apologized to him in a panic while crouching down to hastily pick up the papers scattered on the floor. Even when milk tea was spilled on them, he didn't complain a single word. Shall I help you? Shangwan Meng helped him pick up those materials. A report on a chemistry experiment with neat and clean handwritten annotations. Thank you. Shangwan Meng felt a little funny. It was obvious that she had accidentally bumped into him, and this person kept apologizing to herself. Until then, Shangwan Meng only saw this man. Looks like it seems to be about the same age as himself. Clean and clear. There is also a very simple feeling in his body, only looking a little dull. Handing him the information he had collected in his hand, the man hastily raised his head to thank her, but when he saw Shangwan Meng, his face instantly reddened, and somewhat flustered, he lowered his head again. I'm sorry, I accidentally caused your information. It's okay, it's also my own haste. The man touched his nose in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I'll compensate you for your milk tea. Wait for me. Without waiting for Shangwan Meng to refuse, the man ran off to that nearby milk tea store. Shangwan Meng was a bit helpless and could only wait for him with a bitter smile. Not a moment later, he ran back with a cup of new milk tea. Shangwan Meng took out his cell phone and said, "Let me give you the money. It's my problem that dragged you down. It's okay. I told you it was because I was in a hurry." He very insistently gave Shangwan Meng the milk tea, and after taking another close look at her, he suddenly said in surprise, "You're Dr. Shangwan, right?" Shangwan Meng was surprised while the man said with a light shining in his eyes, "I remember you. I saw how you comforted a depressed schoolgirl in the hospital before." Shangwan Meng remembered in a trance that she did treat a girl before. That girl was very similar to herself in the past, and also suffered from depression due to an emotional breakdown because of too much pressure from her parents. That was also the first time the good-tempered Shangwan Meng had lost her temper with someone and rebuked her parents severely. "I happened to be in your hospital at the time, and that's when I remembered your name." The man revealed a naive smile, and the sincerity and innocence in his eyes caused Shangwan Meng to lower her head in some embarrassment. "Don't say that. I'm a doctor. This is what I should do." Shangwan Meng's face turned red. Are you a student or? "Oh, my name is Yanran. I'm a doctoral student in progress, and I'm majoring in chemical agents." Yanran was also a bit embarrassed. "Actually, it was your hospital that consulted my mentor on drugs that time, and I was tagging along, not expecting to see that scene." Somehow, the two people just stood there and chatted. Shangwan Meng felt that she and this person called Yanran seemed to hit it off. For the first time she and a person of the opposite sex could chat so comfortably. At this point, the children's choir over there switched to a Cantonese song. The moon is brightly accompanied by all the stars. Look quickly at the sky full of star tears. Day pair, night pair, blow pair pair. The night is quiet and all beings are accompanied. The rain is fine and there is a wind to gather. A pair of flowers, a pair of flowers, a pair of flowers, a pair of flowers, a pair of flowers. Ask the fireflies, who they shine on, not afraid of being tired and sleeping alone. Fluttering wings and flying away in the long sky. What's wrong with a pair of snow and ice? The duo tacitly didn't speak, but listened to the entire song in silence. Suddenly, Yanran looked at Shangwan Meng and smiled cheerfully. "By the way, I wish you a happy new year in advance." Dr. Shangwan, Happy New Year, Meng. Shangwan Meng responded with a smile in return. "Maybe, in the new year, everything is different?" Chapter 21. His mother and her daughter. When he first arrived abroad, Xian always had a question he wanted to ask his two wives. "My parents? Well, the last time I talked to my uncle, it felt just like listening to one of my memoirs." Hearing Xian's words, Luo Xia and Luo Muki looked at each other in dismay and finally smiled helplessly and bitterly. The one who actually had the most say in this matter should be Luo Xia. After all, the first time she was equal to the current Luo Wei and Luo Shuer. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyun, who was in the country at the same time, was organizing documents in his study and inadvertently came across a photo on the desk, on which was the only photo of a family of 4 together. When she returned from the old foreign house, she had suggested more than once that she would like to retake another group photo, but all she got in return was a refusal from Luo Xia and Luo Muki. "It wasn't filmed in the past, and it doesn't have to be now. Mom, that won't be necessary." Thinking of her daughter's cold words, Shen Qingyun couldn't help but sigh. Remembering that before they left the country with Xian and her 2 daughters, she couldn't help but still make an appointment to meet the sisters. Just what can you do when you meet? Look at each other. Look at each other without words. Mothers and daughters have reached this point in their lives. In fact, they have really reached their heads. She didn't regret falling in love with Luo Shang. The only thing she regretted might be that she had supported Luo Shang's choice in the first place, and she knew exactly how reluctant Luo Shang was, so she simply took the initiative to propose doing so herself. Afterwards she regretted, in fact, that she had never done her duty as a mother during her daughter's childhood in order to aid Loxin's career. Thinking back to his youth, Shin Qingyun and Luo Shang's encounter was also an accident. At that time, I went to Kyoto alone to study, and my study life at that time was not as rich as it is now. Shin Qingyun was dragged to a school-organized dance by the same department as himself, the woman named Qin Ni. At that time, Shin Qingyun actually didn't like this person very much, while hooking up with his first love, and at the same time negotiating a marriage with the young master of the Mo family. In those days, this kind of thing was actually very humiliating, but Qin Ni was self-conscious that she had done it very secretly, and had also been emphasizing that she had nothing to do with Jiang Feng a long time ago. The only two things that Shin Qingyun thanked this woman for in his life was that she gave himself a son-in-law who could appease his two daughters, and, because of her, he mistakenly met Luo Shang. Luo Shang to some extent, is actually very similar to Mo Xian. Both are the kind of people you can see at a glance in a crowd. At that time, it seemed that Luo Shang was also forced to be dragged here. He himself had no interest in the ball, just sitting on a side chairboard and staring. When he was young, Luo Shang was outstandingly good-looking, gentle and elegant, and had a noble gentleman-like temperament about him. Just wearing very casual clothes and stepping on a pair of spotless sneakers was enough to make people put their eyes on him. Shin Qingyun pulled a female classmate beside him, pointed to Luo Shang over there and asked, "Do you know that classmate? You don't know him?" The female student was surprised. The second youngest master of the Luo family in Kyoto, Luo Shan. He's actually very good-tempered, but doesn't like this kind of activity much. It should be his classmates who dragged him here. Shin Qingyun had heard of Luo Shang, but had never seen him. After all, in those days, Luo Shang had been carpooled to school for classes. Usually, the two people's specialties and social circles barely overlapped. What's more, the Shin family had fixed a marriage contract for her a long time ago, which was the son of that late friend of the Shin family. A number of years later Shin Qingyun had in fact always regretted how he hadn't run into Luo Shang earlier. Shin Qingyun, who had always had her eyes on the top, was never accosted by other boys on her own initiative in Hudu, but there was usually only one thing that happened: she was ignored. Even that her nominal fiancé, Shin Qingyun, never gave him a good look. "Hello, somewhat drowsy Luo Shang." A very nice voice suddenly rang in his ears. He looked up blankly, and the first time he saw Shin Qingyun, Luo Shang couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Coming from a wealthy family in Kyoto, he had seen all sorts of people with his parents since he was a child, but Shin Qingyun was the first one to make such a deep impression on Luo Shang, not only because of that future giving his daughter excellent genetic bloom, but also because of that unique temperament in Shin Qingyun, and with a glint in his eyes that Luo Shang had never seen before. Confident, and with some sentimentality he couldn't read. "Hello," Luo Shang replied politely, his heart throbbing, but his culmination was here after all. "May I ask if you are Shin Qingyun, Hudu Shin family?" In fact Shin Qingyun was very clever. She did not believe that Luo family's son would not know the Shin family, directly indicating her identity wasn't to show off, but to tell Luo Shang, "I'm not the kind of girl who would hit on you just to climb up the ranks of the powerful." Luo Shang was a bit surprised. He had naturally heard of the Shin family, and he was even more surprised that he was actually in the same school as Miss Shin. "What? Don't believe it?" Shin Qingyun asked with a smile. "Do you need me to prove it?" "No, just a little surprised." Luo Shang smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "I never heard that the Shin family's daughter actually came to Kyoto. You don't like this kind of occasion, so why do you still come?" Shin Qingyun asked curiously. "I noticed you just now and have been sitting here by myself, feeling like I'm falling asleep. It can't be helped. Those classmates of mine received favors from my brother." Luo Shang smiled helplessly and bitterly. "He said that I'm almost a senior in college, and every day I just know how to hunker down in the library or go home to study with my father, with no extra socialization at all." In fact, Luo Shang did not tell the truth. His elder brother Luo Chuan, for his brother can be said to be a broken heart, the son of a rich family, outstanding appearance. How many big girls tend to rush? But Luo Shang'an did not meet Luo Xia and Luo Muki Emotion almost, more often willing to soak in the library. The Luo family didn't arrange a marriage for Luo Shang, they just wanted him to find one with a similar family background that they liked. After all, Luo Chuan was free to love. His wife, Luo Tian's mother's family lineage is in fact a certain gap with the Luo family, but not only does Luo Chuan like it, but Mrs. Luo also likes it after seeing it herself. The family didn't force Luo Shang, and as a result, he himself wasn't in the least bit of a hurry. So Luo Chuan, in a fit of rage, sent gifts to his close classmates, and couldn't find them to make him change the stinking problem. I'm sorry, Loxin. Your brother just gave too much. Luo Shang could only sigh helplessly as he looked at his group of buddies who had forgotten their own interests and allowed them to drag themselves to the dance. Of course, he really doesn't want to, and no one can force a cow to press their head without drinking water. At least compared to the past, his willingness to come is good enough. Otherwise, let's go out for a walk together. Shin Qingyun suddenly reached out and pulled Luo Shang's sleeve. You don't want to be here, and neither do I, so why don't we simply run away together? Ah, this? Luo Shang had not yet reacted. He had already been pulled up by Shin Qingyun grabbing his sleeve. In fact, after that day Luo Shang had been thinking, he was also a meter 8. How could Shin Qingyun really pull himself out? Maybe, it's a case of ginger fishing for those who want to be hooked. That day Luo Shang was glad for the first time that he had attended this ball, and when he ran out together behind Shin Qingyun looked back at him, and the smile on his face was something that Luo Shang had not been able to forget even until today. Of course, at that time, Luo Shang did not know what kind of person Shin Qingyun really was in his bones. So CMO Shen, Luo Shang is incredibly sure that this silly boy on the hook is just a matter of time. After all, they're two daughters than their own wives. That is really too much superior. Chapter 22 His mother and his daughter, 2. After that day, Luo Shang became more active than usual. Once when Luo Chuan brought his wife home to stay, he got up a bit earlier in the morning, and when he passed by Luo Shang's room, he saw that he was already awake. Luo Chuan rubbed his eyes fiercely. This is what his brother did? Combing his hair carefully in the mirror, there were several pieces of clothes on the bed, ironed neatly. After combing his hair, Luo Shang took the clothes and started to compare them one by one. Shoko, what are you doing? Luo Chuan's sudden sentence almost didn't scare Luo Shang to death. Brother, people scare people to death, don't you know? It's not Xingzi, you're scaring me, you know? Luo Chuan ignored his brother's frightened look. You actually sprayed perfume? And fix your hair, and put it here to change your clothes. I don't care who you are. Hurry up and get out of my brother. It wasn't that Luo Chuan was to blame. His own brother usually wasn't too keen on dressing up and such things, as long as it was decent. Of course, Luo Chuan is the least qualified to say this. After all, Luo Tian's bit of unkemptness is learned from him. After that day between Luo Shang and Shin Qingyun, their relationship became much more subtle. I don't know if it was his own illusion, but Luo Shang felt that he had never encountered Shin Qingyun in the past, but since that day, he could always see Shin Qingyun at school. Of course, he didn't know that these so-called chance encounters were in fact all deliberate on Shin Qingyun's part. After all, in this world, where could there be so many coincidences? At that time Luo Shang only felt that their relationship was special. Of course, at that time he didn't know what was above friendship and before lovers. University time flies. Qin and I graduated and Mo Changshan married. About her news Shin Qingyun did not pay much attention again. She had wanted to confess to Luo Shang when she graduated, but at that time her family urged her to hurry back to Hudu. Shin Qingyun was also clear that this was going to force him to go back and fulfill that marriage contract that he didn't like. It was obviously inappropriate to confess to Luo Shang herself at this time, and she wasn't in a position to completely defy her parents just yet. After graduation? Hearing Shin Qingyun's words, Luo Shang froze for a moment. I'll go home to help, right? My brother's side has always wanted me to go over and help him share the load. Luo Shang is a career-minded person, looks gentle as jade, but in the shopping mall Luo Shang seems to have changed a person, decisive and discerning. But Shin Qingyun knew very well that even if it was the Luo family in Kyoto, and even if Luo Shang was so outstanding, but with his own family's attitude he was only afraid that he would not give up the original marriage contract. The Luo family was indeed eye-catching, but the Shin family did not have any interests related to them. On the contrary, that Shin Qingyun's betrothed and the Shin family were not only worldly friends, but also had interests tied to them, in public and private. It was impossible for the Shin family to give up the relationship of interest they had maintained for many years and allow Shin Qingyun to marry Luo Shang, so it was up to Shin Qingyun to figure it out himself. And the most effective was one word: procrastination. Shin Qingyun contacted his family, willing to stay in Kyoto to expand the Shin family's business here. The Shin family has always wanted to establish a foothold in Kyoto, but this side of Kyoto is full of rich and powerful families, and the intricacies and complexities of the relationship are no less than those in Shanghai. If we can open up a relationship with the Kyoto side, it will only be beneficial to our family without any harm. Shin Qingyun spoke very seriously with his parents while on the phone. Not to mention that a lot of companies on this side of Kyoto want to cooperate with the Hudu side, and the best partner is our family. This is a great opportunity for us. Shin Qingyun's words had mobilized his father after all. Of course, these words were indeed true. If the Shin family could open up relations in Kyoto, it would do them no harm. But in fact, Shin Qingyun was only pretending to help his own family. By entrusting his family to delay the fulfillment of the marriage contract, he could also take the opportunity to get closer to Luo Shang. Shin Qingyun didn't agree with Qin Ni's set of concepts in college, when she said to herself, I'm the only one in the family anyway, and I'm learning jewelry design by heart. I'll get married and have children first, and the family business will be mine in the future. Shin Qingyun didn't think so. She always felt that she had to make the other half of her fancy approve of you on all fronts, especially in a family like theirs. While it was important to have the right family, on top of that if you could show Luo Shang your abilities, with Luo Shang's character he would only value himself more, right? In fact, Shin Qingyun and her own two daughters think very similarly, except that she favors giving support to Luo Shang's career, and companionship in life is inevitable, but not the first place. The two sisters, on the other hand, are more concerned about a little bit of penetration in their lives, and their careers. Emotion doesn't have much of a career to speak of after all, so she stayed in Kyoto, and with the support of her parents, Shin Qingyun's outstanding ability really allowed her to do a great job. Luo Shang did not expect Shin Qingyun's ability to be so outstanding. His own private actually have commanded to give her a certain degree of help, but Shin Qingyun hard by herself, just rely on the Shin family's financial support and almost no foundation in Kyoto to stand firm. Shin Qingyun did not guess wrong. Luo Shang admire her ability. The two at a time because of the work of the contact. Shin Qingyun obviously noticed Luo Shang's eyes on their own from the beginning of the throbbing, more than the admiration and adoration. As for the next step, Shin Qingyun hadn't yet calculated, but what he didn't expect was that rumors had already begun to circulate on this side of Kyoto that the Luo family had already begun to identify a candidate for Luo Shang's wife. When Shin Qingyun heard this news, his face became gloomy in an instant. He had tossed and turned for so long, originally thinking to boil the frog in warm water, little by little. Not to mention that after dragging herself out for so long and making her mark, her family was no longer in a hurry to get her back to Hudu to get engaged. There are rumors that the Luo family is arranging a marriage for Luo Shang, so what do I want? I might as well have had the rice cooked in the first place. However, she found Luo Shang to inquire by side. Did not expect Luo Shang smiled and told her directly, you do not listen to nonsense outside. My family has no arrangements. My sister-in-law has my nephew Luo Tian. The family see me more want to take care of business, but also did not urge me. After saying that, Luo Shang looked at Shin Qingyun, wanting to say something, to the edge of his mouth wanting to express his words, but finally swallowed back. Who would have thought that the second youngest member of the Luo family, who was a killer in the shopping mall, would actually become twisted in the matter of feelings? So Shin Qingyun see Emotion, sometimes want to laugh. Their own daughter and their own preferences for men are so similar. Emotion talented, although amnesia extenuating circumstances, but hard in their own daughters together to raise a child for 3 years. The middle has been wriggling, always dare not step forward. She even almost wondered if Emotion was Luo Shang's son, or else how could this temperament be so similar? She mentioned it in jest, scaring Luo Shang into swearing, and even going so far as to prove her innocence with Emotion's paternity test. Only this matchmaking fiasco still made Shin Qingyun have a sense of crisis in his heart. I'm afraid that I can't drag it out even if I want to. Not that the family will rush, but in case the Luo family really arranges for Luo Shang to get married on a blind date at that time, then he won't be busy for nothing. Back at the company, Shin Qingyun thought for a long time, and finally called out to his female secretary, help me check all the recent activities of the Luo family's second youngest master. It's best to arrange for someone to follow him, and report back to me as soon as he goes out to socialize. What, boss, are you doing? The secretary looked at her curiously. Haven't we always been on good terms with second young master Luo? He offended you? Yeah, he's offended me. Shin Qingyun actually smiled. So I'm going to punish him properly. Just punish him for being my husband. Chapter 23 His mother and her daughter. 3. Luo Shang how can not understand. He came out to socialize greedy drink more. How to fall asleep in the hotel. The side or a naked Shin Qingyun. You're awake? Shin Qingyun seemed to have just woken up from his nap as well. Sitting up and stretching. You don't have to care. I also happened to pass by yesterday and saw that you were drunk. You're all adults, so don't think about some things. How could Luo Shang not want to? He gambled and swore that he would definitely marry Shin Qingyun and said words that he was willing to accept any punishment. Don't worry, I won't blame you if you have a heart. Shin Qingyun didn't give Luo Shang any answer. She just smiled and comforted her so. Her plan had succeeded. She knew Luo Shang's character very well, and she knew that Luo Shang had feelings for herself. More than that, the matter on Hudu's side was not resolved. How to deal with her own parents' side was still a problem, so she had no way to promise Luo Shang, but this matter was enough for her to hold Luo Shang in check. After all, feelings return to feelings, and a substantial relationship is useless for a playboy, but it works very well for Luo Shang. After spending so much time together, what kind of person Luo Shang was, Shin Qingyun, knew too well. Then, Shin Xingyun realized that she was pregnant. She herself didn't expect it, but she actually hit it on the first try. The result was that Shin Xingyun secretly broke contact with everyone and hid to give birth to that child, Luo Xia. In terms of that time, Shin Xingyun, whether or not she was a rich family's daughter, in fact, her behavior had been quite deviant. In fact, for Luo Xia and Luo Muki to do these things later, the one who reacted the least on the Luo family's side was Shin Xingyun, who was their mother. After all, what he did then was not really any different from them. After Shin Xingyun gave birth to Luo Xia, he returned to Hudu with her in his arms, and when he saw her holding the baby, Shin's father was furious. It's already the case, and I already have a child even if you're throwing a tantrum. Shin Xingyun held the infantile Luo Xia, teasing her while saying very calmly to his own father, "Moreover, I didn't just find a random man, the second son of the Luo family in Kyoto, Luo Shang. If I really say so, he's much better than the one you guys found for me." Let her parents how to persuade. Shin Xingyun is not willing to back down. In her opinion, she has found her beloved person. The other party's family lineage and the Shin family also compared to no less. But this matter still made it very ugly. Shin family miss unmarried pregnant. This is clearly in the face of their fiancé's family. The whole Hudu upper circle in the end or spread. Shin Xingyun has no regrets. Since childhood, everything she has listened to her parents' arrangements. And even she has thought of simply marrying the fiancé whom she has little affection for, and just live her life. But she had already run into Luo Shang, her fondness and love for Luo Shang, her unwillingness to marry her own union, and her dissatisfaction with her parents' obstinacy. Shin Xingyun, who was already a bit paranoid in character, slowly became extreme. It's not her fault that her own father is a paranoid person. Otherwise Shin Xingyun wouldn't have such a headache in the matter of the marriage contract. In the end, Shin Xingyun had a falling out with her family, and she handed over all the Shin family's industries that she had carefully taken care of, and returned to Kyoto by herself with Luo Xia in her arms, not expecting that as soon as she stepped off the plane, she would see Luo Shang waiting for her at the airport. Luo Shang was not in a very good state. His eyes were red, his beard was bearded, and he still had some alcohol breath on his body. Shin Xingyun was still a little surprised when she saw Luo Shang, and she didn't expect Luo Shang to hold both her and the child in his arms as soon as he saw her. "You're crazy. You're hiding something this big from me?" They are all businessmen. Even if the Luo family and the Shin family do not have any interactions, there is also a business partner of the Luo family there in Hudu, and it was through him that Luo Shang realized that Shin Xingyun was not only unmarried and pregnant, but also had a lot of trouble with her family. What's more, from the time Shin Xingyun disappeared, he had been looking for her, but Shin Xingyun could not be found in any way, as if she had evaporated. Luo Shang is not Mo Xian did not rely on. When the whereabouts of Luo Xia and Luo Muki unknown, Mo Xian completely no way at all. In addition to inquiring in the school, he even ran to go to Luo's, but he was an ordinary college student at the time. How can people casually tell him? And Loxing has money in people. But after a long time of searching and finding nothing, it made Loxing demoralized for a long time. "Aya, isn't this back?" Shin Xingyun smiled in embarrassment. "Look, this is your daughter, oh?" The next thing went very smoothly. Even though Shin Xingyun had fallen out with her family, she was still the first lady of the Shin family, and old lady Luo personally contacted the Shin family. How it was negotiated is unknown, but although the Shin family's Kyoto business is no longer managed by Shin Xingyun, she will still be given dividends every year, and some projects will still be decided by her. Shin Xingyun married Luo Shang as she wished and went on to give birth to her second daughter, Luo Muki. After they get married, Luo Shang is still busy with his business and Shin Xingyun feels sorry for her husband, so she offers to share Luo Shang's pressure. In her opinion, being born into a family like the Luo family, Luo Xia and Luo Muki would not be shortchanged in any material way. The children were taken care of, the food and clothing were the best, and she could spend more time with her husband and support his career. However, she neglected the fact that a parent's companionship for their children was sometimes more important than a superior material life, which led to the fact that Luo Xia and Luo Muki would later develop an extremely strong sense of dependence on Mo Xian, and certain aspects of her did influence her own daughter. "You're worried about Ma Xuan?" Shin Xingyun, who had returned home after sending his daughters to the airplane, couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard Luo Shang's words. "Can you not be worried?" Luo Shang gave his wife a rather thoughtful look. "Have you never worried? Other people's children are strangely pitiful. Their parents are that way, and their grandmother died. Are you okay?" Xia and Muqi are almost protecting him like he's the apple of their eye. Shin Xingyun only felt amused. "Look at your daughters. How many things they've tossed around for him, and you're actually worried about him?" "But I have checked. Mo Xian's cell phone is customized by Xia. It can have positioning and bugs inside." "What?" Shin Xingyun stood up at once when he heard Luo Shang's words. "How did you know?" I inquired. "These two girls can hide it from others. but they can still hide it from me? Luo Shang shook his head helplessly. You see, it's all your fault. From the time they were little you've been looking for people to keep an eye on me. I've been around from assistants to chauffeurs, and even our housekeeping has received red packets from you. This is good. These two girls did not learn anything else, but you have learned this point of the heart, but also carried forward. Hearing Luo Shang's words, Shen Xingyun immediately persuaded her voice to say, hubby, then aren't I also worried about you? You can have it. Luo Shang skimmed his lips. I'm fine. I've been an old married couple with you for so many years. Although you're a bit controlling, I'll admit it with this nature. But think about Mo Xian. He had to face both of our daughters at once, which I don't even dare to think about what else they did. Well, indeed. Shen Xingyun thought about it thoughtfully. Hubby, where did Xia and Nuki customize that phone? It's at. Luo Shang was just about to say it in passing, but thought it was wrong, then looked at Shen Xingyun and said, what do you want? Oops, I also deeply reviewed my own problems. It's not appropriate to have someone keep an eye on you every day after so many years. Shen Xingyun said seriously. Look, I'll also customize one to give to you, so that in the future I don't have to send red envelopes to the people around you when I'm not doing anything. You're dreaming, Shen Xingyun, and the fact that I'm talking to you about Mo Xian. I'm also talking about Mo Xian's problem. Isn't that cell phone being used by Mo Xian? A week later, when Luo Shang watched Shen Xingyun present the customized phone to him with a smile on his face, he couldn't wait to smack himself 2 times. Why is this mouth so cheap? Chapter 24 Mo Xian's married life. Mo Xian since childhood feel that he is a very contented person. After all, when I was a child there was a chilled watermelon in the summer. I could eat a melon. The end of the morning run to the kiosk can drink a chilled drink. He was very satisfied, although he had forgotten the memories of those 2 years. According to Luo Xia and Luo Muqi's description of himself, he should have never changed much. So whenever he thought about the fact that he actually had 2 wives, Mo Xian's only thought was sinning. Really sinning. It wasn't that he had gotten the better of him, it was that these 2 sisters had so many tricks up their sleeves every day that he was either being taken or on his way to being taken. What's more, the mom of her own 2 kids is still 2 top-notch big jealous jerks. When he just moved to the Seaview Villa, Mo Xian really lived by the sea for the first time, and inevitably felt fresh. Of course, there was nothing for him to worry about. The 2 sisters had found a cleaning company, had already organized everything before they arrived, and Sister Hui had sent someone over to keep an eye on it early on. Well, go ahead, don't go too far. Luo Xia smiled and Mo Xian said, right, there's a cold drink store nearby. I've checked it out. Their ice cream is delicious. You remember to bring some when you come back. Okay, I know, I'll be back in a bit. After Mo Xian finished speaking, he turned around and left the door, and over there Luo Xia and Luo Muqi exchanged a look, then tacitly took out the tablet and connected the Bluetooth headset. Their new home is close to the beach, which isn't exactly a tourist attraction, but it's really scenic and relatively quiet, and it's all the neighborhood that comes this way for swimming, beach bathing and such. Sometimes Mo Xian felt very unreal. He somehow got 2 more children, and then the mother of the children not only had a distinguished family, but actually knew him already from a very early age. While he was rambling, a white girl with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a sexy body came over and greeted Mo Xian in English very cordially. Hello, sir, may I ask, are you from China? Mo Xian froze for a moment, then nodded. The white girl seemed to be pleasantly surprised, and then said in somewhat broken Mandarin, my name is Alice. I'm studying Chinese, and I'd like to ask you, is this level I'm at now okay? Mo Xian really wanted to laugh a little when he heard her awkward Mandarin, but he could feel that this girl was sincere, so Mo Xian said politely, well, a little more practice would be good. The white girl seemed happy to hear that and then told Mo Xian that she was actually dating a foreign student from China and wanted to go back to China with him, has been secretly learning Chinese for a long time and wanted to surprise him, but never had the confidence. No, you said it well. Mo Xian smiled. It's fine, just take your time. The girl thanked Mo Xian, and the whole time the communication between the two was not only normal, but even kept a distance. And Mo Xian was even adhering to the principle that he already had a wife to look down at the ground or look up at the sky. After that girl left, Mo Xian walked around the beach for a while longer, and when he went home, he passed by the cold drink store that Luo Xia had told him about and bought ice cream to go back. Brother, you're back? Just entered the door, met face to face to greet him Luo Muqi. Only this voice is not only eccentric, and how to feel. She seems to be learning foreigners to speak Mandarin. Are you okay, Muqi? Mo Xian looked at her with some embarrassment. Why did this girl stop talking properly? It's okay, brother, look at my grammar. Is there a problem? Luo Muqi pulled Mo Xian and pampered him while continuing to talk to him in this weird accent. Mo Xian was a bit confused. What kind of mess was this? Muqi, stop it. Luo Xia walked out from the living room. Didn't you see that Xiao Xian bought ice cream? Help put it in the freezer first, or it'll melt in a while. Luo Muki viciously pinched Mo Xian's arm and then left with the bag containing the ice cream. Mo Xian rubbed his arm while asking Luo Xia, what's wrong with her? Why does it feel like Mu Qi is angry with me? No? When Luo Xia opened her mouth, it was exactly the same as Luo Muki, pronouncing foreigners' Mandarin in a conspiratorial manner, and Mo Xian almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. After thinking about it, Mo Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. I did just speak a few words with a white girl who spoke Chinese, but how did they know? Xia, first of all I did talk to a girl, but I don't think that's the point. The point is, did you guys follow me? The more Mo Xian thought about it, the more wrong it became. Otherwise what are you two doing here in the shade? Oh, so you think you're right? Luo Xia looked back at Mo Xian with a somewhat dangerous smile. So our man is talking to random other girls and he actually thinks he's doing the right thing? No, the question I didn't say anything? Mo Xian still wanted to argue. Luo Xia suddenly grabbed his collar and kissed him hard on the lips. From his mouth came the taste of blood, as if Luo Xia was gnawing on it. Greedy, savage, and ferocious. Xiao Xian, you are mine and Mu Qi's. You are not allowed to talk to other women. Luo Xia wrapped her arms around his neck, her dangerous and sickly eyes, as if they were poisonous snakes, staring tightly at Mo Xian. Forget it this time, no more next time, got it? Okay, I got it. Mo Xian helplessly just agreed, but then he thought that it was still not right. Then how did you guys know about me talking to other people? Thinking back to the past when still in Kyoto, there was a time when these two sisters could step on the spot and find themselves almost every time, and even without telling them themselves, they all knew where they were. Xia, talk to me, did you and Mu Qi plant something on me? Mo Xian asked while subconsciously feeling around his body. Is it a listening device or something? Little Xian, you said that. Luo Xia immediately became gentle again, and even a bit ingratiating. Didn't plant anything on you. I guarantee that absolutely there is absolutely nothing on you. That's my phone. By the way, I got my phone from you. It's still customized. It's not because I'm worried about you? Luo Xia raised her head, those beautiful peach blossom eyes watery as she looked at him. Xiao Xian, look, we lost you for so long. In case you lose you again, Mu Qi and I will go crazy. Mo Xian looked at her helplessly, and then looked at Luo Muki who had finished putting out the ice cream and was standing in the doorway in the same pitiful state. He sighed and could only say helplessly, there's no need to be so troublesome. In the future don't be such a pain in the ass. Didn't I say that I won't leave you guys again? After returning to Kyoto from abroad to accompany Luo Xia and Luo Muki to raise the fetus, Luo Tian nonetheless pulled him for dinner, and the first thing he said when he saw Mo Xian Luo Tian was, brother-in-law, how did you endure over here? Mo Xian thought for a moment, then smiled and said, that's how it came to be? It's nothing more than having a locator in your cell phone, listening in, nothing more than the fact that wherever you go, their sisters are just staring at you like that even if you don't follow. In fact, the beginning is also not adapted. But, Mo Xian smiled helplessly, after a long time slowly also get used to. In fact, they want not much, just insecurity. Sicko is sicko, they wouldn't be if it wasn't for him. Without them, one would really be alone with nothing. So why would he even bother with such trivialities? Chapter 25 Mo Xian's Married Life, 2. Of course, for Mo Xian, after being with these two sisters, there were things that actually still gave him quite a headache. There are times when there are always those days off each month, but those times don't exist for him, because while others have to deal with one wife, he has to deal with two. When Grandpa Zhang first saw him, not only because he was a fast learner, but more than that, Mo Xian's physical talent was really outstanding. Belonging to the kind of person who could fight even if he didn't practice martial arts and engaged in other sports competitions. But no matter how good the physical condition is, it can't hold up to the two sickly girls in one's family, right? And who knows when Luo Xia and Luo Muki will get sick because of something. The most exaggerated is that sometimes one has to face both of them at once to be sick at the same time. Also thanks to Mo Xian, this physical quality is really good. And even if he goes abroad, every morning he still has to drink a bowl of Chinese medicine that so far he has trouble swallowing. I say, this is almost half a year since we moved abroad, right? Mo Xian's face was almost more bitter than the Chinese medicine, and he couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the bowl of medicine. How does this still have unlimited refills? Don't worry, brother, even if it's gone, Uncle Zhang will arrange for it to be airlifted to us at home. Luo Muqi smiled while intentionally pushing the bowl of medicine towards Mo Xian's side again. Don't worry about this, drink the medicine, brother. It's good for your body. Is that good for my health? I'm embarrassed to tear you down. It's not right either. Every day I don't see the herbs either, nor do I see you guys boiling the medicine. Mo Xian still felt that something wasn't right. Right, didn't Sister Hui and the others follow? Where are so many people? Oh, it's not far from our villa. and there aren't that many people, right? Together with Sister Hui there are only 10 people in total, Luo Xia said while pushing the sandwich she made in front of Mo Xian. Little Xian, really? Why are there so many problems lately? Yes, you two treat me like a silly boy. Who knows what else you have up your sleeve? Brother, will you drink the medicine first? Luo Muki pouted while handing him the Chinese medicine. Mo Xian gritted his teeth. Drink it, after all, his body and bones are his own. When he was in Kyoto, he also felt that Uncle Zheng every day, like a complete tonic to let people do those dishes somewhat redundant. And now think about it, this is not their own body bone strong, will sooner or later die in the hands of these two female goblins. Seeing that Mo Xian finished the medicine with a dry heaving look, Luo Xia helplessly handed him the prepared sugar, and then spoiled him by saying, "It's okay Xiao Xian, I've prepared a lot of flavored fruit candies at home. If it's not enough, I'll get you another one, right? This doesn't matter." Mo Xian held the peach-flavored candy. The bitterness in his mouth was finally slowly covered by the sweetness. So, what exactly are Sister Hui and the others busy with? Although Mo Xian will not run away, but Luo Xia and Luo Muki are still not assured. They are not easy, and it took so long to cheat. To stay by their side Mo Xian absolutely cannot make any more mistakes. And Chinese medicine these, Luo Xia and Luo Muki actually knew half of it, not particularly clear. So among the female bodyguards who followed them here, there was one who had learned it and was specifically responsible for preserving and organizing the herbs, as well as boiling the medicine for Mo Xian. Of course, by the way, they keep the family safe, as well as secretly following Mo Xian when he goes out. Despite the surveillance and location, it's time to keep an eye on things. When Mo Xian went out with his daughter, he saw two familiar Chinese women following him about 10 meters away, and when he went home he asked Luo Xia, but the answer was still the same. Aren't people still afraid you'll lose it? Sometimes Mo Xian felt that the two of them were a bit old to treat themselves like their two daughters. Every time Mo Xian encountered something similar, although his heart was twisted, but every time he thought that they were treating themselves sincerely, only their methods were a bit extreme. Mo Xian could only accept it helplessly. Sometimes he admired Luo Xia and Luo Muki. How on earth did they come up with all these messed up ideas? Even Luo Weier and Luo Shuer, who had been stealing their dad from them. When Mo Xian passed by their room one day, he heard Luo Muki say to them with a serious look, "When Dad takes you guys out, you must keep an eye on Dad, and you mustn't let Dad be hooked by another woman, or else you'll be left without a dad." After thinking about it, Luo Muki also added, "Those are all bad women. All of them are going to steal Dad from you." Mo Xian cannot help but feel funny. Usually, and they rob themselves the most times, is your sisters this pair of unreliable mom. The child, even if the age of small, this set of words still want to fool them? Who knows? These two silly girls actually agreed, and swore that they would keep an eye on their father. That look, not only firm, but also radiating a light full of wisdom. Although Luo Weier and Luo Shuer have a lot of resentment towards their own mom sometimes, but in the end, they are also their own mom. After all, they are also other people whose status is much higher than other people, and at this time, they still have to stand on the side of their mom and the others. Then Mo Xian every time to take them on the street. These two milk group began a variety of differentiated treatment. Young men cannot. "I have a father" is not allowed to touch me. Young women even more cannot. "Have to prevent the father" was snatched even more not allowed to touch me. Strictly filtered down. Those kind eyes. Gentle character of the elderly. Especially the grandmother, two milk group favorite. Because Dad said that great grandma has gone to a faraway place and won't come back. Dad must be very sad in his heart. These grandmothers are very much like great grandma, so when Dad sees them he can remember great grandma. Will his heart feel less sad? Of course, this does not mean that back home, they will not fight with their mother. Only, in the beginning, only 4 years difference. Luo Xia Luo Muki to pinch the dead. The two milkballs really can't fight their own mother. In fact, for all of this, Mo Xian instead felt that it was quite interesting. Once after warming up with Luo Xia, Mo Xian couldn't help but ask, "Xia, in fact, when I left the country, when you and Muki tricked me and drugged me, I thought that you guys didn't want to bring Weier and Shuer out." Silly talk. Luo Xia slowly lay on Mo Xian's chest, looking at him sideways with a contented and lazy look on her face. "Those are our daughters. Muki and I have lacked parental companionship in the past, and as much as I wish to be alone with you for as long as it takes, I'll never get tired of it. But, what I went through myself, I can't let my daughters go through again. That's why in my heart, sometimes even with reluctance, I want you to be involved in every stage of your daughter's development. What Muki and I don't have can't be what Violet and Cheryl don't have. So what's the difference between me and my parents?" Luo Xia and Luo Muki's love for Mo Xian was sick, but the child had originally been born to Mo Xian by their own reckoning in the first place. They still used the same methods as their own mothers, although they were more effective in this way with Mo Xian than with their own fathers. When Luo Xia had asked Mo Xian to take care of these two children, it was true that her intentions were impure, but she didn't want her and Mu Qi's children to lack parental love and companionship like they had in the past. They love Mo Xian too much to give too much love to their own daughters. So let Mo Xian, the father, love them more, and it's enough for them to love him well. Of course, that being said, when it's time to rob Luo Xia and Luo Muki still won't be ambiguous. Thank you, Xia. Mo Xian tenderly Luo Xia into his arms, just to say a couple of words from the heart, but did not expect to meet Luo Xia's eyes full of lust and madness. Sleeping Lowell suddenly woke up, confusedly mumbled a sentence then fell back to sleep. It seems like someone just shouted for help. Chapter 26, Mo Xian's Married Life, 3. Yuki, Ellie guest star. Life in foreign countries so everyday seemingly uneventful. In fact, nervous and exciting to go on. Mo Xian also did not expect. Soon they actually have to go back to China. It was actually quite sudden. Luo Tian called over to tell them that it was the Shin family side of Hudu. Shin Qingyun's father, Elder Shin, had a birthday, and the elder, who had never seen Luo Weier and Luo Shuer before, wanted to meet them. Uncle Tu and I said that you guys shouldn't force yourselves if you don't want to go. Luo Xia turned on the outside voice when she answered Luo Tian's call, and Mo Xian, who was knocking on the code, and Luo Muki, who was snuggled up next to him reading a book, could all hear it. Luo Xia frowned slightly. She was not too keen to go. The relationship with the Shin side of the family wasn't deep to begin with. Grandparents and them only met for the first time after Mo Xian's injury. At that time Luo Xia and Luo Muki were in a bad mood, and they didn't know how to get along with their two granddaughters, living together for that time even though they ran into each other. Luo Xia and Luo Muki were in a bad mood and were not talkative. Master Shin and his wife don't know their preferences, not to mention where to comfort them, and they only greet them when they meet. During that time they didn't do anything, but they still sent a lot of expensive gifts to the two sisters. Emotionally they didn't know how to face it, so they could only compensate them more materially. Luo Xia wasn't that resistant to them in her heart, she just really didn't know how to get along with them. Go on. It's been a while since you lived here. Mo Xian looked up and said softly to Luo Xia, didn't you say you're still going to travel? It's just right to go back before traveling to see exactly what your grandparents are. Luo Xia nodded, then said to Luo Tian, okay, cousin, I'll make arrangements to return to China as soon as possible. Will my parents and they be there? Shouldn't I? But I'm not going. If you guys are free, go back to Kyoto and visit. If not, don't bother. It's a deal. Without waiting for Luo Xia to answer, Luo Tian hurriedly hung up the phone. He said that letting them go back to Kyoto to take a look was just polite. In his heart he couldn't wait for these two ancestors not to come back. You, with your mouth saying that you want them to come back, why are you hanging up the phone in such a hurry? Lu Yi looked at him uncertainly. Cousin sister and cousin husband settled abroad and haven't come back for so long. Why are you still so unenthusiastic? I am enthusiastic, I am enthusiastic. Dare they with you sister-in-law and beautiful? How to toss me you are not a word Luo Tian screamed in his heart, but on his mouth he did not dare to say a word. Why do you suddenly want a promise to go back? Luo Xia didn't expect Mo Xian to actually agree, while Mo Xian sighed and said, in the end, it's also Weier and Shuer's great-grandfather and great-grandmother, and after not seeing them for so long, it's inappropriate to really want to see one without going, right? After all, his own grandmother and Luo Weier and Luo Shuer had a very good relationship, and the Shin family side had actually revealed more than once that they wanted to meet the two children, but Luo Xia and Luo Muki had never agreed. The family had wanted to go on a trip, and since the old man wanted to see it, let's meet it, not to mention the fact that what happened in the first place, hard to say, did not have that much to do with them. There is nothing to prepare. Book the ticket, simply pack the luggage. Only Hui brought 3 people to follow. The family soon took the plane to Hudu. In the past, Mo Xian had always felt that he was a person who was very afraid of trouble. He even felt that maybe he might not leave Kyoto for the rest of his life. On the airplane, hearing Mo Xian's thoughts like this, Luo Xia and Luo Muki were both curious about the reason. In the past it was because of school. Then it was because I felt that I was the same wherever I went. Then it was because, Mo Xian smiled, because there are you guys and children now. The identity is different. That time at the very beginning was to put the heart on the children. Then later on was set by the two of you sisters. You go wherever I go. Mo Xian was not keen on traveling to see different landscapes, this kind of thing. In fact, anyone would have such an idea. But Mo Xian did not. It wasn't until he was with Luo Xia, Luo Muki, that Mo Xian realized why. Because in the past he was in fact very lonely. His grandmother was older and was not in very good health by that time. The only person he could share it with couldn't go with him, and after being with Surian preferred to be with her family. In fact, when he graduated from high school, Mo Xian thought about going to see the sea with Su Yanran, or the two of them going somewhere else together. But when Su Yanyan began to get involved with Mo Jinpeng, Mo Xian never had that thought again. Different landscapes can be seen on their own. This Mo Xian also knows, but the lack of love. But he is very hopeful that he can go to see it with a worthy person, together reflected in the mind, and become the memories of the tea time later. He's glad he found it and even doubled down. From the plane down, the Shin family arranged for someone to want to pick them up and take them back to the Shin family villa. But Luo Xia refused and just had to have someone come to take them to the hotel, and that was it. The Shin staff responsible for picking them up didn't dare to make their own decisions, and only called Shin Qingyun, who was silent for a while over there, and then gave a bitter smile and said, "Listen to my daughter," and arranged the best hotel for them. Shin's people were very efficient and arranged for them to stay in a luxurious suite in a 5-star hotel in Hudu. "Shall I go buy some food?" Mo Shen looked at Luo Weier and Luo Shuer, who were lying drowsily in his arms. "Buy some snacks and come back, just as a way to pass the time. Shall I join you?" Luo Xia looked at the equally tired Luo Muki. "Sister Hui and the girls, I've asked them to go rest first, so let Muki and her daughters have a good rest first." When I arrived at a large supermarket nearby, I was greeted by a boy and a girl who seemed to be arguing about something. "Oh, and since I don't know what they look like, I'm just going to go with their avatars. Just make up your own mind." "No, don't listen to them, it's all a rumor," the boy in the school uniform anxiously explained to the girl, who pouted and deliberately gambled not to look at him. "Geez, why don't you believe me yet?" The boy was clearly flustered. "I've already said that was their PS picture. It's all because those groupies had to start a rumor that I'm a woman's big brother. So don't be angry, senior sister. The nest doesn't talk to the mud anymore." Sherfu was bad. The girl's pronunciation was a bit strange, and sounded a bit dopey. Although she looked angry, she looked as if she was being a bit pouty. "Elder sister, you have to believe me. I'm really not a little male nymph. Bah, I'm really not a female big brother. Ah." Mud has admitted it. How else would Mud say it so smoothly? The elder sister, who was also wearing a school uniform, was obviously even more angry and gambled that she was going to leave. And behind her, the younger brother could only explain over and over again, while the elder sister looked at him and after half a day's thought, said, "Actually, the nest is also quite curious about what Mud would look like in women's clothes." "No, sister, you," teasing Mud, "the nest is hungry. Quickly take the nest to eat spicy hot pot." As if he had been pardoned, senior brother hurriedly said happily, "Okay, I know which one has the best spicy hot pot. It's good that you're not angry." Senior sister, watching the youthful two pass by them, Mo Xian and Luo Xia couldn't help but smile. Although it had only been 2 years, they had also experienced that kind of time. Only when passing the two, Mo Xian and Luo Xia clearly saw the elder sister is taking the shopping software on the phone to search for JK dresses boys can wear. Mo Xian and Luo Xia looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Maybe everyone's youth gets along differently? Mo Xian said helplessly. Aren't young people's ideas a bit too unique nowadays? And Luo Xia took his hand and looked at him tenderly. The dream she had lost in her youth, now firmly grasped. Chapter 27. Second child, or daughter. "Can I ask, how did you do it?" Outside the maternity ward, Luo Tian looked helplessly at Mo Xian. The due date was the same day again, and the doctor was looking at them with complicated and strange eyes, because according to the medical records, the last time they had a baby was the same day. "What do you think?" Mo Xian looked anxiously in the direction of the labor room while smiling helplessly. "Cousin, I'm not going to talk to you about this, am I?" The corner of Luo Tian's mouth twitched. "Good guy, you three are really good at playing. It's not easy for you either." Luo Tian patted Mo Xian's shoulder. "This now Weier and Shuer are also so big. Those two girls are still so sticky to you. My two sisters are still that way. Brother-in-law tch. It felt as if living a long life already seemed insincere enough. Such a great merit could only be solved by not living a long life. The smile on Mo Xian's face became even more bitter. Recently Weier and Shuer just always looked at him with tears in their eyes. Once when he fell asleep in the middle of the night, suddenly Luo Weier came running and sobbing in a small voice and said, "Daddy, with a little brother or sister, is it that you don't like me and Shuer anymore?" Little children are prone to anxiety because of this kind of thing, and Mo Xian can understand that, and he can only tell them over and over again that even if there is a little brother or sister, Daddy will still love them all the time. "How's it going?" Louis E rushed over in a hurry. Luo Tian hurriedly got up to pacify her. "It's already inside. The doctor said the fetus looks stable. It'll be fine. Uncle and Auntie too are here too, trying to get in touch with the other doctors," Louis E said while comforting Mo Xian. At the moment it was as if he couldn't hear anything, just staring blankly at the labor room. Mo Xian didn't remember how long it had been, as if he couldn't hear the voices of the others in his ears either, until the lights in the maternity ward went out, and Mo Xian suddenly stood up and quickly ran to the door. "Don't worry, the two women in labor and the child are safe. The doctor came out and saw Mo Xian, smiled and said to him, "It's 2 daughters. You guys are stabbing your daughter's nest, aren't you?" Luo Tian just spat out a sentence. Luo Yi kicked him fiercely and said through gritted teeth in a Sichuan and Chongqing accent, "Shut your mouth." Luo Tian rubbed his kicked calf while still muttering, "It was supposed to be." Angry Luo Yi tugged at his ears. Luo Tian kept saying while struggling, "Wrong wrong wrong. I'm wrong wife." Luo Xia and Luo Muki came out pale. Seeing Mo Xian's reddened eyes, Luo Xia forced herself to smile. "It's fine. Why are you still crying?" "Right brother. Such a big person." Luo Muki stretched out her hand. Mo Xian hurriedly pulled her and Luo Xia. "Well, remember to go see your daughters in a while, and name them O." The doctors and nurses on one side looked at the magical scene in front of them with shocked faces, while at this time Luo Tian quickly recovered his usual appearance and walked to them and said softly, "Know what to say and what not to say, right?" "Yes, Mr. Luo. You can rest assured." Who is not a little cute? The Luo family has invested a lot in this hospital, and even if they guessed that the relationship between the 3 people in front of them was not right, who dared to say anything? Both children were healthy and white. Luo Xia and Luo Muki stayed in the best monthly center, and Mo Xian came early in the morning every day and didn't go back until the evening. It wasn't until Luo Xia and Luo Muki recovered physically and returned to the manor with their 2 young daughters that Luo Weier and Luo Shuer saw their sister for the first time. This time it was still the 3rd daughter born to Mr. Luo Xia, named Luo Jinger, while the youngest daughter born to Luo Muki was called Luo Linger. Looking at the 2 little meat bags sleeping peacefully in their father's arms, Luo Weier and Luo Shuer were angry for no reason, favoring their own sister. There was nothing they could do no matter how mentally unbalanced they were. They could only sit on the side and puff up like the 2 little puffer fish. "What's wrong, Weier, Shuer?" Mo Xian saw the 2 big ones sulking on one side and couldn't help but feel extremely tempted to laugh a little. "Won't you come over to see your sister?" Luo Xia and Luo Muki on the side looked at their daughters with a rather gloating feeling. Usually, on the basis that she was their daughter, it was as if she had a gold medal of immunity, and sometimes she even deliberately provoked the 2 of them. As soon as you want to teach them a lesson, right? Then they run behind their father and play pitiful. Mo Xian protects them every time, making them want to lose their temper, but they can't do anything about it. There you go. Here comes the smaller one. Silly, isn't it? However, Luo Xia and Luo Muki had learned their lesson this time. They must not repeat the mistakes of these 2 rebellious daughters in the past. Jinger and Linger must find a way to teach them well. As for what is taught well, probably just not stealing your husband from yourself. That's a good boy. Luo Weier and Luo Shuer reluctantly walked over and looked at the 2 sisters in swaddling clothes. Mo Xian couldn't help but sigh when Dad sees them. He feels the same as when he sees you guys at this time. That would be when you and Weier were also this big, exactly the same as your sisters. Hearing Mo Xian say that, Luo Weier and Luo Shuer couldn't help but glance at the 2 little girls. Dad must have remembered wrong. We were definitely cuter than them when we were little. That would be. I remember you guys doing the same thing, letting Daddy hold you in his arms. Mo Xian tenderly looked at the 2 of them. It was like this back then too. Tiny, obedient, sleeping in Daddy's arms. Speaking of which, Luo Xia and Luo Muki couldn't help their facial twitching. That would be when these 2 older ones were a few months old. They were already starting to look a bit off. Who coaxed at night cannot. Crying can lift the roof to the open. As long as Mo Xian a hug immediately quiet down. "Sister, do you think that some of these personality things can be inherited as well?" Luo Muki whispered to Luo Xia. That would I remember Weier and Shuer only recognizing their brother when they couldn't speak. Instead of answering, Luo Xia frowned at her 2 older daughters and then at her 2 younger daughters. "I don't think so." Of course, the question of whether it would be hereditary or not was obviously not the most deeply felt by them, because the one who felt it most deeply was Mo Xian. At first it was okay. Uncle Zhang asked an experienced aunt to take care of it, but after that it started to get a little out of control. Mo Xian had to deal with Luo Xia and Luo Muki, who had sick attacks from time to time, every day, and Luo Weier and Luo Shuer, who remained the same as they were when they were children, and even became even more clingy to him after having a sister. Then unsurprisingly, Luo Jinger and Luo Linger slowly began to learn their sister's former routines as well, and even went even more overboard. "Cannot see Mo Xian will cry?" See Mo Xian immediately smile. Mo Xian coaxed to sleep on obedience. Others who come are a crying word to solve. When Luo Tian and Luo Yi came to visit them with tonic gifts, they almost thought if they had made a mistake. Mo Xian had to coax the 2 daughters while hanging the 2 little ones on his chest and back with a baby pouch, and every now and then he had to soothe the 2 big ones. "No, what's the point of you 2 following along?" Luo Tian really couldn't stand to watch and spat out his 2 cousins for 2 sentences, not helping to bring up the child, but also eating the child's jealousy. "You too." Without waiting for Luo Tian to finish, he immediately shut his mouth. Luo Xie and Luo Muki just raised their eyes to look at him for a moment, and at that moment Luo Tian finally remembered the fear of being dominated by these two crazy cousins in the past. Looks like this isn't ready yet. Luo Tian took advantage of the fact that Mo Xian had put the two younger ones to bed, and Luo Xie and Luo Muki had picked them up and carried them upstairs, and spat in a low voice with Lu Yi. It's obviously all as it should be, so why does it feel like they're both still the same as before? Hearing Luo Tian's words, Lu Yi could only shake her head with a bitter smile. The problem of the two of them actually wasn't that important anymore. Look at this large family of 7 people. Who knows what will happen in the future? Then looking at Mo Xian running east and west, Lu Yi looked at Luo Tian and said, "Suddenly I understand why you want your cousin's husband to live a long life so much. If he Mo Xian has a good or bad, this family of women in this state. Hey, those who can do more, those who are wise, cousin-in-law, it's all in your hands." Lu Yi thought extremely irresponsibly in her heart, because they are really not able to help at all. Chapter 28. Thank you for always running to me. Alice didn't expect to see that tall, distinguished-looking Chinese man in the country, and, what's more, he actually had 4 children with him? Alice actually wasn't the first time she had run into Mo Xian. She had run into him more than once before abroad, either with 2 very cute daughters or following 2 women who looked very similar and were very beautiful. Unlike the others, Alice had always felt that they had their story, and while curious about their relationship, only she felt that it was someone's business, so she should not meddle in it. Not to mention the fact that if he looked at them just a little bit more, those 2 beautiful women would cast extremely dangerous glances. Hard to describe what she felt. It was like a rabbit being stalked by a wolf, an almost instinctive sense of danger. This time also followed her boyfriend to prepare for settling in China. Followed her boyfriend to interview for a job at Luo's, and unintentionally saw Mo Xian hanging 2 babies like a kangaroo mom. Holding 2 little girls actually appeared at Luo's as well. What surprised her even more was that he went in and out of Luo's just as if he had gone home, and there wasn't a single staff member who wasn't respectful when they saw him. Can it be disrespectful? There was a new intern who was not open-minded enough to stop him before, and as a result, the president's office side personally handed down his dismissal. Hearing Alice's question, her boyfriend couldn't help but palpitate and said, "I heard that the president extremely valued him. We, the following employees, only know that he has a special identity. Luo's management may also know, but their mouths are very strict and they are not allowed to talk about him behind his back, so don't ask." So, he's here to see President Luo? No, it's supposed to be for the president's sister. Alice's boyfriend thought about it. Only I don't know which one exactly. I'm not sure about those 2 little baby girls, but those 2 big ones I know. They're the original vice president of the company, the children of those 2 daughters of the Luo family, who never knew who the father was. They say that both children are all this gentleman's, but it's so outrageous that no one wants to believe it. Alice was a bit of a believer, as she had seen the 2 very pretty women. She just hadn't realized at the time that they were actually the sisters of the future president of her company, the former vice president. Sometimes the world was really small. Alice had always thought so in her heart, and in fact it was the same for Mo Xian and the others. Because it's a small world, they meet, they get to know each other, and eventually they reunite even if they get separated. After Luo Xie and Luo Muki got out of their monthly cycle, Luo Tian begged if they could come back to the company to help out for a while, and the 2 sisters agreed. It can't be helped. Recently there are a few projects that need to be followed up. I don't feel comfortable with the people below me, so you guys just help me cope through this while, and when the projects stabilize it will be fine. Luo Tian also has no choice. Luo's domestic business is stable. There are many problems in the overseas market still have to be dealt with, not to mention the 2 sisters in his own family with their husbands directly secluded abroad. If it is not a special circumstance, he really does not want to trouble Luo Xie and Luo Muki, who have just come out of the month. Luo Xie and Luo Muki, who originally wanted to go back after their monthly period, agreed after thinking about it. As for Mo Xian's current life, it was actually quite comfortable. Every day, he sent Luo Weier and Luo Shuer to kindergarten, and when he came home, he took Luo Jinger and Luo Linger. As for dragging the family over, Luo Xie suddenly called, said there is an emergency, but the 2 older daughters made a fuss and insisted on following. The 2 youngest daughters and crying and making a fuss. Finally Mo Xian really cannot help. After the full armament, himself with 4 children ran to the company. "So you're having an emergency is doing this kind of thing, is it?" Mo Xian was extremely speechless, being held by Luo Xie and Luo Muki one after the other, completely unable to get out of the way. As for the 4 children, they had long been taken out to be taken care of by the people that Sister Hui had arranged in advance. "Are you 2 bored or not?" Mo Xian just couldn't help himself this time. "Are you guys can't go home? This kind of thing can't be said after going home. It's not like I'm going to run away. So tired from work. I haven't seen you in almost hours." "That's right, brother, At least we're earning money to support our family now. Can't you fulfill us with this little request? Mo Xian. It made sense, and he was surprisingly speechless. In fact, Mo Xian is not without heart. He has mentioned more than once that he started his own business or stayed in the country and served in Rongxing, not to say whether he can match their sister's stature or not. At least he is not too out of hand. But this was obviously impossible. The two sisters were just too rich to need Mo Xian to go out and work on their business. And more importantly, it wasn't like Mo Xian hadn't done this in the past. Before, when he hadn't left the country, Mo Xian had thought about making some investments with the money he had exchanged for shares from Mo Qingqing. The results were invariably all dead in the water because he simply couldn't get around the Luo family. Before, Mo Xian was still unsure, but then he realized that Luo Xie and Luo Muqi had been trying to find ways to stop him. Although he still retained his job at Rongxing, Mo Xian now felt as if there was nothing wrong with being called a rich woman's adopted gigolo in the first place. In fact, Luo Xie and Luo Muqi hadn't said so before. They didn't care if Mo Xian could make money or not, how much money they could make. They could just make it. The reason why he said so also did not have any meaning to accuse Mo Xian, just to play on the subject, wanting to stick to him more. Mo Xian is also clear about what they really think. Plus, for so long they have also gotten used to the two of them intermittent offenses, and also just get used to it. After being hugged by their sisters like large teddy bears for half a day, Luo Xie and Luo Muqi let go of their hands, and Luo Muqi even said happily, "Charging is complete, and we can work again." Mo Xian. So what am I? A rechargeable treasure? Mo Xian reached out and rubbed Luo Muqi's head. Never mind. Can I trouble Sister Hui to help take care of Ginger and Linger? Why don't I take Wei and Shuer out with me and buy you guys some food to bring back? It's actually possible to do it without both of them. Except that. I'm sorry, Mr. Mo. Sister Hui said helplessly. It's really that both little ladies are, well, too hard to coax. It's okay, I guessed this would be the result. Mo Xian didn't care. Feeling the coldness coming from behind him, Mo Xian only turned back with a bitter smile. I'll just take them around. I'll be back in a while. So can you two be normal? Only then did Luo Xie and Luo Muqi slowly become a bit more normal. Luo Xie even said somewhat innocently, "How can Xiao Xian think like that? I know it's hard for you to bring up a child. How could you be angry? Xie, we've been together for so long. There's really no need to hide things from me." Mo Xian are lazy to spit on both of them, not to mention other women, their own children, both of them messy jealousy. In the past he always thought that he was not wrapped up in something dirty, not moving around inexplicably cooler. There are no dirty things, but there are sick pussies, and there are still two of them. But Mo Xian had also figured it out. Just go along with them. In fact, Mo Xian started to think about resisting a bit, always thinking if they were too much of a fuss sometimes, until one day he saw some files saved in Luo Xie's tablet, on the effects of hypnotic depth on the brain, hypnotic drugs and human tolerance, detailed interpretation and annotation of psychological suggestions. Well, not only have you not put down the three axes after all this time, but you're going to strengthen them again, aren't you? It's just insecurity. Well, it must be. Mo Xian self-consoled while taking his daughters out of the Luo building. Chapter 29. Thank you for always running to me, too. Because of a temporary and sudden meeting, Luo Xie and Luo Muqi both needed to be there. Luckily the meeting wasn't too long. Only when they came out, Mo Xian actually hadn't come back yet. Just as they were about to look for their tablets, Sister Hui had walked into the office to tell them, Mr. Mo and the two young ladies went to a snack street. Sister Hui is still afraid that they do not believe, took out her cell phone to show them the photo. As for this photo out, she sent someone to follow Mo Xian to take a picture. The reason does not need to be said. In the photo, Lowell and Lowell Cheryl were eating with lamb kebabs, and there was milk tea on the small wooden table in front of them, as well as a variety of fried kebabs and snacks. These two dead girls. Luo Muqi was on the verge of laughing at the sight. I knew that as soon as the two of them went out, they would pester brother to buy them food. I told you he couldn't have money on him, right? Luo Xie said with dissatisfaction, thinking that he brings up the kids every day and has to pick up the two of them. I transferred money to his card. Sister Hui almost couldn't hold back her laughter when she heard Luo Xie's words. Ah, Missy, your words are really too bullying. Mr. Mo is a good person. He originally had so much savings, was taken away by you even if, usually go out. Not to mention no money in the pocket. The phone cannot even turn a dime. Usually want to buy what? Not you follow the money. To give is also to give, not too much not less, just right. Of course, it is true that you really care about him, although not to give him money. But the two young ladies of the family to Mo Xian spend money on the matter is never ambiguous. And even afraid to give not good enough. Only is afraid that he saved money to run away. Although he will not run. But the problem is that at least you two leave some money for others, even if you leave a pocket money enough for his emergency, Sister Hui really couldn't stand watching them before, but she was too aware of their temperament and could only remind them in a sideways manner, and as a result, Luo Muki, who was so smart, simply pretended not to understand. Luo Xia, on the other hand, had a face full of concern. He'll be fine if he follows us, and he won't be left without money to spend in this lifetime. Hui suddenly felt that she had made a mistake in communicating with them on this issue. As for Mo Xian's side, he had only wanted to take his 2 daughters out for a casual walk, and didn't drive, and then pack some food for those 2 wives in his own family. However, the staff of the snack street was handing out flyers in the neighborhood, and Luo Weier and Luo Shuer had to drag Mo Xian to go after seeing it. Daddy, why don't we go play here too? Lowell pointed to the flyer she had asked for in her hand. There seems to be so much good food to eat. Luo Shuer didn't say anything, but her big bright eyes looked at Mo Xian with a pleading look. You 2 little greedy cats. Mo Xian pinched their little faces. Then it's okay for Daddy to go drive and then take you guys there, right? Going there so my 2 daughters can be happy. Always having to mind those 2 little ones lately. The older daughters didn't say anything but still felt they were unhappy inside. By the way, packing some food for those 2 unreliable moms felt as if it would be good. Taking their 2 daughters to the snack street. To be honest, this family of 3 was just a little too eye-catching. Young and handsome baby daddy, with 2 cute and beautiful daughters. Many people cannot help but look twice. Only Luo Weier and Luo Shuer's face was a bit unkind. These 2 little vinegar buns at this time did remember their mother's words, to prevent a bad woman from abducting their father. So there were a few girls who wanted to come up and strike up a conversation. But when they saw these 2 little girls with cold eyes and grim faces, they dismissed the idea. Even the best-looking man has a family and a very difficult-looking daughter. But how long can a small child last? There is really a lot of food here. All sorts of scents wafting over, and all sorts of assorted snacks. Daddy, I want to eat that. Luo Shuer saw that there were fried skewers for sale. Reaching out, she pointed. Sister, let's eat that? Mo Xian saw that Luo Weier also looked very interested, so he took them to pack a lot of fried skewers, and along the way, when he came across the 2 children who were interested, he would buy one, and the 2 sisters would eat it together. How come they all only need 1 serving? Mo Xian handed them a few skewers of grilled squid that he had just bought. Luo Weier looked up. Her mouth was still a bit oily because she had just eaten the grilled squid. If Shuer and I eat 1 serving, that way our stomachs will have room for something else. Well, it's time to say no. These kids are pretty smart for this time of year. Mo Xian also quite admired these 2 girls. Ate so much, actually want to drink milk tea, and finally saw a special lamb kebabs, but also yelled to eat. Dad isn't afraid of you guys eating, but this is too much for you guys, right? Mo Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. Recently it feels like you 2 have a pretty good appetite, and rightly so. It's time to grow your bodies, because I'm tired, and I have to practice martial arts with my dad. Before Luo Weier could finish, Mo Xian hurriedly covered her mouth and shook his head vigorously at her. Kidding aside, his cell phone had listening and positioning. If Luo Xia and Luo Muki knew that he took advantage of the time they were at work to secretly teach the 2 of them martial arts at home, what would happen? When these 2 girls were pestering Mo Xian to teach them, Luo Xia and Luo Muki said nothing. In the end is their own birth, nature and their own too much like. Teach them martial arts only afraid of these 2 girls do not necessarily cause any trouble. Only Mo Xian always think that girls learn is nothing, but also can protect themselves, plus they always want to learn. Mo Xian also taught them. Only teach are very basic. Are some basic self-protection skills? Exercise space is not too big. Mo Xian put his cell phone into his jacket pocket, and also covered it with his hand, and lowered his voice and said, in the future, you can only mention it if Dad mentions it. Got it? Mention what? Luo Muki's voice suddenly sounded behind the trio, frightening Mo Xian so much that he almost fell off the small wooden stool. When he turned around, Luo Xia and Luo Muki were smilingly looking at the father-daughter trio, with several female bodyguards behind them. Look at the 3 of you. Luo Xia sighed helplessly and took the paper towel handed over by Sister Hui on one side and walked over to wipe the mouths of the 2 children. I'm sorry, I was going to tell you guys, thinking it was just nothing to bring the kids out. Mo Xian really only thought that it was a small matter. Before in the foreign country himself he had always brought his 2 daughters out to play together, and they hadn't been so nervous. Of course, he probably forgot that the little money he had in his hand at that time was probably only enough to buy some snacks for his child, but now it was different. Luo Xia had transferred a lot of money to his card. The sisters didn't care for a moment, and because they hadn't worked for too long, their attention was focused on their work. As soon as they saw that Mo Xian hadn't come back, the old habits came back. Alright, go back? Luo Xia pinched Luo Weier and Luo Shuer's cute little noses. In the future, you're not allowed to come out and sneak delicious food only with Daddy. Can't Mommy and Auntie eat together? After all, it is their own birth, or in front of Mo Xian's face. It is not good to say that in the future this kind of thing you guys or let your mom do it for you better, right? Didn't I bring this for you guys as well? Xian pointed to a large bag he was carrying. Passing by a few stores, I see that there are some that you guys might love to eat, so I've already packed them for you guys. With one sentence, the two sisters who originally still had grievances in their hearts immediately turned their hearts from cloudy to sunny. After all, as long as it's Xian, they're still very good at coaxing. After returning home after a busy day, Xian only felt a little sleepy after taking a shower, and hurriedly confirmed that there was no aromatherapy in his room, that he had eaten outside today, and that he had no problem drinking water. Looks like I'm really sleepy today, but I guess I've been resting well lately. Xian didn't want too much. Luo Xia and Luo Muki still had a video conference to attend. They shouldn't be available, so he went to sleep first. This time, however, his consciousness wandered to a very strange place, an old townhouse that was both familiar and strange to him. Chapter 30. Thank you for always running to me. 3. According to Freud, dreams are a form of expression of the human heart as well as a product of the subconscious mind. As for Xian, the layer of secrets he hid in the deepest part of his subconscious was the memories that he had forgotten. Once Luo Xia had taken him for an extremely detailed examination, and the doctor had said that his memory nerves were in fact slowly recovering. Only that recovery was one thing, and when the memory would return was another. Whenever he remembered something in the past, it was as if he was covered by a mist and could see and hear nothing. But now this feeling, for Xian, was very peculiar. He was like a person suddenly attached to someone else. He could see and hear, but could do nothing. He could only go along with the memories that were slowly appearing, like a doll performing a puppet show, being manipulated to move forward. Brother! Behind him came a melodious, excited yet childish voice. Looking back, a little girl was running over excitedly, pulling her hand, and not far away, the beautiful young girl was looking at him with a smile on her face. He, or the 13-year-old him, and in front of him was Luo Xia and Luo Muki, who he had forgotten, or that memory that belonged to the three of them. Xian just looked at his past self, together with Luo Xia Luo Muki. All that was once there was revived little by little along with his memories, and at the same time displayed in front of his eyes little by little. At that time, they were still Luo Weiwei and Luo Xiaoxue. In fact, they didn't seem to have lied to themselves much. In the past they were what they were in front of them, and remained what they were from the reunion. At that time or Luo Weiwei's Luo Xia, in fact, very twisted, began to die duck hard, but now stand in Xian's point of view to see. At that time, she saw herself. There is a different luster in her eyes. Xian, this question should be written like this. Xian, remember to send me a message when you go back in a while? Actually, talking to you every day, it's like the words never end. That time or Luo Xiaoshui's Luo Muki, in fact, did not see herself as now, like a lively little devil. At that time she saw herself and an innocent child in general. Will be shy, but also hope that you can be closer to you. Brother, how about this for you to eat? Brother, can you come early tomorrow? Brother, I'll secretly private message you in the evening. Let's do chat, okay? He remembered now that he not only had to chat with them in the group of 3, but he also had to keep replying to them in the duo's private chat. Xian wanted to laugh a little. How could he have forgotten? So at that time, they had already shown their possessiveness? Luo Xia, who checks her cell phone every day like clocking in the name of letting him study at ease. Luo Muki, who pretended to be careless while doing her homework every day and asked him if he was seeing other girls. Even the sisterly duo who in the past had not noticed themselves and mistakenly thought they were just fooling around and in fact at each other's throats. In fact, now Xian quickly understood why they did so. Indefinable, the most youthful yet innocent feelings are slowly taking root, sprouting, and finally blossoming. Of course, something may have gone wrong with the flower that belonged to them when they were growing, so their feelings became too paranoid. Even though I'm the main reason, it looks as if the two of them have been this way before, and I've been obeying them since that time originally. Although he couldn't see his own expression at that time, he could probably guess it. It was probably the same as it was now, nothing but a helpless, bitter smile and a sigh of relief before continuing to go along with him. Wasn't it? At that time, although Luo Xia and Luo Muki were a bit excessive, at that time, they had not yet been tortured by the pain they felt after losing their own memories, and at that time he only had his grandmother with him, and they were moreover only followed by Uncle Zhang and the others who took care of them. For him and them then, it was really no different than it is now, or rather from then on, they were the ones who held each other most dear. Have I actually forgotten so much? He remembered the first time they met under the big tree, the Luo Xia who stood by the balcony waiting for him every day, and the Luo Muki who smiled every day when she saw herself. I remember the summer nights when the three of them sat together in the yard board and counted the stars, and I remember the winter when I was chased all over the yard by the two sisters with snowballs. I remembered sitting side by side with Luo Xia with one headphone each, playing red rose and white rose on a constant loop, while writing furiously together, looking at each other silently when they occasionally stopped and smiled at each other. Remembering that he brought iced sugar gourds to Luo Muki from outside, the two sat in the courtyard listening to Emotian tell him what happened today while Luo Muki ate the sugar gourds. He even remembered their birthdays when Luo Muki suddenly kissed his face after making a wish. Of course, Luo Xia did the same on her birthday. Even more, he remembered Luo Xia's bold yet shy kiss that day in the sky of fireworks. In fact, he never told Luo Xia that Luo Muki later took advantage of the two of them studying together, swindled him into closing his eyes, and then kissed him the same. He also remembered the time he was injured. The feeling was too real. Even Emotian seemed to feel the pain coming from his head, from his body. And what was in your own mind at the time? Maybe as long as they're okay, it's okay to die yourself? There was never a deep love that was wrongly paid, only whether it was worth it or not. Luo Xia and Luo Muki were worth sacrificing himself for, and no matter who he was then or who he is now, he has never felt that he did wrong. In a trance, it seemed like he saw Luo Xia and Luo Muki running towards him, only to be stopped. Let go of me and off. Luo Xia and Luo Muki kicked and punched those bodyguards like crazy, but in the end, they were still taken away by force, and his world was plunged back into darkness, seeing nothing, hearing nothing. Everything came to a screeching halt, as if the movie had suddenly ended. Emotian felt as if his consciousness was like a raft following the waves. He had absolutely no control over it and drifted forward a little bit. Once upon a time that professor told him something while he was under hypnosis, that even though there are things you forget, your brain still registers them. It just might have been forgotten for some reason or, like him, I had injury. Of course, there's another possibility. When a person suffers a huge blow, the spirit can't withstand it, which will cause the brain's self-protection mechanism to trigger, forcing the memory to be forgotten. Sometimes even if you see it, the brain will forcefully block it out, allowing your vision and hearing to selectively deceive yourself. There is another kind, being interfered with, such as those of us who have studied psychology and hypnosis and know about psychological suggestion. Usually when a patient is psychologically treated, he needs to go into a deep sleep, and we can choose to make him selectively forget some questions about what happened during hypnosis through suggestion. For some reason, Emotian suddenly recalled that professor's words, and in a darkness, his body seemed to have landed on a soft bed. While he still couldn't do anything, he only felt as if he saw two people in front of him in a blur. The whispering of Luo Xia and Luo Muki suddenly came from his ears. Emotian was a bit dumbfounded. This he already knew last time, huh? There was no need to make him think about it once more, right? Sister, is this okay? Luo Muki asked with some doubt. Are you sure this is feasible? In fact, I think that with my brother's character, wouldn't it be better if we just tell him about the past? It's still uncertain. I've taken him for checkups and treatments. I just been hiding it from him. Loxia seemed to sigh. I don't want to lose him again. It's the best I can think of. Otherwise, I'll just have to keep him prisoner. But I don't want to hurt him. Emotian quite want to say a sentence with her. In fact, you are not necessary. But think about it yourself, cannot say the words. Even if you say it, this is not a time reversal. Just their own memories. Just when he thought he might just have to keep continuing to replay his memories, there was a sudden sob in his ear. Was it Luo Xia? Or Luo Muki? Or, was it both of them? I thought we agreed not to leave us again. My brother is a liar. He left us in the past and now he's leaving us again. Soft sobbing, and in the ears kept echoing the complaining love words. Emotian suddenly felt his consciousness broke free. He seemed to be able to move. It's been 14 hours. Why is there still no response at all? Luo Muki's eyes were red with tears as she turned back to several doctors and angrily rebuked them loudly. What's the use of spending so much money to hire you? A bunch of losers. If anything happens to my brother, I'll make you all spit out your lives for what you've eaten of the Luo family. Luo Xia didn't say anything. She just shed tears while pulling Emotian's hand. Tears fell drop by drop on the back of Emotian's hand. She panicked and wiped it clean for him. Last night, after Luo Xia and Luo Muki finished their meeting, they had wanted to check on Emotian, and when they saw that he was sleeping, the two sisters intentionally played a bad game and deliberately tried to wake Emotian up. But no matter what they did, Emotian didn't have any reaction. If it weren't for the rise and fall of his chest and his even, level breathing, one might even wonder if he was dead. Luo Xia and Luo Muki immediately sensed that something was wrong, and hurriedly asked Uncle Zheng to bring someone along, and called an ambulance to urgently send Emotian to the best hospital in all of Kyoto. Vice President Luo, it's been examined in detail. There really isn't any problem. The doctor in the lead said warily. Mr. Mo's body is normal. It's just that he seems to be, on his own, unwilling to wake up. Wake up, wake up. Emotian's sudden noise startled everyone. After a brief moment of dismay, Luo Xia jumped on him in a flash and pounded his chest hard while crying. Luo Muki didn't care if there was anyone else. The whole person's feet left the ground, and all of a sudden, she jumped onto the bed and cried loudly in Mo Shin's arms. Alright, hard work everyone. Uncle Zhang smiled as he clapped his hands and made a gesture of sending off the guests. Just now, our first and second young misses were also concerned. Their attitudes weren't particularly good. I'm really sorry. Hustling the doctors out the door, Uncle Zhang immediately changed his expression to one of indifference, lowering his voice and saying, all of you are also leaders in the industry, so you don't need me to say that there are some things that you pretend not to see, and appropriately pretend to be deaf and dumb, right? Doctors quickly nodded. Joking, bad brain, nothing dare say Luo family gossip? What is the relationship between the three people inside? They do not want to know it. Uncle Zhang sent these doctors away and then knowingly closed the door to the ward. Mo Xian wrapped his arms tightly around Luo Xia and Luo Muki, laughing while unable to stop his tears. I'm sorry, for making you guys wait for me so long. It's all coming back to me. Thank you for being willing to wait for me all this time and still willing to run to me after all this time. It's so late. But, Vivi-san, Yuki, I'm back. A year later, at an international exchange exhibition held in China, Luo Muki, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly made public her latest paintings, headed with the title of a talented young girl. Luo Muki was at her peak when she suddenly made it public, through Luo's media, that she would no longer publish any more works. So this time, Luo's staff, with one of Luo Muki's latest paintings, naturally drew a lot of attention. Strange, why does it feel like Luo Muki's drawing style has changed a lot? I can tell it's her own work, but this time it just feels like something's not quite right. A few years ago, Luo Muki's public paintings of the originally withered trees not only regained vitality, but became more leafy. With a big smile on his face, the boy pulled the young girl and the little girl along with him as they ran forward, for children as cute as pixies surrounding the three of them. In the past paintings, even though they were cozy, yet one could detect a certain sentimental and emotional attachment. And in the two paintings that were dark, one was full of despair, and in the other one of the trio, it gave a suffocating, morbid feeling. But this one painting seems to represent some kind of new life. Luo Muki herself didn't come, and many people asked about her whereabouts, but Luo's staff were also tight-lipped. Not to say they don't know, even if they know, they won't tell others. And at the same time, the seaside villa located on the other side of the ocean, which had been empty for a long time, suddenly came alive. Violet, Cheryl, get up, it's time to go to school. Xia, Muchi, oops, will you guys get off of me? I still have to go see Jinger and Linger. No, I still have to make breakfast. You mother and daughter six don't help even if you don't. Don't make a mess. I can't run away. I'm really not running. You guys hurry up and move over. Extra ends. It's over. Thank you all. Thank you for more than 2 months of companionship. Finished. Set up by the sickly plutocratic sisters. This time both the main story and the extras are over. This is my first finished book at Tomato, and I've tried a lot of routines in the trial and error of coming to Tomato blind. System, post-apocalyptic, true and false young master, variety of manga. Finally followed the trend to write this sickly article, and finally did not expect this one to stick. My personal ability is limited, and there are probably a lot of areas that are still problematic, and there are also a lot of things that readers would like to see that I probably didn't take care of either. But for myself, it's a start and a finish. Once again, thank you all for hyping, reading, rewarding, and every paragraph and chapter review. It's your support and encouragement that keeps me going. It's not very long, but this time it's still a completely complete story of Mo Xian, Luo Xia and Luo Muki to you all. There are definitely flaws and problems, but thank you for accompanying me to finish their story. During the period because of the experience of a small black house so that many plot I dare not write, and Tomato a lot of pearls in front, I personally have done my best. See their final rating can be today. I heart or very grateful to all of you. The new book is already being prepared. For personal work reasons and some trivial matters, the update has not been very stable. Here to apologize to you first. In fact, I did not think I would write a sickly petite article. I do not know if I will always write a sickly petite article in the future. Even if I write, I hope that every time to let people see a different kind of sickly petite. This is my first finished work. A lot of places have shortcomings, coupled with work reasons often have typos, or deletion processing is not clean, but also very grateful to everyone in the paragraph review to help correct you. The new book is ready, except the author's mind is jumping around so fast. In fact, I've thought of several story starters in the last few days when I've had nothing to do. That's one of the main reasons I've never been able to stick with a book. Sometimes I just let myself go thinking about it. This book is also the beginning of a whim. Plus at that time and in the Tomato read a few sickly petite text. I myself is more enthusiastic about sickly petite anime, light novels, so I thought I would try it. A lot of places in fact I was because I didn't collect for a moment, which led to later I dealt with myself also became very troublesome, such as the relationship between the MO family, smiley face, so in the future to write again. I absolutely do not hold so bloody complicated family relations, right? I really blood pressure rose. Extra actually a lot of still have not written out, but the feeling is actually there is nothing to write. Originally envisioned a reincarnation of the extra, but may then write basically so. Once again, thank you for your continued support. I've mentioned before that I'm actually very lazy, quick to think outside the box, and not someone who can be particularly persistent in their writing, and quite a few pits in the past when I wrote the same person, and when I wrote it myself, I simply stopped writing it, and it wasn't ever released. This time the whole book wasn't particularly long, but I didn't think myself that I'd actually stick with it all the way to the end, and I actually have little to do with myself. If not for you guys I guess I probably won't be able to hold on. In the middle of the process I have actually thought of breaking, but it's all you dear readers who have made me determined to come down. For all, thank you all for your support and love. I will continue to update and once again thank you from the bottom of my heart. Oh.